The story begins in a bustling, modern metropolis. Inside an office, Bai Jian was on the floor, pleading desperately. "Mr. Yong Shan, please, I'm begging you, take back the negative reviews for my novel. Transmigrated to the Ming Dynasty," he pleaded. The other man replied, "That piece of trash novel, the protagonist is impulsive and brainless, utterly incompetent. Even a reincarnated dog would be better than him." Was I wrong? Bai Jian's voice cracked. It was choked with sobs. "But now, all the comments are just copying what you wrote. I can't even write anymore." Yong Shan grabbed a stack of papers and threw them on the ground. "What's it got to do with me? Get out." Bai Jian's face was a mask of anguish and helplessness. From the dawn of time, the rules of society have never changed. The strong seize the high ground. They rule over everything, and the weak can only survive on their scraps. So-called social progress is merely an illusion, a byproduct of technological advancements improving the quality of life. Yong Shan walked into Manager Li's office to report. "The works you had me review, their popularity is plummeting. They'll be taken down soon enough." A look of satisfaction crossed Manager Li's face. He said, "Very good. How many years have you been with the company now? You always get the job done. All our clients are very pleased with you." Yong Shan smiled. "It's my duty," Manager Li reminded him. "Lulu's movie is coming out next month. He wants to commission us to review a few other films. You know what to do. Just handle this well, and the department head position is yours," he said with a grunt. "Thank you, Manager Li. I'll be sure to study those works carefully," Yong Shan replied. A man like Yong Shan, a true powerhouse, could climb to the top in any situation, just as he was basking in a cloud of self-satisfaction. A strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Is that so?" Yong Shan was terrified. The space around him began to distort. The unfamiliar voice spoke again. "Then prove it to me." An alien landscape opened up before his eyes. "This is..." Yong Shan exclaimed in shock. A voice beside him explained. "This is another world. A world befitting you. System notification. Uploading world map. Earth. Loading starting position. Region. Plains. Uploading era. Midyuan Dynasty. Uploading starting faction. Ming Dynasty. Uploading surrounding factions. A parallel universe constructed from the works you have reviewed. Uploading supernatural power. Unlocked. Uploading sect forces. Dense. Uploading Jianghu order. Chaotic. Uploading cultivation system. I'm the transmigration system. If you believe you are superior to the foolish protagonists you've reviewed, then prove it in this world." Hearing this, Yong Shan smirked. "Transmigrating me just because of a few comments? That's a bit much, don't you think? This is no different from complaining that a restaurant's food is bad, and then being forced to become their chef. Ridiculous. We can use comments to make it more reasonable." The system retorted, "In other words, your comments and criticisms are just empty words? If that's the case, we will skip the verification phase and proceed directly to purging." Yong Shan panicked. "What? Wait." But his body had already begun to fade away. His fingers, his face, crumbling like pieces of a puzzle. Yong Shan shouted, "You said you're a system. That means you're just an inanimate object. You have to operate according to a fixed set of rules, right?" The system replied, "The system's actions are in accordance with program regulations. When the host refuses to undergo verification, or when verification fails, the system is authorized to execute a purge." He asked again, "And what if I proceed with the verification?" The system explained, "In that case, when the host's life in the other world comes to an end, your memory will be restored to the initial starting point, and you will resume the life you originally had. In other words, if I die, I'll return to the real world with my memories from this other world, and continue living normally." Hearing these words, Yong Shan couldn't help but laugh. "So, you're basically giving me an extra life? Interesting." He yelled, "Let's do this." Unlike those idiots, a man like Yong Shan can become a top-tier figure in any world. System, explain my abilities. I need to understand what I'm capable of first. The system replied, "I'm not an assistant. I'm a supervisor." He frowned and asked, "A supervisor? What do you mean?" The system explained, "My function is to assign tasks based on the host's previous comments, to ensure the host can practice everything he has preached, without giving him a chance to say more." The system began initiating the supervisory check. "Wait, Yong Shan asked uneasily. What are you doing? The system answered. Please recall the host's daily words and actions. They will become the shackles for your survival in this other world. Comment number 1. He just waves his hand a few times and the warship is fixed. I really don't know what the author was thinking. The penalty for this arrogant statement is technological knowledge locked. Next comment. The transmigrated protagonist only knows how to chase girls. And he even makes enemies over women. The author's mindset is too vulgar. The penalty is physiological function locked. Next comment. Oh look, another peerless talent. A hidden bloodline. What a tired old cliché. The protagonist hasn't even been properly introduced yet. The penalty is cultivation talent locked. Comment. Discovering a new world with just a few small boats. Seafaring isn't that easy. The accompanying penalty is geographical knowledge locked. Yong Shan was furious. Why are you adding debuffs on me? What kind of joke is this? Suddenly, he remembered what he had said to Bai Jian. The protagonist of this work is impulsive and brainless, utterly incompetent. Even a reincarnated dog would be better than him. The scene before him dissolved. System notification. Host form locked. Initiating transmigration system. Damn it, Yong Shan screamed. He felt himself being transported to another place. Transmigration successful. System notification. Host status stable. He had transmigrated into a goofy golden retriever. When he realized this, Yong Shan let out a miserable bark. Woof woof. The system spoke cheerfully. Please begin your wonderful new life in this world, host. He cursed inwardly. Son of a bitch. You dare to screw with me? Gusu City, bordering the sea. A grand canal connects north and south. Great rivers flow from east to west. It is a hub for countless banks and trading houses. The #1 firm, Rishingchang, also has a branch here. Rishingchang's store is a magnificent sight. Brocades, jades, silks, teas, jewels. It lacks none of the world's rare treasures. Gusu City has become the largest commercial center in the world. In Gusu City, where wealthy merchants gather like clouds, and noble houses stand side by side. Please demonstrate your superior talent, host. Become the richest merchant in Gusu City. System notification. Simple compliance mission initiated. Compliance mission. Finding fault. Mission objective. Become the richest merchant in Gusu City. Success reward. 300 reward points. Unlock human form. Failure penalty. None. The little goofy golden retriever, with a sausage in his mouth, dashed desperately into a small alley. Behind him, the sound of chasing barks echoed, woof, woof, woof. He thought, system, are you kidding me? Forcing a dog to become the richest person? Why don't you just make me the emperor while you're at it? The pack of vicious dogs behind him was closing in. The system reminded him. The compliance mission has no time limit and no failure penalty. The host has sufficient time to complete it. Considering a dog's lifespan is approximately 12 years, along with the various dangers of daily life, the system hopes the host can complete the mission as soon as possible. The little dog was cornered. His face was filled with rage. This goddamn system. You think I'm out of options? He decided to use the sausage in his mouth. Toss it to those dogs. That should do it. You idiots. Stop right there. Chasing me across 8 blocks for a single sausage? You're all so pathetic. Is that the only ambition you have in your entire lives? Just follow me. I can map out a perfect plan for all of you. For every stray dog in the city of Gusu. Stick to my plan, and I guarantee when that time comes, every single one of you will live a life of comfort and ease. As for you lot, you'll become the most powerful dogs in all of Gusu. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog's eyes glinted with a brilliant light. I'm feeling pretty good about this pitch. Come on now. There's no future in just staring at a sausage. You need to have vision, a future. But what dog understands all that? All they cared about was the sausage. After beating the little dog to a pulp and snatching his food, they took off as a pack. He lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. A bunch of stupid strays. You have no idea what you just missed out on. Ever since I crossed over, I haven't eaten a single thing. My body's about to hit its limit. I was hoping to gather some intel, come up with a more solid plan. Looks like I'll just have to act now and hope for the best. Damn you, system. Just you wait. I'm Yong Shan. Even as a dog, I'm gonna make it big. The little dog arrived at Gusu's East Market. The lovely Miss Xiao Yun waved cheerfully. Good morning, everyone. A stall owner immediately called out to her. Miss Xiao Yun, take a look. Stone grouper, fresh from an Inghai Sea. Only 90 won per caddy. Another vendor introduced his wares. These are jujubes, just sent from the western regions. Try one. A bag for just 51. Shoe brocade. Shoe pottery. Only 2 taels of silver apiece. Xiao Yun couldn't hide her delight. In a flurry of words, she said this one, and that one too. Just wrap everything up and send it to the residents. The accounting office will settle the bill. The merchants couldn't stop grinning. Thank you, Miss Xiao Yun. As expected of a servant from the Huang residence. So generous. An old Annie chimed in. Miss Xiao Yun, come take a look at my wares, too. Suddenly, Xiao Yun heard a woof, woof, woof from behind her. Auntie Hong teased. Miss Xiao Yun, you must really like dogs. Staring at a stray for so long. Xiao Yun waved her hands, replying, no, I was just. The little dog stared intently at Xiao Yun, his eyes sparkling, trying his absolute best to look adorable. Xiao Yun was instantly captivated by his cuteness. Yong Shan calculated his chances. I can't complete my mission as a stray. To finish the mission, I have to find the right person to latch onto. Arriving in Gusu City with a huge fortune, the high-potential merchant, Huang Wanyin, is the target I've spent days carefully selecting. If I just approach him, his family will chase me away. That's why I've chosen this naive little maid as my stepping stone. Seeing Xiao Yun's dazed expression, he figured she must be a dog lover. There's no way she can resist my charm. Xiao Yun hugged the little dog tightly. He thought I did it. But damn it, girl, don't squeeze so hard. You're going to kill me. Meanwhile, water was bubbling in a pot on the stove. Xiao Yun carried the little dog into the kitchen and shouted, Master Liang, I want to eat meat. Uncle Liang said with a stern face, Xiao Yun, did you pick up another dog from the streets again? Steward Xiao already told you to stop causing trouble. Xiao Yun explained, no, I didn't. This dog just ran right up to me on its own. What a stupid dog, right? The moment the little dog realized what was happening, he saw Master Liang raise a cleaver. Excellent. Today, I'll let you see what this old master can do. His heart pounded in his chest with fear. The intel was wrong. This girl doesn't just like dogs, she likes to eat them. The little dog used all his strength to bite down on the cook's hand. He cried out in pain and let go. The dog seized the opportunity and made a run for it. Phew, bad intel. The intel was all wrong. Staying alive is what matters. The mission can wait. Xiao Yun grabbed a knife and chased after him. Dinner, don't you run. Stop. The little dog was running for his life. When he crashed headfirst into someone, he tumbled backward, letting out a few soft whimpers. Steward Xiao bellowed, what's all this commotion in the kitchen? And with a knife? No less. Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Xiao Yun answered meekly, Steward Xiao, I really didn't catch this dog. He followed me on his own. He glanced down at the dog. The little dog thought, the Huang residence's Steward Xiao is strict and harsh. He's also the most dangerous person here, the one I wanted to avoid at all costs. Why would a guy like him suddenly show up in the kitchen? Xiao Yun waved the knife in front of the dog and said coldly, whatever. Let me catch it first. The worst that can happen is, I'll go kneel in the ancestral hall after dinner. The little dog was terrified. Oh no, the most dangerous one right now is this crazy girl. Phew, seeing the expression on her face. And Xiao Yun's cheerful, almost gleeful smile. Steward Xiao was truly annoyed. The panicked little dog. What'd I do now? Think. I'm Yong Shan. I absolutely cannot die here. Just then, a portly man spoke up. Xiao Yun, what did you do wrong this time to have to kneel in the ancestral hall? The little dog heard the voice and turned his head to look. Could this be Huang Wanyin? Looking at the fat, beaming master before him, his heart raced with excitement. Finally, I finally get to meet him. As long as Huang Wanyin decides to adopt me, this whole crisis will be over. Steward Xiao bowed his head in greeting. Master, the little dog thought, the situation is urgent. I have to leave a deep impression on him in an instant. But he never expected Huang Wanyin to blurt out. The dog meat from the restaurants outside really isn't that good. No wonder Xiao Yun is craving some. This sentence turned the little dog to stone on the spot. What now? Act cute? Dance? Beg for mercy? Threaten them? No. Unlike that girl who likes cuteness, this kind of rich and powerful family values loyal dogs above all else. If that's the case. The little dog looked at Master Huang, his mind racing. Come on, I only get one shot. If I fail, it's all over. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are up to the heavens. Open your eyes and witness my loyalty. The little dog barked loudly. Woof, 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 his face seeming to say, Master, go. It's dangerous here. I'll hold him back. Woof, woof. But Xiao Yun was a little confused. What's it doing? Huang Wanyan said. Instead of taking the chance to run, it's just barking crazily at me. It must be stupid. Hearing this, the little dog's heart sank. He screamed internally. It's over. I'm done for. Suddenly, Steward Xiao said, Congratulations, Master. Master Huang asked in surprise. Old Xiao, what is there to congratulate me about? He replied, This humble servant believes that this dog has turned back to bark wildly, precisely to protect its master. It must be that your righteousness, your kindness, and your noble character have moved the very heavens, Master. Therefore, be it the birds of the air or the beasts of the field, or even a common stray from the roadside, all vie to pledge their loyalty to you. This dog, facing peril without flinching, willing to die for its master. It is loyal, courageous, and exceptionally intelligent. It is a truly faithful hound. This proves that your virtue, Master, is on par with the great sages of old. This is a most auspicious omen. It signifies that you, Master, are destined to sweep through the merchant circles of Gusu with unstoppable force. That is why this humble servant congratulates you, Master. Huang Wanyan let out a hearty laugh. Huh, see? Even a dog knows who's master around here. What good omen. Old Xiao. Well said. Butler Xiao replied. It's all due to the master's virtuous character. It has nothing to do with this old servant. The little dog thought to himself, You really can't judge a book by its cover. This guy's a real talent. Old man Huang gently patted the dog's head and said, Since you want to accept me as your master, you can stay. Xiao Yun said reluctantly, Can't we have it for dinner? He answered, Of course not. And remember, from now on, his name is De Huang. The little dog felt his goal had been achieved. As long as the outcome is good, that's all that matters. Okay, that's enough petting. You damn fatty. Now get your hand off me. Thanks to old man Huang's adoption, Yong Shan finally had a place to call home in this strange new world. He led De Huang to his new doghouse and said, This is your new home. Like it? But Xiao Yin was still hung up on it day after day. De Huang seems to be getting fatter. How about we use him to make dog stew? He no longer had to run around every day searching for food. Even his personal safety was guaranteed. Since transmigrating here, all the survival problems that had plagued him were now solved. De Huang squinted at the pack of stray dogs. Now you know who's the one that calls the shots in this city of Gusu. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Yong Shan is back. Of course. Even as a dog, one must be an intellectual dog. Specifically, the richest dog. I not only have to keep the master happy, but I also have to analyze his needs. I need to know when to keep quiet so I don't get on his nerves, and when to show off to maintain his reputation. If Huang Wanyan's adoption of me was just a whim at first, now that I've shown my worth, I can be considered to have firmly established myself in this house. Huang Wanyan returned from outside. Butler Xiao saw De Huang standing at the gate and said, He's standing guard at the gate again. De Huang's loyalty to the master is almost on par with this old servant's. It seems he's truly been influenced by the master's virtue, to have become so perceptive. Old man Huang laughed smugly. He truly is a good dog. Absolutely loyal. The little dog chuckled to himself. Thanks to old man Huang's kindness, I can now focus on the mission. Now, how can I get my hands on this old man's fortune? The mission objective is to become the wealthiest merchant. And in this era, owning land and houses doesn't count as being truly wealthy. That's why I chose old man Huang, the one with the most liquid capital, to complete the mission. The simplest way is to steal from his gold vault, but the risk is pretty high. Or I could arrange for old man Huang to have an untimely death. Then finding a way to inherit his estate wouldn't be bad either. I wonder if this old geezer has any sons. As he was deep in thought, suddenly someone kicked him right in the face and yelled, Get out of the damn way. De Huang barked furiously. Woof, woof, woof. Son of a bitch. Are you crazy? The gate is this wide. Why don't you use it? Deshawn said, Brother Yud. We're here to discuss business with Huang Wanyan. Don't waste your anger on a dog. De Huang thought. I remember these guys. They're all merchants from the city. He snorted coldly. Judging by their looks, they're not here for anything good. Huang Wanyan saw his guests and said, Xiao Yun, quickly serve our distinguished guests some tea. I wonder what wine has blown all of you to my Huang residence today. Yid roared, Huang Wanyan, cut the act. You know damn well what you've done. He slammed his hand on the table. Bam. Old man Lin said angrily. Last month, you crazily bought up all the raw silk and wool. My Lin family's 2 shops had to shut down for a whole month. We lost 7,000 taels. You chimed in, and now you're dumping it on the market for 300 one caddy. My Wang family's new tea is basically being sold like weeds now. The person next to them complained. That's not all. He also ruined my Zheng family's jade business with the Franks. It cost us a loss of 10,000 taels. You questioned, Huang Wanyan. You've only been in Gusu for a few months, and you've already turned the entire market upside down. What exactly is your intention? He calmly replied, Gentlemen, please don't be angry. I, Huang, am new to the city of Gusu, and I wish to do business with everyone. Unfortunately, it seemed none of you had the time to meet. So, I had no choice but to figure things out on my own. I didn't expect to cause you gentlemen so much trouble. Wang Yud, stroking his long beard, said in a low voice, Very well. It was our fault for being blind at first. As long as you, old man Huang, are willing to raise your prices, we will also, Huang Wanyan replied nonchalantly, No need, no need. I'm actually finding it quite interesting to figure things out on my own like this. So far, I've only lost a few 100,000 taels of silver. I won't trouble you, gentlemen. Talking on paper is no substitute for practice to know what's real. The ancients were right. It makes sense, it makes sense. After saying that, he lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. He was furious. Huang Wanyan, you bastard. I'll kill you. Old man, Zheng hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Yud, don't be rash. De Huang watched from the doorway as the group discussed business. Based on purchasing power, in this world, 1 or 2 taels of silver are equivalent to 500 coins. By that calculation, to crush the other merchants, old man Huang burned through 100 million all at once. What a lavish move. However, his business war tactics, at the end of the day, are just a simple price war. The Huang residence servants directly carried Wang Yud out and threw him. He screamed desperately, No. That's my family's fortune, accumulated over generations. Old man Zheng shouted, I told you not to be rash. This is his territory. An idea flashed through De Huang's mind. What a coincidence. I just happened to have a bold idea. The night grew late. The moon was high in the sky. 2 servants on patrol saw De Huang. Xiao Lu asked, It's so late. What's De Huang doing running to the accounting office? Xiao Qi replied, He probably knows the master places special importance on the ledgers inside. So he's going to patrol and stand guard. Xiao Lu smiled. So that's it. He really is a loyal, spiritual hound. De Huang entered the room and began flipping through the account books. As a dog of integrity and noble character, doing something ungrateful, like murder and robbery, would inevitably weigh on my conscience. It's better to use commercial tactics, to openly and honorably uproot the Huang family. De Huang hid behind a wall. As a dog, there are many things I can't conveniently do myself, so I need a puppet, someone to act as my front on the stage. And the target I've chosen is the nearly bankrupt merchant, Wang Yud. Wang Yud clutched a wine jug, stumbling and muttering, It's over. It's all over. Huang Wanyan, that bastard. That son of a turtle. Suddenly, a large number of stray dogs appeared, surrounding him. He shouted, Get lost. Get the hell away from me. De Huang gave the order. Acting troop, hurry up. Stage crew, no unnecessary barking. No sticking your tongues out. And absolutely no relieving yourselves wherever you please. When this is done, there's a sausage in it for each of you. He's a superstitious fool. As long as I make a grand entrance, I can completely win him over. Wang had suddenly felt a chill. Since when were there so many stray dogs on E Street? De Huang lifted his paw. Cue the music. The pack of strays began to howl. Awoo! Woof woof! He cried out in fear. What do you want? Seeing his reaction, De Huang was quite pleased. Very good. This is exactly the reaction I wanted. Seeing his panic, the little goofy golden retriever stepped forward with an air of dignity. Yud was astonished. Could this be? The Huang put on an air that said, "Bow before my majesty." He thought to himself, a fox immortal. That's right. Isn't this scene straight out of the legends of the fox immortal revealing itself? Wait a minute. In the legends, the spirits are all fox fairies and the like. But foxes and dogs are pretty similar. Could it be just like in the stories? It will transform into a beautiful, gentle maiden, and then, with me, oh heavens, an old man like me. I don't know if I can handle it. De Huang looked at his expression. I guess. He must be scared to death right now. But still, why does he have such a weird look in his eyes? Wang Yud pursed his lips. Whatever. I have nothing left to lose anyway. So what if I die from having my essence drained? He threw open his shirt and declared loudly, "Fox immortal. Come and take me." De Huang was startled. What the hell? Why is he taking off his shirt? Sensing something was very wrong, the little golden retriever tossed a rolled-up scroll toward him. Then he gave the order to retreat. Let's get out of here, let's go. Is this guy nuts? Let's end this quick and find the next target. Seeing the pack of dogs turn and leave, Wang Yud was left dumbfounded. What's going on? Is that it? There's nothing else? The sound of chewing echoed from the end of the alley. A pack of stray dogs was devouring the sausages. De Huang sighed. That didn't go as planned. Aren't people of this era supposed to believe in animal spirits? You know, like the legend of the white snake or the tales from Liao Zhai. There are tons of stories like that. I have no idea how they came up with that stuff. Wang Yud picked up the scroll the fox immortal had tossed him and opened it. What is this? A drawing? No, characters. A line of text was written on it. As heaven moves with vigor, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-perfection. He gasped in astonishment. Heavens, this handwriting that looks like a dog's, scratching. Could it be that the fox immortal couldn't bear to see me so dejected and hopeless, unable to get back on my feet, that she personally wrote this to encourage me? He dropped to his knees and shouted, "Fox immortal, I, Wang Yud, will not fail you. I will strive to become a man worthy of you." Hearing this, De Huang rejoiced internally. Did my plan actually work? But why? When the world just happened, he suddenly thought. He just said, "worthy of you." What does that even mean? Oh, whatever. From now on, this guy is my puppet. And from this moment, I officially enter the commercial war of Gusu City. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, you damn system. Just you wait and see what I, Yong Shan, can do. Suddenly, another dog snatched his sausage. De Huang snarled. You bastard. Drop it. I was saving that sausage for a midnight snack. I am Wang Yud, the only son of the Wang family. Since childhood, my aptitude for cultivation was tested. The result was that I had no fate with the path of the immortals. The Taoist master said this child's constitution was a kind of ineptitude rarely seen in 100 years. Therefore, my father sent me to a private school. I was determined. If I cannot cultivate, then I can only study diligently. But after burying my nose in the classics for over 40 years, I still couldn't even pass the qualifying exams. After my father passed away, I inherited the family business. But then I ran into that scoundrel Huang Wanyan, who threw the market into chaos. I used all the knowledge I had accumulated in my life to face him. Unfortunately, that fiend Huang was too cunning. Despite my own brilliant calculations, the fortune my family had built over generations somehow vanished into thin air. I had resolved to drown my sorrows in wine from then on, and just waste away the rest of my life. But from that night, everything changed. The wine gourd dropped to the ground. A light shone in my eyes, because I had finally met the destined one of my life. Miss Fox Immortal. Miss Fox Immortal is gentle and thoughtful. Every night, she would come to see me in secret. She's like a fairy, bringing me inspiration and success, helping me regain my spirit, and restoring my will to fight. But in truth, just being able to see her makes me feel like I can do anything. Fox Immortal, I will definitely succeed. De Huang was secretly horrified. The brainwashing effect of these get-rich-quick schemes seems a little too strong. Man, the minds of ancient people sure are simple. But under her guidance, I started on my family's path of business once more. Wang Yud exchanged all the deeds to the Wang family properties for silver. He spent a large sum of money to hoard goods. Whatever medicinal pills there were on the market, I bought them all. A colleague tried to reason with him. Brother Yud, don't be rash. All the pills from Jiangnan are about to be shipped to Gusu. If you hoard pills now, you'll surely lose everything. Wang had said resolutely, "Don't stop me. I believe in Miss Fox Immortal. Miss Fox Immortal's foresight is godlike. She will help me gain the upper hand in business." Just then, a servant ran in shouting, "This is bad. The Huang family has bought up all the medicinal pills at the docks. Now the price is skyrocketing all over Gusu City. The major pharmacies are going crazy." Everyone was frozen on the spot. Oldie shouted, "Master Wang, sell your pills to me. I'll pay double the market price." Old Zhao made his offer. "I'll pay triple." Wang Yid replied with a calm expression, "Haha, of course, of course." Old He and Old Zhao were stunned. This time, the Wang family's fortune has tripled. You just mentioned Miss Fox Immortal. I can't believe she's so effective. Wang Yid quickly became an idol in the business world. He stood before everyone and said, Mencius once said, "When successful, aid the world. When in hardship, maintain your own integrity." The benevolent Miss Fox Immortal has permitted me to establish the Fox Immortal Society to help other merchants in need. An expert voiced his opinion, Chairman Wang. "This entry fee is too expensive. It's nearly half my family's assets." He leaned in and whispered, "You just need to introduce a few more friends to join the Fox Immortal Society, and your entry fee will be fully refunded. Miss Fox Immortal is here to help everyone. How could she be greedy for your money?" Before long, the Fox Immortal Society had become a major power, on par with the great families of Gusu City. A group of merchants knelt before a golden dog statue. "Thank you, Miss Fox Immortal, for your blessings." Wang Yi was filled with anxiety. The Fox Immortal has never appeared before anyone else, except me. And that was only that one very special time. De Huang thought to himself, "I used the Huang family's business intelligence that I saw from their accounting office to let Wang Yid build a reputation for me. Now in Gusu City, more than 70% of the small merchants have joined the Fox Immortal Society. The capital I can mobilize has reached tens of millions of taels. From now on, regarding the Huang family's information, I'll have much more room to manipulate things." As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Yud call out, "Miss Fox Immortal." He looked at him impatiently and barked once. And now there's music, and there's scattering flower petals. What's with all the fancy theatrics from this fool today? Old Wang's face was tense. He took out a jadeite pendant shaped like a dog's head. He said shyly, "My lady, this is a heart-linked amulet that I had specially commissioned for you. It is connected to my own amulet and my entire family fortune. From now on, you may use it as you please." De Huang was astonished. He's willingly handing over his entire fortune? He stammered, "Miss Fox Immortal, I have no other intentions. It's just..." He gave a cold laugh. "So that's how it is. It seems this fool has finally realized that once he loses my guidance, not only will he be unable to maintain his current lifestyle, but the merchants in the Fox Immortal Society will also eat him alive." Wang Yu continued awkwardly, I didn't know what you might like. I didn't dare buy something randomly. So I decided to just directly, I hope you can accept it." De Huang took the jade piece in his mouth. He calculated in his head, if he had a way out before, then now, besides obediently being my tool, he has no other path left. To be able to realize this point, it seems this guy isn't completely stupid after all. I was originally planning to eventually swallow the entire Wang family, but for someone who knows how to adapt, and it saved me a lot of trouble. System notification. The host currently possesses a total of 10,424,000 taels of silver, ranking 17th on the Gusu wealth chart. Seeing Qiu Xian accept the jade token, Wang Yu shouted with joy, She took it. She took it. Miss Qiu Xian, don't you worry. I'll keep working hard. De Huang, my boy, wait until I climb to the top of the Gusu business world. I'll make you a rich man with a life of luxury." This year's Gusu Merchant Guild meeting was unusually lively. Someone announced loudly, "Master Huang Wanyin of the Huang family has arrived." Old Yang clasped his hands in greeting. "Welcome, Master Huang. We are honored by your presence at this year's Gusu Merchant Guild." Huang Wanyin boomed, "Huh? I love networking with my fellow colleagues. An event this big in the business world? How could I possibly miss it?" Xiaoyan picked up a knife, eyeing De Huang. De Huang has been looking so down lately. Do you think he's sick? Or maybe we should just... Advisor Xiao frowned. The night watchmen say. The Huang often sneaks out of the residence at night. He's probably busy courting some female dog. Huang Wanyan smiled. Ah, to be young is a wonderful thing. A wonderful thing indeed. Advisor Xiao sighed with admiration. Even so, whenever you leave a residence, master, he insists on following. It just goes to show how benevolent and magnanimous you are. Even a dog is this loyal to you. How could we humble servants not devote ourselves to you? Until our dying day. De Huang shot the advisor a look of contempt. You're the one courting female dogs. If it weren't for this merchant guild meeting gathering all of Gusu's richest people, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Just then, a loud voice called from the entrance. Master Wang Yu of the Ancestral Society has arrived. He walked in, clasping his hands in greeting. Hello, everyone. His fawning expression was sickeningly fake. De Huang sighed. To whip that idiot Wang Yu into shape. I haven't had a decent rest in nearly a month. The whole reason I dragged myself here today was to get a look at the final rivals standing between me and my mission to become the richest man. Suddenly, the hall seemed to brighten. The great clans had arrived. Master Ling Xiao, head of the Ling family, has arrived. Master Qian Haoda, head of the Qian family, has arrived. Master Su Xian, head of the Su family, has arrived. Ling Xiao owned nearly half of the shops in Gusu, earning him the nickname Ling Half City. Even his gaze reeked of money. He said, Everyone, please be seated. Qian Haoda was the man behind Gusu's waterway shipping industry. He entered laughing heartily. I see we have some new friends this year. Su Xian, who controlled 70% of the pharmacies in Gusu, spoke coldly. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. This year, the Gusu Merchant Guild is being held to prepare for the Immortal Master Ascension event in Yangjo. This concerns the opportunity for Gusu's children to enter the cultivation sex. In previous years, our families have provided the manpower, while all of you contributed goods and money. However, the Gusu market has been volatile this year. As a result, pills, spirit jades, and other items are all in short supply. The contributions from every family are down by half compared to previous years. He saw Huang Wanyan casually sipping his tea and shot him a sharp glance. His tone was accusatory. Master Wang, don't you too think you owe everyone an explanation? De Huang thought to himself, here it comes. These deeply rooted, established families. An ordinary merchant has no hope of standing against them. Qian Haoda said, Now, don't say that. We're all family here. What's there to explain? That little bit of shortfall. The two of you can just cover it. Ling Xiao added, It's only 3 million taels. That's nothing to the two of you. Hearing this, De Huang guessed. They may have gotten lazy with their own businesses. But as soon as a juicy enough target appears, they'll swarm in and take a huge bite. Looks like we're about to bleed a lot of money. But as long as I can get through this, I'll be able to launch the next phase of my plan. Ling Xiao and Su Xian laid their cards on the table. And we mean gold, old Qian affirmed. But of course, De Huang was horrified. Gold? How is that even possible? In this world, gold is worth more than 10 times as much as silver. Forget 3 million taels of gold. Even 3 million taels of silver. This isn't just taking a bite. They want to swallow the Huang family and all the small merchants of the Qian society whole. Wang Yud slammed his fist on the table and roared, Don't even think about it. This is all money belonging to the great Qian. I'll never give it to you. Huang Wanyan let out a cold laugh. My, 3 million taels of gold. That's certainly not a small sum. The Imperial Court's annual tax revenue. I doubt even that amounts to so much, does it? Ling Xiao said coldly. Then this is a problem. If you two refuse to be reasonable, and it affects the Immortal Master Ascension. When the cultivation sects come looking to place blame, I fear it won't be an easy conversation. Master Huang burst out laughing. Ha. You gentlemen are joking. I, Huang, am a legitimate businessman. 1, I don't break the law. 2, I don't go against regulations. What is there to be blamed for? Even if you took this to the magistrate's office, you wouldn't have a case. De Huang looked at him, delighted. He handled it. Looks like this old fatty still has plenty of strength. Good. As long as you can hold the line for a while. I'll have the room I need to operate. Qian Haoda chuckled darkly. The magistrate's office, the law. Master Huang, this is Jiangnan, and this is Gusu City. After the Gusu Merchant Guild meeting concluded, Huang Wanyan returned to his residence. Xiaoyan was furious. Those old men are so arrogant and bossy. Just looking at them makes me mad. Xiaoyan hugged a Huang so tightly. It made him yelp. Master Huang suddenly asked old Xiao, "What's the deal with that Xiao Xian society? I've never paid it much mind." Advisor Xiao immediately replied, "A few months ago, Wang Yi claimed he received guidance from a goddess of wealth. He gathered a group of small merchants to form the Ancestral Society. They've been following our lead, stockpiling goods and speculating, and they've profited handsomely from it. He acts decisively, always one step ahead of us, almost as if he receives inside information beforehand. A good portion of the money we've lost in Gusu has ended up in their pockets." The Huang grunted and hopped to the floor. Inside, he thought, decisive? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into training that idiot? Huang Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I thought they were innocent merchants caught in our crossfire. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. Advisor Xiao was puzzled. I just don't know where they're getting their information. It's possible we have a mole in our own residence. But the study is guarded day and night, and a Huang patrols there often. There's no way an outsider could get in. Old Huang laughed. Forget it, forget it. Don't worry about him. It's not these small profits I'm after. We just need to keep making our money. As for catching this spy, we could just leave that to the Huang. With that, he playfully ruffled his pet dog's fur. The Huang calculated the situation. With this negotiation having fallen apart, the Huang family and the Gusu clans are now at open war. I need to get to the study later and see what plans old Huang has. He wagged his tail happily, playing the part of the good boy. After all, with the Huang family drawing all the fire up front, I can just hide in the back and reap the rewards like a fisherman in troubled waters. I'm going to make a fortune. Xiaoyan suddenly pinched his cheek. Master, she said. If we catch the spy, then we won't have a use for the Huang anymore, right? He's gotten so fat. It'd be a real shame not to put him in the pot. The Huang yelped in fury. Just wait until you all fall. This entire city of Gusu will be mine. You damn girl, stop pinching. Pinch me again, and I'll drop this whole act. At that moment, at the Wuji sect in Yangjo, the disciples chattered amongst themselves. In a few days, we have to make a trip to Gusu City. Lucian was very curious. A boring task like collecting tributes. Isn't that always handled by the outer disciples? Why would the immortal master send us? Despite her words, the young woman thought to herself, well, a trip out will be fun anyway. Meng Xiaohua said in a low voice. Word has come from the Gusu clans. They say an immortal-seeking society has appeared in the city, bewitching the people. The elders fear that demons are at work, so they've sent us to investigate. Zhang Shifan exclaimed, Oh, slaying demons and exorcising evil. Protecting the common people. For cultivators like us, it's a duty we cannot refuse. After the Gusu merchant conflict, the Huang family and the Gusu clans declared war. Both sides squeezed each other, mobilizing tens of millions of taels in capital. For a time, the commodity market of Gusu City was thrown into a bloodbath. A merchant wailed, sob, my money sob, it's all gone. Everything's gone. Seeing this scene, the Huang laughed heartily. Haha, this chaotic situation is the perfect opportunity for me, Yong Shan, to rise. The Immortal-Seeking Society was originally just a group of small merchants huddling together for warmth. Wang Yud went around handing out flyers. Gentlemen, would you be interested in learning about the Immortal-Seeking Society? But in the eyes of the truly great merchants, they were just pitiful nobodies. Someone sneered at him. Stop dreaming. Only poor, ignorant fools would entrust their family fortune to a failed businessman. Old Mo said sarcastically, Wang Yud, are you really trying to drag us into your immortal-seeking society? Haha. But 1 second he was mocking someone else, and the next, a servant girl rushed in to report. Master, this is bad. The price of spirit jade has plummeted. All of our stock is just sitting in the warehouse. Old Mo was so distraught he wanted to jump off a building. Don't stop me. Let me die. In Gusu City right now, even for a wealthy merchant with a fortune of millions, one wrong step could mean losing everything. Huang Wanyan sighed. Life is so good. Why would anyone want to throw it all away? In the Huang family study, Huang Wanyan gave his order. The game is heating up. Hurry up and bankrupt those Gusu clans. Strategist Xiao replied, Yes, master. Under your brilliant arrangements, we have 2 large cargo ships, arriving in a few days. At that time, we just need to— De Huang lay to one side, calmly eavesdropping. The news was quickly delivered into Wang Yud's hands. Only I, the immortal seeker, the one who can predict the future, can help them find fortune and avoid disaster in this chaos. He looked at the scroll, listing the Huang family's recent cargo. Top secret. Wang Yud said, "Thank you for your grace, Lord Immortal Seeker. I will certainly not fail you." At this time, the Rixing Bank was bustling with people. "Old Master Huang, here are your account books. All the daily necessities have been unloaded." He laughed smugly. It's hot out. You've worked hard." 2 others nearby were discussing something. "Have you heard about the Immortal Seeking Society?" The man next to him replied, "A friend of mine keeps mentioning it. Could it really be that miraculous?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was poking and teasing De Huang. At this moment, Wang Yud was still holding flyers, trying to persuade merchants. "Gentlemen, if we stand united, under the blessing of our great ancestor," De Huang continued to use Wang Yud like this, spreading his own reputation and easily expanding the Immortal Seeking Society throughout all of Gusu. Even so, many people still looked down on him, despite old Wang's pleading. "Just let me finish. Please, gentlemen, don't go." In the end, Yud successfully established a membership system. He presented it to De Huang, saying, "Lord Immortal Seeker, this is the list of new members who have joined. I have organized it all. This is the list of goods we are preparing to import tomorrow. And this is the investment we just received, after paying the interest to the old members. The rest can all be used for investment." De Huang thought to himself, "The assets I can mobilize are also growing rapidly. I've made even more profit from the struggle between these 2 powers." Wang Yud suddenly took out a sausage and said, "Lord Immortal Seeker, this is a sausage I specially ordered for you from Taichou long ago. Take a look." De Huang smacked it to the ground with one paw. He gave a fawning smile and said, "Then I'll just leave it here for you. Is there anything else I can do? Just give a word." And just like that, while the Huang family and the Gusu clans fought relentlessly, the Immortal Seeking Society snowballed, growing larger and larger. Merchants flocked to join them. Oldie said, "Brother Yud, I hear your business has been booming lately. I wonder if you could bring us along for the ride." He gave a warm smile and said, "Welcome, welcome. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Allow me to introduce you to the hope of all Gusu merchants, the Immortal Seeking Society, the Lord Immortal Seeker." In the end, the Immortal Seeking Society became unstoppable, growing ever stronger. In the Huang residence, Huang Wanyan exclaimed, "My, oh my, we've lost quite a bit of money recently. It seems the clans have some talented people on their side after all." Strategist Xiao said, "Master, it's not the Gusu clans. It's the Immortal Seeking Society that has taken advantage of our conflict. They played the fishermen and reaped the benefits, causing us to lose a significant amount of money for nothing. The Gusu clans fighting against us was nothing more than a false front. The Immortal Seeking Society took the opportunity to take several painful bites out of them. Now, they are on the verge of bankruptcy." Old Huang picked up the lid of his teacup, gently brushing the rim. He replied nonchalantly, "So that's how it is. That Wang Yud fellow is quite a talent. He promised them everything. But the clan's final move is about to arrive. System assessment. De Huang possesses assets worth 27 million taels, ranking 5th on the Gusu rich list." He laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. What wealthy merchant clans. They're nothing but a field of leeks for me to harvest at will." Wang Yud looked at the Immortal Seeker with an adoring expression and said, "Actually, most of the money I've deposited into an account at Rixing Bank. You can withdraw it at any time." De Huang calculated. "The only ones standing in my way now, besides the few who haven't joined the society, is that fat old man, Huang. These great merchants who have grown fat and full by following me. It's time for the slaughter." Old Wang tied a red silk ribbon onto a solid gold chest. "I specifically brought these things out to put in the room. This way, it will feel more ceremonial." De Huang couldn't be bothered with him, focusing on his own plans. The toughest nut to crack is that fat old man, Huang. What a useless bunch of clans. I was hoping both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, one side imploded on its own, And that fat old man, Huang, is out of options. Yid said shyly. What I mean is, it's a betrothal gift. De Huang looked out the door. Rather than this, I might as well expand my own power. Getting rid of that fat Huang is just a matter of time. Damn system. See? There's no one left who can stop me now. Huh. Suddenly, old Wang mustered all his courage and said, if you don't mind, Lord Immortal Seeker, the golden-furred dog finally turned his head to look at him, right? I wasn't paying attention to what this fool was mumbling about earlier. His heart pounded. He said loudly, Lord Immortal Seeker, please marry. But before he could finish his sentence, both of them were startled by a shout from the courtyard. Where is Wang Yud, the leader of the Immortal Seeking Society? The door was kicked open with a loud bang. A figure as graceful as an immortal, holding a long sword, shouted, Immortal Master of the Wuji sect, Meng Xiaohua. Here by order. Her features were beautiful, but her voice was as cold as ice. To slay demons and exorcise evil. Wang Yud stepped forward and said respectfully, this humble citizen, Wang Yud, respectfully welcomes the Immortal Master. Ling Xiao pointed and accused. Immortal Master. This is the one. Wang Yud is in league with demons. Wang Yud looked utterly bewildered. He asked Clan Head Ling, what are you talking about? What demons? The head of the Ling family roared. Still trying to deny it? You conspired with a dog demon. You established the Fox Immortal Society and brought disaster upon the people. My Ling family has specially invited the Immortal Masters of the Wuji sect to seek justice for the suffering people of Gusu City. Wang Yud, hand over that bewitching dog demon now. Inside, De Huang was horrified. What the hell? So this world actually has people who specialize in hunting demons? Damn it. Wang Yud will definitely use this chance to break free from my control. Everything I've worked for will go down the drain. A wise man knows when to retreat. Saving my own skin comes first. This place. Yong Shan will be back. With that said, he grabbed a bag of jewels and slung it over himself. He then snatched a sausage and prepared to flee. Suddenly, Wang Yud spoke. Venerable Immortal Master. There is no such thing as a fox immortal in this world. It was merely a lie I fabricated to deceive those merchants. Hearing this, De Huang froze. What? This idiot. He didn't sell me out? Old Wang gently tried to reason with them. If not for that lie, how could they have so willingly offered their family fortunes to me? Ling Xiao was furious. Who doesn't know what kind of man you are, Wang Yud? Without a dog demon's guidance. How could you possibly? Enough, Meng Xiaohua shouted. I don't have time to listen to you two argue. He took out a talisman. With a whoosh, he threw it at Wang Yud. You are not qualified to lie in front of me. Xiaohua unleashed the thunder punishment of a myriad blades. A golden light enveloped old Wang. He screamed in agony. Arg, I'm not lying. The sausage fell to the ground with a thud. De Huang was stunned. What is he doing? Yud gasped for breath and said, I know you all look down on me. I am ignorant and incompetent. I've accomplished nothing my entire life. But this time is different. The one who bewitched the people and established the Fox Immortal Society was me. The one who disrupted the market and cheated my colleagues was me. The one who was insatiably greedy and stole their wealth was also me. There is no Fox Immortal in this world. All of these things were done by me alone. It was me, Wang Yud. It was me, Wang Yud. He stood up. Xiaohua withdrew the lightning technique. Ling Xiao said, Immortal Master, don't be deceived by this scoundrel. Xiaohua replied, this is the righteous energy of heaven and earth. If there was a demonic creature nearby, it would have certainly triggered a phenomenon with the lightning technique. He watched Wang Yud collapse to the ground with a thud. Xiaohua added, when I cast the spell, this man showed no trace of the demonic aura one would have after coming into contact with a demon. He is nothing more than a shameless, greedy merchant. De Huang looked up. So I'm not the demon they're talking about. That's right. The damn system turned me into a dog. Not a demon dog. I'm just an innocent little puppy, slaying demons and exorcising evil. What's it got to do with me? Looking at Yud's pathetic state, he sighed. This guy took a beating for nothing for so long. He really is an idiot. Old Wang struggled to his feet. He clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Immortal Master, for your clear judgment. Meng Xiaohua drew his sword and said, Since it has been confirmed that this matter does not involve demons, then a scoundrel merchant like this can be dealt with in a single strike, with one slash of his sword. He ended Wang Yud's tragic life. Wang Yud fell with a thud. He lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. Ling Xiao said, "Thank you, immortal master, for ridding the people of this pest. You have returned clear skies to Gusu City." Meng Xiaohua replied, "Let's go. There are still many remnants of the Fox Immortal Society to deal with." De Huang was in utter shock. Wang Yud's eyes fluttered open. He mouthed the words, "My Lady Fox Immortal." De Huang gently nudged his head. "You idiot. Hang in there." Old Wang smiled brightly. Are you all right? Then that's good. Haha. This way. My entire life wasn't completely useless, was it? To have met you was truly wonderful. Meanwhile, at the Fox Immortal Society, old Mo and his cronies were kowtowing on the ground. "We were all deceived by that demon." Wang Yud, a member of the Wuji sect, pointed his sword and bellowed, "You villains who colluded with demons, prepare to die." Xiaobing sighed. Sigh. The human heart is greedy. You harm others and you harm yourselves. If there's a next life, do not be wicked. The true fire of Samadhi incinerated the Fox Immortal Society. The flames raged furiously. Seeing this scene, De Huang couldn't contain his fury. These damned noble families. They even brought a bunch of monsters with them to just openly break down doors and go on a killing spree. Calm down. Calm down. That fatso Huang didn't join the Fox Immortal Society. He won't be implicated. I still have a chance to turn the tables. Just you wait. I will make you all pay. De Huang raced towards the Huang residence. At that moment, Huang Wanyan was sitting at a table. A servant was pouring him wine. A member of the Wuji sect said, "Huang Wanyan, you oppressed your colleagues, disrupted the market, violated the natural harmony. This crime is worthy of death. Wuji sect's immortal master, Zhang Chufan, is hereby ordered to deliver justice." He unleashed the evil purging strike. Old Huang was completely unfazed. He laughed loudly. "Ha! A crime worthy of death." Xiaoyan immediately channeled her internal energy to block the sword strike. With a series of sharp clangs, Xiaoyan said with annoyance, "You're so noisy. Can't you see we're busy? This is a 65-year-old vintage. If you make me spill it, can you afford to repay me?" Zhang Chufan was terrified, projecting her true qi. "This maid is also an immortal master." Huang Wanyan roared with laughter. "What show of power! The Wuji sect's arcane light. I've heard of it. The Wuji sect truly lives up to its name as the head of the 6 great sections. With a single phrase, a crime worthy of death, you can immediately pass judgment and sentence. You act as you speak. How truly majestic." "Ha!" Chufan said coldly. "How my immortal sect conducts its affairs is not for a mere mortal like you to judge. Don't think you can act so arrogantly here just because you have one immortal master protecting you." With a whoosh, numerous Wuji sect disciples appeared. Meng Xiaohua said, "Senior brother Zhang, the sinner Wang Yud has been executed." Lu Qian looked at the girl and said, "Is this woman a rogue cultivator? She looks even younger than me." Xiaoling lowered her head and said, "What a pity to walk the crooked path and aid the wicked." Chu Fan declared, "We, the 7 sons of Wuji, have gathered in Gusu to exorcise demons and defend the righteous path. We have laid down the grand demon-slaying formation. None of you will leave here alive today." He glanced at Advisor Xiao. "Not even with that immortal lord behind you." A sharp aura radiated from him. "I see. Sword chi that pierces the heavens, as expected of a golden core immortal lord. Moreover, he's a war emperor, one who excels at unarmed close combat." Advisor Xiao said coldly, "This old servant is merely a loyal attendant to the master. I have only my loyalty. Nothing else is worth mentioning. How could I dare to call myself an emperor or a lord?" Huang Wanyan stood up and said, "Old Xiao, have the people in the residence been arranged?" He replied, "Rest assured, master. Everything has been taken care of." Old Huang laughed. "Good. That's good. I've seen enough of the immortal sect's attitude, and I've had my fun in Gusu City. Huh. Since everything is arranged, then let's go home." An astonishing aura erupted. Old Xiao replied, "As you command." A deafening roar echoed through the sky. The Wuji sect disciples activated the grand demon-slaying formation. Chu Fan ordered, Don't let the fiends escape. His junior brothers and sisters replied in unison, yes. Advisor, Xiao instructed Xiaoyan. Protect the master. Xiaoyan replied, I know. Leave it to me. He unleashed the Wuji arcane light. The oppressive might of the grand demon-slaying formation bore down on them. At that moment, inside the golden-haired dog's private room, the sound of things being thrown about echoed. Thump, thump, thump. De Huang held up a jade pendant. Found it, he said. The Qiuxian command token. With this, and combining my assets with that fatso Huang's, I can turn this whole city of Gusu upside down. I'm going all in. Even if it means joining forces with that fat bastard Huang to extend the mission timer. I'll make damn sure you scumbags don't rest in peace. Just as De Huang stepped outside, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Wait, what the hell is happening in the front courtyard? Before he could even process it, a world-shaking shockwave slammed into him. De Huang scrambled toward the source of the blast. He stared at the deep, still smoldering crater before him. How did things turn out like this? He thought. The Ling residence. It was a clear morning. Lu Qian slumped exhaustedly onto the table. Damn, I'm dead tired. We were up all night. But we finally wiped out every last member of the Qiuxian society, including their leader, Wang Yid. 784 people, all executed. But we found no trace of Yuma's activities. Liao Yang reminded her with some embarrassment, Sister, we have outsiders here. Try to be a little more dignified. On the other side, Liang Bing was filled with regret. He sighed. It's a shame my skills are lacking. In the end, I still let that treacherous merchant Huang Wanyan escape. I'm truly ashamed. Zhang Chufan clapped him on the shoulder comfortingly. It can't be helped. Who would have thought a mere merchant would have a monster by his side capable of shattering a sword formation with his bare hands? The various masters of the great families standing nearby, however, were beaming. We thank you, immortal masters, for dispensing justice and eliminating evil, and returning clear skies to Gusu City. They even bowed respectfully. Lu Qian gave them an order. One more thing. Starting today, the tribute from Gusu City is doubled. I expect you all to prepare it swiftly. Hearing this, the faces of the family masters turned pale. Doubled? They cried out. They immediately protested. Immortal master, with all due respect, isn't that a bit too much? The words had barely left his mouth when a ball of lightning shot forward, striking them squarely in the back. Everyone watched as Lu Qian struck without a shred of mercy. Their eyes bulged in pain as they let out blood-curdling screams. Lu Qian's gaze was completely devoid of pity. We helped you clean up your competition. All we're asking is to double the tribute. Is there a problem? Liao Yang looked at them coldly. You all indulged them, allowed the situation to fester, and let Gusu City fall into chaos. Wasn't this your goal all along? At these words, the color drained from everyone's faces. They began begging for their lives in unison. Immortal Master, spare us. A few of them even kowtowed, confessing their guilt. Zhang Chufan ran over to console them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Just then, Meng Xiaohua spoke up. The immortal sects do not interfere in mortal affairs. She explained coolly, as long as it doesn't affect the tribute for the Ascension ceremony. Trivial matters like who controls Gusu City are of no concern to us. The family masters were scared out of their wits. They bowed and pleaded, please rest assured, immortal masters. We will go and prepare this year's tribute at once. A moment later, they scurried back to their room. Qian Haoda's face was a mask of panic. Brother Ling, this was far too risky to actually plot against the immortal sects. One wrong step, and we would have all been dead without a proper burial. Su Xian paced back and forth anxiously. Our family coffers are empty now. How are we supposed to come up with this doubled tribute? However, it seemed Ling Xiao already had a plan. He snorted, it's fine. As long as we divide the assets of those criminals from the Qiuxian society, we'll have the money, won't we? Hearing that, another family master's eyes lit up like lanterns. He laughed loudly. Huh, as expected of Brother Ling. Brilliant. Ha ha. Su Xian nodded in agreement. That's right. That's the wealth of the entire city of Gusu. From now on, Gusu City will be ours. Then, the three of them hurried to the Rixing Bank, only to be met with terrible news. What did you say? None of those merchants whose assets were seized have any money. The manager explained to them. All the merchants' funds were handed over to the Chiosian Society for unified management. Ling Xiao immediately cut in, demanding, "Then where's the Ancestral Society's money? Isn't it all in Wang Yud's account token?" The manager quickly replied, "The money in Wang Yud's account token was transferred out early this morning using a concentric token." After hearing this, Ling Xiao grabbed the manager by the collar, his eyes wild with madness. "Are you messing with me? That old scoundrel Wang Yud. Who could he possibly have a concentric token with?" Behind them, Qian Haoda cried out in panic. "Brother Ling, I'm completely bankrupt now. I was counting on that money to save me." Su Xian was also losing his mind. "The most important thing right now is the tribute for the immortal sex. If we can't deliver it, we're all doomed." Ling Xiao was so furious, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Xian frantically called out to those around him, "Quickly, bring my medicine kit. Brother Ling, you can't pass out now." Qian Haoda shook him relentlessly. "Tell us, what do we do now?" Ling Xiao thrashed on the ground, wailing, "Who did this? Who stole our money? Who else could the culprit be but Yong Shan?" He scoffed. "A bunch of useless fools." The system's voice rang out. "Host possesses 73 million taels of silver. Ranking first in Gusu City. Primary mission. Wealth of a region. Goal. Become the richest merchant in Gusu City. Reward points, 30. System confirmation. Primary mission complete. Reward points received. You have successfully unlocked your human form. Daily consumption, 10 points. The human form can provide the host with many conveniences. When needed, reward points can be used to exchange for usage time. Please enjoy the pleasure of walking on 2 feet. As all top merchants have been eliminated, congratulations to the host for luckily completing the primary mission at the last minute. We trust you now understand that every world has its own rules. Rashly making judgments based on your own subjective experience will lead to many mistakes. In a single night, Huang Wanyan escaped. Wang Yu died, and the Chiosian Society was annihilated. All of the host's plans were clearly idiotic and laughable. Yong Shan angrily clenched the jade token in his hand. The system consoled him. The relationships and assets that the host painstakingly built up, in the face of the true power of the cultivation sex, are utterly worthless. He muttered, "The cultivation sex. True power." Yang Shan's lips curled into a grin. "Interesting." He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This is really interesting. In this world, through cultivation, a person can actually possess power that surpasses wealth and authority." He pointed a finger to the sky. "System, I really like this world you've designed for me." The system carefully instructed him. "If you think so, then let us proceed." A series of main quests appeared on the screen. Mission: embark on the path of cultivation. Mission objective: choose one of the 6 great sects and become a core disciple. Pingdao Immortal Society, Qingjin Sect, Shursen Zaimen, Luhua Valley, Wuji Sect, Wenxin Pavilion. Yang Shan grinned with excitement. The 6 great sects, huh? System, you really get me. Hey. He cursed under his breath. The bastards who killed Wang Yud and ruined my plans came from these 6 great sects. Yang Shan vowed with determination. "I told you, I would make you all pay." He clenched the Wuji Sect's teleportation orb. "Wuji Sect, here I come." On the other side, Xiao Yun's voice rang out. "Master, it's been 3 days." Huang Wanyan, sitting under a tree, inquired about the situation. "Still no news of De Huang?" Xiao Yun reported to him. "We've had people searching the city for days, but we haven't found him." Xiao Yun clicked her tongue, her face full of regret. "If I'd known this would happen, I would have just cooked him into a hot pot myself. We fattened him up so nicely, too." Tisk. Steward Xiao looked regretful. "I never imagined the Wuji sect would send their core disciples, the strongest of the younger generation, just to kill a bunch of merchants. We left in such a hurry." Suddenly, Huang Wanyan let out a hearty laugh. He said decisively. "Oh, haha. They take it that seriously? Seems the Xianmin sects aren't as detached from the mortal world as they claim." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. "The half-year deadline I set with that brat is here. Looks like I can't wait for the Huang any longer. Let's prepare to return to Jinsheng." Butler Xiao could only obey. "As you command." The next day, when he returned, Everyone held a ceremony to welcome His Majesty. In this world, to cultivate immortality, one must first master martial arts. The path of a martial artist is divided into 7 realms. Initiation, foundation, body tempering, energy transformation, aperture opening, chi in blood, and Xiantian. Only through arduous training to reach the Xiantian realm can one perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and earn the right to practice immortal arts. At the top are the 6 great sects. The various immortal sects, large and small, periodically hold examinations for young Xiantian martial artists everywhere. Those who pass the examination are accepted into a sect and taught the magic of immortal cultivation. Thus, they transform from mortal to immortal, becoming a lofty immortal master. This event is also known as the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trial. Main quest: embark on the path of cultivation. Mission objective: join one of the 6 great sects. Become an inner disciple. Success reward: 800 reward points. Unlock the attribute interface. End failure before taking action. The system instructed Yong Shan. This mission still has no time limit. The host is invited to proceed as they see fit. At the same time, Yong Shan, in his Dahuang form, was training diligently to participate in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trial and complete the mission. I have to reach the Xiantian realm of martial arts first. He cursed inwardly. Damn system. You really think this is enough to stop me? I'll show you the willpower of a salaried worker. Just as he thought that, his thigh bone snapped in half from the strain. He yelped, woof woof. The bone made a cracking sound. The dog's barks echoed through the courtyard, reaching the heavens. Even passers-by were startled. Vuif, 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 vuif. Yong Shan howled pitifully. I must have been out of my mind to use this dog's body to practice this crazy stuff. Damn it. I don't even have hands. He began to calculate. But even if I spend reward points to turn human and cultivate, my progress will still be incredibly slow. Just then, Yong Shan habitually stretched. The pain sent his whole body into convulsions. He screamed, ah. After changing back into a person, Yong Shan started cursing up a storm. Damn system. You must have locked my cultivation talent. The constitution of an unlucky, sedentary shut-in. He then set off for Treasure Street. Yong Shan carefully examined the various fabrics, calculating. Every inch of land is an inch of gold. This is the most prosperous street in the city. Absolutely perfect. A taste of the world's splendors. This is the Liuji Silk Shop. I only have 300 points left from the first mission. Maintaining my human form costs 10 points a day. He even brought the fabric right up to his face to inspect it. If I'm careful with my spending, it should be enough to participate in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trial held in Yangjo a month from now. This is the Liuji Silk Shop. Seeing him hesitate, the owner looked very impatient and shooed him away. Get out, now. My tailor shop only uses the finest Jinling brocade. Even if we sold you, you couldn't afford it. But Yong Shan paid him no mind. He was only worried that, if I spend all my points this time and still don't complete the mission, next time I'll have to compete in my dog form. And yet, the shop owner kept nagging and cursing in his ear. Treasure Street in Gusu is the most luxurious place in all of Jiangnan. He even made a malicious comment. The things here, a hungry ghost like you doesn't even have a right to look at them. Yong Shan immediately spun around. He slapped a token on the man's face. He ordered arrogantly, take it, swipe it. The owner's face instantly turned pale. This is the highest tier token from Rixing Bank. Yong Shan walked over and touched the most splendid set of clothes. I'll change into this one. Wrap up the rest. He cursed. They say the main quest has no penalty, no time limit. They're clearly trying to set a death trap for me. The owner immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, father. Oh no. Sir, I'll get right on it for you. Yong Shan thought smugly. Damn system. You thought you were so clever? Thought you could stop me? He continued on to the exotic weapon workshop. The owner smelled money. He wouldn't stop trying to sell him things. Young master. All the weapons here were forged by famous masters using heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yong Shan made a lavish decision. Buy it all. Afterwards, he cleared out the precious jade and pearl shop. The shop owner pitched. These are all the highest quality spirit jades and pearls. An excellent choice to aid in cultivation, nourish the kidneys, and promote longevity. Yong Shan didn't hesitate. Buy it all. He moved on to spring return hall. The owner pulled him aside. Young master, we have all kinds of spirit pills to strengthen your foundation and restore your origin, to heal wounds and save your life, to nourish your yin and strengthen your yang. We have everything. He repeated the same words. Buy it all. It wasn't until a shop presented a rather strange item that he had to seriously consider it. But the shop owner sweetly persuaded him. This 7-treasure exquisite pheasant can enhance virility and boost arousal. It's a perfect match for a dashing and romantic young master like yourself. Yong Shan was sick of hearing it, but he accepted anyway. Fine. I'll buy this too. Finally, he arrived at the 10,000 gold pavilion. As soon as Yong Shan arrived, he was shocked to find all the managers of the major shops on the street lined up on both sides to welcome him. Young master, come take a look in our shop. They shouted in unison. Young master, our shop's goods are the best. Young master, look over here at mine. Yong Shan gave a devilish smile. Going to each house is too much trouble. How about this? In the end, he boldly made a shocking decision. All the rare and exotic treasures on this street. I'm buying it all. The entire street erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Thank you, young master. In the evening, he returned to the Gusu docks. Yong Shan stretched and yawned. I'm exhausted. Spending money really is a hassle. The tired workers carrying the goods asked from behind him, Young master, we've delivered the things you bought, but where should we put them for you? Yong Shan seemed a bit impatient. He casually requested, just load them straight onto the boat. The workers looked around. One of them said, what small boat could possibly hold this much stuff? Suddenly, someone shouted, look, it's the Lin Xian flower boat. The most luxurious flower boat. Why has it suddenly come to our Gusu? They immediately recognized the sign. The legendary lady man. As beautiful as a fairy. Even the top courtesans of Gusu can't compare to her. Everyone couldn't help but cast looks of admiration. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to see her this time. They were practically drooling just looking at it. Stop dreaming. A single cup of wine on that boat costs 100 taels of silver. Can you afford that? Yong Shan chuckled to himself. Hith. The boat is here. The dragon-shaped flower boat docked, stopping perfectly right in front of Yong Shan. Mama Xia stepped out to check. This young master, are you the one who booked the Lin Xian flower boat? With that, she introduced a lineup of the famous women on board. Our Yin Yu has a charming figure. Mu Dan is gentle and obedient. Ru Yin is graceful and talented. I wonder which young lady the young master would like to serve him wine this time. Yong Shan strode forward boldly. I want all of them. Mama Xia was stunned. He brazenly hit on the middle-aged woman as well. Including you. This entire Lin Xian flower boat. I'm buying it all. The 7 realms of martial arts. Those known as cultivation geniuses from a young age. Still need many years to reach Xiantian. For an ordinary person, it requires a half-lifetime of arduous training. As for me, Yong Shan, I will surpass all of them within a month. He leaned back. A beautiful woman in each arm. Show me the power of money. Yong Shan shouted in a loud voice. Destination Yangjo. Set sail. After the boat departed, it floated lazily on the river. That evening, Lian Man asked Mama Xia, why did you sell the Forest of Flowers pleasure boat? The woman sighed thoughtfully. She confided in the girl. Man, Mama didn't want to. This flower boat was the dream I worked half my life for. But that young master Yong, she suddenly burst into laughter, full of admiration. He just offered too much. Just a moment ago, Yong Shan had generously sealed the deal. 100,000 taels of silver. Everything on this flower boat is now mine. Mama Xia couldn't resist the temptation of greed. Hee. With this kind of money, I won't have to work another day in my life. She fantasized. First, I'll buy a few thousand acres of land. Then, I'll raise 17 or 18 pretty boys. Lian Man asked, confused, Mama Xia, what about your dream? Mama Xia quickly changed the subject. That, man, young Master Yang asked you to visit his room tonight. She admitted yes. Mama promised to let you remain a virgin courtesan. But now the boat, hearing that, Lian Man could only sigh. Lian Man accepted her fate. So be it. What courtesan in this world doesn't entertain guests? When he bought the entire flower boat, I already knew this would be the outcome. Lian Man requested softly, Mama Xia, please leave first. Let me have a moment alone. Mama Xia stood up immediately. Then I'll go out first. Man, don't blame Mama. Actually, the moment she left, Lian Man broke into a seductive smile. Hee. Lu Man had already started scheming in her head. Let's see. How can I completely capture this wealthy young Master Yang? On the other side, Mama Xia arrived at Yong Shan's door and knocked. Knock. Young Master, I've brought Man for you. He blurted out, woof. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong. He quickly shut his mouth. He immediately chose to revert to his human form. A moment later, Yong Shan spoke. Ahem, come in. Mama Xia's face was a picture of astonishment. Her face beaming, she pushed Lu Man into the room. Come in. Man, hurry inside for the young master to have a look. Lu Man's long, flowing hair billowed in the breeze. She greeted him gently. Man pays her respects to the young master. Mama Xia looked at him. With a dazed expression, she asked, Young master? Yong Shan grabbed Lu Man by the collar. He pushed Mama Xia out. There's nothing for you here. Don't let anyone disturb us tonight. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. Lian Man felt that Yong Shan's attitude was a bit strange. She took the initiative to introduce herself. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Man knows a little of each. I wonder if the young master would like to hear me play the zither first, or perhaps. Yong Shan suddenly pinned Lu Man against the wall. He whispered in her ear, I hear you're still a virgin. Lian Man was stunned. The next second, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Yes, Man is still pure. Lian Man stammered. I hope the young master will be gentle. After hearing this, Yong Shan made a blunt request. Good. Open your mouth. Lu Man's eyes widened. Open my mouth? However, she still obediently opened her mouth. Suddenly, a pill was shoved into her mouth. Lian Man was shocked. Yong Shan ordered coldly, swallow it. Man's eyes welled with tears. She coughed and said, cough. Young master, even without an aphrodisiac, Man will still serve you with all her heart. She tried to keep chewing. Suddenly, Yong Shan leaned in close and asked, What do you feel now? Lian Man started to speak incoherently. How else could one feel after taking this kind of pill? Does Man really need to say it out loud? Yong Shan urged her, speak now. Tell me in detail. Lian Man gently rubbed her shoulder and said, It feels like a warm current is flowing into my body. All the meridians in my body are hot and numb. Lian Man described excitedly. Then all the qi and blood gathered in my abdomen. As she spoke, her voice seemed to catch. It's like. Lu Man's demeanor changed 180 degrees. She said excitedly, becoming full of vitality. Man turned her head. She saw Yong Shan rapidly writing everything down. It seems the Dragon Tiger Great Strength Pill can increase one's constitution at the same time. Scribble. Then tell me how you feel. At that moment, Lian Man was facing a whole table of great strength pills and bone-fortifying pills. She asked, confused, Why do you need a young lady to take this kind of pill? Yong Shan urged her. Don't just stand there gawking. I'm worried my constitution is special. He carefully instructed her. The effects of the medicine might be different from others. I need to compare it with your reaction to judge. His room was filled with all kinds of pills. Within an hour, each of these pills was worth more than 100,000 taels. If it wasn't for the fact that martial arts initiation required a virgin body, it wouldn't have been her turn to test the medicine. Lu Man cried out in alarm. Do I have to eat all of this? Her face turned pale with fright. Yong Shan comforted her, don't worry. I've already asked the shopkeeper for detailed instructions on how to use them. There won't be any problems. He even introduced to her. After you finish eating, you cultivate all of these techniques once through. That way, you can speed up the digestion of the pills. The 9 Yin Manual, the Sunflower Manual, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the Lingbo Weibu, the 7-Star Fist. Early the next morning, Mama Xia saw Lu Man walk out of Yong Shan's room, looking exhausted. She walked over and asked sweetly, Man, I heard the lights in young Master Yang's room were on all night. The commotion also lasted all night. How are you now? She had dark circles under her eyes. She sighed wearily. I'm at the body-tempering realm now. Mama Xia pulled her aside. Man mumbled, as if in a trance. It's just that my cultivation was forcibly raised with pills. It will probably drop back down soon. She recounted the entire process. After I woke up, young Master Yang even made me practice several sets of techniques. Only then did I finally stabilize my realm. Her eyes were vacant. She rambled on. Tonight, I still have to take several more types of pills to consolidate it. After speaking, Lian Man turned to leave. Mama Xia, I'm going back to my room to rest. You don't need to prepare a meal for me. I'm still a bit. Her steps were unsteady. At that moment, in Yong Shan's room, he had transformed back into the form of De Huang. He lay limply on the floor. Even if I continue to madly consume pills, reaching the body-tempering realm is already my limit. What? Doesn't this world have any kind of pill that can increase one's cultivation by several decades in one go? Just thinking about it, tears streamed down his face. Wah-ah! My stomach feels so awful. Yong Shan turned his head and picked up a copy of the record of famous scholars of Jiangnan. It seems self-cultivation is unreliable. I still need to find some high-level experts to train me. Xinwu, a long line of horse-drawn carriages. The horses' hooves clattered against the ground, making a rhythmic sound. Lian Man lifted the curtain to look outside. She spoke. Young Master suddenly stopped the boat at Xinwu and hired such a large convoy of carriages. Are you planning to go on an outing? Yong Shan held the book in his hand. He replied without looking up, No, I'm going to sign up for a cram school. Hearing this, Lian Man turned to look at him, a little confused. Yong Shan frowned and continued. After 3 days of crazily taking pills, our realms have stabilized at the body-tempering stage. Next is not just about improving our physical constitution. We need professional guidance. To find someone to guide us in martial arts. Besides going to the outer courts of the major sects, we can only find those rogue immortal masters who have opened martial arts schools in various places. And the most famous martial arts school nearby is the Huishan Martial Arts School in the western suburbs of Xinwu. There are 3 immortal masters presiding over it. With professional guidance, plus my large supply of spirit pills, my realm will soon make another great leap forward. Speaking of which, Yong Shan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Lian Man replied with a wry smile. Do I still have to keep taking pills? But the road from Xinwu to Huishan is not short. By the time we get there, it will almost be dark. Hearing this, Yong Shan frowned in dissatisfaction and muttered, Are the horse carriages of this era really that slow? Lu Man leaned closer. Her expression was seductive. The long journey is tiring. If the young master doesn't mind, would you like to rest your head on my lap for a while? Yong Shan didn't even spare her a glance. He threw open the curtain, stuck his head out and bellowed. Listen up, everyone. If we reach Huishan within 1 hour, everyone present gets 100 taels of silver. Hearing this, everyone's morale soared. They spurred their horses and shouted, Yes, sir. He then shot her a smug grin. See, with enough money, you can even bribe the gods. Lian Man forced a smile. Yes, you are truly impressive, young master. He let out a loud laugh. Ah, full speed ahead. Her face darkened, but she forced herself to laugh along with him. Ha, as if injected with chicken blood. The drivers whipped their horses relentlessly. Yes, sir. About an hour later, Yong Shan was leaning against a tree, retching his guts out. Blur. Lian Man stood beside him, holding him steady. She gently patted his back. Young master, are you feeling any better? The whites of Yong Shan's eyes were showing. His face was pale with exhaustion. Damn it, he cursed weakly. Does this carriage not have any shock absorbers? Lian Man's eyes were filled with concern. She said gently, It's a half-day's journey, but you insisted on making it in 1 hour. Of course you'd feel this way. She then glanced at the gate. But we did make it. The drivers were all hugging each other, crying tears of joy. Hooray, they shouted. We did it. The 2 of them walked side by side into the Huishan Martial Hall. The immortal master seated in the center spoke with a stern voice. Are you the one seeking to learn the martial way? Yong Shan clasped his hands. He bowed respectfully. This humble one is Yong Shan. It is an honor to meet the 3 immortal masters. After his introduction, the man beside the master spoke up. Our Huishan Martial Hall has a renowned reputation in Jiangnan. Our requirements for disciples are extremely high. Everyone, regardless of who they are, must pass an examination to be admitted. Yong Shan produced a glittering chest. He looked at the man earnestly. The strict rules of the Huishan Martial Hall. are truly admirable. My father taught me that where there is a will, there is a way. I hope that before the examination, I can show you all the strength of my will and determination. With a click, the chest opened. A brilliant golden light filled the entire room. Yong Shan's face was a mask of calculation, but his words were righteous. This is 100,000 taels of gold, along with some incredibly precious spirit jades and elixirs. Regardless of the examination's outcome, this is but a small token of my sincerity for the Huishan Martial Hall. I ask that the three of you please accept it. Suddenly, Lian Man leaned in and whispered in his ear, I've heard that the immortal masters of the Huishan Martial Hall are of high moral character. They are not tempted by worldly pleasures. A wealthy merchant once offered 1,000 taels as a gift, but he failed the examination and was thrown out. Are you sure this is a good idea, young master? As soon as the words left her mouth, the two immortal masters on either side lunged forward. They grabbed handfuls of treasure, caressing them endlessly. 10. 100,000 taels of gold. This is a 9th grade spirit jade, and a drop of marrow cleansing liquid. This can completely transform a person's body. Even Lian Man hadn't expected that these immortal masters could be bought so easily. She cursed them under her breath. Yong Shan rubbed his forehead and shot her a glance. See, he said arrogantly. He was thrown out, simply because he didn't offer enough money. Up front, the head immortal master stood up, slammed his foot on the table, and roared, Enough! Do not forget that our Huishan Martial Hall's standing in Jiangnan is built entirely upon a century of accumulated reputation. Look at the two of you. What has become of your dignity? Hearing this, the other two masters immediately looked guilty. Then, the head master continued, Young master sincerity. This old master has seen it. In that case, let the examination begin. He led the two of them to a large hall and announced, The first test is a test of physical strength. Zhang Zhengfeng walked up to a stone pillar. This stone pillar is what we use for the test. With a wave of his hand, there was a loud rumble. The stone pillar clicked and slid backward. All you have to do is use a single punch, with all your might, to push it back. He looked at the stone block and explained the rules. As long as you can make this stone statue fall into the pit, you pass. Lao Yu looked anxiously at the gold. Brother Zhang, do we really have to test him? That's 100,000 taels of gold. That's 1,000,000 taels of silver. But you seemed more rational. He looked at Zhang Zhengfeng with admiration. The hall master has been upright in just his entire life to maintain his integrity in the face of such a vast sum. It's truly admirable. Lian Man covered her mouth and whispered to him, Young master, what do we do now? This old hall master seems very strict. Yong Shan smirked. Don't worry. Once I play my trump card, they definitely won't be able to refuse. But for now, he waved a hand and chuckled. Let's just play along with him for a bit. He clenched his fist, feeling supremely confident. I'm already a martial artist at the body tempering stage, and I've consumed countless elixirs to transform my body. This is just a small test. Nothing to be afraid of. Lian Man sensed something was off. She glanced at him. Does that mean I have to participate, too? Yong Shan didn't answer. He channeled his spirit energy and threw a punch. I'll take this opportunity to see what kind of power countless sums of money can buy. He threw a punch with such force that it startled the three immortal masters. But his impressive display didn't last 3 seconds. He clutched his bruised and swollen hand, howling in agony. Aya, my hand. Lian Man asked worriedly. Young master, are you all right? Do you shot him? Who the hell are you? Look. The corner of his mouth twitched as he roared. You only pushed it 3 feet. Pathetic. Beside him, Lao Yu covered his face and groaned. It's over. 100,000 taels of gold down the drain. Yong Shan was on the verge of tears. This kind of hard labor really isn't for me. I should have just played my trump card and convinced them from the start. However, Zhang Zhengfeng spoke up. He passes. He commented with a straight face. Your footwork is shallow. Your waist lacks power, and your strike is loose. But considering you are completely untrained, with no skill in force exertion, to push it 3 feet and 2 inches with pure strength alone, this physical strength test is a pass. Lao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It can work like that? Beside him, Du hesitated. What the hall master says actually seems to make sense. Yong Shan suddenly understood. He let out a soft chuckle. So that's how it is. He clasped his hands and bowed again, his face a mask of reverence. Immortal Master, with just a few casual words, you have allowed this humble one to comprehend so many profound mysteries. This humble one has nothing but money. I am willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold to express my gratitude. Zhang Zhengfeng snorted coldly. He looked down at him with an air of arrogance. Humph. No matter what you say, none of the required tests can be skipped. Yong Shan replied softly, yes. And so, he endured all of the tests. Next was the balance test. Yong Shan shakily hugged the pillar as he climbed down, his legs still trembling. He weakly held up 2 fingers. You've worked hard, Immortal Master. This humble one would like to offer 20,000 taels for team money. Zhang Zhengfeng looked at him, his expression sincere. Not bad. Next up was the reaction test. A wooden stake slammed directly into Yong Shan's face, letting out a crisp, clear smack. Without even looking at him, Zhang Zhengfeng praised. An excellent performance. Lian Man cradled him in her arms. Young Master, are you still alive? Blood streamed from Yong Shan's nose, the whites of his eyes showing. He weakly and soullessly held up 5 fingers. 50,000 taels of gold. After they had returned to their original spot, Zhang Zhengfeng looked at him sternly. After going through the tests, it is clear that you, young master, are a rare, uncut gem, with just a little polishing. At this, the other 2 immortal masters finally couldn't take it anymore. They pulled him aside. Brother Zhang, could you come over here for a moment? The 3 of them began whispering to each other. Daiyu asked, first, Master, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this test? Laonyo added, didn't you say that some dirty money can't compare to the honor of our martial hall? Chung Zhenfeng shouted, shut up. Is this about money? He glared, emphasizing, this is about how much money. How much? Get it? In this world, there are plenty of powers that can produce 100,000 taels of gold. But you can count on one hand the number of people who can throw it around so casually. This kid is either from an immortal sect or he's royalty. He might even be the descendant of some celestial lord for all we know. I don't know why he's come to our humble martial hall, but forming a good relationship with him can't be a mistake. However, the test must still be conducted rigorously. You too, pay attention. Don't let him look down on us. Hearing this, the other 2 nodded obediently and replied, understood. Lian Man held onto Yong Shan's arm. She couldn't help but look at the 3 of them with suspicion. They're being so secretive. Could they be plotting something against us? Yong Shan frowned, then answered calmly, don't worry. I already looked into it. The reputation of these 3 masters isn't bad. Besides, when you have a certain amount of money, it becomes a threat in itself. After their discussion, the men returned, announcing that the test would continue. Chung Zhenfeng spoke up. Next, we will use the origin-seeking bronze basin to test your innate foundation. The innate foundation determines a cultivator's talent. It's divided into 3 channels and 9 grades. The 3 channels determine one's aptitude, while the 9 grades determine one's cultivation quality. First grade is the best, and 9th grade is the worst. This origin-seeking bronze basin is a spiritual artifact. Based on one's innate foundation, it will reveal different phenomena. Young Master, please place a drop of your blood into the origin-seeking bronze basin. Seek the root, trace the origin, and verify the self. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp dagger was presented to him. His face turned pale. Isn't this dagger a little big? Don't you have something like a golden needle? Inwardly, he thought, a blood drop to test for talent. Of course, this trope had to be included. Lian Man calmly removed her hairpin. She said gently, young master, allow Man to help you. She gently lifted his hand and pricked it with a pin. A drop of blood oozed out. The 3 masters couldn't help but wonder. I wonder what grade the young master's innate foundation is. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his face filled with resentment. It's definitely not going to be anything good. He fumed internally. My talent was already locked by that damn system. Looks like it's going to be a useless one. A flash of golden light erupted. The 3 masters were stunned. Could this be? Lian Man didn't pay it much mind. She gently took Yong Shan's bleeding fingertip into her mouth. The next second, the blinding golden light made her frown. A golden feather floated before him. A golden dragon was coiled around it. That's a first-grade talent. The responding dragon in the heavens. The golden dragon flashed in the air and then slowly vanished before everyone's eyes. Yong Shan looked up at it and mumbled, "Holy crap. The responding dragon channel. Sounds pretty badass." After the three masters came to their senses, they shouted with excitement. It's 1 in 10,000. His cultivation will be terrifyingly fast. He has a chance to become an immortal master. He might even become an immortal lord. Even in an immortal sect, he'd be a peerless existence. Hearing this, Yong Shan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, I pulled a rare item?" Then his gaze sharpened. "Wait, that's not right. Didn't it say my talent was locked? How could this damn system suddenly unlock it here?" He pulled Lian Man over and suggested, Man, you try it too." She replied without hesitation, "Yes." A drop of blood fell. The familiar scene appeared again. Cheng Jinfeng stared in horror at the phenomenon. A first-grade human channel. The sage emperor preaching the Tao. Dayue couldn't believe it either. He began to question reality. How is this possible? Another top-tier innate foundation? Am I dreaming? Laonyo looked at her and offered, "Little lady, with your human channel foundation, why don't you stay and learn from me? I, Laonyo, guarantee it. In no more than 15 years, I'll teach you to have bones of copper and iron. You'll be able to shatter mountains with your bare hands." Lian Man quickly waved her hands, averting her gaze. "No, thank you." The three men surrounded him and Man again, pressing them with questions. "May I ask, what kind of heavenly materials or earthly treasures have you two eaten to enhance your innate foundation? For example, a white serpent spirit pellet, a high-grade demon core, a 3 lives flower. All of these can alter and improve one's foundation. Or perhaps a large quantity of high-grade spirit medicine to improve your quality, like marrow cleansing fluid or heaven forging powder." Yong Shan pretended to think. Then he answered calmly, "The things you mentioned, I think I've eaten all of them." After hearing this, the three men's faces darkened. They asked in unison, "What do you mean, all of them?" Yong Shan recalled and explained, "I didn't eat that many of the demon cores and spirit flowers. Probably only 7 or 8 pills each." He seemed to be reminiscing. "You can't buy this stuff even if you have money. They came from a wealthy Gusu family that went bankrupt and flooded the market. It was their family fortune, accumulated over a dozen generations. After eating them, I even had terrifying hallucinations. I even saw the young master turn into old Hei's dog, Xiao Huang. As for the marrow cleansing fluid, we used it like water, just bathed in it." Inwardly, he sighed. It was pretty expensive, but I managed to buy quite a lot. Lian Man added, "Soaking in it was like soaking in a cesspool. It completely ruined my mood for scrubbing the young master's back." Laonyo and Dayue clutched their heads and wailed, "Brother Dayue, why don't I have that much money? My life is so hard. If I had money, I wouldn't have to be running a martial hall." Yong Shan had figured it out. The corner of his mouth twitched as he muttered, "So that's how it is. Even I can improve my innate foundation just by chugging pills." Man covered her mouth, looking at the two men in front of her with some surprise. "Are they okay?" He, however, paid them no mind. He threw his head back and laughed, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Damn system. So this is all your so-called locked cultivation talent amounts to? It's completely useless against me. Your power is so pathetic. Let me show you what it means when they say money can make gods and ghosts do your bidding." "Ah ha ha." Cheng Jinfeng looked at him and couldn't help but think, wait a minute. Something's not right with this guy. A romantic young master. Spends money like water. Looks like a waste, but possesses a peerless innate foundation. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are as easy for him to obtain as flipping his hand. His words are arrogant and defiant. His expression is haughty. He opens his mouth and speaks of defying heaven and changing fate. Asterisk, he closes it, and it's "my fate is my own, not for the heavens to decide." Could it be? Asterisk. This is the legendary son of heaven and earth? The one who gathers the luck of the world into one body? Or is he some great immortal reincarnated, roaming the mortal realm? Perhaps he even has countless powerful beings behind him, playing out a supreme game of chess for his life. Thinking of this, Cheng Jinfeng was so scared the whites of his eyes showed. Cold sweat poured down his face. Asterisk, Why would someone like that come to my martial hall? Accepting him, asterisk. Will it be turning a sparrow into a phoenix? Or will it bring the calamity of annihilation upon our hall? Should I just politely ask him to leave? But what if he feels insulted and pulls that classic, do not bully the youth for being poor routine? What on earth am I supposed to do? Dayua looked at him, confused, and asked, Master, what's wrong? Lanya was also puzzled. Did you get a stomachache from the dog meat hot pot last night? He was lost in his own thoughts, his eyes vacant, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze firm. Fortune is found in danger. I've made my decision. I will spend the rest of my life training you. Kid, prepare to become my disciple. Hearing this, Yong Shan waved his hand dismissively. He scoffed with a pout. Becoming a disciple is unnecessary. I wasted my time running all the way here, not to become a mere student of a martial arts school. Do you? Old Neo and Lu Man were stunned by his words. He let out a strange laugh. He took out an exquisite wooden box. I've checked out your qualifications, and I've had enough fun. Now it's time to get down to business. This is the deed to the 3,000 miles of land around this Huishan. Duh. Yong Shan wants to establish his own sect here. With those words, the small box was placed on the table. I demand that within 1 month, everyone in Huishan must obey my orders. Just wait until I pass the Wuji sect's Ascending Clouds immortal examination this time. Spirit jades, Dharma treasures, all kinds of techniques and pills, and even this newly established immortal sect will all be gifted to you. When the 3 immortal masters heard of these priceless items, they were incredibly excited. Lian Man was slightly surprised. Young master, is this really okay? These are all immortal masters. How could they accept such a condition? Yong Shan said nonchalantly. I've already said it. They had no choice from the very beginning. There are many people in this world who look down on wealth and power, who even disdain the rules of the world. Transcendent beings who exist beyond the mundane. But among them, this tiny martial arts school is not included. At that moment, the 3 immortal masters were already lost in their fantasies. Visions of the future flashed endlessly in their minds. Founding a sect, turning Huishan into a great clan, an endless supply of spirit jades and pills, enjoying eternal reverence and prosperity. Yong Shan smiled. He said in a loud voice, now, state your decision. Yong Shan smirked confidently. The next second, he was sent flying back and forth between several ancient trees. Lian Man and the others were left dumbfounded. Master Zhang Feng weakly raised his hand. Young Master Yang, before we begin training, could you please sign this life and death waiver first? 7 days later, his body, already pale, had also grown round, floating and sinking in the water. Yong Shan spoke coldly, without turning his head. The previous plan is slightly amended. Reduce the time for eating and sleeping. Just replace it with spirit-condensing incense. 1 hour sleep per day is enough. Old Neo pouted, a little worried. This way, the body can recover, but the spirit, he shrugged his shoulders and replied confidently. It's fine, it's fine. Isn't it just pulling a few all-nighters? All those 996s and 007s are all blessings cultivated from a previous life. Don't underestimate the willpower of the exploited. Just as he finished speaking, the rotating wooden poles slapped him across the face. Yong Shan trembled and raised his hand. Wait a minute. Master Zhang Feng acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. When the mind is clear, the body is like a swimming fish. The momentum, like a soaring dragon. Over here, Yong Shan was once again beaten until he coughed up blood. His eyes rolled back in his head. Old Neo watched his figure fly through the air and said calmly, not too high, not too low. Retracting and extending with ease. Yong Shan fell like a sandbag with a thud. He slammed into a wooden pole. His face was contorted. He turned his head to look at Master Zhang Feng. But old Neo just muttered, the power circulates. This is called transforming force. This mental incantation. Does young Master Yang understand now? He fell to the ground with the sound. He directly transformed into a golden-haired dog covered in wounds. Lian Man rushed over in a panic. Tears welled up in her eyes. Young Master, don't die. Then she took out a bottle of soul-chasing water. The signature item of the immortal sect. 800 taels a bottle. She poured it over Yong Shan's battered body. Master Zhang Feng closed his eyes and turned his head away. Yong Shan angrily pointed at the pile of wooden poles and cursed. What kind of joke is this? Shouldn't martial arts training be like in the wuxia novels? What the hell is this? After hearing this, old Neo let out a helpless sigh. Young Master Yang is already at the peak of the body tempering stage. But you haven't learned any techniques. If you want to break through, you must make up for these shortcomings. This 7-star Dragon Gate pole formation includes 2 movement techniques and 1 fist technique. It is the most suitable. He frowned deeply. His anger was palpable, but inwardly he thought, so transforming force is about learning how to use your strength properly. If that's the case, no wonder chugging pills to raise my attributes only got me to the body tempering stage. It seems this path is not an easy one. Just then, 3 sect disciples ran over. They lined up neatly and said in unison, Young Master Yang, the pole formation has been repaired. 10 more days of training continued. He couldn't believe it. His face was a mask of shock. So fast. On the other side, a fat man with a flushed face, his hands moving nimbly, was showing off. Miss Man, my knot-tying speed is #1 in all of Huishan. Lian Man beside him smiled gently. She clapped and praised. Wow, so amazing. She thought to herself, but right now, this is the only small way I can help the young master. Then, she glanced at Yong Shan, standing on the wooden pole. She waved, Young Master. Before he could even enjoy the moment, he was sent flying 1,000 miles with a whoosh. Lian Man was left petrified on the spot. That evening, she diligently poured bucket after bucket of water into the large bell. Then she sighed. All done. Another day, with no progress with the young master. She threw the bucket to the ground with force. With a loud crash, a crack appeared on the ground. Her gaze was determined. But I, Lu Man, will one day make Yong Shan fall for my charms. Early the next morning, old Neo brought over a giant scroll. Young Master Yang, please take a look. This is the training plan we have devised based on your situation. Seeing this, Yong Shan smirked in satisfaction, as expected of the famous immortal masters of Jiangnan. These 3 are truly professional. Master Zhang Feng spoke again. The first step of the plan is to cultivate the 7-star Dragon Gate pole. The 3 of them stood before the giant wooden poles. Master Zhang Feng continued. Its full name is the body strengthening, physique fortifying, tendon strengthening, blood activating, internal organ clearing, qi regulating, mind calming, brain nourishing, sickness dispelling, essence refining Dragon Gate pole. It was a fortunate encounter I had in my youth. It is an external martial art of the 23-character sect, one of the 6 great immortal sections. It can be said to be the most precious treasure of our Huishan martial arts school. Lian Man said softly. The name sounds very impressive. The corner of his mouth twitched. But the style of this immortal sect seems a bit off. Master Zhang Feng ignored their expressions. He reminded them sternly. Time is short. We will begin practice immediately. Simply put, you just need to pass through this pole formation and enter the gate on the platform opposite. Then your transforming force stage will be considered complete. Yang Shan was still skeptical. He glanced at him. Huh, it's that easy. Master Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder. The mental incantation for the transforming force stage. I will recite it for you. You just need to charge to the other side. Yang Shan looked at him confidently. No problem. He stepped forward eagerly. He thought to himself, the feeling of private tutoring is truly different. My cultivation is about to break through again. Over here, Master Zhang Feng suddenly became serious. He cleared his throat. Young Master, listen carefully. But before he could finish listening, Yang Shan had already leaped onto the wooden pole. He cried out in alarm. The pole suddenly extended. The old Master Zhang's aged voice also echoed. This Dragon Gate pole technique requires one to restrain their qi and condense their spirit. The body is upright. The mind is clear. The sudden extension of the wooden pole caught him off guard. It hit him right in a sensitive spot. Yang Shan's eyes widened. He clutched that area and wailed. Wu. Zhang Feng continued. Sink the shoulders and drop the elbows. The feet tread the 3 courts. Man walked over. Holding up a grape, she asked excitedly, Young Master, care for some fruit? He pays her no mind. Wiping the sweat from his face, he complains, You're interrupting my training. In the bathroom, Man, like a little seductress, holds up a washcloth. Young master, let Man scrub your back for you. No, his face is cold. Not necessary. While you're here, recite the mental cultivation mantras for me again. Man freezes. Then, she tries again in a seductive voice. Young master, since you're on a break, let Man give you a massage. Yong Shan replies without a flicker of emotion. Just hurry up with the ointment. I'm determined to advance another 5 steps today. Man can't contain her rage. She flashes a friendly middle finger and screams internally. In your dreams, is this what martial arts training is all about? And that master Nyo, making me carry water up the mountain every single day. This courtyard is clearly full of people, and every single one of them is built like an ox. The more she thinks, the angrier she gets. She shouts in her mind. Matron Xia was right. Men are all dogs. In the main sect grounds, the disciples are hard at work on the wooden poles. They can't help but start complaining. Seriously, making us martial artists do manual labor for him every day. Though the other 2 are just as tired. They still try to quiet him down. Come on, keep it down. After all, he's providing so many elixirs. If the martial hall grows, we all benefit. The first man can't help but speak up again. Yeah, but my back is killing me. Let's take a quick break. They haven't rested for long when Man peeks around the corner. Are you all helping the young master fix the training poles? All 3 men turn to look at her. Miss Man. Man clasps her hands together. Her face a mask of adoration. Her voice is sickly sweet as she praises them. You're all so amazing. These mechanisms look so complicated. This must be very hard work for you all. After hearing this, the 3 men's faces flush red, as if they've been pumped full of adrenaline. They all start boasting at once. It's nothing at all. Old Wang here could handle this by himself. Hey, I'm the most famous carpenter in a 10-mile radius, and I can chop wood even faster. Man's expression is full of hidden meaning. Then I'll have to trouble you all. You're all such good men. The men laugh heartily in response. Just leave it to us. Seeing this, she can't help but think smugly. What a bunch of simpletons. Now, this is how men are supposed to react. Not long after, a gleaming golden sign for the Huishan sect is hung over the main gate. The entrance is draped with banners and slogans. 26 days left. In large characters. Defy the heavens. Change your fate. Diligence is life. Passion decides everything. 1 month of pain for a lifetime of glory. At this moment, all the disciples are working like draft animals. Get the pole formation set up quickly. Don't delay the young master's cultivation. They immediately reply, yes, sir. Man sits by the lake, staring at her reflection in the water and muttering. Though I've been pushed and pulled and molded, my heart remains pure. She touches her smooth cheek and thinks, no doubt about it, I'm still as beautiful as ever. So why do I have absolutely no appeal to the young master? Yong Shan charges into the training formation. He nimbly dodges the spinning wooden poles, reacting quickly and leaping into the air. At the same time, a wooden pole shoots straight toward him. With a sharp glance, Yong Shan shatters all the poles with a single kick. He then steps out, head held high. The 7-star Dragon Gate pole formation successfully cleared. He laughs inwardly. Ha. It's just a matter of figuring out the pattern and clearing the stage. You think this little thing can stop me? All those years of gaming weren't for nothing. The others, who were waiting, break into applause. Congratulations, young master, on clearing the formation. He looks at his own arms and asks with some confusion, have I broken through to the strength transformation stage now? Without waiting for an answer, he pulls out a book detailing the martial arts realms and begins to read seriously. Let's see the characteristics of the strength transformation stage. Seeing this, Man has a look of astonishment on her face. Yong Shan reads intently. During the body tempering stage, the sense of disharmony from the development of muscles and tendons will completely disappear. At the same time, Man looks at the stone statue beside her and can't resist giving a light push. Yong Shan reads on. The range of bodily strength mobilization is increased. A casual push can now channel the power of the entire body. Reaction, speed, and physical coordination are also comprehensively enhanced. It all matches up. This level-clearing game really works. He snaps the book shut in excitement. Meanwhile, Lian Man is trembling as she struggles to hold up the stone statue. Zhang Zhengfeng ignores her completely and says proudly, "But of course, my Huishan Martial Hall's reputation is well earned." She gently places the statue back in its place. Old Nyo gives a thumbs up, looking at him with praise. But it is also because young Master Yang has first-grade aptitude, combined with the use of a massive amount of elixirs, that you were able to clear the formation within 10 days. Lian Man glares at him with a resentful pout. Just then, Yong Shan suddenly turns his head and asks, Man, what are you doing?" Man jumps, waving her hands frantically. "No, nothing." "Huh." Zhang Zhengfeng looks at the two of them and clears his throat. "Since both of you have broken through to the strength transformation stage." Yang Shan looks baffled. "Both of us." Lian Man turns her head away, a profound look on her face. Zhang Zhengfeng pays it no mind and continues. "Then next, we come to the most troublesome realm in the entire martial artist phase, the aperture opening realm. Within the human body's meridians, there are the spirit aperture, the heart aperture, and the fate aperture. The so-called aperture opening realm is the process of opening one of them, allowing the body's qi and blood to circulate through the meridians. The subsequent blood qi realm requires using that qi and blood energy to break open all the remaining apertures, completing the circulation. Doing so means you have reached the highest realm a martial artist can achieve, Xiantian. There are generally 3 methods for opening the apertures. 1 is to seek your true self, to comprehend life, and to use your will to pursue clarity. This is opening the heart aperture. 2 is to place yourself in a life or death battle, to seek a breakthrough on the brink of death. This is opening the fate aperture. 3 is to act as a wandering hero, to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue, and to draw upon the righteous energy of heaven and earth. This is opening the spirit aperture. Typically, a martial artist at this stage will try all 3 methods simultaneously. They will all go out into the world to train, which is also known as wandering the Jianghu. The Yu adds, even martial artists at the blood qi realm will go out to train. Passing through the aperture opening realm can greatly accelerate one's cultivation speed. Yong Shan crosses his arms, frowning. Go out to train? That sounds like a huge waste of time. The Dragon Gate formation already took 12 days. I'm running out of time. Hearing this, the 3 immortal masters take turns explaining. There's no other way. That's just how the aperture opening realm is. If you're lucky, you could open all 3 apertures overnight and ascend in a single step. If you're unlucky, it's not uncommon to grind away for over a decade. Although there are some secret realms and spirit elixirs to aid cultivation, it's still best to rely on experiencing the Jianghu. He snorts. If that's the case, then I'll just have to take a gamble. However, acting blindly is not my style. I need you all to list out everything one must do when wandering the Jianghu. The 3 immortal masters stare at him, baffled. Afterwards, the 4 of them begin to strategize, mapping out the most logical plan, based on the requirements of this journey. They select the perfect route on a map. Markings begin to appear on the map. Mountain bandits, romance, sword fights, treasure hunting, fortunate encounters, dog meat restaurant. Danger level, extremely high. He holds a weapon in each hand, muttering, preparation must be thorough. On one side is an elegant, graceful longsword. On the other, a rugged short sword, brimming with heroic spirit. Lian Man also hesitates, wanting to bring her strongest equipment. She looks at the axe and can't help but think it's too ugly. He looked at the small sword again. It felt too light. Before they left, Master Zhang Feng gave his instructions. Because all sorts of situations can arise, we must plan thoroughly. On the day of their departure, everyone in the sect came to see them off. The scouting team will depart immediately. The logistics team will check the supplies. The mobile team will be on standby. Jianghu forces. With a crash, the door was kicked open. 2 figures in sparkling outfits strode out side by side. Yong Shan said with determination, "Within 7 days, I must experience everything with the highest efficiency." The scene shifts to Gusu City. "Dear, you're back." The young man, his face fierce, stormed forward and slammed his fist on the table. "I've been in the outer sect for 3 years. I've cultivated to the Xiantian realm. I'm about to participate in the Ascending Clouds Immortal Examination. And now you, old man, are telling me we can't make the tribute payment this year. His name was Ling Yao, the only son of the Ling family, an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. Ling Yao continued. His face was grim. If I don't hand it over to the Wuji sect, my future will be ruined. Old Master Ling heard this and frowned. His expression was troubled. How can we pay? Your aptitude isn't good. For you to be able to cultivate, do you have any idea how much money the family has spent over the years? You're not unaware of that. Besides, how many clansmen do we need to feed? Dear, why don't you come back and inherit the family business? If you manage it well, our Ling family can still. But before he could finish, Ling Yao had already drawn a knife. He stabbed him with a single thrust. His father's haggard face, his eyes wide open, never imagined that his beloved son would one day murder him. Ling Yao narrowed his eyes. If I can't become an immortal, can this Ling family even continue to exist? Before Old Master Ling lost consciousness, he still reached out a trembling hand. There. Only after confirming his father was dead did Ling Yao release the old knife. He looked at him coldly. The head of the Ling family has committed suicide. Perhaps they can quell some of the sect's anger. Then, he glanced behind him and said, I'm done on my end. Have you found the person you're looking for? A black-haired man yawned and said, Is it that young master who was making a big splash with his purchases in the city half a month ago? He's currently a Hui Shan. The brothers in the gang are keeping an eye on him. He was Qianjia, the head of the Qian family, an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. The person next to him was Su Mingji, an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. He continued coldly, but we can't find out his background. It's as if he just appeared out of thin air. His background must be extraordinary. Ling Yao wiped the blood from his blade. He replied nonchalantly, Let's just observe for now. In any case, the most important thing is to gather enough money for the tribute. At that moment, a crazed glint shone in Ling Yao's eyes. He licked the dagger. We have no way out. Yong Shan narrowed his eyes and smirked. Am I not upholding justice in the Jianghu right now? But then again, I've done so many good deeds. I must be about to have an epiphany, right? The three immortal masters gritted their teeth. They shook their heads vigorously. No way. It's useless. What kind of knight-errant is like this? The scar-faced man approached him. I wonder, where does this brother operate? Yong Shan didn't back down. He retorted, You're not going to give me face? The other man said again, These 3 streets are our territory. Yong Shan then proposed, The way you guys make money is too slow. Why don't we get rich together? Lian Man stepped forward, glaring. Young master, I've already said it. We are upholding justice. He turned his head and replied, Didn't I just help resolve the situation? The scar-faced man held the market management regulations provided by Yong Shan. He read aloud, With the backing of the Huishan Martial Arts School, from now on you all just need to pay the market management fee on time. I guarantee no one will come to cause trouble. The order, sanitation, and security of the market will all be taken care of. Everyone will work together with one heart to develop this market together. Yong Shan rested his chin on his hand and smiled smugly. Just beating them up for them. After we leave, won't these small merchants still be the ones to suffer? See, it's much better now. Hearing this, Lian Man whispered, Young master, I think you might have a slight misunderstanding of what upholding justice means. But right after that, an announcement rang out. Huishan Martial Arts School has received a sect building. The Market Street, in the Wandering the Jianghu Journey. Failure. The scene changes. On the second day of Yong Shan's wandering in the Jianghu, an old woman held a pitiful hen and said, Kind young hero, my legs are not good. Could you help me slaughter this chicken? After hearing this, he gritted his teeth again. He said seriously, Collective farming improves productivity. How could you not think of something so simple? And so, the next second, another new announcement came. Huishan Martial Arts School has received a sect building. The chicken farm, in the Wandering the Jianghu Journey. Failure. On the third day of Yong Shan's wandering in the Jianghu, a man knelt on the ground, weeping. My father is ill. He needs the white vine grass from the nearby mountain. Young hero, could you? Yong Shan spoke again. Are you guys stupid? With such a unique medicinal herb, why don't you cultivate it in large quantities? If you can't use it all, you can even export it. Everyone listened, a bit dazed. But the familiar scene appeared again. Huishan Martial Arts School has received a sect building. The Apothecary in the Wandering the Jianghu Journey. Failure. On the fourth day of Yong Shan's wandering in the Jianghu. At this point, everyone had surrounded him. They looked at him as if he were a god. Young hero, please give our village some guidance. Our village has been poor for so many years. We beg the young hero to show us a bright path. Move aside, young hero. I was here first. This time it was still. Wandering the Jianghu. Failure. The scene changes. In the inn at night, the three immortal masters were so happy their eyes disappeared. Thanks to young Master Yang's investment, in the name of the martial arts school, we now have 3 more taverns, a restaurant, and a casino. From now on, the Huishan sect will have its own industries. This way, the disciples can focus on their cultivation. But the next second, Zheng Feng's face darkened. He trembled with anger and flipped the table. This is not right. What are we doing? Yong Shan lay on the bed, his face innocently enjoying Lu Man's massage. Zheng Feng pointed at him and said in a loud voice, "We came out to help young Master Yang wander the Jianghu, to break through to the next realm." Meanwhile, in another place, a middle-aged woman was kicked away. A rough, vicious voice rang out, "Cut the crap. Hand over the money now." A young boy appeared from nowhere and rushed in front of her. "Don't bully my mother," the scar-faced man shouted. "You dare to open a shop on our turf without paying up?" Seeing this, the 3 of them exchanged a sly glance. A ruffian who specializes in evil deeds? It's a common occurrence when wandering the Jianghu. This is a good chance for young Master Yang to practice. The woman rushed forward with tears in her eyes. She tugged at his sleeve. "I beg you, young hero. My widowed mother and orphan child truly don't have that much money." The scar-faced man pointed at Yong Shan's face and shouted, "Kid, mind your own damn business, or I'll teach you a lesson." Lian Man looked at them. She was about to draw her sword. "Young master." Yong Shan gave the woman a cold glance. "What the hell does it have to do with me? Get lost." Hearing this, the woman was instantly stunned. All eyes in the inn turned to him. Lian Man rushed forward to stop him. "Young master, you can't do this. We are upholding justice." Yong Shan rubbed his head and said with a smile, "So embarrassing. I forgot." Then he coughed twice. He regained his heroic posture. "Ahem. That last one didn't count. Let's do that again." Seeing this, the 3 immortal masters couldn't help but marvel. Young Master Yang's personality is certainly interesting. Yong Shan's eyes glinted fiercely. He drew his sword and faced them. "You guys are collecting protection money here. Did you remember to cut Yong Shan in?" Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but spit out their drinks. "With the 100-year reputation of the Huishan Martial Hall, we will absolutely forge you into a true hero." Yu stepped forward and said, "First, your appearance. As they say, one's face reflects one's heart. A great hero's expression must be dignified, yet free-spirited, righteous yet untamed." Zheng Feng also demonstrated with his sword. "Second, your bearing. Everything a hero does must have the air of a master. Your entire body must exude an aura of righteousness. Most important are your words." With that, Yu pulled out a book titled The Hero's Lexicon. "Young Master Yang, you can't use such vulgar language anymore." A look of realization dawned on Yong Shan's face. He was full of confidence. "Wait a minute. What you're describing is just posing, right? Don't worry. I'm an expert at that." The waiter looked at the order book in Man's hand. "Honored guest, perhaps you'd like to order a few more dishes?" Nearby, Yong Shan raised his wine cup, lost in his own world. Yu smirked, his eyes filled with pride. It seems young Master Yang is quite excited about wandering the Jianghu. Lao Yu laughed heartily. "Ha ha! What young man doesn't dream of riding a swift horse, drawing his sword, and championing justice?" Zheng Feng also raised his cup, looking at him like a father at his son. "I remember when I first wandered the Jianghu. I was a dashing and untamable youth myself, wild and free." A loud, crisp crunch was heard. Yong Shan chewed a few times. Are these people idiots? All they know is fighting and killing, and they ignore all the messy aftermath. Kill one mountain bandit, and a new one just takes his place. Drive away one local tyrant, and another one moves in. Heroes like that never really change anything. To put it bluntly, it's just for their own self-satisfaction, right? And yet people are still grateful to them. Hearing this, Zheng Feng could no longer contain himself. He slammed the food off the table and roared, "Young Master Yang, please rest assured. We have accepted your patronage, and we will certainly serve you faithfully. From now on, we will provide you with comprehensive, special training." He was lost in a memory. The first day, Yong Shan wandered the Jianghu. He sat gallantly on a railing, wine cup in hand, striking a profound pose. Half a lifetime of seclusion ends today. One step into the Jianghu, a journey without end. From this day forward, the name of Yong Shan will surely be remembered in this world. Yong Shan suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes wide as he yelled, "Wait, none of that counts either." Then what do heroes normally do when they wander the Jianghu? Hearing this, the three of them immediately struck a pose to demonstrate. No words needed. Draw your blade to help. Kill as you please. Repay kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance. When the job is done, you dust off your sleeves and leave without ever leaving a name. The fifth day of Yong Shan's journey in the Jianghu, looking down from above, they saw a group of mountain bandits robbing a caravan. Yong Shan frowned, asking uncertainly, "Are those bandits robbing people?" The clash of weapons was piercingly loud. Clang. Thousandly Buddha's fury. Price, 1,300 taels. Suddenly, the other three appeared beside him. Zhang Zhengfeng frowned and confirmed. "Those are mountain bandits, robbing people." "Do you added, young Master Yang? We should make our move. That escort is about to be overwhelmed." Yong Shan smirked and gave the order. "Everyone, proceed according to the plan." He grinned confidently. "Today I'll show you all what a true show-off style of heroism looks like." At that moment, the battle below had reached its climax. A flash of light streaked past Mao Chenping. The bandit looked at him and sneered. "It's just the cargo of some poor country bumpkins. Is it really worth risking your life for escort?" Though one of his arms was severely injured, he gritted his teeth and said with determination, "I, Mao Chenping, accepted this commission. I am loyal to my duty. How could I let you despicable bandits have your way?" Just then, a chubby little girl ran from the distance, brandishing a small cleaver. She charged forward valiantly. "Father, I'm here to help you." Mao Chenping yelled in alarm. "Suehua, watch out!" But the bandit was ruthless. He brought his blade down straight for Mao Suehua's head. "You little brat." D. Fortunately, something flew through the air and knocked the blade from his hand. "What?" The bandit clutched his wrist, which trembled in pain. Mao Suehua's eyes went wide. She stared dumbly at the sword embedded in the rock behind her, her mouth hanging open in shock. Yong Shan appeared, a friendly smile on his face. He stepped in front of the little girl. While pulling out his sword, he asked kindly, "Little miss, are you all right?" The bandits, seeing a stranger appear, charged forward as one. "Who dares to meddle in our business? You want to die? Get him!" Yong Shan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. In an instant, the clear, melodious sound of a guqin began to play. A laugh rings out over the blue sea. Yong Shan's sword slowly slid from its scabbard. Upon tides both high and low, Lian Man closed her eyes, lost in the music. Something flashed past the bandits in the blink of an eye, leaving them dazed. Swish, 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 swish. Yong Shan's movements were swift and nimble, as fluid as the wind. Drifting with the waves, I only recall the here and now. He swept his sharp gaze across them. The heavens laughed. A smile touched his lips. At the surging tides of the mortal world, Mao Chenping saw his daughter's dazed expression and asked worriedly, "So, are you hurt?" "Let me see." But contrary to her dazed look, the little girl's eyes were sparkling. "So cool. Father, is this the kind of great hero you always tell me about?" The bandits, seeing Yong Shan's movements, were scared witless. His sword is so fast. I didn't even see him move. Where did this master come from?" Another one wondered, "And why is there music?" He paid no mind to their chatter, looking at them coldly. "I, Yong Shan, am delivering justice here today. Surrender now, or else." Though his expression was cold, his heart was blooming with pride. "Huh, see that? This is the style of a true show-off hero." In the woods not far away, the three masters were gathered. Zhang Zhengfeng leaned against a nearby tree, his whole body trembling. He was panting, his eyes wide. "That nearly killed me." Laonyo gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Brother Zhang, you still got it. That shadowless sword technique is as traceless as ever." Amazing. Du asked with some concern. Master Zhang, is your back all right? Yong Shan drew his sword again, his expression fierce. If you're all determined to die, then don't blame me for being merciless. His face was resolute, his sword draw decisive. Behold the ultimate secret technique of my Yang-style swordsmanship. Lao Nyo's smile vanished instantly, his brow furrowed. Zhang Zhengfeng had also recovered his composure. Looking 100 years younger, Du's focus sharpened, and he warily eyed the area behind them. 3 soft sounds came from behind the bandits. Swish, swish. Before they could react, Du attacked from above, leaving them stunned. Wah! The portly Lao Nyo, meanwhile, slammed straight into the ground. The aftershock sent the bandits flying into the air. Bam! Cheng Zhenfeng, however, was far more graceful. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh, asterisk. The 3 of them launched from where Yong Shan stood, their movements swift and agile. In the end, only a single, lonely figure remained. Yong Shan wore a solemn expression. Secret art. 1 blade, 3 phantoms. Mao Tsuehua shouted with excitement. Father, that hero's 1 blade, 3 phantoms move is incredible. The more Mao Chenping watched, the more stunned he became. Yes, yes. The lone remaining bandit, Zhang San, was a bit bewildered. He had no idea how he and his comrades had been injured. Thud. What has happened? The battle was over. The carriage once again hung up its shop sign and started to roll forward. Mao Chenping cupped his fists. He thanked them politely. I am Mao Chenping. Thank you, honor to him. Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. Mao Tsuehua hid shyly behind him. Big brother hero. My name is Mao Tsuehua. Yong Shan also cupped his fists in return. Think nothing of it. I, Yong Shan, walk the path of chivalry. All my life, I have sought to right wrongs when I see them, and draw my blade to help those in need. After speaking, he turned and waved as he walked away. The green mountains don't change, and the clear waters flow on. We'll meet again someday. He walked into the forest, his stride steady and strong. In the woods, Cheng Zhenfeng and the other 3, along with Lian Man playing her instrument, were waiting for him. Yang Shan's face was filled with joy and pride. Did I meet your standard for a hero this time? Then he didn't forget to add, Man, you can stop the music now. Hearing this, Cheng Zhenfeng did, and Lao Nyo immediately roared in anger. Not even close. Dayue couldn't stand it. He glared and scolded. Even if we did 90% of the fighting for you, you were still supposed to charge in yourself. Lao Nyo yelled as well. You just stood there in one spot and waved your arms a few times. You call that acting with chivalry and righteousness. Hearing this, Yong Shan pouted resentfully. There were so many of them. I obviously couldn't beat them. Wouldn't charging and just be suicide? He started arguing loudly. I've only been practicing on a wooden dummy for 10 days. How am I supposed to fight a whole group of grown men? Lao Nyo reminded him unhappily. This thing called combat experience. You get it after getting slashed a few times. Dayue also roared indignantly. We were right there anyway. It doesn't matter how many of them there were. You just had to let out a roar and charge. Taking down one of them is better than none. Lian Man saw the situation was getting out of hand. She quickly waved her hands to calm everyone down. Actually, the young master did an excellent job. She squeezed in between the 3 men, tried her best to mediate. At the very least, the song you taught me was beautiful. I didn't realize the young master was also so skilled in music. Huh. But she didn't notice the strangers appearing in the distance. Mao Chenping looked at the group, bewildered. Mao Tsuehua frowned, a little disappointed. They're praising young hero Yang for being amazing. Just go with it. At this moment, Cheng Zhenfeng, who had been silent, finally spoke. Young Master Yang. He looked at him seriously, instructing, those who wander the martial world seek to act on their true nature. A kindness is repaid with kindness. A grudge is repaid with a grudge. When a common man is enraged, blood will spill within 5 steps. I hope you can understand this principle. If you want to quickly break through to the aperture opening realm, you must first understand what it means to be a hero. Yong Shan retorted defensively. But my actions, are me acting on my true nature. If I deliberately do something foolish, wouldn't that contradict the very meaning of acting on one's true nature? From behind, Mao Qimping spoke up hesitantly. Young hero Yang. Yong Shan turned his head in annoyance. What is it? Why haven't you left yet? Mao Qimping cupped his fists again. His expression was serious. It's like this. This time, I am escorting a very important shipment. The other guards traveling with me were all killed by the bandits. He bowed his head and said pleadingly, I must be bold and ask if the young hero would escort me to the West Town relay station ahead, just in case something else happens on the road. If the young hero is willing to help. Once we reach West Town, Lian Man quickly stepped forward. She whispered in his ear, Young master, the West Town relay station isn't far from here. If all goes well, we can be there by the afternoon. Hearing her father's words, Mao Tsuehua became much more excited. She put on the air of a lovelorn maiden. This humble girl is willing to offer herself in repayment and serve you by your side. The moment the words left her mouth, she was bonked on the head by her father. He continued to list the benefits. I will certainly present a generous reward to repay this great kindness. Yong Shan walked past him, refusing gently. There's no need for payment. It's on our way anyway. He stood before the carriage, asking curiously, What are you transporting? A mischievous glint appeared at the corner of his mouth. Could it be some kind of spirit pills or magic treasures? Lian Man reminded him sternly, Young master, act with chivalry. Act with righteousness. Mao Qimping didn't take his words seriously. He laughed and replied, Young master jests. Treasures of that caliber wouldn't be transported by a humble guard like me. Everything on the carriage is tributes from the common people of various places for the Wuji sect. If it were to fall into the hands of bandits, I really don't know how I would explain it to the merchants. The heavy chests were piled high on the cart. Suddenly, Huda regained consciousness from among the crowd. He staggered to his feet. So you knew this was tribute for the Wuji sect, huh? Yang Shan pouted. Oh, so there was still one alive. Daiyuan knew who it was at a glance. He gave the person next to him a cold look. Old brother Yong Shan is always too soft-hearted. He must not have delivered a killing blow just now. I saw quite a few bandits escape. Lao just stood there, a guilty look in his eyes. Huda. Kuan suddenly took out a token. He introduced himself grandly. I am Huda, an outer disciple of the Wuji sect, here to collect the tributes. He gripped the token tightly in his hand, threatening, You dare to strike me? You're all in big trouble now. His words stunned everyone present. What? Lian Man said in shock. Someone from the Wuji immortal sect? Why would they rob their own tributes? Cheng Zhenfeng explained calmly. The sect itself certainly wouldn't do such a thing. But these outer disciples in charge of collecting tributes, many of them come from local prominent families. He thought of the scene of Huda, Kuan, and his cronies bullying others with their power, colluding with bandits, robbing the villagers of their tributes, in order to extort the people who urgently needed to replace them, and ultimately seize their family fortunes. Hearing this, Huda Kuan warned smugly, My Hu family is connected by marriage to the Ling family of Gusu. You bastards are dead meat. Daiyue just gave him a cold glance. This sort of thing happens every year. Because every time they're discovered, they flash their identity to intimidate people. The local authorities can't do anything about it. Unlike them, Mao Qimping was so scared he fell to his knees. I am Mao Qimping, paying my respects to the Wuji sect master. He explained anxiously, because the sect master didn't reveal his identity before, and even kill one of my guards, Before he could finish his sentence, a slap landed with a resounding crack. The sound was ear-piercing. Huda. Kuan cursed angrily. Damn it. Are you saying it's my fault? Mao Tsuehua ran over in distress, shouting, Father. Blood trickled from the corner of Mao Qimping's mouth. He shouted to stop her. Tsuehua, don't come over here. Right after, a barrage of kicks and punches rained down on him, accompanied by Huda's curses. You ruined my business and you dare to talk back. I'll beat you. The more Daiyue watched, the more he wanted to intervene. How can there be such a villain who uses his power to bully people? They're ruining the reputation of the immortal. Lao quickly stopped him. Old brother Yue, don't be rash. It's better to let young Master Yang handle this. Lian Man glanced at Yong Shan, who was starting to walk forward. His figure was tall, his back resolute. He looked incredibly handsome in the wind. Now, they could only rely on his cunning business tactics. and his habit of throwing money around like it was nothing to resolve this matter completely. Speaking of which, the Yu's mouth twitched again. Damn it. We're always talking about teaching him the ways of a knight-errant, but when something actually happens, this is how we act. Old Nyo also said guiltily, this is so embarrassing. Master Zhang Feng was much calmer, wandering the Jianghu, upholding justice. As long as one can achieve an epiphany, this can be said to be a rare shortcut on the path of cultivation. He looked again at Mao Chunping, who was being beaten to a bloody pulp. But do you know why those who use this method to break through are all teenagers in their teens? The pitiful Mao Suehua cried and called for her father. Suddenly, the look in Mao Chunping's eyes changed. He raised his head, his eyes vacant. Huda! Kuan saw his expression. He stammered in fear. What do you want to do? I'm a member of the Wuji sect. Zhang Zhengfeng's voice rang out again. Because once a person grows up, they will understand. Huda's expression. Kuan was bewildered. Mao Chunping bowed his head again. He apologized respectfully. This matter was handled improperly by me. All punishments and faults will be borne by me alone. His expression was resolute. The real Jianghu. How can there be such a thing as acting on one's own accord? Favors are repaid. Vengeance is sought. I only hope the esteemed master will quell his anger. At that moment, Yong Shan had appeared beside him. So, you're a member of the Wuji sect? Huda. Kuan immediately put on a mocking and derisive expression. Yo, come to apologize? It's too late. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let me tell you, not a single one of you will escape. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. In front of Hudakuan was Yong Shan's incredibly dangerous smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He drew his sword. He slashed straight through the man. Even the command token was sliced in two. Then you can go and die. Yong Shan looked at the person in front of him with a cold expression. The tip of his sword was still dripping with warm, fresh blood. The three, Zhang Zhengfeng, screamed in horror. He killed someone. Yong Shan frowned, his face emotionless. Is this what you call repaying vengeance for vengeance? And repaying grievances for grievances? Killing this kind of scum is truly satisfying. Contrary to his calm demeanor, Master Zhang Feng clutched his head and screamed. But that guy is a disciple of an immortal sect. The Yu was shocked and confused. Why, at a time like this, did you change your style of doing things? A fine would have been enough. And old Neo warned anxiously. Many of the mountain bandits escaped just now. It's too late to silence them all now. Seeing the internal conflict among the group, Mao Chunping took the initiative to confess his guilt. Please rest assured, everyone. This matter was caused by me. I will bear all the consequences. I will absolutely not implicate the young hero. As he spoke, he stroked his daughter Suehua's head. I will go to the Wuji sect to plead guilty immediately. In the end, he even entrusted her without a moment's hesitation. From now on, please, young hero, take care of Suehua for me. Yong Shan interrupted while wiping his sword. All right. What's with all the fuss? Before I made my move, how could I not have considered the consequences? He frowned. His expression was serious. That Wuji sect has always been my target. I've already investigated all related information thoroughly. He glanced down at the ground again. Under the Wuji sect, there are smaller sects like the Nanshi Highland sect and the Qingyan Leishan sect. They are in charge of training martial masters and managing industries. This is also considered the outer sect. The bloody corpse of Hudakuan, he said uncertainly. To be able to come and go from here, this guy is probably a disciple of the Highland sect. Yong Shan's expression suddenly became terrifying. Moreover, he's the kind with no status in the sect, going out and causing trouble. How could I not be familiar with this kind of trick? He was still worried. Even if an insignificant outer sect disciple is killed, the Wuji sect will not just sit back and do nothing. Old Nyo was also afraid of the consequences. Besides, even if it's just the Highland sect, we can't afford to provoke them. Yong Shan noticed everyone's anxiety. Take a good look. I'm the one who will pass the Ascending Cloud's immortal examination and join the Wuji sect. Then, looking at their bewildered faces, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. When I become an immortal master, who would come looking for trouble with me over some nameless disciple? You looked at him helplessly. If the young master successfully ascends the clouds and joins the Wuji sect, This matter really doesn't seem like a big deal. Olnyo pouted. He said disbelievingly. But what if? Yong Shan ignored their attitudes. He just suggested, on the contrary, you guys want to consider moving? I'll cover the moving expenses. How about going to the Westlake? Master Zhang Feng stroked his beard and reminded them. There's no need for such trouble. It's common for disciples of immortal sects to spar with each other. Yong Shan thought of his own move. He laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. I've even thought of a name for my sect. Let's just call it the Golden Sword Great War End of the Century Exploration Sect. Master Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. I'll write a letter to the head of the Highland sect later, saying that our Huishan school's disciple, Yong Shan, during a sparring session, accidentally killed their martial master disciple. Then we'll send some gifts to show our sincerity. Of course, the gifts will be provided by young Master Yang. Hearing this sentence, his smile immediately froze. Master Zhang Feng whispered to the other two. After all, the three of us are considered immortal masters, and we've been teaching martial arts in Jiangnan for nearly 100 years. The other party probably won't make things difficult for us over such a small matter, right? Do you happily agreed? That's right. Old Nyo also put on a helpless expression. It was just an accident during a sparring session. We are also very sorry. Yang Shan caught the main point in their words. He leaned closer to Zhang Zhengfeng and asked tentatively, Hey, old man, since when did I become a disciple of the Huishan school? That emotionless smile made old Nyo fly into a rage upon hearing it. I've even passed on the Dragon Gate pole to you. If you had any conscience, you would have already knelt down and acknowledged me as your master. Yang Shan happily put his arms around Mao Chunping and old Nyo. But if you agree to deal with this matter, then quickly inform the nearby villagers. Anyone who doesn't want to be implicated should move to Huishan. Free houses, free land, travel expenses all covered. He even reminded them in a serious tone, not forgetting, after this trip, you don't need to escort any more goods. Bring this girl to the Huishan school to work. The benefits are generous, room and board included. Mao Chunping was slightly taken aback. This, and Mao Zuehua was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. Yang Shan looked at the pile of goods in front of him and laughed loudly. People are the most precious asset of this era. He didn't forget to call out to Lu Man, who was standing there in a daze behind him. Quickly, quickly. What are you standing there for? Get moving. Lian Man smiled gently. Yang Shan transformed into the form of a puppy and grinned slyly. Huishan has received a notice for sect construction. The scale of the Huishan school has increased by 1. Looking into the distance, his expression was extremely proud. On the Duoda mountain range, a magnificent sect building had been erected. In the distance, there were also rows of small houses. Master Zhang Feng and the other two laughed and exclaimed, We've been gone for a week. The expansion of the sect is almost complete. Yang Shan was enjoying Lu Man's massage. He replied with satisfaction, As long as there's money, these things are not a problem. He lay on his stomach on the bed and said contentedly, The Huishan school now has its own industries. The sect's foundation has been completely renewed. The results of our 7-day tour of the Jianghu are not bad at all. Master Zhang Feng, holding a cup of hot tea, chimed in. As long as we can train a few outstanding immortal master disciples, our Huishan school can also be considered a small immortal sect. Everyone was overjoyed. Suddenly, the Yu's expression changed. He bit his lip. Sweat poured down his face. Wait a minute. This scene looks familiar. The next moment, an old Neo suddenly flipped the table and roared, Wait a minute. Didn't we come out here to help young Master Yang achieve an epiphany? Suddenly remembering something, Yang Shan clutched his head. His face was filled with anxiety. This is bad. The Ascending Cloud's immortal examination starts in 7 days, and I'm still stuck at the epiphany stage. But he quickly pulled himself together. Damn it. There's still time. When I dealt with that bastard, I think I felt my heart aperture loosen a bit. Just a few more times. He roared fiercely. Let me go. I'm going to slaughter that entire Highland sect right now. Lian Man hugged him tightly in fear. Young master, don't be rash. You'll really get beaten to death. Master Zhang Feng calmly stroked his beard. Young Master Yang, don't panic. Actually, we still have one last resort. He frowned. His tone was solemn. There's a type of pill that with just 1 dose can help the young master ascend directly to the Xiantian realm. Hearing this, The previously aggressive Yong Shan immediately deflated. He turned around and asked excitedly, "What? If there's something so good, why didn't you take it out sooner?" You hesitated slightly. "We didn't want the young master to use it before, because this pill has a small side effect." He cheerfully patted you on the shoulder and comforted him. "We've come this far. Who cares about any side effects? As long as I can reach the Xiantian realm, everything else is easy to handle." Master Zhang Feng opened a small box. Inside was a terrifying-looking black pill. After taking it, within 10 breaths, it will cause immediate death. The world's most potent poison. The heart demon violent chi pill. Hearing the last sentence, Yong Shan roared in anger. "If taking it will kill me, what the hell are you talking about?" The black pill emitted a gloomy purple smoke. The heart demon violent chi pill. Ranked 57th on the list of potent poisons. After taking it, it will plunge a person into a heart demon's illusion. The chi and blood in the entire body will go out of control. Accompanying his words was the sight of Yong Shan's world spinning. He lay paralyzed on the ground, completely lifeless. If one cannot escape the illusion, they will die from the depletion of chi and blood. Yong Shan continued to stare wide-eyed. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth. Even if one relies on willpower to escape the heart demon, the rampaging chi and blood will immediately backlash. At most 10 breaths, the body will explode and die. After enduring so much hardship, he had finally reached the realm he desired. And what I need to do is to seize those 10 breaths. Use the rampaging chi and blood to break through all the acupoints in my body, and thus break through to the Xiantian realm. At the back mountain of the Huishan martial arts school, under a full moon, Yong Shan stood on high ground. His gaze was profound. "The moment I become a Xiantian, my chi and blood will be channeled into a new meridian cycle. The danger of my body exploding will also be eliminated." He was lost in thought. It's either success or death. This is clearly a foolish and reckless act, but it somehow doesn't seem like my style. Yong Shan's expression sharpened again. But it seems now I no longer have any other choice. When he saw the reward notification showing 86 remaining, he looked panicked again. "At this rate, I won't have enough points to participate in the immortal examination." He frowned and closed his eyes, making up his mind. Since there's no way out, just then, a short wooden stick flew from a distance. Even though he was lost in thought, Yong Shan still reacted instinctively. He leaped up. He caught the wooden stick with his mouth. "This time, I can only risk it all." He turned and walked away, wagging his tail. But a moment later, he suddenly came to his senses. "Why did I catch that?" He widened his eyes. Sweat poured down his face. His face was filled with anxiety. "My body is shaking." He dropped the stick from his mouth. He turned around and bared his teeth, growling menacingly. "Who's so thoughtless? Throwing things around in the middle of the night." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He was stunned. It was the silhouette of a young woman gliding under the moonlight. She looked even more beautiful. Man, Yong Shan was slightly startled. What is she doing practicing the Dragon Gate pole? Lian Man's movements were incredibly sharp. Her expression was also unprecedentedly serious. 3 days later, the sky was clear. The weather was cool, just as Lu Man was combing Yong Shan's hair. Master Zhang Feng and the other two burst in excitedly. "Young Master Yong, the necessary preparations for taking the violent chi pill. We have completed them." Yu resolutely pointed behind him. "The location has been chosen in the courtyard, so that the young master can feel the chi of heaven and earth. Perhaps it can loosen your heart aperture." Yong Shan's face was blank. "Perhaps." Old Nyo also introduced grandly. "The time has been chosen for high noon, when the sunlight is at its strongest. Perhaps it can weaken the intensity of the heart demon." Yong Shan said uncertainly, "Perhaps." Master Zhang Feng was even more exaggerated than the other two. "We have also invited several villagers who are greatly indebted to the young hero. Perhaps it can summon richest chi and loosen the young master's spirit aperture." When he saw the banners with the words, "Noble character, turning stone to gold, and a debt of gratitude as deep as a mountain," Yong Shan's face immediately darkened. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Perhaps." Suddenly, an old woman and a rooster hugged a coffin and wailed mournfully. Young Master Yang is a good person. We can't let him go so cold and lonely. The young man holding a white banner beside her kindly reminded her, Grandma. The immortal master said we should only start crying after our benefactor has gone inside. Mao Tzuehua ran over from a distance. Her face was filled with excitement, as if she were playing a fun game. Tzuehua will be in charge of holding the spirit tablet. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl was hit on the head by her father. Master Zhang Feng seriously guaranteed, if the breakthrough fails, we have also arranged the funeral arrangements properly. Yong Shan understood their intentions. He roared in disbelief. These are your preparations? The only thing that's been arranged properly is the funeral. Can you guys be a little more reliable? Diyu understood his mood and comforted him. After all, using the heart demon violent chi pill to ascend to the Xiantian realm is a life and death gamble. Old Nyo also added anxiously, we have already exhausted every possible method we could think of. Even a glimmer of hope for survival is good. Master Zhang Feng cleared his throat. However, it's not like we're completely unprepared. He gestured to another pill in the distance. The secret medicine of the Lu Hua Valley. The spirit cicada jade nectar. Young master, look, this is our last resort. It had a golden, slightly shimmering outer shell. An elixir refined from the 60-year spirit cicada of the Lu Hua Valley. It is said to be able to bring the dead back to life, even if the young master fails to break through. As long as you take it, there's a 70% chance of survival. Master Zhang Feng took out the pill. He brought it before Yong Shan and explained, if we hadn't discovered this elixir in a young master's storage, we would not have suggested such a risky plan. He looked at the ornate pill in his hand with some doubt. When did I ever buy this? Having too much money is also a problem. I don't even know what I have. Old Nyo pouted and looked towards Lu Man-Man. But there's only one jade nectar. So on Miss Man-Man's side, she seemed to understand his meaning and waved her hand with a smile. It's fine, as if to confirm her words. She even put her hands on her hips. She winked and assured them, I have the Dragon Gate pole. These past few days, I've re-practiced all the techniques the young master has cultivated. The method of controlling chi relies entirely on the young master. Lian Man cheerfully assured them, I've already asked my 3 masters. This way, even if I fail, the young master can still see the process of the chi and blood rampaging through me. Before she could finish her sentence, she was hit hard on the head by Yong Shan. He leaned in close to her face, his voice cold. Who said you had to take the medicine with me? Seeing that he was unhappy, Lian Man's face fell, and she began to think. Didn't the young master buy Man-Man to test medicine? If I can't even do this, then Man-Man, the next moment, she was hit several more times by Yong Shan, accompanied by his scolding. Are you an idiot too? What's there to test with this kind of pill that explodes on failure? Do you think you're some immortal Mary Sue protagonist? A brain is a good thing to have. Did you feed yours to the dogs? Lian Man clutched her head, wronged by the hitting, and whined, Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Any more, and I'll really be stupid. Diyu and the other 2 watched this scene. They just smiled with satisfaction. Yong Shan stomped away, gritting his teeth in frustration. Honestly, why am I always surrounded by idiots? Now it has come. Yong Shan sat on a high platform covered with a red carpet. In front of him were the 4 Zhang Zhengfeng. To his right was a group of villagers who had come to cheer him on. The old man instructed him seriously, Young Master Yang. The key lies in the 10 breaths after you escape the heart demon. You must concentrate your mind. Focus on guiding your chi and blood. If you feel something is wrong, immediately take the jade nectar. Yang Shan replied irritably. I know. How many times have you said that? At that moment, a servant ran over. He handed the letter in his hand to the old man, reporting to Master Guanzhong. A letter has arrived from the Highland sect. The content of the letter was filled with murderous intent. The conflict and casualties between the disciples of our 2 sects really does not require the intervention of an immortal master. According to the old rules, my sect will pay a visit to your door to conduct a martial master duel, to settle the grievances between us. Master Zhang Feng frowned. They want to send a martial master to cause trouble for young Master Yang. Diyu was a little puzzled. Why is the Highland sect suddenly so aggressive? Weren't the gifts we sent enough? Old Nyo was worried. But if it's just a duel between martial masters, it's not a big deal. Master Zhang Feng calmly reassured them. when young Master Yang breaks through to the Xiantian realm. No matter who it is, at the martial master stage, he will have the strength to fight. Yong Shan heard their conversation. A cunning smile lifted the corners of his mouth. They even prepared a bunch of small fries for the protagonist to beat up after leveling up, to show off his strength. What a tired old cliché. After speaking, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. The medicinal effect took place immediately. He gritted his teeth and thought, but this way, I no longer have any reason to fail. His pupils suddenly constricted. Master Zhang Feng's warning rang out. His consciousness is starting to blur. The heart demon's illusion is about to begin. Yang Shan's whole body trembled. He looked crazed. Xiantian, here I come. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past, accompanied by provocative words. Since the Huishan school has already received the letter, then I suppose I can't be accused of attacking without a declaration of war, can I? Luo Xinshan and 3 other disciples appear before them. The head of the Highland sect, Luo Xinshan, has come to pay a visit with 3 martial master disciples. Master Zhang Feng cried out in astonishment. What? Even old Nyo protested indignantly. What kind of logic is it to rush to someone's door for a duel right after sending a letter? Ling Yao smirked arrogantly. Ling Yao of the Highland sect. Under the witness of the esteemed, immortal masters, on behalf of my master, I have come to engage in a personal duel with your sect's Yong Shan, to settle our grievances. The 3 below immediately panicked. Damn it! Why at this very moment? Ling Yao didn't wait for their agreement. As soon as he landed, he began to draw his sword. This battle will be fair and just. A curse followed. Bastard! Yong Shan gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Why is it always like this? Ling Yao licked his lips. His face was filled with excitement. Regardless of life or death. Earlier, in a main hall of the Highland sect, Luo Xinshan sat in the middle of the hall. He looked at the 3 disciples kneeling before him. Qianjia said unwillingly, Sect Master, that Yong Shan killed a disciple of our Highland sect. This is a good opportunity. Su Mingji also nodded in agreement. By threatening him with a martial arts duel, we can surely make him hand over the tribute items. Ling Yao's face was sincere. Please give us a chance to atone for our mistakes by rendering a service. Luo Xinshan held the letter in his hand. He frowned in confusion upon hearing this. Atone for your mistakes by rendering a service? He didn't pursue the matter. He just coldly refused. There's no need for such trouble. I only have one request. On the dueling platform, kill him for me. Remembering Luo Xinshan's instructions, Ling Yao's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent was palpable. The Yu shouted to stop him. Wait a minute. Old Nyo pointed at the dueling platform indignantly. At least give us some time to prepare. What kind of duel is this, coming to our door like this? Luo Xinshan seemed completely unsurprised by this attitude. He replied nonchalantly, My Highland sect is an outer sect of the Supreme Bliss sect. To be willing to resolve this matter in this way is already very sincere. Do you still want to interfere in a duel between disciples? He suddenly roared. Do you think my Highland sect has no one? A strong wind swept up fallen leaves. It rushed towards the 3, do you? Their eyes widened in terror. Overwhelming vigorous qi. This is... Ling Yao glanced at his opponent. He smiled cheerfully and said, Although I don't know how you offended the sect master. Yong Shan frowned and gritted his teeth. He struggled to resist. Damn it. The poison is taking effect. I can barely see clearly anymore. Ling Yao paid him no mind. He continued to ramble on. But thank you for giving me this opportunity to render service. So, he paused here. He paused for a moment. Then his eyes widened, and he charged forward. Obediently go and die for me. The tip of the sword was aimed straight at Yong Shan's pupil. At that moment, another sword appeared in an instant. It blocked the attack. Mao Jinping appeared in a flash. Young hero Yang, be careful. Lian Man supported Yong Shan. She asked worriedly, Young master, are you all right? Mao Jinping looked at Ling Yao and explained. The matter that day was caused by me, Mao. If you want to settle the score today, then let Mao fight in young hero Yang's place. I assume there's no problem with that. Ling Yao seemed even more interested after hearing this. So you're that escort? Of course, no problem. I heard there were 3 martial masters at the scene that day. So, Mao Jinping's eyes widened in astonishment. What? They also had 3 martial masters. Before he could even react, 3 flashes of light had already zipped past. He turned around. Ling Yao sneered contemptuously. Very fair, isn't it? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lian Man hurriedly rushed forward with her sword. Uncle Mao, I'll help you. But before she could get close, she was swept aside by something. Lu Man's sword flew far away. It stuck straight into the ground. Qianjia blocked her path. His attitude was contemptuous. Help someone, but holding a sword doesn't suit you. Miss Man of the Lin Xianfang. Her gaze was determined. On her face was a wound from the recent attack. Qianjia pinched her chin. He smirked contemptuously. Still remember this, young master? Back then, I spent 1,000 taels. And you were so arrogant and unyielding, not letting this young master into your room. What a petty person, holding a grudge. I despise you. What's with the act of being so pure? Aren't you just someone else's concubine now? Then, he looked at the pained Yong Shan again. But, to make a beauty like you fight. This young Master Yang really doesn't know how to appreciate a woman. Qianjia began to boast proudly again. But this young master is different. I know how to appreciate a woman the most. How about this? He whispered enticingly in Lu Man's ear. As long as you obediently come back with me, I won't lay a hand on this young Master Yang. How about it? Su Mingji, who was dueling with Mao Jinping, turned his head back and reminded him, Qianjia, stop dawdling. Go and deal with Yong Shan quickly. Qianjia turned his head back and replied nonchalantly, what's there to be afraid of? After all, you two are here. What's wrong with letting me play for a while? After speaking, he continued to show his contempt for Lu Man. Cool me. Dance a little to relieve my boredom first. Let me inspect the goods. See if you still have the same style as before. Hurry up. What are you still pretending for? Lian Man lowered her head. Her expression filled with sorrow. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Yong Shan was crawling towards her from a distance. Though his whole body trembled in pain, he still took her hand, comforting her. Don't pay him any mind. Lian Man smiled and patted Yong Shan's shoulder. It's all right, young master. It's just a dance. Man can handle it. You should use this opportunity to break through to the Xiantian realm. She smiled brightly, her face showing no sign of concern. Besides, she said, since the young master bought me, I haven't even had the chance to dance for you yet. She stood up, her smile as if to reassure Yong Shan. Then let's just consider this the first time Man dances for the young master. At that, Yong Shan's expression changed. He gripped Lian Man's shoulders with all his might. I said, don't pay him any mind. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. Young master, Man came from a brothel. I don't think about things so deeply. In the past, I often. Yong Shan seemed to sense her unusual emotions. He quickly cut her off. This has nothing to do with that. His pupils were bloodshot. He reminded her through gritted teeth, remember, you belong to me, Yong Shan now. Something like this. If you don't want to do it, you never have to do again. Hearing his final words, Lian Man looked slightly stunned. But then, she decisively chopped the back of Yong Shan's neck. Only when he was unconscious in her arms did she whisper softly, the young master is so stingy. Isn't it just one dance? Lian Man said loudly, as if intentionally for Qianjia to hear from behind. A maidservant bought from a brothel, even if she's given away to someone else. Isn't that perfectly normal? She pressed her forehead against his, as if encouraging herself. So, you can focus on your breakthrough without worry. Everything else, just leave it to Man. Lian Man looked up and smiled. She stood up cheerfully and walked towards Qianjia. My apologies for keeping the young master waiting. Lian Man spoke with a smile, gentle and lovely. My young master has a strange temper. He often makes things difficult for me. Not at all like the young master here, who knows how to cherish a woman. Hearing her praise, Qianjia immediately blushed. He chuckled and said, it's no trouble at all. Waiting for beauty is a gentleman's courtesy. Lian Man spoke softly, her posture graceful. Therefore, I hope the young master will be gentle with me. In a moment, you must be sure to... She paused for a moment, then swung her sword, attacking Qianjia. Go easy on Man. On the Qinhuai River, luxurious flower boats drifted lazily. 3 young women lay on a long bench, sunbathing. One sighed, I want to go out with young Master Yang to sunbathing every day. I'm about to turn into dried fish. But being a happy dried fish sounds nice too. The young women began to feel jealous of their sister. She can sing. She's skilled in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm so envious of Sister Man. She's beautiful and so sweet with her words. No wonder everyone likes her. The girl in yellow had a face full of admiration. I wish I could be like her. It would be so nice to be liked by so many people. Suddenly, Mama Xia appeared, her expression terrifying. She roared in anger. You girls have too much time on your hands, don't you? Then get your asses back inside and practice your dancing for me. Don't even think about resting until dinner time. The three girls ran off, crying in fear. Asterisk sob, asterisk. Mama Xia is so scary. But it's not even noon yet. She watched them go, her face filled with resignation. With attitudes like that, and you still want people to like you? There's no such easy thing in this world. Mama Xia blew out a puff of smoke, sighing. She suddenly remembered the Lien man of the past, diligently practicing the zither. Perhaps from practicing too hard, a string suddenly snapped. Lien man sucked on her injured finger, her expression frustrated. This song is so difficult. Mama Xia looked at her hands, which were nearly covered in calluses. If you don't like it, then stop practicing. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was abusing you. Hearing this, Lien man became even more determined. The scholars on the Qinhuai love this the most. If I practice it well, they'll like me. Mama Xia wasn't surprised. She was just a little curious. Every day, if you're not practicing the zither, you're practicing dancing. Don't you have anything that you like? Asked so suddenly, Lien man was a bit lost. Myself? What do I like? Under Mama Xia's expectant gaze, she answered softly, that's not necessary. She smiled with radiant confidence. Man is so beautiful. As long as I can make people like me, that's enough. Finally, she came to a bitter conclusion on her own. In short, besides making those men like me, Man has no other purpose. On the other side of the battle, Lien man's movements were extremely decisive and ruthless. My name is Lien man. Seeing that she wouldn't obey, Qianjia grew even angrier. You shameless bitch. She gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp. I live for the approval of others. Qianjia's brows furrowed in anger. He cursed as he parried her attacks. You dare to attack me? Lien man looked at her bleeding hand in pain. I learned the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, lyrics, and songs. Qianjia showed no mercy. Another slash came flying at Lien man's face. He gritted his teeth, closing in on her like the wind. The clash of weapons was ear-piercing. But before long, Qianjia's sword was at Lien man's neck. She gritted her teeth, her attitude utterly defiant. Every day I put on makeup, smiling like a flower. Qianjia sneered. Learned a few martial arts tricks, and now you've forgotten your place? He continued to spew contemptuous words at her. You're nothing but a courtesan for men's amusement. Lien man narrowed her eyes. All of it was to please the men who came for my company. She gently released the sword in her hand, then lightly kicked it into the air, before landing a swift kick on Qianjia's smug face. That is my only purpose. He stumbled back a few steps in surprise. Qianjia rubbed his chin, saying with amusement, You wench, you've got some strength. Lien man frowned on guard. The cuts on her face and neck were still bleeding. That is also my only value. She quickly gathered her strength. As for what am myself like? Lien man clenched her fists. She shot forward like a lightning bolt. I don't know, and no one cares. Qianjia's eyes began to turn red. He dropped his playful demeanor and took an attack stance. I never liked going easy on women. Lien man silently recalled the infatuated gazes of those men, because what those people wanted to see was only a Lien man who could make them happy. In an instant, Qianjia's sword mercilessly pierced through her arm. You brought this on yourself. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Lien man's eyes widened. She froze. I only hope that is enough. Qianjia smirked with satisfaction. He showed no pity at all. His tone was mocking. You wench. You chose a hard way instead of the easy one. The successive injuries made Lien man tremble in pain. Qianjia seemed to enjoy her current state. Looks like when we get back, I'll have to teach you a proper lesson. Lien man gradually gave up resisting. The wound on her face bled more and more. Her vision became blurry. I must look awful right now, I'm sure, but in the end, a contented smile spread across her face. But it doesn't matter anymore. The question Mama Xia asked me back then. I think I have the answer now. She recalled the conversation with Mama Xia while playing the zither. But, Mama Xia, if there was someone, Lian Man looked out the window at the clear blue sky. Someone I didn't have to try so hard to please. Someone who told me I didn't have to live such a hard life anymore. She turned her head, her smile unusually bright. Perhaps I would fall in love with that person. If someone like that really appeared. Lian Man gripped Qianjia's sword tightly, her palm beginning to bleed. She took a deep breath, her bleeding palm trembling. A surge of energy radiated from her body. Qianjia stammered in shock. This is the power of the qi and blood realm. Not long after, the sharp blade was crushed to pieces. Qianjia couldn't believe his eyes. You've opened your apertures. But before he could react, a hand was gently placed on his head. Lian Man's strength seemed to have multiplied. She coldly slammed his head into the ground. In that case, I wouldn't let go even if I die. An illusion. A bustling city. Skyscrapers were everywhere. Yong Shan sat in an office, looking around in a daze. Just then, a young woman appeared from outside. CEO Yang. The company's financial report for last month is ready. He was startled. Man, Lian Man walked in holding the documents. Stopping in front of Yong Shan. Our company's profit last month was 50 billion. An increase of 13% compared to the same period last year. This year's target has been met. He smiled happily. I remember now. After countless efforts, I became the CEO of the world's largest company. Lian Man looked at the departing Yong Shan, bewildered. CEO Yang? What's wrong? He waved his hand in response. Nothing. Just handle these matters as you see fit. When the two of them stepped outside, a group of people was already waiting. They bowed respectfully in greeting. Good morning, CEO Yang. Yong Shan stuck his hands in his pockets, acting nonchalant. I've reached the pinnacle of my life. As he stepped onto the carpet, he stopped. TSK. His face showed a hint of displeasure. He commented, this carpet is too dirty. I don't like it. Everyone understood. They immediately took action. Sheng Jinfeng rolled up the old carpet. The others unrolled a new one. CEO Yang. We'll throw in the dog kennel right away. On the carpet was the image of a dog with a rather mischievous grin. There's nothing left that can disturb my life. A supercar sped down the road. I hold the world in my hands. Everything depends on my mood. The car zipped past 3 old men holding bowls. Please, sirs, have pity on us. Yong Shan paid them no mind. Not a shred of pity. He sighed as he read the newspaper. No regrets. In the paper was the day's news. Serial killer. Fan Shiren was caught today. Another day. In a solemn white church. Yong Shan pushed open the doors and walked in. Behind him was Lian Man, holding a bouquet of flowers. From now on, I will live a life without a care in the world. In the middle of the aisle, a bride stood with her back to him. From the side, only her long, curled eyelashes were visible. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, calling out joyfully, Lord Immortal Seeker, you've come. Yong Shan smiled back. You fool. Long time no see. This is the real life. Wang Yud ran over happily. Immortal Seeker. His eyes sparkled. He excitedly threw himself into Yong Shan's arms. He frowned, his expression a mix of resignation and happiness. Wang Yud got closer and closer. I beg you. Yong Shan's face began to turn pale. His heart filled with dread. Wang Yud puckered his lips, closed his eyes, and said expectantly, Marry me. Yong Shan, on the other hand, began to question his entire existence. Is this piece of crap what I've been striving for? In the end, he quickly lifted his leg and sent a kick straight into Wang Yud's face. Bam! Get the hell away from me. It wasn't until the other man was unconscious on the ground that he clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, you scared me to death. Suddenly, he realized with a start. Could this be my inner demon? The other 4 saw his unhappy expression and asked worriedly, CEO Yang, is something wrong? It must be because this church is too cold. We'll sell it back to you. Yong Shan smirked, muttering to himself. I thought it was something scary. Turns out it's just this kind of cheap, enchanting illusion. Wang Yud looked at him with teary eyes, whimpering, Lord Immortal Seeker, don't you like me like this? The more Yong Shan looked, the more he couldn't stand it. He roared, but why the hell is this bastard in my inner demon? And looking like this of all things. In the end, he grumbled and comforted himself. Whatever. Now's not the time to worry about this. He rested his forehead in one hand. Now that he had regained his senses, Yong Shan's true nature began to show. We shouldn't play this cheap, enchanting game anymore. Immediately after, countless streams of dark energy rushed forward, surrounding him. Show me what you've really got. My inner demon. Yong Shan gritted his teeth and resisted. Then, he quickly grabbed the several clawed hands that were reaching for him. His voice was filled with killing intent. Let me smash you all to pieces in one go. At this point, Wang Yid had also returned to his normal appearance. He advised calmly, Lord Immortal Seeker, you've woken up. Just wait patiently for a moment, and the illusion will disappear on its own. Yong Shan was bound tightly by the dark energy. Thrashing wildly, Wang Yid reminded him anxiously, forcing your way out of the illusion just to be faster will only harm yourself, and it will affect your future breakthroughs. Hearing this, Yong Shan became even more frantic. He said through gritted teeth, wait patiently? What kind of joke is that? Wang had stared at him, dumbfounded. He continued to mutter, you fool. How can I just wait here peacefully? He thought of Lian Man, fighting all alone. Right now, outside, there's a foolish girl just like you, risking her life to fight someone. Lian Man used her sword to support her battered body. Looking at Xian Jia, who was sprawled on the ground, she stood up, her body cold. A gentle breeze blew past, making her stand out more than anyone else. She frowned warily. Not long after, Xian Jia stood up, his whole body trembling with rage. You stinking bitch. Below, Cheng Jinfeng's group didn't miss a single detail. They cheered loudly. Miss Man has broken through to the Qi and Blood realm. To be able to match a Xiantian realm expert right after entering the Qi and Blood realm. Her innate foundation is truly extraordinary. Lian Man tiredly muttered to herself. Just have to hold on a little longer. The young master will break free from his inner demon. She mustered all her strength and pulled out her sword. Just one more strike. Mao Qinping shouted a worried warning. Miss Man, behind you. But because she was distracted, she completely missed Su Mingji's kick coming right at her. Lian Man's eyes suddenly widened. She mumbled, just a little more. At the same time, a sharp sword pierced through her chest. A vortex appeared. Her trembling hand tried to reach out. Isn't this enough? Yong Shan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to touch the vortex. Didn't Master Zhang say, to escape the inner demon, you need at least half an hour? Below him, the inner demons were tangled together like a giant monster, gripping him tightly. With his desperate struggle, it seemed he had resolved it in less than 5 minutes. After a moment of effort, his finger finally touched the vortex. Though it would still take a while for it to disappear completely, at least he could see what was happening outside. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. This is... Before him was the sight of Lian Man being beaten horribly, covered in wounds. Man, she fell. Her eyes glazed over. Ling Yao glanced at his companion. I told you not to play around anymore. Scolded. Qian Jia was furious with Ling Yao. Who asked for your opinion? He looked at Man, who was on the ground, fighting for her. Now let me handle this. Lu Man seemed oblivious to her surroundings. She mumbled weakly, no, young Master Yang, this isn't enough time. Her trembling hand reached forward. I have to get up, but before she could touch anything, someone grabbed her by the hair and yanked her back. You filthy bitch. Qian Jia snarled through clenched teeth. How dare you make me lose face like this? Zhang Zhengfeng and the others grew anxious, wanting to rush forward. Miss Man. But Luo Xinshan blocked them with a sweep of his arm. His eyes were menacing. The duel isn't over. Qian Jia exposed the woman's intentions. You're fighting so desperately. You're trying to protect that young Master Yang, aren't you? He then glanced over at Yong Shan in the distance, sizing him up. If I'm not mistaken, he's using a demonic Qi detonation pill to break through. Then, he stared at Lu Man with a wicked grin. Tell me, if he breaks free from his illusion right now and sees your head fall in front of him, do you think the demonic backlash will kill him on the spot? Hearing his final words, Lu Man's eyes shot open in horror. Through the small vortex, one could see the state Lu Man was in. Yong Shan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Calm down, he told himself, looking at the threads of demonic energy already crawling up his body. Son of a bitch. I'm not the main character of some cliché, overdramatic novel. I can't just scream and magically gain a burst of power and go on a rampage, slaughtering everyone in sight. The tendrils of demonic energy pierced through his palm once more. I've always known that a person's strength has its limits. Yong Shan's entire body continued to be consumed by the demonic energy. No matter how desperately he fought, to break completely free from this would take at least another 5 minutes. He clenched his jaw tightly. The veins on his face began to bulge. This helpless rage only makes the inner demon stronger. What's more, the demonic tendrils began to wrap around his eyes. Nothing will change, he muttered. In that case, I'll just have to use the method I'm best at. Not long after, the demonic tendrils gradually loosened. My dear inner demons, I'll offer you, he said with a wicked smile. A trade. Meanwhile, Qianjia looked at Lu Man with immense satisfaction. How does it feel, watching the person you're protecting die because of you? Isn't it exhilarating? Beside him, Ling Jiao ground his teeth. He ordered impatiently, get it over with. Aren't you tired of this little show? Lu Man instinctively turned her head to look at Yong Shan, who was still struggling to escape his inner demons. Tears of anguish streamed down her face as she whispered his name. Young master. Qianjia thrust his sword toward her. Die for me. In that instant, a flash of light streaked past with a whoosh. Yong Shan appeared just in time. His speed was incredible. With one hand, he supported Lu Man. With the other, he struck Qianjia. Crash. The man stared dumbly at the blood pouring from his body. What? Yong Shan was furious. He held Lu Man tightly in his arms. She seemed to feel his warmth, instinctively calling out, Young master. Yong Shan replied gently, I've kept you waiting. A murderous aura radiated from him. His voice was firm. Leave the rest to me. Ling Jiao looked anxiously at Qianjia, who was lying motionless on the ground. Qianjia, are you all right? Lu Man raised a trembling hand, wanted to touch his face. Young master, you're here. Because her arm was so grievously injured as she lifted it, her shaking became even more pronounced. Lu Man's vision began to blur. That's wonderful. Then Man can. But before she could finish, her arm fell limp. Yong Shan cried out in alarm. Man. At the same time, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He stared at the warm, fresh blood in his hand. Puzzled, he thought, damn it, is this the qi and blood backlash? Seeing this, Zhang Zhengfeng and the others shouted a worried warning. Young Master Yang, be careful. The energy backlash is about to begin. Quickly, circulate your qi to clear your meridians, or you'll die. But when they saw the blood-red eyes and bulging veins on his face, they yelled in despair. It's no use. It's too late. Swallow the jade marrow. He shakily took it out. Then he looked at the woman in his arms and murmured, the spirit dragon jade marrow. It can bring the dead back to life. Lu Man had already closed her eyes, unconscious. He muttered, weighing his options. But looking at her like this, even if I put it in her mouth, she won't be able to swallow it. He then put the pill into his own mouth. In that case, finally, without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed Lu Man's lips. The sunlight was warm and golden. Birds chirped sweetly. Yong Shan seemed to ignore everyone and everything present. He gently fed the medicine to Lu Man with his own mouth. A moment later, he pulled away from her soft lips. Very quickly, the wounds on Lu Man's face began to heal. Even the most severe injury on her arm was restored, as if new. Luo Xinshan said in astonishment. Brilliant spring and autumn, reversing the cycle of life. This is the never-shared secret art of the flowing flower valley. The spirit dragon Jade Marrow. At the same time, Lu Man slowly opened her eyes. She said groggily, I'm not dead. Could it be? Yong Shan blinked, explaining with a smile, this truly is a world of cultivation. The effects of this spirit medicine are better than I ever imagined. Next time I see them, I'm definitely buying a whole crate. Lu Man immediately understood. Tears of worry filled her eyes. Young master, you gave the jade marrow to me. But wasn't that your life-saving talisman? Just as she finished speaking, Yong Shan spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Lu Man urged anxiously. Quickly, activate your innate power. There must still be time. Man will stand guard for you. Yong Shan grabbed her hand. No, there's no need. He wiped the corner of his mouth. The feeling of your chi and blood running rampant is truly unpleasant. How much time do I have left? 10 breaths? No, probably even less. A red mist continuously flowed from his mouth. Whatever. I don't care anymore. For me, anyway. Then, he shot forward, swinging his sword at Ling Jiao. This is more than enough. The two swords clashed. Clang. Ling Jiao cursed through gritted teeth. Insolent fool. He sneered, a corner of his mouth lifting. You're just a lowly coward who ambushed Xianjia. Do you really think you can challenge me? Yong Shan shot back without missing a beat. It's enough for me to take you bastards. His eyes also began to emit a red smoke. Ling Jiao was slightly terrified. Wait, what is this power? Yong Shan's strength multiplied, pressing Ling Jiao down toward the floor. And kill you all. Crack. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Su Mingji saw that the situation was bad. He hastily dropped Mao Zhenping to provide support. Get lost. He tightened his grip on his sword and charged at Yong Shan. But Yong Shan swiftly leaned aside to dodge. Yong Shan precisely grabbed his opponent's wrist. Su Mingji's eyes widened. His face was a mask of confusion. What? Mao Zhenping clutched the wound on his chest. He spoke, trembling but resolute. Young Master Yang, let me help you. Yong Shan politely refused. No need. Uncle Mao, just look at the state you're in. Su Mingji looked at the hand gripping him, asking in confusion, wait, what are you trying to do? The only answer he received was the sound of bones snapping. Su Mingji screamed in agony. He clutched his bent-back wrist, shaking from the pain. Ling Jiao stared in terror at the man before him. All the arrogance he'd arrived with now gone. What the hell is this guy? Yong Shan held the sword in his hand. Puzzled, he thought an identical feeling. What exactly is this power of chi and blood? Isn't the external projection of true chi an ability of an immortal master? He looked at his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Is this only the chi and blood realm? Seems like it's still not enough. He raised his long sword as he spoke. Well, you can never have too many skills. Might as well kill a few more of them. Lao Niu and Yu shouted in shock. Young Master Yang, is this a meridian breakthrough? You've got to be kidding. Even Zhang Zhengfeng couldn't believe his eyes. So, such a prodigy really exists in this world. One sword to clear the meridians, another for the chi and blood realm. Ling Jiao and Su Mingji clung to each other, trembling as they begged for mercy. The sword in Yong Shan's hand began to gather energy. With one strike, he swung it down. It sent them flying like balls into the distance. Xiantian, a long, deep trench appeared on the dueling platform. Done. Yong Shan's expression was calm, but he had already anticipated the outcome. Of course, under that ferocious attack, Ling Yao and Su Mingji had fainted with their eyes wide open. Bloodstains and shattered bricks were everywhere. Lian Man praised him joyfully. Young master is so amazing. Mao Zhenping was speechless. What kind of joke is this? Are you telling me this is a martial master? Old Nyo looked at the devastated scene before him, puzzled. Why did that last move feel like projected true chi? Di was also astonished. Using the power of chi and blood, can it create such an effect? Master Zhang Feng was lost in thought. Even for a first-grade aptitude, this is too powerful. Could it be? Luo Xinshan watched his disciples fall just like that. He said angrily, a bunch of useless trash. Yang Shan's expression was nonchalant. It's finally over. He looked at the scene he had caused and sighed. By borrowing the power of the heart demon and using the method of burning chi and blood to unleash energy, not only did I instantly achieve an epiphany, but the power of the attack was also unbelievably strong. In the end, he even smiled smugly. 3 times stronger. But he was a little troubled. The only problem is, in an instant, my body felt completely drained. Yang Shan turned his head. He smiled gently. Lian Man ran towards him joyfully like a child. Yang Shan happily watched the figure of the young woman running towards him. However, the problem has been resolved. Next, but the joy didn't last long. Something flew towards him with a whoosh. Yang Shan hurriedly raised his sword to block it. What? But his face was still slightly injured. Luo Jinshan stepped onto the dueling platform. His expression was one of admiration. Yong Shan, you have a lot of nerve. To dare to kill a disciple of my Highland sect. Yong Shan was astonished by his behavior. What the hell? This guy dares to openly attack me in front of everyone. Even a powerful immortal sect must have its own procedures and rules of conduct, right? Yong Shan gritted his teeth and thought, whether it's pretending to be mountain bandits or showing up after the duel has ended. Is it all like this? Now, he's suddenly willing to lose face over a few martial master disciples. Luo Xinshan swung his sword again. The head of the Highland sect, Luo Jinshan. Today, I must avenge the disciples who died unjustly under my door. Swoosh! A strong wind blew past. Swoosh! Lien Man called out worriedly, Young master! A loud explosion rang out. Boom! Along with it came Luo Xinshan's voice, filled with killing intent. Avenge and wash away the shame. Yong Shan gritted his teeth in confusion. Damn it! Where did things go wrong? Before Luo Xinshan's attack could reach him, another attack countered it. The three, Zhang Zhengfeng, quickly jumped onto the dueling platform. They blocked Yong Shan. He looked at them in a daze. The three of you, what's wrong? Luo Xinshan said unwillingly. Do you want to oppose my Highland sect? Master Zhangfeng raised his sword and replied firmly. I am Zhang Zhengfeng. My aptitude is only a 7th grade heavenly meridian, although I stepped onto the path of immortality by a fortunate coincidence. This life, I have no hope of reaching the Golden Core realm. I can only stop at the peak of the Immortal Master stage. He had dedicated himself to teaching martial arts in Huishan. It has been nearly 100 years now. The disciples below the platform listened to his words. They were a little moved. Master Zhangfeng gradually reminisced about the past. I have taught over 3,000 disciples. Among them, 175 became immortal masters. 20 have advanced to the immortal lord realm. They are scattered among the great immortal sects of Jiangnan. Even in this Wuji sect, there are disciples whom I once enlightened in the martial arts. His voice was incredibly firm. His attitude was unyielding. This time, it was my sect disciple who killed first. You requested a martial master duel. I have nothing to say. A shard of glass was still embedded in Yong Shan's body. But now that victory and defeat have been decided, if Sect Master Luo continues to be relentless and continues to attack my sect's disciple with a killing blow, Zhang Zhengfeng's words were extremely imposing. Then even if I have to throw away this old face and get on my knees to beg those students of mine from back then, will definitely invite them to this Huishan to preside over justice, to distinguish right from wrong with Sect Master Luo. Luo Xinshan frowned. Although he was unconvinced, he couldn't refute it. Ugh, humph. Luo Xinshan's face was expressionless. He said coldly, It was I who saw my beloved disciple killed. And for a moment, I was overcome with emotion. I hope Sect Master Zhang will not blame me. Then he turned to leave. Since the grievances are settled, then this matter is over. But after a few steps, he turned his head back. Everyone, we shall meet again if fate allows. Luo Xinshan disappeared after speaking. Yong Shan looked in the direction he had left. A little confused. He's gone. He didn't forget to give Zhang Zhengfeng a thumbs up. Old master, you're so cool. But as soon as he finished speaking, Master Zhangfeng collapsed. He was stunned. Old master, old Niu, and you hurriedly supported Zhang Zhengfeng. Master Guanzhang, are you alright, old brother Zhang? Zhang Zhengfeng's legs were weak. He couldn't stand steady. No, I'm fine. Yong Shan and Lu Manman saw this. They giggled happily. Luo Xinshan appeared in a certain forest. Meng Xiaohua was sitting on a large rock. He was playing with a flock of birds. He knew who had arrived without even turning his head. May I ask, Sect Master Luo, why didn't you just kill the Yong Shan just now? Luo Xinshan voiced his doubts. Reporting to the immortal envoy. Until the very last moment, I still did not detect the presence of any expert protectors. Could it be that we've mistaken the person? Meng Xiaohua asked in return. What if we did? Then his eyes suddenly widened. The Tao of Luhua Valley. In the end, he looked at the small bird in his hand and said, Whatever. We were just probing a little anyway. Meng Xiaohua reached out and stroked the little bird. I didn't expect to be able to deal with that elusive crown prince in one go. He turned to Luo Xinshan and said, As for the sect master's side, I will go and report. As for Yong Shan, Find a chance to compensate him a little. There's no need to bother with him anymore. Luo Xinshan quickly replied. The sound of firecrackers and cheers from the crowd was endless. Congratulations to young Master Yang on his advancement to the Xiantian realm. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Young Master Yang is hosting a celebratory banquet today. Everyone, please don't be polite. Good. Thank you, young master. Congratulations to the young master on his ascension. Mao Jinping took back the memorial tablet from a little girl's hands. This won't be needed anymore. Mao Zuehua also reached out to take it. Quickly, take it away and throw it away. Yong Shan's memorial tablet. The old woman wiped the coffin. She muttered to herself with a smile. Such a good coffin. It will be a waste not to use it. I'll keep it for the young master. Maybe one day it will be useful. The corridor outside was deserted because everyone was enjoying themselves at the banquet. Old Nyo clasped his hands and said cheerfully, Congratulations, young Master Yang. He was also beaming. To advance to the Xiantian realm in just 26 days. It's truly unexpected. Zhang Zhengfeng's legs were still trembling. He sat in a chair and chided. But you gave the jade nectar to Miss Man. It was really too risky. He looked at the bandaged Yong Shan. Miss Man's injuries can be treated with other pills. There might still be some hope. But if the poison of the heart demon violent chi pill had taken effect, you would have surely died. Lian Man also nodded in agreement. That's right. There are clearly many other healing medicines. Under her reproachful gaze, Yong Shan just closed his eyes and smiled. It was a critical moment to save a life. Besides, I was confident that I could do it. Do you suddenly remembered something? That's right. Young Master Yang. How did you finally break through to the Xiantian realm? And that sword chi blade strike. It doesn't seem like something a martial master can do. Yong Shan also happily answered while putting on his clothes. Oh, this is something I was just about to ask everyone for advice on. Master Zhang Feng stroked his beard. His expression was serious. It is the unity of heart and mind. When chi and intent are used in harmony. Only one who can completely control their entire being can break through their limits, regardless of the damage. To unleash all the chi and blood in one's body in an instant and deliver a shocking sword strike. Master Zhang Feng stared at Yong Shan, affirming. Young Master Yang was able to achieve this at the martial master level. If my guess is not wrong, it is because a hint of joy appeared on his face. Young Master Yang was already in a state of mind where the heart demon. His face was full of confidence as he expressed his thoughts. Yong Shan also affirmed smugly at the same time, That's right. I have made the heart demon. The two of them simultaneously said two completely opposite answers. Be completely destroyed. Be completely absorbed. Immediately, the space became deathly silent. Master Zhang Feng stammered, absorbed. But Yong Shan confidently held up 2 fingers. That's right. We are all one body. He even kindly shared his method with everyone. It's a win-win situation if we cooperate, and a lose-lose situation if we fight. After a friendly exchange with it, I have absorbed it completely into the chi and blood circulation of my body. In the end, he even turned to look at them with an adorable expression. Is there something wrong? Immediately, 3 loud thuds echoed in the room. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 Du pressed their faces against the window to look outside. After a moment, old Nyo let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there's no one outside. It probably wasn't heard by others. Yong Shan was eating grapes fed to him by Lu Man. He was dissatisfied with their behavior. What are you guys doing? The 3 of them immediately turned around and scolded him. You dare to speak. To let the heart demon merge with your chi and blood. Isn't that demonic possession? The matter of demonic possession. How can you just casually tell others about it? Yong Shan's ears ached from scolding. He replied, I'm not an idiot either. I've also thought about this problem. That's why I waited until there was no one around to ask you guys. He chewed on the fruit. He nonchalantly gave his reason. If there's a problem with myself, I have to make it clear to the people around me. What's the point of hiding it? Are you going to wait until something happens in the end and then sit there and cry? If the old master hadn't risked his life to rush out in the end, I wouldn't have asked so directly. The more he spoke, the more astonished Zhang Zhengfeng's expression became. Old Nyo could only say in a daze, as expected of young Master Yang. And to use expression was the same as his friends. I really don't know if you're reckless or cautious. Yong Shan frowned. However, this demonic possession you guys are talking about, is it serious? Lian Man became even more worried. Will the young master be all right? Master Zhang Feng explained seriously. It's not a question of whether it's serious or not. It's a special state. Once you're possessed, all of your qi and blood, even your true qi, will become extremely violent and difficult to control. It's very easy to damage your meridians. It can even lead to death. Yang Shan wasn't worried after hearing this. We've already made this clear. In short, if I die, it won't live either. Seeing his attitude, old Neo threatened. The heart demon will also make you occasionally hear voices of unknown origin, and then gradually drive you insane. But Yang Shan replied nonchalantly, isn't that just a spam call? I've already said not to bother me when I'm sleeping. Other times, it's fine. Master Zhang Feng frowned. He warned with a dangerous expression. Even if you can resist these side effects, demonic possession will also amplify your various desires, turning you into someone who only knows power, sex, and conspiracy. This time, Yang Shan boasted confidently. Actually, in the process of becoming a self-serving person, we have reached a consensus. Seeing his fearless attitude, the three of them exploded. Are you sure you're not joking? I've never heard of a heart demon being able to communicate with people, and even bargain. Do you think demonic possession is like going to the market to buy vegetables? Yang Shan waved his hand dismissively. If it's just the kind of demonic possession you're talking about, it probably won't be a problem. I'm even afraid of being cheated. He even made a face. At a critical moment, I can even unleash an attack that contains all my power. It's really a bargain. But in his heart, he was crying silently. It must be because I've been suppressed by that system for too long, to the point where even demonic possession feels as joyous as getting pirated software. Master Zhang Feng stared at Yang Shan and instructed, in short, if you have a chance in the future, for example, during the heart demon tribulation of an immortal master, it would be better to eliminate the heart demon completely. Keeping it is ultimately a hidden danger. Di frowned and reminded him. Also, young Master Yang, don't tell others about the demonic possession in the future, to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. Yang Shan smirked. He smiled faintly. I know, he confidently assured them. The righteous sex, slaying demons and defending the righteous path. I've seen it all. Outside, the horse carriage was ready to depart. Now, Sawa hugged his leg and acted coquettishly. Father, aren't you taking Suehua with you? Mao Jinping hugged his daughter and comforted her. Father will take young Master Yang to the Xinwu docks. I'll be back. Old Neo held the book and looked outside. Young Master Yang, they're gone. Master Zhang Feng had his hands behind his back. His expression was thoughtful. Time is short. The Ascending Cloud's immortal examination is in 3 days. Diyu said while looking at the ledger. The money, land, and houses have all been left to us. Old Neo also became excited. We will definitely plan it well. How will the sect develop in the future? He waved his hands, painting a picture of his expectations. How about we build a bronze room to receive guests? We're rich. It's truly something to look forward to. When Master Zhang Feng picked up a book, a piece of paper fell out from inside. His eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was a letter Yang Shan had left for everyone. Old man, we're leaving. We will definitely come back to visit everyone in the future. Master Zhang Feng read it and smiled cheerfully. Really? Every brat who leaves this place seems to leave behind a sentence. In the end, not many of them come back. Yang Shan sighed as he walked. But it's been 100 years. Why do I never get tired of hearing this boastful remark? Lian Man ran cheerfully, calling out, Mama Xia, I'm back. The path to ascending the clouds. There are only 6 paths in the world, one for each great immortal sect. A flight of stairs stretches upwards from the ground. The end is not in sight. In the legends, they are peerless secret treasures that can reach the divine realm. They are also the source of all immortal arts. A young man came to this place. He saw the figure of an old man radiating light. The 6 great immortal sects will all hold the ascending clouds. The time is not fixed. Each sect will open its own ascending clouds road to recruit disciples. At that time, the crowd will be as vast as the sea. It will be incredibly lively. The immortal examination has a total of 3 rounds of tests. The first 2 rounds are different each time, but the final round is definitely climbing the ascending clouds road. Dramatic competitions began one after another, as long as one passes the first 2 rounds of challenges. The participant will be given spirit pills and secret techniques to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm within 100 days. After succeeding, one can be initiated into the immortal sect, and at the same time, be given a small pill. Those with outstanding performances will also have the opportunity to be taken in by the elders of the immortal sect, or even by other sects attending the ceremony, as direct disciples and be personally taught the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. The disciple will respectfully kowtow to their master. But if someone can pass the challenge, climb the ascending clouds road and defeat all opponents to become the champion of the immortal examination, that person will receive the blessing of the ascending clouds road, directly establish their foundation, and become an immortal. The champion will not only become a core disciple and be nurtured by the sect with all its resources, but with the many blessings of the ascending clouds road, they can also weaken all heavenly tribulations. Therefore, the path to immortality is wide open. Wherever they go, they're praised by the world. One night, a fire raged in the forest, accompanied by an order: kill them quickly. Therefore, whether it's the elite of the outer sect, or the descendants of the world, heroes of the martial world, or talented individuals from humble beginnings, every year, countless people vie for the title of champion in the immortal trial. The battle between these two groups is incredibly fierce. You mountain bandits have been running rampant. I'll consider this as ridding Yangjo of a plague before I take the immortal trial. Xiao Chui whispered from the side. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Shouldn't we lend them a hand? Bai Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly. It's fine, Xiao Chui. Let those self-proclaimed heroes handle this sort of thing. However, the title of champion for this Wuji sect immortal trial. He leaned casually against a tree, saying, after all, I'm just a hunter they hired as a guide. Besides me, no one else stand a chance. On the rippling, emerald surface of the river, a small boat drifted downstream. Yong Shan, in the form of a dog, was lying on the deck, diligently reading a rulebook for the Cloud Ascension immortal trial. Beside him was a once full plate of sausages. Looks like I have no choice but to win the championship. He frowned, calculating carefully. For most martial artists aspiring to become immortals, just passing the first 2 trials is enough to satisfy them. He lifted his head confidently. But I, the dog with ambition, am not bound by such trivial limits. Yong Shan slapped the book beneath him with a paw, laughing gleefully. Hell yeah. I won't be needing these so-called accumulated points anymore. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. Participating in the Cloud Ascension immortal trial requires meticulous planning. This is a 100-day life-or-death gamble for foundation establishment. After all, just as Yong Shan was lost in his moment of joy, someone suddenly scooped him up. Lu Man brought her face close to his, chiding, You can't do that, De Huang. The young master paid a special price at the Tingfeng Pavilion for this information. You can't mess with it. As she held him, she gazed into the distance, speaking with a worried tone. The moment the young master returned to the boat, he shut himself in his cabin. He's locked himself away. I haven't seen a trace of him all day, and I have no idea where he found this little dog to keep on board. Her unconscious action was starting to suffocate Yong Shan. He frowned, trying to distract himself. Anyway, from now on, I have to save as many points as I can. Unless it's an absolute last resort, I will not turn back into a human. Lu Man suddenly lifted him higher. But still, for some reason, this dog looks strangely familiar. Just then, a young lady came running over happily. Sister Man, a message has arrived from the Tingfeng Pavilion. Lu Man set De Huang down and turned to accept the letter. So, this is about the task the young master gave them. They've finished it already? I'll wait until dinner to let him know. The corner of Yong Shan's mouth twitched. A truly professional intelligence organization. Pay them enough, and they work fast. Meanwhile, 2 other young ladies walked over. They asked Lu Man with a gossipy look. Did young Master Yang ask them to spy on his rivals? Or maybe to contact an assassin's guild? To eliminate all his competition? Or perhaps to bribe the elders attending the ceremony beforehand? Hearing their sarcastic tone, Lu Man immediately retorted loudly. The young master is a man of integrity. He would never do such a thing. Yong Shan lay on the deck, giving them a disdainful side-eye. The Tingfeng Pavilion is just a bunch of information brokers. It'd be nice if they were actually that capable. Lu Man continued to explain. He just asked them to hand out some flyers in Yangjo, just to do a little promotion for the young master. The three girls asked, confused, what good will handing out flyers do? Speaking of which, Lu Man pouted. With a look of resignation, she said, there's also a scoring component from the guest judges. This Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial, compared to a regular examination, is more like a talent show. Instead of wasting that time trying to improve your strength, it's better to find a way to polish your reputation. Then her tone shifted. Her face lit up with glee. We have to make those who love to play the pig to eat the tiger feel the fear of being swept away by the currents of our time. The times have changed, you fools. The three girls stared at Lu Man's lightning-fast change in attitude, their faces blank with confusion. Lu Man quickly squeezed her eyes shut and said in a cute voice, that's exactly what the young master said. They broke out in a nervous sweat. It does sound like him, they stammered. Lu Man stuck out her tongue, admitting honestly, to be honest, I don't really know what he meant either. Yong Shan, watching from behind, could only scream internally. You fraud. My expressions are nowhere near that dramatic. The appointed day arrived. The city was packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the dense crowd and asked curiously, Xiao Chuihe, the Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial doesn't start today, does it? Xiao Chui glanced at him. That's right, brother Xiaoqi. The trial isn't until the day after tomorrow. They looked toward a small arena nearby. Xiao Chui explained. Right now, people are still registering to qualify for the trial. It's the Baijian stage. Bai Xiaoqi nodded. I see, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps before they saw flyers and portraits of Yong Shan fluttering through the sky. This year's Immortal Trial champion is none other than the young hero, Yong Shan. Bai Xiaoqi was utterly stunned. What in the world is going on? As for the matter of the young hero, Yong Shan, a troupe of beautiful women began their performance. Each was dressed in her finest clothes, wearing a shy, demure expression. One girl confidently showed off her slender figure. Even Matron Xia was strumming a pipa to add to the festive air. The girl with bangs stuck out the tip of her tongue and winked playfully. Who will be the brave one to pluck the forbidden fruit? Two others embraced in an intimate pose. Close your eyes and steal a sweet bite. Together, the three wove a performance that was both seductive and captivating. When you bite into the deepest part of the forbidden fruit, your body begins to tremble. Lu Man pushed the door open and walked in. She was a bit dazed. Matron Xia gave her a sharp look. Man, you've arrived. Lu Man looked at her three sisters tangled in a strange pose and asked in surprise, what you all doing? The three girls immediately teared up, sighing dramatically. We're absolutely captivated. We really need a little break. Matron Xia glanced at her and sneered. What are we doing? She then struck a seductive pose and answered with confidence. We are preparing to outshine the competition, of course. Her aura was overwhelming. Lu Man looked at the boat docked outside, puzzled. You all came to Yangzhou City again. Matron Xia's expression darkened, filled with a dangerous air. That year at the Shiyuan Pavilion, there were people left and right trying to snatch the top beauty title from me. They even taunted us, calling us mere courtesans, unfit to step into the halls of the elite. She recalled his drunken, imposing figure that year. Yong Shan stared intently, majestic and awe-inspiring. His presence was powerful. This time, I came specifically to find young Master Yang. I want a new piece of music and dance. I'm going to make damn sure those bastards from the Xiong family have their eyes open wide. Lu Man nodded. Yes, matron. Her body was limber. She easily lifted a leg high into the air, holding it as she suggested. Should I practice dancing with everyone then? The other three girls bluntly refused. No need, Sister Man. We can handle it ourselves this time. Their reaction stunned her. Matron Xia closed her eyes, her voice sharp. Don't you have more important matters to attend to? Lu Man counted on her fingers. My martial cultivation has reached the Xiantian realm. All the intel from the Tingfeng Pavilion has been arranged for the young master. And I bought plenty of elixirs and talismans. Finally, she concluded with a smile. Next, the young master will participate in the immortal trial. I have nothing left to do. Matron Xia snapped at her angrily. Who was asking about you alone? I'm talking about the matter between you and the young master. Seeing their chance, the three sisters crowded around and chimed in. That's right, that's right. You and young Master Yang have been traveling together, inseparable as a body and its shadow. It's been almost a month now. How is it that there's been no progress between you two? You still go back to your own rooms at night. Matron Xia was so incensed, she poked Lu Manman's forehead as she scolded. I taught you everything you know. The heavenly melody, the rhythm, the dance, the tea ceremony, the nightingale's song. With just a few of those moves, I guarantee that no matter how many past romances he has, he'll be wrapped around your little finger. Despite the scolding, Lu Manman smiled. Matron, there's really no need for that. Being able to work for the young master like this is enough for me. She turned her face away, a little shy. It's actually already very good. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Man, we've arrived in Yangjo. Come out and help me prepare a bit. Lian Man didn't hesitate. She replied cheerfully, I'm coming. When she opened the door to go outside, Yong Shan was already waiting. She asked with concern, Young master, you've come out of seclusion? Mama Xia pouted helplessly. Fine. Whatever you want. When the duck in your mouth flies away, don't come crying to me. Although she said that, her actions were completely different. Girls, pull yourselves together. Follow me to crash the party. The eyes of the sisters behind her lit up with anticipation. Mama Xia walked over to Lu Manman. For now, you go with young Master Yang to participate in the immortal examination. Then she went to the bow of the boat. She began to give orders. Ladies, give it your all for me. Yes. Yong Shan asked Lu Manman curiously. What were you guys just talking about? She was startled and stammered. In nothing. Nothing at all. Suddenly remembering something, she asked with a smile. That's right, young master. What did you just ask me to prepare? But Yong Shan suddenly lifted her chin. Young master. Lian Man blushed, just when she thought the two of them were about to have a more intimate moment. Yong Shan's voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Do you usually do your own makeup and stuff? Do you do it all yourselves? Lian Man looked at him, infatuated. Does the young master mean applying powder? Yong Shan got the answer he wanted. He playfully pinched her cheek. That's right. He looked at the messy dressing table filled with things and said happily, Then I'll leave this place to you. Yong Shan sat down. He handed 3 boxes of powder to Lu Manman. Begin. She stared blankly at the 3 boxes in her hand. This is... Yong Shan looked at himself in the mirror. He replied confidently, Ever since I left Gusu City, I've already commissioned the people of the Tingphone Pavilion to start the publicity campaign. Now, I just need a perfect enough image. The 4, Mama Xia, were getting more and more confused. Suddenly, Mama Xia was stunned. What's going on? A group of people rushed past them. They shouted with infatuation. It's young Master Yang's boat. Young Master Yang is here. Yong Shan appeared, looking dashing. He greeted everyone with vitality. Hello, my Yangjo. Yangjo City. Towering purple buildings stood side by side. The young lady screamed wildly with infatuation. Young Master Yang is in Yangjo. You're really even more handsome than in the paintings. Even the men couldn't help but gossip about him. I heard that Yong Shan's strength is extraordinary. His swordsmanship is superb. He single-handedly wiped out over 100 mountain bandits. The wealthy merchants were even more effusive in their praise. Young Master Yang is a generous man. He spends money freely, and he has a discerning eye. He's known as someone who can turn stone into gold. If I could get his guidance, I would surely become rich overnight. Even the commoners were moved to tears. Did you know? Young Master Yang comes from a poor background. His strength and wealth were all built by his own 2 hands, bit by bit. Young Master Yang is truly so hardworking. A few people dressed as carp also joined the others in shouting. Shan started from scratch. He has no backing. He only has us. These little carps. We, the little carps, will always support you. We will forever be Brother Ashen's solid backing. In the noisy atmosphere, Xiao Si ate a candied hawthorn with a blank expression. Yong Shan is here. He smiled at me. So cute. I'm going to die. Xiao Si glanced at his companion, a little suspicious. Xiaoqi, Kaka, are these people all crazy? We, the little carps, love you. Bai Xiaoqi smiled and was about to explain. It could be said that the people here are martial and heroic. So this phenomenon before he could finish his sentence. He roared in frustration. No matter how I think about it, it's not right. He remembered the radiant smile on Yong Shan's face when he appeared. This Yong Shan suddenly became famous. His good reputation spread throughout the world. Before he even showed his face, he had already become a hot topic in Yangjo City. Plus that perfect image of being handsome, strong, pitiful, and hardworking. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the person holding a piece of paper in the distance. Could it be that he started a trend? Everyone chant with me. Bai Xiaoqi suddenly fell silent. His eyes focused. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. His gaze quickly settled on the paper in the person's hand. It was clearly written on it. Yong Shan, the future is promising. The little carps will accompany you. Shout it 3 times. Bai Xiaoqi smiled decisively. As expected, there's someone pulling the strings from behind. Is it for this ascending cloud's immortal examination? He touched his chin, a little confused. But what's the point of doing this? Xiao Si, beside him, didn't seem to care much. He pursed his lips. Yong Shan was surrounded by tall and strong bodyguards. He walked and waved to the crowd. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Lian Man was a little worried. Young master, the people of Yangjo are too enthusiastic. Yong Shan fanned himself nonchalantly. Of course. All the people here were hired by me. How could they not be enthusiastic? His expression was extremely calm. Lian Man immediately didn't understand. Hire. Her expression was one of disbelief. Yong Shan smiled cheerfully on the outside, but inwardly, he felt a little regretful. The time was too short, and there were no convenient tools. To be able to achieve this much is already a miracle. He suddenly frowned. He whispered to Lu Man Man, in any case, don't pay attention to them. We just need to follow the plan and participate in the immortal examination. He looked towards the dueling platform in the distance. First, I will casually demonstrate my martial arts on the dueling platform of Yangzhou City and accept the challenges of other Xiantian martial masters. Lian Man sighed while reading a book. You have to win 3 consecutive matches against challengers. Or if no one dares to challenge you on the platform within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, only then can you receive the immortal token, which is the official ticket to participate in the Ascending Cloud's immortal examination. Defeating the previous champion of the match also counts as 1 win. Yong Shan smirked confidently. Isn't it just a qualifying round? The rules are so simple. Lian Man suddenly thought about this sentence. Then she cheerfully suggested, then I'll go up on the platform and purposely lose to the young master. That way, won't the young master have 1 less match to fight? Then we can. Before she could finish her sentence, she was hit on the head by Yong Shan. Each person can only go on the platform once. Losing or failing to challenge the previous champion will result in immediate elimination. That way, you won't be able to participate in the immortal examination. She rubbed the spot where she was hit. Actually, Man thinks it's fine not to participate. Yong Shan explained to her. Besides, do you think the examiners from the Wuji sect standing by and watching are just for show? He opened his fan and smiled slyly. Yong Shan, I'm of noble character. How could I do such a dishonest thing? Of course, I have to win fair and square. The examiner beside them immediately announced the results. 3 matches have ended. The challenge is successful. He handed the token to the winner with a blank expression. This is your immortal token. Thank you, esteemed immortal master. He announced coldly, then next. Who else wants to challenge on the platform? The muscular men began to fight amongst themselves. It's my turn next. Wait, I was clearly here first. I don't care who goes first. You'll all be beaten to a pulp by me. Suddenly, flower petals fell from the sky. The streets lit up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying more and more flower petals. I came to Yangzhou to seek the heavenly Tao. A person descended from the sky, riding the wind. He slowly landed. I knew this place was full of heroes. Yong Shan opened his fan, a smile on his face. Who dares to stop me from becoming a cloud immortal? As soon as he set foot on the dueling platform, he quickly introduced himself. I am Yong Shan. Please favor me with your instruction. Seeing someone blocking their path, they became a little angry. Where did that guy come from? Who the hell is he? Watch me beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, one of them stopped the others. Wait, this name, Yong Shan. It seems a bit familiar. But before that person could remember who it was, a group of women, young ladies, the two words had already rushed forward. It's young Master Yong. He's going up on the stage. Move aside. The official next to them was also stunned. This kind of ostentatious display. Is this the latest fashion? Where did all these flower petals come from? He burned an entire talisman just to get on a fighting stage. Then he asked doubtfully, which prominent family is this disciple from? Yong Shan didn't answer. He just asked softly, Venerable Immortal Master, may I begin the challenge? He cleared his throat and looked at the list in his hand. Yong Shan, is it? I see your age, realm, and methods all comply. It's also your first time on the stage. You are eligible to register. After consideration, he ordered, in that case, the challenge begins. Even winning without a fight is not considered a violation of the rules. Yong Shan was excited to hear this. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's support. The fan club below also began to cheer. Go, young Master Yong. We'll love you forever. The scene before him left the official stunned. Does any of you wish to challenge Yong Shan on the stage? The fans who came with him cheered. Go, Shan Shan. We, the catfish, will support you forever. Yong Shan looked at the scene before him and smiled happily. Shan Shan's divine skill is peerless, invincible in the world. The official frowned, a little impatient. The challenge begins. Does anyone wish to challenge the stage master, Yong Shan, now? If no one comes forward within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he will automatically be considered the winner. A young man glanced at the person next to him. Didn't you want to fight someone? Go on. This kid is really getting on my nerves. The bald man replied irritably. If you want to go, you go. There's so many stages. I'd have to be crazy to compete with this guy whose reputation is of unknown depth. The other person saw his cowardly demeanor and said contemptuously, You bully the weak and fear the strong. But this Yong Shan has such a great reputation. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's probably best not to fight for a temporary victory. Then he turned to another person and coaxed. How about you go up and give it a try? Aren't you just here to test your skills this year anyway? Winning or losing doesn't matter. Before he could finish, the other person quickly refused. No, I wouldn't dare. Seeing everyone refuse, he declared fiercely, What's wrong? We've trained in martial arts our whole lives. If we don't even have a sincere heart that's not afraid of difficulties, how can we ascend to the heavens, cultivate the Tao, and become immortals? The young man quickly whispered a reminder. That's not the reason. Do you see that little flag over there? A middle-aged woman was cheering enthusiastically. Go, Shan Shan. The young man held back tears, looking a little wronged. That's my mother. Xiao Ti and Bai Xiaoqi watched as everyone pushed and shoved, no one daring to go up and challenge him. Bai Xiaoqi stroked his chin, puzzled. Is this how he plays it? Using an empty reputation to suppress others, making them afraid to challenge him? Bai Xiaoqi then smirked. A little interesting. He took out a talisman, his expression confident. Then let me play with you a bit. A strong gust of wind blew past, stunning everyone. Yong Shan was also startled. This is... Xiaoqi didn't seem surprised by this action. Brother Xiaoqi, didn't the master tell you to be discreet and careful in your work? Bai Xiaoqi threw the talisman away, speaking recklessly. Don't worry. In an instant, the talisman swept up a person from the crowd and lifted him onto the stage. Much to his surprise, Bai Xiaoqi said decisively, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, Wu Dali had landed on the stage. He was drenched in sweat, his face bewildered. How'd I get up here? The official was also startled. This kind of grand entrance. Is this a whirlwind? Are all martial artists this dramatic when they enter the arena now? He cleared his throat and looked at the person who had just appeared. Wu Dali, age, and martial arts realm are both suitable. First time on the stage. The challenge is approved. Xiaoqi gave the troublemaker a helpless glance. Brother Xiaoqi, you're framing someone like this. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Bai Xiaoqi laughed and said, According to the Shadow Guard's intelligence, this person is the young master of the Wu family in Yangjo. He had no intention of participating in the immortal selection this year. Moreover, his strength is not bad. He's a most suitable person to test the depth of that Yong Shan. Xiaoqi sighed and continued, Besides, we don't need to do this at all. Just find a random stage, get an immortal token, and wait for the immortal selection, right? The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaoqi answered subconsciously, of course it's for fun, to save someone. He looked at the crowd, who were mesmerized by the empty fame. At the stage of immortal selection, I'm afraid some people won't want to compete with him, letting him win easily. They were all cheering in unison. Go Shan Shan, we'll love you forever. Bai Xiaoqi calculated silently. But when it comes to the real immortal selection, he will become everyone's target. He'll be surrounded and attacked. In the end, he will die without a proper burial. It's better to eliminate him early and save his life. Xiaoti glanced at Bai Xiaoqi, his tone a little sarcastic. I didn't know before. That brother who kills people like flies was such a kind person. Bai Xiaoqi laughed helplessly. Don't be sarcastic. I am the pure and intelligent Xiaoqi. Then his gaze became extremely sharp. Besides this Yong Shan, I'm looking forward to it a little. Maybe he can give me a surprise. The people below saw someone step forward, and their spirits rose even higher. Wu Dali, attaboy young man. I didn't expect you to have such guts. Go for it. Take this guy down. Show him a style of us Yangjo men. Yong Shan glanced at the helpless man in front of him. Although it's true that a fool did jump up, he held it in for a long time. Finally, Wu Dali couldn't take it anymore. He pointed down at the stage and shouted angrily, Damn it! Who threw me up here? Yong Shan also came to his senses, but he looked more like a stone thrown out to test the waters. Even so, he was very happy inside. No matter who did it, they really did me a huge favor. Otherwise, the play I so carefully prepared, the effect would have been greatly reduced. After calculating, he spoke politely, Thank you, Brother Wu, for coming up to the stage to offer your guidance. A hero of Yangjo truly has an extraordinary spirit. Although I, Yong Shan, came for the position of champion, if I am lucky enough to be defeated here, it would not be a wasted trip. Wu Dali drew his sword, trying to psych himself up. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Damn it. In this situation, I should have just admitted defeat and gotten off the stage immediately. When I get home, my father will probably beat me to death. I have no choice but to go all out. Yong Shan didn't mind. He warned, It's just that swords and blades have no eyes. If blood is spilled, it will inevitably disrupt the harmony. How about this? Draw your sword. His tone was incredibly arrogant. I will only make one strike. If you can block it, Brother Wu, I'll consider it my loss. How about it? He didn't forget to turn to the official. Honorable Immortal Master. Would that be acceptable? The man was a bit surprised, but he still agreed. There is nothing in the rules against it. Hearing this, Wu Dali felt looked down upon. He gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone in Yangzhou City knows my Wu family's defenseless saber technique. It was passed down from our immortal ancestor. Its defense is second to none. He raised his blade, utterly infuriated. You dare say you can defeat me in a single move? Are you insulting my Wu family? Yong Shan also took his stance. I've said my piece. Don't regret it. Now then. Wu Dali swung his blade fiercely. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Defenseless saber art. 4 directions, no defense. At the same time, Yong Shan's eyes flashed crimson. He thought, inner demon, time to wake up and get to work. He then lunged forward, swinging his sword. My apologies. In an instant, the blade in Wu Dali's hand shattered into pieces. He screamed in terror. What? Even the official was equally stunned. Sword chi, I can't believe a martial artist actually achieved it. Could this be the legendary? It was immediately followed by another blow. A powerful surge of energy engulfed his opponent. Unification of mind and will. Yong Shan's determined gaze even stunned by Xiaoqi in the crowd. He let out an intrigued laugh. This guy's full of more surprises than I thought. Xiao Chui beside him was on high alert. A green light glinted in her eyes as she warned. This man is not to be trifled with. I fear he will become an obstacle to our plans. Brother Xiaoqi, we should prepare for this as soon as possible. Should I find a chance to? Bai Xiaoqi placed a hand on the young girl's shoulder. It's too late for that now. He said cryptically, Xiao Chui. As I just said, a false reputation means nothing in the immortal trial. The young girl was taken aback. Bai Xiaoqi said meaningfully, but if he can display strength that matches, or even surpasses his current reputation. The official quickly announced, the winner, Yong Shan. Yong Shan sheathed his sword, a satisfied smile on his face. This reputation can actually grant me real power in an instant. Thank you for the match. The crowd below the stage immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. I'm the steward of the Wu estate. I would like to invite young hero Yang for a visit. Young hero Yang, you've just arrived in Yangjo. Would you be willing to rest at my Lu estate? Move aside, the Longchong residence. Our master greatly enjoys making friends with esteemed heroes. Within Yangzhou City, night fell. A grand victory banquet was in full swing, the atmosphere joyous and lively. People flocked to greet the man of the hour. Congratulations, young Master Yang, on winning the victor's token. The one-sword victory. Your might is extraordinary. You'll be unrivaled in the Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial. This time, young Master Yang will surely take first place. Yong Shan smiled gently and replied with humility. You all flatter me. I was merely unchallenged and was lucky enough to earn the qualification to ascend. Another person came forward to chat, fawning over him. I heard from my family's steward, Shangwan, that young Master Yang has already reached the state of unification of mind and will. To achieve such a state, it's clear that your heart must be noble and righteous, young Master Yang. Truly admirable. Yong Shan couldn't stop smiling. He raised his cup, acting as if it were nothing. A minor skill, hardly worth mentioning. It's just that I, Yang, strive to be a good person every day, selflessly forgetting my own needs. I suppose I had a small epiphany, that's all. Others also gathered around. Vina praised him. I heard the young master also possesses a first-grade heavenly vein and steel-bone constitution. Your future is surely limitless. Young master is an esteemed guest in Yangzhou. If you don't mind, you could rest at my estate after the banquet. Yong Shan was secretly overjoyed. He proudly raised his cup. Thank you for your kind intentions. Kulme. Let us drain this cup together. Everyone happily joined in. Young Master Yang is truly magnanimous. Cheers. Lu Man, standing beside him, seemed a little worried. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Young Master, have you been to Yangzhou before? Yong Shan took a sip of wine, discreetly turned and spat it out, then said, Never. What? He couldn't help but think of the business dinners from his past life. Damn it. Seems like no matter where I go, I can't escape this banquet culture. Lu Man looked at the crowd, asking in confusion, why are so many people suddenly making such a grand gesture? Throwing a huge feast for you? She took out a stack of bright red invitation cards. And so many have come forward to build connections. We've received so many invitations. Yong Shan smirked. He casually picked one up. These people are all from the prominent clans throughout Jiangnan. When you cast a wide net, you naturally have to place your bets in many places. What's so strange about it? Lu Man only vaguely understood. But her mind was racing. Yong Shan glanced elsewhere. However, he continued, this banquet wasn't prepared just for me. His gaze fell upon a young man and woman, Cheng Jiao, Cheng Yu, the Cheng siblings who pacified the Jinzhou water bandits a year ago. He began naming the notable figures at the banquet. The hero from the border army, descended from the dragon soldiers, Kila Bai. He looked towards a woman dancing gracefully amidst cheers, a former artisan. Famous throughout Zhejiang for her cloud wanderer sword style, Gao Tingba. His expression grew serious. And besides them, there are also the outer disciples from the great houses, along with other renowned young heroes participating in this year's Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial. They've all been invited here. Lu Man exclaimed in surprise. These are all names of young martial artists I've been hearing about recently. He spoke with a worldly, detached tone. In a world where cultivation is possible, for the great families to prosper and endure, they must maintain ties with the immortal sections, besides trying to cultivate their own descendants. He paused before the Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial. Luring immortal youths who have a chance at immortality beforehand is naturally the most efficient choice. Lu Man said naively, I've heard that every year before the Immortal Trial, the great families host banquets for the participants. So this is the reason why. Yong Shan stuffed his mouth full of food, mumbling indistinctly. Being invited to this feast proves my earlier tactics were effective. But suddenly, he choked from eating too quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Man patted his back firmly. A piece of sausage flew out of his mouth. She supported him and helped him drink a sip of water. She smiled gently. Is that so? As expected of you, young master. But how does this help us in the immortal trial? Suddenly, a loud, clear voice rang out. Yang Muqian, Elder Yang has arrived. The voice drew Lu Man's attention as well. As soon as Yong Shan heard it, he stood up, licking his lips. Here comes the benefit. A serving girl pushed an old man with white hair and a long beard onto the high platform. This old man's surname is Yang, of the Yang family of Yangjo, and the host of this estate. The old man smiled kindly. To all the young heroes who have come to Yangjo, this old man, on behalf of the great families of Jiangnan, invites our esteemed guests from afar to share a humble meal, fulfilling our duties as hosts. Everyone present cupped their hands in a salute. Many thanks for Elder Yang's hospitality. He raised his hand. A line of serving girls walked out, carrying boxes. These are some welcoming gifts this old man has prepared for you all. Please accept them. Yong Shan also received share. He opened it and checked. Fire spirit pills, warm jade, and a spring wind talisman. Lu Man was a little disappointed. All told, these are only worth about 200 silver taels. Is this the benefit you were talking about, young master? Isn't a bit meager? Yong Shan picked up the medicine vial again and let out a soft chuckle. So that's how it is. It seems the first stage of this Cloud Ascension immortal trial has something to do with ice and snow. Lu Man was confused again. What does Elder Yang mean by giving everyone these things? How would he know the content of the immortal trial? Yong Shan calmly explained. The Ascending Cloud Immortal Trial is held in Yangjo. Naturally, they have to entrust the great families of Yangjo to assist, not just with the procedures, but they're even in charge of catering to the esteemed immortals' tastes. He looked up at the old man on the stage. This is also how the great families recruit the trial's candidates. Below, the crowd spoke in unison. Thank you, old Master Yang. The old man's face wrinkled into a smile, revealing a hint of cunning. Just a trifle. No need for such pleasantries. Lu Man immediately stopped cheering. Isn't this basically getting the exam questions in advance? This means the young master's chances are even greater now. But Yong Shan disagreed. His eyes darkened. That's not enough. With so many people cheating, it's no different from not cheating at all. He continued, besides, what this old man can do is more than just hinting at the exam questions. He held out his hand, making a grasping motion in the air, as if he were seizing the old man's head in his palm. I must make all the resources the great families can mobilize. The image of the old man's head was crushed in his palm, be completely wrung dry. The smile on his face twisted, and then, with all their strength, have them focus on me alone. Only then can I truly increase my chances and seize the champion's title. With that, Yong Shan turned around. Let's go, man, he said casually. We've had our fill of food and wine. It's time for us to get to work. Lu Man asked in her innocent voice. Get to work? The banquet isn't over yet. Where are we going? Yong Shan said. This old Master Yang has a precious granddaughter. I hear she is stunningly beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. Snap! He flicked open his paper fan, striking a dashing pose. His face was full of confidence. Right now, we're going to raid the chambers of this esteemed Miss Yang. A moment later, in the inner courtyard of the Yang estate, it was pitch black all around, without a single light. Two maids carrying lanterns giggled. The front courtyard is so lively. Hee hee. So many handsome young talents. I really want to go sneak a peek. Unaware, the two walked past a rockery. Just then, Yong Shan and Lu Man peeked out. We're in. During the banquet, the security in the rear courtyard is lax, just as I thought. She was a little nervous. Young master, we aren't really going to Miss Yang's private chambers, are we? Yong Shan chuckled, his expression resolute. Of course we are. This young lady is the key to the Yang family's role in this immortal trial. He began to explain the meaning of a wedding night, and the day one's name is inscribed on the immortal plaque. Yong Shan clearly had this trial all figured out. By tradition, the champion of each immortal trial, on the same day they join the sect, will marry a child from one of the great families of Jiangnan. This marital alliance is used to maintain the relationship between both sides. His voice was steady, and this year's marriage candidate has already been chosen. It's this very Miss Yang. The two leaped across the treetops, clearing the courtyard wall as they talked. Although the Yang family is powerful and has many disciples in the immortal sect, right now besides me, there's no one else of a suitable age. At this, Yong Shan was incredibly smug. If this young lady firmly believes that only I am worthy and would rather die than marry another, the two landed silently before a door. Then the Yang family will either have to give up this chance for a marital alliance to another family. Yong Shan struck a heroic pose. Or, he declared forcefully, they'll have no choice but to use all their power to help me win the championship. Lu Man, who was following behind, began to slow down. She started to stammer. Her voice held a trace of loneliness. That's true. It's only natural for the young master to want to marry a lady. It's a perfect match, after all. Yong Shan looked confused. Man, what's wrong? That young lady's villa is right ahead. Why are you stopping? She shook her head, looking down. It's nothing. When she looked up, her sparkling eyes seemed to hold a galaxy of stars. She gave him a radiant smile. Young master is so handsome and of such noble character. I'm sure that young lady will fall in love with you at first sight. She struggled to get the words out. Man, I'll just wait here to avoid any misunderstandings and get in the way of you winning her heart. He raised a strange eyebrow. I've been talking for this long, and you still don't get it? Lu Man's trusting eyes looked up at him, full of confusion. In the next moment, she saw a wicked look appear on Yong Shan's face. What I need her heart for, what I want, is her. Lu Man was so shocked, she didn't even have time to cover her mouth. She was utterly stunned. Could it be young master? You're going to use force? Her mind started racing. And he wants me to help them. Do the deed. I have to lure a good girl into a trap. Don't worry. The young master is very gentle. At that thought, Lu Man shuddered. No. Even if it's for the young master, I can't do this. Yong Shan tapped her on the head, interrupting her wild train of thought. I have a feeling you're thinking some very strange things. He took out a scroll. According to the intel from Listening Wind Pavilion, Miss Yang's parents fell ill and passed away when she was young. She was raised by old Master Yang. He read the information on it. Miss of the Yangjo Yang family. Secret. Boudoir. Due to a weak and sickly constitution, she requires quiet rest. She grew up in a quiet villa in Huaiqing. She was only brought back to Yangzhou this year. The two hid in the bushes in front of the door, peeking. After she returned to Yangzhou, someone often snuck into the Yang estate late at night, and into this young lady's private villa. His expression was incredibly sly. Based on my experience reading countless novels and comics, there can only be one truth. They saw a dark figure flash by and enter the young lady's room. He said with absolute certainty, "This Miss Yang already has a lover." A vicious smile spread across his face. He clutched the precious item in his hand. In that case, let's make a fair trade with this Miss Yang. At the same time, the dark figure had already entered Miss Yang's room. From behind a translucent silk curtain came a gentle female voice. "You're late." The person in black knelt respectfully and reported, "Lord Qing Tuan, what you required this time was very difficult to obtain. Hence the delay." Before him was Miss Yang. She was lounging like a man, one arm propped on her thigh, with two other burly men on the bed beside her. She snorted. "This operation is crucial to the grand plan of the demon sect. I hope you all take it seriously." The man in black explained, sweating profusely. "I don't doubt your judgment, my lord." He held up a rather indecent-looking book, accepting fate passively. "But this book about cut-sleeve romance, does it really have anything to do with the demon sect's plan?" Yong Shan took the book. "Of course," she sneered. "Ensure my good mood is the key to this plan's success." Suddenly, a sound reached the ears of these masters. "Someone's here." Her eyes turned cold. She quickly drew the curtain and commanded, "Everyone hide." The three dark figures instantly scattered. Outside, Lu Man tried to persuade him. "Young master, please speak gently in a moment. Don't frighten the young lady." Yong Shan scoffed dismissively. He waved her off as he pushed the door. Relax. I'm an expert at this." He kicked the door open and announced loudly, "Yong Shan, at your service. Forgive the intrusion. Miss, there is no need to be alarmed." He strolled inside, because all the servants in the estate right now are busy helping in the front courtyard. The corner of his mouth twisted into a chilling smile. "Even if you scream your lungs out." Yong Shan, hiding behind the curtain, looked utterly bewildered. listening to Yong Shan's smug voice continue. No one will come to save you. Yong Shan slowly approached Miss Yang's bed. Forgive me for visiting so late at night. He clasped his hands. His face was a mask of righteousness. Please forgive me, Miss Yang. Hearing this, the subordinates hiding behind Miss Yang were furious. One of them drew his sword. Is this guy the legendary flower thief? Should I go out there and take care of him? The other two quickly stopped him. Don't. The situation in Yangjo is critical right now. A corpse and bloodstains would be difficult to clean up. Yang Sanson was completely calm. She took out her copy of Infiltration and Ambush, 300 Emergency Q&A Scenarios. Right now, I just need to follow the teachings in my unorthodox arts manual. There shouldn't be any problem. She quickly flipped through the book. The men huddled together to look. Found it. Encountering a flower thief. What to do when disguised as a young lady of a great house. She pulled out a hairpin and held it to her own throat. You? Don't you come any closer. Her eyes welled with tears. She feigned a pitiful and weak demeanor. If you take one more step, I'll kill myself for you to see. Outside, Yong Shan awkwardly waved his hands. Miss, you've misunderstood. Please, let me explain. He gave a sinister laugh. Interesting. I'm a Xiantian realm martial artist. No matter how you struggle, in the end, you'll do exactly as I say, even if you want to die. The subordinates behind her whispered amongst themselves. It's useless, my lady. What do we do now? What does he mean? Is he confident he can stop you from taking your own life? Or is he just a weak martial artist trying to sound tough? Should we just take him out? Yang Sanson, holding the hairpin, was also stunned. Suddenly, they heard Lu Manman's chiding voice. Young master, you'll scare her if you talk like that. This made the situation even more confusing. Why is there another woman? They all looked at each other. I've never heard of a flower thief bringing his girlfriend along. The fat subordinate blushed. You could do it like that. Yang Sanson was extremely serious. The situation has changed. Yong Shan couldn't hear their whispers at all. He waved his hand impatiently. It's fine, it's fine. It's just about establishing a psychological advantage before negotiating. He then turned back, speaking confidently. In short, we came here to make a deal with you, miss. Yong Shan introduced himself. I am Yong Shan. I'm sure you've heard my name before. Yang Sanson didn't answer right away. She spoke to her subordinates. Quick, find any information related to Yong Shan. Give me manual A3. They scrambled to search. Yes, ma'am. They finally found a character profile. Yong Shan, a Xiantian realm martial artist renowned throughout Jiangnan. Shattered his opponent's blade on the arena stage today. Rumor has it, he has comprehended the state of unification of mind and will. Supplementary file, Yong Shan. Strikingly handsome, dashing and debonair. Young and wealthy. Likes to eat sausage. The fat subordinate respectfully presented a book. My lady, your book. It's covert arts, skills for cooperative negotiation. Yang Sanson read aloud. I have long heard of young Master Yang's reputation. I am but a weak and helpless woman. I don't know how I could possibly be of service to you. Yong Shan walked over to the dressing table. My request is very simple. He picked up a hairpin. Let's say, just raise my chickens. This statement caught Yang Sanson completely off guard. She froze. Her subordinates were instantly moved. A marriage proposal? Could it be love at first sight with Our Lady's beauty? The silver-haired man in the turban remained calm. Stop talking nonsense. Who would ever fall for Our Lady? The corner of Yang Sanson's mouth twitched. She held out her hand. The situation has changed again. Quick, give me manual D9. She switched to a weak and pitiful tone. My family already has an agreement with the Xianmen sect. I am to be married to the champion of this year's immortal trial. As for your affections, young Master Yang, I can only... On the other side, Lu Man chimed in enthusiastically. My young master is handsome and rich. He's gentle and considerate, and has a kind heart. He's a rare catch, a perfect husband. I hope you won't miss this wonderful opportunity, Miss Yang. But Yong Shan just sneered coldly. Affections? Are you joking with me? He looked as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. He casually tossed the hairpin aside. Don't misunderstand. I have zero interest in you. His voice was brutally frank. The reason I want to marry you is to leave the Yang family with no other choice, but to help me become this year's champion. What I want is every resource the great families of Jiangnan can muster. His face was full of deceit, but his words were spoken as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This has nothing to do with you. Yong Shan was shocked. Damn it. This guy is too cunning. How am I supposed to handle this? Her subordinates were in an uproar behind her. How could anyone dare to talk like that? My lady, do you need another book? I told you so. Nobody would fall for Our Lady. Lu Man angrily chided him again. Young master, how do you expect her to agree when you say things like that? You have to try to understand a woman's feelings first. Yong Shan looked completely baffled. Is there something wrong with stating the issue clearly? They then heard Yong Shan from behind the screen repeat Man's words exactly. That's right, young master. How do you expect a girl to agree when you say things like that? You have to try to understand a woman's feelings first. Both of them stared, wide-eyed. Even her tone of voice is identical. Is she mimicking her? Yong Shan decided to ignore this strange detail. In any case, my request is that simple. The reason I'm proposing this is because I hold a trump card that you can't refuse. He said, after all, this transaction is all about fairness and integrity. Naturally, it requires your voluntary cooperation, miss. His words left Yong Shan's head spinning. A trump card? Yong Shan's expression was nonchalant. 10,000 taels of gold. In your freedom. He spread his arms wide and declared openly, as long as you help me become the champion of the immortal trial and enter the Wuji sect, I will immediately find a chance to give you a large sum of money and then let you leave quietly. From then on, the sky is wide and the sea is vast for both of us. We'll have nothing more to do with each other. Yong Shan still didn't understand. Take the money and leave? What? Yong Shan looked as if he had seen through the ways of the world. Because you don't want this marriage in the first place, obviously. Anyone else, even if they entered the Shinmen sect, would still covet your family's troublesome estate. They'd cling to you and never let go. Besides me, who else could possibly help you? Yong Shan shouted, cutting him off. Wait a minute. Why wouldn't I want to marry the champion? I came here specifically to... Her subordinate quickly stopped her. My lady, calm down. Yong Shan smirked. Miss Yong, stop pretending. It's boring. He slowly stepped forward. You don't want this marriage? Naturally, it's because you already have someone in your heart. His arm moved in a blur, a flash of sword light, and the silk screen was sliced apart. And if I'm not mistaken, that lover of yours is, he said loudly, hiding behind your screen right now. The barrier vanished. Yong Shan and her three subordinates were completely exposed. Yong Shan's jaw dropped, his mouth forming an O, his face contorted. So many? 3 of them. Lu Man was also caught completely by surprise. 3 at once. Don't tell me all rich young ladies are this wild. Yong Shan immediately regained his composure. He cupped his hands. My apologies. We've intruded. Lu Man's face was beet red. F4. 4 of them together. Yong Shan yelled loudly. It's not what you think. He gave a fake smile and started pulling Lu Man away to flee. We'll be leaving now. We won't disturb you any further. Rest well. Yong Shan shouted. Don't you dare leave, stopping them. Without a word, 3 dark figures lunged forward. Yes, ma'am. Her face was ice cold. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave this place. Yong Shan and Man drew their swords to defend themselves. Yong Shan and Man stood back to back. His eyes scanned the room as he thought. Those information brokers at Tingfeng Pavilion are completely unreliable. You told me this was a weak, amorous young lady. Damn it, I've been completely fooled. His confused gaze suddenly fell upon the messy pile of books behind Yong Shan. Wait a second. These books are from the demon sect. According to the intelligence from Listening Wind Pavilion, unlike the Schwanman's immortal cultivation methods, which originate from the Ascension, the demon sect cultivates demonic arts obtained through deals with evil spirits. It makes its cultivators brutal and bloodthirsty, tyrannical and merciless, with a taste for raw flesh. Although the Schwanman's power is vast, the demon sect's demonic arts are skilled in concealment and disguise. They appear and disappear like ghosts, so they've never been able to be eradicated. The two sides are like fire and water. Damn it, I thought she was just some helpless young lady. Where did this disgusting bunch come from? Tao Molu frowned. His hands gripping his twin blades, he asked in a low voice, My lady, what do we do now? Should we silence them? Fei Fu immediately spun around and yelled, "You idiot! I already told you. Killing someone here would easily expose Our Lady's identity." De Huayan's lecherous gaze froze on his face. He looked at his two subordinates and asked, "So, can they leave now?" My face is starting to cramp up. The two of them glared and shouted in unison, "No." Yong San, perched on the edge of the bed, was frantically flipping through a book. She reminded them through gritted teeth, "Stop arguing, you two. Let me look something up. I remember there's a way to handle this kind of situation." Hearing this, the other two looked at her with admiration, nodding and smiling. "As expected of Our Lady. We'll leave it to you, my lady." Watching their exchange, Yong Shan let out a cold, disdainful smirk. He schemed inwardly. These people seem to have some serious intelligence issues. If that's the case, he then sheathed his sword. He said to Man, "It's actually quite normal for a young lady from a prestigious family to have a few secret hobbies. It's perfectly normal." Hearing this, she was a little suspicious, but she reluctantly believed him. Perfectly normal. Yong Shan respectfully clasped his hands towards Fei Fu's group and said loudly, "Please rest assured, everyone, after I leave here, I will absolutely not speak a word of today's events to anyone. I wouldn't want to affect the young lady's reputation. Besides, I'm about to ascend to the next realm myself. I have no desire to incur the wrath of the Yang family." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was already scheming gleefully. "I just need to post this on a gossip forum. They'll think their demon sect identity hasn't been exposed, and that the situation is still salvageable." But the big lout De Huayan's brain wasn't quite as small as Yong Shan had thought. He brandished his axe aggressively and roared, "In your dreams, we're members of a demon sect who have infiltrated Yang Prefecture on an important mission. How can we let someone who's discovered our identities just walk away?" At that moment, Fei Fu's gaze casually shifted to Yong Shan. "Wait, I don't think they knew we were from the demon sect." Hearing his subordinate's reminder, De Huayan suddenly laughed foolishly. "Oh right, then it's fine to let them go, right?" A throwing dagger flew from Fei Fu's hand, thudding into his forehead. He cursed furiously, "Right my ass. Now they know everything." Across from them, Yong Shan tried to smooth things over. "I could just say I didn't hear anything. Would you believe me?" Inside, he was crying a river of tears. "Damn, you're just too smart for your own good." Finally, Fei Fu and Tao Mulu turned to ask Yong San, "What now? So, do we kill them or not?" "My lady, haven't you found a solution yet?" But she was still engrossed in the demon sect handbook in her hands. "Circumstances restrictive, cannot kill. Identity exposed, cannot capture. Information leaked, cannot release. These questions are too hard." At this point, Yong Shan and Man were standing back to back again. He sighed once more. Frowning, he spoke to her. "You people are unbelievable." Man sheathed her sword. "Yes, young master." Then, he leaned back casually, letting Man pour him some tea. He took a sip of the hot tea, raised an eyebrow at them, and said, "So, shall we continue discussing that deal from earlier?" Yong San propped her chin on the spine of her book and gave a sharp laugh. "A deal. Not a bad idea." This was her plan. "I want to become a disciple of the Wuji sect in this upcoming immortal trial, and infiltrate the Shinmen. Although my cultivation technique has been very well concealed. If I become a martial artist and compete, not even a heavenly venerate would see through it. However, the ascension stage is truly unavoidable. So I have to marry the champion." Yong Shan waved his hand dismissively. He closed his eyes, trying to brush it off. "You really don't need to go into so much detail. I don't want to know." He was halfway through his sentence, where he suddenly stopped. His eyes flew open in shock. He stared at Yong San, who had at some point half knelt, half sat on his lap, pinning him against the wall. Hith. "Anyway, to become a Shinman disciple, I must marry the champion of this immortal trial. As long as you agree to cooperate with me after we're married, I will fulfill your previous request. I'll find a way to mobilize the Yang family's resources to help you with your ascension." Seeing her triumphant smile, Yong Shan Sigid Amu said, "All I have to do is become the champion, right? This works out for both of us. And I won't sell out your intel. So what's next? How are you going to explain this to Elder Yang?" "But you've already said an ambush here. You must have had something prepared, right? Poisoning and controlling him, threatening him with death, or taking a hostage. How could you do that to your own grandfather? Are you a monster? Hearing Yong Shan's words, the three goons immediately stood beside San and said, full of indignation, "My lady, this man's heart is not righteous. You must be wary of him. His mouth is full of vicious and sinister schemes. He is definitely not an honorable gentleman." Yong Shan retorted through gritted teeth, "Aren't you guys the demon sect? Where's your professional spirit?" Man also argued, "My young master is a good person." His eloquent rebuttal was cut short by a sudden thought. His wary gaze fell on San as he stammered, "Wait, does that mean you really are the young lady of the Yong family?" She shrugged lightly. "Yep," seeing his utterly incredulous expression, as if the sun had risen in the west. San's subordinates once again yelled, "Hey, are you looking down on Our Lady? Look at her. Is there any part of her that doesn't scream well-bred young lady? Actually, Our Lady grew up in the sect, so she's a bit." Yong San casually shoved Tao Mulu's head into a nearby pillar. "So then," she said, waving at Yong Shan, "our deal is on. Should I introduce myself properly? These three idiots are to Hua Yin, Tao Mulu, and Fei Fu. They're all my subordinates. Mid-chi refining stage cultivation. In the shameless words of you immortal sect folks, they be considered immortal masters. As for me, I am the Crimson Banner emissary of the demon sect. Core formation stage cultivation. You can call me an immortal lord if you're used to that. At the same time, I'm also the direct daughter of the Yong family head. As for my maiden name, only my husband gets to call me by that. I'm not telling you. Just call me Ching Tuan. That's my name in the demon sect." The words "I can't believe it" were still written all over Yong Shan's face. He asked in disbelief, "The direct daughter of the Yong family? The leading family of Yong Prefecture belongs to the demon sect?" San retorted, "How could that be? Our Yong family has been with the Wuji sect for generations. We have many relatives there. So, does the head of the Yong family know about you?" "My father doesn't know. This is my own personal conviction." "Then how will you get the Yong family head to cooperate with you?" Hearing his question, she confidently poked his chest with her finger. "Don't worry. We just need to get my father to agree to marry me to you. It's simple, really." Meanwhile, in the main hall, a white-haired, long-bearded elder sat in the host's seat and spoke. "This banquet today, I hope all you young heroes are satisfied." Below, Sister Yu and the others were extremely respectful. They clasped their hands in unison towards the elder. "Elder Yong, your magnanimity is great. We are deeply grateful. After we pass the trial, we will certainly visit the Yong estate to offer our thanks." You are all too kind, too kind." Elder Yong replied with a laugh. Then he turned to ask a subordinate, "I thought Yong Shan was invited? So why isn't he here? He was here when the banquet started, but now he's gone. He probably went home early." Hearing this, Sister Yu, standing nearby, frowned in displeasure, leaving without a word. "How rude." Sister Jiao, beside her, tried to smooth things over for him. Perhaps he had a family emergency? This must be his way of rejecting our patronage. He wants to rely on his own strength. Truly a man of character. I admit, I'm not his equal. Elder Yong wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he waved his hand dismissively. He's young and talented. It's only natural that he's a bit arrogant. It's perfectly normal. Just let him be. At that moment, a serving girl cautiously entered to report. "My lord, the young miss has arrived. Doesn't she prefer peace and quiet? Why has she come to the banquet?" She must have heard about the marriage arrangement and wanted to see for herself. At the same time, outside the doorframe, Yong Shan hid behind Sanson, whispering, "You spent all that time reading those books. Are you sure you can convince your grandfather? You don't need my help?" She patted him confidently. "Relax. Leave it to me. I'm a prodigy of the demonic sect. When it comes to situations where I already have a contingency plan, I am invincible." The door cracked open. The people inside greeted her with smiles. "Greetings, young miss of the Yong family." Elder Yong also spoke with a smile. "Since you're here, come have a look at the young heroes of this year's sect trial. Who knows, your future husband might be among them." With a creak, the door swung fully open. Yong Sanson, feigning weakness, leaned into Yong Shan as she entered. "Grandpa, I won't marry him. I already belong to Yong Shan." Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving all the young men present completely stunned. Yang San, the family head Elder Yang, was also flabbergasted. His finger pointed erratically. My dear granddaughter, what are you saying? My hearing isn't so good. I couldn't quite catch that. Yong Sanson looked at her grandfather, hiding a cunning smile as she thought. What's the point in pretending? It's useless, old man. The Demonic Sex Encyclopedia of Negotiation Skills. Chapter, Forcing a Marriage, Activate. But she only pressed herself tighter against Yong Shan, putting on a shy expression as she spoke. Young Master Yong Shan and I had a chance encounter outside the city. We fell for each other at first sight. Meanwhile, Yong Shan remained perfectly still from start to finish, allowing her to lean on him. He silently assessed the situation. She's pulling out the big guns right from the start. As for Yong Sanson, she was completely lost in her script. She prattled on, and then, young Master Yong Shan and I had a private rendezvous in my room. Young Master Yong Shan's technique is superb, and his experience is vast. He taught me a great deal. The more she spoke, the more outrageous she became. Yong Shan's expression grew darker and darker. Hey, this is going a little too far. Every soft smile, every one of his touches made me fall deeper, unable to escape. Under young Master Yong Shan's care, my body and soul now belong to no other. I am completely his and his alone. At this point, seeing his hand tightly held by hers, the last thread of reason in Yong Shan's mind snapped. His face turned pale. Does this woman have any idea what she's saying? Elder Yang sat in his chair, his hands clenched tight. His old body trembled as he muttered, "A disgrace to the family. A disgrace to the family. This is a matter of great importance to our clan." How could you be so foolish? Yong Sanson pouted. She remembered a forbidden technique from the book. Still not budging? You're the one forcing my hand. No more wasting time. Time to play my trump card. Her hand left his. She pressed her thin lips together in a shy smile. Then, she placed a hand over her lower abdomen and said, just like the child in my belly. The night sky outside was not as dark as Elder Yang's face at that moment, and the moon and stars in the sky could not compare to the pale, shocked face of Yong Shan. The hair on his body stood on end. He screamed internally, "Lady, are you trying to get me killed?" Chung Yu and the other guests were tactfully shown out. The old butler instructed them. The sect trial is approaching. We wouldn't want to interrupt your training. Please head back for the night. And as for what happened today, I hope you will not speak of it to anyone. You understand? Chung Yu tugged on Jiao's sleeve, whispering in amazement. The big cities and heartlands are terrifying. I had no idea. A man named Gao Ding, with a grave expression, bit his nails and muttered, "Damn it. So you can play a move like that." When did that bastard make his move? Was this part of his plan all along? A man named Bai, his eyes narrowed to a slit, said with his arms crossed, "Truly a man of character. I admit, I am not his equal." At this time, inside the main hall, 2 rows of burly men, each holding a 1.1 meter long broadsword, had appeared from nowhere. Every one of them looked as grim as the king of hell. And in the center of the hall, Yong Shan, Yong Sanson, and Man were forced to their knees, held down by several of the large men. Man whispered to Yong Shan, "Young master, why is the atmosphere so heavy? It'd be strange if it wasn't." This was the brilliant plan you came up with after reading books all afternoon. Facing his furious glare, Sanson smugly snapped her fingers and replied, "That's right. The materials from our demonic sect are the best. Plus, I consulted many reference books. It's both comprehensive and detailed." Yong Sanson looked up at the gloomy yet helpless expression on Elder Yang's face and continued with a smile. "See? He's already invited you into the inner hall. He might have already been convinced." Yong Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave her a reality check. His attitude right now says he wants to kill me. An old attendant beside the elder cupped his hands and reported carefully, "Congratulations, Elder Yang. I have confirmed it. The young miss, she does indeed have a joyous pulse." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's aged eyes shot wide open, bloodshot and furious. The hot teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. Below, 2 glints of cold light flashed. 2 guards had placed the blades of their swords against Yong Shan's neck. Yong Shan bit his lip, thinking, "I'm screwed. I have to think of a way out, fast." A mere martial artist, fools around with the daughter of a powerful, noble family, and gets her pregnant. How the hell do I get out of this when her grandfather has me surrounded by countless family guards? Seeing his terrified expression, Sanson still smiled and leaned on his shoulder to comfort him. Don't panic. I'm already at the golden core stage. Of course I can control the pulse in my body. Conventional techniques won't be able to detect anything. The more she tried to comfort him, the more he wanted to scream. Damn it. That's not what I'm panicking about. Elder Yang's face was as black as ink. He pointed at him and asked in a low voice. You are Yong Shan, correct? Despite the situation, Yong Shan forced himself to kneel straight and answer, Yes, sir. Elder Yang looked weary, as if he had lost all will to live. He spoke robotically. Our Yang family has several manors in the city. Choose one for yourself to stay in. Come by early tomorrow morning. I will arrange a meeting with a few of the guest officials. I will take you to meet them. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, or are in need of elixirs or spirit jades, just tell the steward to fetch them from the treasury for you. The wedding will be arranged after the sect trial is over. After he finished speaking, Yang Sanson nudged him with her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. See? Aren't I amazing? A prodigy of a demonic sect, I tell you. Huh. Wait a second. It actually worked? After saying his piece, Elder Yang's eyes were brimming with tears. He slumped into his wheelchair. He let the serving girl push him away, finally muttering a few last, exasperated words. Just do as I said. I'm tired. You all may go and rest as well. In an instant, Yong Shan felt like he'd been snatched from the jaws of death and crowned a champion. He was grinning so hard his face ached. He quickly cupped his hands and said loudly, Yes. Thank you, Elder Yang. No. Thank you, Grandpa. Bai Xiaoqi recalled the notice about the mysterious person. 2 months ago, the last time we received intel from the Imperial Guard, there was absolutely no information about this person. He looked down at the scene below, continuing to ponder. And today, he's being lavishly entertained alongside long-established young heroes invited by the great families. He's even been given lodging in a private villa. Xiaoqi sat on the roof, crossing his legs with a scornful laugh. All for a bit of empty fame. They're really pulling out all the stops. Just then, Xiaoti suddenly appeared. She moved with agility, her steps quick and light. Then, she reported the information she had just gathered. Your Highness, it's confirmed. The young lady accompanying Yong Shan is sleeping in the guest room. Xiao Ti's report was specific and detailed. As for Yong Shan, his door remained shut. He hasn't come out. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes widened. Huh, he said, surprised. They're sleeping in separate rooms? Bai Xiaoqi stood up, muttering to himself. Is he trying to seize every moment to cultivate for the sect trial? Hard work truly does pay off, I suppose. Xiao Ti asked coldly, Does your Highness wish for me to kill him? The two of them landed on the ground simultaneously, thinking Bai Xiaoqi was about to make a move. Xiao Ti offered a logical reason to stop him. Although we must conceal our movements and cannot contact the Imperial Guard in Jiangnan to coordinate, assassination is a simple matter. I can handle it myself. There is no need for your Highness to act personally. Xiaoqi drew his sword, spun, and deftly placed a wine cup on the blade. Not a single wasted motion. How could I do that? I'm just being kind, wanted to teach him how to get a little further ahead. Then, Xiaoqi decisively sent the sword flying. His tone grew serious. This is just to make him a bit more appealing in everyone's eyes. At this, Xiaoti could only bow her head respectfully, looking toward Yang Shan's room. Xiaoqi's voice was smooth as silk. Those of us who live in the shadows have all the more freedom to do as we please. The sword carried an immense force, enough to make the window open on its own. I, Bai Xiaoqi, have long admired the great name of young Master Yang. The sword embedded itself right beside the bed, the wine cup still perfectly balanced on top. Bai Xiaoqi continued his enthusiastic invitation. I've come especially to share a drink with you and admire the bright moon. The wine cup sat steadily on the sword's blade. Without the slightest tremor, Bai Xiaoqi appeared in a dashing pose, sitting on the windowsill and raising a cup. Please, young master, do not refuse. It wasn't until Bai Xiaoqi looked into the room that he froze. Because there was no one there at all. There was only a dog lying in the middle of the floor. Xiao Ti whispered from the side, Brother Xiaoqi, there's no one inside. Bai Xiaoqi leaped into the room, looking around once more. How can he not be here? Didn't you say he was in here? She could only answer based on what she had seen. I am certain Yong Shan entered the room and did not leave. Seeing Xiao Ti holding a small, golden-furred dog, he was puzzled. But right now, besides this dog, there's no one else here. Hearing the loud commotion, the dog, Yong Shan, opened his eyes. Bugs. Before him were the bewildered faces of Xiaoqi and Xiao Ti. Xiaoqi stubbornly continued to search the room. Xiao Ti suggested, "Should we check the other rooms?" Yong Shan pretended to be asleep, ignoring them. "Whatever they're stealing from old Master Yang has nothing to do with a little dog like me." Back to sleep. Soon, dawn broke. The sun was already high in the sky. Xiao Ti cheerfully enjoyed a bowl of hot noodles, piled high with toppings. But Xiaoqi, having been up all night, had dark circles under his eyes. He was still in a daze. Seeing this, she spoke up to remind him, "Brother Xiaoqi, this shop's crispy fish noodles are famous. You should eat up." Xiaoqi stared blankly, his eyes wide. He was clearly overthinking things. Impossible. Where could he have gone? Xiao Ti kept her eyes on the room's direction. She saw a sleepy Yong Shan step out and stretch. "Brother Xiaoqi, he's out." Xiaoqi didn't waste a second. He grabbed his wine gourd and eagerly rushed forward. So he was in his room after all. My all-night vigil wasn't for nothing. "I've finally got you." Yong Shan was minding his own business when someone called out to him. "Young Master Yang, please wait." Xiaoqi leisurely poured a cup of wine, then put on a friendly smile. He began his flowery speech again. "A single thought, a single sword. Who in this world does not know of your renown? Young Master Yang's bearing yesterday was truly something to be admired." He offered the cup of wine to Yong Shan. "I have long admired you, young Master Yang. Please do not refuse this cup of wine." Witnessing this overly dramatic scene, Yong Shan was completely bewildered. Lu Man stepped forward with a soft laugh and whispered, "Is he an acquaintance of yours, young master?" He sighed. "Don't know him." But inwardly, he had already realized, "Aren't these the two thieves from last night? So they were looking for me." Seeing him not respond, Xiaoqi leaped directly in front of him. Then, he leaned in close and revealed his reason for approaching him. "Young Master Yang, you are being treated with great hospitality by the great families. But there are many other candidates they have invited. I have a plan that can help you stand out from the rest and achieve success." Suddenly, a lavishly decorated horse-drawn carriage pulled up. Yong Shan couldn't help but be curious. A carriage from the Yang family? A servant bowed respectfully. "Young master-in-law, the old master has come to pick you up." "Oh." Yong Shan gave a forced laugh. "You there? You're by Xiaoqi, right? Would you mind stepping aside?" Xiaoqi was stunned by this cold dismissal. Lu Man took a step forward. She bowed apologetically. "My sincerest apologies. Our young master has an appointment with old Master Yang today. Please come back another day." After that, the two of them boarded the carriage and departed. Xiaoqi was still reeling from how Yong Shan had addressed him. He stood frozen on the spot. Young master-in-law." Xiao Ti calmly ate her noodles. She even said, deliberately, "Brother Xiaoqi, it seems he doesn't need your help." In the carriage, old Master Yang was pointing at Yong Shan, lecturing him nonstop. Seeing the two of them, Lu Man couldn't help but smile. "You brat," he said. "You'd better be on your best behavior in a bit. Don't run your mouth. These people are all important figures. Time is tight, so there's no time to teach you all the proper etiquette. You must be extremely careful with your every move. There can be no disrespectful behavior. And another thing, your tone of voice must be respectful." After listening to the lecture, Yong Shan said helplessly, "Relax, old master. I'm an expert at networking." Then he pointed at Yong Shan. "But aren't we just going to pay our respects to the guests of the sect trial? Why is she coming along?" Old Master Yang immediately bellowed, "You brat. Stay away from my precious granddaughter." Yong Shan leaned against the window, looking outside. She shared with a smile, "My mother came from the flowing Blossom Valley. Among the arrivals this time is her senior apprentice sister, which makes her my aunt. My aunts doted on me the most when I was little. Of course I have to go and pay my respects." Understanding this, he replied, "I see. Then I'll have to ask Miss Yang to put in a few good words for me later." But in his mind, a huge question mark appeared. Why would this silver spoon-fed young lady join the demon sect? The carriage was rolling along smoothly when a group of people suddenly appeared, arrogantly blocking their path. "Stop the carriage." The man was Wu Buer. He led his subordinates, shouting threats without a care in the world. "That bastard Yong Shan is in that carriage, isn't he? Tell him to get his ass out here. His face was full of malice and contempt. I am Wu Buer. I heard his swordsmanship isn't half bad. I came here specifically to test him. Hearing the name, Yong Shan immediately remembered. Wu Buer, the second son of the Yangjo Wu family. Hasn't he been an immortal master for a long time now? Why would he be shameless enough to pick a fight with a martial artist like me? Lu Man said, slightly surprised. The person the young master defeated on the stage yesterday also seemed to be from the Wu family. Old Master Yang was furious. He let out a cold laugh, daring to block the path of our Yang family. Who the hell does a mere second son think he is? What shameless brat? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the family head stood up. All right, you all stay here. I'll handle this. Outside the ancestral hall of the Gusu noble house, 2 white mourning banners were hanging. Yong Shan mused to himself. The foundation of a great family is its connection to the immortal sex. If a family goes several generations without anyone achieving immortality, then no matter how wealthy they are, they can fall into ruin in an instant. A look of helpless resignation crossed his face. That's why all the great families fight tooth and nail behind the scenes, to get their children into the immortal sex, vying for every advantage. He glanced over at the arrogant Wu Buer. If you want to enjoy the wealth and benefits the Yang family provides, you have to accept the consequences that come with it. I saw all of this coming. The Yang family head stepped out of the carriage and said coldly, well, if it isn't the esteemed nephew of the Wu family. He then feigned a friendly smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. What brings you to visit this old man today? Wu Buer gave a perfunctory clasp of his hands, his voice dripping with condescension. So, the old Master Yang was in the carriage as well. I came here looking for Yong Shan. From his eyes to his smile, he was radiating pure malice. I heard his sword strike yesterday was quite impressive. I'm not here to bully him. I just wanted to take one slash from me. The Yang family head forced a flattering smile. Young Master Yang is a martial artist, and you, esteemed nephew, are an immortal master. Do you really wish to stoop to his level? But in the next instant, his expression turned stern. He stated firmly, if you're really itching for a fight, nephew, why don't you wait for my third son to return? You can duel him then. Seeing the worried looks on Yong Shan and Man's faces, Yong Shan offered some quiet reassurance, which calmed them considerably. Don't worry, my 3rd and 7th uncles are both in the Shinmen. We have several immortal masters among our relatives. That idiot from the Wu family wouldn't dare get too out of line with my father. Lian Man let out a sigh of relief. Really, she said happily, it's a good thing the family head came with us. The young master will be fine and... Meanwhile, San had reached the climax of her book. It was a life-or-death moment. Her face was flushed with excitement, but Yong Shan's face was sheet white. This is bad. If I don't even have the courage to get out of the carriage, won't my reputation be completely ruined? He imagined being surrounded and beaten, but if I really do get out, those thugs will use the chance to beat me half to death. My momentum would be completely crushed. Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Looks like you're all talk. In his mind's eye, Yong Shan was being beaten and humiliated. Please spare me. I'm sorry. I won't act tough anymore. But when the truth finally comes out, the whole world will look down on him. Even the dogs in the street will sneer at his name. Even if people know the full story, the moment I show any weakness, all my boasting will become a laughingstock for the entire world. Everyone will look at him with contempt. I told you the Yong Shan guy was arrogant. Serves him right getting taught a lesson. I really thought he was something special at first. Goes to show how blind I was. Yong Shan hung his head, feeling a wave of helplessness. In that case, during the sect trials, won't I become a target for everyone? This time, my opponent came prepared. Lian Man, filled with worry, threw herself into his arms. Young master, how about you let Man take that slash for you? Yong Shan couldn't bear the potential humiliation. He made his decision. How can I let you do that? I'll go out and assess the situation. I'll play it by ear and try to stall for as long as I can. Her eyes were glued to her book, but San had noticed every little detail. Do you have any decent jade artifacts on you? Anything of good quality? Yong Shan was momentarily stunned. A jade artifact? He sheepishly took out a large, clunky piece of jade. Will this do? Seeing the jade, with its rather peculiar shape, Yong Shan chuckled. Looks like you lead a pretty colorful life, huh? No more words were needed. She immediately got to work. analyzing the material, sensing the earth veins, balancing the 5 elements, channeling the stars, designing the spiritual script. Her entire body began to glow as a stream of power flowed into the jade artifact. Design complete. Spiritual energy infused. San casually tossed the jade. Back to Yong Shan. Catch. He was a bit bewildered. What is this? On the jade, there were now several strange, glowing red cracks. San instructed him. Just think of it as a simple spiritual treasure. Break it to activate it. I casually infused a few of my own attacks into it. It's more than enough to block 1 slash from that Wu family idiot. And she calmly sat back down her spot and continued reading. Don't forget, you have a genius immortal lord like me by your side now. San's eyes were sharp and focused. She stressed her point again. You need to be a little more proactive. He stared at the jade artifact in his hand. A knowing smile spread across his face. Thank you. It seems our deal is more beneficial than I thought. Outside, a large crowd had gathered, buzzing with discussion, eager to see the drama unfold. I heard the young master of the Wu family wants to challenge Yong Shan. Yong Shan doesn't dare to show his face. The Wu family's young master is an immortal master. It's only natural he wouldn't dare come out. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Wu Buer put on a condescending air, speaking loudly for everyone to hear. Forget it. I heard there was some impressive figure here, and I wanted to see for myself. Turns out he doesn't even have the guts to show his face. I'm not interested in cowards who hide in their shells. Just then, Yong Shan's voice rang out, startling Wu Buer. A senior has come all this way to offer his guidance. It would be truly impolite of me, Yong Shan, not to come out. The Yong family head discreetly reminded him, playing along with the act. Nephew Wu is your senior. Hurry up and greet him. Yong Shan bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior immortal master. I, Yong Shan, am but a humble martial artist, new to Yong Prefecture. I'm unsure how I might have offended you, senior. Behind him, the Yong family head chimed in. That's right. If there's been some misunderstanding, we can just talk it out. But Wu Buer arrogantly dismissed them. You want to beg for forgiveness? His tone was starting to get on Yong Shan's nerves. He replied coldly, if I have truly been careless and offended you, senior, then by all means, you must strike me down with your blade. Yong Shan lifted his head, issuing an open challenge. If you have the guts, come and try me. Yong Shan's words and actions made the family head's jaw drop in astonishment. Wu Buer's arrogance swelled to new heights. You asked for this. Very well. Wu Buer drew his sword threateningly. Don't think I'm bullying you. Wu Buer swung his sword, gathering power. It moved like a whirlwind. A single slash from the reverse void blade technique. Intersea windstorm, shot straight towards Yong Shan. Wu Buer roared. 1 slash it is. The crowd was blown back by the force of the gale, staggering and holding onto each other. He used the reverse void technique right from the start. That's the Wu family's signature skill. A spectator wondered aloud. Is he trying to use this chance to cripple young Master Yong? Wu Buer swung his blade with maniacal glee. Let me show you how powerful I am. But then, something flashed within the whirlwind, stopping Wu Buer in his tracks. It was the jade artifact, infused with San's power. It was beginning to unleash its might. Yong Shan confidently repeated San's earlier advice to himself. Be a little more proactive, huh? A wicked smile touched the corner of his lips. This sort of thing. The vicious blade struck the jade artifact, shattering it instantly. His voice became wild. Is my specialty? A terrifying surge of power erupted from it, blasting out and completely dissipating Wu Buer's whirlwind. He stared in utter disbelief. What was that? Yong Shan had used the Yong family's secret art, the sacrificial strike, combined with the ferocious power of the jade. A single move sent him flying. A deep trench was carved into the ground by the force of Yong Shan's attack. Wu Buer was not flat on his face. He had won. He smiled politely. Thank you for the match. The spectators ran over excitedly, examining the crack in the ground, praising him endlessly. What just happened? He fought back against an immortal master? Is Yong Shan really that strong? He gritted his teeth, full of resentment, and realized, this is an immortal-grade spirit treasure. Yong Shan gave a fake smile, and sheepishly scratched his head, praising him. The power of your saber strike was truly terrifying, senior. To block it, I had to use a bit more force than I intended. He continued with a sly grin. I didn't expect you to survive, senior. You truly live up to your reputation as a long-renowned immortal master. Wu Buer was so furious he could spit fire. He leaped up and screamed at the top of his lungs, no. That didn't count. Let's go again. Yong Shan beckoned with his finger, mocking him. Tisk, tisk. It seems this senior is not only lacking in strength. He leaned in close and whispered in Wu Buer's ear. But his character is also questionable, wouldn't you say? Are you planning to resort to insults when you can't win a fight? He even cast a condescending glance towards Sanson in the carriage. You immortal-grade prodigy. Your opponent refuses to concede. Quick, give me a few more spirit treasures to play with. Sanson hugged her book and replied coldly. They're all gone. Hearing those ice-cold words, Yong Shan immediately froze. She frowned and said angrily, This is Yangjo. If I recklessly mobilize too much of the Earth's spiritual energy, my identity as a member of the demonic sect will be exposed. Seeing Wu Buer trembling with rage, Elder Yang stepped forward to mediate. My dear nephew, we agreed on one strike, and one strike it was. If you keep dragging this on, you'll lose all face. Wu Buer could no longer contain himself. He roared in defiance, his words losing all control. Face my ass. Today I'm going to beat that bastard to death. On the other side, Yong Shan was desperately pleading with Sanson. My dear lady, you were the one who told me to be proactive. Let me keep going. At this point, Sanson could only stand by. This isn't how things were supposed to go according to the book. In short, you're on your own, without any support. Yong Shan was extremely anxious. I never should have trusted a fraud like you. He pulled out a variety of talismans. Diamond talisman, strength talisman, fleetfoot talisman, barrel water shield. Wu Buer picked up his sword. He lunged forward to attack. Go to hell. In a daze, Yong Shan luckily dodged the blow completely. After avoiding a strike with his own strength, his gaze turned cold. Since he refused to let this go, senior, then I, Yong Shan, will have to see this through to the end. However, his true inner thoughts were a mess of panic. Oh crap. If he hits me, I'm dead for sure. Man anxiously wanted to rush out. Let me help the young master. At this rate, he's going to get beaten to death. But young Sanson quickly reached out and gently stopped her. Sanson smiled gently and said decisively, It's all right. Man happily turned to ask her, Do you have a plan? Sanson calmly revealed a not-so-surprising piece of information, which left Man completely stunned. I have a unique healing medicine from the demonic sect. Keeping him alive won't be a problem. Probably. Outside, Wu Buer was like a madman, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. D. Yong Shan was struggling to defend himself. Damn it. There's no chance to take him down head-on. Yong Shan pulled out everything he had left on him. Looks like this time I'll have to play the pity card with this pathetic display. No matter how badly I get beaten, as long as I can hold on, that's a victory in itself. He prepared to use his items again. Seeing him fumbling with a pile of junk, Wu Buer arrogantly questioned him. What's so impressive about using things you bought off the street? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Wu Buer decisively unleashed a strike. Come on, face my blade like a man. Even at this point, Yong Shan maintained a cool and collected expression, a true master of putting on a brave face. Bring it on, if you've got the guts. But his inner voice was frantic. I can't dodge this one. I have to use all my strength to protect this handsome face. Just as the sword was about to strike, another object flew in at the same time, creating a significant shockwave. Following the object with his eyes, he quickly realized someone had blocked the blow for him. The object fell and rolled to his feet. It was a coin. On the opposite wall, a mysterious figure in a mask and red clothes appeared. This person was from Team Manhwa. He asked Wu Buer, So, using things you buy from the outside doesn't count as having skill? Manhwa cast a scrutinizing gaze. I don't like the sound of that. If someone has the skill to spend money, why can't they be stronger than others? Wu Buer grew even more furious. Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Manhwa flung his arm, and the coins in his sleeve immediately flew out. This is the wealth of the world technique. Then, he moved swiftly, following the coins. I'm a local immortal. Wu Buer stared wide-eyed at this technique. Could it be? Yong Shan also recognized him as one of the 6 great Xian men. The person stood majestically before everyone and introduced himself. My name is Diwu Vin Hoa, from the Pingjiao Immortal Society. Elder Yang laughed heartily. Excellent. With an exalted immortal from the Pingjiao Immortal Society here. That brat from the Wu family won't dare to cause any more trouble. Hearing this title, Wu Buer had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. He bowed his head obediently. Wu Buer pays his respects to the exalted immortal. Today's matter is... Knowing he was about to launch into a long explanation, Vin Hoa quickly waved his hand. All right. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have no interest in you. The old man cautiously leaned in to whisper a warning to Yong Shan. That esteemed person is one of the honored guests for this immortal trial. He has a peculiar temperament. You must not offend him. If you don't know the situation, it's best to say less. Yong Shan smiled confidently. With a completely untrustworthy expression, he said decisively, Don't worry, old man. I know what I'm doing. Elder Yang shouted. That doesn't reassure me in the slightest. Then, Yong Shan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Yong Shan pays his respects to the exalted immortal of Pingjiao. Thank you, exalted immortal, for upholding justice. Vin Hoa gently helped him up. No need. Then he said something rather puzzling. Young Master Yong Shan is our esteemed guest. This is what I should do. His words and his attitude confused Yong Shan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was like seeing a dog and a cat holding hands. He wondered, who is this guy? Vin Hoa took his hand, his eyes crinkling into a cheerful smile. To meet an esteemed guest like young Master Yong Shan today is truly an honor for us. But internally, Yong Shan was panicking. What kind of strange game is this guy playing, showing up out of nowhere? Yong Shan gave a strained laugh and pulled his hand back. You're joking, exalted immortal. Wu Buer stepped forward, trying to plead his case. I am a disciple of the Wuji sect. I hope the exalted immortal of Pingjiao will give me some face, Wuji sect, and not interfere in this trivial matter. Vin Hoa replied coldly. 50 million taels. He looked at Wu Buer, emphasizing, if you can produce 50 million taels right now, we will give you face. Wu Buer's expression immediately froze. You must be joking, exalted immortal. Even the famously wealthy Gusu noble families, or even the immortal imperial family, could not casually produce 50 million taels of silver. Without hesitation, Vin Hoa pointed at him. But young Master Yang can. Vin Hoa stated his judgment thoughtfully. We have sensed it for a long time. He then noticed the gold ingot-shaped protection token hanging from Yong Shan's waist. The token on young Master Yong Shan is the highest level flourishing prosperity protection token from the Rixing Bank. It's worth at least 50 million taels. Ronghua explained the place in detail. Rixing Chang is the most important enterprise of our Pingjiao Immortal Society. A client of Rixing Chang is an honored guest of our Jiangnan branch. He flicked his hand. 3 coins flew up and were caught again in his palm. He glared threateningly at Wu Buer. You little punk from the Wuji sect. Are you trying to make trouble for our honored guest? Wu Buer bowed his head. I wouldn't dare, he stammered. Even old Master Yang was stunned when he heard the news. 50 million taels of pure silver? What in the world is that kid's background? Ronghua paid Wu Buer no mind. He turned his sparkling eyes to Yong Shan and extended an invitation. Young Master Yang, are you here to participate in the immortal trial? We are currently having tea with a few guests in the Ziyue Tower. If you wouldn't mind, young Master Yang, perhaps you care to join us? Yong Shan's face lit up as he agreed immediately. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Immortal. In his mind, he was grinning ear to ear. So you can even pay your way through the immortal trial. Huh? He didn't forget to turn back and provoke Wu Buer. All right, Senior Immortal Master. Am I free to go now? Wu Buer gritted his teeth in fury. But he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Yong Shan hummed a triumphant tune as he sauntered past him. He stared at Yong Shan's back with a resentful expression. Damn it. So what if you have money? His subordinate stepped forward to report. Young Master, what do we do now? The old master is looking for us. His face was a mask of frustration. He took out his anger on his subordinate, shouting, What else can we do? Go home and let the old man figure something out. I don't care anymore. The Ziyue Tower looked exceptionally tranquil from the outside. Old Master Wu and Wu Dali were already there, being hosted by two female immortals, Dong Gue and Shan Nai. A small foot was stealthily propped on a chair. It was immortal Lord Yulinger, trying to reach some pastries on the table. Faced with their stunning beauty, both Wu father and son were blushing. Honored immortal lords, we have troubled you with the matter of my foolish son. Dong Gue and Shan Nai replied casually as they stated their request. It's just a matter of preparing a few immortal trial recommendation slips. There's no need to be concerned, Old Master Wu. As long as you focus on finding what we need, our Flowing Blossom Valley will certainly not treat you poorly. Old Master Wu quickly pushed Wu Dali's head down. Yes, yes, he promised hastily. I will certainly do my utmost. Wu Dali glanced at his father, asking in confusion, Father, didn't you tell me to prepare for a few more years? Besides, I'd lose if I got on the tournament stage anyway. Why would I need to pull strings? Old Master Wu frowned. Shut your mouth, he said angrily. What do you know? That Yong Shan who beat you yesterday has been confirmed to be one of Old Man Yang's people. He angrily recalled the smug look on Old Master Yang's face, reminding his son, you being pushed onto that stage to compete was most likely arranged by that old fox. That old man wants to make a move against our Wu family. Afterwards, his demeanor changed to one of confidence. He placed a hand on Wu Dali's shoulder. As for Yong Shan, I've already sent your younger brother to deal with him. You must also become an immortal master as soon as possible. Only then can you ease the pressure on our Wu family. He glanced back toward Dong Gue and Shan Nai. The immortal lords of Flowing Blossom Valley are honored guests of this trial. Hurry and bow your head and ask them for some guidance. Dong Gue moved closer. She bowed respectfully and offered her assessment, making the father and son's jaws drop in delight. Rest assured, Master Wu, your esteemed son's chi and blood are abundant, and his foundation is excellent. But her next words felt like a blow that knocked them both to the ground. Even among the outer disciples of the major sects, he would be considered outstanding. If it weren't for his inadequate appearance, joining our Flowing Blossom Valley wouldn't have been a problem. Shan Nai spoke up to clarify. But we are not immortal lords, nor are we any kind of honored guests. Flowing Blossom Valley is here this time to attend the Wuji sect ceremony. That person over there is our master. The two young women turned to look at the petite girl. Immortal Lord Yuling. All eyes in the room fell on Linger, who was hugging a pastry. Wu Dali's eyes bulged. His face was a mask of disbelief. Isn't that just a child? Dong Gue and Shan Nai gently reminded them. While that may be true, if you speak of our master that way, she will get angry. Truthfully, Master is very sensitive about this issue. Hearing that, Old Master Wu hurriedly said, Immortal Lord, please calm your anger. I will be sure to give him a good beating when we get home. He raised his hand to smack his son's mouth. Despite the commotion, Linger paid it no mind, calmly nibbling on her pastry. A clear look of melancholy was in her eyes. I want to go home. Honestly, where on earth did his reverence run off to? Linger opened her mouth to ask little Yi, can't you help me find it? Yi Zaheyo, dressed in the official robes of the Jinyui, explained helplessly, I am now 1,000 household commander of the Jinyui, a soldier of the imperial family. Even if I did have news, I couldn't casually pass it along. Also, please call me by my full name, Yi Zaheyo. Suddenly, the sound of a guest being welcomed came from outside. This way, this way. Young Master Yong, please come in. Shan Nai whispered, Yong Shan. Yong Shan and his party walked in. Watching them enter, Old Master Wu seethed with rage. As expected, Old Man Yang brought him here. Looks like that useless son of mine, Buer, has failed. But just a second later, a sinister look appeared on his face. Too bad you're a step too late. I have already obtained, he was thinking, the support of the immortal lord of Flowing Blossom Valley. Suddenly, Shan Shan rushed forward. She affectionately hugged Linger. Auntie Yu, I missed you so much. Linger placed a hand on the little girl's cheek. Is that you, my little dumpling? It's only been a few years, and you've already grown so big. Hearing her call Shan Shan by her name, he was a little surprised. Little dumpling? Wait a minute. Isn't Qing Tuan her demon sect name? Ronghua witnessed this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I won't need to make the introductions. It wasn't until he saw Ronghua that Old Master Wu screamed internally. Even the head treasurer of the Pingjiao Immortal Society is here. How did this happen? I was clearly here first. Linger walked up to Yong Shan. So you're the man my little dumpling has her eyes on? She put her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes as she stared him down. He bowed a full 90 degrees, greeting her respectfully. Yong Shan pays his respects to Auntie Yu. Linger smiled with satisfaction. Not too bad on the eyes. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Wait a moment. This aura, could it be? In a flash, she moved in an instant. Linger stopped solemnly in front of Man-Man. I'll ask you. Her gaze had never been so severe. Who exactly are you? Man-Man's eyes went wide. Her face was full of confusion. She had no idea what was happening. Seeing Man-Man's distress, Donghae and Shan Nai came up behind her, adding to the pressure. Excuse me. Please answer our master. Master, is there a problem with this person? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, Man-Man timidly stammered. I am Lu Man-Man. A mark on her hand began to glow. She was preparing to reveal the truth. About Lin Siener. Just then, Yong Shan stepped forward. He stood in front of Man-Man, reassuring her seriously, it's okay. I'm here. Facing this one and only person. Man-Man was so happy her cheeks flushed pink. Young master, I never thought. Yong Shan, however, played dumb. Auntie Yu, Man-Man is my personal maid. May I ask why you're looking for her? Linger frowned, full of doubt. A maid? Why would a maid have the aura of my flowing blossom valley on her? Hearing this, Yong Shan froze, lost in thought. The two looked at each other. The aura of flowing blossom valley? Then they both recalled that sweet moment. When their lips met, Yong Shan gave her a flirtatious glance and replied, it was probably not too long ago when I fed Man-Man some spirit-calming jade nectar, something only found in the flowing flower valley. As soon as she said it, Man-Man's face turned as red as a tomato. She was speechless, unable to utter a single word. Man-Man hung her head in embarrassment. But Ling Air's suspicions were not yet dispelled. She continued her questioning. The spirit dragon jade marrow has never been shared with outsiders. How did you come to possess it? Vin Hoa lay on the bed, fiddling with a few coins. He explained on Yong Shan's behalf. In this world, there's no elixir that is never shared. Only a matter of high or low price. He let out a soft chuckle, not forgetting to show off. That thing, our family has it. With young Master Yong Shan's financial resources, it's not surprising that he could obtain it. Ling Er didn't want to hear his explanation. She immediately flared up. You damn cat. You're not allowed to interfere. Yang Sanson rushed over to hug Ling Er, coming to their rescue. Auntie Yu, will there be any problems if an outsider takes this elixir? I remember when I was seriously ill as a child. Mother also gave me one to eat. Ling Er was so angry she jumped. The problem isn't with the jade marrow. Sanson was halfway through her explanation when Ling Er broke free from her embrace. If there's anything unreasonable, just have Yong Shan compensate you with money. You don't need to be polite with him. Ling Er flew back in front of Lu Man-Man and leaned in to sniff the scent on her. This made Man-Man extremely uncomfortable. But after a careful inspection, it was indeed only the scent of the spirit dragon jade marrow. Finished. Ling Er landed on the ground, muttering to herself, just now, was it an illusion? She, along with Dong Kuei and Shanai, bowed their heads in a sincere apology. It seems Master was overly stressed. Everything is fine now. Our Master hasn't been in her right mind lately. We've caused you all trouble. Ling Er was completely flustered. She hid her embarrassment by giving Man-Man a precious gift. I'm so sorry. It seems I was mistaken. Consider this my apology. Man-Man held the Mirror Flower Martial Manual in her hands, exclaiming in astonishment, could this be a Shinmen magical art? Ling Er explained. It's not exactly a magical art, just a little trick. You've taken the spirit dragon jade marrow, so you should be able to use it barely. If you master it, you can use it up to the immortal master stage. Yes, she was incredibly flustered, giving it to someone else. Something so precious. Is this all right? Yang Shan reassured her again. It's fine. Auntie Yu is one of us from the Flowing Flower Valley. Just thank Auntie Yu and accept it. Man-Man nodded her head excitedly, over and over. Thank you, Auntie Yu. Hearing that form of address, Ling Er was extremely annoyed. I was just about to say, who gave you permission to call me Auntie Yu? And another thing, who's one of us with you? Seeing everyone chatting happily, Wu Dali said softly, Father, Should we just give up this year? Old Master Wu smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. He stared intently at Yahello. He told his son, this year's honored guests also include the brocade-clad guard's 1,000 household commander, Lord Yahello. Over there, Elder Yang cheerfully gestured towards Yahello. Kulme. Let me introduce you. This is the brocade-clad guard's 1,000 household commander. Yong Shan bowed respectfully according to custom, but Yahello coldly turned and walked away. Greetings, Lord Commander. His gaze and his voice were as cold as ice. No need. I have other matters to attend to. Without another word, Yahello quietly left, taking the lead. The Wu father and son, seeing this, were secretly delighted. See, Lord Yahello is incredibly just. A petty person like Yong Shan must have displeased him long ago. Returning to the brocade-clad guard's assembly room, Yahello gave an order. Bring me Yong Shan's file. A subordinate immediately presented the file. Sir, he silently reviewed the file for a while. It contained all the necessary information and a portrait of Yong Shan. Appeared suddenly in Gusu City a month ago. Carries the highest level flourishing prosperity protection token from Rixing Bank. Clashed with the outer sect of Wuji's sect, but ignored the full support of the great Yang family of Yangjo. His strength is formidable. Possesses sword chi. After reading, Yahello suddenly smiled. Not bad at all. The fateful encounter the commander spoke of. I have finally awaited it. He looked up hopefully at the starry sky, but his eyes only saw the image of one person. This Yong Shan must be His Highness the Crown Prince on a secret southern tour. In the inn where Xiaoqi and Xiao Chui were staying, the lamps were brightly lit. Xiao Chui held a steaming hot bun, blowing on it. Bai Xiaoqi sat in deep thought, speculating. On the road, he managed to suppress the immortal master Wu Buer. Yong Shan probably doesn't need me to worry about him anymore. He's doing much better than I expected. He continued, speaking of his upcoming plans. The target has been set. The Baijian invitation has been made. Next, I just need to act like an ordinary candidate and participate in the trial without drawing attention. That way, no matter what happens during the immortal trial, no one will suspect me. Xiao Chui, while munching on her bun, asked curiously, should we contact the brocade-clad guard in Jiangnan? Our intelligence hasn't been cross-referenced and updated for 2 months. Bai Xiaoqi lowered his head, his demeanor turning cold. No, right now in all of Jiangnan, no one knows my identity. Only in this way can I truly hide in the shadows. He stood up. This time, I must see clearly what the immortal sects are hiding. Suddenly, his expression changed, a murderous aura radiating from him. Brocade-clad guards burst in through the window from nowhere. Don't move. The two, in the middle of their meal, were angered by the interruption and raised their guard. What? Yahello charged in with his subordinates. By order of the emperor, the brocade-clad guard is conducting an investigation. You two will come with me. Bai Xiaoqi stared blankly, his face a mask of confusion. Xiao Chui sighed in exasperation. Not long after, they were brought to the Shifeng Pavilion. Yahello walked up to Yong Shan and saluted. Greetings, young Master Yong Shan. Xiaoqi and Xiao Chui have been handcuffed by the brocade-clad guard. Last night, these two thieves snuck into the estate. They were apprehended by my subordinates. I will now take them back for interrogation. Yong Shan was also surprised by this. The brocade-clad guard even handles catching thieves. Yahello explained sincerely, yes. The immortal trial is a major event. I, brocade-clad guard, 1,000 household commander Yahello, will ensure your safety and that of every other candidate. I hope you will participate in tomorrow's trial with peace of mind, young Master Yong Shan. Yong Shan was at a loss for words and could only give a strained laugh. Although I don't quite understand. In any case, thank you for your trouble. Yahello leaned in with interest. It is my duty. I will not shirk it. Unexpectedly, the Wu father and son were still there. At this moment, the two of them were like invisible people, unseen by anyone. Father, is this the displeasure you were talking about? Old Master Wu screamed internally in frustration. Why is this happening? Can this world get any better? Yahello gave an order, which made Xiaoqi want to cry, but have no tears. Men, take these two thieves back for interrogation. Pry their mouths open for me. Find out why they turned to thievery. Yong Shan stammered. Actually, I don't think I lost anything. believing he had performed a great service. His face was filled with satisfaction. As soon as His Highness the Crown Prince arrived in Yangjo, I performed such a great service for him. When the day comes to return to the capital, my promotion and fortune are just around the corner. As night deepened, Yong Shan returned to the Yong family's private courtyard. Cultivation, Xiantian realm. Candidates by Jian invitation. Yong Shan held the token in his hand, feeling triumphant. And with it, fame, power, and wealth. This past month, I've done everything I possibly could. Thinking about the period of extravagant spending, his palms began to sweat. I've used up all my base reward points, too. There's no turning back now. He looked up at the moon, his eyes filled with determination. Well then, what's next? Is to just wait for the Ascension Immortal trial tomorrow. Yong Shan recalled the long, arduous days of training deep in the mountains. Day after day of seated meditation, letting the roaring waterfall crash down upon him. He remembered the brutal life and death battles, the bloody conflicts of the martial world, the sharp clang of swords clashing. During those days with no one by his side, Yong Shan walked the path of the martial way all alone. His face was covered in scars, his body worn and weary, but his steps never faltered. Looking at himself now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. After going through all of that, Yong Shan, have finally made it to this point. In the distance, a chain of rolling mountains appeared. The people gathered there were all enthusiastic and welcoming, shouting loudly. The Ascension Immortal trial is finally about to begin. Yong Shan's gaze was deep. Old memories came flooding back. I remember when I was just a child, starting my martial arts training in Gusu City. It feels like lifetimes ago. Seeing his dramatic display, Lian Man, who was beside him, said, "Young master, haven't we only been away from Gusu City for a month?" From the sky, a voice, carried on the wind, descended. The auspicious hour has arrived. The Immortal finally appeared and announced. The Immortal trial begins now. All candidates, please present your Immortal veneration slips. Follow the mountain path straight to the summit of the sect. Present your slips. The Immortal stood expressionlessly at the fork in the mountain path, reminding them. Presentation of slips will end at noon. We will not wait for latecomers. Yong Shan gritted his teeth. So this is like having to register with your admission ticket, huh? But the deadline is noon. Lian Man looked at him worriedly, confused. But it's just early morning right now. The crowd below was also stunned by the news. It's just climbing a mountain. Why do they need so much time? They must be waiting for people who arrive late. The Immortal sects are so benevolent. Suddenly, a fat man pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. You all can keep chatting. Fatty's going on ahead. He leaped past the Immortal. A smug look was on his face. The first one to present his slip will surely leave a good impression on the Immortal Masters. Before his feet even touched the ground, a formation array flared to life. A torrent of water wrapped around his chubby ankle. His entire body was flung into the sky by a pillar of water. All that was left was his blood-curdling scream. Aha! The crowd below was startled. Thinking about the mountain climb, they began to worry. There's a formation on the path? Then how are we supposed to get up there? Gao Dingbua spun the broadsword in his hand, not panicking in the slightest. I see. I get it now. It seems this is the first round of trials. Whispers began to spread. Oh, that's the wandering hero of the Raging Blade, Gao Dingbua. Dingbua leaped into the air, decisively throwing the broadsword in his hand. The Immortal Sex Formation experts designed this to test our martial arts cultivation. Only by using our martial skills and footwork to resist the formation's attacks can we enter the Xianmen. The broadsword aimed precisely at the water-based formation. Three-layered wave. He shouted, calling out his technique. Then his whole body shot downwards. With a crack, the ground beneath his feet fractured. The surface of the water began to crackle and pop. The crowd below was dazzled. The sound of praise was endless, as expected of a long-famous wandering hero. He's through. Young master. He's so strong. Yong Shan watched everything with a pensive look. Only then did he speak. He's not going to get through like that. Just as Yong Shan predicted, Gao Dingbua began to lose steam. Wait a minute. How have I come this far and still haven't cleared the formation? Another pillar of water erupted upwards. Gao Dingbua was unwillingly thrown from the path. This range is just too big. The Tuzhong brothers were so scared their skin crawled. Even he couldn't get through, but he clearly got so far. The chatter from below started up again. Could the entire immortal path be covered in formations? If you walk straight, you get shot out. But if you use martial arts, your energy won't last that long. How is anyone supposed to pass this? Yong Shan took Lian Man's hand. He looked at her gently. Man, let's go. The two of them walked forward boldly amidst the cheers of the crowd. It's Yong Shan. Yong Shan is going up. Is that one sword? One thought. Yong Shan, go, young master Yong Shan. We'll love you forever. Reaching the entrance, Man began to hesitate. Young master, shouldn't we stay and watch how the others do it? Yong Shan paid it no mind. He pulled her hand and continued forward. No need. This kind of test is indeed a disadvantage. But only mediocre people spend their lives following others to gain an advantage. Hearing his reassurance, her cheeks flushed pink. From her perspective, his tall figure was all she could see. The path of a true victor is one they forge for themselves. His gaze was both firm and resolute. Lian Man looked at him, entranced and at ease. Young master, they stepped onto the formation. She was shocked. We're fine. Yong Shan smirked smugly. Of course. In the distance, Ding Wuinghua was silently observing them. The immortal from before stood beside her, wringing his hands nervously. That, Treasurer Ding Wu. This formation is what we use to test the martial artists. For you to just let them down, it's not quite appropriate. Yinghua stepped onto the formation herself. She turned her head to look at the immortal. What's not appropriate? We are honored guests. Are you saying we're not allowed up? The immortal didn't dare offend an honored guest. He stammered. You should still take the rear mountain in trance. Like the honored guests from the other great families. From a distance, Yu Lingner's voice rang out. The rear mountain entrance? We've come from so far away. And you won't even let us in the front gate? Are you looking down on our Lu Hua Valley? Behind her were Dong Gue and Shanai. The immortal was startled. Immortal Lord Lingner of Lu Hua Valley. He hurriedly bowed in greeting. Not at all. Not at all. This lowly one would never have such an intention. The immortal turned his head to look at Yong Shan. His attitude did a complete 180. You candidate. Wait until after the venerable upper immortal lords have passed. Yahello stood beside them. His fierce gaze terrified the immortal. Why should he wait? Interfering with a candidate during the Xianmen trial. Does the Wuji sect wish to break the rules? The immortal stammered, greetings. Celestial Guard Commander, Lord Yahello. The three immortal lords spoke in unison. Are you not going to make way for us? He had no other choice. He had to obey. Yes. Yong Shan saw the immortal's fawning behavior and scoffed. Nice slap in the face for this great immortal master. I'll have to treat you to tea someday. After speaking, the group walked straight up the mountain. The crowd below erupted in shocked discussion. Yong Shan just passed like that? How'd he do it? Where did the formation go? Who are those people with him? Suddenly, a man named Bai stood up and began to analyze. He must have condensed enough blood chi to suppress the formation without anyone noticing. That's how he could walk the immortal path so casually. Looking at Yong Shan's retreating back, Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He is using his actions to show us the correct way to ascend this mountain. The young man looked ahead, full of reverence. Such a profound level of cultivation. Such a magnanimous heart. I could never hope to catch up to him in this lifetime. Their original plan was this. One person would conceal their identity and infiltrate Yang Prefecture. As the core of the plan, the one responsible for securing a spot in the immortal trial was Bai Xiaoqi. Meanwhile, Yong Shan would play the part of a powerhouse, capable of drawing the attention of all the other candidates. Without any help, the two appeared to be unconnected. But in reality, they were secretly working together. The two halves of the plan, united as one. Everything should have gone off without a hitch. And yet, at this very moment, Bai Xiaoqi was sprinting for his life, practically wailing. How did it all end up like this? Xiao Ti ran behind him, constantly apologizing to passersby. Excuse me, please let us through. My brother's immortal trial is about to start. He was panicking, crying out in misery. The spot in the immortal trial was practically in his grasp. Yet he'd been inexplicably arrested by the Jinyui and thrown in the dungeons, where he was lectured all night long. By the time he was released, it was almost noon. They rushed to the sect gate. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, for this immortal trial, the Wuji sect had set the first challenge right at the entrance formation. Otherwise, they would have been disqualified on the spot. Bai Xiaoti stopped to cheer him on. Go, brother. Bai Xiaoqi vaulted over the crowd. Just wait for the good news. He landed solidly. Presenting his token, Bai Xiaoqi is here to pay his respects. Then he took off at a sprint. There was still a little time before noon. He zipped past the stragglers at the back. Finally catching up, they were stunned. So fast. Even the chief examiner took notice of the newcomer, offering a nod of approval. Such impressive movement skills. Why have I never heard of this person before? Bai Xiaoqi suddenly remembered. Oh no, I was too flashy. This will attract the sect's attention. He slowed his steps, landing on the ground. He decided to act like the other candidates and get struck by the formation a few times. Bai Xiaoqi's mind was in turmoil. But if I do that, I'll run out of... Suddenly, a large hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. A tall, brawny young man held him back. Hang in there. Bai, covered head to toe in soot, asked raggedly, Brother, are you okay? Bai Xiaoqi stammered, I'm fine. Thanks. On the outside, he tried to stay calm. But inside, a storm was raging. Fine my ass. This guy just pulled me into an explosion. My insides feel like they're about to turn to mush. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But thanks to him, at least I didn't get blown away completely. If we keep sharing the attacks like this for a bit, I guess it won't be too conspicuous. Bai slapped his shoulder. Good that you're okay. Yong Shan has already gone ahead, showing us the way. What reason do we have to give up here so easily? Bai Xiaoqi's eyes widened. He asked worriedly, What's that Yong Shan up to now? A drenched hand slapped his other shoulder. Gao Dingba panted. He's planning to use his raw physical strength to resist the formation. One step at a time. He's climbing towards the sect gate. He continued. The sect designed this path to test our willpower. I can't believe he saw through that, too. Looking at his fierce expression, Bai Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. Don't you just have to walk up? Zhao Yin also took a step forward. Even if we can't completely neutralize the attacks like he can, the excess power we can overcome with our flesh, blood, and willpower. Then came Zhengyu. She said excitedly, as long as we all stick together, we'll definitely make it. Let's go. The corner of Bai Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. This is bad. What are you people talking about? Brute force the formation with our bodies. The four of them flanked Bai Xiaoqi, shouting in unison, Let's advance shoulder to shoulder. Let's go. With that, they all took a step. He panicked. Wait. Hold on. After his scream, a violent cloud of steam erupted. A moment later, the chief examiner announced, The noon hour has arrived. The immortal trial's first stage is over. The four cheered joyfully. Finally, we finally made it. We persevered until the end. Bai Xiaoqi was lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? Am I still alive? An outer disciple from the Wuji sect's Qingyan branch named Wang Ping stepped forward, sneering. Hardly anyone passed this year. What a bunch of losers. A female disciple, standing on higher ground, said. For some reason, a lot of them chose to just tank the formation's attacks. They all ended up collapsing on the path. She was Ruan Xiaojian, an outer disciple from the Wuji sect's Nanqi branch. Peng Jingyu, an outer disciple from the Wuji sect's Leishan branch, looked on with contempt. Completely different from us. Well, they're just a bunch of country bumpkins who came from nowhere. It's normal for them to be a little stupid. Li Yin, an outer disciple from the Wuji sect Highland branch, mumbled, so boring. This doesn't feel like a trial at all. I just want to go back to sleep. Wang Ping waved his hand smugly. But now, I'm going to send you all packing down the mountain. It'll save everyone some time. Bai was furious. You bastard. What did you just say? Gao Dingba pulled him back, earnestly advising, don't be rash. They're all pre-selected outer disciples of the Wuji sect, here for the trial. We can't afford to provoke them. Suddenly, a casual voice rang out. The first round of the immortal trial is meant to weed out undisciplined candidates. By rule, pre-selected outer disciples are not required to participate in this step. The sound of flowing water trickled through the air. That is a privilege the main sect has granted you. You show no gratitude, and instead mock the other candidates. You've even disrupted the trial's proceedings. Is this how a disciple of the Wuji sect should behave? The group of outer disciples immediately shrank back. Over there, isn't that the observation area? I heard they'll also be participating in scoring the trial candidates, laughing at others' expense. You and your big mouths. We're screwed this time. The two hurriedly apologized. This disciple spoke out of turn. I beg the honored immortals for their forgiveness. Peng Jingyu and Lian also quickly bowed their heads in apology. We beg our fellow rogue cultivator brothers here for the trial to forgive us. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting the curtain. Yong Shan took a sip of wine. Yong Shan, originally intended to seek justice for the candidates who struggled through this ordeal. He chuckled darkly. But seeing as your apologies are quite sincere, and you seem to know your place, I'll let it slide this time. Wan Xiaojian pointed at him. Yong Shan, I know him. Isn't he a candidate this year? Wang Ping's face went pale with shock. A candidate? Peng Jingyu and Lian, who had just humiliatingly apologized, immediately gritted their teeth. That bastard. How dare he humiliate us like that? Lian, will remember this. To the right, Rong Hua's group tutored. Young Master Yang. Peace is a virtue. The trial hasn't even truly begun, and you're already making enemies. That's not a good move. On the left, Yahello interjected. They're just a few scrubs. How could they possibly be a match for our young Master Yang? Immortal Lord Yu Linger added while munching on a pastry. The first round was just a formality. I only helped you because my little dumpling begged me to. Don't expect us to intervene in the later rounds. Yong Shan put on an adorable face. Thank you all for your concern. But I, Yong Shan, have a bad habit of speaking before I think. I really can't stand looking at those eyesores. Inwardly, however, he sighed, as if the Wuji sect would let an immortal lord take the test for someone. If something that good were possible, I wouldn't have had to go to all this trouble. A slight smirk touched his lips. That's why I've been setting the stage for this immortal trial for so long. Now, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Over on the other side, the Zheng twins' faces were beaming. It's Yong Shan. What a good guy. Bai was grinning from ear to ear, his face full of adoration. He's not afraid of the powerful, and he stood up for us. What a true hero. Gao Dingba frowned. Do I owe him another favor now? And Bai Xiaoqi stood under a blossoming peach tree, looking at Yong Shan, his heart filled with bewilderment. I understand all the reasoning, but why did that guy come out of the official guest area? Bright sunlight shone down on the Sex Plaza. The crowd cheered for their favorite contestants. The referee, standing on a high platform, announced, "This Cloud Ascension immortal trial of our Wuji sect is divided into 3 rounds in total." His voice echoed throughout the arena. The first round, the mountain greeting stage, has concluded. All those who failed to ascend the mountain before the designated time have been eliminated. Hearing his words, the contestants who had passed the trial and could participate in the second round were all in high spirits. Let's go. The chief examiner also announced a new rule. The outer sect disciples pre-selected by the Wuji sect will also join them in the assessment. Unlike the confident ones, Lian trembled with fear. As I thought, I'll have to face him. I'm a dead man. He shivered. The chief examiner continued to read the rules. In accordance with the Immortal Oath Covenant, today's assessment will be presided over by the elders of our Wuji sect. He continued his introduction, and we will have 3 honored guests from the ceremony to bear witness. His voice continued to resonate. At the same time, we will also allow local heroes and martial officials representing other sects to observe. The crowd chanted enthusiastically, Yong Shan. Yong Shan, ascend to the heavens in a single step. Immortal monarch, Yu Air remarked. Seems like you're quite famous, little brat. Yong Shan's chin was held high. Can't be helped. Born this handsome. It's hard to refuse such warm affection, she added. I knew something was off from the start. With your own strength, it wouldn't have been impossible to pass the first round. Or, if I had recommended you as a pre-selected disciple, it wouldn't have been a difficult matter either. Yi Ziheo beside them guessed. Young Master Yong Shan probably just didn't want to be too ostentatious. Yuer didn't believe him, pressing further. Then why did you insist on having us help you in this specific way? She remembered how he had pleaded with them. Auntie Yu, you are my real aunt. He then turned to persuade Diwu Vinhoa. The product sales quota for the second half of the year in the Jiangnan region. I'll cover it all. The latter immediately wagged his tail and agreed happily. The customer is truly generous. It was Yi Ziheo's turn. The moment he opened his mouth, 1,000 household, commander. The other immediately replied in a rapid-fire succession. Wait. Everything will be as the young master commands. He said smugly. Now that you're up here, don't just stand there. Come sit with us. You can even intentionally show your face and annoy those outer sect disciples. Yahello enthusiastically chimed in. That must be because young Master Yong Shan holds a grievance in his heart and cannot stand to see injustice in the world. Immortal Monarch Yuer leaned her face close to his. I have a feeling you've taken advantage of me. Yong Shan's eyes darted around. He stammered, "Well about that." He picked up the teapot and filled a cup, deliberately changing the subject. Auntie Yu, would you like some tea? Let me pour you some tea. A voice suddenly rang out. The three esteemed immortal monarchs. The second round of the assessment is about to begin. I invite the three of you to move to the main hall and take your seats. Yong Shan froze. That voice is... The teacup in his hand was instantly crushed. Yong Shan looked in the direction of the voice. He glared at the person. Meng Xiaohua. Lu Man walked over worriedly. Young master, are you all right? Is your hand hurt? Yuan Ling Air noticed the drastic change in his attitude. Really now? I was just asking out of curiosity. Did you have to get so tense? Yahello defended him again. Young master Yong Shan must be thin-skinned. He's just shy. She couldn't take it anymore and roared, Little Yi, are you determined to oppose me today? Knowing she wouldn't get anything out of him, she gave up. She turned to leave. Whatever schemes you have, they have nothing to do with me. Her small figure brushed past him. But from now on, no one will be there to help you. You're on your own. I don't want that little dumpling of mine running to me in tears in the end. Yong Shan let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry. The white-haired man exuded a gentle and pure aura. He smiled at him. I also invite junior brother Yong Shan to the main hall to join the other contestants. Don't miss the assessment. Yong Shan and Lu Man cupped their hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder, immortal master. Next he thought, no matter what. The white-haired man smiled. No need to be so polite. I am Meng Xiaohua. Just call me Xiao Meng. The smile on his face didn't falter. No matter what happens, Meng Xiaohua said. In any case, with young Master Yong Shan's strength after the immortal trial, we will be fellow disciples. Yong Shan didn't shy away. He replied calmly. Then thank you for your kind words, senior brother Meng. I will definitely succeed in ascending to the clouds. The next round of the assessment was announced. The second assessment round of the Cloud Ascension Immortal Trial. Begin. A cold aura spread all around. One person shivered. Why is it so cold here? Isn't it still the hottest days of summer? An immortal maiden announced. The second round of the assessment will be conducted in the secret realm, the Cold Forest Palace. Before them, an assessment map appeared. The Cold Forest Palace has 4 courts and 3 gardens. You will all enter from the Snow Pine Hall and exit from the Clear Sky Hall. The rules are as follows. Within each palace hall, a number of special tokens are hidden. As long as you possess at least 1 token upon leaving the secret realm, you will be considered to have passed, and you may be accepted as a disciple of our Wuji sect. He held up a wooden token. However, during the final Cloud Ascension stage, we will give priority to the contestants who possess more tokens to start first. Another immortal maiden winked encouragingly. Therefore, I hope the contestants who aim for the top will try harder. She explained. This secret realm palace was created by our sect's elder Wei Daoping using glacial jade and cold iron. Not only is it colder than ordinary places, but can also isolate all magical arts from the outside. She then turned to immortal monarch Yuling Air and bowed. My apologies. We are doing this to prevent any outside assistance. She said irritably, why do you have to keep apologizing to me? Go. An elder snapped his fingers. Therefore, each contestant must carry a magic seal specially created by our sect's elder Li Hong. Beams of light fell into each person's hand. It can inform us of your life status and location. If you wish to give up, you can also activate it, and you will be teleported out of the secret realm. Yong Shan looked at the simple pattern that appeared on his hand, muttering, a magic seal? But isolating outside magical arts, only knowing the location. The chief examiner said, please note, each contestant is allowed to bring a maximum of 1 portion of elixirs, 1 portion of talismans, and 1 portion of spirit treasures. The grade level cannot exceed the immortal master level. After the inspection is complete, you may enter the hall. Gao Dingba and the others all took out identical talismans. The fat guy who was shivering from the cold earlier cried out, "Wait a minute. Why did you all prepare these things in advance?" Lu Manman's eyes lit up. "We just need to get one token and leave." That sounds simple enough. But Yong Shan had a grim expression. He said seriously, Man, I feel like you've never really wanted to cultivate. You're just accompanying me." Lu Man playfully stuck out her tongue. "I almost forgot." Yong Shan only smiled faintly. "If you've never wanted to cultivate, then let's stop here." His words stunned her. "Young master." His expression was extremely serious. "This assessment, besides one's own goals, has no rules whatsoever, and it specially emphasizes the complete isolation from outside interference, and determines the order based on the number of tokens." He looked at the still cheerful contestants, his heart in turmoil. This secret realm. In a moment, there will be no rules, no referee, and no audience. It will be a completely sealed-off death arena. All the contestants will become beasts slaughtering each other. He said, "These kids haven't even thought from the beginning. How many people will have to die inside?" So, his expression made Lu Manman's heart ache. She hugged his arm. "Don't," she said in a pleading tone. "I wanted to enter myself. Besides, you'll protect me, right?" Yong Shan gently tapped her on the head. "Stop joking." He frowned and scolded. "Do you not understand what I'm saying? If a single word from me could guarantee your safety, didn't I tell you to withdraw?" His face darkened. "Fine. You can go in and check things out if you want. After all, this is a chance to form a core and become an immortal." Before Lian Man could say anything, the chief examiner announced, "The second round of the assessment begins now." A strong wind swept through. Yong Shan continued his instructions. "But the moment you sense trouble, you must activate the seal immediately and withdraw from the trial." "Got it." Lian Man looked at the person gripping her hand tightly. "It's okay," she smiled. "When the time comes." She seemed to be speaking to herself. Man will protect you, young master." Suddenly, the person holding her hand vanished right before her eyes. Lian Man looked around. "Young master." At this moment, outside the Donglin Palace of the Wuji sect, two figures stood before the Grand Hall. One was Lu Qian. The other wore a long, light blue robe. The two of them bowed respectfully. They reported in unison. Lu Qian and the other person bowed, speaking with reverence. "Reporting to the elders and esteemed guests, all candidates have entered the Donglin Palace secret realm. Beside them, Immortal Lord Yu Air was channeling her spiritual power. Her expression was grim, filled with frustration. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see into the secret realm. So you really can't see what's happening inside." Seeing this, Dong Gue gently advised, "Master, you're tired. Please rest for a while." Behind them, Shanai let out a soft sigh. "Must you be in such a hurry to disgrace our Lu Hua Valley?" Seeing the scene, Wei Daoping just let out a cold, disdainful laugh. He reminded her in an unfriendly tone, "The Donglin Palace is the product of my life's work. Even a heavenly venerate cannot interfere with what happens inside. Immortal Lord, you should stop wasting your energy." Just then, Di Wuinghua withdrew a talisman. Her voice was as indifferent as the wind sweeping across a desert. "This will completely prevent any outside interference, avoiding tricks like sending messages or making copies." Beside her, Yi Zuheo frowned in confusion. "But if we can't see the candidates at all, how are we supposed to supervise the trial?" Su Qinghai, who had been standing silently to the side, finally spoke. Her voice was steady and firm. "Please rest assured, Celestial Guardian. On this point, we have long been prepared." As she finished speaking, she waved her hand. An ancient scroll flew into the air, with the binding spell and the Earth Seal scroll map. The scroll immediately unfurled. A brilliant light enveloped the entire mountain, projecting a complete view of the Donglin Palace secret realm. She spoke slowly. "This treasure of mine can project a map of any type of secret realm." Li Heng continued, pointing to the points of light on the scroll. "Combined with the seals elderly placed in the candidates' meridians, we can see the status and location of any candidate at any time, as well as their possession of tokens in the competition. A small matter, a small matter. A voice rang out from the crowd. If anyone acts abnormally during the competition, or if an accident occurs, we will be able to see it immediately. Only then did Wei Daoping speak seriously. For this immortal trial, the Wuji sect has been preparing for a long time. There will be absolutely no mistakes. At the same time, inside the Donglin Palace of the Wuji sect, Yong Shan was floating in midair, calling out, "Man, man." But only the howling of the cold wind answered him. He bit his lip, a flash of anger in his eyes. Damn it, this old separation trick. Truly unexpected. After that, he landed in front of Shuesong Hall, muttering, but still, as expected of Xianmin's secret realm. This palace, before the hall. It's much larger than I imagined. A gust of wind blew past. He shivered. It's cold. He hugged his shoulders. Trying to find someone in a situation like this is truly like finding a needle in a haystack. He hurriedly took an object from his robes. Yong Shan gave a wry smile. Good thing I prepared this top-grade fire jade spiritual treasure. He looked at the object in his hand. Thinking of Xiao Yun, he whispered, if I only use it for warmth, it should last for a very long time. He then continued forward, telling himself as he walked, for now, I can only hope that silly girl listens to me and gives up her spot in the trial soon. But he hadn't gone far when he discovered a token hanging from a tree. He walked over, frowning. My original plan was just to find one person. Suddenly, in the distance, two figures were fighting. Yong Shan watched in silence. Li Yin spoke with an arrogant tone. Hand over the token. In this heavy snow, I'm too lazy to go looking for someone else. Wu Dali refused to back down. I found this token. If you want it, come and taste the reverse void blade of my Wu family. Just as the two were about to clash, a cold voice cut through the winter night. Both of you, stop right there. A figure was approaching. It was Yong Shan. He spoke in a solemn tone. You learn martial arts to protect the righteous path. You wield a sword to defend all living things. And yet you raise your blades against your future sect brothers over a mere token. His voice was filled with menace. If you two continue this soulless, disgraceful act that sullies the martial way, then don't blame me, Yong Shan, for being merciless. In a different room, Bai Xiaoqi shouted, this damn seal, it's connected to all the meridians in my body. He plunged his sword into the seal on the back of his hand. Fresh blood spurted out. The agony of using a secret art to remove it was nearly as bad as the ancient torture of having one's bones scraped. Ugh, blood flowed freely. He laughed like a madman. But I finally did it. This way, I'm completely free from the Schwammen surveillance. I can finally act freely. He held the token in his hand, muttering, so this is the token we're supposed to collect. As expected, it has a tracking seal on it. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed. A man leaning against a tree spoke mockingly. How pathetic, making yourself this miserable just to barely take down a mediocre demonic beast. You really are too weak. The man held out his hand, smirking contemptuously. Looking at you, there's no way you'll pass the immortal trial. Why don't you just give that token to me? Bai Xiaoqi tilted his head. So, you want the token? The man with the top knot drew his sword and stepped forward. His voice was as cold as ice. That's right. Hand over the token, or else, before he could finish, his face filled with shock. You! Quick as a flash, Bai Xiaoqi had run him through with his sword. A strange smile played on his lips. Then you can have it. This thing is useless to me anyway. After that, the token fell to the ground. In a corner of the snowy plains, Li Yin looked at the newcomer, stammering, Yong Shan. Wu Dali was terrified. Why did I have to run into this guy? Yong Shan smirked. Do you want to become my enemies? Collecting tokens, and then using the number of tokens to determine rank. This is all completely meaningless. He looked at the two of them, his voice stern. Sheathe your weapons. There's no need to lose your true selves over a single trial. But inside, he was scheming. Because I want everyone to be eliminated in this second round. Everyone. Wu Dali's face turned pale. He muttered endlessly, damn it, there are so many candidates. Why'd I have to run into this guy? Yong Shan strode up to him. His voice was loud and clear as a bell. Are you not going to lower your weapon? Yong Shan was laughing inwardly. Good. Just as I thought, he doesn't dare to make a move on me. The reputation I worked so hard to build is finally paying off. At this moment, Yong Shan was like a little dog, smugly wagging its tail, thinking, I just need to use my reputation to make him submit. The next part will be easy. Now bow before my might. Wu Dali lowered his head and roared, Yong Shan, in your dreams, I, Wu Dali, am the direct heir of the Wu family. I represent the entire Wu family. How can I just surrender without a fight? And let you humiliate me? To become a laughingstock for the whole world, he muttered. His eyes gradually became resolute. My cultivation is inferior to my two younger brothers. My ability to handle affairs is less than my little sister's. I'm just a talentless hack hiding behind the title of eldest son. Enjoy everything the Wu family has to offer. If I can die in battle here today, that will be my greatest contribution to the Wu family. Yong Shan's eyes widened. Shut up. What kind of internal monologue is this? Who's trying to humiliate you? Does this guy love to over-dramatize everything? Wu Dali looked him straight in the eye, raised his sword and shouted, If you have the guts, then come at me. Yong Shan sighed and shook his head. If you're going to be this stubborn, then we'll have to fight first and talk later. He slowly drew his sword, thinking, the atmosphere is already tense. For the plan to succeed, I can only use one strike. Wu Dali's smile grew even colder. Don't think you can win so easily this time, he said loudly. Yong Shan, you're flamboyant, but you don't know when to keep a low profile. You've become a thorn in the side of every contestant. The moment they see you, no matter who it is, they'll team up to eliminate you first. Wu Dali looked at Li Yin and said, right? Outer sect disciple. As long as we team up. Before he could finish, Li Yin dropped to her knees with a thud, begging Yong Shan for her life. She recalled a few days ago, at the Highland sect, she hugged a pillar and cried out, I'm not going to the immortal trial anymore. My three senior brothers charged at him and were all killed by Yong Shan in a single move. And our Highland sect has offended him. If I go, I'll definitely die. The sect master patted her on the shoulder at the time, comforting her. It's all right. That Yong Shan has only just entered the Xiantian realm. He surely won't be in a rush to participate in the immortal trial. She turned around and asked naively, really? And yet, now she was face to face with Yong Shan here. She burst into tears. The sect master lied to me. She turned and clung to Wu Dali, sobbing. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. Absolutely do not provoke him. I don't want to die yet, Wu Dali shouted. Where's the dignity of an outer sect disciple? Yong Shan sneered. See, this is the opponent you were just fighting to the death for. Are you sure you still want to kill him now? He looked down at his hand, lost in thought. Although I don't know what happened. The attack was ruthless. Li Yin and Wu Dali's eyes widened as they screamed. He's been killed. Yong Shan said coldly. If I hadn't appeared, you would have died under his sword for a single token. No need to thank me. I just saved your worthless lives. Wu Dali stammered. But those are the rules of the assessment. Li Yin continued. Fighting each other to compete for tokens. Isn't that what the immortal sects intended? Yong Shan nodded, slowly explaining. That's right. The reason things have turned out this way is because this secret realm has become a man-made dark forest. He continued in a heavy tone. Limited vision, a closed environment, conflicts of interest, and a lack of trust will cause countless horrific tragedies in this forest. He placed a hand on his chest and closed his eyes. Like a hero with the heart of a bodhisattva. Every time I think of this compassionate heart of mine feels like it's being cut by a knife. Therefore, I cannot sit back and watch this continue. Wu Dali was startled. Wait a minute. Didn't you come here to deal with us on behalf of Elder Yang? And wasn't it to take revenge on the Highland sect? Yong Shan immediately denied it. How could that be? I, Yong Shan, am a man of integrity. I never hold a grudge. In my heart, you will always be my junior brothers and sisters. Li Yin choked up. Junior brother, junior sister. Wu Dali was also moved, feeling this care and tolerance. Yong Shan opened his arms wide and said with a smile, Come, let us light the flame of humanity in this dark and tragic forest. The two of them rushed forward and embraced him, their eyes brimming with tears. Completely lit, Big Brother Yang. An axe flew through the air with a whoosh and embedded itself in a tree with a thud. The three men nearby immediately turned to stone, a chill running down their spines. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the dark secret realm. Help! Damn it! Where's the enemy? Another person, their face pale, cried out, Quick! Activate the magic seal. I'm not competing anymore. I give up. Bai Xiaoqi stood on a distant rock, his arms crossed. A disdainful smile played on his lips. They've all been teleported away. They must have given up their qualification to compete. Another batch eliminated, he muttered, his cold gaze sweeping across the area. From beginning to end, my face has not been seen. After they get out, they won't be able to affect me in any way. Perfect. From a distance came a crisp clashing sound. He frowned and looked up. Is there something interesting to see over there? Not far away. Two men were ganging up on a young woman in purple. Her movements were agile, but she was gradually losing ground. I remember this one was with Yong Shan. Lu Man. Amidst the flurry of attacks, Lu Man gritted her teeth and thought, I was found by others before I could find the young master. I can't win. I can only give up my qualification. To compete for now, the long-haired man flashed a sinister smile, his blade whistling through the air. Don't blame us for bullying you. Blame yourself for being one of Yong Shan's people. The bald man swung his heavy axe, his voice booming. Yong Shan is too strong. If we weaken his momentum, our chances of winning will be a little higher. Lu Man frowned, thinking, these people are right. If I'm eliminated, there will be absolutely no one to help the young master. I can't give up my qualification so easily. The long-haired man slashed with his sword. Lu Man was terrified. Mirror flower water moon. I'll try again. A flash of light exploded, accompanied by a piercing scream. My hand. Lu Man glanced over, stunned. This is... The bald man's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Mind sword unity. It's Yong Shan. In a hidden corner, Bai Xiaoqi observed coldly, a calculating glint in his eyes. Very good. Li water sword chi, plus the act of protecting Lu Man. These two factors are enough for the attacker to be seen as Yong Shan. The long-haired man and the bald man didn't have time to think. They fled in a panic like stray dogs. Run, run. They left, filled with hatred and the risk of elimination. Just the two of us are no match for him. Run. You just wait, Wu. I'll definitely get my revenge for this someday. Bai Xiaoqi sneered coldly. A top-tier expert with no scruples. Killing people left and right during the assessment. Yong Shan, I wonder what kind of attack you'll face in the end. Hopefully, it can help me eliminate a few rivals. Whoosh whoosh. His figure flashed through the air, leaving only a cold remark behind. Or would be good if you were just eliminated like this. After all, having to fight you for real would be a pain. Lu Man looked in the direction he had been, her lips trembling. Young master, was that you? Her gaze fell upon the cold corpses on the ground, her expression darkening. This is... How did so many people die? Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were asking herself, why did these people refuse to give up their qualification even in death? Someone suddenly spoke up. Over there is the entrance to the first level of the secret realm, the Flying Flower Hall. So everyone will gather here. The fighting will become more intense. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned in that direction, their killing intent palpable. The battle was about to erupt. Clang! The sound of clashing blades rang out. Ruan Shaoxian shouted, I hope you'll hand over your token. Wang Ping had just blocked a blow. Whoosh! A sword flew past, tearing through his clothes and stabbing into his shoulder. He gritted his teeth. You again. You want to take this all the way, don't you? Yong Shan observed from a high vantage point, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through all resentment. He let a soft sigh. Sigh. Endless fighting. All living beings suffer. Why can't people understand this? He pointed at the fighting crowd and said slowly, Go. Let us go and sever the chains of all hatred and return peace to the world. Lien and Wu Dali flew down, speaking respectfully. Yes, Brother Yang. Wu Dali shouted. No techniques. Lien held a blade to Ruan Xiaojin's neck. Don't move. Zheng Yu grabbed her brother's arm, pleading, Stop, brother. It's not too late to turn back now. Zheng Jiao stared in shock at his little sister, Xiao Yu. Seeing this, the bald man with the axe frowned. More people. Are these guys here to steal tokens too? Ruan Xiaojian shouted furiously. Lien, have you got a death wish? How dare you raise a hand against me? Lien trembled, explaining, It's not me. It was Brother Yang's orders. Just then, Yong Shan's voice rang out like a bell amidst the chaos. Everyone stop. There's no need to fight anymore. Li Yin and the others bowed their heads. Brother Yang, they shouted in unison. Yong Shan stepped forward. His voice was deep and commanding. Because I am here. Someone in the crowd asked curiously. That kid is Yong Shan? Another person frowned slightly. The one with the single thought, one sword? A third person chimed in. I heard he once discussed the meaning of life with an immortal lord. Yong Shan walked forward. He gently placed a hand on someone's shoulder, gentle as a spring breeze. You no longer have to shed the blood of your comrades. You no longer have to bear the sin of murder. You no longer have to face the fear of being ambushed. Then he walked towards the Fei Hua Hall, the first level of the secret realm. His eyes shone brightly. The broken order in this realm will be restored by me. The hardships and trials will be faced by me. Fairness and justice will be shouldered by me. He raised both hands, proclaiming heroically, I, Yong Shan, will usher in a future where everyone can pass the immortal trial. Yuan Xiaojian frowned. Wait a minute. What you mean is... Wang Ping laughed loudly, his tone mocking. You're going to help us pass the immortal trial? What kind of joke is that? Someone in the crowd voiced their suspicion. It's a lie, right? Why should we believe you? Yong Shan smiled, poised and charismatic. On my strength, of course. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Yong Shan smirked. Actions speak louder than words. Someone cried out in terror. Is that the legendary single thought, one sword? Another nodded in admiration. Terrifying. Is this guy really just a martial artist? Li Yin said with a smug grin. Of course. Even 3 of our senior brothers from the Highland branch combined were cut down by Brother Yang in a single move. Wu Dali added. My 2 younger brothers, both immortal masters, were sent running by him. Another person in the crowd gasped. Killed 3 people. Defeated immortal masters. Is this guy a monster? Wang Ping shouted. How can you say something like that with such pride? Yong Shan spoke coldly. With my strength, whether it's passing the trial or taking the top spot, it's all as easy as flipping my hand. He paused for a moment, a look of sorrow on his face, and said, But the heavenly Tao is stern, while the human Tao is merciful. I, Yong Shan, am willing to help everyone pass the trial. He looked at everyone, his gaze firm, to prevent too much tragic slaughter in this realm. As he spoke, he walked toward the Fei Hua Hall. Whoosh! He soared into the air, disappearing in an instant. Therefore, I hope you can all agree to trust me. I, Yong Shan, will be waiting for you at the Fei Hua Hall. The others began to whisper amongst themselves. I've given up on the top spot anyway. If he can carry us through. Another person nodded. I've heard of Yong Shan's reputation. Maybe we can trust him. Wu Dali laughed proudly. Do you know who my brother Yang is? Would he really lie to you? Wang Ping sneered. Is this guy an idiot? Passing the trial that easily? Who believe him? Wang Ping turned to Yuan Xiaojian. Let's go. Yuan Xiaojian grabbed Li Yin by the collar. Hurry up and tell me. How do you 2 know each other? How can a man that dazzling exist in this world? Yong Shan, now in the form of a small dog, thought to himself. Seems like it's working pretty well. Introductions from acquaintances, mom mentality, the celebrity effect, plus the temptation of getting a free ride. As expected, no one can resist. He chuckled as he walked. The more people believe in me, the fewer will doubt me. Soon, I might not even need to use my sword chi to prove my strength. He laughed inwardly. The rules of this trial will now be decided by me. When Man hears the news, she'll come meet me here. Elsewhere in the secret realm, Lu Man was quietly kneeling, examining the bodies scattered across the cold ground. A light breeze blew, fluttering the hem of her dress. She murmured, there are no fatal wounds on them. Even their tokens haven't been taken. She frowned, her gaze sweeping over each frozen face. After a moment's thought, she realized, something this strange must be the young master's doing. Her heart grew heavy. Worry welled up inside her like an underground spring, dealing with so many people at once. I wonder if the young master is hurt. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the silent air. Run! It's dangerous here. Lu Man was startled. Who's talking? The voice called out again. Behind you. Lu Man spun around. What? A flash of sword chi sliced past. A man with an expressionless face was rushing towards her with a sword. A cold light glinted on the blade. Before she could even react, the bodies on the ground suddenly began to rise. What is happening? Their faces were twisted, their eyes empty. They roared. Arg! Lu Man was terrified, but These people were already dead before the corpses could attack. The sigil on Lu Man's hand suddenly began to glow. Thump, thump. The horde of corpses instantly froze. Lu Man was shocked. They stopped. The familiar voice from before spoke again. I know. Didn't I tell you to run? These annoying, heretical abominations. A streak of green light flew in from the distance, transforming into a strange little creature with demonic ears. It hovered in front of her. The creature flew to her hand. It looked displeased, yet very proud. Even I don't want to mess with them. Lu Man asked curiously, Are you a beast spirit? The creature grinned smugly. First time we're meeting. I am Enbai. Spirit ranked heavenly armor, Enbai. Meanwhile, at the Fei Hua Hall, a gathering was taking place in the cold, snowy weather. Lang Hao roared in fury. Damn that Yong Shan. I'll make him pay. The air around them seemed to freeze with his words. The others stood beside him, their eyes burning with rage. That bastard who goes around ambushing everyone is just trying to cause chaos. If we don't kill Yong Shan, none of us will have any peace. Peng Jingyu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. If we want to claim the top spot, we must eliminate Yong Shan. Kilabai frowned deeply, his tone a bit hesitant. I feel like there might be a misunderstanding, but Yong Shan's strength is indeed something to be taken seriously. Is that so? Xiong Lao stood nearby, clutching a painful wound on his shoulder. He gave a faint smile. Whatever. I just want to stick with everyone for a bit to stay warm. Without another word, the six of them placed their hands together. They shouted in unison, as if taking an oath. Let's go. United. To murder Yong Shan. Bai Xiaoqi stood in the shadows. Seeing this, he sneered. Humans will band together out of hatred and fear to fight an enemy they cannot defeat. He laughed coldly, thinking, Yong Shan is probably exhausted by now, from all the consecutive attacks. In that case, let me be the one to send him off on his final journey. He pulled a talisman from his sleeve, waving it slightly. Then he took a few steps forward and raised his voice. Everyone, I've found Yong Shan. The bald man turned around and asked with a puzzled look, Where's Yong Shan? The long-haired man narrowed his eyes. Why can't I see him? Bai Xiaoqi answered nonchalantly. According to the tracking talisman, Yong Shan should be in the valley not far from here. He pointed in a direction, his tone quite pleased. I originally used this tracking talisman to find tokens, but it's great that it can help everyone find the enemy. The long-haired man stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder, praising, Kid, nice one. The bald man nodded in approval. Well done. The group immediately took off. Bai Xiaoqi shouted like a general going into battle. Let's surround him. Don't let Yong Shan escape. Another person cheered loudly. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's all alone. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't stop so many of us. At this moment, Yong Shan was still sitting calmly on a stone bench. His calm gaze swept over the newly arrived group. Your journey ends here. Yong Shan and the subordinates behind him stood there silently, still as statues. Suddenly, a whooshing sound cut through the air. When Bai Xiaoqi and his group landed and saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. What is this situation? Seeing them arrive, Sister Yu spoke up. Are you all here to join Brother Yang too? The long-haired man was stunned for a second, then hurriedly nodded. That's right. The bald man also chimed in. We're here to join him. Old Xiong chuckled. My blade is very good. I want to gift it to Brother Yang. Huh. Another man couldn't help but shout. No, Yong Shan, your strength is less than mine. We've decided to fight you. My apologies. Immediately, someone from behind pulled him back, whispering, Shut up, you idiot. Yong Shan spoke calmly. It's all right. No matter what, as long as you've come here. You are all brothers of mine, Yong Shan. He turned to Wu Dali and said, Wu Dali, go and introduce our ideals to these new brothers. Wu Dali nodded. Brother Yang. Wu Dali raised his hands solemnly, like a teacher. Everyone, please follow me. First, I will tell you about the dream in Brother Yang's heart. The man with the axe asked sheepishly, Aren't you guys going up? Ban Jingyu glanced at him. Let's talk. Come over here and we'll talk. Yong Shan crossed his legs, his gaze deep, lost in thought and calculation. By establishing an organization and order, the effect of individual strength is greatly weakened. Wang Ping pointed to himself, smiling. The demonic beasts in the north have all been cleared out. Actually, I didn't need anyone's help. I could have handled it all by myself. Yuan Shaoqian held a stack of tokens, presenting them respectfully. Brother Yang, these are the tokens we just collected. Yong Shan was overjoyed inside. I don't have to personally deal with things anymore. But on the outside, he still pretended to be serious. Well done. Put them away for now. I'll arrange them uniformly when this is over. He thought to himself, moreover, as the one who holds the order, I will naturally gain the greatest benefit. Yes. Yuan Shaoqian nodded. Her face was full of happiness. Brother Yang. Yong Shan calculated internally. Actually, the tokens themselves are meaningless now. When they acknowledged my authority, they had already removed themselves from the competition for the top spot in their hearts. The surrounding crowd chanted endlessly. Number 1. After we get out of this secret realm, winning the top spot is a sure thing. Number 2. The leader can only be Brother Yang, of course. Number 3. Besides Brother Yang, who else is qualified to be the leader? Number 4. If it's not Brother Yang, I'll be the first to object. Yong Shan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. But he said, don't say that. Everyone should just compete fairly. Ah ha ha. But in his heart, he thought, if I build up this reputation well, I might even be able to maintain it after entering the immortal sect and turn these people into my own support. Lian spoke up. Brother Yang, the new brothers are reporting. They were also ambushed by someone impersonating you. Yong Shan suppressed a smile. Is that so? That's just too much. Zheng Jiao said angrily. Who could be so despicable? Sister Yu nodded in agreement. Brother Yang is so good, yet someone is framing him. Yong Shan's eyes swept over everyone. He thought to himself, however, before this trial ends, there's still one problem I need to solve. Outside the secret realm, everyone was still observing the situation inside. Someone spoke up. Right now, most of the candidates in the trial have already entered the second level of the Fei Hua Hall. Wei Daoping nodded. The Fei Hua Hall secret realm was built by me. It simulates the western region's snow plains. The wind and snow in there are chaotic and endless. Immortal Lord Yu Air narrowed her eyes. We're all aware of this layout. But can someone tell me why so many candidates are gathered in one place? Then she shouted, it's impossible to see the situation clearly like this. Su Qinghai answered slowly. Perhaps something has appeared that everyone needs to fight for. Ding Wuinghua leaned close to Su Qinghai, smiling faintly. This painting scroll of yours isn't refined enough. How about we commission a new magical artifact? The price is negotiable. Yahello rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about something else. Up to now, nearly 30% of the candidates have been eliminated. Li Hong took a sip of wine. Only then did he speak, but no one chose to activate their seal, to give up and escape. They all died in the secret realm. Yahello's brow furrowed. Could it be that this year's candidates are all so unyielding? In a completely sealed-off corner of the secret realm, a demon wandered in the darkness. That demon, it was brutal and merciless. It killed people like flies. The mere mention of its name struck fear into people's hearts. Under the hazy moonlight, when life and death were separated by a hair's breadth, the candidates struggled to survive in its shadow, but still couldn't escape the fate of elimination. For this reason, they had to fight together. The surviving warriors finally united. They exhausted all their strength to assassinate the demon, but they themselves collapsed from exhaustion and had to give up the road ahead. In the end, only one person carried everyone's hopes, an escape from that dark, demonic land. But back in reality, Bai Xiaoqi was also stunned when he heard this. As expected, my plan failed again. But now I don't feel a single ripple in my heart. I even feel a little like laughing. At this moment, everyone was gathered around a bonfire, singing and dancing. It was a jubilant scene. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoqi cried out in annoyance. A group party? What is this situation? Give me back my brutal immortal trial competition. In that moment, Bai Xiaoqi thought to himself at this point, my only advantage is that Yong Shan is completely unguarded against me. He observed the situation, thinking, a chaotic situation like this is perfect for me to blend in and assassinate him. And so, Bai Xiaoqi drew a dagger. His face was serious, his will resolute. As long as I can eliminate Yong Shan, everything will go back to the way it was. Suddenly, Yong Shan appeared with a scary face, and with a slap, he clapped Xiaoqi on the shoulder, scaring him so much he jumped like a cat with its fur on end. Yong Shan asked with a smile, while Xiaoqi was like a lost soul. I remember your name is by Xiaoqi, right? Yes, yes. He thought to himself. Why does Yong Shan's warm face look so improper? He spoke warmly to Bai Xiaoqi. You've been assigned to the reconnaissance team to deal with the demonic beasts. The job of clearing the way for everyone is all up to you guys. It was clear as day what he heard and saw, but Bai Xiaoqi was utterly bewildered. His face was a mask of confusion. The next morning, Bai Xiaoqi carried an extremely uneasy feeling with him, as if he had fallen from the heavens to the earth. Meanwhile, everyone else was fired up, enthusiastically responding to the call to hunt. Their spirits were soaring. For a bright future where everyone can pass the immortal trial. Charge! Yong Shan watched everyone intently from above. He thought, a master impersonating me to kill other contestants would absolutely not be satisfied with just passing the immortal trial. A flicker of worry crossed Yong Shan's mind. If I don't find him, it could very well affect my chances of competing for the top spot. As Yong Shan observed the strength of the scouting team, he deduced, the opponent must be wary of my strength and reputation. So, to ensure they can eliminate me, they will definitely infiltrate this 5-man team. Yong Shan's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaoqi. He was holding his sword with an expression of utmost seriousness. Looks like I can only observe. During their battle, finding the one who intentionally feigns weakness will allow me to identify the target. Facing the 7 demonic beasts, Bai Xiaoqi pretended to be no match for them. Swish! This demonic beast is too strong. I am defeated. His exaggerated performance was incredibly fake. He had no experience whatsoever. Seeing this, a flash of insight struck Yong Shan. Found you. The culprit is... Just as he was about to reveal the answer, the members of the scouting team were in a panic. They turned and fled from the giant demonic beasts. Help! These demonic beasts are terrifying. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the demonic beasts, Yong Shan immediately confirmed, there's something wrong with these demonic beasts. Just then, Zheng Jiao and Li Yin ran over in a panic to report. Big Brother Yang, there are also demonic beasts gathering towards us from all around. There are a lot of them, and they're much stronger. Hearing how complicated the situation was, Yong Shan was a bit bewildered. What in the world is going on? At that moment, in the Snow Pine Hall, a fierce battle was raging between Lu Man and 7-8. And Bai's voice rang out, Man, now's the time. Lu Man gripped the sword in her hand tightly, her gaze unwavering. Got it. Lu Man leaped lightly into the air and swept her sword horizontally. Wherever she passed, no one was lucky enough to escape. The swishing sound was endless, like sharp, elegant flower petals, dancing with Lu Man. This technique was called mirror flower dance. When she completed her dance, Lu Man was like a fairy of spring, both gentle and sharp, cold and detached. Lu Man let out a cute, surprised cry. Ooh, so strong. Seeing her radiant smile, Bai also explained, the mirror flower dance is a magical treasure of the flowing flower valley. Combined with my spiritual power, the effect is naturally good. But it collapsed tiredly, panting. Right now, I'm far from my main body's divine consciousness. My power is extremely limited. You'd best not rely on me too much. Lu Man turned to look at the demonic creatures, saying happily, anyway, it's good that we could escape those unkillable monsters. Bai was dejected, speaking in a frustrated tone. Honestly, I clearly sensed the sudden appearance of the little key's aura, so I deliberately separated my divine consciousness to find it. Bai flew dejectedly into Lu Man's palm, continuing, but the cicada husk I used for camouflage was eaten by you. Now I can only rely on you. Man was surprised. So the spirit dragon Jade Marrow I found in my luggage was transformed by you. Bai sat obediently in Man's hand, continuing, and I was almost discovered by that little Ling air. Now even the evil miasma has recognized me. I'm really not suited for going out. As Man ran, she asked Bai curiously, the evil miasma you mentioned, are these monsters? Is this also part of the immortal trial? Bai quickly explained, evil miasma is the source of chaos and madness. It can corrupt the aura of all living things. No immortal sect would use it to test their disciples. I'm afraid something has gone wrong somewhere. It said seriously. Luckily, this contamination occurred within a secret realm. Besides corpses, it can only affect a few demonic beasts. Even I haven't fully condensed yet. After traveling a long distance, Mbai continued. While I'm here, I'll cover for you to rush out and tell the Wuji sect to cancel the immortal trial and send in an elite team to handle this. They should be able to resolve it quickly. Hearing this, Lu Man froze for a few seconds, asking in surprise. This immortal trial will be canceled, but a hint of regret flashed in Mbai's eyes. It said calmly, of course, because all the contestants will die in the end. Lu Man felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The thought of Yong Shan being eliminated filled her with extreme anxiety. All the contestants will die. The young master will die. Man's eyes turned red, as if she were about to cry. She shook her head vigorously. Impossible. Everyone is so strong. If it's just slightly stronger monsters. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Mbai quickly said, it's not a problem with the demonic beasts. Look over there. Lu Man stood on a cliff to observe. Mbai explained, that is the condensing evil entity. You can think of it as the physical form or core of the evil miasma taking shape. That pitch-black thing is the evil entity. It's corrupting the entire secret realm. When it's complete, the entire secret realm will become a part of the evil miasma. No one will be able to escape. Lu Man said blankly. Even so, everyone could just give up their qualification to get out through the magic seal. She suddenly hesitated. Wait a minute. Could it be that the people who died before also? Mbai showed a look of agreement. That's right. Although I don't know much about things like magic seals, I can sense that the aura on them has been corrupted by the evil miasma. So when someone activates the seal, they are instantly corroded and die, turning into monsters. Mbai shrugged, expressing its helplessness. The evil miasma will strengthen the surrounding demonic beasts. So now, most of the contestants have died because they gave up their qualification. Even if you wanted to save them, it's too late. It flew closer to Lu Man, urging her. The time until the secret realm is completely corrupted is at most only a few minutes. Let's go. After all, if you die, I won't be able to survive either. Escaping won't be easy. Lu Man said nervously. Giving up your qualification will result in immediate death. After the secret realm is corrupted, giving up your qualification won't allow you to leave either. She suddenly clapped her hands with a pop, startling Mbai. Man exclaimed excitedly. So that's how it is. In that case, the young master is still alive. Mbai didn't understand, but it asked in confusion, Yong Shan? He's probably like the other contestants by now. Corrupted by the evil miasma for giving up. Lu Man shook her head vigorously. The young master will not give up. She immediately looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing about something. Did you know? Man looked at Mbai and continued. Actually, my young master is a very strange person. Remembering the days she took care of Yong Shan, Lu Man said, from the moment they first met, he had been preparing for the immortal trial. In Man's heart, Yong Shan was an incredibly diligent person. Whether it was cultivation or training, he seized every second. Man was always by Yong Shan's side, witnessing him give his all every day. Even when Yong Shan was so tired he fell asleep, Man would still take care of him tenderly. He's clearly so smart and carefree. He doesn't look like the stubborn type at all. Yet he works harder than anyone. Lu Man smiled gently. It's like he's being chased by a dog. So I believe he is definitely still trying his best. At this moment, Yong Shan stood defiantly before a horde of demonic beasts, frowning and gritting his teeth. What are you racing for? Zheng Jiao's team stood to the side, observing. Everyone felt uneasy. What in the world is going on? Kaka. The demonic beasts on land are terrifying. Their strength is much greater than that of ordinary demonic beasts. Old man Xiong cried out in fear, so many. We can't fight them. All I could do is give up my spot. Is giving up the only option? Watching the horde of demonic beasts draw closer, Bai Xiaoqi also grew tense. But in the midst of the chaos, Yong Shan let out a roar that commanded the situation. Everyone calmed down at the sound of his voice. All eyes turned to Yong Shan. Brother Yong, Yong Shan spoke with awe-inspiring authority, but inside, he was desperately trying to calm himself. Everyone, listen to me calmly. The situation isn't as bad as you think. Calm down, Yong Shan. The group surrounded Yong Shan, listening as he laid out the plan. We have enough tokens already. We can absolutely risk a fight with this horde. After that, we just need to break out of this secret realm. Yong Shan's eyes were filled with determination. We've worked so hard for so long. We are only one step away from success. We absolutely cannot give up here. We absolutely cannot give up. After hearing him, everyone's heads drooped despondently again. They had all but chosen to give up, even if they just wanted to get out. The thought of breaking through such a dense horde. Brother Yong, maybe we should just forget it. Yong Shan fell into deep thought. At this point, words were meaningless. Right now, what they all needed was action. Yong Shan charged into the horde alone, swinging his vicious blade at them. Everyone was stunned. Brother Yong, don't be reckless. There's too many. The moment he charged in, he was pinned down and torn at by the beasts. But how could this possibly make him waver or retreat? A blazing red light erupted in Yong Shan's eyes. He spurred himself on. What I need is courage. Yong Shan immediately unleashed his one sword, one thought. The horde of beasts was sent flying, one by one. At that moment, at the Shui Song Hall, Lian Man was standing on a cliff, intently observing something, inside in frustration. He's not giving up. At best, he'll only live for a few more minutes. The time before the secret realm is corrupted is simply not enough for him to break out, and I have no way to get him out. Man asked softly, Xiaoyin, you're from Luhua Valley, right? Yin immediately replied cheerfully, that's right. After I finish my work, I can recommend you to the sect. Lian Man stood up straight, looking into the distance. I heard that in Luhua Valley, all the women are beautiful and noble immortal maidens, like the moon goddess. She suddenly cradled the tiny Inbishi in her palm, letting it look up at her, bewildered. But Man isn't like that. Man is a bad girl from the flower boats. A trace of melancholy flashed in Lian Man's eyes. So, at this, Man held Inbishi tightly, letting it merge into her body. She rose lightly onto her toes and flew straight off the cliff, whispering, be a good girl and let this bad girl use you for a little bit. Lian Man's face was tragic. The time that the young master needs. At the same time, Yong Shan was fighting the horde alone. To encourage everyone, anyone who wants to give up, feel free. He roared. Everyone who doesn't want to give up, get behind me. Witnessing this scene, the group charged forward as one. Every one of them was resolute, shouting as they advanced. As for Lian Man, she was giving her all, destroying the Tatui. Her determination was no less than that of Yong Shan's reconnaissance team. I will buy time for my young master. At this moment, in the main hall of the Wuji sect, the immortal lords were watching the projection intently. One of them spoke. For some reason, the candidates have suddenly sped up. The majority have already entered the third-level secret realm, the Yu Ming Hall. Another person continued. They don't seem to care about the tokens on the map anymore. They're rushing towards the final secret realm with all their might. Immortal Lord Yu'er sat watching solemnly. But why is it that apart from the leading group, the scattered candidates behind them all seem to have been eliminated? The masked figure known as Diwu Inghua held a horsetail whisk. He waved it in front of Li Hong and asked oldly, have there still been no candidates who have forfeited and left the trial? Li Hong answered quietly, none. Not a single one. If someone were to activate the seal, I would definitely feel it. Yahello suddenly shot to his feet, shouting, oh no. Only a rumbling sound was heard. Everyone simultaneously dodged. Some even held their noses. Yahello clutched his stomach. His face contorted. Was the stewed dog meat I had this morning bad? Yahello left his seat, saying to someone beside him, excuse me, I need to borrow the latrine for a moment. Hearing this, Lu Qian's expression turned sour. Celestial Guard Lord, I will take you. Lu Qian waited outside, shouting in frustration. Celestial Guard Lord, we are still in the middle of the immortal trial. You'd best not be gone for too long. Yahello instantly appeared beside Lu Qian. It's fine. I'm done. Let's go back right now. In a flash, Yahello had flown into the air. Your Highness, Crown Prince, please don't let anything happen to you. At this moment, at the Yu Ming Hall, Everyone was fighting with all their might. Each one unleashed their own divine abilities. We broke through. We're in the third level's secret realm. The moment they entered, they were met with a horde of ferocious, demonic beasts. Their savage faces were terrifying. This is bad. There's another huge horde of beasts surrounding us up ahead. Have all the demonic beasts here gone crazy? Yong Shan continued to slash through the beasts with his sword, even though his body was covered in wounds. He roared loudly, encouraging everyone. Don't stop. Keep moving forward. Hearing this encouragement, they became fired up again. Yes, Brother Yang, in the reconnaissance team, only Bai Xiaoqi stood silently observing. As for the others, each one of them carried a powerful resolve. They roared in unison, charge. Bai Xiaoqi thought to himself, something's not right. This Yong Shan, he silently sized him up. Yong Shan's strength is completely unstable. Bai Xiaoqi had almost realized something about Yong Shan. When Xiaoqi saw the yellow talisman in Yong Shan's hand, he was shocked. A premium wind-walking talisman from the Fu family. A demonic beast was immediately sent flying by Yong Shan. He saved a young woman in the nick of time. Careful! Yong Shan continued to charge forward. And this blazing flame spirit treasure refined from fire jade. Brother Yang. Yong Shan grabbed the young man's hand, encouraging him, get up. Absolutely do not stop. Yes, Brother Yang. Bai Xiaoqi silently observed Yong Shan's every move. He's completely relying on consuming those items to barely maintain the current situation. Behind Yong Shan, a giant ice-bone monster appeared. It was looking at him like prey, but before it could attack, its axe fell to the ground with a clang. Having observed up to this point, Bai Xiaoqi guessed that Yong Shan himself possessed none of the strength of the rumors. Xiaoqi looked at the scene before him, smiling. But this, the others must have figured out a long time ago. At that moment, Lian, Zheng Jiao, and Kila Bai were standing in front of Yong Shan. Don't you dare harm our big brother. Sister Yu stepped forward, handing something to Yong Shan. Brother Yang, this is my and Kaka's jade brain armor. Your spiritual treasures are all used up, so use this to stay warm and protect yourself. Yong Shan happily accepted the jade brain armor. Sister Yu said with a smile, I'm a fisherwoman. I'm not afraid of the cold like you landlubbers. You can take it without worry. Then, thank you very much. Then why didn't you give it to me? I'm cold too. Yong Shan loudly declared. Reconnaissance team, quickly determine the location of the main gate of the Jing Kong Hall. Vanguard team, rotate. The wounded take turns using medicinal pills to recover. Everyone immediately got into position. Their spirits soared. Yes, Brother Yang. Only Bai Xiaoqi was still observing quietly. Even so, everyone is willing to follow him. This charisma that unites everyone. It's as dazzling as the sun. Yong Shan spoke with a commanding voice. Everyone, keep moving forward. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoqi felt that Yong Shan was just like his sister when she was alive. His sister's voice echoed in his head. Xiaoqi, hang in there. We'll definitely survive. A smile touched Xiaoqi's lips. Seriously, with that, he immediately charged forward with his sword. He lopped off a beast's head with a laugh. All right then, let me get fired up just one more time. Yong Shan saw this, a blank look on his face. Bai Xiaoqi roared with heroic flair. For Brother Yang, everyone was jubilant, their spirits burning bright. United as one, they fought to the very end. Charge! A moment later, they were all wounded, but everyone was beaming. We finally broke through. The Kongjing Hall is right ahead. Quick, let's go. They supported each other, slowly passing through the large gate before them. Yong Shan smiled at Bai Xiaoqi. Thanks to you clearing the way, everyone was able to make it out alive. Bai Xiaoqi said shyly. Not at all, not at all. It was all thanks to Brother Yang's excellent command. Yong Shan stood before the gate and said, Next up is the final hall, Kongjing Hall. Bai Xiaoqi nodded with a smile. As soon as we pass this final trial, we can leave this illusion realm. Yong Shan looked ahead and asked, Are you preparing to make a move on me? From behind, Bai Xiaoqi was pointing his sword at Yong Shan. His eyes were incredibly tense. At that moment, Yahello was secretly observing something. He smirked. A perfect Jinui body double. This should be able to fool them for a while. Standing before the gate, Bai Xiaoqi held his stance. He spoke. When did you figure me out? But Xiaoqi was very puzzled. I've been suppressing my power the whole time. My disguise should have been flawless. Hearing this, Yong Shan yelled, Flawless my ass. The situation was so dire the entire way. You've been fighting this whole time, and there isn't a single speck of dust on your clothes. You noticed such a small detail? Bai Xiaoqi laughed coldly. So you already knew, and you still dare to stay behind and wait for me. With that, he charged at Yong Shan with his sword. How foolish. Yong Shan replied calmly. My goal is the top spot, after all. If I don't deal with you here, none of it will matter. Xiaoqi suddenly stopped. Deal with me? Could it be? He quickly leaped back, creating a large distance between himself and Yong Shan. Bai Xiaoqi looked around uneasily. An ambush? A trap? Or some other scheme? Is my plan going to fail again? This is a symptom of severe Yong Shan PTSD, also known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Yong Shan waved his hand impatiently. He couldn't help but call out. Why'd you run so far away? Come here. Let's make a deal. What will it take for you to sell me the first place position? Hearing Yong Shan say this, the guy's face went blank. He looked like a complete idiot. Sell. Yong Shan said to Bai Xiaoqi with a smile. First place in the immortal trial is just a 100-day head start in foundation building, plus a few enhancements to one's cultivation aptitude. For these fancy little bonuses, I will trade you benefits of a much higher value. That shouldn't be a problem, right? The look on Yong Shan's face at that moment was supremely confident, as if he could persuade anyone. He listed a pile of treasures. For example, an endless supply of pills, the cultivation partners, methods, wealth, and land essential for cultivation. All the resources from foundation building to ascension. I will find a way to deliver them all to you. This is incomparable to the one-time ascending cloud enhancement from winning. Don't miss out. I, Yong Shan, am completely trustworthy. I absolutely will not let you get the short end of the stick. Bai Xiaoqi gave a half smile. That's true. You can offer wealth of a higher value than first place. With that, the guy made a comical face, trying to look cool. But he'd only been posing for a few seconds when Yong Shan charged at him with his sword. Xiaoqi gulped. Single thought, one sword. Bai Xiaoqi's face tensed. He gritted his teeth and parried several of Yong Shan's strikes. He must be furious. Yong Shan continuously used single thought, one sword, forcing Bai Xiaoqi to do nothing but dodge. The sword chi grazed Xiaoqi's handsome face. He said calmly, You won't even let me finish my cool line. You sure change your tune quickly. However, looking at Yong Shan's panting form, Bai Xiaoqi grew interested. It seems this one move is your limit. Bai Xiaoqi slowly approached, praising him smugly. Courageous and cunning, decisive and ruthless. Yong Shan, you truly are impressive. After that, Yong Shan took out a spirit-tempering jade. With a crack, he bit it open and threw it at Bai Xiaoqi, shouting, Warm jade spirit fire. The thrown jade erupted in a burst of flames. However, it was a smoke bomb released by Yong Shan. Swish! The tip of Bai Xiaoqi's sword suddenly appeared before Yong Shan's eyes, making him widen them in shock. Bai Xiaoqi charged out from the flames, appearing before Yong Shan with a devilish grin. But Yong Shan nervously crushed another jade, throwing it forward with all his might. But Bai Xiaoqi quickly unleashed a move. Flame armor. Yong Shan was immediately hit and injured. He fell heavily to the ground, trembling. He used his sword to prop himself up, struggling to his feet. Bai Xiaoqi had appeared out of nowhere, placing his sword at Yong Shan's neck. He looked at him, passing judgment. Your strength is too weak. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sky, as if something was about to pierce the blue sky. With a rip, the inky black, evil corruptor appeared, tearing through the heavens. This drew the attention of both Yong Shan and Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi looked at it, frowning. The entity is about to awaken. Seeing this, Yong Shan looked clearly confused. The entity? But he immediately spoke with a morbid expression. What on earth are you participating in the immortal trial for? Actually, if you have some kind of conspiracy or evil plan, you can count me in. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the mass of corruption and said, This wasn't my doing. I only realized this secret realm had been infected by the evil corruptor when I saw the beasts rampaging, seeing signs of transformation in the entity. Xiaoqi said in a calm voice, For some reason, this time, the corruption is awakening very slowly. Before the secret realm is completely sealed, there's still a little time. After I deal with you, I could still make a run for it. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the beast skewered like meat kebabs. He thought to himself, but even if the entity hasn't fully awakened, I'm afraid the other candidates will have a hard time escaping. Bai Xiaoqi returned to the main topic, suggesting frankly, it just occurred to me. Your most logical course of action should have been to gather the other candidates to gang up on me. Yong Shan listened silently as he spoke. You didn't do that because you didn't want others to die needlessly for your sake, right? You'd rather stay behind alone and gamble everything. If you fail, you die alone. Bai Xiaoqi emphasized his words, utterly unscrupulous. Yet you still hold on to a bottom line. I truly admire people like you. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword. He frowned and bowed his head, speaking coldly to Yong Shan. But I'm different. To achieve my goal, I don't care how many people I have to sacrifice. Because I have a reason, I absolutely cannot fail. In an instant, Bai Xiaoqi swung his sword fiercely at Yong Shan. My apologies, Brother Yong. Yong Shan grinned cunningly. He looked at Bai Xiaoqi. Hey, I admit I'm a bit of a gambler, but splitting everyone up and staying behind to die alone? You're overthinking it. An extremely wicked expression appeared on his face. He shoved a heart demon explosive chi pill into his mouth. Then he gave a strange laugh. I stay behind alone. Is because I have a trump card. That can only be played when no one else is around. Bai Xiaoqi was confused. What? A fire suddenly ignited in Yong Shan's eyes. Besides, you just said you have a reason you absolutely cannot fail. Yong Shan recalled the past. His beloved family, brutally murdered. Until the very last moment, Yong Shan could still feel the lingering warmth of his loved ones. Back in the present, Yong Shan, after swallowing the heart demon pill, had transformed into his blackened form. He laughed bitterly. Haha, that thing. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him. Yong Shan swung his sword with a swoosh, and it was enough to make his opponent struggle to defend. He roared with hatred. You think I don't have one too? After passing through the gate, the reconnaissance team arrived at the Kongjing Hall, a deep canyon. One misstep and they would fall, shattered to pieces. The group was still unaware of the danger of the evil entity. They cheered with joy. The exit of the illusion realm is right ahead. Suddenly, the path was destroyed by the evil corruptor. They could only bow their heads and flee. The illusion realm is collapsing. Everyone run. Suddenly, a loud explosion roared, destroying the path ahead, causing the gate to slowly dissipate. Their spirits fell into chaos. They stared at the abyss in terror. It's too late. Witnessing this scene, they felt helpless and anxious. Everyone grew pessimistic. The exit is about to disappear. I don't want to die. How could this happen? We were so close. Bai suddenly placed his hands on the shoulders of a girl in the group. He looked at her with a serious expression. The girl looked up in confusion at the tall man. Bai stared at her intently, as if he was sizing her up for something. The girl said shyly, Are you saying your final goodbyes? Even though we've just met, but at a time like this. After just a few words, she turned to see Bai staring intently at Zhengyu. The girl became angry. You change your mind pretty fast, don't you? Bai said seriously. We absolutely cannot give up just like this. This is the chance Brother Yang bought for us by staying behind, risking his life to cover our retreat. You tall man, do you have another way? Looking at the girl before him, Bai said with a hesitant voice, So, it's all up to you. What do you need me to do? The veins on Bai's face bulged. He stomped with immense force, causing the stone floor to crack. In the next moment, he threw the girl towards the distance. And Zheng Jiao was horrified, crying out, Zhengyu. The one who was thrown had a look of terror on her face. She screamed shrilly, Aya. Bai shouted, Even if only one of us makes it out, it's worth it. Go and tell the people outside. What has happened in here? Hearing Bai's words, Zhengyu seemed to understand something. Tears streamed down her face. I understand. Zhengyu began to use her special technique. She charged straight for the gate, shouting, Leave it to me. Zhengyu screamed as she crashed through the sharp thorns. But she showed no fear or hesitation. Great Whale's protection. At this moment, the situation on Yong Shan's side was extremely complicated. Black tentacles were wrapping around Yong Shan's soul. Cough. The demon inside his body asked, Want to make a trade? More power. Yong Shan, and it looked at each other with a wicked smile. Of course I do. After all, at this moment in the Weming Hall, the battle between Bai Xiaoqi and Yong Shan was raging fiercely. They attacked again and again, the clash of their swords echoing incessantly. At the same time, the voices of the demon and Yong Shan in his soul rang out, excitedly saying, "We were always one and the same." Yong Shan suddenly laughed maniacally, unleashing a flurry of excited blows. Single thought, one sword. Single thought, one sword. Single thought, one sword. Single thought, one sword. Bai Xiaoqi struggled to parry Yong Shan's strikes. He asked, "Have you fallen to the demonic path?" Swoosh. Xiaoqi quickly retreated, already covered in multiple sword wounds. Xiaoqi's face was tense. "Your performance in the previous battle, was it all an act? You deliberately provoked the team to lure me into action?" Yong Shan instantly shot forward like an arrow. A thought flashed through Bai Xiaoqi's mind. He blurted out, "Could it be that this entire evil corruptor incident?" Xiaoqi looked at Yong Shan, exclaiming in shock, "Was also part of your plan?" Yong Shan laughed like a cunning madman, his voice full of provocation. "Take a guess." The little dog in Yong Shan's heart barked frantically. "Woof! This guy is too strong. Holy crap. Even with my explosive gene cheat activated, I can only fight him to a standstill." Bai Xiaoqi continuously blocked Yong Shan's frenzied attacks. "Stop messing around. Even if you fall into the demonic path, you can't just create power out of thin air. What you're doing is..." Yong Shan continued to charge like an incurable madman. He replied calmly, "I'm burning my life force." "Ha! Life force is truly a versatile consumable." Yong Shan's inner self was screaming madly. "I'm really grinding with my life on the line here. I hope I can make it back after I become an immortal. Otherwise, this is a huge loss." On the outside, however, he laughed with a ferocious grin. "How long can I last if I burn it all? An instant? An hour? Whatever. As long as it's enough to kill you. I have to end this quickly. If my strength isn't enough, I'll overwhelm him with my presence." Yong Shan desperately charged at Xiaoqi. D. Take a good look at the situation. This illusion realm is about to collapse." Yong Shan at this point looked like a lunatic, completely ignoring Xiaoqi's words, only slashing wildly. "I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That's the evil corruptor. If we keep fighting, we'll all die together." Bai Xiaoqi was stunned by Yong Shan's bitter words. "Then die." Yong Shan coldly pointed a sword at Bai Xiaoqi. "The position of chief disciple. I will absolutely not give it up." Bai Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, his face full of disgust. "You're a true madman." Inwardly, Yong Shan smiled smugly. "All right, this guy's morale is completely shattered. Ha ha ha. In a critical situation like this, the one who doesn't fear death is truly the king." Yong Shan gave a devilish smile, thinking, "Next, I just need to show a willingness to negotiate, and I can..." Just as he thought this, a tremor hit, knocking them both off balance. They both stood up at the same time, exclaiming in shock, "This is..." Bai Xiaoqi was horrified. The secret realm is collapsing. Looking at the pitch-black mass before him, he shouted, "It's awakening." The entity immediately shot out countless sharp black spikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yong Shan gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. This is dragging on for too long." Suddenly, a young woman appeared, stopping the precarious situation in its tracks. "Stop!" The large, sharp black spikes instantly froze in place. This caused both Yong Shan and Bai Xiaoqi to stop in surprise. It had stopped. Looking up, Yong Shan's eyes widened in shock. This is... The person who had arrived was none other than Man. Lu Man asked with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" In the Weming Hall, the monsters were roaring and charging forward. Suddenly, they all froze. Even Bai Xiaoqi, who was about to swing his sword to defend, stopped. Yong Shan reached out a hand to test, unable to hide his surprise. Time has frozen. Man did this. Man was floating above a magic circle, saying happily, "As expected, the young master is all right." "That's great." He looked up and shouted, "What are you doing? I told you to leave if things got bad." She shook her head resolutely, refusing. "I can't give up. I can't give up." Man pointed to the seal on her hand, explaining helplessly, "The seal. Everyone has been corrupted by the malevolent energy. If you give up, you'll be instantly corroded to death." Yong Shan held them, observing closely. Giving up means death. Malevolent energy has appeared within the sealed competition. What in the world is going on? Not only was she not worried, she was even excitedly showing off. But it's okay. Man found a super powerful demonic beast. All the magic you just saw, that was it. It looked completely lifeless. Lying in her hand. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I never should have come out. Yong Shan gave a forced smile, asking doubtfully, found a demonic beast that can use this kind of substitution magic. You can just find one of those? Suddenly, his eyes slowly turned a deep purple. Veins bulged around his eyes. Yong Shan stood in the middle of a black and purple vortex. Spiraling bands of energy wrapped around him. It was like an eruption of dark, demonic power. He screamed in agony. He furiously clawed at his head. Gritting his teeth, his face was contorted in pain. Damn it, just as I thought, I can't just flip on my cheat mode whenever I want. My inner demon is getting worse. Is it trying to rebel? Man, gently instructed by Shi, be a good Shao and get the young master out of this secret realm. Why she pouted, dejected as it flew over. Seriously, it's hard enough for me to even maintain a physical form right now. I'm not taking responsibility for how this turns out. Why she unleashed a massive burst of golden power. Shao had to say goodbye to the scene before him. That power formed gigantic rings of light. One after another, they encircled Yong Shan. Young master, just follow this path and you can get out. You'll even be able to complete the competition. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain in his body. Leave. You're not going? Smash. Destroy. Slaughter. Kill her. He lowered his head. His expression was grim. He hesitated. Well, she tried to appear calm. It seems Man can't leave. Why she shed sorrowful tears. In this state of frozen time. We can't escape the range of this giant monster. And once the time freeze is lifted, the secret realm will be completely sealed off by the corruption. My life is so tragic. She forced a smile, wanted to keep Yong Shan from worrying. So, we can only get you out first, young master. Then you can figure out a way to save us. Why she tried to explain further. Actually, the spiritual power I have left was originally. But Man cut it off. Even if I don't want to. Yong Shan accepted it. Is that so? I understand. Destroy. 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 Behind him, a giant demonic beast watched menacingly. He stepped forward coldly. That's right. There's nothing I can do by staying here. I can't waste any more time. That monster was trying to control Yong Shan's mind, to make him do its bidding. Betrayal, sin, corruption. Charge forward and kill it. But he still tried to resist, calming his own spirit. I have to get out of here. Fast. Contact reinforcements. That's the wisest course of action. Don't hesitate. Kill it. Yong Shan turned and lashed out at the presence. He ordered, shut up. Blood trickled endlessly from the corners of Yong Shan's eyes and mouth. Don't interfere with my thoughts, or I'll take you down with me. Man asked worriedly, young master, are you all right? The blood on Yong Shan's face flowed even more heavily. It couldn't be stopped. He looked up. Finally, some quiet. Now I can think straight. He turned his face away. His eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Man. Tears welled up in Man's eyes. Her gaze was heartbreaking. Crying, she still forced a comforting smile. It's okay, young master. Man is very happy. Yong Shan closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. Eliminate the interference from my inner demon. Suppress this reckless impulse. Every action I take is the result of careful consideration. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood streaming from his eye. The answer is obvious now. He spread his arms, taking a stance. Then, sword in hand, he soared into the air. In the time freeze. So what if this space is sealed? Man shouted, young master, you have to go now. Yong Shan gathered all his strength. He unleashed an incredibly powerful strike. Take as much of my life force as you want. The sword's blade emitted an intensely powerful golden light. That light enveloped his entire body. As long as I can destroy this monster, everything will be solved. At Kongjing Hall, everyone was waiting anxiously. Wu Dali said, dejected. Still no word from little you. Ding Ba sighed. Damn it, after risking our lives for so long. Zheng Jiao wondered to himself. Is giving up all we have left? Su Chue turned to the tall man. She bowed her head slightly and asked, don't tell me you've fallen for that young lady, Zheng Yu? Hearing this, Zheng Jiao was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the tall man. The young miss praised bashfully. To give up your only chance of escape for someone else in a moment of desperation. That's truly admirable. The tall man answered bluntly. Actually, I just picked someone at random. I was originally going to throw you. He added, but since there was only one chance, I had to choose the one with a higher probability of success. Hearing that, the young miss was utterly shocked. His voice held a hint of mockery. Besides, judging by the feel of it, you were pretty heavy. With a sharp gasp of fury, she lunged forward as if wanting to eat the man alive. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. The others had to rush forward to hold her back. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from above. Shards of glass rained down. The demonic beast had used its claws to break the protective barrier. Seeing this, everyone screamed in terror. The secret realm is collapsing. A flash of golden power erupted. Swoosh! That single sword strike sliced the demonic beast in two. The beast's body fell before everyone's eyes. Stunned, they all looked up. That's when they saw Yong Shan and Man return. They were overcome with a mix of joy and fear. Big Brother Yang, in the square behind the Wuji sect. Lulu wondered aloud while nibbling on 2 pastries in her hands. It's been 6 hours. Emily still hasn't seen anyone come out. This guy job is so boring. Liang Ming asserted confidently. It seems this batch of newcomers are all righteous and brave heroes. They would rather break than bend. Truly something to look forward to. Zhu Hao was worried. I wonder what's happened over at the Wuji sect. Zhu Hao immediately took his leave. Lila saw the empty plate. She furiously yelled at Liang Ming. Did you sneak eat my snacks? They were right here a second ago. Zhu Hao stood before a large door. Just as I suspected, it's locked. He frowned, deep in thought. It seems there's a problem inside the secret realm. Zhu Hao bent down. He rummaged through his travel bag. Using magic carelessly here will attract the Wuji sect's attention. Let's see if I can find something to pick this lock. He pulled out a gray cannon with intricate patterns. Let's just quietly pry it open. A crack was pried open in the door. Zhu Hao carefully loaded the cannon. The door's open. He sensed something. Anxiously, he thought, could it be? Sister Yu suddenly flew out from inside, overjoyed. I'm out. Her forehead slammed right into Zhu Hao's. Zhu Hao painfully rubbed the bump on his forehead. The contestant from before. After the collision, Sister Yu had fainted on the floor. Did she pass out from exhaustion after the test? Zhu Hao tried to shake Sister Yu awake, but she wouldn't stir. If I can wake her, I should be able to find out what's going on with His Highness. He noticed something strange. Wait a minute. Looking at the magic seal, this parasite is... He knew instantly what it was. Malevolent energy. At the Donglin Palace. Yong Shan chuckled through the pain. See? This thing isn't so tough after all. Everyone shouted. Big Brother Yang is here. Wu Dali said joyfully. I knew it. Brother Yang stayed behind to cover our retreat. The tall man said with a serious expression. We failed to live up to his sacrifice again. How shameful. Elder Xiong said softly. I understand the reasoning, but the damn beast just revived itself. TCH. The crowd scattered, running in fear. But why is this demonic beast so huge? Shao Qi charged forward to fight. He didn't forget to shout a warning. Everyone, be careful. This is a heretical body. It's the source of the corrupting miasma created by the secret realm's mutation. What just happened? Why did I suddenly run over here? The crowd panicked. Corrupting miasma? Are you kidding me? The immortal trials were going just fine. How could this corrupting miasma suddenly appear? But Shao Qi gritted his teeth, suspicious. Could the secret realm be collapsing? Gather all the survivors in one place. He glanced behind him. Or maybe he thought, his eyes landing on Lu Man. Man-Man's face was filled with worry. Young master, this won't work. How about Lu Man find a chance to get you out of here? Yang Shan looked at her, his gaze lingering. Man, he trailed off, then stopped. Never mind. We'll talk about this later. For now. Yang Shan forced a smile. He gently patted her head to comfort her. Just be good and watch me slice this thing in two. Man blushed slightly at the intimate gesture. Bai He, standing nearby, frowned. It's useless, he said flatly. The heretical body is nothing more than a condensed incarnation of the corrupting miasma. Bai He explained further. As long as the corrupting miasma exists, the heretical body will endlessly regenerate. For a bunch of lowly martial artists like you. This thing is invincible. Yong Shan's eyes widened. Invincible? He shot back, unconvinced. Xiaoqi watched from the side. He was utterly confused. What is that golden butterfly? He was a little wary. Its aura is incredibly faint, but it gives me the creeps. Bai pointed at Yong Shan, warning him. He spoke casually, but his words were sharp. If you keep burning through your life force like this, you'll be dead soon. Man spoke shyly. Why yes? Young master. Xiaoqi couldn't stop speculating. Could this also be an escape route Yong Shan left behind? He keeps it next to Man, while he draws everyone's attention himself. Yong Shan leaned in close to Xiaoqi. By Xiaoqi. Startled, Xiaoqi quickly replied, yeah. Yong Shan gave him a cunning smile. Didn't you say you want to be my successor? Let's make a fair deal. Xiaoqi's reaction made Yong Shan raise an eyebrow. You're agreeing to give up? We have plenty of witnesses here, you know. Xiaoqi stuck out his tongue, teasingly. A moment ago, you were dead set against it. Is it because you want to save Lady Man now? He nudged Yong Shan with his elbow, grinning. Didn't know you had such a romantic side. Then he turned towards Man. Truly a pair who would rather be lovebirds than immortals. I wish you two an early and happy marriage. She shyly demurred. Man is not worthy of the young master. Yong Shan's expression was disdainful. In your dreams. How could I possibly give up? I'm just giving you a chance to compete fairly. Xiaoqi and Man turned their heads. Their faces were filled with disappointment. Yong Shan's eyes glinted as he smiled. After you helped me destroy this monster. In the pitch-black sky, a rain of weapons suddenly poured down. It's over. Everyone screamed in terror. Millions of sharp arrows, carrying immense power, destroyed everything in their path. And so, even though Li Yin was resisting with all her might, she was still hit. No, I can't hold on any longer, she cried. She pointed to the seal on her hand. I'm sorry, everyone. I really can't take it anymore. Yong Shan heard her. He rushed forward, yelling. He reached for Li Yin. Stop. He moved with incredible speed. He pulled her aside. But in doing so, he was struck by countless arrows. The pain was excruciating. Yong Shan's back was riddled with arrows. But he still held on tight. To Li Yin's wrist. Don't you dare give up. Li Yin was moved to tears. Brother Yong. Thank you. Yong Shan quickly got to his feet, clenching his fist. Gathering his strength. He yelled to the crowd. Everyone listen to me. He stood tall, raising a hand to rally them. Though the rain of arrows hadn't stopped. No matter what happens. Absolutely do not give up. Yong Shan stood like a mighty warrior facing a powerful foe. The seals on our hands have been corrupted by the miasma. The moment you forfeit the trial, you'll be instantly devoured. It's certain death. Faced with such an onslaught, everyone was terrified, but they still looked towards Yong Shan. Wu Dali trembled. How can this be? Gao Dingba fell to his knees in agony. Doesn't that mean we're all dead for sure? At that moment, though heavily injured, Yong Shan remained resolute. Don't worry, everyone. I promised I would get you all out of here and pass the immortal trials. He stepped forward. He took Lu Man's hand, much to her surprise. That promise still stands. But the deadly arrows had wounded everyone. Yet Yong Shan was unflinching. So, don't despair. Don't give up. Inspired by his resilience and encouragement, the crowd's will to fight returned. Brother Yong. Suddenly, a colossal monster appeared out of nowhere. It horrified them all. In that instant, Yong Shan swiftly drew his sword. To block the monster. Everyone get behind me. Under his protection, the people charged forward bravely. They shouted in unison, rushing toward the beast. Brother Yong, we're with you. Let's fight this monster to the death. Show it the courage and spirit of humanity. Yong Shan saw the situation was dire. He gritted his teeth. Run! In the chaos, Wu Dali yelled. Yong Shan shouted anxiously. What are you doing standing there? Wherever the hideous monster went, everything around it was almost completely destroyed. It swung its sharp claws, stealing the lives of countless people. Facing the monster's claws, the crowd could only flee for their lives. Help! Go around! Go around quick! The battlefield was devastated by the attacks. Bai Xiaoqi looked back at Yong Shan in horror. Hey, we're not going to make it out like this. The entire secret realm is collapsing. There's nowhere left to hide in this palace. Seeing Yong Shan fighting to the death, so badly injured he was coughing up blood, Lu Man couldn't help but cry out. Young master. Bai Xiaoqi was also panicking. You're not trying to get yourself killed, are you? Yong Shan lay weakly on the ground. He tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, just putting my life on the line a little. He gathered his strength and stood up again. That's right, Bai Xiaoqi, as part of our deal, to become my successor, you promised to sell your life to me, didn't you? Yong Shan was still struggling to stand. The kind where you'd shatter your bones and grind your flesh, climb a mountain of blades, and descend into a sea of fire. Bai Xiaoqi thought he was joking. A promise? When did I? The two of them ran with their arms around each other's shoulders. Yong Shan didn't forget to continue in a low voice. Here's the thing. Just the two of us can't kill this monster. So, I have a plan. The 4 massive layers of the secret realm had completely collapsed, returning it to the original size of the palace, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The monster was still in a frenzy, attacking everyone with thousands of sharp chains. Staying alive was no easy task. As everyone fled with all their might, they hit a dead end. It's true that the greater the hope, the greater the despair. At this moment, Yong Shan began to calculate. But because of that, the boundaries of the secret realm are now the real walls of the palace. He imagined the scene of crushing the monster amidst the cheers of the crowd. We just need to lure the heretical body down, borrow its power, join forces, and break through the wall to escape. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi started to see a glimmer of hope for victory. That actually sounds plausible. Faced with being hunted down, Lian Man was utterly exhausted. She cried out, begging Bishi for help. Xiaoyin, do you have any way to heal the young master's injuries? Bishi said sadly, I can't. I really can't do it. Bai Xiaoqi looked at Yong Shan's pale face. This guy's plans never seem to fail. This time, he and I are on the same side. I probably won't get tricked, right? He feels trustworthy. Bai Xiaoqi furiously unleashed a technique. Got it. I'll do as you say. Yong Shan led everyone in a retreat. He left Bai Xiaoqi all alone. The task of luring the demonic entity falls entirely to you. We won't forget you. Bai Xiaoqi swung his sword wildly, holding back the monster so everyone else could escape safely. He felt as if he had been betrayed by his closest ally once again. But things had already come to this. There was no point in holding grudges. Bai Xiaoqi's sword was already stained with blood, but it seemed to be the blood flowing from the wounds on his own body. He gripped the hilt with both hands, slowly raising it. No matter what, first, I have to find a way to survive. Bai Xiaoqi leaped into the air, swinging his sword down with all his might, creating a ring of fire that encircled the monster. With every technique he unleashed, his eyes grew a little brighter. Divine howl of the heavenly mastiff. The moment the two forces collided was the most heart-stopping. Bai Xiaoqi used all his strength to unleash one final blow, then slowly descended. He could finally let out a sigh of relief. Success. The disciples of the Wuji sect stared at the scene before them, horrified. Why is everyone gathered at the exit of the secret realm? Even though they couldn't see, another disciple said, bewildered, a lot of people have been eliminated. Are they giving up? Diwu Yinghua sat in a chair beside Wei Daoping, narrowing his eyes and stroking his chin. What in the world is going on? Did you people post powerful guards at the exit? Hearing this, Wei Daoping, who was beside him, sank into thought. No, perhaps it's a brawl among the candidates. Contrary to their thoughts, immortal Lord Yu Er was sitting calmly in her chair, thoroughly enjoying the fireworks. Under the watchful eyes of the countless citizens below, a few leaves suddenly fell onto her face. Little Yezi's blood rain peach blossom order from the Jinui? What's going on? No matter how she called, little Yezi had, at some point, fallen fast asleep. Little Yezi! At that moment, at the entrance, fireworks filled the sky. But it seemed the two sides are not on friendly terms. A squad of Jinui advanced with swords drawn. The leader shouted, Jinui on official business. All unauthorized personnel, stand back. The disciples of the Wuji sect were not intimidated in the slightest. This is the gate of the Wuji sect. Trespassers will. Zhang Shifan was furious and wanted to teach them a lesson, to let them know who they were dealing with. I am conducting the Ascension Immortal Trial. Are you insane, leading troops to barge in here? The Jinui were already in a battle stance. By the Blood Rain Peach Blossom order, we are ordered to station troops here for the duration of the trial. All who see this order must immediately The Wuji sect disciples immediately charged forward, attacking with reckless abandon. The two sides clashed chaotically, neither giving an inch. The clang of metal mixed with shouts and screams, echoing everywhere. The explosion of spiritual energy turned the entire mountain into a bloody battlefield. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wei Daoping and his entourage appeared. "What is the meaning of this?" he roared, forcing the two sides to cease their fighting. "I hope Celestial Guard, Yi can give the Wuji sect an explanation." Hearing this, Celestial Guard Yi explained with an annoyed frown. While speaking, he held the bomb-like object in his hands. "Then, I'd like the Wuji sect to give me a clear explanation first." Sister Yu also raised her hand in coordination. "Why did you hide demonic essence in the immortal trial seals?" Hearing this, Immortal Lord Yulinger was utterly shocked. "Demonic essence?" Diwu Yinghua quickly interjected. "So that's why no candidates gave up before." Those words made Li Hong's jaw drop in shock. "Impossible. I inscribed all of those seals myself." Wei Daoping lost all composure. He placed the tip of his sword against Elder Li's neck. "These words, you can save them for the Hall of Law Enforcement." The sword didn't injure him, but Li Hong still tried to get closer to explain, only to be held back by the disciples. "It really has nothing to do with me. How could there be demonic essence in the seals?" Wei Daoping tried to suppress his anger. He walked before Celestial Guard Yi. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Celestial Guard Yi, rest assured, our Wuji sect will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. We will certainly give the Imperial Court a satisfactory answer." In this tense atmosphere, Diwu Yinghua was still in the mood to laugh. "Tisk tisk. You people of the Wuji sect really play for high stakes." Immortal Lord Yu Air frowned with a serious face. "The immortal trial cannot continue. Then open the secret realm at once." The crowd was still eager for more drama. But Wei Daoping didn't seem to like this. "It's too late." He opened his hand, revealing a dark, miniature structure. "According to the feedback from my artifact, the demonic essence has already contaminated the entire secret realm, causing it to be completely sealed off." Wei Daoping continued to explain. "In other words, the demonic entity has already formed. The candidates inside have had their lifeline cut off. There is no more hope. To prevent the demonic essence from spreading further." Celestial Guard Yi frowned in alarm. "What did you say?" The structure in his hand was mercilessly crushed by Wei Daoping. "Right now, I can only abandon them and completely destroy the Donglin Palace." Back in the battle with the monster, after Bai Xiaoqi's victory, everyone cheered with joy. Success! Although the monster was temporarily suppressed, Bai Xiaoqi's condition was no better. His injuries were too severe. He could only lean against the cliff to stay upright. To actually face a demonic entity head-on. "I really am insane." He lowered his head, blood constantly welling up in his mouth. "Well then, next, it's all up to you guys." Yong Shan led the spirited group as they flew forward. They hacked at the monster relentlessly with all their might. "While we have the chance, hit again." He and the entire team unleashed a powerful strike towards the monster. The monster roared in pain and slammed its fist into the cliff face. The cliff exploded. Giant cracks began to appear on the solid rock wall. Everyone watched with rapt attention, cheering for them. They did it. Good thing we didn't give up. Thanks to Brother Yang. At that moment, Yong Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Lian Man rushed over, catching the exhausted Yong Shan in her arms. "Young master, are you okay?" He was afraid of worrying her, so he forced himself to raise a finger. "I'm fine. I'm probably not going to die just yet." Bishi, watching from the side, crossed its arms jealously. "Don't just worry about him. Your own situation isn't much better. My power isn't so easy to borrow." Yang Shan's face was pale, his body covered in wounds. "We finally did it. Every single step really requires risking one's life." The cliff suddenly trembled, letting out a crumbling sound. The stubborn monster attacked again. Wherever it went, it brought its fist down. The crowd below observed this strange phenomenon, leaving everyone utterly stunned. "What's happening?" The crack sealed itself up again. Someone shouted, "Point up! Everyone look up!" In the crowd's astonished gaze, the secret realm was gradually disappearing. The secret realm is shrinking," Bishi said worriedly. "The controller is actively destroying the secret realm." Hearing this, Lian Man covered her mouth in shock. How can this be? We clearly succeeded. At this moment, Yong Shan could no longer remain calm. We can't give up. We still have a chance. He ignored his exhausted body and charged forward. He threw a palm strike at the monster inside the shrinking secret realm. Amidst the shouts from the crowd below, Brother Yong Shan relentlessly hacked away with his sword. Our efforts are working. The entity is still stuck in the wall. That's its weakest point. A single swing of his sword caused the monster to gradually sink into the void, slowly disappearing. Just one more all-out strike, even if it means burning away my life force. Just one more strike. After delivering that final blow, Yong Shan had no strength left in his body. He plummeted from the sky. Is my life force all burned up? Yong Shan fell into the abyss, his face expressionless. Am I dead? He clicked his tongue. Is it because my life force is completely gone? Suddenly, several dark figures appeared around Yong Shan. A mocking voice rang out. Burned it all. The dark figure with eyes and a mouth as red as blood appeared right in front of him. Not even close. You will die from your grievous wounds. You will die from excessive blood loss. And you will also die from the pain. The expression on the dark figure's face was full of contempt. It cackled. You didn't really think you could hold out until your life force was depleted before you collapsed, did you? It summoned several purple glowing orbs. See, this is despair. Yong Shan's eyes widened, his brow furrowed. He remembered. Within them were the painful memories of the comrades he had witnessed fall. Humans are such weak creatures. Before the body dies, the spirit has already given up the fight. In one of the orbs, the tear-streaked face of Man appeared. Young Master, Yong Shan collapsed to his knees, unable to watch any longer. Now, let me feel your despair. Yong Shan didn't move, allowing the dark figure to bind him tightly. It gave a disdainful smile. It leaned in close to Yong Shan's face. Then, let this be the beginning. I will devour everything you are. Suddenly, the smile on the dark figure's face froze. Its face contorted. He placed a hand on the shadow's head, pressing down hard. Despair? Sorry. I've never had that. It looked at him, momentarily speechless. But, you just gave me some rather interesting information. A glint appeared in Yong Shan's eyes. He reached out and grabbed one of the orbs. Despair is fine. Negative emotions are fine too. They're all powers that can be harnessed. He put the orb in his mouth and bit down hard. In that case, I'll take a piece too. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yong Shan's entire body, causing him to cry out. This, in turn, made the dark figure laugh with even more delight. A mere mortal wants to devour malevolence. Your mind and soul are about to be burned to a crisp. Yong Shan's heart pounded erratically. He covered his face with his hands, but couldn't hide his savage smile, or his eyes, which had turned black with red pupils. Perhaps this chaotic mind, but right now I feel just fine. He drew his sword, looking straight at it. At least, I can swing a sword again. It appeared behind Yong Shan, embracing him. How interesting. You truly are a special existence. He chuckled softly. He turned his head to look back. You are too. The dark figure suddenly transformed into a beautiful woman. My heart demon. He charged toward the statue, but it hugged Yong Shan tightly from behind. We can talk after we fight. The sword seemed to be infused with a new power. Wu Dali saw him. He pointed at him and shouted to the others. Everyone look. Yong Shan, holding his sword, walked straight towards the wall of thorns. The people below cheered incessantly. Brother Yong, an injured Bai Xiaoqi sat to the side, also looking up at Yong Shan. Bai Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. So this is his true strength. Yong Shan's face was filled with fury. So this is... He exerted all his strength, swinging his sword. The blade glowed a brilliant red, illuminating the entire sky. Single thought, one sword. At this moment, in the palace, everyone was in an uproar. Yahello held his blade to Wei Daoping's neck, ordering stop. Wei Daoping was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Several guards immediately appeared behind Yahello. Once the demonic threat leaks out, I'm afraid the Wuji Sect's mountain gate will suffer a direct blow. Destroying it within the secret realm is the best course of action. The guards surrounding Yahello all lowered their blades. Wei Daoping's face twisted. Moreover, eliminating this demonic threat is for the greater good of the nation. It is a duty that cannot be shirked. It is merely the sacrifice of a few martial artist candidates who were bound to die anyway. Outside, Old Master Wu, who was being held back, shouted, "Let us through." Old Master Yang looked bewildered. What in the world is going on? Wei Daoping looked at the sobbing people outside. I believe even the families of the candidates will understand. Old Master Wu collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. My dolly. Yahello gritted his teeth, glaring at Wei Daoping with fury. You bastard. Witnessing it all, Immortal Lord Yulinger looked up. Ronhua's group also looked down, silently facing her. Wei Daoping raised his hand, channeling his spiritual power into the small palace model. In that case, this immortal trial ends here. With a crack, shards flew everywhere. His hand was deeply pierced by the fragments, fresh blood dripping down. Several deep scratches also appeared on Wei Daoping's face. This is... Suddenly, the wall began to crack. A loud explosion rang out. On the other side was Yong Shan, swinging a sharp sword, sending the monster flying and shattering the wall. His entire body looked as if it was on fire. Yong Shan completes the trial. The scene of devastation before them made everyone's eyes widen. Immortal Lord Yulinger observed calmly. Yahello, on the other hand, was completely stunned, shattered the secret realm, and broke through the wall. This kid, I'm not dreaming, am I? Diwu Ronghua crossed his arms, speaking to Old Wei. You said earlier that the martial artist candidates were certain to die. Looking at Yong Shan's powerful and domineering figure, he continued. Looks like he fought his way out. Wei Daoping was in disbelief. He stared at Yong Shan. How is this possible? The entity hasn't been completely defeated yet. It revived, seeming to want to do something. The Immortal Lords quickly set up a formation, binding it tightly. It's corrupting the sect's protective formation. We must stop it. Looking at the entity trapped in the formation, someone spoke up. It'll be troublesome if it gains control of the formation. However, the entity had already taken control of the formation and freed itself. Suddenly, petals began to fall from the sky. The one who created this shower of flowers, like an autumn wind and summer rain, was Yulinger. The entity looked up at the petals, not moving an inch. Then, Yulinger unleashed her peach blossoms technique. The peach blossoms immediately gathered, surrounding the entity. After that, Immortal Lord Yulinger used the flowing blossom autumn technique, instantly turning the flower shower into a small green pearl. Done. Immortal Lord Yulinger said unhappily, I really don't know what you all are standing around for. Master is so amazing. Clap, clap. We have to praise her more. That's the only way to make Master happy. The small pearl opened its eyes, looking around. It grew a little larger. Just as it was about to extend its claws to attack, Diwu Ronghua appeared. Spirit divination, trigram inception. In an instant, the stone was surrounded by the myriad affairs, no illusions trigram. Diwu Ronghua quickly retrieved the stone. He reached out and caught a stream of light. After that, a small turtle emerged from the green pearl. When the imperial family sealed the evil corruptor, they invited Immortal Lord Qinghai to accept it. Many thanks to Head Treasurer Diwu for your assistance. Diwu Ronghua waved his hand, indicating there was no need for pleasantries. Don't be so polite. A spirit turtle, 3,000 taels. The divination fee. I'll give you a discount. A total of 9,980 taels. Thank you for your patronage. Hearing this outrageous price, Immortal Lord Qinghai accepted the turtle. Stunned for a few seconds, someone suddenly came to report. Master, 3 of the core formations of the sect's protective array have been corrupted. They need to be replaced. Many of the buildings in the courtyard have been damaged. Fortunately, no disciples were harmed. The losses this time are truly not small. Yahello said seriously, but fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The gains your Wuji sect has made this time are enough to make others green with envy. The other immortals didn't understand what he meant. Without keeping them waiting, Yahello explained excitedly, Look, these disciples who have been through this demonic ordeal will all be pillars of your esteemed sect in the future, especially that one named Yong Shan. He must be nurtured well. Yong Shan's weary voice rang out. Reporting to the venerable upper immortals, everyone in the team, present your tokens. They shouted in unison. The second trial of the immortal trial, the ascension trial. They lowered their tokens in unison, heads held high. Shoulder to shoulder, they stood tall. Yong Shan, as their representative, said, "Assessment complete." Amidst this picturesque, immortal-like scene, Su Qinghai's voice rang out. The ascension path is the source of all Xuanfa in the world. On it, every step forward will be met with immense pressure, but you will also receive immeasurable benefits. Having passed the previous assessments, you are all already disciples of my Wuji sect. Therefore, this final immortal trial is both a test and a reward. After explaining, Su Qinghai summarized, whoever can take the lead and step up a level, the benefits they receive will be even greater. The candidates listened intently to Su Qinghai's words. This is a chance to receive a reward before anyone else snatches the champion's title. It can lay a true foundation for your cultivation path. I hope you will all strive harder. After Su Qinghai's begin the ascension, the candidates scrambled forward. Every one of them showed a look of joy. Lian Man asked Yong Shan worriedly, "Young master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." He said it with his mouth, but in his heart, his tears had become a river. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the end, because of the demonic essence, I didn't have time to arrange the ascension. It was all a wasted effort. Yong Shan thought through gritted teeth. I've come this far. Looks like I can only rely on my willpower and keep fighting. Wu Dali stepped forward excitedly, one step at a time, upwards. So this is the feeling of leading the ascension. He gave a satisfied smile. He felt the warm energy surging within his body. It seems to have raised my physical foundation and aptitude a little. But then, Wu Dali said with a smile, but these 5 steps of mine are enough. Wang Ping strode forward aggressively. Old Xiong was still calculating in his head. I fought many 7th-rank demonic beasts. I must win this, although I didn't do anything. Following along for a bit. A few steps should be fine, right? Wan Xiaoqian said Tequila Bai, the tall man. The researcher, Xiaoyu. You go up 2 more steps. No need. This is enough. Yang Shan looked at them, confused. He asked doubtfully, you guys? Bai Xiaoqi stood before Yang Shan and said, Yang Shan, when we were dealing with the demonic essence, I've done what I promised you. I don't owe you anything anymore. Xiaoqi leaned in close to Yang Shan's face, making him a little flustered. So, now you have to promise me one thing. Xiaoqi leaned in close to Yang Shan's ear, whispering, Legend says there's a door at the peak of the ascension. You have to climb up there and see, even if it kills you. And then tell me, what's inside? Yang Shan turned his head to look at Xiaoqi, his mouth open. What do you mean? Bai Xiaoqi raised his hand, showing a gesture of trust. Then he strode forward. Anyway, it's all up to you. He ran past. Wave it at everyone. Save a spot for me. I've shed blood for Brother Yang before. I've worked hard for this immortal trial too. The immortals were extremely surprised and confused by this scene. What on earth is going on? Is that the ascension path? Are they yielding to each other? Yahello cried like a baby, while Diwu Yinghua and Immortal Lord Linger are praised endlessly. The hearts of the world are with him. This is truly the hearts of the world are with him. So touching. TSK Tisk. The Wuji sect has found a real treasure this time. This kid's methods aren't bad either. Back with the group of candidates. Every one of them had a radiant smile. They said in unison, we respectfully invite Brother Yang to ascend. Yang Shan looked at everyone, his heart filled with emotion. Then I won't be polite. Every one of his steps exuded an air of dominance. Then I won't be polite. Yang Shan slowly ascended the towering steps. He stood there, admiring the surrounding scenery. He let out a surprised oh. So this is the ascension path. Yang Shan looked at his hands and said, the feeling of being about to die at any moment is gone. It seems the life points I lost have all been replenished. Not only that, I'm even stronger than before. He happily rolled his shoulders. My whole body's blood and chi have never felt so clear. Perhaps the pile of after effects from taking medicine without regard for the consequences before has all been healed. While Yang Shan was talking to himself, the cheers of the crowd came from below. With a foundation like this, we're no different from those genius martial artists who train tirelessly. Go, Brother Yang. Charge. Yang Shan waved and gave a saintly smile in response. But inside, he was ecstatic. So this is the reward for first place in the immortal trial? This feeling is just too good. Yong Shan suddenly stroked his chin, thinking, but the information said, the ascension path can also cleanse one's original heart, helping one see themselves clearly. So why do I just want to gnaw on bones and grind my teeth right now? He thought for a moment about this strange phenomenon, guessing, could it be that I have some special constitution? The more meat I eat, the stronger I get? Yong Shan shook his head. Anyway, I should still focus on ascending. Yong Shan was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, struggling to climb higher. His eyes were filled with the determination to conquer the ascension path. On the ascension path, the resistance of each jade step will continuously increase. The higher you go, the harder it gets. For a moment, Yong Shan's expression turned to one of excitement. At the same time, the first person to step on the jade steps will also become stronger with each step and recover some of their original energy. Yong Shan was secretly overjoyed. He imagined himself playing a lucky wheel. One in, one out. Climb for a little longer, and I'll be a perpetual motion machine. Yong Shan mused. So, only the first person has a chance to reach the top. He remembered his conversation with Bai Xiaoqi. Help me see what's inside the door at the very top. This, I would have done it even if you didn't ask. Yong Shan held his head high and strode forward. The benefits were served right to his mouth. How could Yong Shan not eat it all up? Below, the immortals were watching intently. Yong Shan is almost halfway there, right? To accept the strengthening of the cloud steps so smoothly. This kid's foundation is not bad. Yahello said seriously, according to the information, his foundation is first-grade celestial vein, like a responding dragon in the heavens. Even among the top scorers of all generations, he is outstanding. Now, being strengthened by the ascension path, his future cultivation will surely advance 1,000 miles a day. Yahello joked with Su Qinghai, while she looked at him with an expression that said, do I look like I'm joking with you? You all should take him into your sect and give him an important position. For example, replacing that elder who was seeking his own death, playing with demonic essence or whatever. That would be great. Su Qinghai looked toward the ascension path and said, anyway, at this rate, there should be no doubt about Yong Shan reaching the foundation establishment stage on the cloud steps. All the immortals were looking forward to Yong Shan's success. After he establishes his foundation, we'll directly accept him into the sect. At this moment, Yong Shan had reached near the summit. He said happily, it's finally about to begin. He began to chant some kind of incantation. When the blood surges, transform essence into qi. Streams of immortal energy were slowly merging into Yong Shan's body. A mortal who has undergone physical tempering. By harnessing powerful blood and qi, it could be refined into true qi, allowing one to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The immortal energy seeped into Yong Shan's body. Su chanted the incantation. True qi entered the body. It followed his meridians, climbing step by step. With the help of the cloud-treading path, it thoroughly reformed his physical body. The true qi spread throughout his entire being. Finally, it converged in his dantian, forming a qi vortex. From there, it would circulate endlessly. Yong Shan's body was enveloped in immortal energy. This is the starting point for all cultivators. Foundation establishment, she said. Although it's the starting point, there wasn't enough time in his human form. This was the only option left. Yong Shan reveled in the changes in his body. Still, this invigorating feeling of becoming one with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is clearly far beyond what a normal foundation establishment pill could ever achieve. Heh, damn system. See that? Not only did Yong Shan complete the mission here, he completed it in the best way possible. Yong Shan knelt, muttering, true qi condense. Qi vortex form. Then, he leaped to his feet, shouting triumphantly, ascending from mortal to immortal. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of Yong Shan's mouth. He asked in a daze, I'm coughing up blood? What? The qi vortex in his dantian failed to form. Yong Shan's expression turned grim. He watched in agony as the energy within him slipped away. The true qi is rapidly dissipating. Yong Shan coughed up a large mouthful of blood in pain. Only then did he realize. So, this is what they call. A cracking sound came from within Yong Shan's body. He writhed in absolute agony. The situation had become irreversible. Yong Shan's heavy body collapsed. The answer had already formed in his mind. This is an innate cultivation blockage. The cultivators below watched with concern. Foundation establishment failed? How could this be? As he fell, Yong Shan cursed inwardly. Damn you, system. Young master. Brother Yong. Damn it. Man and the other two cried out in horror, rushing forward. Bai Xiaoqi saw Yong Shan in free fall. He gritted his teeth and immediately lunged toward him. Too late. Yong Shan managed to grab onto his step. He panted. It's not over yet, though his body was covered in wounds. And, trembling violently, Yong Shan used his blood-soaked hands to try and climb back up. I won't give up. But he slipped again, exhausted. His voice was filled with bitterness. 1 month, 1 whole month. I gave everything I had to get this far. His eyes were full of regret. How can it end like this? Damn it. Yong Shan roared in fury. His hands were losing their grip on the step. Damn you, system. Yong Shan fell again. He ground his teeth and angrily reached forward. I will not give up. The next morning, at the Boundless Sect, Yong Shan was brought here to be cared for. Yong Shan sat alone on the bed. His mind was a blank slate. He numbly recalled the events of yesterday. As he fell, the immortals had quickly flown up to catch him. One immortal announced coldly, Yong Shan, you have failed the cloud-treading path challenge. The assessment is a failure. Seeing immortal Lord Yu Linger step out, Man opened her mouth to ask, how is the young master? Yu Linger looked regretful. He has a severed meridian body. His dantian was sealed at birth. He is unable to form a sea of qi. It was impossible for him to undergo a normal foundation establishment. In a room, Yong Shan's trembling hand reached for a cup of water. Immortal Lord Yu Linger's words echoed in his ears. Yet, because of the cloud-treading path, he forcibly underwent a partial foundation establishment. This caused the true qi to rampage through his body, tearing apart all of his meridians. Hearing these words, Yong Shan's hand trembled. He accidentally knocked over the cup of water. From now on, forget cultivation. Even normal movement will not be easy for him. The immortal lord's words. Yong Shan heard every single one. At this moment, he was in complete despair. When the people outside heard, every one of them burst into tears. How could this happen? Brother Yong, he clearly tried so hard. Lu Man was grief-stricken. She quietly asked Mbiha, Little Un, is there any way you can help the young master? He replied, if you want to restore his meridians, go to the Flowing Flower Valley and find my true form. There might be a way, but as for cultivation, don't even think about it. Immortal Lord Yu Linger didn't understand Man's reaction. Mbiha reminded her, also, once we're out of the secret realm, don't talk to me. If I'm discovered, we're done for. Yong Shan stepped out. His face was a mask of sorrow. I understand the situation. I'm sorry for troubling you all. Seeing him appear, everyone immediately surrounded him. Brother Yong, young master. Yong Shan sadly asked Su Qinghai, since my severed meridian body prevents me from cultivating, does the Boundless Sect no longer wish to accept me as a disciple? It may seem heartless, but those are the rules of the sect. Yahello spoke up. His face was full of hope. In that case, I'll take Yong Shan back with me. We'll see what we can do in the capital. There are many renowned physicians there. They specialize in these kinds of meridian problems. Ronhua's team also spoke. My Ping Jiao Immortal Society has many complex techniques. Perhaps among them is a solution for a severed meridian body. If you wish, I can take you to our headquarters to have a look. The price will certainly not be cheap. But for young Master Yong, that's a small matter. Lord Yu crossed her arms and made an offer. For little dumpling's sake, I can take you back to the Flowing Flower Valley. We have secret spiritual medicines and techniques that can solve the problem of your rampaging true qi. Dong Gue and Shan Nai also chimed in. Our master is a very kind person. She's the type who'd even pick up a stray puppy. Not really. She just has a thing for fluffy creatures. Yong Shan bowed his head, dejected. His voice was filled with despair. Thank you all for your kind intentions. But there's no need. My talent is blocked. My path is severed. My meridians are shattered. Even walking takes effort. He smiled at them. I, Yong Shan, came here for first place in the Boundless Sect. If this is how it is, then so be it. Yong Shan stared sorrowfully at the system interface. Power gone. Heart demon. Cannot be awakened. System countdown. Time remaining in human form. For hours. I have to make the most of tonight. He walked past by Xiaoqi, patting his shoulder. Sorry. Xiaoqi's face was full of contemplation. Brother Yang. Yong Shan left under the lingering gazes of the crowd. Young master. Everyone. Immortal Lord Yulinger watched Yong Shan's retreating back and spoke. The wind is picking up. Yahello looked up at the gray sky. It's going to rain. At that moment, on the streets of Yangjo, the rain poured down in sheets. Yong Shan walked dazedly across a bridge. Truly, a sad heart sees no joy in the world. On the bridge, Man managed to catch up. She called out to Yong Shan. Young master. Seeing her worried face, he reminded her, go back. You're a new disciple of an immortal sect now. You shouldn't be running around. Man lowered her head, speaking sadly. Man never wanted to cultivate if it meant not being with you. At this, she looked up and gave Yong Shan a radiant smile. So, I don't need to join an immortal sect anymore. Yong Shan looked at her, asking softly, you don't want to become an immortal? Man answered, her eyes welling with tears. I've always felt that you live such a difficult life, young master. Always fighting. Always risking your life. Constantly scheming. Cultivating every second of every minute. If becoming an immortal is so painful, why not just be immortal? Man imagined a more peaceful life. Let's go back to the flower boat together. We can drift along the rivers and lakes, travel the mountains and see the waters, and taste all the delicacies the world has to offer. Man continued. But Matron Xia can't sit still. I'll take all my lovely ladies out and show them off everywhere. If you don't mind, master. Man would sometimes take the stage to perform. She told Yang Tian. Man is a beautiful dancer. I'm sure so many people will be envious of you, master. Maybe a few might even try to steal the bride. And when that happens, we'll run away together. Just thinking about the days she could spend with Yang Tian, Man went on, not tired in the least. We can also visit the old masters on Mount Hui. You could even help them with their business, master. Just make sure they don't run out of money. She grasped the hem of Yang Tian's robe, speaking softly, but no matter what happens, Man will always be by your side, master. Yang Tian finally spoke. Is that what you think? He shifted his position, taking the umbrella from her. If it's a story like that, it doesn't sound too bad. And so, on that misty street, two people shared a single umbrella, walking in the rain. What a beautiful sight it was. Night had fallen. Darkness enveloped everything. At that moment, in the kitchen, Man was adding some kind of medicine to a pot of soup. She hummed happily. Suddenly, Granny Xia appeared from behind, startling Man with her voice. Stop adding more. You're about to turn this spring again soup into mush. The two of them stared blankly at the bubbling pot of soup. Granny Xia, holding her pipe, said a few words that made Man blush beet red. If either of you actually eats this happy union powder, the master or you, one of you is definitely going down. Granny Xia stirred the soup with a ladle. Honestly, she scolded, I raise you with my own two hands. Have you completely lost your mind? Man looked at her. Granny Xia, she said, I'm just a little lost. She confided. I've been cultivating with the master for so long, but there's nothing I can do right. I'm useless. No matter how hard I try, I feel like the distance between me and the master is just getting wider. It's like we're from two different worlds. Granny Xia glanced at Man as she poured her heart out. On quiet nights, I even think maybe I should find a chance to die for him. Only then would he ever notice me. Man said in anguish. Now that the master can no longer cultivate, I can use my own stories to comfort him, to be with him. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but a small part of me is happy. Then she buried her face in her hands, sobbing. A person like me, do I even deserve to be liked by anyone? Granny Xia tossed a freshly cooked bowl of soup to Man. Go on, she urged. I made this myself. If Yang Tian drinks this, I guarantee you'll have a night you'll never remember. Man caught the bowl. It's hot, she yelped. Granny Xia roared in anger. If it's hot, then get a move on. This pathetic side of you. If you're still like this tomorrow, I'll skin you alive myself. Yes. Terrified, she scrambled out of the kitchen. I'm going right now. Granny Xia watched Man's retreating figure and sighed. Honestly, She puts it in herself, and then complains it's not enough. I never knew she had this side to her. In the dead of night, a sudden, sharp crash echoed. Granny Xiao rushed in to see what happened. She only saw Man standing there in a daze. Now what? Where's Master Yang? Granny Xia stepped into the room. She saw a stack of papers. She immediately picked them up to look. These are banknotes, the deed to the pleasure boat, and all of your indentured servitude contracts. Why are these here? Tears were already streaming down Lu Man's cheeks. In her hand was a piece of paper with 2 words, farewell. She looked out the window, her eyes blurry as she called out, Master, you don't need me anymore. Meanwhile, at the Yang estate, everyone was celebrating cheerfully. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, old Master Yang. 2 men stood before old Master Yang, happily congratulating him. This time, after the marriage alliance with Bai Xiaoqi, the Yang family status in Xianmen will be even more secure. Thank you, everyone. Behind them, 2 maids were whispering about something. Old Master Yang overheard them. He opened his mouth to speak as well. It's such a pity about my Tian Tian. Truly, the heavens are jealous of talent. It's a joyous day. Why would you say such things? It's fine. As long as they get married quickly, everything will be fine. In the back of the Yang estate, a figure dressed in black, like an assassin, was carefully observing the bridal sedan chair. He whispered down below, My lady, hurry. The wedding sedan from the Wuji sect is about to arrive. Yong Shan sat below, casually reading a book as she replied, I know. A subordinate who was doing Shan's makeup couldn't help but say, My lady, could you please stop reading? I can't do your makeup like this. Shan suddenly turned her head to look behind her. At a time like this, what are you still doing here? Yang Tian smiled with his eyes closed. Shan calmly closed her book. About your situation. I'm also very sorry. If you want, I can guarantee you a place in the demonic sect. She adjusted a hairpin and continued. The techniques of our demonic sect are different from the immortal sects. Our heritage is also much older than the 6 great immortal sects. Perhaps there's a way to solve your physique's problem. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. Yang Tian said to Yang Shan with a smile. It was just a failure in ascending the clouds. I have no intention of giving up on the Wuji sect. This year, doesn't everyone prepare a backup plan? Yang Shan reminded him. But if you're thinking of using my identity as leverage, to cause trouble for no reason, just to complete your sex mission, as she spoke, she flicked a hairpin. It flew past Yang Tian's cheek, embedding itself straight into the wall. Yang Tian just smiled back at Shan. Yang Shan warned him angrily. Then I will kill you. Yang Tian pulled the hairpin out. Don't worry, he chuckled. I, Yang Tian, am not that stupid. A transaction has to be mutually beneficial. Shan's subordinate cried out, My lady, your hair. It took me half an hour to get it perfect. Yang Tian examined the hairpin and said, I remember you once said, your mission only requires you to infiltrate the Wuji sect. Any disciple's identity will do. Yang Shan immediately replied, That's right. But the identity of a servant is too lowly, and it comes with too many restrictions. It wouldn't be convenient for me to operate. So, Yang Tian put the hairpin between his lips, and with a smile, he tied his hair up. Excellent. This handmaiden identity should be sufficient. Yang Tian continued. After I enter the Wuji sect, I will find a way to even help you complete your sex mission. There's no need for you to sacrifice your precious marriage. What woman would care about such things? His words made Shan glare at him angrily. One of her subordinates protested. Her ladyship cares a great deal. When I deliver the mission orders to her, she cried for a very long time. Yang Tian placed the hairpin back in her hair. He smiled at them. This isn't quite enough as a bargaining chip. But given our friendship, you should cut me some slack, right? That subordinate was quickly dealt with by Shan, and now lay motionless on the ground. She asked Yang Tian nonchalantly, What exactly are you trying to say? Yang Tian gave her a wicked grin, snatched the wedding dress, and left Shan standing there, stunned. What I mean is, what if I marry him in your place? At the Wuji sect, everyone was releasing sky lanterns together. A full, bright moon hung high in the night sky. On the stage, a woman appeared, dancing with graceful, flowing movements. A melodious song began to play. Orchid fingers gently turned, The mortal world flows like water. On this 3-foot stage, 1,000 tales become a song. That woman was Lu Man. The feathered dance costume she wore enhanced her soft beauty, as graceful as a fresh blossom. Every one of Man's movements was like a flower petal unfurling. Lu Man's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her face showed nothing but loneliness and grief. Below the stage, the crowd cheered wildly. Lu Man, I love you. Her dancing, how is it so ethereal and otherworldly? Matron Xiao laughed smugly. See that? You bunch of good-for-nothings. This is the dance that captivated all of Jiangnan. How could those girls from the West Phoenix Pavilion possibly compare? A portly old man sat on a chair. He was surrounded by 3 young women. The old man spoke up. Matron Xia, I, your humble lord, took a liking to Lady Man, which is why I gave you the chance to present this tribute. Did you really think I was afraid of you? The other women looked at Man with joy. Sister Man agreed to dance with us. She's okay now, right? She's so beautiful. It seems like she's finally in a better mood. Looking at the pensive Man, one of the dancers said, she's much better. The fact that she's not crying or making a scene is a huge relief. Matron Xia lit her pipe, saying in frustration, exactly. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged men are a dime a dozen. Why get into such a state over one Yong Shan? It's infuriating. While Man was dancing, Yu Ling'er and her disciples watched from a bridge. After a moment, Dong Gui and Shan Nai spoke up, praising Lu Man. This dance is truly magnificent. If she doesn't report to the Boundless Sect tomorrow, should we just snatch her and take her back to Flowing Flower Valley? It's not like Master doing something like that would surprise the elders anymore. Yu Ling'er rested her chin on her hand, speaking mournfully, building a bridge to the immortal path, while dancing in the dusty, mortal world. Who would ever believe it? A lovesick little girl is such a nuisance. In another corner, Ronghua's team and Yahello were drinking their sorrows away. There's nothing we can do. I heard that after the mortal trials, Yong Shan just disappeared. The heavens are truly blind. Watching Lu Man dance without stopping. And Biha asked with concern, Man, are you okay? Man replied calmly. Before I met the young master, this is how I always lived. As long as everyone liked me, I felt like I still had some worth. She looked out at the audience and said to Biha, I thought that if I just started dancing again and heard everyone's praise, my life could go back to the way it was. But, as she spoke, every memory of her time with Yong Shan flooded her mind. It made Man break down in tears. It's true. Nothing can ever be the same again. Just then, a bridal sedan chair was slowly approaching the Yang residence. Look, the bridal sedan is here. The Yang family's eldest daughter is marrying the top disciple by Xiaoqi today. Lu Man turned to leave. Let's go. Help you find that little key you need. All right. Man was lost in thought. I should also think about, without the string that pulled me into the sky, how is Lu Man supposed to live on? She strode away, once again full of life. The bridal sedan had arrived. The person inside slowly stepped out. We invite the bride to alight from the sedan. Through the wedding veil, Yong Shan saw Man. He thought, it seems Man has returned to her normal life. What I'm about to do is extremely dangerous. She accidentally stumbled onto the path of cultivation. Not getting her involved was the right decision. Lu Man suddenly turned her head. She felt a familiar aura. She stared at the person in wedding attire on the opposite riverbank. For a moment, Man was stunned. This feeling, wait, no matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Her jaw dropped in shock. Is that the young master? Yong Shan lifted his veil. His handsome features were as beautiful as any real bride's. But it was this very sight that utterly shocked Man. Under the full moon in the night sky, a red carpet was rolled out to welcome the bride. The peach blossoms are young and tender. The flowers bloom in brilliant splendor. As she goes to her husband's home, she brings fortune to their family. The immortals' faces were wreathed in smiles. The atmosphere was joyous. Flower attendants scattered renowned immortal and mortal herbs everywhere. Wei Daoping stood at the entrance. I, Wei Daoping, elder of the Hall of Righteous Rites of the Boundless Sect, hereby declare that the woman of the Yang family and by Xiaoqi of our Boundless Sect are joined as husband and wife. The bride alights from her sedan. She walked step by step down the red carpet. Wei Daoping's voice echoed in the night. She will receive the status of an intersect disciple. Together, they will cultivate the Tao and seek long life. From this day forward, with the heavenly Tao as our witness, under the golden moonlight, the wedding was awash in joyous red. The silhouettes of the bride and groom looked poetic and romantic. Yong Shan, in his wedding attire, looked like a peerless beauty. A system notification suddenly appeared. Host has become an intersect disciple of the boundless sect. Mission complete. Yong Shan continued to walk forward. Bai Xiaoqi was there, waiting for his bride. The system displayed another message. Mission objective: embark on the path of cultivation, complete. Reward: 800 points. Various data points appeared on Yong Shan's attribute panel. Yong Shan looked at the system panel and chuckled. Ha! Finally, this is starting to look like a proper system. The reward points can even be used to increase my attributes. A line of text appeared on the screen. 500 points to exchange for 1 point. After reading it, Yong Shan said angrily, "Isn't this a scam? You're not even going to let me exchange my points?" The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission in an exceptionally shameless manner. By exploiting the rules for cultivating the Taoist partners of aristocratic families, and through the act of cross-dressing to marry into the sect, you have successfully obtained the status of an intersect disciple of the boundless sect." Hearing these words, Yong Shan was incredibly pleased with himself. The system continued sarcastically. "It seems the host has abandoned all human decency. Or perhaps this was the host's true nature all along." Yong Shan scowled and cursed. "You damn system. We've been together for so long. Did you think I couldn't get out of a situation like this?" Yong Shan taunted back. "On the contrary, it's you, always using these cheap tricks to motivate me to complete missions. I'm starting to suspect you don't have any decent rewards at all." The system replied immediately. "If the host is so impatient, then let's get straight to the main point." A main mission panel appeared. The title was A Small Step to Success. Beside it were the following missions. Obtain the Boundless Sect's Guardian Spirit Stone. Kill an Immortal Master. Kill an Immortal Lord. Kill a Heavenly Venerate. Along with a special mission. Ascend the cloud-treading path on foot, unaided. Yong Shan chuckled and said to the system, "The rewards are suddenly so generous. It makes it hard to even start arguing with you." The system replied, "Only when the host truly begins to cultivate will you have the qualification to use the system's functions. I hope the host, while completing missions, will also improve your own cultivation." Yong Shan suddenly waved his hand. He interrupted it with a cunning smile. "Do you even believe the words you're saying?" Yong Shan recalled the past, saying, "I remember you once said that this world was created especially for me. Everything that happens here is a trial for me, and you are merely an observer." The system immediately retorted, "The host's words are nonsensical. It is recommended that you perform a self-check on your logical thinking and memory functions to ensure they are normal." Yong Shan grinned widely. "What I mean is that really the case?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system ejected him from his subconscious. "This main mission has a time limit. I hope the host completes it quickly." Yong Shan said through gritted teeth, "You pretentious fraud. Sooner or later, I'll drag you out into the open." Meanwhile, in the main hall, everyone raised their cups in unison to celebrate the new couple's wedding. The contestants from the trials also came to congratulate Bai Xiaoqi. "Congratulations, Xiaoqi, top disciple in a new marriage. Talk about a double blessing. And the bride is the Yang family's eldest daughter. You have to have a few more drinks." Collabo whispered to the others. "I remember the Yang family's eldest daughter. Wasn't she with Brother Yang?" Zheng Jiao and Sister Yu's cheeks were flushed. "Don't let Xiaoqi know." Gao Dingba thought so too. He let out a few coughs. "Ahem, ahem. It saves me some trouble, at least," Xiaoqi said absent-mindedly. "I only made it halfway myself. I couldn't go any further. If something hadn't happened to Big Brother Yang, honestly, I wouldn't have even been in the running for the top spot." Everyone fell into thought. Big Brother Yang. Lian Man suddenly appeared. "I hear it's a day for celebration. Let's not talk about such serious things." She smiled at the group. Seeing her, they cheered up. "It's Miss Man Man. That dance from before was absolutely beautiful." "Yeah, it really was," Ruan Xiaoqian said with concern. "I heard you'll be joining us in the outer sect for Foundation establishment tomorrow." You left so suddenly this afternoon. We thought. Lien Man clasped her hands behind her back. She smiled cheerfully. I just had to take care of a small personal matter this afternoon. I already went and apologized to Elder Qinghai. But enough about that. Right now, I'm here to offer a toast to Xiaoqi. Suddenly, Man held a jug of wine out in front of Xiaoqi. Her smile was a little terrifying. To think you're already a groom. Congratulations. Seeing Man's expression, the young man froze once again. Under the starry night sky, Bai Xiaoqi was in a corner, vomiting his guts out. He wiped his mouth. He felt a little uneasy. What's with Miss Man? She seemed really scary. Standing before the room, Bai Xiaoqi told himself. But I don't have time to think about that right now. Bai Xiaoqi entered with a serious expression. There's a much more troublesome problem waiting for me. He spoke softly. Miss Yang. Bai Xiaoqi apologizes for the intrusion. At that moment, Yong Shan was sitting properly on the bed. His head was still covered by the bridal veil. Bai Xiaoqi stepped forward, but he still kept a certain distance. I know that marriage is a lifelong commitment. It is even more important for a woman. However, my situation is special. This marriage was truly a matter of last resort. Everything I do at the Wuji sect from now on will also involve you, Mississippi. After he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Bai Xiaoqi clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. For this, I offer my deepest apologies. With that, he pulled a dagger from his sleeve. His expression was grave. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I swear I will not harm you. And I will do everything in my power to protect your honor. Yong Shan lifted the veil. A voice suddenly spoke out. So, you really do have a secret plan. Bai Xiaoqi instantly recognized the voice. Ugh, that voice. Looking at Yong Shan's appearance, it took Xiaoqi a few moments to process this information. Yong Shan tossed the veil aside, telling him, I told you a long time ago. When it comes to this sort of thing, you have to count me, Yong Shan, in. After his brain finally processed everything, Xiaoqi screamed in terror. Impossible. Yong Shan greeted him cheerfully, while Xiaoqi was still frozen in place. We meet again, young Master Yang. Under the bright moonlight, a loud scream echoed. Big Brother Yang. Bai Xiaoqi was flustered, yelling, Ew, what are you doing here? And why are you dressed like this? Yong Shan, dressed in drag, grinned with amusement. What choice did I have? To become a disciple of the Wuji sect. This was the only way. So, surprised? Faced with his question, Bai Xiaoqi could only give a bitter, helpless laugh. What can I even say? This is way too over the top. Besides, once you start officially cultivating, won't you be exposed? Yong Shan said. That's a small problem we can solve later. But, speaking of which, he suddenly pinned Bai Xiaoqi against the door. He gripped Bai Xiaoqi's hand, the one holding the dagger. Then he spoke. But right now, I'm very interested in your identity. As he spoke, he leaned in close, his gaze cold. Also, you're holding a dagger. What were you planning to do to a helpless little lady like me? Bai Xiaoqi chuckled. For you to dare to do something like this, Big Brother Yang. You must have seen through my identity long ago, right? The moment he heard that, Yong Shan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, completely baffled. Seen through what? Bai Xiaoqi stood up straight, saying casually, but I should probably introduce myself properly. Bai Xiaoqi, with a noble air, introduced himself clearly. My surname is Huang, the Huang of the imperial family. I am the current crown prince, Huang Ziji. Bai Xiaoqi suddenly gave a goofy grin. He scratched his head and continued. Bai is my mother's surname, and Xiaoqi is my childhood name. So I wasn't technically lying to you, was I? You could just keep calling me Xiaoqi, Big Brother Yang. Hearing this, Yong Shan immediately interjected. So it's true. Though he appeared calm on the outside, his mind was screaming at this shocking news. Holy crap, the Crown Prince. This place is full of cultivators. I completely forgot there was an imperial court in this world. Bai Xiaoqi spoke up. I came here incognito this time, to investigate the Cloud Immortal Path. And well, you know how that turned out. Yong Shan could only reply with a bitter smile. My apologies. He seemed to sympathize with the person before him, thinking to himself, is the imperial court really in that bad of a shape? The crown prince himself has to handle something this minor? The next second, Yong Shan's gaze immediately turned sharp and cold. Then again, come to think of it, in this world of cultivators, it's hard to say how much power the imperial court actually has. Bai Xiaoqi said seriously. Giving up the top spot was my decision. It has nothing to do with you, Big Brother Yang. But since the mission has failed, we should find a way to leave the Wuji sect as soon as possible. The cultivation methods of the immortal sects and the imperial family are different. The moment I start cultivating, I'll definitely be exposed. But leaving so suddenly will attract a lot of attention. Being hunted down on the road is one thing. But if my identity is revealed, it'll be a real mess. I just came here to compete for first place for fun. Nothing to see here. I'm leaving. That would naturally make the immortal sect suspicious. He passed the test, but won't join the sect. Investigate his background. Bai Xiaoqi adopted an innocent tone. I don't want to cultivate anymore. I'm going home. It seemed like any action would trigger an investigation by the sect. He left right after joining the sect. Investigate his background. Bai Xiaoqi was completely helpless. His face was covered in sweat. He sighed and asked, "Can I at least eat first?" Even that action made the sect members curious. He's unable to cultivate our sect's techniques. Investigate his background. After a moment of misery, Bai Xiaoqi concluded. In other words, I have to disappear in a plausible way before I'm discovered. There's no way I can stay here to cover for you, Big Brother Yang. Yong Shan suddenly leaned in close to Bai Xiaoqi. He gave a cold, amused smirk. And here I thought His Highness the Crown Prince would have some earth-shattering plan. Turns out your only goal is to run away? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi could only reply helplessly. Sorry to disappoint you. The moment he heard that, Yong Shan immediately gave an order. Qing Tuan. It seems he has no intention of attacking. You can come out now. This shocked Bai Xiaoqi. He looked left and right, scanning his surroundings. So, there really was an ambush. Just then, Bai Xiaoqi noticed Qing Tuan sitting on the roof. She was grinning foolishly. He couldn't help but ask, Qing Tuan. Qing Tuan's face was bright red. She giggled excitedly. It's fine. Don't mind me. Please continue. In Qing Tuan's eyes, the handsome man and beautiful woman before her looked like a perfect match. However, they had no idea what she was talking about. Yong Shan asked blankly, Continue with what? Qing Tuan, her face full of disappointment, jumped down. She replied, dejected, It's your wedding night. Don't you two have anything else to do? Qing Tuan had even imagined a steamy scene between the two, saying expectantly, You have no idea how much I was looking forward to this. I even brought out my best disguise tools and voice-changing elixirs. While Qing Tuan was lost in her own emotions, Yong Shan couldn't help but make an introduction. Let me introduce you. This is Qing Tuan, a demon lord-level master from the demonic sect. The moment he heard this, Bai Xiaoqi immediately responded. So it really is the demonic sect. In the illusion, I saw Brother Yang use a pill to achieve demonic transformation. I was suspicious then. When you showed your hand, Brother Yang, I knew who you were. Yong Shan seemed a bit guilty. He averted his gaze, not daring to look directly at him. Then, he forced a laugh and replied, That's right. Getting back to business. Yong Shan cleared his throat twice, his expression turning serious. Now that I've agreed to join the Infinite Sect, as per our agreement, it should be my turn to help you. What exactly is this mission you have for me? Qing Tuan, full of confidence, declared loudly. Just cause some big news, anything will do. This naturally left Yong Shan stunned. He cried out in confusion. Qing Tuan immediately explained, Our demonic sect has been quiet for far too long. This time, you're going to the Infinite Sect. You must make a huge scene. Let the world know the might of our demonic sect. That's the gist of it. Also, we've sent our elite forces to lie in ambush in Jiangnan to support us. The more Yong Shan listened, the more confused he became. You bunch of heretical demons. How on earth have you survived this long? As he said this, he suddenly changed the subject. Anyway, I understand your request. So let's get started. Qing Tuan, take care of him. Yong Shan pointed directly at Bai Xiaoqi without any hesitation. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi's face was a mask of confusion. Brother Yang, Yong Shan immediately used a candle to set the entire room on fire, then sneered. It's fine if you hit him a little hard. Just leave him breathing. The more Bai Xiaoqi heard, the more terrified he became. The color drained from his face. Wait, he hurriedly replied. At least give me a reason. Without a second word, Qing Tuan attacked. Amidst the fiercely burning flames, Yong Shan said, Today is a day of great celebration. Let's make things a little more lively for your infinite sect. As he spoke, a sinister, terrifying expression appeared on his face. A wicked grin stretched from ear to ear. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. The elder of the Infinite Sex Hall of Enforcement, Qin Shaw, was gripping the other man by the collar, roaring furiously, "Oldly, speak up. What in the world is this demonic entity?" The elder of the Formation Observation Hall, Li Hong, his face a picture of panic, answered weakly, I really don't know. Everything was fine when I set up the seals." The elder of the Scripture Pavilion, Su Qinghai, stepped in from the side. "This is no small matter. The sect master and the 6 hall masters are already in seclusion repairing the sea-suppressing seal. The 3 saints have also led our forces to provide reinforcements. Those of us left behind absolutely cannot let anything go wrong." The elder of the Herb Hall, Lai Cheng, and the elder of the Dao Contemplation Hall, Xiao Longjio, chimed in. "Damn it all. Should we have Little Ma report to the sect master? And have that old geezer send someone to deal with this? That's right. The Autumn Sea Patrol is coming up. Who has time to deal with some evil spirit?" Just as he finished, another voice interjected. "For hundreds of years, the honored ones have exhausted themselves on the sea-suppressing seal. They must have their own difficulties. We should find a way to resolve this ourselves." The speaker was none other than the elder of the Hall of Righteousness, Wei Daoping. "Whoever caused this demonic disturbance is likely trying to corrupt our sect's great formation's spirit stones. After that, they may have other plans. For now, we should observe the situation and wait." As the elders were discussing, several disciples suddenly burst in, panicking. "Elders, someone from the demonic sect has infiltrated our sect." At these words, Qin Shua's expression twisted with intense hatred. He said, "So it was those fiends from the demonic sect. For them to set up something like this, their scheme must be significant." Li Hong helplessly explained, "I told you it had nothing to do with me." Su Qinghai walked up to the 2 disciples and asked with concern, "What's the situation now? Were any disciples injured?" One disciple immediately replied, "The enemy struck once and then retreated. We couldn't stop them. As for injuries, there weren't really any." The other disciple added, "They just burned down a wedding chamber." And a disciple named by Shaoqi was seriously injured. Hearing this, everyone fell into a state of utter confusion, saying in unison, "That's it." Looking at the chaotic scene before them, everyone was bewildered. There was even a gruesome human-shaped silhouette scorched onto the stone wall. This left Su Qinghai completely baffled. The demonic sect did this? Yong Shan, in the gentle guise of Yong Shan, suddenly appeared from nowhere. With tears in her eyes, she said, "This humble one is Yong Shan. Greetings, exalted immortals." Yong Shan sobbed pitifully. "My Shaoqi is gravely injured. On our wedding night, that demoness from the demonic sect suddenly broke in. She gravely wounded my husband. In the distance, Qing Tuan was also putting on a great performance, wailing in agony. Boo-hoo. Young master, you have a hang on. The young miss just married into the family. You can't just leave her like this." Yong Shan continued his aggrieved plea. "I beg the exalted immortals to seek justice for me." Seeing this frail and helpless display, Su Qinghai was immediately convinced. He comforted her gently, "Rest assured, the circumstances of this immortal trial were special. He was the top scorer of the assessment, but couldn't undergo foundation establishment first. But he is still an inner disciple of the Infinite Sect. The sect will definitely see to his treatment." With that, Su Qinghai took out a bottle of pills. "These are your foundation establishment pills. Take them for now. Once he has recovered, we will arrange for your foundation establishment. Cultivation cannot be delayed. I will have someone arrange accommodations for you, so Shaoqi can recover in peace." Yong Shan remained deep in character, his face a mask of grief and sorrow. After a moment, he replied politely, "Thank you for your care, exalted immortal." Just then, Qin Shuo suddenly turned on Li Hong, saying angrily, "Li Hong, and you still claim you're innocent? The sect protecting formation is the responsibility of your formation observation hall. And now the demonic sect has broken in." Li Hong's face went pale with fear. He answered frantically, "It might be because those 3 spirit stones were corrupted by the demonic entity." Qin Shuo grew even more furious, roaring, "I can't believe you let this happen." In this situation, Li Hong could only flee in terror, hastily replying, I'll send people to repair the Great Formation right away. Seeing Qin Shua's uncontainable rage, Lai Chung, standing beside him, couldn't help but try to calm him down. We haven't investigated the matter clearly yet. Shua, you need to calm down. Qin Shua completely ignored him, still roaring with anger. Get back here, Wei Daoping said helplessly. Fortunately, the damage wasn't severe this time. Let Elder Qin handle the arrangements. The rest of us should focus on our own duties. Su Qinghai also agreed. That's right. The priority now is to help the new disciples with their foundation establishment. The next second, they turned and left, leaving Qin Shua alone. This enraged Qin Shua to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn it, shoving the work onto me again. I'm in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, not the damn City Watch." Just then, Qin Shua's personal disciple, the head of the 7 Sons of the Infinite sect, Zhang Chufa, suddenly appeared. He bowed and reported, "Master, I've investigated. The injuries on by Shaoqi were indeed caused by a demonic sect technique. Last night, a few disciples did fight the intruder, but they couldn't get a clear look at their face. All they know is that it was a woman, and now there's no trace of her." After hearing this, Qin Shua asked, his voice a mix of suspicion and anger. Even if the sect protecting Grand Formation is damaged, its functions for isolation and tracking should still be working. So they managed to escape? Zhang Shifan said in a panic. Could it be an issue with the Formation Observation Hall? Should I go and... Qin Shua turned and walked away, answering impatiently, Yeah. How annoying. Just handle these things yourself. Zhang Shifan obeyed meekly. He bowed his head. Yes, master. Just then, Qin Shua suddenly turned back. He added a serious reminder, Oh, right. If you can't find the intruder, then think about why they snuck in. Was it just to attack by Xiaoqi? Or, why him specifically? At the Boundless sect, some disciples spoke politely to Yong Shan. From now on, this will be your residence. After speaking, the 2 disciples introduced themselves. My name is Lu Qian. I'm a disciple of the elder from the Hall of Righteous Rites. My junior brother Lu Yang and I are in charge of the general affairs within the sect. If you have any trouble in the future, just let us know. Lu Qian, disciple of the elder of the Hall of Righteous Rites. One of the 7 Scions. Do you need me to arrange for some servants to take care of Xiaoqi? Yong Shan, putting on his best beautiful wife act, replied demurely. We wouldn't want to trouble you, senior sister Qian. My husband already has me and his handmaidens to look after him. We are newlyweds, after all. Faced with such devastating, earnest beauty, the 2 disciples were naturally captivated. Their cheeks flushed as they stared, mesmerized. Then, they happily took their leave. Well then, we won't disturb Xiaoqi's rest any longer. We'll come visit you 2 again when we're free. Inside the room, Yang Shan was lounging on a chaise, casually eating fruit. He spoke nonchalantly, so, this way, you don't have to worry about your foundation establishment. And we have plenty of time to figure out how to handle your disappearance stuff. Bai Xiaoqi lay on the sickbed. His entire body was wrapped in white bandages. He replied weakly, Are you sure you're not going to arrange a reasonable death for me? I can't even move right now. Yang Shan brushed him off. He immediately changed the subject. How'd it go last night? You weren't discovered, were you? Qing Tuan said confidently. Oof. Who do you think I am? If I want to hide, not even a heavenly venerate could find me. This pleased Yang Shan greatly. Excellent. Then, Qing Tuan, help me get changed. I need to do my makeup again. Qing Tuan said with resignation. You're unbelievable. This isn't usually my job. After that, the 2 went behind a screen. Qing Tuan carefully helped him with his makeup and attire. Dressed in a new outfit, Yang Shan, looking utterly graceful, spoke softly. Last night's incident drew too much attention. Time is short. We need to figure out our next move, and fast. You should also find a chance to get out and scout around. Get familiar with the layout of the Boundless sect. As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire himself. It's not just my imagination, right? This is truly worthy of Mammon's secret arts. Or maybe I'm just naturally talented? Qing Tuan looked at Yang Shan, slightly annoyed. You really know how to misuse your talent. I don't even have time to read my books. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Bai Xiaoqi was staring from behind without blinking. His face was a mask of bewilderment. His gaze vacant. He let out a dazed sound. Within the sect, every corner seemed to emanate a strange aroma. Yang Shan wandered around. sniffing the air with a puzzled expression. Weird. The kitchen's scent should be easy to find. Wei Daoping's personal disciple, one of the 7 scions, Liu Yang, was completely baffled by Yong Shan's behavior. Does junior sister San wish to go to the kitchen? If you'd like to eat something, you can just have the servants prepare it. Hearing this, Yong Shan's heart skipped a beat. He stammered in response. Actually, I wanted to make a little something for my husband myself. As he said this, he put on his most adorable, charming expression. Is that not allowed? He asked coyly. Of course, Liu Yang couldn't resist such a temptation. He blushed and replied, of course, a small matter like that is no problem. Here is the kitchen token. Junior sister, please take it. You can use anything inside as you please. Hearing this, Yong Shan immediately beamed and praised him. Thank you, senior brother Liu Yang. You're so kind. Liu Yang laughed happily. Don't mention it. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. Having achieved his goal, Yong Shan cheerfully waved goodbye and walked away. However, the moment he turned, his face was a mask of tension and panic. His face was covered in a cold sweat. The corner of his mouth twitched. Liu Yang watched Yong Shan's retreating back and couldn't help but think to himself, what a good woman. Bai Xiaoqi is so lucky. It would be wonderful if I could find a Taoist partner as gentle and virtuous as her one day. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi was lying in his room. He was incredibly bored. It was dead silent all around. Bai Xiaoqi's face darkened as he muttered. They both went out. My whole body is injured and I can't move. So then, at this thought, Bai Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel utterly helpless and miserable. With a mournful expression, he thought to himself, who's going to take care of me? I really need to use the bathroom. System notification. Main mission information. Small step to success. Complete. Mission objective. Become the sect master of the boundless sect. At that moment, Yong Shan was running forward with an annoyed expression, thinking to himself, become the sect master within a year. This damn system's main missions are as ridiculous as ever. But now's not the time to think about that. The system screen immediately popped up in Yong Shan's mind. Remaining points, 796. This made Yong Shan a little uneasy. The 800 points I just got seemed like a lot. But here in the boundless sect, I can't just drop my human form whenever I want to borrow points. Noticing a group of disciples staring at him, Yong Shan immediately shot a flirtatious glance back at them. He thought to himself, I still have to spend every night with Xiaoqi and Qing Tuan. I'll be lucky if these 800 points last me 3 months. That single glance was enough to make the disciples freeze in their tracks. They walked straight into a tree. Holding the token, Yong Shan calculated, right now, I need to figure out how to complete a few missions. Got to earn some points. He held up the token. A teleportation gate immediately opened. He calmly stepped inside, still lost in thought. Besides, unlocking those auxiliary skills is pretty tempting. Their names alone sound so shady. Maybe they're really powerful. After stepping through, Yong Shan found himself in front of a large building. He thought, but regardless, when you're in a new place, gathering intelligence is always the top priority. It's times like these I really miss the gossips. Back at Qingfeng Tower, cultivators in this world rarely abstain from grain. So information on the numbers, distribution, and ranks within the sect should be easy to dig up in the kitchen. Plus, given the boundless sect's way of doing things, a place like the kitchen is probably staffed by ordinary servants, which will make things easier for me. Just as Yong Shan was lost in thought, someone suddenly appeared behind him. A voice rang out, making him jump. Well, hello, beautiful junior sister. What brings you to the kitchen? This was the boundless sect disciple, Angie. He spoke with a confident, booming voice. If you're looking to start a fire and cook up a storm, just look for me, Angie. I'm a #1 immortal chef in this kitchen. I just learned how to make red lotus snow grain soup. It's great for treating colds. Would you like to try some, junior sister? Yong Shan replied with a strained smile. Yong San pays her respects to senior brother. I just wanted to make a few snacks for my husband myself. So, as he spoke, he cursed inwardly. Shit, there's actually an immortal chef guarding the kitchen. How pathetic can this guy be? The moment he heard Yong Shan say the word husband, Angie's expression changed instantly. He replied with a disdainful pout. Oh, so you already have a Taoist partner. Use whatever you want in the kitchen. If you need something, go get it from the storeroom yourself. If you can't find it, it's not here. Don't ask me. That immediately made Yong Shan understand Angie's purpose. And that purpose was all too obvious. With that thought, he had no choice but to grab a carrot and walk out. But with a troublesome guy like this here, a lot of things are going to be inconvenient. Angie just kept staring at Yong Shan, his face bright red. It made Yong Shan extremely confused. Why does he keep staring at me? It's not like I'm doing anything suspicious. The next second, he suddenly realized the problem. Wait, could it be? Yong Shan gave a slight smile. Well, I'll be damned. So there's this move too. Since I've never lived like this before, I really didn't think of it first. Realizing this, he walked over to start a conversation with Angie. Senior brother, could I trouble you to come over here for a moment? Angie replied with a detached expression. What is it? Yong Shan took full advantage of his looks. He struck a captivating pose and said, Shan has just joined the sect. I'm very curious about so many things. Would senior brother be willing to chat with me? Angie, upon seeing this, was instantly captivated. Blushing, he stammered, the sect rules are strict, and I'm not the type to gossip. After that, Angie's attitude completely changed. He said quietly, most of the people in the sect have gone to support Manhwa. Right now, there are less than 200 people left. Most of them are junior disciples still in training. Yong Shan smiled in response. Oh, is that so? Angie continued to ramble on. Elder Qinghai has a sweet tooth. He especially likes the osmanthus cakes from West Phoenix Pavilion. But that place is a brothel, after all, so he always has his disciples buy them for him in secret. As he got more engrossed, Yong Shan leaned in closer to Angie. Senior brother, you even know about that? You're amazing. This made Angie incredibly excited. He kept talking nonstop. Let me tell you, that guy Meng Xiaohua, he's actually obsessed with the so-called immortal demeanor. To make his sleeves flow gracefully, he even secretly practices the way he walks. Hearing this, Yong Shan was a bit stunned. He stammered, speechless. I never would have guessed. Angie added excitedly, and don't be fooled by Elder Wei's old-fashioned act. 400 years ago, he charged into the Qinglan Spring just to get a peek at the sect master bathing. You absolutely can't tell anyone about this. The more Yong Shan heard, the more horrified he became. He thought to himself, am I going to be silenced for knowing too much? Elsewhere at dusk, Yong Shan walked happily down the path. Problem solved. This female identity is even easier to use than I thought. He groped the ridiculously huge chest he was sporting, chuckling. Thanks to Qing Tuan for helping me stuff so much cotton in here. At this rate, the mission difficulty is going to drop fast. Maybe I should just ditch Bai Xiaoqi altogether. Letting him be better than forever sounds fine too. As he thought this, Yong Shan imagined himself leaning in close to Bai Xiaoqi, whispering, don't you worry, husband. I'll cultivate diligently here at the Wuji sect in your place. Back in reality, seeing the long line of people in front of him, Yong Shan was curious. These people, are these the disciples who passed the test, heading to the outer sect for foundation establishment? Among them are quite a few enthusiasts like Qing Tuan. Although I can use the excuse that the Yang family has more than just daughters to cover my tracks, it's still best to avoid contact with them. Did Man end up choosing to cultivate after all? Oh well, as long as it doesn't involve me, she should be safe. Man, in the distance, suddenly gave a strange nod. A female disciple abruptly crashed into Yong Shan. The collision sent Yong Shan's chest into a violent jiggle. Even he couldn't help but glance down. Hey, the one who bumped into Yong Shan was Lu, the direct disciple of Elder Qinghai of the Wenjin Pavilion, and one of the Wuji Seven. Lulu fell to the ground with a thud. She looked up, stunned. The moment he saw Lulu, Yong Shan spoke up immediately. Senior sister Lulu, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention just now. Lulu paid him no mind. Her eyes were shining as she stared fixedly in one direction, thinking, this size. Lily's eyes seemed unable to leave Yong Shan's chest. She wondered, could this be the legendary injustice of the heavens? This left Yong Shan utterly bewildered. He asked, flustered, Senior sister, are you all right? Lily stood up. She dusted herself off and replied, I remember you. Your name is Yong Shan, right? Bai Xiaoqi's Dao companion. Yong Shan smiled and replied, yes. Is there something you need, Senior sister? Lila pointed at his chest with a serious face. They're so big. Can I touch them? Hearing this question, Yong Shan froze with a choke sound. Lulu explained calmly, don't be shy. This is just a normal way for female cultivators to bond. It's perfectly normal. Uh-huh. Exactly like this. The more he listened, the more shocked Yong Shan became. He thought, what the hell? Are all normal women like this? This is so different from what I imagined. Lulu ran forward excitedly, continuing. Next time the female cultivators go to the Qinglan spring to bathe, I'll call you. It's good for the skin and for cultivation. This is a perk that new disciples don't get, you know? Seeing this bizarre behavior, Yong Shan clutched his chest in horror. His face darkened as he said, terrified, senior sister, this isn't a good idea. Let's just drop it, please. Well, it didn't care at all. Ignoring Yong Shan's terrified attempt to flee, she chased after him. Don't run. Be a good girl and let me inspect them. Yong Shan thought helplessly. It would be so damn embarrassing to have my identity exposed over something this ridiculous. Man, in the distance, suddenly sighed. Then she forced a smile. Walking towards the two, Man said, Senior Sister Lulu, Elder Qinghai told us outer sect disciples to find you to arrange our foundation establishment matters. I was wondering if we could start now. Hearing that, Lulu seemed to remember something. I almost forgot. Master gave me a task to do. Only then did Yong Shan breathe a sigh of relief. He was sweating from fear. He thought, I'm saved. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Miss Man. But Man paid him no mind, turning her face away. This left Yong Shan completely confused. What's with her, he wondered. Could it be that she thinks Yong Shan stole Qing Tuan's chance to marry into the sect? And that's why she holds a grudge? Yong Shan couldn't help but stare at Man's retreating back, thinking, are they really that close? As Lulu turned to leave, she called out cheerfully, Junior Sister Shan. Why get back from the outer sect? Let's go to the Qinglan spring together. Hearing this, Yong Shan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His face was a mask of horror. He thought grimly, what the hell is wrong with these people? This Yong Shan identity is definitely not a long-term plan. Night fell. Yong Shan carefully looked left and right as he returned. Finally back, safe and sound. Using this fake identity is really like dancing on the edge of a blade. He muttered as he opened the door. Looks like I need to speed up the plan. The moment he saw Yong Shan return, Bai Xiaoqi, lying on the bed like a dead fish, said weakly, someone's finally back. Can you give me a cup of water? Seeing Bai Xiaoqi's emaciated state, Yong Shan screamed in shock. Holy crap, you're not about to die, are you? Several figures were darting through a desolate forest. After a while, they stopped, reminding each other, this is the place. We can't go any further. The sudden stop caused the last person to crash. He slammed painfully into the person in front of him. Their destination was the Wuji sect. One of them spoke up. Although the Wuji sect is on a mountain, aside from the fixed entrance, all other areas are protected by formations. No living creature can break through. With that, he took out a talisman. Instantly, a magical barrier materialized. The person said as he cast the spell, it's not just a matter of life or death. The moment a cultivator like us touches it, it will trigger an alarm and a counterattack. This stuff is such a pain. Qing Tuan, who had been sitting impatiently to the side, finally spoke up. You guys are too slow. The task I gave you before, is it done? A subordinate immediately replied, My lady. Yes, my lady. This is the latest issue. With that, the subordinate took out a book. The moment she saw the book, Qing Tuan's face lit up with joy. However, her attitude changed in the next second. She turned away. She pretended to be cold and said, Who told you I was talking about this? I was talking about the task I assigned a few days ago. His subordinates answered confidently. It's already done. Rest assured. We're professionals. We just didn't expect you to ask about official business the moment you arrived. Tao Malu said seriously, also, the 5 banner masters and their people have arrived. You've been in the Wuji sect for so long with no activity. They're getting a little impatient. Hearing this, Qing Tuan was startled, crying out in a panic, What? A bunch of brainless idiots. Don't they know what a long-term plan is? Tell them to wait for me. No one is to act recklessly. If they don't want to wait, they can figure out how to sneak in themselves. Her other subordinates chimed in. Exactly. What's the rush? Our Lady is the leader of the Demon Sect's Banner Masters. Can anyone else even compare to her strategic genius? Looking at the two beside him, Tao Molu could only respond with an awkward, dark expression. Weren't you the ones who told me to report to her? The other two ignored him completely. They looked at Qing Tuan and said brightly, "After all this time, Our Lady must have devised a perfect plan. This time, our demon sect will surely become renowned throughout the world." Qing Tuan could only force a smile. Faced with their words, she glanced away sheepishly. Of course. Elsewhere, among countless faces, Yong Shan was chosen. As Qing Tuan read her book and ate snacks, she thought to herself, with Yong Shan there, I probably don't need to worry about this. Back in the present, after discussing intelligence with her subordinates, Qing Tuan turned to leave. In short, you all continue to wait there for my news. Her subordinates replied obediently, as you command. Yes, my lady. As Qing Tuan passed through the barrier, she thought, however, I really do need to go back and discuss official business with Yong Shan. I wonder if he's actually working seriously. I'll just wait until I finish this latest issue. It's just one book after all. With that thought, Qing Tuan quickly departed. Standing on a rooftop, Qing Tuan seemed to spot something. A picturesque scene unfolded before her eyes. In a tranquil space, two people were gazing at each other intently. The woman was none other than Yong Shan, with an otherworldly, extraordinary appearance. That left Qing Tuan utterly confused. That's Yong Shan. She shifted her gaze. Meng Xiaohua left Qing Tuan just as baffled. Meng Xiaohua is here too. What are they doing? Meng Xiaohua spoke gracefully. Seeking a soulmate. A true heart is hard to find. Riding a sword to break through the mortal world. What a magnificent song of seeking love. To be able to compose such a piece of music. I never expected to find, in this mortal realm, a woman with such a naturally transcendent aura as junior sister Shan Shan. Yong Shan remained silent, a melancholic look on his face. After a moment, he replied sorrowfully, Shan Shan pursues the great Tao, but is held back by worldly affections. I am merely a laughingstock to the world. I still need much guidance from senior brother Meng. Hearing this, Meng Xiaohua asked, is that so? With that, Meng Xiaohua turned to leave. It is good to have another person to watch the clouds with me. Qing Tuan witnessed this scene from afar. Her face was a mask of bewilderment and confusion. What is this situation? See, could it be? An image of Bai Xiaoqi wearing a green hat appeared in Qing Tuan's mind. He was smiling bitterly. It's fine. I'm very happy. Qing Tuan thought helplessly. Although I feel a little bad for Xiaoqi. If Yong Shan is being sincere, with a virtuous and gentle demeanor, Yong Shan spoke with a smile. Senior brother Liao Yang. These are some snacks I made by hand today. Please have a taste. As Liao Yang held the red date pastry in his hand, his face turned as red as a tomato. Red date pastry. This is my favorite flavor. Yong Shan replied with a happy smile. I'm glad you like it. While the two were talking, Qing Tuan watched from a distance without blinking. The more she watched, the more confused and bewildered she became. Yong Shan continued to switch targets. With a lively and adorable demeanor, he said, Senior brother, Zhang Chufan. I'm here to clean the books, right on time. Zhang Chufan said helplessly. I'm truly speechless. If someone with sticky fingers hadn't touched the formation, you wouldn't have had to suffer this punishment. Yong Shan replied cheerfully, Hey, well, at least I have you here with me, senior brother. Qing Tuan seemed to witness all of Yong Shan's conversations with countless men. Yong Shan's acting was exquisite. He feigned a weak and pitiful look, saying, and because of that, my father was taken by the Yao clan. The more engrossed he became, the more sympathetic Liang Ming felt. He comforted her. Vile demons. Don't worry, junior sister Shan Shan. Slaying demons is the lifelong duty of us righteous cultivators. I will definitely. Sister, don't cry anymore, Liang Ming. I will protect you. Qing Tuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this scene. The scene changes to another location. Just by walking down a path in the sect, Yong Shan could make a whole group of male disciples lose their minds. They were utterly captivated. Greetings, junior sister Shan Shan. Junior sister Shan Shan, do you need any help? Yong Shan didn't answer. He only offered a gentle smile. He was smug on the inside. Once I got the hang of it. Gathering intelligence has become much easier. After a fruitful day of executing his plan, Yong Shan returned cheerfully to his room. I'm back. At that moment, Qing Tuan was clinging tightly to Bai Xiaoqi. Her entire body was trembling. She advised him sympathetically, Xiaoqi, you have to be strong. Seeing the bizarre behavior of the two before him, Yong Shan was a bit annoyed. He said angrily, What are you two doing? Qing Tuan was snapped out of her daze. Only then did she understand. She yelled, her face full of shock. You've been going around flirting with men every day just to gather intelligence? Yong Shan replied calmly. What did you think I was doing? Lying on the bed. Bai Xiaoqi grew more and more moved. His eyes welled up with tears. Big brother Yang, you've truly sacrificed too much. But Yong Shan paid him no mind. He just stared at Bai Xiaoqi's arm, thinking, this guy's wound is almost healed. Maybe I should beat him up again. Qing Tuan said excitedly. So what important intelligence do they tell you? Like, the hidden key to the sect's grand protection formation? The state of the Wuji sect's defenses? Secret cultivation techniques? Hearing this, Yong Shan showed a look of contempt. You think with me running around like this every day, other people wouldn't notice? Asking those questions would be a death wish. I approached those cultivators simply to build good relationships. It's just to make it easier to move around. Qing Tuan's face was a mask of confusion. Seeing her expression, Yong Shan immediately explained. Wang Air in the kitchens said he has to make dozens of extra pounds of steamed buns every day. Old Lu's son from the gardens is a bricklayer, and he hasn't been seen recently. Matron Zhao, who sweeps the Wenjin Pavilion, has changed her work schedule to the mornings. By moving through the sect every day, my real goal is to interact with these service workers. They can only operate within a fixed area each day. So those high and mighty cultivators would never think they know anything important. But when I compile and connect all their information, as he spoke, Yong Shan looked as if victory was already in his grasp, as if he held the entire sect in the palm of his hand. He said confidently, to me, the Wuji sect no longer has any secrets. In the most heavily guarded area, Zhang Chufan reported, Bai Xiaoqi has been lying in his room every day. He hasn't had contact with anyone. The demon sect hasn't appeared again either. On the other hand, the Yang Shanshan who came with him is running all over the place. But there's no suspicious activity. She's probably just a young lady who enjoys being pursued by others. The elder heard this and immediately replied. This is what the people from the Caoxia Hall found after raiding the demon sect's stronghold yesterday. Take a look. Zhang Chufan held the set of clothes in his hand. His face was full of confusion. Clothing? Could this be? The next second, Zhang Chufan recognized it instantly. Which is a set of clothes? Yang Shan's identity seemed to have been exposed in an instant. The inner sect of the Wuji sect is composed of 6 halls. It is the number 1 immortal sect in Jiangnan. The halls are Gongzhu, Zhengyi, Wenjin, Caoxia, Jundao, Jianshi, and Jifa. Most disciples, under the command of the 3 heavenly venerates, guard Penglai year-round, fighting against external demons. The sect master and the 6 hall masters are in seclusion in the Zhenhai Pavilion. They represent the protectors of Zhenhai and have never shown their faces. For the past 100 years, the sect's affairs have been handled by the elder immortal lords of the 6 halls. Assisting them in managing the sect are their direct disciples. The so-called 7 scions of the boundless sect are merely immortal masters. The safety of the entire sect relies on the sect-protecting grand formation that covers the whole mountain. It isolates them from the outside world. And this is the target of our plan. Yong Shan smiled wickedly, analyzing in detail. Yong Shan continued, as long as we shut down the sect-protecting grand formation, in the boundless sect's current state, they absolutely cannot withstand an attack from the demon sect's army. After laying out his plan, he pulled Bai Xiaoqi out for a walk. Xiaoqi, you can have an unfortunate accident during the demon sect's attack and escape in the chaos. Qing Tuan, walking beside them, was still a bit skeptical, but he asked confused, how can you be so sure the demon sect will be able to attack? Bai Xiaoqi turned his head and replied, it sounds simple, but this involves the fate of the entire sect. How can you just shut it down on a whim? You're not going to make me do something again, are you? Yong Shan laughed confidently. Huh, what do you think I've been doing here all this time? I've been gathering intelligence. The boundless sect's grand formation is divided into 10 formation nodes, buried beneath the mountain, and their positions change with the tides. Normally, forget getting close. You wouldn't even be able to find them. But, as luck would have it, because of the sudden disaster earlier, the spirit stones in 3 locations of the grand formation have been corrupted. They need to be replaced. At this point, Yong Shan grabbed Bai Xiaoqi and shook him. I had Qing Tuan expose his demon sect techniques. to give the Boundless sect another reason to speed up the repairs. Your sacrifice was worth it. Yong Shan continued with a serious tone. In this kind of large-scale project, which requires digging up the entire mountain and covers the whole sect, can't be completed by just a few people casting spells. It requires a massive amount of manpower and resources. So, no matter how good their security is, as long as I analyze the flow of materials and money, I can pinpoint their locations. After listening to this analysis, Bai Xiaoqi praised him with a sincere expression. Truly worthy of being called Brother Yang. Yong Shan continued excitedly. Next, we just need to wait for Qing Tuan to cause a ruckus in the Boundless sect, and then sneak in during the confusion. Qing Tuan chimed in enthusiastically. That's right. Just leave it to this genius, immortal lord. Yong Shan felt like he'd struck gold. He couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. And the spirit stone I need for my mission will soon be in my grasp. Huh. Just as he was lost in his excitement, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Junior sister San San. Lu Yang, carrying a bowl of taro balls, said with a smile. I tried making the taro ball dessert you mentioned last time. Want to try some together? Yong Shan smiled back. I'm sorry. I have to stay with my husband today. This answer left Lu Yang a bit disappointed. Oh, is that so? He said sadly. Another male disciple appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. Junior sister San San. Would you like to go to Meow Street to see the flowers with me today? Yong Shan replied politely, I'm sorry. Not today. It wasn't just one or two. Countless male disciples, for some unknown reason, were flocking towards him, calling out in adoration. Junior sister San San. Junior sister. Stay for a little while. This scene not only left Yong Shan speechless, but also made Bai Xiaoqi's face turn pale with fear. The next second, the three of them quickly slipped away under the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Bai Xiaoqi looked up at Yong Shan and said, Brother Yang, your relationships in the sect are really something else. At this, Bai Xiaoqi looked a bit awkward, but, seeing the hateful gazes of the crowd, staring at him with resentment, Bai Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel scared and uneasy. Why do I get the feeling these guys are hostile towards me? Hearing this, Yong Shan could only reply awkwardly. Investigating intelligence has some side effects. Don't mind the details. At the formation hall, a voice could be heard from outside. Let's do it here then. Yong Shan's group had somehow already gotten inside. Yong Shan spoke up. There are many meditation rooms in the formation hall for disciples to cultivate. This one I specifically bribed someone to hold for us. As he spoke, he looked out the window at the scene below. Later, the people maintaining the formation will all pass by down there. The foot of the mountain was deserted. Yong Shan suddenly pulled the hairpin from his hair, saying seriously, There are quite a few servant slaves inside. I'll take the opportunity to blend in, then follow them to the formation node. Half an hour later, Qing Tuan will find a chance to cause a diversion. As soon as he finished, Qing Tuan immediately grabbed his chest and slowly pulled out a cotton ball, leaving Bai Xiaoqi, who was sitting beside them, completely dumbfounded. Yong Shan said with a stern expression, To ensure safety, the Boundless sect will definitely dismiss everyone once the repairs are done. I'll make my move then. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi couldn't hide his surprise. Brother Yang, you want to go and shut down the Grand Formation by yourself? Have your meridians, damaged during the cloud-treading path, recovered already? Yong Shan replied confidently. How could they? I'm just using some medicine to barely regain my ability to move. Right now, I'm a genuinely weak and delicate young lady. However, Bai Xiaoqi still couldn't help but worry. But that's too dangerous. Yong Shan said, What other choice is there? If Qing Tuan attacks head-on, without someone outside creating a diversion, even if he succeeds, he'll be trapped in a mountain cave, and you haven't recovered your mobility yet. At this, he turned and blamed Qing Tuan. Using the Boundless sect's medicine, and lying down for so long, and you're still not recovered? You hit him that hard, Qing Tuan replied helplessly. You're the one who said to just leave him with a single breath. While the two were talking, Bai Xiaoqi's expression suddenly darkened. He lowered his head and muttered an apology. Brother Yang, changing out of the women's clothes. Yong Shan donned a neat and tidy outfit. He spoke with confidence. In short, we'll make it look like we're still in this meditation room. The job of stalling for time is up to you. As he spoke, he threw a pile of discarded women's clothing and other items outside to set the scene. Yong Shan couldn't help but flash a wicked, smug grin. Then figure out a way to make some noise. I'm sure no one will come to bother you then. Perfect. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi was stunned for a long moment. Wait, what kind of noise? But Yong Shan paid him no mind. His mind was focused solely on his goal. He said, let's begin. Timing-wise, the other side should have discovered it by now. The outer sect of the boundless sect's Lei Shan faction. Inside, an elder was lecturing the disciples. You must keep up. Refine all your blood and qi into true qi. Guide it into your sea of qi, and circulate it endlessly. Once your sea of qi is stable, you will officially enter the qi refining stage and become true immortal masters. Everyone was focused on the lecture, cultivating. Lily stood outside, observing, seeing a figure appear before her. She was a little confused. Seeing your brother Zhang. The foundation establishment over here is going smoothly. What brings you here so suddenly? Zhang Shifan replied immediately. I'm looking for Lu Man. Hearing her name, Lu Man asked, me? Zhang Shifan replied seriously, yes. I have a few things to ask you. About Yong Shan. Hearing this name, Lu Man immediately recalled Yong Shan's figure. She was lost in thought, confused. Young master. Outside a large mountain cave. A crowd had already gathered. A voice rang out, senior sister. The manpower you requested has been brought here. Hearing this, Chen Si, one of the 7 true disciples of Elder Li Hong from the Formation Hall, asked doubtfully, what's with this guy? Isn't he from the Hall of Righteous Rights? Angie replied bluntly, you say that like I wanted to come. If it wasn't for your Formation Hall being under suspicion, the Elder wouldn't have sent this old senior to vouch for you. Hearing Angie's words, the male disciples beside, Chun Si immediately retorted, what did you just say? A guy who's been in the kitchen for 10,000 years. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Chun Si, however, paid them no mind. She replied coolly, whatever. Come if you want. Don't if you don't. At this moment, a group of servants appeared from somewhere, and those male disciples were still arguing heatedly with Angie. You'd better follow along properly. And don't touch anything. Yong Shan watched the situation from afar. He smiled to himself. Easy. Almost no checks at all. I've already managed to blend in. Those disciples were still enthusiastically talking to Angie. The path is clear. Nothing unusual. The sect protecting Grand Formation shows no other cultivators nearby. We've also checked with communication talismans. Except for this guy. Yong Shan's gaze never left them. He thought to himself, the security against cultivators is pretty tight. They checked us several times on the way. It seems these immortal masters have absolutely no guard up against ordinary people. Shall I be glad that my system crashed, leaving me stuck at the foundation establishment stage, without having formed a sea of qi? At this thought, Yong Shan imagined stomping his foot. He told himself, son of a bitch. Yeah, thanks a million. Back in reality, Yong Shan was still lost in thought. Whatever. I'll figure out the cultivation thing eventually. Worst case scenario, at the very end, I'll just frantically stack a bunch of attributes. Stack them until my strength and speed are both A rank. I'll achieve sainthood through sheer physical prowess and solve everything with a single punch. Just as he was grinning excitedly, someone suddenly came over and nudged him. Hey, young man, snap out of it. It's time to haul some bricks. The other laborers were laughing and encouraging each other as they worked. It's fine. Just a little stretching. We'll be done once the job is done. This made Angie cast a puzzled glance in their direction. Yong Shan gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I was getting carried away. Get to work. Stop standing around like an idiot. With that thought, he strained to lift the basket of bricks on his back. However, something seemed to be wrong. No matter how much force Yong Shan used, the basket of stones on his back didn't seem to budge an inch. This left him feeling utterly helpless. What the hell? This stuff is way too heavy. I'm always so busy sweet-talking my way through things that I overlooked a fatal flaw in the plan. An image of a dejected man hauling bricks appeared in his mind, accompanied by a single line of text. I can't go on. My only future is hauling bricks. The more Yong Shan thought about it, the more miserable he felt. He screamed internally. The truth is, I'm not even qualified to haul bricks. He tried to lift the basket, but his body wouldn't stop shaking. He thought to himself, what do I do now? Should I bite the bullet and spend 500 points for a little strength? In stark contrast to him, all the other laborers easily lifted several baskets. Faced with this sight, a cold sweat broke out on Yong Shan's brow. He thought in a panic, the gap between me and these monsters is really that huge? A boundless sect disciple stood at the entrance. He directed the crowd of laborers. Inside, pick up your loads. Let's go move it. Just as Yong Shan was lost in thought, a hand suddenly grabbed the basket on his back. It was another laborer. He looked at Yong Shan and said, young people these days can't even carry a few bricks. I can tell you've never had a full meal in your life. The other laborers immediately gathered around, chiming in. It's all right. Everyone, just be a bit more careful. We just need to help each other out. Once this job is done, take the money home, have a couple of good meals, and you'll be as strong as an ox. Seeing them like this, Yong Shan was a bit surprised. He stammered, thank you. He seemed genuinely grateful. These people are so kind. If I get the chance, I have to find a way to help them out of poverty. The moment Yong Shan's words came out, the laborers in front of him froze. Then they turned to look at him with shocked expressions, exclaiming, why does that voice sound like a woman's? Only then did Yong Shan realize his mistake. He frantically covered his mouth, thinking, oh crap, I forgot about the voice-changing pill I took this morning. The effect hasn't worn off yet. The laborers trembled. They wept with sympathy for Yong Shan's fate. Could it be, when he was a child, he was almost sold into the palace? Or maybe his family was just too poor. What a tragic life. At this, they tried to console him. Don't worry. We're all from the same hometown. We'll help each other out. Everything will be okay. Faced with this scene, Yong Shan could only force a smile and stammer. So, should I be thanking you for this? Shin-Si held a large jade tablet. She then spoke in a cold voice. It's time. The formation node is locked. Everyone, prepare to enter the inlay position. Move out. Hearing this, all the disciples blindfolded themselves in unison, replying, yes. Inside the mountain cave, the laborers followed behind the disciples. Yangjo spoke as he walked. Are we there yet? I hope we don't miss lunch. Yong Shan watched the blindfolded disciples from a distance. He couldn't help but feel confused. Are these people crazy, walking with their eyes covered? Even though the blindfolds are thin, it's bound to affect their vision, at least a little. Could it be that the formation ahead is extremely bright? Then what about us manual laborers? Don't we matter? Or is there another reason? Well, I'm already here. No point in overthinking it. Later, as long as Qing Tuan causes a big enough scene outside, I'll find a chance to grab the spirit stone and slip away. After walking for a while, they finally reached their destination. Yong Shan was so blinded by the light inside that he couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ack!" The inside was like a completely different space. The boundless, fantastical sight made him wonder in amazement. This is the sect-protecting grand formation of the boundless sect. Yong Shan seemed so excited he was on the verge of tears. Isn't this how a formation of this type is supposed to be? There's an immortal jade up there, some kind of spirit stone as the power core. Watching the disciples intently drawing something made him even more curious. What the hell are these cultivators drawing? Yong Shan's eyes seemed glued to the formation before him. He muttered in a daze. But this place is so huge. Where am I supposed to find a formation's spirit stone? In another location, Qing Tuan was sitting under a tree, reading a book. She seemed completely absorbed. Yangjo suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Well, hello, beautiful junior sister. What are you doing sitting here all by yourself? I don't recognize you. Are you one of the new arrivals? Why aren't you out at the Foundation establishment area? Qing Tuan ignored his questions. She simply closed her book and muttered to herself. Yong Shan's been gone for a while now. By my calculations, he should have arrived by now. As she spoke, she slowly stood up. In that case, Yangjo smiled brightly. He struck a charming pose and said, would you like to come to the kitchen and sample your senior brother he's cooking? I've just learned to make red lotus hazma soup. It's great for preserving one's beauty and warding off the cold. Without another word, Qing Tuan delivered a thunderous punch to Yangjo's face. Then let's start with you. The next second, Yangjo was sent flying. Blood poured from his nose. With just one move, Yangjo was knocked out cold. Qing Tuan flashed a wicked, smug grin. She said confidently, let this mistress stir up some trouble. A crowd of people surrounded one person. accompanied by panicked alarms. Intruder! It's that demon woman from the demon sect from last time. Qing Tuan wore a mask. She calmly fought against the disciples before her. They fought while shouting angrily. How dare you cause trouble in the boundless sect? Surrender now. Arrogant demon. Today is the day you die. Qing Tuan was not provoked by these words. She simply stated in a cool voice, why do you all talk so much useless nonsense while fighting? Does the boundless sect have a unified curriculum for this sort of thing? Just then, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Countless small formations appeared, surrounding Qing Tuan. This surprised her slightly. The sect-protecting Grand Formation has been activated. In an instant, a series of viscous liquids shot out from the formations. Oh, they restrained Qing Tuan's hands, making her think to herself, as I thought. Once it's activated, there's no hiding it. Seeing Qing Tuan restrained, all the disciples charged forward to attack. Demoness. Qing Tuan didn't say much. She just asked, the sect-protecting Grand Formation has been activated. In an instant, all the formations converged into an earth vein, leaving Qing Tuan unable to move. She could only wait for the disciples to fly up and attack. She quickly used the scattering soul transformation technique. Golden Crow Bell. A giant bell suddenly appeared. It enveloped Qing Tuan's entire body, helping her block all of the disciples' attacks. The power of the magic treasure seemed immense. It emitted waves of roars, affecting a vast area. After destroying everything, Qing Tuan landed gracefully, saying, haha, scaring them wasn't my intention. This time, I made a big enough scene. This should be enough to draw the enemy's attention for Yong Shan. Meanwhile, on Yong Shan's side, he was still hard at work, observing the situation around him. Yong Shan thought helplessly, damn it, where in the world is the crystal core for this grand protection formation? He was growing impatient with the situation. Come to think of it, I don't even know what it looks like. Why do they make the formations in this cultivation world so complicated? Just then, the sound of conversation drifted from a distance. These things shouldn't be moved here. The path is all messed up. A service worker hurriedly replied, my apologies, honored immortal master. The more Yong Shan listened, the more his guard went up. It's hard to move around. There are too many restrictions. Even trying to operate is extremely difficult. But just as he was focused on his calculations, two service workers suddenly walked toward him, saying, little Tai, ahem, little brother. Are you all right? If you can't carry that, then come with us. Yong Shan pulled his hood down lower. Then he smiled and replied, I'm fine. Thank you. He calculated inwardly. At this rate, by the time Qing Tuan makes her move, I still won't have confirmed the target's location. How am I supposed to grab it and run? With that thought, Yong Shan spoke up. Everyone, just focus on your own work. This little bit of stuff, I can handle it alone. But his mind was racing. My cultivation is crippled. It's so bad I can't even risk sneaking in. I have to think of a way fast. The service worker replied cheerfully, don't be a stranger. A fellow countryman is in trouble. How can we not lend a hand? For some reason, 4 blood-red eyes suddenly appeared on the man's head. They were staring intently at Yong Shan. The moment he saw this, Yong Shan screamed in terror. What the hell is this? Seeing his confused expression, the service worker asked blankly, what's wrong with you? The 4 eyes had vanished without a trace. Yong Shan was stunned. A cold sweat broke out on his skin. He couldn't say a word. Hearing the strange noise, a disciple looked over in their direction. Seeing this, the 2 service workers immediately stood in front of Yong Shan. Then they turned their heads to remind him, shouting, and making a scene like that will get you a scolding from the honored immortal masters. Yong Shan forced a laugh and replied, no, it's nothing. I've just accidentally bit my tongue. Haha. He was panicking in his thoughts. Was that a hallucination? It must be because I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Right at that moment, a service worker spoke up. Hurry up. Let's get back to work. However, the strange thing was they all had terrifying appearances. Like monsters. The more Yong Shan looked, the more frightened he became, repeatedly slapping his own head. He cried and wailed. It's definitely not a hallucination. The next second, he seemed to sense the abnormality. He saw that he, too, was mutating. Yong Shan was bewildered. What's happening to me? However, in just a flash, everything returned to normal. It all disappeared, leaving Yong Shan more curious and confused than ever. Calm down. These are all just phantoms. They can't be touched. looking at the people in front of him. Yong Shan told himself, but still the other people. Can I not see these things? A service worker walked towards a female disciple. Honored immortal master. He said, his head split in two. Here is the item you requested. The female disciple saw him and immediately backed away. She cried out in fear, just leave it there. Don't come any closer. The service worker replied, his face full of confusion. Yes, master. Chun-Si walked over from a distance. She couldn't help but remind her, stay calm. Focus on your work. Use your peripheral vision to watch others. The female disciple replied obediently, yes, senior sister. Hearing their conversation, Yong Shan understood immediately. So, these immortal masters of the Wuji sect can see it too. He couldn't help but ponder. Could the reason be true qi? Although I'm stuck at the foundation establishment stage, there is indeed true qi in my body. Is that why I can faintly see these phantoms? He thought, while staring at his own mutating hand. Those disciples were still focused on drawing some sort of incantations on the formation. The more Yong Shan looked, the more he thought. The situation for the immortal masters with complete qi sees must be even more serious than mine. That must be why they have to cover their eyes. Are they too afraid to look? These guys are such cowards. You can tell they've never played any horror games. After thinking for a moment, Yong Shan seemed to have discovered something. Wait, if that's the case, then right now, in the eyes of these immortal masters, me and the other service workers here actually all look like monsters. The more he thought, the more a demonic, twisted smile spread across his face. In that case, I've just thought of a rather interesting way to play this. Inside the Wuji sect, countless formations were converging on one location. Loud noises came continuously from afar. People ran over in a panic to deliver the news. Junior sister Shan, junior brother Xiaoqi, an enemy has infiltrated the sect. The elders have given the order. Seal the quiet chambers. Everyone is to. The two disciples who were talking suddenly noticed something. Seeing the undergarment tossed on the floor, the two were puzzled. Could this belong to junior sister Shan? The next second, they immediately connected the dots. The two of them cultivating in the quiet chamber. So shameless. Although they thought that, both of them blushed. They stepped inside with great interest. This is a sudden emergency. Us barging in like this is completely justified. That's right. It's all for the safety of our juniors. Bai Xiaoqi, inside, immediately sensed the intrusion. The next second, Bai Xiaoqi decisively grabbed his dagger and plunged it straight into one disciple's heart. The other person saw this. He was utterly shocked. He hastily drew his sword, saying, Bai Xiaoqi, you. However, before the male disciple could act, he was quickly taken down by Bai Xiaoqi. In an instant, fresh blood splattered across the room. After dealing with the two motionless bodies on the floor, Bai Xiaoqi gave a smug smile. Looking out the window, Bai Xiaoqi spoke coldly. The manpower of the Wuji sect has been drawn away by Qing Tuan. Now is the best chance to go to the Wenjin Pavilion and search for records related to the Cloud Ascension path. Outside, it seemed chaotic. The disciples were all heading towards the formation in the distance, preparing for a joint attack. Bai Xiaoqi removed the bandages from his body, saying coldly, although I feel guilty for hiding this from Big Brother Yang. If he knew my injuries had already recovered, Bai Xiaoqi said, while imagining a terrifying image of Yong Shan. He said in a panic, he would definitely rope me into some bizarre plan. The next second, he quickly flew out the window. As Bai Xiaoqi moved swiftly, he told himself, taking advantage of Big Brother Yang's plan to make my move is my last chance. I can't return empty-handed this time. Inside the defensive formation, disciples were patrolling everywhere. A hand suddenly reached out from ahead, accompanied by a sentence. Brother, could you help me for a moment? Hearing this voice, the disciple was stunned, saying, that voice is... The next second, the disciple recognized it instantly. Junior sister Shan. Out of caution, the disciple drew his sword. Then he asked suspiciously, Junior sister Shan, why did you run all the way out here? Yong Shan replied with a devious, sly expression. I don't know either. I was bathing in my room, and suddenly I was here. Where's this place? Hearing this, the male disciple turned bright red, stammering, be bathing? If that's the case, does that mean junior sister Shan is currently? Though his nose was already bleeding, the disciple tried to wipe it away, saying seriously, no, That's not right. This isn't the time to talk about this. For something like this to happen, it seems there's a major problem with the formation. With that, the guy walked straight ahead, saying casually, Junior sister Shan, I'll take you to find the senior sister. Yong Shan quickly waved his hands, say, don't come over here. I'm not in a state to be seen right now. Just point me in the right direction. However, the disciple paid him no mind. He grabbed Yong Shan's hand and pulled him closer, saying, this is important. Forgive my rudeness. So righteous. And then, without a second word, Yong Shan ripped the disciple's blindfold off. Without the blindfold, the disciple immediately saw that he was holding a withered, skeletal hand. It was utterly grotesque. He let out a stunned cry. Yong Shan's eyes glowed red. With sharp fangs, he spoke. Damn it, I did warn you. With that, octopus-like tentacles appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around the disciple. This terrified the young man to his core. He screamed and cried, stay away. Yong Shan's appearance was truly horrifying, like a true demon from the depths of hell. In a single moment, the male disciple fainted. After dealing with him, Yong Shan kicked the disciple's body and said nonchalantly, scared unconscious just like that. This kid has no guts at all, and he wants to be an immortal master who slays demons? As he spoke, he looked down at the tentacles in his hands and muttered to himself. It's not just some tentacle illusion, is it? He's been out for so long. I can't imagine what scared him so badly. A while later, inside the formation, the male disciple had been stripped of his clothes by Yong Shan, who said, with the clothes and token of the Infinite Sex Formation Defense Hall, moving around should be much easier. As Yong Shan put on the disciple's clothes, he said excitedly, I just need to find Chin Si, the one in charge of the repairs. Then I should be able to find the formation's core spirit stone quickly. As he spoke, a sinister smile spread across his face as he schemed. I'll use Yong Shan's voice and my monstrous form as a cover. Then I'll just find a few kind-hearted souls to ask for directions. However, Yong Shan still had some doubts and worries. But then again, why hasn't Qing Tuan caused a ruckus yet after all this time? Did she get lost in a book and forget? But this also gives me a little more time to identify my target. When the opportunity arises, I'll definitely be able to succeed in one strike. As Yong Shan spoke, he walked forward. In the shadow behind him, long, grotesque tentacles materialized. At that moment, the male disciple suddenly woke up. He trembled as he tried to stand. Damn it, he thought. Asterisk, I let my guard down for a moment. I've been corrupted, asterisk, like the scars on his body. The disciple assessed his condition. Luckily, it wasn't for long. The true qi in my body hasn't been too severely corroded. With that, he leaned against the wall and tried to leave. There's something wrong with that Yong Shan. I have to warn senior sister. However, he hadn't gone far before he realized something was wrong. Long tentacles shot out from behind him, wrapping around his body. They dragged him straight into the wall. The disciple was powerless to resist. He screamed in terror. What is this? His entire body was ensnared by the long tentacles. He could only scream in despair. No. Finally, he vanished on the spot. Everything returned to silence. Other disciples walked by, completely unaware that anything unusual had happened. The image of a frail young woman appeared. Her eyes flashed with a terrifying red light. Infinite void, evil-slaying slash. A loud explosion echoed. Qing Tuan crushed the object in her hand, whispering softly, to actually be able to touch my golden olivine bell. You all have some skill, I'll give you that. Then she pointed a finger to the sky and shouted, Hey, I admit I was wrong. Are you going to let me live or not? Hearing this, Lai Cheng raised an eyebrow. What do you think? He immediately ordered his men to attack her. A massive explosion erupted. Boom! None of you have even died. It was just smashing a few houses. No big deal. You all should know when to quit. If you keep this up, I'm going to stop playing nice, she said. Damn, more than half of the Infinite Sect has already come after me. What the hell is that Yong Shan doing? If he doesn't shut down the formation soon, this whole plan is going down the drain. At this time, at the main hall of the Infinite Sect, Wei Daoping asked the two, What is the situation now? Hearing this, Lu Chan replied, Other than Outer Sect Elder Qin Shuo, who is outside investigating the demonic sect's whereabouts. The three elders, Lai Cheng, Xiejio, and Su Qinghai have all led disciples to surround and eliminate the intruders. At this point, her expression became a little worried. But the enemy is incredibly resourceful and extremely ruthless when they flee. I'm afraid it will take some more time to deal with them completely. Hearing this, Wei Daoping's brow furrowed. I remember Chen Si is repairing the sect-protecting Grand Formation. I wonder what the demonic sect's goal is. To be safe, we should probably force her out first. Besides, if something happens to the Formation's hub, it's not convenient for immortals like us to intervene. No need, no need. This hub is probably like the last two. Just a few corrupted talismans. Just take them out and replace them with new ones. And if it's not, then she'll know what to do. Don't worry. The light from a lamp illuminated the passageway. Everyone sighed in relief. Damn it, finally done. We haven't seen that little eunuch kid all day. Don't be so loud. Everyone falls on hard times. No one would be in this position if they weren't desperate. Let's ask him what's going on when he comes out. If he's really in trouble, we can lend a hand. If he has nowhere else to go, he might as well come back to our village with us. At least he'll have a place to stay. That's a great idea. We had a good haul today. We can afford one more mouth to feed. He's got hands and feet. He'll be able to find work somehow. He won't starve. Finally dealt with those path blockers. Immortal Masters, Teehee. Come and play with me. Yong Shan imagined the scene for a moment. He thought helplessly. The voice-changing medicine is about to wear off. Without Shan Shan's coquettish tone to cover for me, I can only act like a lost puppy to risk getting closer. If I keep pushing my luck like this a few more times, I'm really going to get cut down. But after feeling my way through this entire place, I've finally found my target. That must be the core spirit stone of the sect-protecting Grand Formation. Next, I just need to wait for those obstacles to leave. Asterisk, then I'll find a chance to get close. Or, asterisk, I could create an opportunity myself. An impatient man pointed at the giant spirit stone and said, "You're still not done checking it after all this time? Your efficiency is way too low. Almost. All the talismans corroded by the evil entity have been replaced. We just need to perform one last check on the core spirit stone." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Get out of the way. I need to see Senior Sister." A moment later, Yong Shan jumped out from nowhere. "Senior Sister, something terrible has happened. Several of our fellow disciples have collapsed in the corner. I don't know what happened." Hearing this, Chen Si raised an eyebrow and asked, "Someone collapse?" Yong Shan heard this and replied without hesitation, "Yes. An enemy might have snuck in. Senior Sister, you should go take a look quickly." "No need. I already know what happened." Hearing this, Yong Shan's eyes widened. He thought, "What do you know?" Chen Si spoke towards the spirit stone. If there's a problem with the spirit stone, it's hardly avoidable that a few disciples with weaker minds would be corrupted. Still, since we've checked this far, go and bring those handymen over here. Not long after, 3 handymen were brought over. They walked up to the spirit stone. They reached out, about to lift it. "Exalted Immortal Master, are we here to touch this ball? If you want to lift it, there's no way just a few of us can do it." Yong Shan screamed internally. Asterisk, seriously? Asterisk, don't tell me they're planning to move this spirit stone to fix it? If they do that, how am I supposed to tamper with it? Just then, strange growths began to sprout from the handymen's bodies. They couldn't help but scream in terror. What's happening? A few seconds later, all of them had become deformed. "Immortal Master, help." Chen Si's people immediately drew their swords. "Everyone, be careful. This isn't an illusion." He pointed the tip of his sword at a handyman's forehead. "It's a real monster." A shocked cry immediately rang out. "What?" Chen Si cast a spell, speaking nonchalantly. "Mortals are truly base creatures by nature. Greedy and foolish. Their hearts full of schemes. If they were truly kind and selfless people, how could they be corrupted by the corrupting miasma and turned into monsters?" The laborers couldn't help but scream in terror. "Help! Save us! Immortal Master!" However, helping me confirm the state of the spirit stone can be considered atoning for some of your sins. With a crack, the giant block of ice shattered, forming razor-sharp shards. Chen Si sneered, muttering, "If there is a next life." Yong Shan witnessed this scene. He clenched his fists tightly. He thought to himself, using living people as experiments? He gritted his teeth in fury. "Is this the immortality you people cultivate?" Chen Si spoke again. "I hope you will no longer do evil." Then, decisively, She caused the ice block to shatter into pieces. Yong Shan's brows furrowed tightly. A deep hatred for the boundless sect had already taken root in his heart. System notification. Mission item detected. Spirit stone. With a thud, a large chunk of ice rolled to Yong Shan's feet. He couldn't help but stare at it in shock. It was the face of one of the laborers. Please approach within absorption range to complete the mission. It was the man who had kindly helped him earlier. A young woman saw him in a daze and asked with concern, "Junior brother, are you all right?" "It's okay. It's the first time you've seen something like this. It's certainly frightening. But don't worry. The sect will compensate their families. Besides, everything we do is to protect all of Jiangnan. Sacrificing just a few mortals is an unavoidable necessity." At this, she smiled. "Doesn't thinking of it that way make you feel much better?" Hearing this, Yong Shan replied in a low voice, "Thank you, senior sister. It was just me overthinking things." He then thought to himself, looking at her, "It's okay. It's just a few mortals after all." The young woman looked at him, a little surprised. "Hey, do we have someone like him in our hall? But he looks a little familiar. Is he new?" Angie chimed in from out of nowhere. He casually commented, "The spirit stone is corrupted." "What now?" "Replace it." The young woman saw him. She quickly shouted, "Senior brother, don't just touch things randomly. Even though we have true qi protecting our bodies, prolonged contact will still cause erosion." Seeing that they were all focused on the spirit stone, Yong Shan inwardly called out, "You stupid system. I hope the skill reward for this mission is strong enough." At this thought, he furrowed his brow. "Strong enough that I can," he emphasized in a fit of rage. "Kill everyone here. Move, move. The corrupted spirit stone must be removed. Our esteemed elder will be coming to replace this sacred object. Do you think you could just touch it as you please?" Seeing this, Angie looked displeased. "Who'd want to?" Yong Shan calculated inwardly. "Once they take this spirit stone away, it'll be even harder to get close to it again. I don't know if this half-baked true qi in my body can withstand their spells. But I have to make my move now." Suddenly, Chen Si spoke up, stopping everyone's actions. "Wait." Hearing this, everyone turned around. "Senior sister? What is it?" she suggested. "The Grand Formation Spirit Stone is incredibly precious. There are only 2 in the entire sect's treasury. How about we try to repair it first?" Hearing this, the young woman beside her exclaimed in surprise. "A spirit stone corrupted by the miasma can be repaired? Master never taught us that." Chen Si retorted. "Does something so simple even need to be taught? The corrupting miasma is the evil of the mortal world. To purify it, one can only use the purest power, which is..." As she spoke, she attacked the young woman directly. "The essence of the sea of qi in your bodies." The young woman immediately fell to the ground. Everyone screamed in horror. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Killing a fellow disciple? These people from the immortal sects are all insane. The true qi is pure, but there's too little of it. It seems you've been slacking off on your cultivation." Yong Shan couldn't contain his anger. "But this is a good opportunity." Chen Si licked her lips and said, "Fortunately, the disciples guarding the main hall practice every day, and enough people came this time. It should be enough to use." Hearing this, everyone screamed, "Senior sister, you can't be serious." Just then, Yong Shan rushed forward, shouting, "She's been infected by the corrupting miasma. Seize her. The elders will serve us justice. That's right. Fight her to the death. Otherwise, we'll all die. Don't be afraid. She's only one person. Everyone attack." After giving the order, Yong Shan silently watched as everyone charged forward. He didn't say a word. He quietly backed away. The core spirit stone slowly began to rise. Now is the time. Watching the crowd rushing toward her, Chen Si said calmly, "Why bother resisting? The sect has worked so hard to cultivate you. For you to repay that debt with your lives. Isn't that only natural?" She frowned. "Could it be that you all..." She then took out a talisman. "Are a bunch of ungrateful wretches?" With just a soft sound, she easily sent everyone flying. In an instant, they were all frozen solid. As for Yong Shan, he had already spotted the mission objective. The spirit stone began to be absorbed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "It's opening. Wait." He stared into the spirit stone. There was a person inside, A young woman was lying peacefully inside. A loud explosion rang out. Yong Shan was also frozen. What? Chen-Si's face was red with fury. She roared as she strode forward. You villain! She screamed. What are you trying to do to my sister? Yong Shan clutched his frozen arm. He exclaimed in shock. That's a spirit stone? The woman in the spirit stone continued to rise higher. A strange energy emanated from her wrist. Mission objective is absorbing the spirit stone. Host must maintain proximity to the spirit stone. Direct contact can increase the speed. Being too far will result in mission failure. Hearing this, Yong Shan roared in anger. You damn system. Stay close to the spirit stone. Easier said than done. He thought to himself, so many people, and not a single one could buy me some time. Is the power gap between immortal masters in this world really that big? He suddenly turned back and asked Chen-Si with a cheerful expression. You just said this is your sister? Could it be that she was by the boundless sect? I have to find a way to stall for time by talking nonsense. Chen-Si still held the talisman in her hand. Hearing this, she roared. You villain! Seeing her reaction, Yong Shan was a little surprised. Chen-Si didn't hesitate. She attacked directly. Stay away from my sister. In an instant, a giant ice spike pierced straight through Yong Shan's abdomen. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide with pain. Damn it! Chen-Si approached the slowly crumbling spirit stone. It's all right. It was just a lowly villain. Suddenly, several chains extended from within. It reached out and touched the shattered pieces. No one will bother you anymore, sister. Look, sister. I even found this miasma-resistant, corruption-dispelling elixir for you. Chen-Si said as she fed the elixir into her sister's mouth. With so much true qi. For the next 10 or so years, you won't be eroded anymore. When this runs out, I'll bring you a new elixir. She held the young woman in her arms. Don't worry, sister. I will definitely take good care of you, Chen-Si said with a gentle smile. So, you will also, for my sake, do your job well, right? System continuously sending notifications. Warning. Distance to mission objective critical. Mission failure imminent. Warning. Distance to mission objective critical. Mission failure imminent. Warning. Distance to mission objective critical. Mission failure imminent. Warning. Distance to mission objective critical. Mission failure imminent. Warning. Distance to mission objective critical. Mission failure imminent. Hearing this, Yong Shan roared. So damn annoying. If you're not going to help, then shut the hell up. Is this what formed after that 1 second of contact? Just as I thought. The half-assed true qi in my body is useless. Gah! Yong Shan immediately reached down and ripped the ice shard from his abdomen. He glared at Chen-Si. If I just keep rushing in recklessly, I'll probably be beaten into a monster before I can even complete the mission. However, an incredibly twisted expression suddenly appeared on his face. But that's fine too. The moment he finished speaking, Yong Shan gripped the sharp ice shard. He lunged toward Chen-Si and her sister. At that moment, Chen-Si had already realized his intent. She stood up calmly. She turned her head slightly. Taking out her talisman, she said, Why can't you just be quiet? She instantly severed Yong Shan's arm. Splat. The arm and a spray of fresh blood flew through the air. Yong Shan gritted his teeth. His face twisted into a grimace. Chen-Si. That doesn't matter anymore. He immediately charged toward the girl in the crystal. Right now, for me, completing the mission is fine. Yong Shan quickly placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. His eyes widened. They were shot through with blood vessels. And turning into a monster is fine, too. None of it matters more than killing you. In an instant, a massive ice explosion erupted. Then, the space quickly returned to silence. Chen-Si walked forward leisurely, saying, For the sake of survival, to willingly descend into a monster. What a pathetic and foolish disgrace. She reached out and tapped the center of Yong Shan's forehead. Crackle. The block of ice instantly shattered. If there's a next life, I hope you will no longer do evil. A few seconds later, a system notification appeared. Side mission. Obtain the Wuji Sex Protection Crystal. Reward. 500 points per crystal. First time completion reward. Special technique Spirit Devour. Absorption target acquired. Large amount of ownerless spiritual energy detected. Activating Spirit Devour. Chen-Si saw Yong Shan move within the ice. She gasped in shock. What? This? What is all this spiritual energy? What did you do to my sister? A wicked grin immediately spread across Yong Shan's face. I told you, Chen-Si, he said, as he shattered the massive block of ice. Right now, I've had a grand epiphany. Chen-Si immediately raised her talisman, preparing to attack. Swoosh! Countless sharp ice shards shot straight down. Yong Shan roared, I want you dead. Suddenly, the attacking ice shards all shattered before they reached her. Boom! They were all repelled. AC, come on. We made it to the city. We'll definitely find food. The Great Famine of Hongnan. People resorted to cannibalism. A weak Chen-Si lay on a little girl's back. I don't want to die. The little girl, carrying her, heard this and forced herself to her feet. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Not long after, the two stopped before a giant horse-drawn carriage. Luo Lan, inside the palanquin, exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe the origin stone is so clear. To have discovered two people at once. She cast a spell, saying, Come back to the sect with me. Whoosh. The two little girls were lifted into the sky. Chen-Si cried out with joy. So they really do exist in this world. Just like that, the two flew behind the carriage. The legendary immortals. Not long after, the two little girls were brought to the Wuji sect. Inside a hall, the two girls ate ravenously. A servant saw this and shouted, Slow down. You'll ruin your stomachs eating like that. Luo Lan looked down at the people below her feet, asking, 11 in total. Is that enough for now? The old man heard this and nodded repeatedly. Enough. It's enough to maintain the integrity of the formation's chains. But before the old man could finish, Luo Lan had already turned to leave. Then hurry up. Forge them into true crystals. Yes, as you command. After Chen-Si had eaten her fill, she was taken outside to practice magic. She shouted happily, Sister, look, I've comprehended a new spell. Hearing this, her sister clapped. Amazing. AC, you're the best. From now on, I'll have to rely on you to protect me. Being praised. Chen-Si replied shyly. How could I be as good as you, sister? You're clearly about to reach core formation. She hugged her sister. Being an immortal is so wonderful. We just have to focus on cultivating every day. We don't have to worry about going hungry anymore. That's why we have to cultivate with all our might. We also have to protect and nurture our people. Suddenly, she looked in a certain direction. She stood up, exclaiming in surprise, Is that? She looked down below. Is that Master? In an instant, the two girls secretly followed. Her sister saw this and was a bit worried. Master is really talking to someone. AC, if we get caught eavesdropping, we'll definitely be punished. Hearing that, Chen-Si frowned and replied, What if she's giving that girl private lessons? Then you'll be left behind, sister. Actually, that's not a big deal. Chen-Si peeked her head inside to look. She was immediately shocked. It was a girl suspended by glowing chains. Crash. The two of them kicked the door open without a second thought. Chen-Si's sister cried out in worry. Are you okay? I'll go get someone to save you right now. Then, Chen-Si suddenly picked something up from a table. Sister, come look at this. Inside, a formation made of 10 crystals was revealed. The Grand Sect Protection Formation. The two girls' faces went pale. They gasped. How could this be? Her sister immediately frowned and shouted urgently. AC, we have to run now. Chen-Si heard this. She felt a little uneasy. Run. Run where? Her sister didn't hesitate. She grabbed her hand and grunted with determination. We just have to disperse our true chi and become mortals again. Then even the sect won't be able to find us. Suddenly, her body swayed. Then, she choked and fell to the ground. Behind her was Chen-Si, holding a talisman. Tears welled in Chen-Si's eyes. She said softly, I'm sorry, sister. I don't want to go back to how things were before. Back at the Wuji sect, it was a beautiful, sunny day. Chen-Si held her sister's hand tightly, smiling. I have good news for you, sister. Master has agreed to let me become a reserve crystal. It's all thanks to your help. It's what let Master see my loyalty. You've taken care of me since we were little, but now it's my turn to take care of you. Whether it's the vile corruption or the depletion of the formation, I will find a way to fix you. So, you have to hold on, sister. Hold on until the sect finds a new crystal. For my sake, I'm begging you, please, you have to live. Back in the present, Yong Shan was kneeling in the middle of a giant formation. He gritted his teeth in pain, muttering, What is this memory? Was it triggered by accidentally absorbing that spiritual energy? Or it was no different for Chen Si. She was coughing up blood nonstop. Damn it, what in the world is going on? She collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood poured from her mouth. The thing supporting the Grand Sect protection formation with spiritual energy was the spiritual energy of my sister, who became a crystal. Why has it turned into this monster? Could it be that you betrayed me too, sister? Why? For all these years, I've been taking care of you with all my heart. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to gather enough chi seeds to keep you alive? She roared at the end of her sentence. Why are you so ungrateful, sister? Why did you choose now of all times? We've already found a new origin stone. We don't have to live in fear anymore. But I've already forgiven you. After all, you're the sister I love most. So, sister, you have to forgive me too. She reached out her hands and pulled her sister into an embrace. If there's a next life, I pray that I won't have to be the villain again. Just then, Yong Shan's brows furrowed in fury as he roared, "Don't give me that crap. Forgiveness? A next life? You think you're worthy of that?" He unleashed a storm of techniques as he lunged forward. Boom! With a massive explosion, enormous chunks of ice and fresh blood went flying. Host has successfully slain an immortal master. Side quest complete. As Yong Shan attacked, he cursed relentlessly, slaughtering the innocent, repaying kindness with cruelty, murdering your own sect members, utterly devoid of conscience. How could you do it? In other words, is this what you learned from cultivating immortality? Huh, you bastard. Answer me. How could you do it? At that moment, a voice rang out. Enough. The rampaging Yong Shan froze for a second. His newly grown, sinewy arm paused mid-air. The voice continued to echo. It is enough. The body within the spirit stone began to dissolve. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. And, thank you. With those words, she vanished completely into the void. Is that how it ends? Yong Shan allowed a sharp breath. So, she was just a void formed from spiritual energy? The spirit energy has already flooded in. Damn you. Why didn't you tell me how you did it? How you could just kill people so casually for your own goals? Points, 580, plus 2 skills. 2 side quests completed. This objective can be considered completed above and beyond expectations. Acquired the Infinite Sex Guardian Spirit Stone. Reward, 500 points per crystal. First time completion reward for special technique, Spirit Absorption Art. Immortal Master. Slay Immortal Master. Reward, 80 points per kill. First time completion reward for special technique, Spirit Devouring Art. Besides, I promised Shan Shan I'd shut down the formation. I guess this counts as keeping my promise. Probably. So, now I have to figure out a way to deal with this mutation. The extra arm doesn't look half bad, but having these other things growing on my body doesn't seem right. Although, they're pretty convenient to use. Suddenly, an eye sprouted on the mutated arm. It startled Yong Shan so much he screamed, "What the hell?" So this mutation isn't even finished yet. On Lang Hao's side, he was chopping down a tree while yelling, "Arg! Too slow, too slow, too slow." The demonic sect emissary, Dong Fei, sighed in frustration. It's been half a day. The formation still isn't down. Did something go wrong? No way, no way. Our Lord definitely has his own plans. The demonic sect emissary, Gusu, heard this and said smugly, "See, I knew we couldn't count on Qin Tuan. They should have let a handsome guy like me handle it from start." The demonic sect emissary, Ling Lan, chuckled softly. "It's not nice to talk behind people's backs, you know. If you can't wait, you can always attack the mountain gate yourself." When the demonic sect emissary, Lang Hao, heard this, he was overjoyed. Attack the main gate? Brilliant. That's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? He shot off like a rocket. I'll lead the charge on the main gate. That way, I'll be the first one to break through. Huh. You guys can eat my dust. Ling Lan yelled after him, but it was too late. I was just kidding. In a flash, Lang Hao had vanished from sight. Right after, a flying talisman appeared out of nowhere. The tone was urgent. "My lords, the great formation is down. All units, begin the attack." The moment the words were spoken, all 3 of them shot into the air. Lang Hao turned his head, letting out a slightly surprised, "Huh?" The young woman beside him asked helplessly, "My lord, are our men still going to the main gate?" Back to Qin Tuan's position. She spoke sheepishly. I was wrong. I was really, really wrong. Please, big brothers, spare my life. I'll do a cute little dance for you. Can we just let this whole thing slide? The massive swords surrounding her all pointed at her. Ching Tuan covered her face and whimpered. At least don't hit the face. Suddenly, they all vanished. It surprised her enough to let out a little huh. A man ran over from out of nowhere, shouting frantically to Lai Chung, Elder Lai. It's bad. The Guardian formation is down. A horde of demonic sect masters took the opportunity to attack. Elder C is about to be overwhelmed. Hearing this, Lai Chung roared, damn it. All members of the Herb and Punishment Halls, with me, provide support. Everyone else, fall back to the Infinite Hall. Ching Tuan looked a little excited. Where do you think you're going? Our fight isn't over yet. Her aura flared. She flew into a battle stance and yelled, Come on, Baldy! Lai Chung hurriedly flew away, paying her no attention. All units, move out. Yes, sir. Don't you run, you damn Baldy. If you slack off, I'll go up there and start wrecking things. As she finished speaking, a massive explosion rocked the sky. Boom! Ching Tuan leaned on her hip, looking pleased with herself. Smooth sailing. At this rate, I feel invincible. By the time the rest of them attack, I'll have probably leveled a few of their grand halls. With a loud crash, a group of people were blasted down from the sky. Nice! Such a huge commotion. This should be enough to satisfy Jiuzi, right? She suddenly looked toward one direction, curious. What is that? It was a colossal structure shrouded in mist and clouds. Suddenly, a hand slowly reached out from behind a door. Long, slender fingers pointed out gently. That hand elegantly pointed to a corner of the city, then gently swiped to the opposite side. With a deafening roar, the entire area in between seemed to vanish from existence. Lai Chung and Ling Lan, who were fighting, couldn't help but cry out, What? Guiyu was also startled by the massive explosion. Shit! Dong Fei shouted in alarm. Everyone, be careful! A single slash swept past. The explosion made an earth-shattering sound. It could be seen even from a great distance. Boom! Dao Mulu and Fei Fu also screamed in terror. Let's get out of here! Lady Ching Tuan. Ching Tuan was suspended within a giant orb of light, letting out a stunned, huh? The sound of cracking echoed all around her. High in the sky, a young woman silently looked down at the explosion below. Giant chunks of rock were continuously thrown into the air, letting out a constant series of massive booms. A giant shadow appeared behind the demonic sect emissary, and Wu. I thought she would just watch as the infinite sect was burned to ashes. I didn't expect her to lose her patience and reveal herself so soon. At that moment, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The shadow behind her laughed eerily. This is even easier than planned. As it finished speaking, it vanished into space. Lai Chung was now incredibly excited, cheering. The sea-suppressing hall is open. It's the sect master. The sect master has made her move. Everyone, hold the line. The demoness who invaded our sect has been executed. The fading shadow left one last sentence. Let the children run. There is no need for lethal force. And Wu spoke with a hint of sorrow. As you command. She then looked at Ching Tuan's blood-soaked corpse. Above the infinite sect, black smoke still billowed. Lang Hao exclaimed, Hey, are you kidding me? Dong Fei suddenly asked. Was that a heavenly venerate? At that moment, and Wu had already appeared before everyone. She said calmly, Jiu Zi has given the order. All forces retreat. Fei Fu saw this and cried out, But Elder, our Lady Ching Tuan is still in there. Damn it. The people from the infinite sect have already caught up. They're about to surround us. Dao Mulu was also extremely worried. You guys go first. I'll go get our lady. He was just about to move, when Lang Hao grabbed his shoulder from behind and asked, Kid, are you trying to disobey a direct order? What? Ling Lan covered her mouth with her hand and immediately replied, Jiu Zi's order was for all forces to retreat. And Wu immediately drew a massive sword. That's right. Jiu Zi's orders are absolute. Guiyu, on the other hand, looked completely unconcerned. Honestly, arranging such a troublesome affair. It's so hard on a person. Dong Fei suddenly said, You and the other Qi refining stage members go first. Leave the rest to us. On Yong Shan's side, a loud roar suddenly erupted. AR, the mutation was relentlessly consuming him. Damn it. I need more true Qi to suppress the mutation. The system suddenly sent a notification. Residual true chi detected. See if chi's host is deceased. Conditions for skill usage met. He immediately reached his hand towards Chun Si. Spirit absorption technique, activate. His half-distorted face twisted into a grotesque smile. It's useless. Give up. Give your body to me. A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Sorry. This body is all booked up. Yong Shan was startled. He turned his head. What? But she just smiled. She grabbed the mutation on Yong Shan's body and said, so, I've prepared a better place for you. A large mouth suddenly grew on the mutation. It immediately began to scream, but it was no use. She decisively dragged it into a void of nothingness. Her feet gently lifted off the ground. Thank for the treat. Following you always means good food. Suddenly, she knelt before him. She asked seductively, what's wrong? Did you miss me? Hearing this, Yong Shan blinked. I have to say, you did me a huge favor. If I had to completely suppress it on my own, it probably would have taken a long time. But now, I'm more interested in who you really are. I'm your heart demon, of course. Stop joking. What kind of heart demon just runs out on its own? Are you an illegal immigrant? Can't you just pretend to believe me for a little bit? Explaining is such a bother. But if you must have an answer, just call me it. A great and noble race. Just a wanderer who can't go home. A wanderer? So you're clinging to me, too. For no reason at all. In short, just treat me like a normal heart demon. Use me as you please. I'm so full. It's all because my main body ate so much in one go just now. Looks like I need to rest for a bit. You know, even a heart demon needs to practice self-care. Don't try to change the subject. As he was about to leave, Yong Shan shouted after her, hey, explain yourself properly. You should deal with your own problems first. Anyway, don't die on me. Just then, a group of people burst in through the door. Why are there so many dead people here? It must be the demon's sect. They snuck in to destroy the formation. Yong Shan crossed his arms. He pursed his lips and frowned, putting on such a messy, mysterious act. Who do you think you're fooling? He then opened the system interface. Do you think there's anything else on me worth scheming for? Yong Shan sneered. He cursed inwardly with a cold smile. Stupid system. Hurry and see what's happened to the central formation. Secure the exit. Don't let the demon's sect criminals escape. Then, he suddenly reached up and untied his robe. But, right now, I should deal with the matter at hand. He then walked over and touched Chun Si. Good. Still warm. Her complexion is all right, too. At this, he closed his eyes. In that case, then, he began his performance. Tears streamed down his face. He wailed, someone, come and save her. Just then, a powerful surge of energy crashed down, shattering a large rock into rubble. Lai Cheng looked at the black smoke still billowing below. Those guys sure run fast. Qinghai looked at Qing Tuan and said, but being able to eliminate the troublemaker from the start can be considered a gain. Lai Cheng's voice suddenly turned grave. The sect-protecting Grand Formation isolates all living beings. We must investigate and figure out how this immortal Lord-level demon sect assassin managed to infiltrate. Qinghai stepped forward and touched Qing Tuan. I think I've found a reason. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. You're certainly quick on the uptake. With a few cracking sounds, the rock and dirt on her face began to crumble away. Seeing this, Lai Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Qing Tuan's body had almost completely disintegrated. A puppet. In the forest, birds flew away in a panic. Their caws echoed ceaselessly. Hearing this, Ling Lan let out a sigh of relief. That was thrilling. I really thought I was a goner this time. Lang Hao, however, just laughed. The Boundless Sect is nothing special. Didn't I still come and go as I pleased? Dong Fei looked at the swords stuck in his back. He said with resignation, stop moving. If you don't get treated, you're really going to die. At this moment, Dao Molu's group hurried over. Esteemed seniors, is everyone all right? I wonder where our Lord Qing Tuan is. And Wu coldly stuffed a small bag into Dao Molu's hand. Qing Tuan is in here. There were too many people. We only managed to snatch this much back. Looking at the crumbled pieces of earth, everyone immediately burst into tears, wailing, Lord Qing Tuan, to think you're nothing but a handful of ashes now. My lord, you died such a tragic death. Dao Molu suddenly threw the dirt from the bag. 9 blossoms, Jade Decree. 7 treasures, Imperial Chamber. Lord Dowu, bestow life upon the earth. Rise. Give soul to the puppet of soil. Rise. A little girl with the exact same appearance as Qing Tuan appeared. She then opened her eyes. De Huayan cried out in disappointment. Ah, only this much of your body is left? How pitiful. Ling Lan rushed over from out of nowhere. She hugged the little girl tightly. So cute. I bet she'll grow up fast, right? Do I need to water her every day? At this, Lang Hao held the little girl up high. He examined her constantly. So this is how the skin grows back. Is the inside any different from flesh and blood? The little girl angrily punched Lang Hao. Drop dead. And Wu suddenly spoke up. Qing Tuan has been rescued. The entire mission is complete. Everyone, prepare to leave Jiangnan. Hearing this, Guiyu tilted his head and asked, oh, right? Qing Tuan, you caused such a huge commotion. Your family in Yangjo won't be implicated, will they? It's fine. I was wearing a mask after all. Now that you mention it. Yong Shan asked the same question. Besides, my family is very well connected. My second uncle is about to break through to the immortal lord realm overseas. What's more, even if they do investigate. As she spoke, Qing Tuan stood before them, an eldest daughter of the Yang family who's been dead for over 10 years. Can't possibly be linked to my family. At the boundless sect, the black smoke continued to billow. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The demon sect assassin let out a great roar. The grand ambition of our sect is fulfilled today. Who dares to stand in my way? With a ferocious roar, countless tentacles shot out. It was as if dark clouds blotted out the sky. He rode the whirlwind. A demonic cultivator danced wildly, startling the raging dragon. Senior Sister Chun Si was not to be outdone. She let out a sharp cry. Demon sect fiend. Don't even think of acting so presumptuously. Let me be your opponent. She twisted her body to evade, sacrificing the axe to fell the tree. In an instant, 1,000 mountains were covered in flying snow. All was silent. 100 million ice seals covered the land and sky. That demon sect assassin had never seen such a display. He was beaten so badly he lost his armor. He could only tuck his tail and run. But for some unknown reason, those frozen tentacles suddenly broke through the ice, viciously striking at Senior Sister. At this point, Yong Shan wore a pained expression. Senior Sister's blood splattered like plum blossoms. She leaned on the arm of a junior disciple and smiled a tragic smile. And then, her life faded away. Hearing this, Li Hong's expression darkened. To protect the grand formation, she fought to the death without retreating. She is truly a good disciple of mine. Lai Cheng scratched his head and said, let me correct that a little. The thing is, for some unknown reason, the demon captured you and brought you to the place where our sect-protecting grand formation was breached. As a result, you were discovered by Chun Si's people. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Yangjo raised an eyebrow and said, including Chun Si. Everyone unfortunately perished, but they managed to push back the enemy. In the end, you were the only survivor. Yong Shan continued to maintain his pained expression. He went on, yes, honorable immortal lords. Senior Sister Chun Si unfortunately lost her life at the hands of the demon sect while saving new disciples. But inside, he was ecstatic. I can't believe this Chun Si was so ruthless. She didn't leave a single person alive. This makes things even more convenient for me. Everyone started murmuring. Is this story plausible? What he's saying doesn't seem to match the evidence at the scene. There were illusions in the grand formation. Yong Shan possesses true qi, but has never formally cultivated. What he saw might not have been real. However, why kidnap Yong Shan? Because of his special, unfulfilled cloud ascension physique? Yong Shan smirked, thinking to himself, as for the reason, you all can use your own imaginations. After all, I'm just a mortal. I don't know a thing. Lai Chung suddenly shot him a look. But this is all just your side of the story. No one can prove what you're saying. As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant scythe was pressed against Yong Shan's neck. Yangjo looked at him and said, it's even possible that your failure at the Cloud Ascension led you to harbor resentment. You could have conspired with the demon sect and murdered an immortal master. It's not impossible. Just then, the doors were thrown open. Tan SOC's group stormed in. I can prove it. Seeing this, Yong Shan was secretly relieved. They made it just in time. Otherwise, a brutal interrogation was definitely in my future. Elder Tan, SOC, and Commander Yi. Tan SOC spoke as soon as he entered. Previously, I sent Zhang Chufan to investigate the demon sect attack. As a result, at their stronghold, he discovered the clothes and a secret plea for help that Yong Shan had hidden. Afterward, Zhang Chufan went to the outer sect to verify the intelligence with Miss Man-Man. Thank you, honored sirs, for saving my young master from his suffering. Ultimately, with the help of the Jiang and Brocaded Guard, we conducted a sweep. We have successfully repelled the demon sect and destroyed many of their strongholds in Jiangnan. All of this was thanks to young Master Yong Shan's command. Ahem. Anticipating his death, he left clues. You all must reward him handsomely. Although the enemy was cunning, and we couldn't get many names, we gathered quite a few clues. We discovered they began their preparations during the Cloud Ascension trial. Their main target was our sect's Grand Formation Crystal. It was Yong Shan's Cloud Ascension that disrupted the enemy's plan. As he said this, Tan SOC angrily pointed in one direction, and the mastermind behind all these plots here, just as Yong Shan suspected, is by Shaoqi, Wuji sect. Liang Ming spoke respectfully to Lai Cheng. Master, by Shaoqi and junior sister Shan Shan. Both of their whereabouts are unknown from the quiet chamber. The last place they appeared, we only found the bodies of 2 junior brothers. Hearing this, Wei Daoping asked with concern, Junior sister Shan Shan is missing too? It must be that traitor. He knew he was exposed. So, he kidnapped junior sister Shan Shan. Hearing these words, Yong Shan said, filled with righteous fury, not only did he lead wolves into our house and bring disaster to the sect, but he also kidnapped my innocent and kind junior sister. I never thought that Bai Shaoqi was such a heartless beast. He sneered inwardly. Hiv, that guy who was always pretending to be pitiful, just waiting for a chance to escape. How could he just sit there and wait for you to catch him? If I ever run into him, I'll make him pay a terrible price. Liang Ming, hearing this, felt a surge of strength. Yong Shan, as expected, you two are full of righteous passion. I hope one day to fight for justice alongside you. Qinghai took out a slip of paper. Yong Shan, be serious for a moment. I'm checking the condition of the meridians in your body. There's a dense stream of spiritual energy in your body. Your damaged meridians are slowly recovering. But most importantly, a Qi Si has appeared in your previously completely sealed Dantian. Moreover, it's automatically converting spiritual energy into true Qi and is constantly circulating. Thank you, honored immortal lord, for checking. I was wondering, is there any problem with the sudden appearance of Qi Si? Is there anything wrong? Just then, Yahello rushed in from out of nowhere. He grabbed Qinghai, asking earnestly, Elder Su, is Yong Shan's body okay? Are there any hidden ailments? Will it affect his future cultivation? Can he be saved? Yong Shan's brow furrowed tightly. Damn, it seems I can't hide the spiritual energy in my body anymore. Looks like there's no hiding it now. Maybe with so many people around, I should take the initiative and ask them to check. How is this possible? It's unheard of for a body with severed meridians to cultivate on its own. However, there is also no precedent for a body with severed meridians to ascend the Cloud Ascension path. Could this be why the demon sect wanted to kidnap Yong Shan? Or do they have another motive? As for the reason, I'll just let them figure it out for themselves. Qinghai replied, rest assured, I've checked. The Qi Si is perfectly normal. There are no hidden ailments. Yong Shan, you could say this is a blessing in disguise. That's great. This is all thanks to senior sister Chun Si's selfless sacrifice. Otherwise, I would have already died at the hands of that demon sect villain by Shaoqi. Dense spiritual energy, and a Qi Si formed in my body. In other words, the effect of spirit intake is to take the spiritual energy from nature that an immortal master would need to refine and store it directly in my body. And spirit absorption is to absorb another person's Qi Si and make it my own. However, I could only use this after Chen Si was dead. I can't use it directly on a living person. Yong Shan held them back. Wait, could it be that this time the skill reward from that dam system is actually that powerful? There's probably no hidden catch, right? Elsewhere, Zhang Chufan was still whispering in Tan SOC's ear. Master, that assassinated demon sect member. We've confirmed she was a maid from the Yang family. Now that Shan Shan's whereabouts are unknown, could it be that the Yang family is... Hearing this, Tan SOC snapped. Without proof. Do not speak nonsense. Yang Wei is your martial uncle, a great hero who defends Penglai. The current line of investigation still focuses on Bai Xiaoqi. Yes, master. Seeing their attitude, Yong Shan gave a slight smirk. He thought, good, this matter is settled for now. I'll just let them slowly investigate the crown prince. But Tan SOC suddenly spoke again. However, before this matter is fully investigated, you, Yong Shan, are not to leave the Wuji sect without permission. This is for your own protection. After all, the reason the demon sect wanted to kidnap you is something we still haven't figured out. Yes, I will follow the arrangements of the honored immortal lord. As expected, they won't let me go so easily. But, for my next mission, I need to find a way to stay in the Wuji sect anyway. Thinking this, Yong Shan muttered to himself, it's just a shame that such a useful identity as Yang Shan is gone now. We've spent so much time together. The coming days under surveillance. Life won't be pleasant at all. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Is that so? Even I could hear you from outside the door. She leaned in close and asked Yong Shan, you like junior sister Shan, don't you? Wah, hearing this, he hurriedly tried to explain. It's not what you think. She suddenly turned and spoke to the others. Honored elders. My young master was originally the top contestant of this trial. Now that his inability to cultivate has been resolved, I was wondering if he could be accepted into the sect as a cultivating disciple. That way, he could also stay in the sect. Hearing this, Lai Chung exclaimed, that's one way to do it. After all, we have all seen Yang Shan's talent. But Qinghai spoke up, accepting a failed Cloud Ascension contestant as a disciple. There is no precedent for this. How about he works as a handyman first? We can reconsider during the next trial. Hearing this, the young lady said confidently, my young master's talent is extraordinary. It would be a waste for him to be a handyman. I heard from senior sister Lila that inter-sect disciples can take on martial practitioners as sword attendants to cultivate together. Before my young master becomes an official disciple, he could be man sword attendant. Tan SOC nodded. That is also a viable option, although the sect rules. Now that you mention it, I remember that Lu Tian was once Lu Yang's sword attendant. Man has foundation establishment cultivation, and joining the sect is only a matter of time. Wu Ming said cheerfully. Then what were we hesitating for? Yang Shan is exceptionally talented. He's a dragon among men. Recruiting him would be a massive advantage. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qinghai spoke to the young woman. Then it's settled. Thank you, elders. The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly turned and threw her arms around Yang Shan, cheering. This is wonderful, young master. We can cultivate together now. Oh yeah, this is fine, I guess, Yang Shan thought. But still, why do I get the feeling like someone else is pulling all the strings? Suddenly, Man stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Yang Shan's ear. This time, I won't let you get away again. Wenxin Pavilion. I can't believe the demonic sect used the chaos to sneak into the Wenxin Pavilion. Thankfully, Senior Brother Wei discovered them and drove them back with his flying sword. But there are some areas in the pavilion that disciples aren't allowed to enter freely. So I'll have to trouble you to help clean up, Senior Brother. Hearing Qinghai, Wei Daoping replied, I hear Yang Shan has a great deal of unrefined spiritual energy in his body. Elder Su, you are incredibly well-read. What do you make of the matter? Of the missing spirit stone? Do you think he had something to do with it? Senior Brother, are you suspecting that Yang Shan absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stone? That's impossible. The spiritual energy within that spirit stone, once released, would be enough to level the entire city of Yangjo, let alone Yang Shan's body. Such a colossal amount of spiritual energy couldn't possibly vanish without a trace in such a short time. It must have been taken by the demonic sect. This is also why we believe the demonic sect assassin escaped from within the Grand Formation. I see. It seems I was overthinking it. Qinghai walked straight up to Wei Daoping and said, I've finished handling things on my end, Elder Wei. Did you discover any missing books over here? At that moment, his gaze fell upon a puddle of liquid on a bookshelf. Hearing the question, Wei Daoping replied, no. He then reached out and wiped away the puddle. Everything is normal. Back in a forest, Bai Xiaoqi had a long sword embedded in his abdomen. leaning against a large tree. She walked forward, carrying a small box. "Your Highness," she said, "you're finally out. You're later than expected. I was just preparing to return to the capital to accept my punishment. I found a few interesting things, so I risked waiting a little longer." At this, she took out a book. It seems the harvest was quite fruitful. Then, without another word, she pulled the longsword straight out of Xiaoqi's abdomen. The personal notes of the Infinite Sex founder. It should at least contain cultivation records at the heavenly venerate level. It is indeed valuable, but it still can't compare to your Highness's life. Xiaoqi smirked. "Then why don't you see what's written on the last page?" Xi's eyes immediately went wide. "This is—" she gasped. Xiaoqi held up the book. On it were written several large characters. "The heavenly Tao is dead." At a seashore, the ocean waves crashed rhythmically. A lone figure stood on the sand. At the beginning of the year, His Majesty went south under the alias Huang Wanyan. In June, he was ambushed and besieged in Gusu by the Infinite Seven Killers. The Grand Imperial Eunuch, Shao, personally broke the formation. His cultivation remains at the 9th pattern Golden Core. This month, the entire force of the Embroidered Guard was deployed. In the Yangjo prefectural office, many officials with close ties to the Infinite Sect were imprisoned for corruption. Military mutinies occurred in 7 regions of Jiangnan. They were quickly suppressed by secretly embedded wolf troops. Codename, Sung Luo. The Northern Yao clan has invaded again. The Yao clan's great general broke through 3 towns in succession. The current sword master of the Qingchang sword sect, Qinli Bunshi, raided the royal court's main camp, slaying 3 Yao venerables and 12 Yao king generals. The Yao clan retreated. Codename, Yong Shan. The divine beast of the Luhua Valley sect, the spirit cicada armor divine fox, has appeared. A strange phenomenon occurred at the bottom of the valley. The vegetation in the surrounding 3 prefectures of Yingui is growing uncontrollably. The specific cause is unknown. Codename, Hongchu. A massive explosion occurred once again within the Shire Sand Temple. Afterward, they broke their mountain seclusion. They intend to send their wandering scholars to participate in this autumn's Sect Sea Patrol. Codename, Dukong. A week ago, the demonic sect's 5 banners attacked the Infinite Sect, breaching the sect's grand formation. The Infinite Sect's master, after 100 years, has taken action again. Her strength far surpasses that of an ordinary heavenly venerate. Hianji. Codename, Tusu. This year has been quite eventful. It seems this world is on the verge of another great upheaval. Isn't this what our organization has been hoping for? Tingfeng Tower. Listening to the wind, feeling the rain. When will I ever be able to fly out of this mundane world? Tusu took out a small object and said bashfully, "So it turns out I'm just a butterfly with a fondness for fine wine." Hearing this, the others waved their hands. "No worries, no worries. Business is business. We're all just trying to make a living. It's not embarrassing." The case of the Infinite Sect's stolen spirit stone is now in the hands of Yong Shan. The specific methods are unknown. After reading the slip of paper, Tusu placed it inside a small tube and casually tossed it into the deep sea. "All right, shall we continue our lesson? The mood's been killed. Maybe we should find another spot to talk." Just then, a hand shot out from beneath the water surface, neatly catching the tube. The Infinite Sect. The greatest difference between a martial master and an immortal master is the true chi within their bodies. An immortal master is at the initial chi refining stage of cultivation. They cultivate the true chi in their body. First, they condense true chi into layers within their own sea of chi. The more layers, the stronger they are. Therefore, an immortal master's strength is often measured by the number of true chi layers. Among them, from 1 to 3 layers. The true chi is primarily converted from one's own vital essence and blood. The operation of a sea of chi is not yet stable. One must focus on cultivation to build a solid foundation for the future. That is the foundation establishment stage. From 4 to 6 layers, the sea of chi operates stably and powerfully. One can now continuously absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and refine it into one's own true chi. This is the spirit circulation stage, from 7 to 9 layers. As more and more true chi gathers in the sea of chi, it will gradually liquefy and merge. This is the sea condensation stage. and above 9 layers, the sea of chi has completely liquefied. At any moment, it can condense into a core. This is the core formation stage, only a single step away from becoming an immortal lord. The more liquefied true chi there is in the sea of chi, the harder it is to form a core. Therefore, the vast majority of immortal masters will form their core at the 10th layer. But there are still some who, in order to improve the quality of their golden core, will deliberately delay their core condensation. After listening for a while, Yong Shan thought to himself in a daze. So even among immortal masters, there are so many different levels. So that's why, no wonder Qin is so much stronger than everyone else. She must be the type to delay forming a core for the sake of its quality. In that case, I directly stole her sea of chi using the spear absorption art. Didn't I just hit the jackpot? But when I was tested, they said I was no different from a newly established immortal master. And the true chi on my system interface didn't increase by much either. It even directly displays chi refining, layer 1. Yong Shan charm source, 6 out of 8 true chi. 18/18. Chi refining, layer 1 bonus points. 1300 plus. Physique plus 2, agility plus 3 constitution plus 3 comprehension plus 9 aptitude plus 5 skills. Spear infusion art, spirit absorption art realm. Foundation establishment cultivation method. Dragon seeking arts techniques. Single-minded sword, after looking for a moment. He couldn't help but angrily jab at the system panel. So where did the rest of the true chi go? Don't tell me your damn system skimmed it off the top. Without him noticing, the young woman's face had darkened. She stood behind Yong Shan and said in a stern voice, "Young master, are you even listening to the lecture?" He immediately switched to a look of intense focus. Of course. Please continue, man, TCT thought. Now's not the time to think about this. I can't do anything about this damn system right now. Diligently cultivating and increasing my strength is the main priority. Man spoke again. Young master is a sword attendant. You cannot receive the formal foundation establishment teachings. Therefore, Man is supplementing your knowledge in this area. This is to prevent any problems from arising in your cultivation. I hope the young master can pay serious attention. Understood. Now that I have points from completing the side quest, I've temporarily achieved point freedom, so to speak, but I'm still a long way from being able to just add points to my attributes. After she turned away, her heart was filled with anxiety. What am I doing? Using that kind of tone with the young master. He's not going to be angry, is he? The moment she turned back, she saw Yong Shan's face blazing with fury. What do I do? He really is angry, but in reality, he was furious with the system. To complete the mission of becoming sect master within a year, just relying on diligent cultivation to raise my strength is definitely not enough. I have to find a way to hack the game. I can tackle breaking the limit from 3 angles, heart demon and system. However, but I'm also angry, because he only left a note and left me alone for so long. But the young master must have his reasons. He must be really troubled right now. I wonder how he's going to explain it to me. Yong Shan was still lost in thought. Furthermore, to climb the ranks quickly, besides strength, connections, reputation, background, and opportunities, not a single one can be missing. This requires a comprehensive strategy. As for Man, she told herself with determination, I've decided. I'll try to bear it for another week. No, 3 days. You can do it, Man. I can do it. At the boundless sect, Man puffed out her cheeks and mumbled. Another day, and the young master still hasn't apologized. I'm so mad. She stood outside the door, looking in. She thought to herself, even if he doesn't know how to start, he's been hesitating for way too long. How annoying. Meanwhile, Yong Shan was spinning a pen, muttering, this mission is really a pain. With the shitty system's reward skills, and that mysterious heart demon-y, I guess I'm now a man with a proper golden finger. Oh, I'm a lucky stray dog. But the tricky part now is how to turn the advantage of this golden finger quickly into the strength I need. 1-star creature, stray dog. Yong Shan held his head in his hands. His face was a mask of misery. Over 1,300 points. It might seem like a lot, but it's still not enough to be so extravagant as to make upgrading with points a daily routine. He suddenly slammed the table. As I thought, I still don't have enough intelligence. Even if I could run out now and find the gossip hounds from Manhwa Tower. Hearing this, Man, quickly turned her head to the side. She suddenly asked, "Young master, are you thinking of a way to leave the sect?" "That's right. I need to find a way to get to Yangjo City. This feeling of having money but nowhere to spend it is so frustrating." It was definitely more liberating being Yong San. But Man suddenly took out a card. She said, "If it's just Yangjo City, we could just go out directly, because I still have to attend lectures in the outer sect. You could just come with me as my sword attendant." Seeing this, Yong Shan was overjoyed. He exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Thank goodness for you." Seeing this, Man's face turned red. Hee. Even though I don't know what's going on, I'm just glad I can help the young master. Not long after, in Yangjo City, a large carriage carrying goods arrived. "Hurry up. This is all the stuff young Master Yang wanted. Send it all to the boundless sect." At this moment, Yong Shan was sitting across from Zheng Luo in the West Moon Pavilion. Zheng Luo said, "Honored guest, are you satisfied with this shipment? If you need, I can also get you a few more volumes I just acquired from elsewhere, like the Jiangnan Immortal Masters Ranking Da, the complete history of the 6 great sects, the Boundless Steel Forest, and the illustrated collection of the Flowing Flower Valley Fairies." After looking them over, Yong Shan sneered. "Your intelligence-gathering capabilities have suddenly improved quite a bit, haven't they? So, you also have different tiers for your clients? Young Master Yang is a generous spender, and now you've embarked on the path of immortality. For an important client, such as yourself, the intelligence you can purchase will naturally be greater." He suddenly put on a serious face. "Then tell me, how does one become a premium member with your subscription package?" Matron Xia, "You bought the entire West Phoenix Pavilion?" Matron Xia said casually, "Old Xiong really isn't a madam anymore. He suddenly ran off to cultivate immortality. I'm just looking after this place for him. Is this the emptiness that comes after invincibility?" The people behind her couldn't help but stare at her curiously. "What is Sister Man doing?" Scrape, scrape. Man was furious. She used a toothpick to carve Yong Shan's face into an apple. Then she popped it in her mouth and chewed ferociously. "Lu Man, that's the kind of person you are. When you say you don't need something, you mean it. Leaving me without a word, and making me cry so hard." Tremble. Seeing this, the others chimed in. "That is a bit much. He needs to be taught a lesson." Hearing this, Man agreed. "This time, until he apologizes, I absolutely will not forgive him." The words had barely left her mouth when Yong Shan came down from upstairs. "Our business is concluded, even though it's still early. Man, let's go for a stroll in the market." Man's attitude changed faster than flipping a page. "Well, I'll be going then. I'll come visit you all again when I'm free." The group that had been so indignant just a moment ago could only watch dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Man and Yong Shan were chatting happily. Seeing this, Matron Xia tossed her hair disdainfully and sighed. Women at the Boundless Sect at night?" Yong Shan handed her a few pieces of paper. Man, in a few days, find a way to mention these things in front of the elders. I've written down the tone and context for you." Man took the papers. "What is this?" "Treasure hunting in the secret realm, clearing the trial, fighting monsters to level up, riding the coattails of others, making a name for oneself by patrolling the seas, becoming a personal disciple. The 6 sects grand competition is coming up. This is a good opportunity. I want to give things a little push. Maybe I can gain some benefits from it. Sigh. Our past grievances are still unresolved. My identity is a bit sensitive, so I'll have to trouble you with this. So, you want me to help you, young master?" Man cleared her throat. "Ahem. In that case, I have a condition of my own." Yong Shan paid her no mind. He lay down and went straight to sleep. He even mumbled in his sleep, "Damn system. I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Seeing him like this, she sighed. He really hasn't changed a bit. I wonder what he's so busy with." As she spoke, she still covered him with a deerskin blanket. "Oh well, you're working so hard. I'll continue nagging you tomorrow." The next morning, the sky was clear and the sun was bright. The square of the Boundless Sect. Gao Dingba complained lethargically. "Didn't they say we had to reach the 3rd stage of foundation establishment in the outer sect and stay until we reached the 3rd level of qi refining before it was over? Why are they calling us back after only a month? Could it be because of my superior talent? A foundation establishment cultivator. forming his core in a year, and reaching the nascent soul stage in 15 years. Hearing this, Xiao Qian shot him a look. Wake up. How many layers of true qi do you even have in your body? Don't you know yourself? But suddenly, everyone looked in one direction. They exclaimed in surprise. Everyone look. Isn't that Brother Yang next to Man? The two were walking and talking happily. Seeing him, everyone rushed over excitedly. Brother Yang, I missed you so much. How did you get into the inner sect? Did the sect have a change of heart? Did they come begging you to come back? As expected of Brother Yang, we can't compare to you. Hearing this, Yong Shan smiled. It's just for some special reasons. Right now, I'm Man Sword Attendant. I'm just accompanying her in her cultivation. After hearing this, Elder Xiong asked, what's a sword attendant? How can one directly enter the inner sect to cultivate like that? I don't know. I've only heard Elder Wei mention it occasionally. Kolaba explained, sword attendant is a very ancient term. It is said that in ancient times, when the Lang Bing of the Central Plains were simply spreading the Tao, they needed warriors called sword attendants to protect them. Dolly continued, but for the current immortal sects, it doesn't really have any practical meaning anymore. It's just an excuse in some special cases to allow people who can't cultivate to enter the inner sect. It's usually reserved for the descendants of large families and the relatives or lovers of disciples within the sect. Hearing this, Man blushed and exclaimed, you guys are talking with Brother Yang's talent and his relationship with Lady Man. An arrangement like this is not strange at all. Man's face was about to turn beet red. Wait, sword attendant. If it had that meaning, I wouldn't have let you get away. Doesn't that mean my actions at that time were basically... Yong Shan turned his head and asked, so you're saying I don't get the cultivation resources of a disciple? Dolly replied, of course not. But with your talent, Big Brother Yang, it's only a matter of time before you become an official disciple. On the other side, Man clutched her head and screamed, what have I done? How can I stay mad at him now? Yong Shan looked at her, a little surprised. Then he patted her head and said, anyway, Man, you've done me a huge favor. Thank you. This made her overjoyed. Brilliant sunlight shone down on a vast square. Thousands of disciples stood in neat rows. Not a single one moved. The Wuji Sect Square. A majestic voice echoed across the square. This year's 6 Sects Sea Patrol Immortal Banquet will be hosted by our Wuji sect. The person announced a few matters. Then he briefly mentioned the tasks the sect needed to complete in the near future. At that time, the most elite disciples from the 6 great immortal sects will gather in Jiangnan. Together, we will go out to sea to exterminate evil demons. Next, Yangjo skillfully spoke a few words of encouragement, igniting the passion of the disciples below. This is also an opportunity for our Wuji sect to display our strength to the immortal sects of the world, and to establish our might in the immortal sect arena. Yangjo stood majestically before all the disciples, speaking with authority. However, due to the previous demon sect invasion, many disciples who were supposed to participate in this sea patrol suffered heavy casualties. They cannot recover to their peak condition in a short time. Yangjo went on at length, giving reasons, before officially announcing an important matter. Therefore, the sect has decided to open the Wuji Steel Forest, a secret cultivation realm, to help everyone improve their strength. Upon hearing this, the disciples all focused their attention on Yangjo. The secret realm is located on the coast of the South Sea. Within it are several natural spirit springs. The concentration of spiritual energy far exceeds the outside world. The sect's techniques are carved on stone steels, and there are also spirit treasures and elixirs left behind by our ancestors. You are all free to learn from and use them as you wish. Yangjo's presence was overwhelming, including the new disciples who have not yet completed their foundation establishment. And all disciples below the core formation stage must participate. Together, we will welcome the 6 Sect Sea Patrol in 2 months. I hope you will not disappoint the sect's expectations. Yangjo waved her hand. She spoke in a loud, clear voice. The disciples were infected by her words and her presence. Their blood boiled with passion. They saluted in unison. Together, they made a sincere oath. We are willing to die for the sect. On this side, Yu Er was sitting comfortably in a chair. Beside her were two beautiful, silent young women. Accompanying you will be two disciples from the Flower Valley. Yuan Linger showed contempt and impatience. She spoke in a disgusted tone. I had to use several secret formulas to get this chance. If you see anything good in there, you must risk your lives to snatch it from me. Don't let me take a loss. One of the two young women heard this. She immediately replied obediently. Rest assured, master, I'm the best at snatching treasures. The other one seemed colder. She replied indifferently. As long as you don't find it embarrassing. Of these two, the first girl to speak was the Lu Flower Valley disciple, Dong Gue. The second was also a Lu Flower Valley disciple, Shan Nai. Then, two more people appeared. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were introduced and stepped forward together. And Lu Man sword attendant, Yong Shan. Yangjo walked towards Yong Shan and his companion with a cheerful expression. She instructed them confidently, Yong Shan, the sect sees your extraordinary talent. We are making an exception to allow you to cultivate in advance. I hope you will seize this opportunity. Yes, having received this favor and trust, Yong Shan clasped his hands in gratitude. Yes, I will surely remember the sect's kindness. I will die for the sect. On the outside, he looked calm, but deep inside, he was screaming with celebratory madness. Haha, I did it. He couldn't help but recall the long days of waiting before. Ever since I bought the intel about the Wuji sect opening a secret realm from the Tingfeng Pavilion, I've been plotting and scheming. I thought of every possible way, and I finally seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm so excited I could fly. After being in this world for so long, Yong Shan can finally, openly and honorably, just like the protagonist in a Xinsha novel, turn on my cultivation cheats at will. Yong Shan recalled the difficult times when he first transmigrated, using all sorts of cheats in the demonic secret realm to cultivate. The system's guidance was indispensable. Large amount of spiritual power detected. Host, please absorb to your heart's content. Then, gradual progress. Risking it all to snatch treasures. Exploding with power in battle. Leveling up by killing monsters. Ascending in a single step. Whoosh. Until everything became optimistic. The time, the place, the people were all right. A fortunate coincidence. Everything is ready. Thinking of this, Yong Shan couldn't help but laugh like a maniac. Yong Shan, we'll take it all. Haha. The group of disciples had already set off. Shrill laughter echoed on the mountain path. Ha 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 ha. The scene changes to a brilliant blue beach, glistening under the rather dazzling sun. A group of people without a hint of shyness, dressed casually, went into the sea together without any embarrassment. On one side, they were playing around mischievously. Zheng Jiao. Sister you. The two troublemakers made a fish spit water in someone's face. On the other side were long-legged beauties and handsome men playing together. It was quite a sight. Yong Shan witnessed it all. He could only stand there, stunned. His whole body froze. Lai Cheng and Lingjo stood together. Seeing his reaction, they joked, Yong Shan, aren't you going to come play with us? Amu was also relaxing on a beach chair. His face was one of pure enjoyment. Looks like Big Brother Yong is just like me. A man who knows how to enjoy life. He seemed to be chiding Yong Shan for not knowing how to appreciate it. Such a moving beauty must be savored slowly from a distance. That's what makes it interesting. By this point, Yong Shan could no longer remain calm. He clutched his head and screamed like a madman. Didn't you say we were going to the sect's secret realm? The gloomy forest, crawling with demonic beasts. Where are the countless opportunities and surprises hidden? What the hell is this white sand and blue sky beach resort? Amu hadn't even finished his sentence from before, when a ball flew straight into his face. Lai Cheng heard his complaint. No more joking. He turned to question him. What did you say? An immortal legacy of thousands of years that has nurtured countless renowned talents. That kind of secret realm was explored completely long ago. How can any of it be left now? Lingjo also spoke up to explain to him. Currently, all existing secret cultivation realms in the Central Plains are under the control of the 6 great immortal sects. We have spent great effort to preserve them to this day. She calmly explained the whole story. Opening a secret realm once consumes a large amount of resources to restore, to allow the disciples to cultivate at the highest efficiency. Of course, we have to design all sorts of complete facilities. The village chief also popped out to explain. For example, this Wuji steel forest. We designed a pastoral village outside the secret realm, so that disciples from afar can rest comfortably and adjust their mood and condition. Then he thoughtfully instructed, here in this village, whether it's for food or drink, if you honor immortal masters have any requests, just let us know. Yangjo also added a promise. Although the immortal lords cannot conveniently enter the secret realm, we have already arranged a route, a map for you. And we have villagers to guide you. Absolute safety and efficiency are guaranteed. Then Yangjo patted Yong Shan comfortingly, watching him get dragged away in a daze. So you can just relax and have fun with everyone. After all, you have to train hard in a few days. Night fell. A bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the beach. Yong Shan had transformed into a small dog, sitting alone in the middle of the vast beach. Yong Shan looked dejectedly at the simple, desolate scenery around him. He felt a sense of despair. Depleted resources, a tourist trap, overexploited. The ecosystem is destroyed. Is this the harsh reality of the cultivation world? He seemed to hear his thoughts, complaining. Isn't being safe a good thing? Why do you look so disappointed? And in the middle of the night, you're stuffing me with a bunch of negative emotions. It's not good for you. You'll get fat. But Yong Shan wasn't listening. He gritted his teeth in resentment. But that also means I can't take advantage of the combat power you provide to gain any benefits. My plan to cheat my way to the top in this mystic realm looks like I'll have to find another way. Hearing this, ecchi suggested, to avoid any potential accidents, I think I should give you a little reminder first. Then she immediately said what she wanted to say. I'm not bragging, but I am extremely bad at fighting. Before, it was only because the environment within the infinite sex grand formation was so special that a heart demon like me could gain a physical form. Yong Shan listened, his face blank. So you can't fight at all? Ecchi confirmed it very matter-of-factly. Not at all. Hearing this, Yong Shan asked suspiciously, then what can you do? Nothing at all. Ecchi put on an adorable act as she answered his question. Just like any other normal heart demon. Scare you. Mess with your mind. Bother cultivators. And prevent them from breaking through. After getting his answer, Yong Shan said with disdain, I don't need this thing anymore. Goodbye. He pulled out a shovel from who knows where, as if he was about to bury Ecchi. Clank, clank. Ecchi saw his actions and just let out a soft chuckle. At the same time, in a small coastal village, a group of villagers was gathered around the village chief's desk. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. One person asked anxiously, Village chief, have you had a good look? The village chief looked down at the documents spread on his desk. He replied with a serious expression, there's no mistake. He stared intently at the portrait of Yong Shan posted on the document. It's definitely the Yong Shan mentioned in the Tingfeng Tower's intelligence report. The village chief's face grew grim. He slammed the table and stood up. He immediately gave an order to the people in the room. Gather the villagers. Whether we get the spirit stone or not depends on this action. A group of people stood on a high mountain peak. The elder looked towards an island surrounded by a sturdy protective barrier and spoke. I trust everyone had a good rest yesterday. In the village below, this time, the sex training expedition officially begins now. The elder spoke slowly. The island over there is the mystic realm that our sect has acquired. The infinite steel forest, deep within the island. Several pairs of glowing red eyes seem to be waiting for their prey. Because of the spirit spring in the mystic realm, even with regular cleanups, it's inevitable that some wild demon beasts will make their home there. The elder continued his explanation. But due to their incomplete heritage, they're just some slightly stronger wild beasts. For you immortal masters, they pose no problem. Yangjo was so bored he yawned several times. He looked over at the Foundation establishment disciples dressed in swimwear. The elder continued, as for the Foundation establishment disciples, I suggest you only operate on the outer edges of the mystic realm. Your main objective is to use the spirit spring to quickly complete your Foundation establishment, and at the same time, find a suitable cultivation technique to focus on. Yangjo continued. There are many stone steels within the mystic realm that record various cultivation techniques. Among them are many secret arts that would normally require great merit to be exchanged for in the Wenshin Pavilion. This can be considered a fortunate encounter for all of you. You must seize this opportunity. Yong Shan heard this and chuckled to himself. Abundant spiritual energy, secret techniques. An artificial mystic realm is still a mystic realm, after all. Nothing to be picky about. He thought, is this the main character treatment? I love it, I love it. Peng Jingwu was so angry he gritted his teeth and said, why do we have to deliberately dress like this for the training? My Qiao family of Jiangdong has been gentlemen for generations. How can we be so indecent? Wu Dali beside him chimed in. That's right. Seeing this, Wu Buer immediately scoffed. You don't even understand this? My foolish, useless big brother, he said proudly. Of course, it's because the entrance to the mystic realm is underwater. True immortal masters like us can use the water-repelling art to move freely underwater. After saying this, he struck a pose like a turtle to mock the Foundation establishment disciples. As for you, uninitiated small fry, you can only swim over slowly like sea turtles. Ha 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 ha. Being looked down upon, Wang Ping, Gao Dingba, and Peng Zhengwu gritted their teeth in anger. That bastard, Gao Dingba said angrily. Once we've completed our Foundation establishment, let's find a chance to deal with him. Wang Ping immediately agreed without hesitation. Agreed. Xiong Lao, however, paid no mind to the taunts. He blushed as he looked in one direction. Actually, I think not knowing the water-repelling art and swimming on our own is pretty good. In front of him were several young women with stunning figures and alluring curves. Wan Xiaoqian asked timidly, surely not everyone going on the training expedition is dressed like this? Lian Man answered confidently, it's fine. I heard the villagers have already helped us move our things to the island ahead of time. Okay. In contrast to Xiaoqian, sister, you said bluntly, isn't it really comfortable to dress like this? On the other side, Yuan Air was seriously instructing Dong Gue and Shan Nai. Waterproof clothing and sunscreen are a must. If your cultivation affects your skincare routine, then the losses outweigh the gains. The two replied obediently. Master, as for Gao Dingba and Wu Dali, after seeing those beautiful young women, they immediately changed their minds. In that case, it doesn't seem too bad. It's a good thing we don't know the water-repelling art. At the same time, Wu Buer earnestly pleaded with the elder to set an example for future disciples. Please forbid us from using the water-repelling art. Peng Zhengwu immediately added. Disciple Peng Zhengwu agrees. Even for those outside of Luhua Valley, please treat everyone equally, elder. After a moment of silence, looking at the resolute faces of the two, Yangjo, without a moment's hesitation, kicked them both into the sea. Yong Shan stood to the side, observing the whole scene. He thought, so that brain-dead immortal master is also from the infinite sect. It's best not to have any contact with him. If he holds a grudge and seeks revenge, he might ruin my grand plan to level up. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Yong Shan spoke up. Well then, let the training begin. Suddenly, Lian Man walked over and linked arms with him, saying cheerfully, young master. Let's go too. Yong Shan replied with a surprised oh. As he submerged into the cool water, he flailed his arms and legs a bit caught off guard. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Surrounding water source detected. Host is currently absorbing a small amount of spiritual energy. Spirit absorption art can be activated to absorb. Yong Shan thought in astonishment. We haven't even gone in yet. And the spiritual energy concentration is already high enough to trigger the spirit absorption art. Thinking of Yulinger and Yangjo watching from above, Yong Shan had to act completely normal. But for now, I should hold back. Don't suddenly cause a huge commotion. That could affect my later actions. Wait until I'm inside the mystic realm. Heh. Only Xiong Lao was struggling endlessly. Glub. Help. I'm not going to make it. Yulinger, however, showed no mercy. She stomped his head down into the water with one foot. Yuer said impatiently, what an idiot. Circulate your sea of qi and absorb the spiritual energy in the seawater. Use it to replace breathing. This is beneficial for you to practice absorbing spiritual energy. Xiaolongjiu stood on high, frowning, and said, this is also a type of basic cultivation. If you can't even master entering the water, then there's no need to enter the mystic realm and waste the sect's resources. Looking at Xiong Lao desperately pleading for help. I'm gonna die. I'm really gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm really gonna die. Yang Shan thought to himself, oh, so this is how everyone else cultivates? absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their sea of chi. He smiled. My spirit absorption art directly absorbs spiritual energy into my body, storing in my sea of chi. It's in a state of excessive absorption from start to finish. So even when I go underwater, I don't even notice when my body starts holding its breath. The thought continued to surface. Should I stop and pretend to cultivate like them? To avoid drawing attention. If something goes wrong in the mystic realm, it will be hard to escape. He looked at Lu Man, who was happily swimming among the fish. He was puzzled. Huh? Man. The disciples also began to use their techniques. Reverse void Dao art. Water-breaking pill. Rules. Zheng Chia called out to everyone excitedly. Hurry, sister, you said happily. Brother, I can see buildings at the bottom of the water ahead. At that moment, the heavy weight in Yong Shan's heart was finally lifted. Looks like I was overthinking things. Anyone who can enter an immortal sect is a child of heaven. It's normal for them to have some special talents. The immortal lords are all experienced. I don't need to be so worried. I could just go all out and use my cheats. After grasping the situation, the village chief immediately came before Yangjo to report. Venerable immortal. Most of the immortal masters have almost reached the secret realm, except for Elder Xiong. All the other disciples have successfully entered the secret realm. Yangjo replied with a smile. It seems the disciples this time are all quite outstanding. I will enter the secret realm and absorb all the spiritual energy within. So, I'll leave the care of the secret realm to you all. The village chief hurriedly replied. Please rest assured, venerable immortal. Our villagers will definitely do our utmost to assist the immortal masters. A moment later, the disciples who had successfully entered the secret realm emerged from the water. A few of them were already out of breath. They were overjoyed, as if they had found a treasure. We're finally in. Cough, cough. Wang Ping replied, while choking on water. Cough, cough. I thought I was going to die in there. Kalaba looked at his hands and exclaimed, but we've also gained a lot. Truly worthy of being a cultivation secret realm. Even the entry is an opportunity in itself. Wu Dali was practicing his techniques. A whooshing sound came from behind him. He replied in agreement. That's right. I feel like I'm absorbing spiritual energy much more smoothly now. Beside them, Yong Shan had a stiff expression. But inwardly, he was screaming frantically. It's completely useless for me. So you can even miss out on benefits when you're cheating? At the same time, Sister Yu and Ruan Shaoqian had run over to the nearby chests. As they opened them, Sister Yu said happily, all our things are here. They really brought them in. Shaoqian said with a sigh of relief. Finally, I can change out of this embarrassing outfit. The next second, she turned and shot an icy glare at the male disciples. She threatened them coldly. If you dare to peek, I'll kill you. Peng Jingwu immediately frowned and replied. My Chao family of Jiangdong have been gentlemen for generations. We have our family precepts. How could we do something so despicable? After speaking, he walked forward with a stern face, continuing, but it is indeed time to change clothes. Don't get the wrong idea. Wu Dali's face was pale. He frantically tried to stop him. Calm down. You'll really get killed. Wang Ping was also scared stiff. She's serious. Meanwhile, Yong Shan was studying the map, deep in thought. Lu Man walked up to him, blushing. Young master, let Man help you change your clothes. Hearing this, Yong Shan forced a strained smile. No need. You go on ahead. I need to study this map of the secret realm carefully. He thought, it's fine if I miss the entry-level opportunity, but I absolutely must have the main course in the secret realm. Lu Man replied stiffly. Then, good luck, young master. Huh. Looking at the map, Yong Shan frowned. This is tricky, he complained. This map is drawn like a tourist attraction. They're lucky I don't file a complaint. But why are all the important cultivation resources so deep within the secret realm? Wu Dali said dejectedly. Exactly. There's hardly anything in the outer areas of the secret realm that we're allowed to access. Wu Buer sneered. That's only natural. He held a sword, speaking arrogantly. This boundless steel forest was originally prepared for true immortal masters like us. The real opportunities are all in the central area. So what if there are demonic beasts? Letting you trash eat our leftovers is already a blessing from the heavens. After speaking, he walked away, laughing loudly. Cherish this opportunity. and be moved to tears, you garbage. Ha ha ha. Gao Dingba held a dagger, saying angrily, I really need to find a chance to take care of him. Yes. Wang Ping immediately replied in agreement. Kalaba wasn't angry. Instead, he asked curiously, didn't he enter much earlier? Why is he still on the beach? Deep within the island, someone was monitoring the every move of the Foundation establishment disciples. A moment later, that person reported the situation to the village chief. Village chief, Yong Shan has entered the secret realm. The immortal master who refused to go cultivate and was guarding the entrance has also left. He revealed a mysterious expression. Excellent. Next, we just have to wait for them to enter the spirit spring. The spirit spring contains immense spiritual energy. Even a spirit transformation stage, immortal master would have to slowly adapt to absorb it. A burly man suddenly appeared. He was holding a trident. He spoke in a cold voice. These Foundation establishment stage chicks will definitely fall into a state of spiritual energy conflict due to the sudden surge. Their minds will be in a daze. At that time, he let out a bloodthirsty cry. It will be up to the best hunter in the village to use this poison trident to capture Yong Shan. He was Xing Ho, the strongest fisherman hunter under the Qian village. After changing clothes, Xiao Qian's face was flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't believe her eyes. She exclaimed, how is this outfit even more embarrassing? Why would the sect prepare this kind of clothing? Sister Yu replied innocently, I think it's very cute. Kulaba, with his vast knowledge, explained fluently, this is beachwear. It's the attire worn by boundless sect disciples during seaside activities. It is said that the female version was personally designed by Elder Wei Daoping, and it has received unanimous praise from male cultivators throughout the land. At this, Peng Zhengwu finally understood. So that's how it is. It seems I took the wrong one. Looking at the female attire he was wearing, Gao Dingba and Wang Ping exclaimed in shock. A normal person would never put that on. Lu Man continued to walk up to Yong Shan. Young master, how do I look dressed like this? Do you think it's pretty? She thought to herself. All the male cultivators like this style, then the young master will definitely. Contrary to her thoughts, Yong Shan excitedly pointed in one direction, shouting, let's go. The spirit spring is just ahead. Being ignored, Man's face froze. She continued to think, like it. Deep within the island was a beautiful waterfall. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Yong Shan said excitedly, is this the legendary spirit spring? He was overjoyed. It doesn't look too bad. My opportunity has finally arrived. Xiao Qian, however, was stumbling. Her eyes were about to close. I don't know why. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Kulaba supported Xiao Qian with his muscular arm. Be careful. The concentration of spiritual energy near the spirit spring is too high. For us, if we don't adapt quickly, we'll be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. As for Peng Zhengwu, who was still wearing the women's clothes, he put on an experienced air and said, everyone, quickly find a spot by the spirit spring and begin cultivating. Just convert the spiritual energy into your own true qi. After that, everyone found a suitable spot and sat down. Wu Dali exclaimed in amazement. The spiritual energy is instantly surrounding my entire body. I feel like I could cultivate to the second level tonight. Xiao Qian continued. Cultivating here for one day is probably equal to a whole month of hard work. Another disciple was just as excited. This truly is a cultivation secret realm of the venerable immortals. At the same time, Little One said softly, Man, find a bigger spot. This place might help me recover some of my strength. At least at the point where I won't suddenly disappear. She asked back worriedly, Little One, is your situation really that serious? Yong Shan said with determination. Then I'll start with this biggest pool of water. He let out a great shout. He unleashed his technique. Give me all your spiritual energy. The spirit absorption technique was activated. Spiritual energy immediately flooded into his body. Yong Shan said with pleasure, here it comes. I can feel it coming. In the form of a golden puppy, he continued happily, the feeling of spiritual energy enveloping my entire body and flowing into my sea of qi. He suddenly transformed into a majestic golden dragon. This feeling, this is definitely the main character treatment I've been waiting for. Level up by hacking the game. Reach the heavens in a single step. A system notification appeared. Spirit absorption art has received a small amount of spiritual energy. Absorption complete. At the same time, the lake water dried up completely. Yong Shan stared at it blankly, saying in disappointment, Is this all there is? He angrily kicked a rock. It made a soft thud. Absolutely no change. This fraudulent spirit spring. Only then did Yong Shan come to his senses. Thinking back, that feeling of spiritual energy enveloping his entire body and flowing into his sea of qi. Isn't that just my normal state after absorbing a spirit stone? Suddenly, a trident fell to the ground, letting out a loud clang. Xingho's lips were pressed into a thin line. He said in shock, Father, what did I just see? He stood tall, continuing. An entire lake of spirit spring water sucked dry in an instant. Over here, before Yong Shan could finish speaking, he was so frightened he fell to the ground with a thud. What kind of monster is this guy? Realizing he'd been tricked, Yong Shan furiously mashed the system panel. Give me back the fortunate encounter I've been waiting for. Damn you, system. This caused the system to spark and report an error. Under the scorching island sun, sweat poured down Yong Shan's face like rain. This is bad, he thought. This situation is really, really bad. He knelt before a stone stele, thinking, using this mystic realm cultivation to quickly increase my strength was the most crucial step of my plan. You could even say it was an indispensable link. The more he thought, the wider his eyes grew. The first time entering a mystic realm to accelerate my cultivation. The first time I could use a hack. He clutched his chest in agony, continuing his thought. Two joys that should have merged into one, bringing even greater happiness. A black aura enveloped his entire body. But why? Did it end up like this? In front of Yong Shan stood an expressionless Xingho, raising his trident, ready to finish him. A few hours earlier, seeing Yong Shan quietly leave, Man asked worriedly, Young master, are you not going to continue cultivating in this hot spring? He replied softly, cultivating true qi takes time and accumulation. It cannot be rushed. I plan to go see the other places. He appeared calm on the outside, but his heart was about to explode. Asterisk, if my 30 times experience boost card actually worked, who wouldn't want to cultivate more? Asterisk. Wu Dali suddenly spoke up and asked, is Brother Yang planning to go to the steel forest of transmitted teachings to learn a technique before coming back to cultivate his true qi? Wang Ping said cheerfully, that's right. Learning a technique first and then cultivating true qi will surely be much easier. Kulibai also said seriously, as expected of Brother Yang, we are ashamed of our own short-sightedness. This was like a suggestion, helping Yong Shan find a faster way to cultivate. That makes sense. The method is what's most important. If I skip the true qi cultivation step, I'll have more time to cultivate techniques. Sweet. A moment later, the group arrived at the steel forest of transmitted teachings. Peng Jingwu read the notification board out loud. Steel forest of transmitted teachings. The stone steels here are inscribed with various cultivation techniques for the qi refining stage. Everyone may choose one to cultivate. Yong Shan happily strolled around, thinking to himself, choosing a main cultivation technique. Now, this is what cultivating in a mystic realm should feel like. Which one should I choose? Standing before a stone stele, he thought excitedly. Furious sea art. Calm and waveless, it contains the rivers. Tidal wave, Ju. That name sounds pretty impressive. Peng Jingwu touched the characters on the stele and said, there's a barrier separating us from the stele. Only by mastering a preliminary technique can you increase your spiritual energy absorption speed. Only then can you pass through the barrier. And go deeper into the steel forest, he continued, to learn even higher grade techniques. Brother Yang, where did you get in? At that moment, he realized something. Wait, could it be that all the main cultivation methods for qi refining are used to increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption? Yong Shan furiously kicked the stone stele. My whole body is overflowing with spiritual energy. My sea of qi is churning like a waterfall. What the hell would I learn this for? Seeing this, Kulibai said, it seems Brother Yang already has a main cultivation technique. His purpose in coming here was actually to find the treasures deep within the steel forest. Wu Dali replied in astonishment. So that's it. Only a mysterious treasure hidden deep in the steel forest could move Brother Yong. As if his fighting spirit had been reignited, Yong Shan said heroically, "That's right. Method. Who needs painstaking cultivation? Skip the training and take the treasure directly." Now that's a standard main character move. He opened a chest and looked at the treasures inside. Silent. A moment later, he coldly carried the chest over to the others. Then he unceremoniously dumped the contents out. Wu Dali picked up a treasure and said with admiration, "Be Brother Yong, are you really giving us all these pills and treasures?" Xiao Xian also added, "Thank you, Brother Yong. These are all good items. They can greatly enhance the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption." He generously handed Man a jade pendant, saying, "Everyone, don't be polite. They're just a few personal trinkets. If they can help everyone improve their cultivation, then that's great." She blushed, replying shyly, "Thank you, young master." Seeing the jade pendant, Shaoan said happily, "A Han jade from Lu Hua Valley. It's a great item to help me with my qi refining." After distributing the treasures, Yong Shan immediately left. "Everyone, continue to work hard on your cultivation techniques. I'm going to check out the other places." Man watched his retreating back, a hint of worry rising in her heart. "Young master." The moment he turned away, a sly expression appeared on Yong Shan's face. "That's right. Trading useless secret treasures for everyone's goodwill. Not a bad deal at all. Everything is going according to my plan." He held a tree branch and said fiercely, "Plan my ass," with a light bite. The branch snapped in two. Why is it that when other people hack games, it's always smooth sailing? But when it's my turn, it's like my hack is actively working against every opportunity. In the form of a golden dog, he narrated, "The most important thing in qi refining cultivation is absorbing spiritual energy. For me, who already has the spirit absorption art and is overflowing with spiritual energy, spirit stones and money are both meaningless. I'm not interested in money. Money is just a number to me. No matter how large, it's meaningless." The next second, his demeanor changed abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot. "No, I absolutely cannot return empty-handed. There's still one last option I can use." Yong Shan continued, "Don't think I'll give up so easily. You damn system." But he didn't notice that Xing Ho was watching from behind. However, Xing Ho was terrified by his power. He trembled and said, "Too terrifying. Looks like I have to observe more before I can make a move. Right? I have to observe more." A short while later, Yong Shan arrived at the steel forest of transmitted arts. He stood before a stone stele covered in strange symbols. Yong Shan said excitedly, "If the path of qi refining is useless to me, then I'll just learn qi refining arts directly." He declared loudly, "The 3 meridians of heaven. The human meridian forges the body. The earth meridian refines qi. And I belong to the heaven meridian, specializing in magic arts that command spiritual energy." He laughed loudly as he spoke. Powerful magic arts combined with the spiritual energy in my body will surely elevate my combat power to a whole new level. Come on, teach me all your precious magic arts." As he finished speaking, he unexpectedly slammed his palm onto the stone stele, causing the characters on it to light up brilliantly. The world around him went dark. A figure appeared in the distance. Yong Shan was startled. "You're back again?" He was shocked. What was that just now? Before he could finish his sentence, his body was invaded by something. Poof! Before Yong Shan could react, he passed out. What has happened? Returning to the previous person, he introduced himself. "I am Xing Ho. I kill decisively, am cold and merciless. No prey has ever escaped my grasp. I'm the strongest hunter in the village below. One might even say the strongest in the EC. Second to none. Back to the present." He thought nervously. And this time, the target I want to hunt is a monster. An incredibly terrifying one. Thinking of the scene where Yong Shan sucked the lake dry, he grew even more terrified. It was ferocious and brutal. Its massive maw could drain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was wicked and loathsome. Even the barriers of the immortals could not stop it. It was cunning and deceitful. It could manipulate the hearts of men with a few indescribable whispers. Xing Ho cowered. He was no different from a monkey beside it. He was on pins and needles, facing such a terrifying monster. Even someone as strong as me cannot be careless. He chuckled. "That's right. The most important quality of a hunter is patience. I must wait for the perfect opportunity. Without absolute certainty, I absolutely cannot act rashly. The moment he saw Yong Shan fall, the thought immediately flashed through Xing Ho's mind. Act. He rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did the opportunity really come so suddenly? At the same time, Yong Shan entered an endless space. He asked himself, in confusion, is this the spiritual space of the law-imparting steel? Was that figure just now a character from the cutscene during the law impartation? Coming to his senses, he smirked. That scared me. I thought something terrible had happened. He clicked his tongue. Turns out I just had a cultivation deviation while learning a new technique. Many system notifications also appeared around him. Cultivation talent, locked. Cultivation talent, locked. Cultivation talent, locked. Cultivation talent, locked. Yong Shan's eyes widened as he sighed. You damn system. I saw this old trick of yours coming a mile away. At this moment, a series of magical runes appeared. According to the boundless sect's teachings, the so-called learning a technique is the process of memorizing all the rules for using various types of spiritual energy. Yong Shan didn't hesitate to reach out and touch a nearby rune. If one learns the rules too hastily or rashly comes into contact with a technique that one cannot comprehend, it can lead to severe spiritual damage, even permanent mental collapse. And my eternal sea of demons, the moment he touched it, an immense power surged into his body. His true chi exploded. Unlike Foundation establishment, his soul was being torn apart, although it caused no external wounds. The pain was 10,000 times more intense. This made him feel as if his hands were about to be devoured. Yong Shan endured it, gritting his teeth. You damn system. Don't think this is enough to make me give up. I've been preparing for this situation for a long time. A moment later, they condensed back together. Yong Shan laughed loudly. Since I can't assimilate them with my soul according to the rules, naturally, I'll just have to memorize all these techniques before my mind completely collapses. He said proudly, don't underestimate an elite trained by the Ministry of Education. Suddenly, a surge of power appeared, but it didn't frighten Yong Shan. He shouted, what cultivation deviation? No one can stop me, Yong Shan, from leveling up. Suddenly, that surge of power vanished. It made him exclaim in surprise. Before he could understand, it had pulled him into another space. Wait, my mind hasn't collapsed yet. Why is this happening? In another space. He was casually playing a game while snacking. Suddenly, Yong Shan fell from the ceiling with a whoosh. Due to the hard impact, he groaned, holding his head. Ow! Looking at the surrounding space, Yong Shan said with joy, wait, this is my house. Am I back home? Who was sitting on the floor, immediately replied, in your dreams. This is just a space formed from your memories. What are you doing here for no reason? Besides, this is my house now. I'm not giving it back, he said with a pout. So that's how it is. I thought that damn system had suddenly kicked the bucket. Suddenly, Yong Shan remembered something. Wait, I think the old man on Mount Hui warned me about this before. He pondered with a grim expression. A person's state of mind, unstable during a demonic deviation, leads to a strange weakening of the spirit. If an accident occurs during cultivation, before the eternal sea of demons can descend, one is devoured by their own heart demon. And my heart demon is a very strange thing. In that case, Yong Shan picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it casually. Cultivation deviation is a complete enjoyment for me. It's been a while since I've had a Coke. This made Yi's jaw drop. He said while snacking and enjoying himself. I just need a rest here, and then I can go out and continue learning techniques. Very accurate. A moment later, he picked up the game console and ordered keep an eye on the situation outside for me. If there's no danger, don't bother me. He thought. The last survivor too. I transmigrated right after I bought it. I don't know the story. I wonder if I can still play it? She couldn't take it anymore. He immediately kicked Yong Shan away. If you have nothing to do, then get the hell out. At the same time, in the outside world, Xing Ho tiptoed closer to Yong Shan. What do I do? What do I do? It all happened so fast. I'm completely unprepared. Looking at him passed out on the ground, Xing Ho wondered, did he have a cultivation deviation while learning a technique? If I make a move now, I might succeed, but he still has a bit of humanity left. Xingho thought to himself. But if at this critical moment, he's affected by the poison on the trident, it might very well cause him to be completely devoured by his heart demon. Nearby, a giant python and a bear were eyeing Yong Shan menacingly. Xingho was still hesitating. This place is very close to the central area of the island. Even if I ignore him, he'll be attacked by the wild beasts, or even the demonic beasts around here. Finally, Xingho made his decision. I've decided. He didn't hesitate to raise the trident. Xingho unexpectedly threw the trident at the two monsters. I just need to save him. In his mind, he had already imagined the scene of Yong Shan offering him a treasure. Moved to tears. I am willing to be your beast of burden, to repay you for saving my life. Xingho even naively thought, he will be grateful to me. He will definitely hand over the family spirit stone willingly. Xingho said as he pulled the trident from the tree. That's right. This is my plan. As he spoke, Xingho turned around. He looked with a cold gaze. As the strongest hunter in the North Sea, no matter how much the prey struggles, it cannot escape from my grasp. I am too strong. Suddenly, Yong Shan shot up and shouted, You bastard! Would it kill you to let me play for a little while? Hearing this, Xingho was so scared his face scrunched up. He immediately knelt before Yong Shan, saying loudly, Spare me, my lord. But faced with this strange behavior, Yong Shan asked in confusion, Who are you? Only then did Xingho realize something was wrong. He was kneeling before Yong Shan, but he felt unconvinced. He thought to himself, This is not good. Seeing this, Yong Shan spoke up. You're the secret realm guide from the Qian village. Xingho thought to himself, I originally thought he was just a spy hiding his strength, or a demonic cultivator with ulterior motives. Yong Shan said to Xingho, But the sect rules state that we are not allowed to go deep into the island, so we don't need your help. At this moment, Xingho broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, but it was only when I got close to him that I could clearly feel that wasn't the case. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. Is that so? Then it seems I was mistaken. Then, he calculated in his head. We islanders are extremely sensitive to the breath of life. The whisper of the great waves. The breath of the sea breeze. He firmly believed in his intuition, and therefore was extremely wary. And the intuition of the strongest hunter in the South Sea all pointed to one fact. Then I won't disturb your cultivation, my lord. Looking at Yong Shan before him, Xingho thought in fear, beneath his ordinary exterior. But Yong Shan didn't mind. He even thanked him. But, thanks anyway. Just hearing that, Xingho ran for his life. I'm leaving right now. Seeing him disappear, he appeared from behind and said to Yong Shan, There's something wrong with that guy. Seeing that, he agreed. Anyone can see that. Then he said, He has some malicious intent. But what's clearer is his endless fear. What in the world did you do to him? He was met with Yong Shan's furious roar. How should I know? And so, Yong Shan fell silent. Forget it. I just need to be on my guard. I can't let these trivial matters affect my enthusiasm. Looking at the stone pillar covered in text before him, he said to E, Right now, for me, improving my strength is the most important thing. Seeing this, he asked concerned, You still want to continue? Hearing that, Yong Shan immediately answered with determination. It was hard enough to find a feast this big. How can I just take one bite? After that, he began to study it meticulously. Normally, the most important point when learning magic is to create a resonance between the laws of heaven and earth in one soul, to comprehend the mysteries within. He'd read so many books he'd been punched by one. Therefore, every time you learn, you must choose magic that matches your own attributes. Then use various visualizations to adjust your mental state. Otherwise, you'll suffer a backlash from the laws and fall into chi deviation. After that, he began to complain. But because of this damn system, no matter what I do, I'm definitely going to fall into chi deviation. But with his recklessness, he feared no one. So, I don't need those boring warm-ups. Just force it open and dissect it. Swallow it whole. After that, he crushed the palm thunder with all his might. It's just the pain of the soul's backlash. Grit your teeth and you'll get through it. Even if I'm eventually consumed by my inner demon and fall into the mindscape, the suffering and torment within won't make my will submit. Hurry up and study for me. Wait, let me just finish this round. I don't care what attribute the magic is, whether it's symbiotic or conflicting. Don't even mention talent or comprehension. My soul is compatible with it. First level spell, Palm Thunder. 0 level spell, Gentle Wind. 0 level spell, Rain and Light. Anyway, I'm a cram-style top student. If once doesn't work, I'll do it many times. The backlash from the laws of heaven and earth on my soul doesn't matter. Your futile struggles and resistance only fuel my desire to learn. Seeing Yong Shan about to fall into chi deviation, it worriedly called out to him, Don't continue like this. She was about to cry from worry. The magic you learn this way. However, Yong Shan didn't hear a word. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Won't have a soul. Ha ha ha. More. I need more. At that moment, in another space, Wu Buer was in the middle of a fierce battle. Rebellious void blade technique. Calm inner sea. The demonic beast fell before him. Thud then, he sneered. You overestimate yourself. A mere third-rank demonic beast dares to attack me? Dong Gue and Shan Nai stood to the side, witnessing everything. They started to gossip. Didn't they say the demonic beasts only operate near the Great Spirit Spring in the center? Why did it wander out here? Did it get lost like us? If you hadn't wanted to pick herbs, sister, we wouldn't have gotten separated from everyone. Seeing this, Wu Buer was displeased. He impatiently waved them away. What are you looking at? There's so many demonic beasts on this island. What's so strange about a few weirdos who like to run around? If you have nothing better to do, then get going. Shanai saw this. She turned and looked into the distance. She saw a group of people standing there. She said to Wu Buer, So you're not planning to go to the center to dig for treasures? Are you just hanging around the outskirts to keep the demonic beasts from bothering those kids while they cultivate? Dong Gue saw this and chimed in. He was standing guard before, until they successfully entered the secret realm. Hearing this, Wu Buer became furious. What are you looking at? Who cares if those weaklings live or die? It's just that I'm not interested in the opportunities in this secret realm. I just wanted to find a quiet place to be lazy. Seeing this, Shan Nai said with disgust, So it's the proud to be with my brother's type. That trope is so old. But Dong Gue had the opposite reaction. But I think it's very cute. Hearing this, Wu Buer grew even angrier at their teasing. Are you two looking for a fight? Suddenly, something unexpected appeared. It caught the attention of all three. It was a demonic beast, lumbering forward. Not just one, but an entire pack. Wu Buer and the others quickly jumped up to avoid them. Why are there so many demonic beasts? Good thing they're just passing through. With these numbers, it would be a huge pain if it was just us fighting them. Suddenly, Dong Gue noticed something. Wu Buer did too. That direction seems to be outside the secret realm. Where are they going? Wait. In this scene, they discovered, on the back of one of the demonic beasts, Yin was sitting leisurely. Why is there a 5th rank or higher great demon in its transformed state? And it has the mark of the Beast King. In this world, learning magic is to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, to understand the workings of all things and their spiritual power. Therefore, every time you learn a spell, you will receive a response from the laws. This will enhance the true chi in your body. Some prodigies with extremely high comprehension can even raise their cultivation level by learning a large number of spells. This is the so-called enlightenment through magic to seek the Tao. The more he thought, the more smug Yong Shan became. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. And I, Yong Shan, am clearly that prodigy. At that moment, an information panel appeared before him. Learn 7 spells in one go. 0 level spell, Gentle Wind. 0 level spell, Rain and Light. 0 level spell, Spirit Blood Needle. 0 level spell, Triple Light Flash. 0 level spell, Firecat. 1st level spell, Water Vision. 1st level spell, Palm Thunder. Then, Yong Shan focused on analyzing the information on the panel. The true chi feedback directly raised his minor realm by 2 levels. All attributes upgraded. MP, 14/14. True chi, 60/60. 3rd level chi refinement. Trial points, 1281. Agility, 5. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 4. Comprehension, 3. Root, 11. Fortitude, 7. Seeing this, he grew even happier. He felt his destiny was incredibly fortunate. Even with the spirit intake technique providing endless spiritual energy, This still saves me at least a month of cultivation. Wah! This is the leveling speed a protagonist should have. After that, he began to indulge himself. And here I was worried before, that this method of learning magic wouldn't get a response from the laws. In the end, despite such a violent resistance, the true chi rewarded to me still had to be obediently handed over, didn't it? As he said this, he took out a calculator and started punching in numbers. 7 spells got me to the 3rd level of chi refinement. This steel of inheritance has dozens of ancient spells. The chart behind it is a growth chart of the required true chi and the rewarded true chi for each spell level. Looking at the numbers before him, Yong Shan was completely stunned. If I learn them all, I can definitely reach the Spirit Emperor stage. I might even directly enter the sea condensation stage. After that, he started calculating happily again, plus the spirit intake technique. In 1 or 2 months, can I start thinking about core formation? Yong Shan thought. He felt extremely smug. This is what you call protagonist treatment. After that, he began to daydream. Should I become an immortal lord first and seize resources? Or should I take it step by step and pursue the 9-pattern golden core? Or should I just keep learning and directly stack up tens of thousands of layers of chi refinement? Hearing this, beside him, couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Do you really think that's possible? She held the TV remote in one hand. She calmly turned her head and said, do you need me to help you remember what you looked like screaming in agony while trying to resist the backlash of the laws to learn? She began to analyze for Yong Shan. Your body was in so much pain, you couldn't even maintain your human form. Seeing this, he said angrily, my soul has clearly recovered, but my body still retains the phantom pain. So the body is such an inconvenient thing. After that, he turned and whined to ecchi. So can I rest at your place for a little while longer and then continue studying? Hearing this, ecchi couldn't take it anymore. She immediately kicked Yong Shan's soul back into the golden dog's body. Don't push it. I'm a heart demon, you know. Boo-hoo. Being brutally kicked back, Yong Shan helplessly returned to his dog body. Suddenly, a giant foot appeared in front of him. It startled him greatly. Whoa! Right now, in front of Yong Shan was a giant, ferocious beast. Its eyes were bloodshot, and sharp horns grew from its head. It was glaring at him with extreme malice. Yin looked incredibly imposing at this moment, leading a pack of savage demon beasts. Well, have you found the target yet? Seeing the scene, Yong Shan was so scared he trembled all over. He pretended to be an ordinary stray dog in front of the pack of demon beasts. There's only a stray dog here. After that, he didn't dare to look directly at them. He turned and walked away, thinking to himself, why did a whole pack of demon beasts suddenly appear? Weren't they saying there's no danger around the mystic realm? Why is even a 5th grade, shape-shifting demon beast here? At that moment, ecchi quietly appeared. Yong Shan, what are you afraid of? Didn't the infinite sect give you a distress token? After that, she began to remind him, with such a short distance, an immortal lord's power can arrive in an instant, and beat them so badly they won't even recognize their own mothers. Hearing this, Yong Shan's fighting spirit returned. He resolved, no, an immortal lord entering here would consume a massive amount of the mystic realm's spiritual energy. So the rescuers are not allowed to enter the mystic realm. Remembering the hardships he had gone through, I finally found a chance to cheat and level up. How can I give up so easily just because of a pack of demon beasts? Seeing this, ecchi was terrified. You're not planning to take on this whole pack of demon beasts by yourself, are you? Before Yong Shan could make a move, she had already started packing her bags, planning to find a new host. It surprised him greatly. Well then, I'll go see if anyone else wants a cute heart demon. I think I'll have to find a new home. He turned back and scolded. How could that be possible? Besides, can a heart demon like you even move? After that, he began to quietly leave this dangerous place. Based on my experience from the Cloud Ascension contest, under normal circumstances, demon beasts won't pay attention to a pitiful and innocent animal like me. He walked while glancing back. Besides, what does it have to do with me if the infinite sect's mystic realm has a problem? If they want to destroy it or rebel, let them. As long as they don't bother my dedicated studying, it's fine. Suddenly, a ferocious monkey turned and reported back, which scared Yong Shan stiff. Lord Yinyu, the target has not yet been found. How can that be? The one who emitted that provocative aura must be nearby. Hearing this, Yong Shan was so scared he rolled over and fainted. Learned Spirit Vision. Rank 0 Magic Art. After that, Yin turned and said to his underlings, "Look, the ancestral spirit aura he's emitting has gotten stronger." It's true. Then Yong Shan suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. What are they talking about? Ancestral spirit. Isn't that what the demon race calls the eternal demonic sea? Yin had also realized the aura detection can't be wrong. It feels like I've missed something. After that, he suddenly turned and shouted, startling Yong Shan. Could it be? Not wasting any more words, he immediately used Searing Flames. Host is changing form. Yong Shan quickly transformed into his human form and unleashed a single-minded sword strike. After that, he stood imposingly with his long sword and said, "A great 5th grade demon, yet you resort to a sneak attack." He questioned, but his heart was already far from calm. "Aren't you ashamed? Damn it, I can't believe he was actually targeting me." And he attacked right away. Seeing this, Yin held his head and laughed loudly. Flames still blazed in his hand. My mistake. I didn't see through your true form at first." He pretended to be calm, but his heart had already begun to waver. "Forgive my lack of discernment. This guy's aura concealment is terrifying. Luckily, I reacted quickly. If a sneak attack had succeeded, I'd be in deep trouble. In this world, demon beasts are divided into 9 grades. Although the combat power between individuals varies greatly due to different bloodlines and races, under normal circumstances, 1st to 2nd grade demon beasts are just slightly stronger wild animals. Martial masters can handle them. 3rd to 4th grade demon beasts can use their innate abilities. They require immortal masters at the spirit circulation and sea condensation stages to deal with. As for 5th grade demon beasts, they can already take human form, cultivate various demonic arts, and can destroy core formation stage immortal masters. Many powerful races can even stand on par with immortal lords. And the one before me now is a great 5th grade shape-shifting demon who has mastered demonic arts. There's no doubt about it. He just threw a casual blow, and I had to use a single-minded sword strike from the 3rd layer of chi refining just to block it. Yong Shan thought for a moment. Yin also sized him up with a probing gaze. A shape-shifting rat? But even though he's transformed into a human in front of me, the aura on his body is still that of a common stray dog. Thinking of this, he lowered his gaze to his opponent's feet to be able to maintain his aura concealment even while unleashing such a sword chi. That ancestral spirit aura from before was indeed deliberately released by him. In the end, both of them had the same thought. This guy is not easy to deal with. Yong Shan spoke first. "I am Yong Shan. I only wish to cultivate here. I hope you can accommodate me." But in his heart, he was thinking, damn it. I can't believe that using a heart demon to cheat at learning magic arts would lure this great demon here. The other party replied with a threatening tone. "This is my Yu's territory. Leave immediately, and I will spare your life." He spoke thus, but his heart was trembling. This is bad. He's really set his sights on this island. He wants to seize it as his own cultivation cave. After that, Yong Shan's pupils constricted, his face showing displeasure. In that case, there's nothing more to say. To try and drive away someone like me, who's cheating at cultivation, he must be the demon beast the infinite sect uses to guard the steel forest. With that, he immediately rushed towards his opponent, unleashing his ultimate move, single-minded sword. It was so hard to find a chance to level up. How can I give up so easily? I can only risk it all. If he's the demon beast guarding the steel forest, then as long as I can suppress the leader, the other underlings probably won't interfere. And you didn't just wait to die. He counterattacked, unleashing a fiery move. Don't be ridiculous. How could I surrender without a fight? And just hand over my own lair? He glanced to his right. His underlings were still watching from the side. I absolutely cannot back down easily. Unexpectedly, his naive underlings were looking at Yong Shan with eyes full of admiration. A shape-shifting great demon of the Xian clan. No wonder he dares to come and challenge us. I wonder who's stronger, him or the boss. Meanwhile, Yong Shan was still fighting with all his might. He unleashed another move. Play all my cards. The longer I can hold out, the better. Luckily, Yin dodged to the side in time. He thought to himself, my life is the most important thing. The longer I can block his moves, the better. Just like that, The two sides fought to a standstill. If it doesn't work, I'll use the distress token. As long as I can keep the Green Mountain, I won't have to worry about running out of firewood. At worst, I'll just surrender in the end. After all, retiring to the countryside doesn't mean I lose my noble status. Just as the battle was at a stalemate, Eti appeared and said to Yong Shan, Hey, are you really doing this? Even though you've become an immortal master and your single-minded sword is stronger, you can only use it 10 times at most. If you keep fighting like this, you can't win. Yong Shan replied, Of course, I know that. So from the very beginning, my goal wasn't to defeat him. I just wanted to buy a little time to learn magic arts. Eti was shocked. Learning magic arts while fighting? And using that reinforcement learning method by enduring the backlash? How is that possible? On the contrary, Yong Shan was extremely resolute. Impossible? Don't be ridiculous. I am Yong Shan. On the other side, Yinyu frowned as he noticed something unusual. Strange. This guy doesn't seem that strong. He just keeps using that one sword chi attack over and over. And it takes him a long time to unleash it once. Could it be that he's not really that powerful? Let's try a big move. If you're just putting on a brave front, then turn back into a dog for me. The moment he finished speaking, Yong Shan suddenly let out a few groans. His face scrunched up like an old man's. Seeing this, Yanwu became even more smug. Wait, I haven't even made a move yet. Why are you screaming so loud? But the next second, he had to reconsider. No, that's not right. That aura coming from him. Could it be the ancestral spirit? Intentionally showing off his pure bloodline at a time like this. Is he trying to provoke me? Or can he even borrow the power of the ancestral spirit? Impossible. No matter what. I will absolutely not let you have your way. Fire element. Crimson kill. Despite Yanwu unleashing his ultimate move, Yong Shan remained calm and composed. Before his eyes was a string of incomprehensible text. Then, he suddenly swung his sword decisively. He blocked the opponent's fiery attack. Calculation complete. This terrified Yanwu to his core. His face immediately darkened. What is this? Impossible. Destroy the techniques node. End. Yong Shan swung his sword. One slash to break the technique. He was incredibly excited by this masterful display. Amazing. How do you have such skill? Praised. Yong Shan chuckled, scratching his head. I don't know. What did I just do? I shattered a technique with a single slash? Did that damn system's conscience finally kick in? Did it give me some new skill? As expected, no. Was it Yui? Did you hide some powerful trick behind my back? Yong Shan said as he flipped up her skirt to search. He replied shyly. It really wasn't. I have nothing to do with techniques, or spiritual energy, or any of that. Try to remember the feeling just now. It seems that in an instant, I completely understood the principles behind how the technique works, and I even received a large amount of, wait, true chi? Could it be that a cultivation genius like me has activated some hidden inheritance? From now on, I won't suffer a backlash when learning techniques, and I can master them instantly. Yong Shan said as he touched the lines of text. When I entered the mind space before, was it very different from a normal cultivation deviation where one is devoured by their heart demon? Not at all different, because you were originally meant to be devoured. But I spat you out, as I thought there's no such thing as a free lunch. It still hurts just as much. Good. I've closed the mind space. I've hidden myself inside. Don't let me go in there again. Your soul is damaged. Don't you need to go inside to rest? A gift of unknown origin. Faced with something like this, it's better to keep a card up my sleeve. But being cautious doesn't mean cowering. I still have to take the benefits I'm owed. Learn Wooden Seal. Tier 0 technique. In Yanwu's eyes, Yong Shan had been acting strangely this whole time, and now he was convulsing in pain. He trembled as he held his sword. Yanwu's expression was a bit hard to read. As I thought, this guy is putting on a show for me. My technique was completely shattered just now, and now he's pretending to be injured? That's just too unfair. Meanwhile, Yong Shan was still grimacing in pain. Learning techniques still has such a backlash. It seems I need my enemies to cast techniques on me. Just as he finished speaking, Yanwu approached him and said, Ahem, your skills are truly extraordinary. I, Yanwu, acknowledge you. Yanwu thought, this is not an expert I can handle. I'll just say a few classic lines and surrender. Let's see. What can I say to sound more imposing? So I still have to rely on this guy. After a moment of silence, Yong Shan suddenly smiled. He rushed towards his opponent with his sword. Come on, keep hitting me. Don't stop. So, you're not accepting my surrender. Hearing this, Yanwu had no choice but to oblige this ancestor of the Yang family. He unleashed a flame body armor technique. But then he was shocked to find, I'm still alive? At the same time, Yong Shan had read all of Yanwu's information. He hummed for a moment and then spoke. So that's how it is. As I thought. That's right. Before him was the system interface. Learned flame body armor. Ktief technique. Host's true chi level has increased to chi refining layer 4. Host's realm has increased to spirit transformation stage. As long as I'm attacked by technique, I can learn it instantly, and then shatter it with a single slash. Use all the techniques you know. Let me have a taste of each and every one. No sooner said than done. The two of them really did begin to fight. The battle shook the heavens and the earth. A loud explosion echoed through the dense forest. I can't beat him. This thought had crossed Yin Wu's mind, but his underlings were completely oblivious. The boss is so strong. It's been a long time since I've seen the boss fight so seriously. Yin Wu shouted confidently. Die for me. I really can't beat him. No matter what technique I use, it's instantly shattered by a slash. Just as he thought this, he was suddenly attacked by Yong Shan from behind. Although his method of attack was just a repetitive slash, his power was constantly increasing. He wasn't hiding it at all. However, that wasn't all. A moment later, Yong Shan unleashed a new move. Spiritual energy converged. The system displayed a series of notifications. Learned flying arrow evolution. Tier 3 technique. Learned explosion. Tier 4 technique. Host's true chi level has increased to chi refining layer 5. Yong Shan smiled coldly. He slowly drew his sword. Out of the techniques, just now, you've already used 3 of them. Give me something new. He had lost patience with this game. I'm going to die. It seemed this sight had truly frightened Yin Wu. His face was pale. He stammered, Is anyone coming to save me? At the same time, Xinghe was struggling to drag a giant bag. He trudged through the forest. That's right. I wasn't running away just now. I was going to get my hunting gear. A hunter fights with wits, not brawn. Only with the help of the hunting tools I meticulously crafted am I in my strongest form. It allows me to hunt all creatures. Having come this far, Xinghe suddenly saw the scene ahead. He recognized that familiar face. Yong Shan is fighting someone? Could it be that the heavens want me to be the fisherman who reaps the rewards? I never thought the person in question, Yin Wu, would suddenly run over. His face was a mask of terror as he screamed for help. In an instant, Xinghe's smug expression turned to one of utter shock. The white-haired man in front of him was still running towards him, and behind him, a ferocious Yong Shan was in hot pursuit. Don't run. I want more. Use all your family's techniques on me. Xinghe was in a panic. He had no choice but to swing his hammer. Wait, don't come over here. As he spoke, he smashed the hammer straight into Yong Shan's face. The person immediately fell to the ground. Fresh blood trickled from his forehead. This is not a technique. Yong Shan sank deep into his consciousness. He called out to him anxiously. Yong Shan, wake up. You're about to be devoured by the eternal sea of demons. No matter how much he called, it took a while for Yong Shan to respond. He raised his head. Sometime, his eyes had become empty and lifeless. There was only a dense wall of text in his eyes. Then, his large frame was enveloped by a strange blue vortex. Back in the real world, Yong Shan was still kneeling on one knee. He used his long sword to support his body. His eyes were tightly shut. Yin Wu and Xinghe were both a little dazed. So, we won. As they spoke, they both let out a sigh of relief. Yin Wu didn't forget to praise Xinghe. If you can knock out this monster with a single blow, you've got some skills. Of course, sometimes, even I can't imagine my own great power. Then, the two of them, like comrades, shook hands and introduced themselves. Yin Wu, leader of the heroes of the demon race. Xinghe, the strongest hunter who strikes fear into the 4 seas. From this day, we are brothers. However, what should we do with him now? Hearing this newly sworn brother immediately reminded him, sorry, I still have to ask him about the spirit stones. I can't let you eat him. Who wants to eat him? I'm not like you guys. I don't just eat anything. However, Little did these two know, in the next second, strange blue lightning crackled in the air. What kind of trick is this? This monster has a second phase? Xingho suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Yinyu, you just said that we're brothers who trust each other, right? Yeah, when we run, can I trust you with my back? How can you say, let me cover you, with such a straight face? No sooner said than done. Xingho immediately tucked tail and ran, ignoring Yinyu, who grabbed him. Don't run. My boys are all around here. If I run like this, how can I ever show my face again? Then you have to let me go. Just then, Yong Shan came to his senses, his brow furrowed. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. All of this is a spell. Suddenly, behind him, Xingho viciously raised his hammer, ready to strike. Damn it. No time to run. I'll have to risk it all. I am the rule. I am the art spirit. I am the source of the great Tao. Xingho roared. I'm the strongest hunter. Do you think I'm stupid enough to just stand here and watch you transform? But in the next instant, Yong Shan used his skill. Shadow art, shifting phantoms. Xingho put all his strength into swinging his hammer. The blow shook heaven and earth. Yinyu warned Xingho. Watch out. He's behind you. What? Yong Shan continued his cryptic chant. I am the origin of all arts. The logic of all techniques. Sun as the wind. Yong Shan unleashed his attack on Xingho. Xingho took the full force of the blow alone. After the whirlwind, Xingho's body was covered in wounds. At that moment, Yong Shan seemed to realize something. But he never expected Yinyu to charge in from out of nowhere, wreathed in roaring flames. If long-range spells are useless, then I'll just have to get in close to cast nature's flying dance. However, no matter how hard Yinyu tried, Yong Shan didn't fall. Your thirst for knowledge and obsession with power have moved me. I have decided to pass everything on to you. In the blink of an eye, all the flames were slowly absorbed into Yong Shan's hand. What? How is this possible? Nice one. Then, just hearing those words, Yinyu knew what was coming next. The color drained from his face in terror. Time for a taste of your own medicine. Yong Shan hurled the flames back at him. Returning this to you. Nature's flying dance. In that hair-raising moment, a hand landed on Yinyu's shoulder. Xingho rushed forward, shoving him backward to dodge the attack. Don't space out in the middle of the fight. Spells are useless. Work with me and attack his physical body. Got it. Then, he pulled a dagger from nowhere. For defense and offense. Human blood, art, body manifestation. In the next second, the sworn brothers charged forward with grim determination. We can win if we fight him up close. Charge. In contrast, Yong Shan spoke with complete calm. Accept my power. You will gain the spiritual energy to rule the world. Wield the authority of the heavens. Art spirit. Yinyu and Xingho coordinated perfectly. They cornered Yong Shan. However, the unexpected happened. It shocked them both. Their attack was blocked by Yong Shan's solid, spherical barrier. Damn it. Just how many defensive spells does this guy have? This is just cheating. How are we even supposed to fight this? On Yong Shan's side, the voice rang out. From this day forward, you shall be the incarnation of the Tao's oneness. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The 4 symbols and 2 principles will all heed your command. The 2 brothers were so scared they started stuttering. W8, no way. Before Yong Shan's eyes were nothing but dense lines of text. Very quickly, he erupted with terrifying power. From now on, all arts are at my command. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the forest. Yinyu's voice cried out, "Help me." His underlings seemed to hear him. Sounds like the boss is in trouble. Is he about to lose? What should we do? Suddenly, one of them yelled, "Everyone calm down. The boss won't lose. Du Xiao, this guy. We get it. Then let's go together." As a battered and bruised Yinyu collapsed on the ground covered in blood, he saw the scene before him and was moved to tears. His crew had come to his rescue. You guys, I'm such a useless boss, and yet you all still. Then let's fight side by side. One last time. Who would have thought? In such a moving moment, Yinyu would be slapped in the face the very next second. His underlings, one after another, fell to their knees, bowing their heads to their enemy, Yong Shan. We greet the new boss. The beautiful dream of Yinyu shattered. At that moment, Yong Shan held Xingho by the collar, staring down at the scene below. Du Jiao thought smugly, that's right. As long as I switch bosses fast enough, failure will never catch up to me. Myriad arts at will, 1,000 foes fall, I have surpassed my limits. He had barely moved and his new underlings were already bowing. Yong Shan, revered like this, was incredibly pleased. I never thought that I, Yong Shan, would have a day where I get to be the overpowered protagonist. So this is the power of the rules. Right now, I've only just merged with the inheritance of a beginner-level art. Your mission now is to go to the Great Spirit Spring at the center of the island and find my true form. As a reward, I will raise your cultivation to the Golden Core stage and grant you the ability to use intermediate-level arts. Is this what it really feels like to have a cheat code? No more meticulous calculations. No more grasping at a sliver of hope to survive. No more putting all my effort into every single step. And definitely no more battling wits and will with that garbage system. I've even got a mission with step-by-step instructions. A function that assists my cultivation. It makes every step simple. Mission: move forward 50 meters. Reward: obtain advanced walking ability. TCH. Yong Shan couldn't contain his joy. He started daydreaming. Congratulations. Your realm has increased again. A heaven-sent opportunity just fell into my lap. True chi and cultivation techniques are all being spoon-fed to me. From now on, I can get stronger without even trying. From now on, I'll look down on the whole world. My fate is in my hands, not the heavens. Thinking this, his gaze became dreamy. If only in this world, things were really that simple. Emergency mission. Mission objective: escape the control of the Tao Sea. Mission reward: skill, soul armor. 8,000 reward points. Warning: failure of this mission is extremely dangerous. Please ensure completion. A moment later, Yong Shan finally spoke. He raised a hand to the air. I, Yong Shan, am indifferent to fame and fortune. I have no interest in special opportunities or power. I prefer to cultivate in a practical, down-to-earth way. So, you should probably find someone else to inherit the great Tao. Safety first. No one to quit. Wait, you can't go. What's happening? My body feels strange. Yong Shan was bewildered. I'm being pulled back. Is this a spirit contract? That voice rang out again. I am the art spirit. I am a great Tao. I am that which countless people dream of obtaining. Who gave you the audacity to refuse me? Seeing this, Yong Shan panicked. He raised the wooden tablet in his hand. Forgetting everything else, he quickly called for help. Saving his own skin was all that mattered. Is that the communication talisman? Then, Yong Shan swung his sword, severing the chains around him. Damn you! Don't even think about tying me down. One heart, one sword. The aura of the ancient demonic sea has, for some reason, parasitized your rest. Or perhaps, it manifested the half-dead, half-alive space within you. What? Yong Shan was instantly terrified. What the hell is he talking about? He saw right through the system's existence? Normally, isn't the system supposed to be some unknowable power that transcends everything? The system's been exposed. Then, as someone who's transmigrated as Yong Shan, my very foundation has been shaken. For me, this situation isn't a good thing. At this thought, Yong Shan burst out laughing. Ahem. Excuse me. He grinned. May I ask, can you help me get rid of this thing? Huh? Of course. Bring it to my true self. I'll give it a try. Deal. As long as you destroy the system, I'll put you in the cheater's seat. The moment he finished speaking, the young man burst into laughter. He tapped furiously at the system interface. Wahaha. I want to deal with this bastard for a long time. It hasn't just been a day or two. He secretly spent 500 bonus points to buy 1 point of strength. Confirm, see? A useless piece of trash system like you that refuses to do its job deserves to be eliminated. So next, I'll just quietly observe and see what you're really capable of. After that, Yong Shan turned to leave, but was blocked by the underlings. Boss, where are you going? Wait for us. I, Dujiao, am the most loyal. I'll follow you forever. Understood. Scene transition. Man walked alone in the forest, muttering to herself. Shaoan, why did you tell me to come here? Hee, was the reply. Something good, of course. I'll help you open your spiritual eye. You'll be able to see a spirit embryo. Look at that pillar of light up ahead. That means a Tao embryo has been born. Man looked at the shimmering light ahead, asking with curiosity, what's a Tao embryo? To put it simply, it's a fragment of the rules. After great and powerful beings fall, the unique rules they comprehended are passed down, forming what is known as a Tao embryo. The one that has appeared this time is the spirit art Tao embryo, which holds mastery over all techniques. It must have been sealed here by the infinite sect to serve as the core of the mystic realm. That's why there's this steel forest that can transmit countless magic arts. Among those stone pillars, a man named Yuran said, "The steels are all glowing, but I feel like my learning speed is faster. Is it just my imagination?" At the same time, Ing took out a ball of light and said to Man, "Although I don't know why it suddenly popped out, let's get a little closer. We can borrow its power to teach you many powerful magic arts. You'll learn them in an instant." With that, Imbai pushed the ball of light into Man's chest. Receiving this strange object, Man said excitedly, "This is the Luhua secret art, the Chenhua mirror. I really learned it instantly." Ing chimed in, Right, but don't get too close. With your current cultivation level, if you carelessly accept the Tao embryo's inheritance, it'll be a big problem. What would happen if someone directly accepted the Tao embryo's inheritance? They would be completely assimilated by the great Tao. Their soul would be erased by the other party, their body stolen, and they become a puppet of the Tao embryo, devoid of emotion and thought. Back on Yong Shan's side, everyone, my name is Yong Shan. Next, I will venture deep into the Tianfu Steel Forest mystic realm to search for the legendary Great Spirit Spring. There, you'll find a spirit spring of the highest quality, one that can make a single day of cultivation equal to 1,000 miles. All sorts of immortal herbs and spirit minerals grow in abundance. There are also steels that record the great Tao of spirit arts. And all of this is hidden in the deepest part of the mystic realm. That place is filled with intricate mechanisms, littered with confusing mazes, and crawling with demon beasts. In other words, such a wonderful opportunity is only deserved by the truly strong. I will use my knowledge and wisdom to solve all sorts of mechanisms and mazes. Report, boss. Trap number 30 and maze number 5 have been disabled. With courage and passion, I will break through layer after layer of demon beast attacks to grow such long vines and block our boss's path. Are you trying to rebel? After countless hardships, I have finally conquered this terrifying mystic realm completely. Yong Shan strode confidently, surrounded by his followers. So this is a treasure-hunting mystic realm. It's truly a scene straight out of a cultivation novel. So thrilling and soul-stirring. Awesome. In the midst of his excitement, an underling cautiously suggested, "Big brother, how about you ride on my back? It'll be faster that way." After being subdued, Yinyu also followed obediently. "Big brother, the ruins ahead are the Great Spirit Spring steel you're looking for. My old lair is inside as well." "We're here already? I've been stalling for so long, and yet nothing has happened. Looks like I can only bet on this last gamble." Suddenly, from the direction of the Great Spirit Spring, 3 strange, red, blue, and indigo figures shot out. Shape-shifting, be on alert. Something is coming. Yin Yu appeared submissive on the surface, but in reality, he was cunning and deceitful. "You didn't expect this, did you, Yong Shan? Half of my clansmen are still in my lair, including 3 4th-grade demon beasts. As long as you can't control them, I'll take the opportunity to escape and reclaim my power." But he never expected that the moment the 3 figures rushed out, they would immediately kneel at Yong Shan's feet. They shouted in unison, "We greet our lord." Seeing this scene, Yin Yu was so angry he could cry, but there was nothing he could do. "You guys knelt way too naturally. I'm still right here, you know. Wait, how did the 3 of you suddenly all manage to shapeshift?" Du Jiao pointed to his own forehead. "Not long ago, the largest steel in the cave suddenly activated. All of our companions who stayed in the cave had their ranks increased. It was the slumbering Lord Tao embryo who granted us wisdom and strength. Since then, we have acknowledged the inheritor of the great Tao as our master. Now Lord Tao embryo has given the order for us to come here and escort our lord, to quickly inherit the great Tao." Yang Shan let out a cold laugh. "Escort, huh? How thoughtful. To even control a pack of demon beasts to block my way. These cunning old geezers really don't leave any room for others. Well then, let's go. Inherit the great Tao. I've been waiting for this for a long time." Stepping inside, the spirit spring revealed a vast space with giant stone pillars. Warm light shone down from above, illuminating the entire place. Xing Ho asked cautiously, What are you planning to do? Do you people have some strange custom? I don't know either. The strange voice spoke again. You have finally arrived. Then come and completely accept my inheritance. Not so fast. This inheritance business. If I'm not willing, it's going to be a lot of trouble for you too. Unexpectedly, the next second, Yong Shan was restrained by a series of chains. No one can refuse the inheritance of the great Tao. At this moment, the chains were already tightened around Yong Shan's neck. His expression hidden from view. He spoke a mocking tone. If it were that simple, you could have just come yourself from the beginning. Why go through all this trouble? If you can't, then stop forcing me. Obediently complete the transaction. I, Yong Shan, have always been honest and kept my word. Naturally, I will cooperate with you. The moment he finished speaking, the chains immediately vanished. The voice from the steel continued. The content of the transaction is to erase the remnant spatial rules on your body. This could have been accomplished after you inherited the great Tao anyway. Yong Shan raised his hand and manipulated the system. Don't make it sound so easy. Wait until you can turn off this damn system on my body before you talk. The other person quickly performed a spell, pulling him into a strange formation. It's just a few fragments of the rules. Then let me show you my power first. At this moment, the system displayed a red notification. Warning. System is under severe attack. An error has occurred. In a flash, Yong Shan was transported to another dimension. So this was our first meeting. Back then, was it you who wanted to come to this other world with me? After that, the dimension continued to change. The image showed a scruffy-looking Yong Shan. Those were the bitter hardships after transmigrating to another world. You just wait. Tomorrow, I'll definitely find food. Even delicious food. Little by little, they journeyed together. See, I got into the infinite sect. I, Yong Shan, am about to strike it rich. And all these memories, at the final moment of parting, you always make me laugh. Well then, goodbye. As he spoke, Yong Shan decisively pushed the system away. Blade seal, Tao surge. Unexpectedly, the system flashed red. Damn system, so the additional bindings on me are finally removed. Woof. With that, the handsome Yong Shan instantly turned into a dog. Woof. He howled in anger. Are you sure that last slash really dealt with that damn system? The voice from the stone tablet replied. The blade seal Tao I imparted to you is a top-tier technique. It is extremely compatible with your Tao. And by borrowing the power of this spirit spring and the strength I've accumulated over many years, I was able to completely cleanse the residual spatial rules on you. Although Yong Shan was unhappy, he had no choice but to accept it. Oh, whatever. I'm used to any form. As long as my locked abilities are restored, it's fine. From now on, I can start climbing the technology tree. Things like the Industrial Revolution, atomic energy, humanity's glorious civilization spanning millennia. Yong Shan will complete it all in one go. By then, I'll show these foolish, country bumpkin cultivators what it means for the times to have changed. The first Industrial Revolution. What was the cause again? An improved method for making sausage salad? Why can't I remember? At this moment, the person also began to doubt himself. My intuition can't be wrong. But why is it a stray dog? And one with mental problems at that? Who am I? Where am I? What's for dinner tonight? Yen Wu stood beside them, looking confusedly at the dazed golden dog. Why did Yong Shan suddenly get beaten back to his original form? Could it be? This was their plan all along. They endured humiliation to lure Yong Shan into a trap, borrowing the power of the stone tablet to beat him back to his original form. It was all for me, their big brother. Yong Shan, you didn't expect this, did you? No matter how strong you are, you're still alone. You cannot overcome the bond between us. He was only smug for a moment, before Yen Wu was pinned to the ground by his former subordinates. Idiot! Do not be disrespectful to our lord. Ow! Ow, that hurts! I was wrong. A moment later, a voice came from above. Ahem! A stray dog is a stray dog. As long as you obediently cooperate with me in receiving the inheritance, you'll soon be able to cultivate a true human form. No! My locked memories haven't fully recovered. What are you doing? Gur. Woof woof. Spirit absorption technique. Soul absorption technique. The entire system interface is really unusable now. At this thought, Yong Shan quickly ran over to Yen Wu and took a bite. The pain made the other man's eyes water. Ow! My lord! The spiritual energy I inhaled earlier finally added a little bit of stamina. The strength that truly belongs to me hasn't disappeared. After taking a test bite, Yong Shan fell to the ground and convulsed. The person's voice was filled with pity. Sigh, I can directly impart the techniques to you. You don't need to seek out a backlash like this. But the most important cultivation talent shows no signs of improvement. Learning techniques directly will still cause a backlash. Oh well, suit yourself. If the skills are given by the system, and the absorption is my own, then my current state is my true situation after completely breaking free from the system. The so-called lock by the damn system. So that's what it was. That guy really wasn't telling the truth. To be able to find out this information, it wasn't a waste for me to play the part of the fox borrowing the tiger's might. To take such a risk. Since you fulfilled your part of the bargain, then I will also keep my promise. To cooperate with the inheritor of the great Tao. Let me see what you're really planning. Soul possession and rebirth? Splicing karma? Or demonic transformation? Or some other new trick? The stone tablet replied, no, this form of yours. I really can't accept it. The inheritance can wait. I'll teach you a transformation technique first. We'll talk after you've recovered your human form. Then, an image appeared of Yong Shan in human form, wearing a cloak. He looked handsome. The stone tablet continued. This is much better. To ask me to pass on my inheritance to a stray dog. I really can't accept it. The human form Yong Shan said smugly. So what if I'm a dog? Why look down on stray dogs? Don't dogs deserve a fortuitous encounter? In that case, how do you need me to cooperate with you? You don't need to do anything. You just need to stand before my stone tablet. During the days of receiving the inheritance, I will borrow the spiritual energy of the great spirit spring to counteract the backlash of your true chi and constantly increase your cultivation. Then, I will impart to you techniques that can only be used at new realms. We'll continue this cycle until you've learned every technique in this world. Feeling the power in his body, Yong Shan praised in admiration. This is already the 5th level of chi refining. This is truly a happy AFK session. Leveling up just by lying down, getting stronger just by breathing. You old grandpa imparting skills is quite professional. At the same time, Du Jiao used his ability to detect something unusual. There's a group of immortal masters approaching the great spirit spring. Rest assured, my lord, we will go and kill them all. We will absolutely not let anyone disturb the inheritance of the great Tao. Immortal masters are coming? Wait, I have my own arrangements for this. My lord only needs to rest assured and receive the inheritance of the great Tao here. We will take care of everything else for you. But the next second, Yong Shan raised his arm, which bore a sigil. I'm not finished talking. Du Jiao was slammed to the ground by an immense force. Earth technique, deep burial. Wait, the other 2 subordinates immediately questioned him angrily. My lord, are you trying to rebel? It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Could it be that you intend to go against the will of Lord Dao Hai? However, Yong Shan paid no attention to these words. He just used his eyes to look down on the people below with contempt. Go and kill all the immortal masters. Then lead the immortal lords of the boundless sect here to sabotage the inheritance of the great Tao. Is that the foolish thing you want to do? Du Jiao lay on the ground in disbelief. Subordinate did not have that intention. Yong Shan continued. Yong Shan is honest and keeps his word. Since I've decided to cooperate, I will cooperate to the end. As he spoke, the sigil on his hand gradually faded. But you all remember this for me. I'm the inheritor of the great Tao. As my subordinates, you only need to do one thing well. Yong Shan grabbed Du Jiao's head. He roared at him with an excited expression, obey. Outside the great spirit spring, a red-eyed rhinoceros charged forward aggressively. It rammed straight into the immortal masters. We can't beat this one. A 4th-grade mountain-toppling beast. It's really not something we can handle. The rhinoceros then targeted a short-haired male immortal master. Pan Hu Xue. That male immortal master was about to be overwhelmed. He shouted, Gao Dingba, aren't you done yet? Gao Dingba was anxiously setting up a formation on the side. Don't rush me. The more you rush, the slower it gets. Divination art, activate. Found it. As expected. Brother Yang's spiritual trail is mixed in with the demonic beasts. On the other side, Man rushed out to rescue her companion. She threw a log at the rhinoceros. "You big lug, go away. Everyone retreat." As she spoke, a giant pillar of blue light appeared from the forest. Ascending can cloud, activate. After the danger had passed, the immortal masters gathered together. We finally escaped. The demonic beasts deep in the island are terrifying, but it's just as Lady Man said. Brother Yang is being controlled by some evil entity and has gone deep into the island. Man said sadly, "I'm sorry for putting everyone in danger because of my young master's affairs." But no one blamed her. "Don't worry. Brother Yang's business is our business. The Chow family are gentlemen for generations. How could we stand by and watch Lady Man risk her life alone? It's a good thing we discovered it and called everyone to follow along. If it weren't for the fact that the sect usually kills anyone possessed by an evil entity without mercy, calling for reinforcements would be the best option. Besides, does Brother Yang really need our help? After all, we can't compare to his cultivation and schemes. Perhaps he has his own plans." The moment he finished speaking, an image of Yong Shan laughing smugly appeared in everyone's minds. "Everything is within my grasp." "Huh, that makes sense. Zheng Xiao and Sister you suggested. In any case, let's go and check out the situation first. It'll be easier to deal with things once we have a clear picture. What if there's nothing wrong? Then we could just treat it as coming into the island to practice our newly learned." The group immediately charged forward. Then it's decided. The Save Brother Yang team, move out. At this moment, and Biha appeared. He said to Man, "You don't need to worry too much. They have a point. There are many strange things about Yong Shan. Perhaps he has his own way of dealing with Dao Hai. I know, but what I do has nothing to do with the young master. The decision to no longer run away is my own freedom. I just hope that if the young master needs help, I could be by his side." And the current Lu Man is also on her way to save her young master. Time passed. Outside the Great Spirit Spring, it was unknowingly late at night. Stepping into the Spirit Spring, everything was completely different from the daytime hustle and bustle. It's so quiet. How fortunate. Normally, I have to leave my lair to find food. Du Jiao also added, "When this is all over, you will kneel and beg me for forgiveness, and I will refuse you. Your agonizing screams will be the best proof of my savage power. Either be loyal to your master, or be slain by your master. You are all seeking your own doom." Yong Shan shouted through a megaphone. Then, he angrily berated his 3 subordinates. "Look at Yen Wu. Then look at the 3 of you. Do you have any big boss aura at all? Even Xing Ho and Du Jiao are more professional as mini-bosses than you are. Du Jiao, let's cut down this rabble." Hearing this, Huisha couldn't help but worry. "My lord, we do not doubt your decision. But is practicing these things really useful?" Yong Shan sneered and pointed at the stone tablet high above. "Of course. Everything I, Yong Shan, do is for the sake of inheriting the great Tao of spirit techniques. And your mission is on the premise of not arousing the suspicion of those immortal masters to stall for enough time for me. Yes, that's right. So we can't completely eliminate them. The best way is to play the part of the villainous boss that the boundless sect deliberately arranged in the secret realm. What does this have to do with the lines you're making us memorize? We even have to say them constantly while fighting. The designed entrance poses are so embarrassing. You fools, think carefully. For an outstanding, villainous boss, what is the most important thing? Is it the strongest power?" In the image, Yen Wu is suddenly crossed out. "Someone like me wouldn't do. Is it having many titles?" After a long-winded speech, Yong Shan gave the order. "Go. Remember, you are allowed to lose but not to win. And you are absolutely not allowed to kill anyone. As you command. Please, my lord, stay here and use the illusion mirror to enjoy our magnificent defeat." This time, the voice in the stone tablet expressed doubt about Yong Shan's decision. "Just completing the inheritance will take 3 days. This arrangement of yours, can it really last that long without being exposed? This tactic of adding fuel to the fire should be able to deal with those controlled by Dao Hai. Of course, clearing a new dungeon, it's normal for it to take a few days. Without those who can directly interfere, I can proceed to the next step. Rest assured, everything is within my plan. The immortal masters finally reached their destination. Is that the great spirit spring in the center of the island? We're finally here. Being entangled by those demonic beasts all night was so annoying. This purple-haired girl with wheat-colored skin was named Xiao Jinmai, an immortal master of the boundless sex, Xiao family of Jiangdong. Why are you all here? Didn't they say you were only allowed to operate in the outer circle? Collaba replied, we came to find MMPH. Let someone else speak. Xiao Bingwu pays his respects to senior sister Mai. We discovered that the demonic beasts on the outer island were acting strangely. So we hurried here to report to our senior brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Xiao Jinmai stepped forward and patted Bingwu on the shoulder. A disciple of the Qiao family with Bing in their name. So you're also consider my nephew, huh? It's fine. Just call me senior sister. Also, what in the world is with your appearance? Oh, forget it. We appreciate the thought. It's just that we've already discovered the demonic beast's strange behavior. We've been fighting them all night. Only the strongest are worthy of entering the Great Spirit Spring. After much hard practice, Huasha still only had that one line. So annoying. Can you make the flames behind me a little brighter? That way my face will look more mysterious. So itchy, I really want to scratch. This act confused the immortal masters. A giant monster standing still and repeating a few strange phrases. No matter how you look at it, it's not normal. Today, we'll patrol the surroundings one more time. Check the situation and then report to the elders. Hearing this dialogue, Wu Dali winked at Xiao Bingwu. We absolutely cannot let them report to the immortal lords. We can only find a way to force them to act. Xiao Jinmai spoke up. Did you hear? You all are not to run around. Wait until we've finished our investigation, and we'll take you out. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Man-Man's group immediately charged forward. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, Huasha couldn't help but get excited. You finally couldn't hold back and want to make a move? I've been looking forward to this. Do you really want to die that badly? I'd be more than happy to help you. As he spoke, his powerful body was continuously attacked by the immortal masters. Blade technique, water dragon fist. You are all just what was it again? Demonic spirit blood, assimilation. Wait, I haven't even finished the opening lines our Lord taught me. The remaining immortal masters were all stunned. Why did they suddenly charge forward? That's a 5th grade demonic beast. No choice. Hurry and pull me out to save them first. At the same time, Huasha was still withstanding the attacks. So annoying. First, I'll crush you flies. As he spoke, he slammed the ground hard, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. Be careful. In a great spirit spring, Yong Shan had taken everything in. Aren't Man and the others supposed to be cultivating outside? Why do they come here? Wait. Yong Shan suddenly realized something. He frowned slightly. Man is here, which means that Golden Bug is also here. He then glanced at the stone tablet behind him. Old Grandpa imparting skills. Your little underlings aren't very obedient, are they? With it causing such a ruckus, I can't guarantee I can stall for time according to plan until the importation is over. The voice in the stone tablet rang out. If you're dissatisfied with anything, you can just directly use the communication technique to give orders. As long as you focus on receiving my inheritance, they will obey your every command. Yong Shan frowned. His eyes were sharp and full of thought. Obey my every command, you say? Sounds interesting. Back outside the Great Spirit Spring, Xiao Jinmai pushed Xiao Bingwu aside. All right, you all fall back. I'll handle this battle. Man smiled gently. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister. As long as we defeat this demonic beast, I should be able to see the young master again, right? Little did she know, Huasha had appeared behind her at some point. He was preparing to swing his axe in a sneak attack. Got you. Man, be careful. Turn into meat paste for me. Just as the axe was about to come down, Yong Shan, inside, gave an order. Line, C3. The axe in Huasha's hand immediately fell to the ground. He did a complete 180. With a professionally fake smile, he clapped and said, well fought. Man was bewildered. What's going on? The other immortal masters were in a similar state. Is this demonic beast an idiot? He's praising Lady Man. I don't know. But hearing that line, I really want to beat it to death. In any case, while it's distracted, just take care of it. Yong Shan gave Huasha another order. Line, Jiset, butterfly armor. Over. Line D6. I am the Huasha King. Line B11. Victory or death. After a round of torture, Huasha was covered in blood. He said with hatred, "You bastard, Yong Shan. How dare you toy with my body like this? I'll kill you." Seeing Huasha's ferocious expression, Xiao Jinmai quickly warned everyone, "Be careful. He's about to go all out." Yang Shan's face was expressionless. His voice rang out. "The slap has been delivered. It's time for the curtain to fall according to plan. Farewell." Huasha roared, "Damn it. I don't want to do this." Xiao Jinmai saw what her enemy had just taken out. She said in shock, "A storage ring? What is it planning to do?" At this moment, Huasha flashed a kind smile. "I don't need power anymore. What blessing? What shape-shifting? I don't need any of it. Give me back my old life." With that, he turned his storage ring upside down, and all the gold, silver, and jewels inside tumbled out. "Congratulations on completing the trial. This is your well-deserved reward." After speaking, Huasha collapsed onto the pile of gold coins. Xiao Bingwu was utterly bewildered. "What? Killing a demon beast drops money and treasures? Why do I feel like this is a little creepy? Is this really a trial arranged for us by the sect?" After that, Man suddenly said to Yin Bai, "Xiaoan, you don't need to retreat in the next battle. Just focus on recovering your strength." "You mean you can handle it alone? The young master situation right now it could be extremely dangerous." Dong Gui's cheeks were flushed with shyness. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, were fixed on him as she sat primly on a cushion. "Oh my, last night you went and tore the clothes of two beautiful young ladies again. How outrageous." Hearing this, Shanlai frowned. "TCH, if Master finds out you did this strange thing to us, she definitely won't let you off the hook." Wu Buer was so scared his mind was in turmoil. He screamed like a madman. "Tell them to stop talking. Wasn't it just tearing up some waterproof cloth to set up the infinite sea opening formation? I already said I'd compensate you tenfold after we get out. Why are you so noisy?" He began to lower his voice, but his expression was still grim. Of course, the premise is facing this magnificent scene. Buer's heart was filled with confidence in victory. If we can get out of here safely. Shanlai curiously fiddled with it, wanted to see if there were any gaps. She touched it lightly and discovered this place is also sealed by a barrier. Using the sea opening formation, we've searched the entire seabed around this island. As expected, there's no way out. Buer's personality was the complete opposite of the two women. He always acted rashly. He drew his sword and charged forward. Shape-shifting demon beasts were running rampant. The teleportation talisman isn't responding. The mystic realm is also closed. What the hell is going on? Dong Gui was gentle and virtuous. Even her gestures were as light as a feather. The strength of this barrier is enough to seal a superclass demon. It's clearly just a training mystic realm for immortal masters. You people of the Infinite Sect are truly extravagant. She was the only one meticulously observing every detail. Wait a minute. It looks like something is swimming towards us from outside. A fat man appeared. Beside him were several turtles. "Look, everyone. It looks like there's someone." That fat man was swimming in the sea, holding his breath and thinking, "After a day and a night of hard training, I have finally mastered the method of using spiritual energy absorption to replace breathing. Xiong Lao's true mystic realm training is finally about to begin." Shanlai watched him trying to hold his breath and couldn't help but wonder, why is there still someone outside after so long? As he got closer, Dong Gui recognized him as a newcomer to this training session. Scene transition. Jinmai and her teammates swung their swords in all directions, slaying the giant, ferocious beasts. Their appearance left them baffled. As Jinmai attacked, she frowned and wondered, what's the deal with these demon beasts? They're lining up in waves to attack us. However, her junior brother beside her had a much more positive outlook. Isn't this a good thing? If they all rushed at us at once, we'd have no choice but to run for our lives. Besides, there are also two shape-shifting demon beasts striking strange poses. They've been observing the battle the whole time. They're standing as still as statues, afraid of being discovered. And they even chose such a difficult pose to stand in. They really know how to show off. In the end, Jinmai found her junior brother's words to be very reasonable. You're right. In short, we just need to fight with all our might. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and winning against the elites even gets you gold and treasures. Just thinking about it is exciting. This must be a special trial arranged by the sect. No doubt about it. Good stuff. Huh. Remember the key points. Is the Infinite Sect researching a new way to play? It's a little interesting. Maybe we can promote it and sell it to other sections. At the same time, a voice rang out. Quick, third group, get ready to go up. Yong Shan held a megaphone and directed them. The one with the horns. Yeah, you. Move half a meter to the left. Yeah. How did you die? Never mind. Next one up. He turned around. Well, he asked, am I not being very cooperative? Those immortal masters are completely tied down. Although the cost is a bit high, the effect is indeed quite good. However, when I was deploying the demon beasts earlier, it seems I intentionally let in a bunch of cowards. They snuck in scattered groups of 2 or 3, peeking left and right, and then whispering to each other. I was afraid of alerting the enemy. I don't know why, but so far, not many demon beasts have noticed us. Could it be because we're too strong? The Great Spirit Spring is right ahead. Everyone, hurry up. The hidden existence within the steel, the soul that made a deal with Yong Shan, was now being constricted by countless chains around its neck, almost suffocating it. You're not foolish enough to think you could hide this from me, are you? It struggled to resist, then chuckled softly. Relax, relax. Don't make the atmosphere so tense at the slightest provocation. It's not good if you scare me. It's all part of my plan. You see, the arrangement used to stop them. Didn't I set everything up already? The moment he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred. Everyone be careful. Countless panicked gazes turned in that direction. They thought it was caused by those shape-shifting demon beasts. Among them was even the figure of Yangjo. Seeing this unexpectedly grand entrance, they began to get a little worried. What should we do? There's no way we can win. But Brother Yang is still inside. Damn it. We can only risk it all. Those demon beasts don't seem to want to fight either. What should we do? It's our turn again. Do we really have to fight? I heard the comrades who went before us suffered heavy casualties. I feel like the kid who stayed behind in the cave earlier might be gone. Yong Shan, behind the scenes, was relentlessly urging them on. Go and hold back these invaders. What are you still hesitating for? His thoughts and actions were indeed a little unusual. It is your honor to sacrifice your lives for our boss. Go now. The face of every single beast was filled with determination. They originally didn't want to do these things. At the very last second, they suddenly betrayed him. They all pointed at Yong Shan and collectively accused him to the immortal masters. It was all his doing. It has nothing to do with us. Yong Shan never expected to be betrayed one day. Impossible. How could you bastards betray me? The immortal masters, instead of being angry or fighting back, actually seemed incredibly excited to see Yong Shan. Young master, so you are here. Brother Yang, we're here to help you. He took a step back in shock, thinking to himself, this is bad. If at this critical moment, my true form, the Tao Ghost Steel, is destroyed by them, the great Tao inheritance will be interrupted. The immortal masters work together with one heart. So we just need to destroy this steel? The steel emitted a glow. It must be furious right now, because the plan has gone beyond its expectations. So this was your plan? To deploy all the demon beasts that have been turned into pawns, and then let these immortal masters in to disrupt the inheritance? It was useless for it to guess now. The immortal masters had already attacked the cave to rescue Yong Shan. Young master, I'm here to save you. Things have already come to this. There's not much time left. To get a complete answer, the steel asked frankly, as a Tao ghost, I myself do not have the ability to cast magic arts. I don't even have the ability to control more pawns. All of this was also part of your plan, wasn't it, Yong Shan? But it seems you've forgotten one thing. Suddenly, a surge of power shot out and wrapped around his hand. It must be the steel controlling it. The steel reminded him again. I can control the pawns at will. Because they were too eager, one member has already charged in. He hurriedly shouted, Man, get out of the way. But what about the star? Everyone had fallen into the steel's trap. 10,000 thunder prison. The steel let out a disappointed sigh. What a shame. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from within the stone tablet. It was the Tao Gouei. He had originally planned to just hide inside and control things. But now he had to change his plans. I didn't want to use such a crude method. He approached, and wrapped his arms tightly around Yong Shan from behind. After all, forcefully controlling you will damage your divine soul. Unlike with those unimportant demonic beasts. He did something perverse. He licked Yong Shan's cheek. It sent a wave of revulsion through Yong Shan. Your body is the most perfect vessel for my spirit arts. Mine. Shan curiously stared at their intimate scene, not blinking. What are they doing? The other cultivators couldn't move, but they were still conscious. Is Brother Yang being controlled? And Bishi asked, is something wrong with the limitless sect? The Dao Gui had activated his own divine sense, using it as the core of the seal. The female cultivator, however, didn't seem to care. Sword in hand. No matter who he is. She thought things were quite simple. All I have to do is shatter that stone steel. She leaped high into the air with all her might, attacking from above, while shouting a command. Let go, my young master. Mirror flower flash. As she unleashed the technique, countless flower petals danced through the air, flying towards the Dao Gui. He showed no fear. He even mimicked her tone. Your young master? Under the Dao Gui's control, Yong Shan couldn't control his own actions. He unleashed the palm core lightning technique. Man took the hit head-on. In the current situation, it seemed no one could change the outcome for the time being. The Dao Gui was sure of his victory. He said smugly, too bad. Your young master seems to prefer me. But Yong Shan was still conscious. He turned his head, glaring at the man with a razor-sharp gaze. You want to possess me? But I've been mentally on guard this whole time. When did you start controlling me? The Dao Gui whispered in his ear. All arts are me. I exist within all arts. The process of you learning my techniques was in fact the process of you continuously inviting me into your divine sense. So as long as you continue to accept my gifts, every little action you make, I can imitate without being detected. Because, seeing their young master in the hands of this villain, the cultivators, holding all sorts of weapons, charged forward as one, some with swords, others with axes. They all had iron wills and the determination to win. Everyone, let's go. We win if we break the stone steel. The Dao Gui's expression was one of contempt. I don't care. He continued to control Yong Shan, unleashing Sun as the wind and blue waterfall. They were knocked back before they even got a chance to strike. All the cultivators were injured to some degree. Seeing how weak they were, the Dao Gui was very displeased. But, letting this rabble of cultivators come to rescue, this was the grand escape plan you worked so hard to set up? I'm so disappointed. Yong Shan quickly explained. No, although it's not my usual style. I didn't arrange for them to come this time. It's just that I know, in this world, no matter how many times they're beaten back, they will still unite and work together. They tried again and again, forming a battle array. Kuin as the earth art, pure speed art, elder swift stride. The person Yong Shan trusted the most was Man. Someone will definitely bring a surprise to my plan. Go. Man. Receiving his command, she immediately threw out a glittering object. Flying star needle. Man's eyes were full of hope. Little one, it's all up to you. She paused for a moment, then dove down at incredible speed. It was unclear what the Dao Gui was thinking. His face was expressionless. He showed no reaction. Facing the all-out technique that Man unleashed, he still found it mediocre. Not a surprise? Then how about this for a surprise? Star return. He controlled Yong Shan and cruelly moved to take Man's life. Die at the hands of the one you love. Hit by that blow, Man was beyond hope. She fell into Yong Shan's arms, weakly calling out, Young Master, but her eyes were filled with disappointment. Before she died, she still held one wish in her heart. I came to save you. Yong Shan didn't know how to respond. He only replied coldly, Is that so? With those words, she vanished. The Dao Gui frowned. He didn't understand what had just happened. He casually caught a flower petal that fell as Man disappeared. What kind of spell is this? Cracks appeared on his hand. A blue light shone from within them. It caught his attention. It was only then that the Dao Gui realized with a start. He thought in a panic, I'm wounded? Since when? The petals soon bloomed into a complete flower. Dark fairy of the ghostly orchid. Not only that, the epiphyllum flowers followed suit. The fallen petal was a feint. Man returned in all her splendor. It turned out her disappearance had a reason. Palace of the epiphyllums, night scenery. The Dao Gui could finally no longer underestimate her. He looked on with interest. It seems this world has produced quite a few new spells. How interesting. The Dao Gui leaned close to Yong Shan's face, bringing up the past. But it's a pity. I've already told you. The process of you learning my techniques was the process of you continuously inviting me into your divine sense. Even if I haven't completely taken over your mind, I can still quickly enter your body and take you as my new vessel. The wounds on his body healed in an instant. After hearing this, Yong Shan let out a cold, contemptuous laugh and asked back, "Enter my body? You say you were stalling for time, waiting for me to let you into my divine sense." The Dao Gui was dumbfounded. He still didn't understand. So, Yong Shan challenged him with relish. "Then why don't you guess what I was waiting for?" He thought he had a fish on the chopping block. Who knew it was actually the hunter? Yong Shan's eyes turned a blazing red. His aura grew even stronger. "Welcome to my consciousness." Inside his body, he already had the help of it. How could he just let someone else call the shots? Make your move. Everyone was still fighting relentlessly at the Great Spirit Spring. After the stone steel cracked, the Dao Gui revealed himself. And Bishi had stayed by Man-Man's side the whole time. Never leaving her for a second, she reminded her, Man-Man, don't move. My power isn't strong enough right now. Reversing your injuries can't be done that quickly. Man-Man was overjoyed, but her body was too weak to show it. She thought happily to herself. It finally worked. She hoped, in that case, the young master should be safe now. Seeing Yong Shan standing in a cloud of black energy, she became extremely worried. She reached out, about to call to her young master. But for safety's sake, she followed the system's instructions. She couldn't move rashly. The Dao Gui seemed to be entering Yong Shan's subconscious. This was his mindscape. The man stood in front of a clothing store, thinking, I remember leading him to the ancient demonic sea. How did I get swallowed in here? It's time for the two of you to switch places. Yong Shan whispered from behind him. Weren't you always trying to invade my consciousness? Then let me be a good host while you're here. With that, he took an attack stance. With no other choice, the Dao Gui could only try to dodge. He didn't dare to strike back carelessly. Because the attack was too powerful, the Dao Gui's body temporarily shattered. He stood there calmly, using a regeneration spell to heal himself. Even now, only then did he truly understand. So that's how it is. Everything you did before was so that before I killed your soul, you could make me completely enter your consciousness and then be dragged into this mental space. Yong Shan admitted it calmly. That's right. Now, the situation of my body being bound is no longer. Cultivation in the real world no longer has any meaning. The battle has turned into a pure contest of will. Right after, he gradually took form. He continued his decisive battle with Yong Shan. The wicked are always arrogant. He sneered. A contest of will. Defeating the opponent's soul through killing? But why do you think you can win? Was it because he had gotten stronger? Or was it because Yong Shan himself was too careless? So quickly and easily slashed by him. He replied with a frown. This, of course, we'll only know after we fight. He immediately used a new technique. Mind Sword. The Dao Ghost became more and more interested in his true power. Not bad power, but too slow. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yong Shan had no choice but to call for help from his teammate. Lend me a hand. Hearing this, told him to rest assured and replied, got it. Right after, a surge of power enveloped the Dao Ghost body, as if wanting to bind him. The Dao Ghost was stunned in place, asking in confusion, this is... Yong Shan on the side was quite satisfied. He said confidently, one more slash for me. At this moment, the Dao Ghost was at a disadvantage, but he still moved nimbly. He used his sword to cut the threads wrapped around his body, which were hindering him. Could it be that Yong Shan was too arrogant? The moment he gained a slight advantage, he started to be careless again, to the point that he now had to bear the consequence of being slashed in two. The Dao Ghost gently stroked the body of his sword. Your heart demon even knows how to help in a fight. Yong Shan, who was slashed in two, quickly reformed. Interesting. In a soul battle where our powers are completely equal, this is usually an ace in the hole sufficient to decide victory or defeat. But unfortunately, do you know how many soul battles like this I've been through? Saints and sages with steadfast minds. Great powers who killed people like flies. Experts with heaven-defying cultivation. In the end, they were all killed by me. The Tao Ghost asked unwillingly, his voice low. Where do you get the idea that you can beat me? Yong Shan continuously withstood the opponent's attacks. He didn't dodge or counterattack. He just stood there and took the blows. He gritted his teeth in pain. He pressed close behind him, saying softly, Yong Shan, I think he has a point. We really can't beat him. How about we surrender? Hearing these discouraging words, Yong Shan was extremely angry and scolded he by saying that we've already lost in terms of morale. This is a 2-on-1 fight. Can't you contribute a little bit? He was naively stunned. I'm telling you the truth. I really don't know how to fight at all. No, not just that. She started to make conditions. But if you cry and beg me, I might consider taking you with me when I move. For a teammate's calculations to be heard by the enemy was just too blatant. Oh, so you can also escape? I won't stop you. After all I want is your body. No more joking. Yong Shan said seriously in a cold voice. Hey, you are a heart demon. You can take over my body, right? Help me regain control of my body, even if it's just for a moment. It would be a lie to say you wasn't annoyed, but it was 3 parts resignation and 7 parts indulgence. You really know how to ask for favors. Fine, I'll help you one more time. As she spoke, she hugged him tightly. Her decision was not without reason. After all, it was for her own benefit. After all, she had already invested so much. If he died here, she would suffer a great loss. Before making a move, he made a special reminder. Remember, you owe me a huge favor. After that, her body slowly cracked open. Seeing this, the Tao Ghost, his body froze. His eyes widened. He was utterly shocked. This is heart demon possession? No, that's not right. It's more complicated than that. It's the origin of things. He still thought he could possess Yong Shan. His tone was still confident. In any case, after I take your body, I'll study it slowly. He stepped out to challenge him. I've already invested so much. I won't let you get your way so easily. She immediately took a direct blow from the Tao Ghost. Now, Yong Shan was truly satisfied with her appearance. This was probably the first time he had praised her. Well done, although it's very annoying. In the end, this is the only way. Blade seal release. Activate the system. The Tao Ghost was also slightly injured at this point. This is your last ace in the hole. It's just a fragment of spatial rules. It can't interfere in a soul battle at all. After I possess you, I'll seal it again. Faced with his threat, Yong Shan was not afraid at all. He even asked back excitedly, is that so? The battle continued. It never ended. Activate Spirit Absorption Technique. Target, Great Spirit Spring. Yong Shan took a deep breath. He roared at the system with all his might. Use it! You damn system. If you're not going to put in any effort, then get the hell out of here. The system immediately understood. Spiritual energy surged in. Emergency mission. Escape the control of the Tao Ghost. Host's mission completion conditions are judged to be unsuitable. Cannot be passed. Lowering completion standards. Rejudging. Host completion conditions are judged to be unsuitable. Cannot be passed. Citing emergency regulation number 3. Lowering completion standards. Citing emergency regulation number 7. Lowering completion standards again. Rejudging. Host mission completion conditions are judged to be suitable. Passed. Emergency mission. Escape the control of the Tao Ghost. Mission complete. Received reward. Soul armor. From the very beginning, this was the first time the Tao Ghost had shown such a panicked expression. This is not your inner self. What is this? Yong Shan explained the situation. The tables have turned. Old grandpa imparting skills. Activate skill. Soul armor. Exterminate. Host consciousness has been detected to be invaded. Initiating cleansing mission. Cleansing mission. Exterminate the consciousness invader. Reward. Extermination. Activating item exchange function. After everything was thoroughly cleansed, it also meant that all the effort the Tao Ghost had put in before had gone down the drain. You think that thinking up a few random things in your consciousness can help in a battle? Soul armor possession. He smiled cunningly. This. He then channeled his strength into his legs. The two of them charged at each other again. They were surrounded by a 5-colored stream of power. It was magnificent and dazzling. To confirm all my speculations, Yong Shan decided, I'll use you to test it. Won't that tell me? The Tao Ghost suddenly stopped, frozen. He looked in astonishment as he was gradually crystallized. Yong Shan slowly counted. What? He covered his face. He didn't want to believe this was real. Hey, are you kidding me? Just like that, you're erasing my soul? What the hell are these crystals? This seemed to be the first time he had humbled himself to beg. Wait, we can talk this over. Every time Yong Shan swung, the Tao Ghost found a way to dodge to the side. His speed was also quite fast. He started to offer more favorable conditions to Yong Shan. Don't you love learning techniques? I'll teach you. Otherwise, even if you obtain the spirit law technique, it'll take you 100 years to comprehend it. The Tao Ghost offered many options. Hoping to change Yong Shan's mind, I can exploit a loophole in the laws. To help you continuously obtain abundant true qi, I can take you straight to the golden core stage. However, Yong Shan was not one to be easily tempted. He was hit again. His eyes widened, staring. His entire body seemed to be stimulated, frozen. Seeing this, Yong Shan sheathed his sword. Things had already come to this. Even as the Tao Ghost body was slowly regenerating, he still held on to hope, wishing he would change his mind. He flashed a friendly smile. I can still help you cultivate. Yong Shan coldly approached. So what? The Tao Ghost was furious inside. Damn it. Asterisk, you bastard. Why won't you listen to what others have to say? Asterisk. Only then did Yong Shan pay him any mind, replying with feigned sincerity. Don't get agitated. Actually, I was also very interested in what you said just now. It's just that. What just happened was just payback for the 3 times you tried to kill me earlier. The Tao Ghost humbled himself again, extending an invitation. What? Can we discuss the transaction now? Yong Shan gave him a chance to explain. No problem. Go on. Thinking that was the end of it. That a peaceful exchange would suffice, suddenly. His arm was inexplicably severed. It turned out Yong Shan's calculations ran that deep. Let me just collect a little interest first. Well then, I'll reluctantly take 100-fold for now. Back at the place where Yong Shan was previously restrained, the Tao Ghost was gradually being destroyed. Even the chains that had bound him before had shattered. He was truly free. He could leap and fly as he pleased. No longer dependent on anyone. His own master. Phew. It feels so good to be free again. Seeing Eti lurking around so strangely, he found it odd. He asked, "What are you doing?" Eti hid behind a wall, only peeking her head out to speak. To use sword strikes to slice a soul to pieces. And drive that guy out of conscious body. You don't have some kind of special hobby, do you? Yong Shan didn't care what methods he used. As long as he won, that was all that mattered. I don't have any other way of attacking, anyway. Then she turned to look at the Tao Ghost, probing Yong Shan's next intentions. So what are you going to do with this guy now? The Tao Ghost was no longer stubborn. He bowed his head and said to Yong Shan, I admit, you've won. Being driven out of a conscious body, losing a physical form I can inhabit. My fading soul is about to disappear completely. He took out a ball of energy, entrusting it to Yong Shan. From now on, I entrust this art spirit's guidance to you. Yong Shan was not polite at all. Tisk. After a whole day of fighting, I finally have something to show for it. In truth, his submissive exterior was because he knew he couldn't beat Yong Shan no matter how hard he tried. Deep down, he had already made other plans. Before, it was because Yong Shan had entered a demonic state, that the ancient demonic sea appeared. Now it's about to disappear again. When that time comes, I can break out and possess someone else. He suddenly remembered Man's existence. That's right. That young woman's body from before wasn't bad either. While Yong Shan is busy absorbing the rules, I must pull her over here. That way, I still have a chance. But don't think that means Yong Shan had truly spared him. He continued to attack the Tao Ghost's art spirit's guidance energy ball. He truly couldn't understand. Why? He questioned excitedly. This is the Tao. This is true supreme power. Aren't you moved in the slightest? He had to admit one thing. Yong Shan, am a very greedy person. Everything you've said, I want it all. He was an independent person, so he didn't want to rely on anyone. But everything I want, I will find a way to obtain myself. Seal sword, Tao rush. Before finishing off the Tao Ghost, he bluntly stated the painful truth. Most importantly, I never believed a single word you said, even knowing it was hopeless, that he couldn't change the outcome. The Tao Ghost still screamed in despair. No, a long battle had finally come to an end. The art spirit's law has been sealed. Purification mission complete. Yong Shan calmed himself. Savoring this moment of happiness, he reached out his hand. catching the falling fragments. Finally dealt with it. As expected, a cheat I carry with me shouldn't have its own thoughts. Only then can I be at ease. Now that that's done, the system demanded justice. I'm talking to you too. Spit out my spoils of war. Art spirits, law detected. Beginning absorption. ETI picked up the fragments and ate them with relish. Unexpectedly, she even praised them. This stuff tastes pretty good. As expected, following you around means there's good stuff to eat. In any case, I've put in a lot of effort. It's time for ETI to rest. Consider it payment for you asking for my help. It feels like I'll need a rest for a long time. Don't you dare sneak in while I'm sleeping. Suddenly, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Art Spirits Law." He was a little surprised. This damn system isn't hogging it all for itself today. Mission reward. Activate reward exchange interface. There are even accompanying services. Could it be that my kill the chicken to scare the monkey tactic worked? There's no ulterior motive, is there? Although it's very beneficial, getting it for free like this. He couldn't help but feel worried. He began to overthink, speculating on all sorts of situations. 1. Analyze the law. 300 points/day. Completing the analysis will take nearly 30 days. The system will comprehensively analyze and supplement the Art Spirits Law, significantly shortening the host's comprehension time, while eliminating the possibility of it affecting the mind. 2. Refine a magic weapon. 7,000 points. The system will refine the law fragments into a Dao rank magic weapon. The expected effect is an attack with mid-grade or higher magic effects. 6. Due to the host's insufficient current points, the reward exchange function is for viewing only. Please complete the main quest line as soon as possible. The system suddenly went crazy, roaring, "Go die, go die. At this price, you basically don't want to help at all, do you?" Yong Shan coldly comforted it. "Forget it. The thing in my hands, I can just slowly comprehend it at worst. After all, the gains from this trial have far exceeded my expectations. Absorbing a small half of the art spirit's inheritance has helped me learn a whole bunch of magic arts. My cultivation also jumped straight to the 7th layer of chi refining, directly entering the C condensation stage. Yong Shan Fate Source. 1231st True Chi. 130/156 Chi Refining Layer, 7 bonus points. 1573 Agility, 8 Physique, 6 Constitution, 6 Comprehension, Aptitude, 18 Fortitude, 6. This was his entire current personal information. The system showed a look of enjoyment. Indeed, wealth is found in danger. After I leave the mystic realm, I will prepare for core formation. Because he was so busy calculating for himself, he almost forgot about Man's existence. The moment he heard her voice and her technique rushing towards him. Mirror flower dance. Man didn't know that the Yong Shan at this moment was the real one, not controlled by the Tao ghost at all. Therefore, this was the reason she attacked him with all her might. "Get out of my young master's body." She charged forward with a determined expression. Yong Shan frantically raised his hands to defend himself. "Wait, man. I've recovered." Man was a little skeptical. Her fist stopped beside his face. She asked again, "Are you really the young master?" Ian took the initiative to go and check. There's indeed no problem. The chains on his body from before have really disappeared. Seeing Ian say so, he nodded his head profusely in agreement. Cold sweat broke out. Yes. Only then did Man soften. She ran and hugged him tightly. "Young master, it's so good that you're okay." After shattering that steel, the young master was suddenly surrounded by an impenetrable black mist. "I thought I had done something wrong." Yong Shan simply stroked her head. This action made Man blush. From happiness. "I really have you to thank for helping me this time." "But Man, what's with this power of yours? I remember you only started cultivating a month before me." Man recounted. "While we were researching how to enter the black mist, the surrounding spirit spring water suddenly all flew up, turning into spiritual energy and crazily condensing within the black mist. To avoid being drained to the point of unconsciousness, everyone had to desperately absorb it back. As a result, by the time we got here, have all broken through to the 2nd level of chi refining. Everything they do is for the young master's safety." Hearing this, the other cultivators chimed in. "Yong Shan, it's just cultivation. A little hardship like this is nothing. As long as Brother Yang is okay, that's all that matters. You really know how to make a guy feel touched. That's right. Besides, because I have the human connection physique, I'll be a little stronger than the cultivator who's supplying the power. Yong Shan gave a slight smile. Is that so? Every word Man said seemed to unintentionally poke at his sore spot. A spirit chi storm. Sound a lot like something caused by my spirit absorption art. He cursed inwardly. He silently cursed in his heart. This great spirit spring, even the damn dog system couldn't swallow it all in one go. It's even more potent than the spirit stones from before. No wonder it was suddenly so generous. Although it can prepare rewards during battle, this works out well too. Everyone benefited. It'll be much easier to explain later. Your sacrifice and unity were not in vain. Yong Shan was especially welcoming. I was lucky to have all of you this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to complete this sect trial alone. So this was all a sect trial? No wonder the rewards were so generous. As expected of the limitless sect, to think they drain an entire Great Spirit Spring as a reward for their disciples. With so many of us passing the trial, the elders will definitely be pleased. Right. Let's hurry back and report the good news to the elders. Such a simple thing brought them all immense joy. The incident had long been over. They gradually began to depart. Only Yin Yu was a step behind. Wait a minute. Yong Shan is gone, and the monster controlling the other beasts has been killed. In that case, he stood up, chuckling to himself. This island is my Yin Yu's kingdom once again. Du Jiao bowed his head in submission. Boss, I, Du Jiao, swear my eternal loyalty to you. That's right. Now that the monster is dead, my boys outside should be free from its control. Quick, call it back here. After a moment of sending out the message, the result made Yin Yu tremble with disappointment. There was no reply to the communication art. The red-haired man still didn't understand what he was waiting for, showing his dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Yin Yu roared in frustration. Don't tell me those bastards all mutinied at once. Are they siding with that ugly leopard? Du Jiao may be a beast, but he valued loyalty and righteousness. He placed a hand on Yin Yu's shoulder and said, Boss, then let me, Du Jiao, infiltrate their ranks and find out what's going on. Those traveling with Yong Shan couldn't help but worry. Are we just going to report to the sect that we drained the Great Spirit Spring? Will that really be okay? I just have a strange feeling about this. Yong Shan had to soothe their uneasy feelings. It's fine. The elders said, we're allowed to use anything within the secret realm. He thought to himself. However, taking the Dao Gui steel from the center of the seal probably wasn't part of the plan. Yang Yu found it strange. Why do I feel like it's too quiet outside? Weren't Sister Mei and the others still fighting demonic beasts? Yang Yu's reminder made him suddenly recall something important. That's right. That Dao Gui steel. It called itself the center of this island seal. He turned his head to look back, wondering, so what was it sealing? Man was still following behind him. Seeing him glance around, she asked, Young master, did you forget to grab something? From the depths of the cave, a wave of demonic power suddenly surged out. He grabbed Man's hand tightly, pulling her along at top speed. At the same time, he shouted to warn the others. Everyone run. The fat man finally reached his destination after a long journey. As soon as he arrived, he collapsed onto the sand, exhausted and panting. I finally swam ashore. Lai Chang was already sitting on the shore. Calmly spearing food with a fork and knife, he quickly devoured it. Don't tell me you failed to get in again this time. If you keep dragging this out, the training in the secret realm will be over. Hearing this, the fat man immediately jumped to his feet. He quickly struck a martial arts pose, showing off his strength and robust physique. How could that be? After all my recent arduous training, I'm not the man I used to be. Just breathing underwater? A piece of cake. He winked at Lai Cheng, then moved on to more important matters. I have important intelligence to report to the elders this time. The two of them found a private spot to talk, sitting by a fire, grilling fish. The fragrant aroma mingled with the thick smoke that rose into the air. Ling Er and Lin Jiu had also followed Lai Cheng. The two were more focused on eating than anyone else, but their eyes darted around, listening intently. Their mouths, however, never stopped chewing. Ling Er voiced her thoughts while eating. The entrance to the secret realm has been sealed, and the communication talismans of those inside have stopped working. The fat man immediately chimed in. That's right. This is the intelligence I worked so hard to uncover. Lai Chang felt that something wasn't right. He turned to his two brothers and whispered, "Why does this feel just like that time at the ascending, cloud, immortal abode?" Even Ling Er had a vague sense of unease. She asked directly, "Wait a minute. Beneath your heavenly steel forest, isn't that a sealed land? Nothing's going to happen, right?" Seeing her obvious concern, Lai Chang puffed out his chest and assured her, "You can rest easy on that point. If we weren't 100% sure, why would we use the secret realm formed from its overflowing spiritual power as a training ground for our disciples? The sealed land below. We used a Dao Gui steel with its spirit consciousness erased as the core. Combined with a natural Great Spirit spring, it creates a 9-layer grand seal, both inside and out. Even if a heavenly venerate were to attack it, it would take them several days to drain the spirit spring and destroy the Dao Gui steel to break through it." Lin Jiu reasoned that the only ones who could enter without triggering the alarms are Qi refining stage cultivators. Those kids couldn't possibly affect the sealed land. As for a few minor incidents in the secret realm, it's no big deal. Lai Chang was quick to praise himself to the high heavens. "My limitless sect is the #1 immortal sect in Jiangnan. We have countermeasures for everything." The words had barely left his mouth when the ocean below suddenly reacted violently. A massive wave came crashing towards them. Ling Er just stood there quietly, using a spell to protect herself. She blocked the rushing water. So that's how it is. So for this situation, standing before a deep abyss in the ocean, Ling Er challenged them. "What's your countermeasure?" Lin Jiu and Lai Chang were both soaking wet. They looked utterly pathetic after being hit by the giant wave. The formation is completely destroyed. The sealed land is totally exposed. We're screwed. We're totally screwed. Even so, Lin Jiu tried to remain calm. Don't panic. The sealed entity probably hasn't woken up yet. If a spirit lord rushes in recklessly, it could make things worse." Seeing the situation was beyond saving, Lai Chang rushed off to get help. "I'll go contact the sect for reinforcements. You two figure out a way to confirm the situation inside the secret realm first." Finding herself being ordered around, Ling Er fumed. "Hey, didn't you just say everything was fine? My disciple is still in there." But all they could do was offer a quick sorry and move on. A moment later, people from the other sect appeared, helping them stabilize in a safe, lush green place. "It won't collapse for the time being. I ask you all to please remain calm. Please rest here for a moment." Ling Er reached out and caught a falling flower petal, directly altering reality. "This is an illusion-type spell. I wonder which senior has taken action to stop us." Without knowing who this person was, they had to remain on guard. "We are elders of the limitless sect. Something has happened to our sect's sealed land. The situation is urgent. Senior may not be aware, but the sealed land is of grave importance. We ask for your understanding." Tian Xian continued practicing his calligraphy, but he didn't miss a single word they said. A single drop of tainted blood, a single strand of divine thought, will all lead to the mutation of the demonic taint, unleashing the ancient demons and causing rivers of blood to flow. The sealed land of an immortal sect? It's always just the same old things. Then he spoke again in a cold voice. "But what does any of this have to do with me? We came here only to welcome our companions whom you have imprisoned and enslaved." Lin Jiu frowned, muttering to himself, "Imprisoned and enslaved?" Just then, Lai Chang had a sudden realization. "Wait a minute. You're not a cultivator. You are." No need for introductions. Linger already knew his true identity, none other than a doubt-devouring weapon spirit. Even though he was exposed, he shamelessly admitted it. "That's right. I'm the Tao of Delusion. You can call me Tian Huan, the land of seals." Back to Yong Shan. He was trying every way to protect Man-Man. Vajra shield. After everything settled down, he immediately asked, "Is everyone all right?" The explosion just now only scared them for a moment. It didn't cause any casualties. "I'm fine, but it's strange. Why did the ruins suddenly explode?" They were utterly bewildered. "Where are we? It feels like the ley lines have been cut off from the outside. Could this also be a trial from a sect?" Many of them hugged each other in fear. "Brother, there's an aura here. The corrupting miasma is so terrifying. Just standing here feels uncomfortable." Hugging each other to calm down was one thing, but some even looked around, scaring themselves. "It's not going to be like the assessment. where demonic beasts went berserk, and the corrupting miasma manifested. Is it? Yong Shan was playing an important role right now, so he had to keep a cool head. No matter what, we had to find a way to get out of here first. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the hem of his clothes. I am Yuming, the little girl said with a pitiful expression. Excuse me, big brothers and sisters. Could you do me a favor? They never expected a little girl to appear here. All attention was focused on Yuming. A little girl? In this situation, could she be a villager from Qian village? Yong Shan gently knelt down. He gently patted the little girl's head. He replied with a friendly smile. Of course, Big Brother here loves to help others the most. But first, you have to let Big Brother know who you are. On the outside, he appeared friendly. But in his heart, he was always on guard. Just as he had said, trust no one. For a lowly to suddenly appear at a time like this, no matter how you looked at it, something was wrong. Yuming shyly covered her face. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Tao of Death. You can call me Yuming. Or Little You is fine too. Little You. Little You. So, what do you need Big Brother's help with? He thought to himself with a strained smile. Oh, for crying out loud. Another one has popped up. Tao-devouring weapon spirits. This cold and arrogant species. Do they live in packs? Yuming lifted her head. She spoke her heart's desire. I want to find the person who inherited the Tao of spirit techniques. Yong Shan asked curiously. And what happens after you find them? Yuming's thoughts were so simple, yet so profound. Speaking of this, the little girl could still smile. Then I just have to kill everyone except him. Yuming stood there with an innocent expression. Could I trouble you all before you die to tell me the whereabouts of the Tao of spirit techniques? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Their faces turned ashen. Kill everyone? This little girl is an enemy? Yong Shan, disregarding everything else, pushed the little girl's head down. Child, don't say such scary things. No one will like it. That's right. I'm the Tao of spirit techniques you're looking for. The little girl's cheeks grew redder and redder. He thought, in this ambiguous situation, it's best to avoid a fight. I'll just appease this little girl first. Look here, little sister. This power of myriad laws at my command. In this whole world besides me, who else can do it? Yuming leaned in with interest to take a closer look. It really is the taste of the laws, and it's used very well. Perhaps you can even lend me a hand. He began to speak in a hypnotic tone. My dear compatriot, you have completed your mission brilliantly. So, the rest of the matter, you can rest assured and leave it to me to handle. You don't need to fight anymore. You don't need to worry anymore. Because you have me, the source of all laws. I will bear everything. These insignificant, immortal masters before us are not worth a single penny before my great Tao. Our most important mission now is to get out of here. Yuming was half believing, half doubting. Really? But the mission? The immortal masters were extremely impressed with him. Truly worthy of being Brother Yang. To be able to calmly stabilize the situation like this. The so-called using a scheme to divide the enemy. This is it. But after these words, I've heard them somewhere before. Yong Shan really knows how to coax children. So, little you, do you understand what you should do now? He cheered in his heart. Success. The little girl nodded her head repeatedly. I understand. He thought the little girl had really listened. Who knew? Yuming would use her power to send him flying into the sky. Kill the lying Big Brother. Yong Shan didn't expect it either. This step was beyond his calculations. He was beaten to a pulp. With an extremely powerful force, he crashed straight into a cliff wall. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. He sat there as if his soul had left his body. Then he angrily sat up. He gritted his teeth, not believing this was real. Impossible. How could my arrogant soldier stratagem fail? Although Yuming was young, she could distinguish. Although the aura of the laws is not wrong, the body is completely wrong. At the same time, Man appeared from behind. She unleashed the mirror flower dance, shouting, "Stay away from my young master." Yuming gently grabbed her hand. As one of our puppets, you shouldn't have such strong vitality. The little girl directly sent the next target flying. That person's blood-curdling scream echoed from the ground to the sky. Seeing Man in danger, Yong Shan hurriedly rushed up. Chi Min wind armor protection. He used all his strength just to block one blow from Man. He didn't want her to be too seriously injured. Yuming gave a special instruction, and you certainly shouldn't care about the lives of humans. The situation was becoming more and more unstable. The remaining immortal masters surrounded Yuming. Everyone attack. There might have been a problem during the inheritance of the great Tao. Yuming chuckled. It's fine. You don't need to worry too much. Although the little girl was young, her heart was extremely vicious. Kill this fleshly body, and then I'll just get you a new one. Flying star, changing position. Yuming arrogantly challenged her opponent. Come on, you big lug. The technique he used was soul-devouring blood. His hand tightly gripped the large battle axe. However, Yuming easily blocked it, and then sent him coughing up blood. The battle axe also slipped from his hand and fell. It met the male and female immortal masters below, who were using a combined sword technique. They tried to block her. Central can water wall. The rushing water crashed against the shore. What happened today made Yuming a little confused. Strange. Aren't humans supposed to love killing? I'm still dealing with the problem of the spirit technique. Why can't you all wait? Yong Shan was starting to find it difficult. Damn it. This little girl is too strong. Is this a Tao-devouring weapon spirit after it has obtained a body? They had all been either seriously or lightly injured. They were all sitting motionless. At this rate, we'll be completely wiped out. We can only run. That's what he said. But she would most likely stick to him, in any case, as the one who stood above everyone else. He couldn't just watch them sacrifice so much for his sake. So he stood up and said, I'll hold her off. Everyone split up and run. This was all part of Yong Shan's personal plan. He used various techniques and the terrain to fight with her, waiting for the others to call for reinforcements. Buer had appeared behind Yuming at some point, using the reverse void blade art to sneak attack Yuming. She felt something and hurriedly used spiraling edge, King's seal. Trying to trap me? But this bit of blade chi isn't enough. Just as Yuming raised her hand, sensing and preparing to counterattack, she discovered something else. There were flowers in the wind. It turned out that Dong Gue and Shan Nai had arrived. Lu Hua's secret art, Wisteria Blossom Barrage. Man and the others were overjoyed, their faces beaming. Help has arrived. It's the seniors who joined the trial with us. Buer, carrying a weak immortal master on his back, roared in anger. What are you all standing around for? Take this chance and run. Yuming immediately switched to using the sealed land. The space gradually turned negative, and then actually cracked. The blade chi cage has been broken. Chun Nai glanced over, judging. It must be because someone's reverse void blade art blew wind for too long. Truly useless. This is definitely the power of an immortal lord. Your reinforcement arts are useless too, aren't they? They're catching up. Run. Yuming's speed was indeed as fast as an arrow. Her initial innocent look was gone. Man supported Yong Shan, knowing full well that their team was at an absolute disadvantage. This is bad. In our current state, there's no way we can escape. But Dong Gue said cheerfully and confidently, it's fine. We still have plenty of reliable reinforcements. A moment later, Jean Mai's group arrived. Jean Mai witnessed the entire process of them being chased by Yuming, screaming in panic from above. They've caught up, seeing her safe and sound standing there. The immortal masters were overjoyed. It's Sister Jean Mai. They're okay. With so many seniors here, if we all attack together, we'll definitely win. The good guys have more people, but the bad guys are probably not far behind. Damn it. Why are there so many demon beasts? The immortal masters stood frozen, so scared they forgot to even try to run. Jean Mai, however, shouted loudly, what are you stopping for? Run. Yuming passed through the pack of demon beasts, as gracefully as floating clouds and flowing water, then suddenly stopped. So these are the reinforcements you found? Well, very reliable, aren't they? Sister Jean Mai recounted the plan she had devised. After discovering you were fighting an immortal lord of unknown origin, we came up with this plan. Shan Nai lightly touched Yong Shan with just one finger, and it was enough to make him jump in pain. Your body is about to fall apart. While you're still breathing, hurry and find a place to treat your injuries. Yuming had inadvertently fallen into the midst of the demon beast pack, but she remained very calm. These are demon beasts. The little girl was not only unafraid, but on the contrary, felt a sense of pity. How pitiful, imprisoned in a frenzied body. The soul is weeping. No one to help. The little girl gently placed her hand on them. But it's okay. Don't cry anymore. She closed her eyes and said, death will embrace all. In the end, Yuming solved all problems with death. The Bayan flower had truly appeared, symbolizing death. You are all good children. Now you can rest. Shan Nai suddenly punched Yong Shan again, causing him to jump in pain. Blood splattered everywhere. So painful. Are you really treating my injuries? Man watched silently, not knowing what to do. Shan Nai replied coldly. Do you have a problem with our Lu Hua Valley's secret healing art? Dong Gui was in charge of treating the other immortal masters. She poked her head over to metal, and specifically told him to endure it. After all, besides directly transferring fate source into someone, Sister doesn't know any other healing methods. In a flash, his entire body was healed. So can someone explain to me now? What on earth happened? He looked at himself again, and found that he was truly healed. Also, where is this place? Why doesn't it look like the original Stone Forest Valley anymore? Sister Jean Mai frowned and introduced. This is a sealed land. The heavenly steel stone forest where we were training just before is just a byproduct created to maintain this sealed land. It is also the place where evil beings that cannot be destroyed are sealed, those that bring harm to the mortal world. Guarding each and every sealed land is the most important responsibility of the 6 great immortal sects. There are even some extremely large sealed lands that require an entire sect to guard. For example, our Luhua Valley is built directly on top of a sealed land. Yong Shan frowned, wanting to know the exact answer. What exactly is sealed here? Booer suddenly remembered something. Did you all see the state of those demon beasts just now? It looked very familiar, didn't it? Hearing him say that, the brother beside him also reacted. That was the state of being corrupted by taint. Jimai waited for them to finish guessing before giving the final conclusion. That's right. Although the specific situation is unclear, the being sealed here is definitely one of the core sources of the taint. Just breathing is enough to become contaminated. The thing you encountered during the sect entrance exam. That causes demon beasts to go crazy, to rise again after dying. Its very existence will alter the surrounding spiritual energy. A single drop of its blood will corrode the earth's ley lines, causing countless immortal arts, magic weapons, and formations to lose their effect. Just looking directly at its existence can drive one's consciousness insane. It can even directly distort the true chi within a cultivator's body, causing us to mutate into all sorts of ugly monsters. The young immortal masters were terrified, clinging tightly to the tall young man. How are we supposed to fight this thing? So, this is the real taint? Just a few words were enough to scare them out of their wits. Boer chuckled and said, what scare now? To calm their emotions? Sister Jean Mai continued. But there's no need to worry too much. The sealed entity is usually in a dormant state within the sealed land, although the surface seal was somehow broken. As long as we don't disturb it, we can safely hide here and wait for the sect to come to our rescue. Actually, things aren't as scary as Boer made them out to be. Knowing the truth, that immortal master immediately rushed forward, wanting to give Boer a beating. So you were deliberately scaring us, weren't you? At this moment, Yu Ming revealed an innocent expression again. Everyone's gone. Why did everyone run away? I guess I shouldn't have used violence. That's right. If I just let everyone get infected with the taint, maybe they'll gratefully accept death. The space here gradually became dark and terrifying. The scene changes back to the lush green space. Lai Qing and the others were confronting Tian Huan. He remained seated under the tree and said, if possible, I do not wish to fight with you all. The moment he finished speaking, Lai Cheng had already made his move, swinging his sword and slashing down hard on the ground. The sword chi shot straight towards Tian Huan. The ground seemed to want to crack open. Even the table was sent flying. Tian Huan truly didn't understand. He clearly knew it was all an illusion. So why did he still charge forward blindly? Lai Cheng's eyes were filled with hatred. He desperately wanted to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Lai Cheng was surrounded by Tian Huan's, creating an unimaginable illusion. Lai Cheng was about to get dizzy in this disorienting space. Tian Huan held a book in his hand titled Zhu Yan's Blood. If you feel angry because you are powerless to leave, I have a few good books here that can help you calm your mind. At this moment, in a place with no trees, peach blossoms were falling. Tian Huan found it strange and reached out to catch one. It turned out to be Linger's technique. She scattered the petals from above, letting them fall only where Tian Huan was standing. The flowers fell like rain. An unexpected explosion rang out. Tian Huan stood there unharmed, his expression cold and gloomy. His hands were clasped behind his back. He confessed to them, so they wouldn't hold on to hope. But I belong to the path of illusory void. The illusion is indestructible. My body is immortal. At this moment, Lin Jiao and Tian Xian were sitting together under a tree, leisurely playing a game of Go. Then, Tian Xian used Lin Jiao as an example. Can't you two just enjoy the scenery peacefully like this, Spirit Lord? Besides, killing you would be such a hassle. But they didn't listen. They continued to brandish their swords and blades. The furthest reach of the sword chi is half a meter. The scenery beyond that half-meter mark remains unchanged no matter how we attack it. The altitude where the rain of flowers appears, and the distance it travels after passing through the ground, is also approximately this number. Well, can you do it? While playing Go, Lin Jiao picked up a game piece, a sinister smile on his face. This illusion is quite formidable, but it's not a problem. After a moment of careful thought, she placed the piece in just the right spot. Tian Xian chuckled softly. He understood immediately. I see. So those attacks were to gauge the range of the illusory realm, huh? And then what? You plan to break out from all directions? Give up. Everything in here is also fake. The illusion is within your minds. How can you possibly leave this place? Upon learning this, Lin Jiao blasted the Go board away with a surge of blood chi. Everything is fake? How can that be? At the very least, the spirit chi we expend when casting spells is real. The wind blowing past is also real. Below them, the sea churned and roared. Tian Xian wondered. This is seawater. It's real too. Finding this a bit illogical, Lin Jiao pressed the issue. Now then, how can you use this finite illusion to contain this infinite, very real ocean? Suddenly, the sea began to change. A moment later, the illusion vanished. A blessing in disguise. As expected of a law-grade illusion. Good thing we were by the sea. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped so quickly. Lai Chang believed they should split up. I'll enter the sealed land now. You go contact the sect. But Ling Er had her own concerns. She had to entrust them with a task. It's not convenient for me to enter the limitless sect's sealed land. I'll leave my 2 disciples in your care. Lin Jiao was grim. Too late. The taint is already spreading. The seal has been completely destroyed. Tian Xian had intended to warn them from the start. That's why I told you not to be so hasty. My 3 spirit lords. You needed a geographical advantage just to escape me. How can a few little cultivators inside possibly stand against my brethren? With that said, he gradually vanished without a trace. Things are getting more and more complicated. We can't let the demonic taint spread any further. Contact the sect. Heavenly Inquisition punishment. At this moment, inside the sealed hall, they had searched every nook and cranny but still couldn't find the enemy. The cultivators stood there, feeling something strange appear beneath their feet. What is this damn black bony stuff? Even the spirit chi here has become strange. Just standing here, I can feel my true chi constantly being drained. A fierce battle was about to begin. The Dao Gui puppets from before have destroyed the soul-calming seal's formation nodes. The sealed entity is awakening rapidly. The concentration of demonic taint is also getting higher and higher. Beware roared in frustration. Why is the barrier preventing outside cultivators from entering the only thing that's still intact? All the other formations have clearly failed. The 2 young women weren't surprised by his attitude. They had seen this all too many times. Man's entire body was glowing with a golden light. Yong Shan mused. Everyone is using their true chi to resist the corrosion of the demonic taint. Could it be because I've been absorbing and storing energy with the spirit absorption art, that I'm not as affected? The other cultivator clutched his head in frustration, saying anxiously, what do we do now? At this rate, even if we aren't killed, our true chi won't last until the sect comes to rescue us. Yong Shan couldn't see any other viable way out. The most dangerous scenario is that there is no rescue coming. Yang Yu turned back. She called out softly to a dazed Yong Shan. Brother Yang. Back during the sect entrance exam, just a hint of demonic taint was enough for the sect to destroy the entire trial realm. Now that the sealed land's formation has failed, they won't have time to care about the lives of a few junior cultivators like us. Seniors. Am I wrong? Jean Mei was forced to admit. He's absolutely right. That's correct. The sealed land has failed. The demonic taint is leaking out. To deal with this situation, the sect will most likely initiate the Heavenly Inquisition punishment, cleansing this entire sealed land. Inside the sealed land, Yuming appeared and immediately lunged at Yong Shan. Netherworld vortex reversal. However, her attack couldn't get within an inch of Yong Shan. The little girl just now realized, is this a defensive spell? It was only in these merciless battles that he could truly broaden his horizons. As I thought, as soon as the system starts analyzing the laws, I can return to the state of myriad arts at my command. Metal gung shield, shield body, ghost guard, flame body armor. He thought, even though most of these are low-level spells, it's enough to deal with this dense little girl. But her strength is truly immense. He began his counterattack, causing an explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying. Sun Wind Art, charge. That strength is just ridiculous. Facing this power, Yong Shan was probably in for a tough fight. But no matter. I just need to find a way to run circles around her. A few special characters appeared in his eyes. The most important thing right now is to analyze the ceiling formation. His calculations didn't seem to be going smoothly. Damn it. That barrier separating the inside and outside really is high grade. I can't break it from within. It looks like repairing the seal is the only way. Yuming chased him relentlessly, determined to corner him. Don't even think about escaping. Sun as the wind, indigo kill. Then my mission is to hold her here. The rest is up to you guys. He sent out a ghost guard with a message to help him deal with Yuming. Man and the others were hurrying on their way when they spotted something familiar overhead. Look, it's the young master's communication spell. He must have broken the formation so fast. We haven't even reached the meeting point yet. Jean may never expected Yong Shan could accomplish something like this. He actually succeeded. This is truly the diagram for the ceiling formation. Yang, you have been full of faith in him from the very beginning. I told you so. All we have to do is trust Brother Yang. Luckily, we defeated some demonic beasts during our training earlier and got a lot of resources. They'll come in handy now. This formation node is repaired. Hurry. Everyone, split up and get to work. We can't waste the time Brother Yang bought for us. All sorts of binding techniques were unleashed one after another. There was Tai Chi Jin and the water prison art, followed by the limitless shield. At this point, Yuming began to doubt her own judgment. Layers upon layers of defensive spells appeared. Big brother, are you really an art spirit? But your aura doesn't feel right. That's right. Do I look like someone who would lie? You're attacking the wrong person. I'm your closest companion. Yuming put on a cute act, pleading, can you let little you kill you just once? The great Tao is eternal. After all, if you just let me kill you once, then I'll believe you. Your way of confirming allies is a bit too direct, don't you think? Yong Shan had angered the little girl. Yuming, I knew you were lying. They had begun repairing the formation nodes. As long as they can fix the ceiling formation and stop the demonic taint from spreading, the Limitless Sect's response will shift from Heavenly Inquisition punishment to a rescue mission. He continued to use the Windwalk art, trying to make a quick getaway. After the formation is repaired, they'll need me at the formations. I'd act as a human spirit stone, using the spirit chi I've accumulated from the spirit absorption art to activate it. He ran for a distance, then unleashed another spell. I have to hold out until the others finish the repairs, and then come over here together to help me hold off this dense little girl. Luckily, all she knows is how to punch and kick. If it's just stalling for time, it shouldn't be too hard. Starfall Ice Prison. This time, Yuming was truly trapped. A look of panic crossed her face. The attack unintentionally scraped the little girl's skin. The little girl nonchalantly chided him. Big brother, your attack hurt little you. What's this about? Don't tell me you're going to cry. A single drop of blood slowly fell. A red spider lily bloomed, sweeping over him. Warning. Host soul is under attack. This is an instant death type of attack. Realizing he was in grave danger, he immediately used soul armor. But it seems he still couldn't withstand it. What? He hadn't even figured out what was happening before he fell to the ground. What on earth is going on? Yuming sighed with a little disappointment. You're still not dead? Is it because it only caused an external wound? Or did you use some other way to resist death? Please don't do that anymore. It will definitely hurt a lot. The little girl approached him. She gently placed his hand on her cheek, speaking tenderly. Little you clearly doesn't want to make you suffer. Little you just wants you to die. Come on, Hurt me one more time, and then you can rest in peace. Yong Shan suddenly snapped to his senses. Wait, could it be that just now? Yu Ming still spoke with an innocent expression. I'll just bear all the pain by myself. Instant death from reflected damage. The more Yu Ming spoke, the more furious he became. What kind of contest is this? I absolutely cannot let her fight the others. The land of seals. A giant crack appeared in the sky. Everyone has finished repairing the ceiling formation. Next, I need to pour spiritual energy into the formation's eye. Yong Shan quickly rushed over there. Heavenly punishment is about to descend. How about we have a temporary truce? Yu Ming suddenly let out a loud shout. She jumped on his head. Don't! Then the little girl unleashed an extremely powerful blow. It shattered the ground and rocks. Yu Ming slowly landed, saying, if you really are myriad laws, why would you care about heavenly punishment? To me, it's just a matter of changing my outer shell at most. Yong Shan struggled to get up. He looked at the little girl and said, of course, it's because I can't bear to part with this handsome face of mine. The little girl frowned. She put her hands on her hips. Then stop running around. Just accept my challenge, and it'll be over. As long as you pass, you will be my companion. He said to Yu Ming, a challenge like dying once? Can we change the method? For example, an interview? Damn it. It's completely impossible to communicate. Yu Ming puffed out her cheeks. She rushed towards Yong Shan. No. He quickly put up a protective shield. He blocked the little girl's attack. He thought to himself, with this kind of power, I can't possibly block it with just a defensive technique. At this thought, Yong Shan let out a cold laugh. But if I use a technique to counterattack, it will trigger that completely unreasonable. Instant death reflected damage. Hey, don't you people know that you can't recruit new people with this kind of unprincipled changes? He gritted his teeth. He struggled to block Yu Ming's attack. With my soul armor severely damaged, I can't take a second hit. A notification panel appeared. Warning, soul armor skill is severely damaged. It is recommended that the host try his best to avoid another soul attack. If you're awake, then hurry up and think of something. At this moment, Yu Ming was still pounding on the protective shield. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Well, have you thought it through? Do you want to move in with me? Yong Shan quickly replied. Don't you have a more reliable method? Yu Ming was gradually getting closer. She continued, if this drags on any longer. A voice came from a distance. Young master. Everyone from the sect ran over together, shouting, Brother Yong, we're here to help you. He shouted back in surprise. Everyone, don't come over here. They charged straight towards Yu Ming. Don't worry, Brother Yong. Let us show you the results of our cultivation. But the little girl sent them all flying with a single palm strike. Everyone struggled to get up, frowning. Just the palm wind alone has such power. So strong. Let's go together. With so many of us, we can at least buy Brother Yong some time. Yu Ming stood there unharmed. She said to them, death is a blessing. It's really not just anyone who is worthy of little you fighting them in this way. But that last attack was full of tacit understanding and trust. You must have faced death together before, haven't you? Everyone from the sect quickly replied, that's right. You're a far cry from the corrupting miasma. Brother Yong will definitely lead us to survive again. The little girl's cheeks flushed. A smile bloomed on her lips. She said, as expected, you are all outstanding children. Yu Ming ran her finger over the wound on her neck, continuing, that's right. You've injured me. The moment the little girl's voice fell, a red light flashed. A sword slowly fell to the ground. The black-haired youth collapsed. Everyone screamed, Wang Ping. Zheng Xiao and Sister Yu looked at the dead Wang Ping. They were so scared they burst into tears. He's dead. How could this be? Yong Shan roared in anger. I told you not to come over here. She is the law of death. Fighting her carelessly. If you injure her, you will die instantly. Just leave this place to me, he said as he unleashed a blow towards Yu Ming. Damn it. We're not done fighting yet, you little brat. But the little girl easily passed through his technique. Yong Shan said angrily, damn it. A binding technique that doesn't injure the opponent is completely powerless. He frowned, gritting his teeth. Think of a way quick. I'm Yong Shan, for crying out loud. Seeing this, everyone from the sect was filled with worry. What kind of contest is this? If we injure her, we'll die ourselves. This way, how are we supposed to fight? At this moment, Man jumped out and said loudly, Young master, Let me help you. Don't be reckless. I don't have the power to freeze time anymore. You'll really die. Yong Shan rushed to stand in front of her. I said, stay away. But she still took a step forward. No. I said I wouldn't leave you alone anymore. Another male disciple also stood up. Come to think of it, Brother Yang's cultivation time is probably even shorter than ours. Even now, he's still not an official immortal master of the Boundless Sect. He looked towards Yong Shan, who was fighting. He continued, to protect us, to let us survive. He's fighting someone like that alone. He then bent down to pick up his battle axe, truly worthy of being Brother Yong. Such a heart, such talent. We can't compare. Gao Dingba suddenly stood up. His blood and chi enveloped his body. A Brother Yong like that, one day will definitely be able to become a heavenly venerate, even transcend the mortal and become a saint. By then, he will definitely be able to protect even more people. Then Gao Dingba quickly jumped up. A Brother Yong like that. He rushed forward. He used his muscles to clamp down on Yuming. Pan's soul blood should not die here with us. Yuming was held tightly. She frowned in annoyance. She bent Gao Dingba's arm. Little you is a girl, after all. Are you a pervert? Tear him to shreds. Yong Shan looked at Gao Dingba in shock. He couldn't believe it. What are you doing? He gritted his teeth. Zhengyu, Brother Yong, you go and activate the formation. Yong Shan forced his hands apart. He said to Gao Dingba, no. You can't withstand its power. Go, and be quick. Everyone charged towards Yuming. They hugged the little girl tightly. We'll help too. Yong Shan trembled as he looked at them. He stammered, you. What are you all doing? He frowned as he looked at their desperate expressions. You all, Brother Yong, go, leave this to us. He gritted his teeth. He quickly turned around. He didn't forget to look back and say to them, wait for me. Yong Shan gathered his strength. A formation ring appeared under his feet. His true chi was released. A powerful beam of lightning shot straight into the sky. He clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. He was extremely angry. Damn it. His hands began to wither. The amount of true chi needed for a grand formation like this. It's certainly not something a single immortal master can handle. But Yong Shan didn't give up. He still struggled to his feet. But I have the spirit absorption art. As long as I keep converting the spiritual energy in it, no matter how much you need, I'll give you that much. On the other side, Yuming angrily flicked her hand. You humans are so rude. The little girl glared at them. I see. You want to patch up the seal, so the people outside can come in and save you. On the other side, Yong Shan was still trying his best to repair the seal. The ability to repair formations. The massive amount of accumulated spiritual energy. And a mouth full of lies and all sorts of schemes. He really is a bit like one F.A. The little girl slowly walked towards him. But this desperate look is very strange. Behind Yuming, two more people charged forward. Just like this group of people. Strange. Don't you dare disturb Brother Yong. They were immediately sent flying by a single blow. At this moment, a notification appeared. Host's true chi is depleted. Abnormal conversion speed of spiritual energy in the spiritual root is damaged. Host is advised to cheat in moderation. Shut up. Speed it up for me. Dong Gue and Shan Nai also appear at this time. They charge forward. We can only help everyone get this far. Good luck, everyone. The two use vines to stab towards Yuming, binding the little girl tightly. Flowerlock spear. Immediately after, they were easily countered by Yuming. The little girl grabbed the vines. Her expression puzzled. I really don't understand what you people are thinking. Yong Shan lay sprawled on the formation circle. The notification sounded again. Host is currently analyzing the magic arts of the art spirit. Damage to the spiritual root will lead to assimilation by the law's backlash. Extremely dangerous. Host is advised to exit the current state immediately. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Shut up. Yuming was sneak attacked again by the two people from behind. Reverse void blade art. The little girl used the vines to pierce through them. If you like death, why do you still have to resist? After that, everyone swarmed up, surrounding the little girl. If you don't like death, Yuming simply waved her hand, and they were sent flying. Then what are you all doing right now? Yong Shan's face was weary. So, little Yuming squatted in front of him and asked, before you die, can you answer this question for little you? Yong Shan weakly replied to the little girl. Because they are fools, giving their all, just so others can have one more chance to survive. Looking at the people lying all over the ground, he continued, "Such a foolish meaning. How could I, Yong Shan, possibly understand it?" Yu Ming tilted her head in confusion and asked him, "But you're about to die from your spiritual root drying up. You're no different from them." A smile lifted the corner of his mouth. "Is that so?" Looking at the formation he had created himself, he continued, "So I become a fool too, huh?" At this time, another group of people appeared in the distance. Zhang Chufan ran up to Wei Daoping and Yulinger, reporting to the elders. "The Heavenly Punishment Grand Formation has been set up. Very good. It will be activated in 10 breaths." Spirit Lord Linger frowned and asked him, "Do we really have to activate the Heavenly Punishment? Can't we remove the outer barrier and investigate first? There might still be surviving disciples." Wei Daoping replied coldly, "No. The barrier is the last guarantee to contain the seal. Once it's removed, it won't just be a matter of the taint leaking out. For the greater good, this is a necessary sacrifice." Linger's brow furrowed tightly. She listened as he continued, "After all, for your Luo Valley, the death of disciples has never been an issue, has it?" Lu Qianran pointed. "Everyone look. The taint has stopped leaking out." Looking at the black gas slowly dissipating, she continued, "This means someone is repairing the sealing formation from the inside." Lian and Liang Ming looked inside with joy, saying excitedly, "There really are survivors inside. To fall into a desperate situation and then turn the tide. It's so inspiring." A glint flashed in Yulinger's eyes. She said, "Elder Wei, please remove the outer barrier." Wei Daoping's brow remained furrowed as he said firmly, "No. This small incident doesn't change the overall situation at all. Directly activating the heavenly punishment is the most stable course of action." Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing straight through the barrier. "Someone's broken in." The beam of light landed straight on the ground. Yu Ming's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed as she looked in that direction. "The barrier is distorted. Wow, someone actually got in." A white-haired young man appeared, a sword in his hand. He frowned as he looked towards Yu Ming. "I am Meng Xiaohua of the Infinite Sect, inside the sealed land." Yu Ming was currently confronting Meng Xiaohua. The little girl covered her mouth in surprise and said, "With the outer barrier still not closed, someone actually managed to pass through. How did you do it?" Meng Xiaohua simply looked at the little girl indifferently and replied, "Heart Meridian Spiritual Root. Just a slight activation. Not worth mentioning." Yu Ming laughed cheerfully. "I see. Very impressive." Xiaohua frowned. "The one who snuck into my sect's mystic realm, destroyed the Tao Ghost Formation Eye, stole the Great Spirit Spring, and caused the sealed land to be exposed. Was it you?" The little girl became flustered. "Although it seems correct overall, I feel like a few things are a bit strange." Yong Shan, from behind, trembled as he pointed at the little girl. "That's right. It was her who destroyed the mystic realm and released the taint." He clutched his chest. "I, Yong Shan, failed to protect everyone. I hope Senior Brother Meng will avenge our fallen sect members." Yu Ming pouted, looking at Meng Xiaohua. "Sigh, explaining is too troublesome." He frowned and asked back, "What?" Yu Ming threw a punch at him. Meng Xiaohua blocked it with his sword. The little girl said calmly, "After all, once I kill you, I won't have to think so much anymore." Then another punch slammed into Meng Xiaohua's sword, causing the blade to crack. He retreated with his sword. The fist intent of the Wentian Pavilion? 17 years ago, the daughter of the Wentian Pavilion's master, Jiawang Jinjun, went missing while training in the Great Wilderness. Yu Ming bent down and threw a punch toward herself, continuing, "So her soul was lost, and she became a puppet of a Tao ghost?" Meng Xiaohua easily dodged the attacks, continuing, "The air that he poured his heart into cultivating turned out like this. The master of the Wentian Pavilion must find it very hard to accept." The crack on the sword continued to spread. The corrupted little girl looked at him, sneering, "So how do you plan to survive?" "At the hands of this corrupted puppet?" the little girl said, while attacking him. Meng Xiaohua swung his arm, knocking Yu Ming back. The sword was shattered, but he remained calm. Even if it's just the Tao ghost of an immortal lord, and a war emperor who specializes in physical arts at that, it's still quite difficult to deal with. The surviving sect members struggled to their feet. "Senior Brother Meng, we're here to help you." Cough, cough. "We can still fight." Meng Xiaohua frowned and refused. "No need. This kind of powerful, Combat form Immortal Official is not something a chi refining stage Immortal Master can fight against. Bringing more people is useless. Yu Ming's eyes widened. She said to him in surprise, "What? You can actually see the situation clearly?" The people behind them, after understanding, couldn't help but get angry. "I thought all the Immortal Masters of the Infinite Sect were brainless, acting recklessly like them. Do you have a problem with Brother Yang's courage?" The little girl raised her head and asked Meng Xiaohua, "But, are you going to beg for mercy now? A little Immortal Master like me might not be able to accept it," Yu Ming said leisurely. "If an Immortal Master can't win." The broken pieces of the sword began to float up. Meng Xiaohua reached his hand back. The fragments began to gather. Then, Meng Xiaohua flew up in a cloud of smoke. He said, "Then I'll just form my core." Everyone in the sect watched with wide, astonished eyes. The Qi Si forms the core. Sword Gung of the Heavenly River. They stared at Meng Xiaohua, who was enveloped in immortal Qi. "This is a golden core stage, Spirit Lord." Yong Shan looked at him. His brow furrowed. This guy got stronger again. That's going to make killing him later. Meng Xiaohua looked down and said, "As expected, it was only a 9-patter hunter refined pill. If your actions hadn't interfered with the sect master's plans, I wouldn't have had to form my core now." Yu Ming, with an expression of both innocence and worry, asked, "The sect master of the limitless sect?" "Oomph." A beam of light shot straight toward Yu Ming. "Hopefully, this will separate the Dao Gui from your body." Yu Ming frowned at the approaching light. "This might compensate for my losses." Everyone from the sect screamed in terror. "Watch out, Senior Brother Ming. You can't kill her." Yong Shan also yelled. "Her ability reflects fatal damage." Then he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "If this bastard dies, everyone here will die with him." Yu Ming was pierced by 1,000 sword shards. Blood splattered towards Meng Xiaohua. Decree of death. The killer will ultimately be killed. The streaks of blood on the ground suddenly flared with light. Yu Ming's body was enveloped in a barrier. A field of vibrant red spider lilies bloomed around the little. Meng Xiaohua waved his hand. "I know." He redirected the light toward a nearby sect member. They immediately screamed. "What?" Meng Xiaohua glanced at them and said, "Using your lives will suffice." As he spoke, he raised his arm, continuing, "With so many of you, it should be enough to last until I can sever the decree of death." The cultivators surrounded the one who had just died, horrified. "Senior Brother Meng, what are you doing?" Yong Shan's eyes grew dark. He stomped on the ground. "This wasn't my plan." He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "The Great Sealing Formation has been repaired, removing the outer barrier and sending more people to guard the sealed land. That's the completely correct course of action. This is clearly the most logical approach." Watching Meng Xiaohua continue his assault, Yong Shan asked him, "Why is this happening? Why didn't they call off the Heavenly Inquisition punishment? Why did he have to be the one to come?" Meng Xiaohua replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a necessary sacrifice. To die protecting the sect is your honor." The ethereal sword slowly faded. "You call this kind of death a sacrifice?" Yu Ming pulled the sword from her body and said, "You're the one who drew your sword to slaughter. Yet you lack the resolve to face death yourself." The little girl gritted her teeth. "You act so recklessly, exploiting the deaths of others. And you dare call it honor?" Her entire body was shrouded in a deep purple mist. Yu Ming roared with fury. "What do you take death for?" Her body slowly began to float. Nether River's umbral domain. Meng Xiaohua's body was also enveloped in sword chi. Limitless sword formation. Then they charged at each other. Crash. The umbral domain began to corrode the sword formation. They clashed in a fierce battle. Even the primal core sword gung is being corroded. Yu Ming is truly furious now. The little girl clenched her teeth. A serious Dao Gui puppet is, as expected, not easy to deal with. Meng Xiaohua retreated. "I just wanted to test my cultivation after forming my core. Looks like it's still not enough." He grunted. "Fine then." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he threw the umbral domain towards everyone from the sect. Everyone immediately screamed. "Everyone run. Watch out." Yong Shan's eyes widened as he cursed. "Damn it." A notification sounded. "Host Soul is under attack. Activating soul armor." Inside, it spoke with alarm. "Yong Shan, be careful. This is Nether River Umbral Chi. It can kill the soul. Hurry, abandon your body, and escape with me." The soul armor quickly shattered. Yong Shan and were both stunned. It blocked it. It's over. Meng Xiaohua looked at Yong Shan. His eyes widened in astonishment. You have an ability that protects your spiritual sense? Is this a cultivation technique, a magic treasure, or a bloodline talent? Yong Shan struggled to lift his head. What did you do? He looked towards his sect members. They were all dead. What did you do to them? Meng Xiaohua turned away and said, Don't worry. Although they took the fatal damage from me, their souls were only heavily injured. They've just fallen into a coma. Yu Ming looked at Meng Xiaohua. She couldn't help but feel angry. After all, someone at the very last moment, despite the backlash to herself, still had to retract all the umbral chi. Meng Xiaohua let out a cold laugh. Clearly on a killing spree just a moment ago, and now you're doing everything you can to prevent them from dying in my place? The light in Yu Ming's eyes gradually dimmed. I can only act according to my own Tao. The little girl's body was corroded by the umbral chi. She fell to her knees. So-called Dao Gui spirit puppets, no matter how strong, are nothing but lowly toys. Meng Xiaohua held his sword and walked towards Yu Ming. If all these people had died, I really wouldn't have been able to handle your backlash easily. Iron chains quickly bound the little girl. But now that there are so many people who can sacrifice themselves for me, it's much more convenient. Meng Xiaohua gave a faint smile, preparing to swing his sword. Rest assured, I will make good use of the Dao Gui you leave behind. Just then, Yong Shan used the last of his strength, unleashing Sun as the wind. Indigo kill. He shot straight towards Meng Xiaohua, roaring, Stay your hand. Inside, it held a hammer, speaking worriedly. Your meridians and chi-si have been damaged, and the feedback has reached your mindscape. You're still using a Dao Gui technique like that. Do you really not want her body anymore? Meng Xiaohua frowned in anger. He turned his head to look at Yong Shan. Then his expression returned to normal as he continued. It seems some of my actions have caused junior brother Yong Shan to misunderstand. Yong Shan was on his feet now, gathering power in his hands. Due to the urgency of the situation, failing to explain things clearly is indeed my fault. Meng Xiaohua continued speaking calmly. The spirit puppet ran rampant, causing the sealed land to be infiltrated. The sect decided to use the Heavenly Inquisition punishment to deal with the demonic taint contamination first. Then, we would reinforce the seal. However, the upper echelons were extremely worried. I rushed in alone because I discovered there were still living people inside the sealed land, with the intention of minimizing casualties. Little Meng, why did he go in there on his own? What is he trying to do? What do we do now? He continued. Even as the head disciple of the sect master, I couldn't guarantee the elders would cancel the Heavenly Inquisition punishment. Continuing with the punishment and preventing the spread of the demonic taint is more important than anything. But if the sect master's side investigates this, my only path to survival is to quickly eliminate the enemy and settle this matter. Master, Senior Brother Meng, is incredibly powerful. He can definitely defeat the enemy. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Meng Xiaohua lowered his head. His expression was pained. Yong Shan, do you understand now? Inside, it continued to hammer away. Yong Shan, I think what he's saying makes a lot of sense. Hurry up and stop your spell. Your body really can't take it anymore. Yong Shan's armor began to crack. He asked Xiaohua, because you couldn't bear to see us die. You risked your life to come in and save us? Ah, it screamed. Why have you started actively absorbing the Dao Gui's power? This place is about to be done for. It's really about to be done for. Meng Xiaohua put on a friendly smile and said, That's right, Yong Shan. Your talent is extraordinary. I will definitely get you out of here. Of course. That includes Junior System Man, too. Yong Shan gave a humorless smile. My talent being extraordinary is certainly true, but you've said so much to me. Isn't it because you discovered I have the ability to protect my spiritual sense? He stiffened. He was furious. So I can't be killed by the Dao Gui spirit puppet like the others? Yong Shan tensed his body and charged towards him, causing it to shatter. Waves of wind blades rushed straight towards Meng Xiaohua. He quickly condensed countless sword lights to protect himself, sacrificing the lives of your fellow disciples to save yourself. Yet you're afraid of being punished by the sect. So you want to borrow the hands of the weapon spirit to silence everyone. You even cast a spell to drag a person who can't be killed down with you. Meng Xiaohua said to Yong Shan with a pained expression. So, in your heart, I am such a despicable and shameless person. Yong Shan sneered. Are you not? With that, Yong Shan continued to attack Meng Xiaohua. Meng Xiaohua simply waved his hand and shattered Yong Shan's attack. If I really wanted you all to die, why would I need to rush into this sealed land where the situation is unknown? I could have just sat back and watched the heavenly punishment descend. But the aura gathering around has already begun to rise. Do you think the sect will stop the heavenly punishment just because you temporarily repaired the sealed land? He continued with a laugh. The reason the heavenly punishment hasn't descended yet is because the sect master's personal disciple, that is me, is still in this sealed land. Yong Shan gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his sword hilt. So, am I supposed to thank you for that? Yong Shan swung his sword at Meng Xiaohua with all his might. To be suddenly trapped in this godforsaken place. Meng Xiaohua dodged with ease. We risked our lives to fight the Tao Ghost. Risked our lives to repair the formation. Risked our lives to stall for time. Although covered in wounds, Yong Shan continued to attack. Everyone risked their lives just to get a sliver of hope for survival. Yong Shan's sword was shattered again by Meng Xiaohua. And in the end, because of you, you bastard, the sword light condensed again. Yong Shan leaped into the air. It was just a different way to die. Yong Shan slashed down hard, roaring, I really ought to thank you for that. But Meng Xiaohua's eyes still showed innocence. He said, Yong Shan, you're too suspicious. You always think everyone has ill intentions towards you. His sword once again shattered. Yong Shan's sword. During the trial, you encountered an evil demon. Then you were kidnapped by the demon sect, and you were even attacked by a Tao-devouring weapon spirit. Yong Shan frowned as he was knocked back. Meng Xiaohua continued. These successive dangers have made you so guarded. He casually raised his hand. He gathered his own sword light. But in reality, no one wants to harm you. Myriads of sword lights fell accordingly. Yong Shan quickly dodged. You all, these newly initiated immortal masters, are nothing but ants with wings. Meng Xiaohua gripped his sword tightly. Everything you've encountered has nothing to do with you. Veins popped on Yong Shan's forehead. He glared at Meng Xiaohua. The reason you keep encountering danger is simply because you are too weak. He raised his arm high. He summoned a giant sword. So weak that even a slight tremor on the edge of storm is enough to make you think. He then just gently swung down. The giant sword came down at the same time. The ground was instantly torn apart by this one blow. He looked over and said, It's true that I want to kill you, because I must immediately deal with this Tao-devouring weapon spirit. Yong Shan stood by the crack, looking at him. Meng Xiaohua continued, But it's also true that I want to save you. In fact, my main purpose for coming in here was to save you. He stepped towards the collapsed Yong Shan on the ground. Meng Xiaohua looked at Yong Shan with a cold smile. However, the person I want to save is only you. Yong Shan asked wearily why. Meng Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. Because you have value. And also, out of gratitude. Yong Shan clenched his fist. Gratitude for you dealing with the evil demon during the trial. Gratitude for you foiling the demon's sex invasion plot. Gratitude for you repairing the formation. Giving me the opportunity to enter this sealed land. What on earth are you talking about? Meng Xiaohua looked down at Yong Shan arrogantly. You are too weak, so you can only see the small corner of the sky around you. Therefore, you don't understand how much everything you've done has helped me. He held out his hand. So, you just need to understand my good intentions. Yong Shan roared at him in anger. Are you kidding me? How can I believe a monster like you, who treats human lives as sacrifices? Meng Xiaohua frowned. Aren't you the same? Beneath Yong Shan's feet were countless fallen comrades. Meng Xiaohua continued. Among these people, one of them died by borrowing my life. The others also suffered severe spiritual injuries. He then looked at the dead. He continued. Before I came in here, several people had already died. It was because of your arrangements. He looked at the trembling Yong Shan, who was struggling to stand up. So many people have died, and many of them you called companions. Meng Xiaohua leaned in close to Yong Shan, continuing. I see rage in your eyes, unwillingness and hatred. He sneered. But if you really value their lives so much. Flame shot from Yong Shan's eyes. Why is there not a trace of sorrow in your eyes? Meng Xiaohua frowned slightly. You have no real feelings for them. Because you don't even consider the lives of others as lives. Yong Shan thrust his sword straight at him. Even now, in your heart, there are only endless calculations. You only think about how to kill me. Meng Xiaohua easily blocked Yong Shan's hand. This is also the point I admire most about you. Looking at Yong Shan's hateful expression, Meng Xiaohua, on the contrary, became even more excited. You were born with a heart devoid of emotion. You see all beings as grass, transcending all things. At this moment, in the sealed land, Yong Shan and Meng Xiaohua were facing off. Yong Shan waved his hand to retract the water shuttle. Unfeeling and unjust. Killing innocents is at the so-called Tao heart of yours. Meng Xiaohua frowned and admitted, that's right. Just like although I have a bond of fellowship with everyone. But to deal with the fatal weapon spirit, when I need to sacrifice them, I will not hesitate. He raised an eyebrow at Yong Shan. Or, do you want to use your own life to die in their place? Yong Shan turned his face away and sneered. Of course not. How could I, Yong Shan, do something so foolish? Then Meng Xiaohua raised his longsword. He pointed it straight at Yu Ming. Very good. Actually, looking at her current state, it probably won't cost too much. But at this moment, sparks flew from behind Meng Xiaohua. He hurriedly turned to block the blow. Yong Shan, what are you doing? Yong Shan waved his hand and said, it's fine. You kill your part. I'll kill mine. He gritted his teeth and turned around. What on earth do you want to do? An aura enveloped Yong Shan's hand. You're right. I wasn't trying to save anyone in the first place. Yong Shan gathered layer after layer of chi around his body, and I don't like to put on any righteous airs. One of Yong Shan's eyes turned a deep blue. Yong Shan gave Meng Xiaohua a contemptuous smile. Don't like the sight of people like you. Meng Xiaohua gritted his teeth and swung his sword fiercely. Yu Ming looked at them and frowned. So, after fighting for so long, Yong Shan raised his arm. A giant formation appeared in the sky. So it was you. Myriad laws, thunder. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights rained down. Meng Xiaohua frowned, saying angrily, foolish obstinacy. He shot out a sword. At the same time, myriads of sword lights surrounded him. I've already said you have extraordinary talent. But do you really think you can beat me? Yong Shan gritted his teeth. He attacked him with all his might. Catch up. My sea of chi. He recklessly released a frenzy of spiritual energy. Meng Xiaohua frowned. He easily saw through Yong Shan's fighting style, this chaotic way of fighting. But Yong Shan didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and glared at him. Your sea of chi will soon shatter, and your body will be completely destroyed. Yong Shan's attack was shattered by Meng Xiaohua's sword light. He said, even so, it's only delaying the inevitable for a moment. His expression was cold. It's meaningless. At this very moment, Yong Shan suddenly laughed coldly. Is that so? The formation in the sky had already spread out. Meng Xiaohua stared in shock as the barrier disappeared. What? Yong Shan was also swaying on his feet. Is it that hard to understand? Although I don't know the situation outside, and I don't know what on earth has happened. Meng Xiaohua looked up at the sky, unwilling to accept it. Yong Shan continued. But if they were hesitant to decisively strike with the heavenly punishment because they were wary of you, the head disciple, the longer they drag it on, the less resolve they'll have. In that case, their only option is to lift the barrier and come in here to save people. A look of contempt appeared on Yong Shan's face. The more people there are, the less anyone wants to take responsibility. It's the same everywhere. Only then did Meng Xiaohua ask Yong Shan in astonishment. So you were pretending to be crazy to stall for time? Just fighting and talking. That's what I like to do best. Yong Shan leaned in and whispered in Meng Xiaohua's ear. A newly initiated little immortal master like me doesn't know what someone who deliberately broke into the barrier wants to do. But I know. The moment Yong Shan finished speaking, a pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing straight into the ground. People from the immortal realm descended with it. Now, there's nothing you can do. Spirit Lord Yulinger approached Shan Nai and Dong Gue. She stroked their heads. Chun Nai, Dong Gue. The Spirit Lord checked over the injured. Very seriously injured. The most troublesome part is the damage to their souls. But most of them can still be saved. Yangjo stepped forward to examine Yu Ming. He frowned. Death Chi. The Tao Ghost is dead. Is this the culprit of this incident? No other threats detected. Wei Daoping looked towards the two of them and said, Meng Xiaohua, Yong Shan, report the situation. Yong Shan laughed coldly, raised his head, and said to him, Senior Brother Meng, let's go. The elders are waiting for us. Yong Shan, his face full of guilt, said to the elders, "Honorable elders, this time, it was thanks to senior brother Meng's help. Otherwise, Yong Shan would no longer be able to repay the sect." Yong Shan's brows furrowed tightly. He thought, with the infinite sect's moral character, even if I expose the matter of him sacrificing his fellow disciples now, I'm afraid it won't be enough to kill this guy. I might as well just hold on to this weakness of his for now, and then deliver a fatal blow in the future. Meng Xiaohua frowned and sighed. In the end, it still came to this. Really? He turned and stabbed Yong Shan through the back with his sword. What a pity. Yong Shan's eyes widened as he cursed. "You bastard." The elders immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Stop. Meng Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Yong Shan's sword chi shattered inch by inch. Yuan Air quickly rushed over. He dashed towards Yong Shan. "I was wrong." In Yong Shan's eyes, the furious figure of Meng Xiaohua was reflected. "You Yong Shan?" He pierced through Yong Shan's body with his sword. "Are just an ant after all." Meng Xiaohua waved his hand. Wei Daoping, Lai Cheng, and Yangjo immediately held their blades to Meng Xiaohua's neck, shouting, "Stop!" Yu Air quickly cast Myriad Things Prosper on Yong Shan, but his entire body was enveloped by pitch-black petals. Phone rang. Yu Air was still trying to heal Yong Shan. Qianming, Chuanxiu, Lianqing Jiazi. Yong Shan was quickly enveloped in Ling'er's healing armor. She was still trying her best to save him. Yu Ling'er frowned. "It's no use." He used the touch-slaying, soul-extinguishing art. Forced physical recovery healing arts are unlikely to have any effect. Ling'er looked at the blood-covered Yong Shan, judging. His life force is severed. He's beyond saving. Wei Daoping's brow furrowed in anger. The sword intent is completely gone. Lai Cheng and Yangjo were equally furious. Publicly murdering a fellow sect member. "What are you trying to do, Meng Xiaohua? Give us an explanation." Two other disciples ran over to explain on his behalf. "Wait, senior brother Meng must have his reasons. That Yong Shan, he's just a sword attendant. He doesn't count as a fellow sect member, does he?" Meng Xiaohua stood on the spot and explained. Yong Shan was bewitched by the Dao Ghost Binkue. He destroyed the seal. He is the main culprit of this incident. After hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. So that's how it is. Single-handedly slaying the traitor. Self-inspiring. The sect elders also began to believe his words. If that is the case, then he should be dealt with according to the sect's rules. "We've already arrived. It's not your place to act." Wei Daoping calmly tilted his head and asked, "Where's the proof?" He summoned a Dharma sword, frowning, deliberately breaking into the sealed land, obstructing the heavenly punishment, and murdering a fellow sect member. According to the sect's rules, if there is no proof, and with Elder Qin not present, I have the right to carry out the punishment. A giant blade appeared above Meng Xiaohua's head to make an example of others. Lai Cheng and Yangjo said worriedly, "That's the immortal-slaying box blade." Elder Wei, no. It doesn't have to go this far, does it? How about we just imprison him for now, and let the enforcement hall investigate? Meng Xiaohua laughed coldly. "Proof." He summoned a sky-high sword chi. "Is this enough?" Liang Ming, Lu Tian, Lu Yang, and the others cheered in admiration. This is... Did he finally find a suitable opportunity to form his core? Senior brother Meng has broken through to the immortal Lord realm. Looks like I'll have to work harder too. Otherwise, I'll be left too far behind by senior brother. Lai Cheng and Yangjo also looked on with joy. Solidified chi. This is directly skipping the early stage and entering the mid-stage of the golden core. The core's quality is definitely above 7 patterns. In the future, we can look forward to the position of a venerate. This is truly rare good news in recent years. Wei Daoping also sheathed his blade. A spirit lord slaying a traitorous disciple needs no proof. He put everything into a wooden box. It's perfectly reasonable. Meng Xiaohua continued. As for the disciples who participated in this trial, many of them were bewitched by Yong Shan. They also took part in it. Wei Daoping completely believed his words. Imprison them all in the earth prison. After they wake up, they will be interrogated by the enforcement hall. At this moment, a notification sounded. Warning. Host life has reached 0. Soul is rapidly dissipating. Yong Shan's eyes fluttered open. He saw them talking. Lu Ming said, "Senior brother Meng, how should we handle the dead?" Meng Xiaohua replied immediately. "They died because of the taint. Burying them outside might cause a corpse transformation. Yes. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Just leave them here. It'll be fine once the seal is repaired. Yes, I understand. E.T. appeared calling Yong Shan. Yong Shan, I told you to move out a long time ago. Now your consciousness has dissipated to this state. I can't even take you with me. A moment later, several people quickly ran towards Yong Shan. Let's go. The barrier is about to close. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave. Found him. Wait for me for a moment. They tried to lift Yong Shan onto the back of a giant dragon. Lend a hand. You're already dead. I don't know what you're looking for him for. I'm so sorry. I can't let you rest just yet. A spider lily bloomed quietly. Yu Ming sat amidst the flowers. Bloom in the morning, wither at night. 2 days later, in the village below. Only then did Yong Shan open his eyes. The system issued a notification. Congratulations to the host for getting your sorry ass back. The spider lily mark on his hand gradually faded. Remembering Yu Ming, he said softly, "What a strange child." The village chief angrily scolded Xing Ho. "I told you to find someone, and you brought back a dead person. What's the use of that?" This is the village below. He looked at the tall young man and thought, so this is the guy who brought me out? Sometimes I can't control my own strength either. This is probably the trouble of being too strong. The number -300 suddenly appeared above Yong Shan's head. The system notification sounded again. Continuing analysis service. Energy law, -300 bonus points today. Yong Shan lowered his head sadly. Host remaining points, 952. The analysis service requires 300 points per day for the law. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. If the points cannot be paid, the points will be forcibly wiped clean until there are enough points to maintain the analysis. It's just new laws. Analysis complete. Then Yong Shan roared in anger. He kicked the system's notification panel hard. Why is the first thing I do after coming back to life get hit with a bill? If my points get wiped out, I won't even be able to maintain my human form, and it's still analyzing. What the hell kind of laws? Outside, Yong Shan stared at the palm of his hand. Maintaining my human form plus analyzing the laws costs 310 points a day. In other words, I've only got 3 days before my points run out. Then he clenched his fist. But 3 days is more than enough. After all, a look of resentment crossed Yong Shan's face. There's someone I've let live for far too long. Meng Xiaohua stood in the middle of a room, carefully giving his report. As for how the death spirit puppet was able to enter the sealed land, just like the evil spirits during the cultivator trials and the invasion of the Mammon, there are no clues. A voice came from behind a screen. Once the Heavenly Inquisition Grand Formation is depleted, it requires the sect master to personally replenish it. A white-haired woman rested her chin on her hand. It seemed someone couldn't hold back any longer. Beside the woman's bed, a black puddle was emitting thick, dark smoke. Although the Heavenly Inquisition was stopped, far too many disciples of our noble sect have died. Looks like the 6 sects martial competition will be a problem again this year. Meng Xiaohua said respectfully. Initially, the demonic qi within the sealed land was dense, and the situation was unclear. Meng, bore a heavy responsibility and did not dare to act recklessly. But please rest assured, Master, I have already condensed a 9-pattern 100 refined golden core. With a little preparation, I can proceed with the trial. His gaze grew distant. For the sake of all living beings in this world, we the disciples of this noble sect, no matter how many die, it is a worthy sacrifice, because I, Meng Xiaohua, will definitely subdue this limitless azure sword. A few white doves flew in and perched on the windowsill. The secret art of Flowing Flower Valley helped you restore your body. Soul armor helped you protect your soul. The Death Dao Gui helped you reverse death. It appeared, winking at Yong Shan. And then there's me, your adorable heart demon, who helped you gather your consciousness. It took so many of us working together to create this miracle of cheating death. Then she glared angrily at Yong Shan, who was buried in scrolls, and yelled, "Not so you could stay up all night and work yourself to death again. You haven't slept for a whole day and night." The information I gathered before overlooked the lifespan of cultivators. So this time, I have to base my analysis on a standard of hundreds of years. Yong Shan had dark circles under his eyes. Yong Shan reached out and pressed a button on the control panel. System, don't worry. Thanks to you all, my condition now is better than ever. Looking at all the status bars maxed out, Yong Shan was thrilled. The difficulty was in maxing out my stats. Plus, with the constant feedback from the spirit-linked Tao, I'm literally leveling up just by breathing. It poked her head in from outside the window. She frowned, looking at the white dove. Limitless flame romance. Lost records of the sixth sex sea. A dream of meeting Miss Gu. So you're using all this energy just to read these? Scrolls were scattered all over the floor. There's a lot of useful information in these romance rumors. For example, the limitless sect master is incomparably beautiful and was once the dream lover of countless people. Yong Shan turned to look at her, frowning. But about 100 years ago, all news about her disappeared. Also, the young female disciple she adopted also. Yong Shan suddenly transformed into a chibi version of himself, angry. This is just the style of the Whispering Wind Pavilion's intel. What do you want me to do about it? Yong Shan grabbed the dove, untying the note from its leg. This stuff is just for reference while I wait for you. For important information, I naturally have more reliable sources. Yong Shan opened the note and, after reading it, sneered. They're finally here. Xing Ho and Yin, you were hiding behind a wall, peeking. How is that Yong Shan guy alive again? It's not a walking corpse, is it? I was thinking at the time. As a hunter, I can't go back empty-handed. Who knew he could come back to life? Yin, you frowned, recalling. The last time we fought him, he also revived and got stronger in an instant. He's not one of those otherworldly demonic fiends. From the legendary Abyssal Army, is he? Xing Ho pondered this. If that's true, then only I, the number one hunter of the four seas, can handle him. The door suddenly swung open. Yong Shan stepped out, staring intently at the two of them. A flash of anger crossed Yong Shan's face. He said, "You too. Pack your things. You're coming with me." Terrified, Yin Yu and Xing Ho immediately dropped to their knees. "Yes, boss." The three of them went to see the village chief. Yong Shan clasped his hands and said to the old man, "Thank you for your help these past few days, village chief. My business. No one else knows about it, right?" The village chief heard him and said fiercely, "Rest assured, everyone in this village is family. Young Master Yang's affairs will absolutely not be revealed. If anyone dares to sell out young Master Yang, I'll cut him down with my own hands." Seeing the old man like this, Yong Shan stammered in surprise. Then, thank you. The people in this village are really enthusiastic." The three of them said their thanks and left. The person next to the village chief leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Is this Yong Shan fellow really willing to lend us the spirit stone?" The village chief looked at them with complete confidence and said, "Xing Ho said he completely won the guy over and even made him his master. What's so strange about borrowing a single treasure?" The three of them walked away with their heads held high. Why do I feel like their positioning is a bit off? What do you know? This is called treating the worthy with courtesy. Xing Ho asked Yong Shan nervously, "Boss, where are you taking us?" Yu also chimed in, sticking out his tongue. "Yeah, if you tell us, it'll be easier for me to arrange our people. I took advantage of the barrier being down to get all the lucky underlings who didn't go crazy out of there." He was very proud as he recounted his feat. "I told them to hide in the nearby mountains. Just give the word and they can." They arrived at a deep, dense forest. Yin Yu stared furiously at the crowd kneeling before Yong Shan. He couldn't help but burn with rage. "You bastards! Have you forgotten who saved you from danger? We greet our sovereign lord. We pledge our loyalty to you." So the demonic beasts at the center of the secret realm didn't go insane. Even the ones who had taken human form were fine. Qing Tuan sat on a tree branch, holding a book. She said leisurely, "I heard you were killed, but you seem to be in pretty high spirits." Yong Shan looked at her happily. "Long time no see, Qing Tuan." Qing Tuan jumped down. She held her arms and looked up at Yong Shan. "So, what did you call me here for in such a hurry?" Then she glanced at the people behind him. "And why did you find so many weirdos?" A man with a scar on his face was leaning against a tree, watching them. Yong Shan let out a gleeful smile. "Well, I was careless and got myself killed once. So naturally, I call for backup, to go to the limitless sect and set things right." Yong Shan's smile gradually became inhuman. "Everyone's here. Then let's begin." Qing Tuan shot Yong Shan a sideways glance and asked, "Where did you find so many weirdos?" She looked at the people whose eyes glowed with red light. The first was the white-haired youth, Yanyu, king of the monster clans. He circled around Yong Shan, biting a handkerchief and weeping. "We are willing to go through fire and water for our boss. I was clearly here first. So how did it end up like this?" The second was the red-haired man. The fisherman hunter, Xing Ho. He was like a red catfish, orbiting around the stray dog, Yong Shan. If you need any help, just say the word, Yong Shan. He thought, as long as Yong Shan owes me enough favors, when I finally ask for the spirit stone, he won't be able to refuse. I'm just too cunning. The scar-faced man's name was Yahello, a 1,000-man commander of the embroidered guard. His temperament was peculiar. What embroidered guard? Not me. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a kind-hearted person passing by occasionally. His Majesty actually issued a personal decree for me to coordinate the operation. It seems I've been fully recognized as a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince. The stray dog Yong Shan happily thought of Xiaoqi, sighing inwardly. I originally just wanted some information. I didn't expect to even be able to invite a 1,000-household commander. Xiaoqi is truly amazing. A spinning wheel appeared in Qing Tuan's eyes. Even something as infamous as a doubt-devouring weapon spirit you've managed to befriend? The black-haired man was a doubt-devouring weapon spirit. His name was Tian Huan. He asked back, confused, "What's so strange about me appearing? Helping a fellow compatriot is a matter of course." He then recalled the scene of him meeting Yong Shan. Besides, I was also looking for a way to rescue my compatriot. Tian Huan looked at Yong Shan. "You still have the mark of the Nether River on you. So where is Yuming?" Yong Shan wailed, "To save me. Yuming was unfortunately captured by the Boundless sect." Tian Huan took the opportunity to lean in and sniff Yong Shan. "It's faint, but I can still vaguely sense the aura of the Tao. It seems Yuming's judgment was not wrong." Is it because of the constant analysis of the laws? Qing Tuan immediately blushed. She thought of Bai Xiaoqi being cuckolded. "So you used a honey trap. But in that case, wouldn't Xiaoqi be? I never thought Yong Shan would be such a femme fatale." Tian Huan glanced at her. "Speaking of reputation, the demon sect isn't much better than us. The last person was the demon sect assassin, Qing Tuan." Qing Tuan pulled at her clothes and looked inside. "That's right. My body isn't fully developed yet. At most, I'm at the early golden core stage. Don't expect too much from me when we fight." Yong Shan looked down at her. He was secretly happy. "In that case, it really has gotten a lot smaller. Is it some special technique?" They gathered in a circle. They began to discuss. "In any case, the reason I've invited you all here this time is to take revenge on the Boundless sect. Regardless of success or failure, Yong Shan will be well rewarded." Qing Tuan put her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. "Causing trouble for the demon sect. I naturally have no problem with that. But, specifically, what do you want to do? Didn't you tell me it was to save Yuming?" Yong Shan flashed a wicked smile. "The so-called revenge naturally requires careful planning." The little demon finally revealed his true, beastly form. And of course I will." He smiled wickedly. "Summon an army of thousands and lead the various forces to charge into the Boundless sect, killing gods who stand in our way, and slaying Buddhas who block our path." Yong Shan laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. Then, in front of everyone, I will deal with that damn Meng Xiaohua." The moment Qing Tuan heard this, she immediately shouted, "Young master, this has nothing to do with the demon sect. I'm here to help you out of personal friendship. How can I follow you to my death?" Yong Shan shrugged. He continued, "If the most satisfying method won't work, then we can only use the second plan." He drew a line across his neck with his thumb. A cold smile played on his lips. "Infiltrate and assassinate." Tian Huan glanced at Yong Shan. "According to you, the target has just advanced to the Immortal Lord realm. He's currently in seclusion to consolidate his realm. He won't be leaving the Boundless sect, so we still have to attack head-on." Yahello pointed upwards. "The adults praise young Master Yang for his deep schemes. Why didn't I think of that? After I provided some information, he found the best opportunity to strike. An Immortal Lord who has just condensed his golden core. The core patterns are not yet clear, so they will usually go into seclusion to stabilize their realm and adapt to their true essence. But the Boundless sect's techniques are different. It's a legendary technique that can mobilize the sect guarding treasure. Only when one has just broken through to the core formation stage, and the core patterns are not yet clear, will there be a chance for enlightenment. This is the sword inheritance ceremony. Therefore, they will carefully select the most outstanding disciples to let them continuously accumulate true qi at the core formation stage. in pursuit of the most perfect core pattern quality, in order to increase the chances of comprehending the sect guarding technique. And the sect master's personal disciple, Meng Xiaohua, is the one in whom they have placed their hopes. In a few days, he will undergo the sword inheritance ceremony. He then frowned. According to the information, when the sword inheritance ceremony begins, only an immortal lord who has just formed his core can get close. Assassination, at this time, no one will be able to interfere. Yahello fawningly sidled up to Yong Shan. To be able to come up with such a wonderful plan, as expected of young Master Yang. Wait, so we can't get close either? How are we supposed to make a move? Yong Shan smiled and looked at them. I will make the move. I will complete my core formation before the operation. The moment Xing Tuan heard those two words, she pointed at him in shock and shouted, Core formation? You brat, what have you been eating to cultivate so fast? Of course, it's because I'm exceptionally talented. Yong Shan wanted to cry, but had no tears. The number -500 appeared above his head again. After all, once the Tao Foundation analysis is activated, the surge of true qi can't be stopped even if I wanted to. Cultivating fast? It's 500 points a day. He stood before everyone. He began to lay out his plan. So what you need to do is to create an opportunity for me to rush into the sword inheritance ceremony. Yanwu pointed at his own face in surprise. I have to participate too. Tianhuan also raised his hand and asked. So I'll take this opportunity to rescue Yuming. Qing Tuan frowned. She looked at him with suspicion. Yong Shan, think carefully. This time is different from before. Once we make a move, regardless of success or failure, she and the demons all looked at him with dangerous eyes. By allying with us demons, you will completely sever all ties with the immortal sections. Yong Shan smiled and asked back, What are you talking about? He clenched his fist, speaking calmly. I've long been listed as a traitor by the Boundless sect. Sentenced to death. Immortal renegade. Boundless. Yong Shan. At the Boundless sect, a figure paced back and forth. Meng Xiaohua paced back and forth. He looked at his fellow disciples imprisoned behind a magical cage. He frowned in disgust. A bunch of trash. Anger flashed across his face. Completely incomparable to Yong Shan. Speaking of Yong Shan, his spiritual roots are of the same origin. His Tao heart is firm. If I could use him to replace the Boundless Sword spirit, we would surely be in perfect sync. Then, Meng Xiaohua's expression became extremely disappointed. Unfortunately, for now, I can only make do with Lu Man. Lu Man was still unconscious behind the magical cage. Her meridians and character, and her appearance are all top-notch. He reached his hand inside. There's no more time. This'll have to do. Suddenly, Zhang Shifan walked over and asked him, Little Meng, you have to undergo the sword inheritance ceremony tomorrow. What are you still doing here? Meng Xiaohua quickly turned around. He changed to an innocent expression. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. The sect master asked me to come here and see if there are any clues. Zhang Shifan raised an eyebrow. He picked up the bottles and jars on the side. What's there to see? Their souls are damaged. They're all in a collective coma. He looked at the magical cage, imprisoning them. He continued, using night white stone to nourish their souls. Combined with the sect's spiritual medicine, it will take at least half a month for them to wake up. Zhang Shifan waved his hand. As for that living corpse, Yuming was still bound by chains. Her body being corroded by death qi is one thing, but even her Tao foundation is missing a large piece. He held her chin. He poured in some liquid. It spilled all over. Even if we give her the best medicine every day now, she could still lose her mind at any moment and revert to her original form, let alone exchanging pleasantries. Meng Xiaohua frowned in surprise and asked, Incomplete Tao Foundation. How could this be? Zhang Chufan looked at Yuming coldly. I don't know. In short, we can't find anything. Let's just keep her like this. As long as she's alive, we can still trade her for something with Tiange. Then he glanced at Meng Xiaohua and asked, Oh, right. I heard it was Elder Wei's request to lock them in the prison for future questioning. That's right. Zhang Chufan's brow furrowed dangerously. He whispered to Meng Xiaohua, I suspect that old geezer wants to set us up in the enforcement hall. He pointed at Yuming and continued, The medicinal ingredients needed to heal the soul are very expensive. Logically, the treatment costs for all the disciples should be covered by their Hall of Righteousness. Now he's in a hurry to stuff all these people who can't be questioned into the grand prison. All the expenses will fall on our enforcement hall. Meng Xiaohua smiled kindly. We are all fellow sect members, after all. Actually, Senior Brother Zhang, you don't need to be so calculative. No way. So, to save costs. Even delivering the medicine is now done by Senior Brother Zhang himself. Zhang Chufan raised an eyebrow at him. No, it's just that Master has been telling me to come here more often lately, to see if any suspicious people are entering or leaving the grand prison. He immediately replied, Elder Lin. Then they saw Linger approaching. They laughed heartily. Just kidding. It's just that immortal Lord Linger of Luhua Valley wants to come and bail out Lu Man. So I came to greet her. Yu Er stepped forward. Greetings, immortal Lord Linger. She frowned and said, What's with all the fuss? You could have just waited at the door. Zhang Chufan waved to Meng Xiaohua and asked little Meng, Do you have anything else to do? He bowed his head. No. Then I shall take my leave first. Then the two of them left with their arms around each other's shoulders. We're both done with our work. Let's go to Lu Yang's place for a few drinks. Senior Brother Zhang, I still have the sword inheritance ceremony tomorrow. Yulinger walked up to Lu Man's cage. The immortal lord frowned at her. Although I'd really like to let you play for a while longer. Lian reached out her hand. In her palm were two stones, one black and one white. She said, But if it drags on for too long, the revival time of these two children could easily run into problems. We have to go back to Luhua Valley. Lian Man suddenly sat up. Your Eminence. She stretched. Really? So you found out? I thought I hid it pretty well. Yu Linger showed a look of disdain. You even used soul stagnation. I'm not an idiot. How could I not have noticed? Lian Man smiled and said, As you can see, in order to preserve that little girl's soul, I accidentally fully possessed her. I really can't leave. Yuan Er raised an eyebrow at her and continued, You still have to come back. After all, as long as you return to your original body, the possession will automatically be lifted. Lu Man awkwardly scratched her face and said, The problem is, I promised a little girl who was crying her eyes out that I would help her with something before I left. Immortal Lord Lian asked in confusion, Lu Man, what does she want to do? Lu Man's cheeks flushed. She smiled and replied, Just kill one person. Yin Yu held up a flag inscribed with wealth and good fortune. Auspicious and as you wish. Xingho also carried a parade flag. Wealth rolls in. Angering the ancestors, Yong Shan led a group of underlings, marching with their heads held high. The auspicious and as you wish Guyuan sect. The group marched menacingly to the main gate. A passerby said in astonishment, It's the Shire Sand Temple. Yin Yu leaned in and asked Yong Shan, is this really okay? Yong Shan replied with a radiant smile. The infinite sect's guardian formation is too troublesome. If we want to get in, we can only go through the main gate. If we don't want to attack by force, disguising ourselves as the Shire Sand Temple from around Nanfeng Mountain, which has little contact with the outside world, is the best way. Yin Yu scratched his head and shouted, But we haven't disguised ourselves at all. Xing Ho said grimly, If you, Yong Shan, don't know how to disguise yourself, you can let me, the number one hunter of the four seas, help you. No prey has ever discovered my tracks. Tian Xian smiled gently and said, Don't worry. It's just that we ourselves don't see any changes. Actually, I've already used an illusion to completely change everyone's appearance. He explained, As a master of the path of illusion, my illusions are flawless from aura to appearance. As long as we don't actually fight or are directly scanned with a magic art, we can't be discovered. Everyone around showed, that's it, expression. Tian Shui saved the situation. What I mean is, as long as you all don't do anything too outrageous. Molu and Huayin said in shock, Really? Wait a minute. So if someone scans us, won't we be exposed? Are we just going to bring our lord to their doorstep like this? Qing Tuan, while reading a BL novel, interjected, We are the Shire Sand Temple now. How could we act disrespectfully towards a great immortal sect like the Infinite Sect? Yang Shan smiled and said, They will definitely scan us later, more thoroughly, but they can't just dispel the illusion on the spot as soon as we arrive. Besides, we even have an embroidered guard with us. On the other side, Yahello introduced to the two disciples. These are the visiting cultivators from the Shire Sand Temple. They are here to participate in this year's 6th Venerable Sea Patrol. The two disciples with the surname Lu smiled foolishly. The Shire Sand Temple did say they were coming, but they've arrived so early. Xingho and Yinyu broke out in a cold sweat as they were introduced. Let me introduce you. This is Lord Dianshi Qingjin and Lord Dahai Ningbingzhen. Tian Xian and Shan Shan were much more confident. These two are half-step grass dragon true lord and sword-riding, mountain-splitting true lord Chen. When Yi Zihao mentioned Yong Shan, he smiled warmly. And this is the renowned wind-calling, rain-summoning true lord. The two Lu disciples clasped their hands in salute. Yong Shan smiled friendly and said, "No need for formalities." Lien and Lu Yang said blankly, "We've admired you for a long time." But in their hearts, a storm was brewing. "We've never heard of him." After that, the group was arranged to rest in the guest rooms. Qing Tuan jumped onto the bed, exclaiming comfortably, "So soft. Is this the courtyard the Infinite Sect uses to entertain guests?" She remembered Shaoqi. It's a world of difference from a certain little immortal master who was put in the wedding chamber. As for Qing Tuan, she was imagining Tian Xian pampering Yong Shan. Wait a minute. Could this be the reason why Yong Shan changes lovers as often as he changes clothes? Love in the face of reality is so fragile. In another room, Yong Shan smiled brightly, as expected of the path of illusion. Sneaking in was smoother than I thought. The next part will be much simpler. Tian Xian looked at the two who were eating as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated and said, "It's just that we've left too many openings. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it for long." Yong Shan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Anyway, we'll run after we kill the person. We don't need much time." Tian Xian, didn't you come to save Yu Ming? Qing Tuan walked over with her hands on her hips. "We're in the Infinite Sect now. What's the next step?" "The bats have already gone to gather information about the sword inheritance ceremony. When the time comes, we will create an opportunity for you to get close." She reminded him seriously, "But even if you can form a core and become an immortal lord in 2 days, you can't be a match for Meng Xiaohua's 9-pattern core. Mid-stage golden core. How are you going to kill him?" Yong Shan, while gnawing on meat, replied confidently, "If I can't beat him alone, of course, I'll find help." Qing Tuan discussed, "Lu Man. Or is there someone you know who is at the core formation stage?" But according to the embroidered guard, they're all locked up. Yong Shan licked his lips, smiling strangely. "I know. After I'm done, no matter what the result is, they will naturally be safe and sound." Tian Xian smiled and asked, "So you already have a way to save Yu Ming?" Yong Shan, while picking up a dress, said, "But the help I was talking about wasn't them." He whispered to Tian Xian, "Immortal Lord, did you bring all your disguise items?" Qing Tuan looked at him and replied, "I brought them. What do you want to do?" Yong Shan held the long woman's dress, smiling mysteriously. "There's a lot to do tonight. Late at night, on a high mountain peak, with 1,000-pound weights tied to his hands and feet." Liang Ming ran, panting heavily. 2 junior brothers passed by and saw him, asking, "Senior brother Liang, still training so hard this late at night?" As expected of senior brother Liang, wearing these spirit-locking shackles, I imagine even walking is difficult. Liang Ming, full of vigor, laughed and said, "The moment I think of senior brother Ming having already formed his core, my fighting spirit just surges. Of course, I have to intensify my training." "Yes," he shouted as he ran. "You guys continue your night patrol. Tonight, I'm definitely going to run 10 more laps around the back mountain." The 2 junior brothers smiled and replied, "Beyond the dark mountain range is the back mountain." Liang Ming leaned on his knees, panting. "Damn it, just doubling the difficulty and my true qi can't keep up." He was drenched in sweat, muttering to himself, "If I form my core now, the chance of achieving a 9 pattern is no more than 30%. If this goes on," he took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He shouted with determination, "No, I need more passion. Show some spirit. Let's go, Liang Ming. You can do it." From behind a tree, half of a dog's face peeked out. The dog's smile and gaze grew increasingly twisted and perverse. Liang Ming sensed the movement. He immediately drew his sword on guard. "Who's there?" He unleashed a wave of sword chi. "Get out here." Half the forest was sliced clean through. Liang Ming was stunned. A beautiful woman. She held a round fan, shyly covering half her face. Now you see her, now you don't. The autumn lamp at night calls for peace. The beautiful maiden sang with a light voice. waving a silk fan amidst the fireflies. Her crystal eyes hold 1,000 emotions. The cool night scene is intoxicating. A fairy flits among the firefly lights. The cowherd and weaver girl lie watching the play. Senior brother Liang. Shan has finally found you. Liang Ming was too embarrassed to touch Shan. He could only ask, Junior sister Shan, weren't you captured by the demon sect? Shan clasped Liang Ming's hands with both of hers. Senior brother Liang. You must be careful of Meng Xiaohua. Liang Ming asked, confused. What about senior brother Meng? She was suspicious. When the demon sect invaded, it was he who colluded with them and had Bai Qi Xiao assassinate senior sister Chen Si, stealing the spirit stone of the Grand Formation. During the sect's training exercise, he also colluded with outsiders to sneak into the sealed land, stealing the spirit spring and the myriad arts inheritance. And to silence any witnesses, he didn't hesitate to slaughter his fellow disciples. Liang Ming abruptly pushed her away, shouting, Impossible! What nonsense are you spouting? Shan lowered her head, her voice low and emphatic. If that weren't the case, the 7 prodigies of Limitless have comparable talents, and we all cultivate together. On what basis was he able to so quickly form a 9th-grade golden core? These words made Liang Ming's eyes widen. Shan looked up at him. A contemptuous smirk played on her lips. The sword inheritance ceremony involves the sect's ultimate treasure. He must have been certain of his victory to have formed his core so early. Liang Ming lowered his head, murmuring in a daze. Murdering for treasure, monopolizing opportunities. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. Don't worry, junior sister Shan. If he truly has committed such a treacherous act, I, Liang Ming, will be the first to cut him down. Shan smiled seductively. Then I'll be counting on you, senior brother Liang. Her figure gradually faded into the air. But, junior sister Shan, please explain something. Liang Ming's 2,000-pound weights clattered to the ground. Why didn't you report this to the elders? Liang Ming stared at Shan's fading afterimage. His gaze was sharp. Why? After being captured by the demon sect, are you able to appear unharmed within the sect? The true chi on Liang Ming's sword surged. Liang Ming wondered. Why? He still clearly remembered Shan's wicked smile from a moment ago. Do you carry the aura of a demonic entity? In the deep, dark forest, a wall of chi appeared. Limitless 3-island slash. A glowing figure hovered in the forest. Tian Shuem murmured, careless. I didn't expect him to see through the aura of the Earth's spirit body directly. The 7 prodigies of Limitless are indeed carefully selected geniuses. Yong Shan, in the form of Shan, said helplessly, If I had known, I wouldn't have added that atmospheric effect. But the escape plan afterwards still needs your help with the illusion. It doesn't seem to be that different. Qing Tuan leaned against a tree and said, Humph. I didn't expect you to sow discord and make them turn on each other. But it looks like your plan has failed. Yong Shan smirked, as if speaking to himself. Failed? How could it? He, in Shan's form, struck a seductive pose. I never had any hope for this identity, full of loopholes from start. It's fine if I was seen through. After all, it was just to help him find a reason. Liang Ming stared blankly at the empty forest. He was consumed by utter resentment. A reason to convince himself to gamble for his ambition. In the quiet night of the Limitless sect, this world hides countless secrets, things that others do not know. There are conspiracies and deceptions. Xiaohua angrily used her spirit chi. There is ambition in crime. A youth sat cross-legged on a rooftop, lamenting the state of the world. But nothing can escape my eyes. Hong Chu suddenly appeared. The boss told me to pass on a message. She said if you keep delaying the client's information, you can forget about your year-end bonus. A youth said dejectedly, the sealed land over at the Limitless sect is still under repair. I don't dare to act rashly in there. I can only wait for the right opportunity. So, he pleaded with Hong Chu 3 times. So on the boss's side, you absolutely must help me buy some more time. A youth forced a subservient smile. Besides, I'm about to get some extremely hot news. I'm sure it will please the boss. Hong Chu's figure slowly faded. She reminded him, it had better be. Otherwise, a youth jumped down from the roof, finishing her sentence. Various demons, disguised as members of the 6 great noble sects, have infiltrated the Limitless sect. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a decay of morality? The silhouettes of two men were cast on the paper window. Yu hid himself and observed stealthily. I can't wait to get to the bottom of this. Inside the room, Yu said grumpily. In the middle of the night, they all ran off, leaving just the two of us here to cause a distraction for the limitless sect. He rubbed his belly, round as an 8-month pregnant woman, and said irritably, "But this is the headquarters of a noble sect. If we get caught, we're dead for sure. Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn with stress." Xingho nonchalantly took a bite of a chicken leg and continued, "Don't worry. With me, the number one hunter of the 4 seas here, no one can see through my unparalleled disguise." Yin Yu sneered. "True. I heard that sword inheritance ceremony can grant you the limitless sect's ultimate treasure. Who knows, maybe Yong Shan will gift it to me." The door creaked open. Yu poked his dead fish-eyed head in. Yin Yu and Xingho clutched each other in fear. "A burglar. We've been discovered." The door was pushed wide open. Yu fell to the floor with a thud. Yin Yu and Xingho crowded around to observe him. He fainted. Could it be that my power has increased again? Can I now kill with a single thought? Dao Ping silently appeared behind them, sending a cold sweat down both their backs. "Doesn't look like it. Do you think we still have a chance?" A blood-curdling scream from Mercy shattered the quiet night. Mercy! In front of the room, a small, delicate flower pushed its way up from the ground. Qing Tuan poked her head up from the earth. Yong Shan, in Shan Shan's form, plucked the flower from her head and asked, "Qing Tuan, why have you been digging around in the dirt all day?" Qing Tuan sulked and complained, "You keep running into these heavily guarded places. My strength is weakened. I can only rely on Mother Earth to conceal myself, to avoid being discovered." She brushed the dirt off her clothes while asking Yong Shan, "But let's put that aside for now. How on earth are you able to walk around freely in the limitless sect without being detected?" Tian Shui smiled proudly. "It's just sneaking in. He's my most formidable twin brother. What's so strange about him being able to do it?" Qing Tuan looked at Yong Shan in his beautiful, seductive female form. She couldn't help but mock him. To be able to get acquainted with half the men in the sect in one night, your looks, your mannerisms, your time management is all impeccable. These are things no ordinary courtesan could accomplish. Yong Shan cheerfully opened the door and said, "Next we wait." The moment the door opened, had sprung a trap. 3 panthers were hanging from the ceiling. "This is..." Everyone immediately went on the defensive. "Defense," they shouted. "Be careful." 2 sharp auras rushed towards them frantically. Tian Huan was completely unguarded. He was pierced by the 2 auras. It was from Ruan Fa Shi. Qing Tuan's clump of dirt was pinned by a sword. She was bound hand and foot by countless vines that had grown out. "Damn it, it's the immortal subduing vine." Qing Tuan immediately reminded them. Yong Shan is still intact. The enemy was prepared. "Yong Shan, run." Yong Shan sneered. He thought with a laugh. "Because I couldn't determine the target. I've been waiting all this time. I was originally worried." The struggling Qing Tuan and Tian Huan both looked at him as if he were crazy. "Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Yong Shan boasted confidently. "My goal is to kill Meng Xiaohua. Name your price." Hearing Yong Shan's offer, Dao Ping, his expression was serious. "Elder Wei, during the massacre, the spirit stone of the sect protecting Grand Formation was corrupted, and during the repairs, we encountered a large-scale invasion by the demon sect. The spirit stone was stolen. Chen Si was harmed. The disciples suffered heavy casualties. This led to the Boundless sect opening the stone tablet as a training ground. And in the end, a Dao Foundation attacked. The seal lost control. Yong Shan placed a finger on his lips. He said with a provocative smile, "Although I don't know who or for what reason did all these things." Tian Huan asked in a daze, "Why do I remember you guys saying that he did some of those things himself?" Qing Tuan said helplessly, "Just listen to his nonsense for now." Dao Ping listened seriously. "If all these things are not what Meng Xiaohua wanted, then the person pulling the strings behind the scenes certainly also doesn't want to see Meng Xiaohua complete the sword inheritance ceremony." Yin Wu and Xingho struggled like worms. Yong Shan fanned himself coyly. He asked confidently, "Elder Wei, am I right?" Dao Ping's expression did not change. "As an elder of an immortal sect, I am just and impartial. How could I be involved with evil demons and heretics?" He raised his hand. He released the bonds on Tian Huan and Qing Tuan. "I came here today simply because receiving honored guests is the duty of my Hall of Righteous Rights. Dao Ping placed a wooden token on the table. This is a pass. If you from the 12-3 gates are interested, you can come to the Sword Trial Valley tomorrow to watch the ceremony. Yong Shan and Qing Tuan cheered. The barrier in the back mountain is really annoying. With this, we can save a lot of trouble. Finally, we don't have to burrow through the ground anymore. Dao Ping thoughtfully took out more good things. This is a brief introduction to the Sword Inheritance Ceremony and the procedures at the Sword Inheritance Valley. You can take a look in advance for your convenience. Yong Shan said with a happy smile. Excellent. This way, we can arrange many things in advance. Dao Ping took out another pile of things. These are a few gifts from our boundless sect to our honored guests. But as it happens, they are all secret medicines and spiritual treasures for core formation. Yong Shan shamelessly hugged all the things. He said politely, I'm so embarrassed. Ha! Dao Ping took out Meng Xiaohua's file. This is Meng Xiaohua's cultivation technique file, but he has always been personally taught by the sect master. So it's not certain if it's complete. Yong Shan smiled meaningfully. To even carry this with you, you really did prepare in advance. Dao Ping ignored his teasing. He continued to take things out. Finally, this is the handmaiden's attire of our boundless sect. It was specially tailored to Yong San's measurements. Yong Shan was stunned. He said in a long-winded manner, your clothes, the buttons, the collar style, the shoulder piece, and the fall. The attire of the female disciples of the boundless sect were all designed by me, with careful consideration. How could it be a cookie-cutter design? Yong Shan looked at the women's clothes in his hand, smiling sheepishly. Elder Wei, to even consider such details, you really think highly of us, the so-called gentlemen's. Nothing is impossible. The Yang family's young lady is gentle and virtuous. Bai Shaoqi's good fortune is boundless. At this point, Dao Ping's expression became even stranger. My eyes are as sharp as a torch. I knew long ago that you were destined for great things. Yong Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, That's true. But this time, I don't want to let Yong San participate in the sword inheritance ceremony. After all, this identity has too many suspicious points. Dao Ping continued. The sword inheritance ceremony is related to the sect-guarding treasure of the boundless sect. Only disciples of this sect are allowed to participate. Yong Shan mumbled. A legitimate disciple of the boundless sect. He walked over and pinched Aji's chin. Isn't there one right here? Aji was dazed. The next day, the great hall was packed with people. It was bustling with excitement. The sect masters and important figures were all seated in high positions. Our sect's disciple, Meng Xiaohua, has formed his golden core. Today, he will enter the Sword Trial Valley to comprehend the sword intent, hoping to be recognized by the boundless divine sword. Ling, she discussed happily. Nowadays, undercurrents are surging everywhere. No matter what, if the boundless divine sword can reappear, it is a blessing for all beings in the world. Yin Wu and Xing Ho looked at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the end, only the two of us came. Did they all run away? So many people, even for me. The strongest hunter, fighting would be a bit troublesome. Yangjo instructed Xiaohua, go, even if you can't inherit the divine sword. Being able to comprehend the sword intent is also very beneficial for your cultivation. Xiaohua respectfully cupped his hands and replied, Please rest assured, Elder. The sect has cultivated me precisely to inherit the divine sword. Little Meng will definitely not disappoint you. Liang Ming chimed in, That's right. How can we let the sect down? This sword inheritance ceremony. I will accompany Brother Meng. Lian Jiu looked at him, asking in surprise, Liang Ming, you formed your core? Liang Ming smiled brightly. Thanks to Senior Brother Meng's encouragement, I successfully formed my core last night and became an immortal lord. Lu Yang and Lu Qian also said happily, Junior Brother Liang is right. We will advance and retreat together. How can we let Senior Brother Meng fight alone? Shifan scratched his head shyly and said, Senior Brother and Senior Sister have all improved so much. It makes me not want to be lazy either. The two sect masters on high gave the order. Since you all happen to have formed your cores, then go and try this sword inheritance ceremony together. Zhang Shifan, you must take good care of everyone. Lu Ming, you should focus on comprehending the sword intent. Don't cause any more trouble for your senior brothers. Shifan and Liang Ming respectfully accepted the order. Master, Ling, she praised. Oh, the competition between the halls of the Boundless Sect is really fierce. AI said softly. After all, it is a top-tier magic treasure held by generations of sect masters. And Dao Ping, who had maintained an expressionless face from the beginning, spoke up. If that's the case, then it's decided. You have no objections, right? Meng Xiaohua frowned slightly. He seemed a little unhappy, but he still replied obediently, we will follow the arrangements of the elders. Dao Ping continued, very good. This time, your senior brothers have let you work together. Perhaps it can change the situation of our sect's divine sword being without a master for 100 years. Xiaohua and the other disciples immediately replied, we will definitely not disappoint you. Xiaohua and Shifan argued, appearing to agree on the surface, but disagreeing in their hearts. The barrier of the Sword Trial Valley only allows one person to pass at a time. Senior brother Zhang. Please, you first. It's just a matter of entering a little earlier. What's there to mind? Xiaohua said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Respect for seniority cannot be abandoned. Just as they were arguing endlessly, a voice rang out, stunning everyone. Well said, but if we're talking about seniority, Angie came with a dog. With a despicable expression, he trotted to the front. Then the senior should go in first, right? Angie shamelessly waved his hand as if shooing flies. Move aside, move aside. This old senior has arrived. Show some respect. The surrounding disciples were dazed. They began to whisper among themselves. Isn't this the guy from the kitchen? He something. Angie. Lu Yong asked curiously, senior brother Why are you here? Liang Ming asked cheerfully, oh, hello. Are the ingredients in the sect not enough anymore? Angie pursed his lips and retorted. What ingredients? I'm here today to participate in the sword inheritance ceremony. Lu Qian stroked the small dog in her arms. Then why are you holding that little dog? Angie grinned. This dog is my bonded spirit beast. I want to bring it into the Sword Trial Valley to comprehend the way of the sword. Sam stroked his chin, analyzing it strangely. Although most members of the Limitless Sect cultivate bonded magical treasures, there's no rule against cultivating spirit beasts. Liao Yang looked at the dog, which looked like a spring onion. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. But no matter what, that yellow dog is still. Angie angrily held up the yellow dog and shouted, why not? I just happen to like flying on a dog. Lin Jiu said helplessly, Angie. Only spirit lords who have just formed their core can enter the Sword Trial Valley. To fully comprehend it, you need at least a 7th pattern grade pill. Sun Su asked with a headache. You're just a kitchen servant. What are you doing here, joining in the fun? Angie let out a cold laugh. Angie, have hidden my strength for 100 years. Now the time has come. A mere high-grade golden core is nothing worth mentioning. He placed a fist on his chest. He boomed, today. I will perform for you all a feat, forming a core in 7 steps. Xiaohua and the others were all stunned by Angie's outrageous claim. What? The yellow dog laughed so hard that even it, a self-proclaimed scoundrel, felt ashamed. Very good. This guy is truly a veteran of the noble sections. That night, Yong Shan had originally planned to just beat up Angie. He only intended to force him to put on a bit of show. He never expected the performance to be even better than he had imagined. This play of the underdog, turning the tables, successfully captured everyone's attention. The disciples immediately erupted in an uproar. I heard he joined the sect even earlier than Elder Z. Years of accumulation, building up for an explosive release. Could this be what they call silent until it's deafening? The yellow dog was smug, because there were so many shocking elements. No one noticed my own cheat. Chu Fan and Lu Yong whispered in a panic. Could it be that he's been intentionally staying at the Qi refining stage, accumulating 100 years of true Qi? Then how many layers does his Qi refining stage even have? Xiaohua's eyebrows were knitted so tightly they almost touched. He muttered grimly, I can't believe I overlooked him. The yellow dog calculated silently, because if he had formed his core and become a spirit lord earlier, he would have attracted the attention of the sect's protective formation. Angie straightened his back and shouted in a loud voice. Everyone watch closely. The yellow dog, Yong Shan, also entered a state of action. Therefore, there's only one thing I need to do now. He calculated in his mind. Within 7 steps, The moment he enters the barrier, Yong Shan closed his eyes. Complete the core formation. The chi aura around him flowed. A scene of the chi sea gathering yin and yang appeared. The yellow dog gave a wicked smile. This little bit of true chi isn't nearly enough. System. Hand over all the inventory from the spirit absorption art. The system was weak. Warning. Host, please exercise restraint when using cheats. The yellow dog closed its eyes, focusing its mind in meditation. One step, a divine thought inspects the entire foundation. A swaying figure appeared. Hi, I'm the heart demon. The heart demon came to cause trouble. The yellow dog impatiently shooed it away. No time to play with you now. Get to the side. The system projected all sorts of scenes, step by step on the immortal path, forging the golden patterns. The yellow dog frantically wrung it dry. If accumulation isn't enough, then use Tao rhythm to make up for it. I refuse to believe that with the blessing of the myriad arts' great Tao, I can't even produce a pill pattern. Yangjo held the yellow dog. His entire body erupted with dense spirit chi. Condensed true essence formed the divine pill. The entire ceremony hall was so brightly lit by the light emanating from Yangjo that no one could open their eyes. Xiaohua and the others were dumbfounded. Sam exclaimed in astonishment. An earth-shattering aura. He actually succeeded. The spectating disciples whispered amongst themselves. But why do I feel like the source of that aura is coming from the dog in his arms? I've heard that many spirit lords achieve a state of unity between man and sword. For him to achieve unity between man and dog, it's not that strange, is it? Yangjo put on the air of a profound and unfathomable man. The realm of a spirit lord is nothing more than this. Then he lifted his head and strode into the barrier. Limitless divine sword. Who else but me? Witnessing Yangjo's grandstanding, Xiaohua was so jealous his face twisted. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger. Suddenly, an object flew out from the barrier's entrance. With a loud thud, it smashed into the cliff wall. Chu Fan and the others were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. This did not meet the entry requirements. Pushed out by the barrier, Yangjo, amidst the dust, scratched his head and gave a silly laugh. Sorry. Looks like the forming a core in 7 steps act was a bit of a flop. Liao Yong breathed a sigh of relief. So he really didn't have the aptitude. He couldn't form the core. That really scared me. Lu Qian asked curiously, Where's the little dog he was holding? In another place. The yellow dog had casually slipped into the barrier. Yong Shan transformed from his dog form back into a human, thinking to himself, so this is the Sword Trial Valley? He looked at the steep cliffs on either side. It's even bigger than what Old Way's intelligence described. A smug smile played on Yong Shan's lips. Time is short. Let me give the people behind me a little surprise. The Sword Trial Valley is a deep, narrow, and long abyss. Legend has it that this was the battlefield where the founding patriarch of the Limitless sect suppressed a sea demon. Because the valley is filled with numerous slash marks containing the Limitless sword intent. It is used by the Limitless sect as a secret realm for the inheritance of the Limitless divine sword. Its location is hidden by the Limitless sect seal. Only a teleportation formation within the sect serves as an entrance. When disciples of the Limitless sect enter here, they can receive inheritances of cultivation techniques at various levels by comprehending the sword marks. They can even improve the quality of their golden core. It is one of the foundational cornerstones of the Limitless sect. It is one of the foundational cornerstones of the Limitless sect. And when the divine sword is without a master, the Limitless sword spirit will appear in the mist over the sea at the end of the valley. After a disciple has comprehended enough sword intent, they will be able to enter. As long as they pass the sword spirit's trial, they can become the master of the divine sword. The great yellow dog squatted on the cliff, muttering thoughtfully. Suddenly, he thought of a very serious problem. He remembered Man. Although Man also taught me some of the Limitless sect's cultivation techniques. And he also remembered the spoon-fed service. But his cultivation so far has mainly relied on paying to win, encountering opportunities, and various inheritances. Even the golden core he just formed was based on the inheritance of the spirit-controlled Tao. De Huang hesitated. Am I even considered a disciple of the Limitless sect? Can I receive the inheritance? Or is just having the identity enough? De Huang looked up at the towering cliffs. Well, I'm here anyway. First, I'll use my extraordinary comprehension to feel the wonders of the limitless divine sword. The system appeared under De Huang's contemptuous gaze. Limitless sword intent detected. Beginning analysis. Yong Shan felt a wave of happiness. This old thing is suddenly so useful. Then he looked in despair at the system's notification. Host can pay reward points to learn the sword techniques within. You can also directly proceed with a complete analysis. Oh, since the host can't afford it anyway, all of the above functions are waived. De Huang was so angry he punched this damn system away. Money, money, money. Everything is about money. Who do you think you are, a pay-to-win game? He said bitterly. Looks like I can't get any benefits from this sword intent inheritance. Yong Shan regained his composure. He jumped for joy. Then I won't think about this tiring stuff anymore. I'll obediently prepare to set traps for others. He looked towards the entrance. According to Old Way, the teleportation barrier of the Sword Trial Valley only allows one person through at a time. If multiple people are receiving the inheritance at the same time, they will enter in sequence. Yong Shan imagined the scene of Xiaohua and the others performing their flashy sword moves. In other words, if a person with outstanding talent enters the valley, they can completely comprehend all the sword intent before the others enter, then directly enter the mist at the other end, and accept the sword spirit's trial. De Huang gave a wicked smile at the thought that had just occurred to him. But that's no fun. A group activity like this. Yong Shan was visibly pleased. He transformed into his human form. His spirit chi sword is naturally more fun when everyone's together. He unleashed a vibrant 7-colored spirit chi. To be fair, let me add a little difficulty to this sword intent inheritance. Yong Shan bared his teeth in a grin. Destroy all the sword seals. No one gets to comprehend anything. Isn't that fair? 7-colored spiritual energy gathered. It fiercely slammed into the cliff wall. Not only was the cliff wall unharmed, but it also reflected the attack. Ouch! This thing can even counterattack. Yong Shan immediately assumed a defensive stance. Shen Guayu. But he couldn't completely block it. He was even sent flying into the wall. De Huang lay on the ground, dizzy and groaning. Cough, cough. As expected, it's not that simple. But he didn't give up. He let out another strange laugh. Good thing my earlier arrangements can hold him off for a while. Countless analytical characters flashed in his eyes. It's just a stone wall. Yong Shan was excited. During this time, let's have some fun. His shadow transformed into tangible tentacles. At the boundless sect, the disciples stared eagerly at the entrance of the barrier. Yong Shan smiled shyly to herself. Faced with this rare opportunity, will you be a coward for the rest of your life? Or become a hero? I'm afraid it will all be decided in these few minutes. The disciple, standing before the gate, made up his mind. I will not let junior sister San down. Thank you for showing me the direction of my life. Yong Shan instructed. This is how one should live their life. When you look back on the past, you won't regret having wasted your years, nor will you be ashamed of having lived a mediocre life. With just those words of love, even though the disciple was sent flying by the gate, he still smiled foolishly. I have no regrets in my life. Yangjo continued to shout. Core formation failed. Next. The disciples crowded together, fighting. Don't push. I'm next. I entered the sect earlier than you. I was here first. In terms of seniority, who can compare to me? The bald sect master discussed. What's wrong with these disciples? Why does everyone say they can form their core in an instant and receive the inheritance? Dao Ping continued. Since we've already agreed to let He Anji try, then we shouldn't refuse the other disciples. This way, we can show that our sect's rules are impartial, fair and just. Everyone, just go in the order of your entry into the sect. Let little Meng and the others wait a bit. Meng Xiaohua's face was grim, and Liang Ming complained. At this rate, how long will we have to wait? The Lu siblings then said, how about we eat something first? Master told us to prepare some snacks. Ambiha was excited. Oh, the people of the Boundless sect are really thoughtful. Ling Shu was also at a loss for words. This strange development, why does it give me a sense of familiarity? Ambiha stood up, straightening his back. He smiled as he looked ahead. Well then, she looked towards the tall tower in the distant mountain range. It's time for me to start my own business. Ripples appeared at the entrance of the barrier. The moment Shurfan passed through the gate, he let out a weary sigh of relief. I'm finally in. Dao Ping and Lianjiu looked at the long line of old men. I never noticed before that there were so many old seniors in the sect who haven't formed their cores yet. The people's hearts are striving for progress. This is truly a blessing for the sect. Indeed. Indeed. Inside, Shurfan looked at the steep cliff. However, is this the Sword Trial Valley where the founders suppressed the sea demon? Truly worthy of being the sage who pacified the seas and founded the sect for the human race. After 1,000 years of wind and rain, his battle intent has not diminished in the slightest. He looked around. It's as if a great battle just took place. Suddenly, a green light flashed nearby. It caught Shurfan's attention. What? The green light roared as it rushed forward. It surrounded Shurfan. It left him no time to react. Shurfan looked at his body, which had become strange. Has it already merged with my golden core? Is this the boundless sword intent we need to comprehend? He cupped his hands and bowed, saying reverently, Founder's sword intent, I pay my respects. Disciple Shurfan is ashamed. The cliff wall continued to shoot out spiritual energy. It enveloped Shurfan. No matter what, this sword letter valley, disciple will definitely do his utmost to comprehend it. I will not fail the sages. The injured Huang watched from a corner. Damn it. A moment ago, you were beating me like a dog. And now you're just giving it away to your own disciple for free. This sword intent is too biased. A strained smile appeared onto Huang's lips. However, if I can't destroy these sword marks, then I'll just add one more for you. Wouldn't that be fine? At this moment, Shurfan was standing before a large rock with claw marks on it. Looking at these marks, Shurfan had a bad feeling. What are these sword marks? Why do they feel different from the others? He sat down cross-legged, muttering. Could it be that this is not a founder's sword mark? No, since it appeared in the Sword Trial Valley. It must have been left by the founder. The sword intent on it is sometimes there, sometimes not, but it is subtly in harmony with the great Tao. But why is it not as good as the sword intent from before? Is it because my comprehension is not enough? De Huang called down from above. Just wait here for the others. Shurfan heard the voice. He suddenly opened his eyes. Senior brother Zhang, are you stumped by this sword mark? He immediately stood up, replying with a smile, That's right. I still haven't comprehended its mystery. You come and try. After all, my talent has never been as good as little Meng's. The spiritual energy around Meng, Xiaohua, suddenly exploded. Senior brother is too kind. The two of them stood before the strange rock. Huh? Senior brother Zhang, are you sure this is the founder's sword mark? What? Does it feel a little off? Shurfan said vaguely. It should be correct. After all, it's in the Sword Inheritance Valley. And the sword intent contains the great Tao. Could it be that our direction of understanding is wrong? Meng Xiaohua smiled gently, as beautiful as a flower. It seems our talents are not that great after all. Shurfan continued. Speaking of which, we used to comprehend techniques together like this before, didn't we? He recalled his childhood. After all, we are personal disciples. We've always been together for any kind of cultivation. Hearing this, Meng Xiaohua lowered his head sadly. So that's why senior brother Zhang wants to inherit the divine sword so much? Shurfan waved his hand and said, No, I just wanted to try. Xiaohua then asked, Then this time, why must senior brother? Shurfan stood up straight, replying calmly, I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask you a question. How exactly did Chen Si die? De Huang watched and yawned. Damn it, hurry up. This cliché drama is dragging on for so long. Can't it just develop into a brotherly love story? Xiaohua stiffened, asking back, Senior brother Zhang, what are you talking about? Yong Shan smiled wickedly. All right, let me help you get straight to the point. I've been setting this up for so long. He transformed back into his human form. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand. It wasn't to watch you two act out a sentimental drama. Tian Huan's spirit treasure. Let's make this play a little more dramatic. A giant magnetic chi radiated out. It made Xiaohua and Shurfan cry out in shock. What? A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion of spiritual energy rang out. After the dust settled, Xiaohua's eyes widened. What? Yong Shan held a sword to Xiaohua's head, saying surprise. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. They fought for a long time without a clear winner. Xiaohua gritted his teeth. Yong Shan, you're not dead. Why are you here? He grinned. So, aren't you surprised to see me? Xiaohua's face darkened. He spat on the ground. No matter what you are, die for me again. He swung his sword fiercely, sending out a violent wave of sword chi. Yong Shan was engulfed in flames, but he was still laughing uncontrollably. I told you it was a surprise. Xiaohua couldn't contain his anger and swung his sword. Sword chi surged out, but the person Xiaohua slashed was Shufan. Shufan angrily demands, "This is your answer, Ming." Xiaohua is stunned, stammering an excuse. Senior brother Zhang. The white mist slowly fades away. Xiaohua now realizes he's surrounded by 3 of his fellow disciples. The 3 talents sword formation. Shufan hides half his face behind his sword, speaking coldly. The sex spirit sword. How could it fall into the hands of someone as treacherous as you? Liao Yang and Lu Qian say in unison, "Our apologies, Senior Brother Ming. The master's orders cannot be disobeyed." Xiaohua lowers his head and speaks. "So that's how it is. You all had this plan from the start." He angrily summons his sword formation, his voice cold. "Looks like I was the naive one." The junior brothers and sisters surrounding Xiaohua unleash the infinite sword formation. Xiaohua draws his own infinite sword formation in the air. Though he's at a disadvantage, he smirks with arrogance. The others immediately form hand seals. In an instant, they direct their sword techniques toward Xiaohua. Countless blades of light clash and flash. At that moment, Liang Ming, who had been hiding, suddenly appears behind Xiaohua. With a single glance, Xiaohua detects their movements. His twin sword formation simultaneously blocks the attacks from Lu Qian and Liao Yang. At the same time, Shufan coordinates from above, intending to kill Xiaohua with a combined assault from all 4 directions. Everyone charges forward, attacking Xiaohua at once. The scene becomes one of world-shattering destruction. De Huang watches, commentating excitedly. Zhang Shufan is using his ultimate move. Meng Xiaohua is charging in. The whole team is going for it. Brought to you by the heavenly spirit treasure of friendship. This time, what's at stake is a breakthrough in his cultivation. Meng Xiaohua keeps advancing. He wants a quick and decisive victory. But the difference in their combined formation's power is too great. ETI snacks while watching the live feed. So what's next? Are we just going to sit back and watch the show? Yong Shan snatches her snacks away. This chess game I've so carefully arranged. How could it be so simple? Right now, I'm just forcing him to reveal a little of his true strength. Consider this just an appetizer. He narrows his eyes, assessing the situation. The real finishing blow has to wait until your people outside are ready. Only then can we catch them all in one fell swoop. Yong Shan laughs smugly. But looking at it now, it seems I was being too cautious. It doesn't look like it needs to be this complicated. 4 against 1. How can they possibly lose? You tell me. How could they lose? Countless flying swords target Xiaohua. Yong Shan declares with certainty, "This bastard is definitely dead." Just as the sword tips are about to pierce him, Xiaohua flicks his hand. Flying blossoms. Shufan and the others are stunned into silence. What? De Huang and Yong Shan can't believe their eyes. No, impossible. A few broken swords are scattered and stuck in the ground. Xiaohua stands there, completely unharmed. Weren't they all supposed to be on the same level? How did it end up like this? Liao Yang and Lu Qian are thrown back by the backlash, covered in blood. All of our attacks were reflected back at us. Liang Ming and Shufan are both forced to their knees. This isn't right. That attack, it changed its target. Liang Ming seems to realize something, his eyes widening. In his view, a strange, dense aura surrounds Xiaohua. Spirit chi, true essence. They're all avoiding him. When the world is happening, Xiaohua smiles calmly. By manipulating the flow, I can predict the direction of the chi. Even the direction of an attack can be avoided. Truly worthy of being the earth spirit body. If you could use this innate spiritual root to form a core and cultivate the earthly void pupil, you would indeed be difficult to deal with. Shufan furrows his brow. This isn't a technique from our infinite sect, nor is it a celestial art. It's not even a skill that a celestial lord could master. Su Zhu gets to his feet. He takes a sword stance. Is this the technique you betrayed our fellow disciples for, Meng? Explain yourself. Meng Xiaohua flicks his hand. The sword formation opens up again. You don't need to know, Chu Fan. Liang Ming and the others help each other up, shouting in unison. Everyone, be careful. Xiaohua's expression instantly turns ice cold. So, you couldn't hold back any longer? Yong Shan descends from the sky. He slashes his sword toward Meng Xiaohua. But it's blocked. He laughs excitedly. Even my righteous sneak attack failed. Why can't you just make things a little easier? Xiaohua is furious. Yong Shan, it really was you. I thought it was just an illusion before. So this entire situation was all you're doing? Yong Shan gives a dazzling smile. He winks flirtatiously. What about it? Don't you just love it? Chu Fan is bewildered. Yong Shan, why are you here? Liang Ming blushes suspiciously. Weren't you dead? Yong Shan feigns a serious expression. His face is dead serious. Everyone, we can talk about all that later. He points his sword straight at Xiaohua. The most important thing right now is to join forces and kill this traitor to the sect, Meng Xiaohua. Chu Fan questions him. Do you take us all for idiots? A dead man coming back to life? That means everything that happened before is suspicious as well. Yong Shan chuckles. Looks like I couldn't hide it from you guys this time. Lu Qian says shyly. So, it was all a misunderstanding? In that case, we have no reason to be enemies with senior Brother Meng. Liao Yang also smiles. That's right. As for who's right or wrong, we should just leave this place first. Let the elders be the judge. But Xiaohua speaks. No. He closes his eyes, his voice flat. It's too late. Countless sword techniques pierce through Liao Yang's body, turning him into a porcupine. What? Xiaohua gives a twisted, cruel smile. Now, I don't plan on letting any one of you leave here alive. Yong Shan laughs like a true villain. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Countless red spider lilies sprout from the ground, causing everyone to pale in terror. Yong Shan says calmly, I was thinking the exact same thing. Back at the Infinite Sect, all is quiet and peaceful. Two prison guards fail to notice a figure rolling past them from behind. It's Elder Xiong. I've made up my mind. To think everyone is locked up in the abyss. Their fate unknown. A righteous man like me at least has to find a way in to check on the situation. He chuckles to himself. But these prison guards aren't all that. Looks like my skills have improved a lot after my power boost. Just then, a towering guard appears behind him. Elder Xiong immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. He pleads miserably. I was just delivering a meal. Really? If you don't believe me, I'll leave right now. Immediately after, the guard is impaled through the chest by a flurry of flying rocks. Elder Xiong stares in shock as the guard collapses in front of him. Yang Sansan's team appears. Hua Yin and Mu Lu report. My lady, it's been taken care of. The one who tried to flee has also been eliminated. The two of them turn their attention to the chubby man. But what about this guy? Did he follow us in here, my lady? Should we dispose of him? Elder Xiong prostrates himself on the ground, begging for mercy. Spare me, heroes. Yang San replies, forget it. He's an acquaintance of Yong Shan, after all. Elder Xiong goes into sales mode. Thank you for sparing my life. If you ever visit the West Phoenix Pavilion for some fun in the future, all the girls will be 20% off for you. Yang San says, annoyed. Enough. On second thought, let's just kill him. But Fei Fu kneels to report. My lady, we've found the target. He's in the cell just ahead. The group arrives at the door of a high-tech prison cell. Elder Xiong sees Peng Zhengwu inside. Are they asleep? Tian Xian's entire body emits a faint aura. There are no guards inside. Yong Shan was right. It's easier to sneak in during the sword inheritance ceremony. Qing Tuan places a talisman on the barrier to dispel it, then speaks. Hey, is this the person you're looking for? Tian Xian embraces the little girl who lies tied and motionless in the cell. He whispers heartbrokenly, You've suffered so much, Xiaoyu. It's okay now. I'm here to take you home. Mu Lu is suspicious. This appearance. Could she have been tortured and injured by the Limitless Sect? Hua Yin sobbed. Such a little girl. How pitiful. Tian Shui held Yu Ming in his arms. He whispered gently, It's all right. For us. As long as our own Dao is unharmed, that's all that matters. We just need to find a missing part to recover. Fei Fu continued his report. Next, we just need to wait for the signal from Yong Shan. Qing Tuan pouted and said, That bastard had better hurry up. Let me tell you, the defensive formations of the Limitless Sect are no joke. Things like binding and detection spells. It'll be a real pain if we get discovered. Mu Lu hit Qing Tuan right where it hurt. Otherwise, You'll be the one getting tortured next time, my lady. Xiong Lao banged on the prison door, trying to wake up the person inside. Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up. I brought people to rescue you. The prison guards ran over, weapons in hand. Trouble. There's an intruder. Quick, check if there's a problem in the cell. So it was you, the traitor, who led people into the abyssal prison. Xiong Lao broke out in a cold sweat. The guards called to each other. Quick, send the alarm signal. Activate the defensive formations. Don't let them escape. Qing Tuan's fighting spirit ignited. She brandished her small fists. Speak of the devil. Mu Lu, Hua Yin, and the others also raised their weapons, preparing for a fight to the death. Don't be afraid, my lady. We're here to help you. Sparkling red dots appeared in Little Yu's pupils. Tian Xian exclaimed with unrestrained joy. The mark has been activated. Yong Shan's side is ready. Qing Tuan said while cutting down guards. Then make your move, quickly. Tian Xian's eyes were full of affection. He said gently, It's all up to you, Little Yu. Then, he suddenly stabbed straight through Yu Ming's stomach. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. It dripped and trickled, pooling into a large puddle. The guards sat frozen amidst a field of vibrant red spider lilies. They looked at the unfamiliar space, asking in a panic, Where is this? Little Yu sat amidst a sea of red spider lilies, saying innocently, We've returned to the netherworld. I can finally die. Tian Xian smiled and asked, How is it, Little Yu? Have you found the rest of your Tao? Yu Ming threw herself into his arms. Tian Xian, was it you who killed me? I'm so happy. The little girl puffed her cheeks in a pout. It's no problem. I was originally going to use this place to escape. I didn't expect them to lock me up for so long. And they used some weird medicine to keep me from dying. So annoying. Tian Xian smiled at the people around them. Then I'll have to trouble you to take us with you. Yu Ming said sullenly. I can't kill this many people. But if it's for Tian Shui, then I have no choice. The little girl made a few simple hand signs. Brilliant red spider lilies danced across the sky. Then let's go. Netherworld march. Their figures completely vanished in a rain of flowers. The guards were even more bewildered. But in the next moment, they all perished amidst this sea of deadly flowers. On the dark and treacherous cliff face, a brilliant red color suddenly appeared. Yong Shan's friends and subordinates appeared along with the sea of spider lilies. Yong Shan, we're here to help you. A rain of red spider lilies appeared in the Sword Trial Valley. Fei Fu looked around in amazement. This is the limitless sex Sword Trial Valley? We were actually teleported here. Qing Tuan suggested excitedly. Hey, how about we take this chance to blow this place up? We'll have something to brag about when we get back. Hua Yin chimed in. Great idea. My lady, you're a genius. Mu Lu was more practical. Surely no one is stupid enough to think this place is that easy to destroy, right? Xiong Lao wondered aloud in a daze. Where is this? What's going on? Why is Yong Shan still alive? Why are senior brother Meng and everyone else here? Chu Fan was also stunned. Teleporting to the Sword Trial Valley? How is that possible? No one knows the exact location of this place. And the space itself was severed by the patriarch. Tian Xian explained with a smile. By borrowing the death of a physical body and using a severed half of one's origin as coordinates to build a path through the netherworld that transcends life and death. This is something only the way of death can accomplish. In a state of having lost her body, but with her consciousness intact. Yu Ming jumped around excitedly. Awesome, awesome. Good thing I had you, a reliable person, cooperating with me to pull it off. The little girl took Yong Shan's finger and put it in her mouth. Otherwise, it would have been bad if my severed origin got swallowed up. Yong Shan couldn't stop grinning. How could that happen? We're close comrades, after all. Tian Xian also chimed in with a laugh. That's right. Yong Shan thought to himself. These simple-minded lunatics are so easy to manipulate. Looks like killing them later will be pretty easy. For now, I'll just use them to mess with Meng Xiaohua for a bit. Yu Ming licked her lips innocently and said, I've retrieved my origin. Next is helping you kill people, right? Xiaohua suddenly understood. He laughed and said, So that's how it is. The decree of death has this kind of ability? No wonder you're still alive. I was careless. He looked coldly at the people around him. So, you brought these people here to deal with my trump card? Xiaohua summoned the limitless sword formation, sneering. Is this enough? Yong Shan beamed. Don't be in such a hurry. The best part of the show is yet to come. The two sides began to fight. However, let's see if you survive this round first. Xiao Hua fought against 5 difficult opponents by himself. He was surrounded by powerful enemies. Chu Fan spoke up. Now's our chance. Let's get out of here. Lu Qian carried Lu Yang on her back. Hurry back to the sect. Even in the midst of a fierce battle, Xiao Hua still had the energy to flick his wrist. A 7-colored stream of chi landed beside Chu Fan's group. Watch out, Xiao Hua commanded in an ice-cold voice. I said, no one is allowed to leave. At that, Chu Fan's group also lost their temper. They fired countless streams of sword chi. Damn you, let's attack him together. Xiao Hua casually flicked his sleeve, redirecting the attack. Thanks a lot. Yu Ming leaped and dodged the limitless swords. Damn it, this trick again. This way, I can't use my death backlash either. Shan Shan was also flying around, dodging. All the attacks are being redirected to other people. Ganging up on him is just making things more difficult. Xiao Hua dealt with enemies from all directions and still had breath to spare. So Yong Shan, you went to all this trouble to show up here just to make up for my regret? He drew his sword. Because the timing wasn't right, I wasn't able to sever your soul. Then he threw it towards where Yong Shan was standing. Yong Shan raised a hand, stopping Xiao Hua's flying sword. Oomph. How dare you sneak attack me, Meng Xiao Hua? Have you no martial honor? But inwardly, he cursed, damn it. That defensive formation from before was pierced through that easily. How terrifying. Xiao Hua casually raised his hand to block Yu Ming's attack, while replying to Yong Shan. Ha! You brought so many people to kill me. You have no right to say that. Yong Shan gritted his teeth in anger. Bastard, so many people against one guy, and you still can't get the job done. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your intelligence and schemes, Yong Shan, I rate them very highly. But as for fighting, with just that 3-pattern junk core of yours, that you just barely condensed, with its chaotic aura and unstable foundation, Yong Shan scratched his head, forcing a laugh. Oh, so you could tell it was a junk core? I thought the quality wasn't too bad. Yong Shan silently cursed the system and it. You cheats are so useful, aren't you? But he had already regained his composure. However, that's fine. Yong Shan grinned like a master swindler. After all, I'm a spirit lord now. I can circulate my true chi. My spirit chi absorption speed is 10 times faster. Xiao Hua lightly raised his fist. The sword chi was tinged with color. Is that so? A spirit lord. Countless rainbow-colored arcs of energy screamed as they shot towards Yong Shan. Just accept your death. Yong Shan raised his hand. The absorption speed is dozens of times faster. Do you know what that means? He clenched his fist. Spirit absorption technique. Xiao Hua's sword chi exploded in midair like a brilliant fireworks display. Yong Shan smirked confidently. I'll drain every last drop of spirit chi from this place. The infinite sword formation shattered into particles of spirit chi. It didn't matter if it was a spell that had already taken form. Even San San's magic couldn't escape this fate. Liang Ming's sword formation was also dissolving. Or an activated spiritual treasure. Or even the spirit chi sealed within the valley. Everything converged towards him. They all stared in the direction the spirit chi particles were flying. Right towards where Yong Shan was standing. And then it all vanished completely. As if everyone could feel a power roaring like a wild beast from within Yong Shan's body. As if it were all being devoured by a monster. Lu Qian held the unconscious Liao Yang, thinking to herself, that technique of Meng Xiao Hua's, the one that transferred his wounds, it works by distorting the flow of spirit chi. Liang Ming chimed in. Yes, that must be it. Hearing this, Lu Qian's heart filled with hatred. She gripped her sword tightly. In other words, right now, she looked over at the staggering Xiao Hua. She came to a conclusion. He can be killed. Yong Shan gathered all the spirit chi into his hand. Myriad dermas returned to silence. Everything that relies on the spirit chi of heaven and earth, no matter what your ability is now useless. He gestured with his hand. So, forget about all those clever, sophisticated tricks. Yong Shan adopted a noble demeanor. He spoke with the air of a true gentleman. Let's have a fair and honorable fight. Xiao Hua sneered. Drain all the spirit chi here, just to turn this back into a battle of pure swordsmanship. That's just like you. He pulled his sword from the ground. This fair and honorable fight of yours doesn't involve you actually fighting, does it? Yong Shan cackled, pointing at him. Congratulations. You guessed right. Yong Shan's subordinates immediately charged at Xiaohua. Facing this mob of minions, Xiaohua parried them all with just one hand. Every single one of their attacks. So your ultimate move is just these demonic envoys? Or is it that? In an environment with no spirit chi, this is the only card you have left to play. San cheered excitedly. Go on, kill him for me. Tianxian knew her place. I'm sitting out a normal brawl. Lu Qian also joined the assault. One more person didn't seem to faze Xiaohua in the slightest. In fact, he let out a sarcastic laugh. How heartbreaking. And to think I considered you a fellow disciple who might help me. Lu Qian's face twisted with rage. Fueled by hatred and indignation, she brought her sword slashing down. Just die already. Liang Ming watched from the side. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. So strong. When in the world did he master swordsmanship of this level? Chu Fan seized the opportunity. Now's our chance. Let's go. Liang Ming hesitated. But Chu Fan picked up the half-dead Liao Yang. What's happening here is far beyond our control. All we need to do is get back and report this to the sect. Master always said, never get involved in matters you can't handle. The fight became a spectacle of Xiaohua single-handedly batting away the swarm of minions. Yu Ming then entered the fray. Xiaohua glanced at the little girl. The most troublesome one is here. He nimbly dodged Yu Ming's thunderous punch. Yu Ming chased after him, swinging her fists in a rage. Don't you run from me. Parrying the girl's relentless barrage of punches with his sword, he thought, as expected, dealing with a battle emperor who specializes in fist techniques is still too much for me. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, coming to a halt. In that case, Xiaohua took the full force of one of Yu Ming's spirit-infused punches. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua smiled and declared, I'll just borrow a little. And then, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion of spirit power erupted. Xiaohua was the first to be sent flying. When the dust finally settled, Yu Ming dazedly realized Xiaohua was already hurtling towards his fated enemy. Yong Shan, here I come. He dove down amidst the falling rocks and debris, swinging his sword for the kill. How are you going to survive this? Yong Shan snapped his fingers. He smiled leisurely. I told you not to be in such a rush. Before he could even get close to Yong Shan, Xiaohua was viciously assaulted by countless massive boulders. Sharp pillars of stone closed in around Xiaohua. This is earthen prison of heavenly descent. Yong Shan strolled forward as if walking down a runway. He pointed right at his opponent's face and asked mockingly, I absorbed the spirit chi all by myself. Is it really so strange that I can use magic? A point of spirit power condensed at Yong Shan's fingertip. Celestial Lord Realm. From that point of light, a blindingly brilliant, golden beam of spirit power shot forth violently, illuminating the entire valley. Myriad Derma's thunderous roar. The entire sword-testing valley was plunged into a boundless chill. The minions stared in awe at their master's power. This is Yong Shan. Did he really just form his core and become a celestial lord? San pouted. This is nothing special. Give me a few billion years, and I could do it too. Even Yong Shan was shocked by his own power. With a loud boom, he used the spirit absorption technique to detonate the chi he had absorbed. This move, the little golden dog inside him went absolutely wild with joy, spinning around and around. Yong Shan feigned a sigh. But alas, what a pity. He put on an air of profound sadness. Ever since we first met, Senior Brother Meng's impossibly handsome and ethereal grace has made me, Yong Shan, yearn for you day and night. A humble admirer who has poured out his very soul just to ensure that your elegance, Senior Brother, never fades in this lifetime. Although Xiaohua was wounded, his clothes and hair were a bloody, disheveled mess. He still stood tall and straight. This infuriated Yong Shan. Senior Brother Meng, why can't you understand my kind intentions? Why can't you just lie down and die with some dignity? He feigned a look of pity. Senior Brother Meng, have some self-respect. It's not a pretty sight to see you clinging to life, crying so pathetically. Inwardly, however, Yong Shan was furious. To think he actually used his own spiritual power to disperse those energy streams, neutralizing most of the attack at the very last second. This guy is terrifying. Xiaohua, with an air of effortless grace, returned the compliment. Compared to you, I suppose I, your little Ming, have been quite rude. My apologies. He looked towards Yong Shan. The reason you came here this time was to avenge your own death back in the sealed lands, wasn't it? Xiao Hua raised the broken sword with both hands and spoke. Your heart is filled with hatred, yet free of useless rage. You face a powerful foe, yet without helpless despair. You deploy your power methodically, one step at a time. Extremely dangerous, cruel, and effective. Layers upon layers of scheming. And every strike is a killing blow. Yong Shan cackled. Brilliant, simply brilliant. I'm not quite as formidable as you make me out to be. Xiao Hua smiled beautifully. The reason you're even listening to me right now isn't out of the arrogance of someone who's already won. It's because you're waiting for the others to move into position for an ambush. But you can once again drain the spirit chi you just released. Am I right? Yu Ming screamed. Arg, let me go. Let me at him. I'll kill him. Tianxian held the little girl back. We have to wait for Yong Shan's signal. If we attack recklessly, he'll just use it to his advantage. Yong Shan sneered. And aren't you just trying to recover your strength? Waiting to see if I have any power left, so you can launch another attack like the last one. Isn't that right? For a handsome man covered in wounds like Xiao Hua, his calm smile was incredibly punchable. I'm guessing you've got nothing left. Yong Shan angrily clenched his fist, unleashing his technique. You guessed wrong. Spirit absorption technique. ETI, while desperately trying to repair Yong Shan's golden core, screamed, Damn it! Your golden core is about to explode. System warning. High-speed accumulation and release of spirit chi has resulted in damage to the host's golden core. If this action is continued, it will lead to severe and irreversible consequences. Note, those who cheat the game every day will eventually face the penalty of an account ban. Xiao Hua reached down for his broken sword, a slight smile on his face. What a shame. Regardless if it was right or wrong, there are no more second chances. He tucked the blade under his arm. He looked up at the sky. At this rate, she won't be able to wait any longer. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. A bloody arm landed on the ground with a soft thud, while the others watched with pale faces. Yu Ming cried out in excitement. Tianxian? Tianxian? Is this guy trying to kill himself? How adorable, she said. It's not just his arm. He also severed a corresponding piece of his own soul. Blood gushed from Xiao Hua's shoulder like a waterfall. ETI sighed in amazement. This guy is a pervert just like you. He could be ruthless enough to harm his own soul. Yong Shan asked with a cold smile. Want to admit defeat? Just cutting off an arm won't do. As the saying goes, surrender and lose half. You have to at least cut off half your body to show some sincerity. Xiao Hua smiled helplessly. I failed to kill the human emperor's son, and you refused to cooperate. I can only hope that the arranged scene of fellow disciples killing each other was also ruined by you. Let alone senior brother Zhang. Not even Liu Yang's body could be saved. He held up his severed arm. No choice. The sacrifice to repair the reverse creation sword spirit. I'll just have to use myself. Spiritual energy radiated from the severed arm, using the four limbs to scatter the soul, mixed with some weak souls, to disguise it as my own corpse. I never thought the resolute will would be used by me here. Yong Shan angrily slammed his fist. No matter what you want to do you think I'll just stand by and watch you complete it? Spirit absorption technique. Kill him. Yu Ming rushed forward. She slapped Xiao Hua on the head. Xiao Hua's figure gradually dissipated. He said with a laugh, no need. From the moment you stepped into this valley, your opponent was no longer me. Yong Shan looked at the suddenly appearing fog. This is the fog from the bottom of the valley. Why is it up here? You probably also know. The inheritance in the Sword Inheritance Valley are the marks of the boundless sword left by generations of sect masters on the cliff walls. Elder Xiong was so scared he knelt on the ground and begged. Sect masters, spare my life. I was forced when Xiao Hua revealed that this skeleton itself was a sword mark. The valley automatically collapsed. My lord, run. Be careful. A giant sword containing the immense power of heaven and earth majestically appeared in the air. This first sword mark was left by the founder after defeating the flock of geese. Yong Shan's soul almost flew out of his body. Whoa! The entire 10,000 sword valley shook like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Feel this power that can move mountains and fill seas. You are worthy of this opportunity. The giant sword appeared along with many ancient characters and dense spiritual energy. A mysterious person chuckled softly. Finally, another chosen one. Ha! This result is not bad. The gate creaked open. A voice rang out, "Oh, what's making you so happy?" The person who entered was Mbai. She suggested cheerfully, "How about you tell me too?" The mysterious person said softly, "How improper." She pointed at Mbiha in the great hall below. Just a bunch of remnants of a demon sect fiend. Yet you've caused such a mess that you've let someone take the opportunity to run in here. She shot a sharp beam of spiritual energy at Mbiha. After this is over, the sect must be properly disciplined. Mbiha immediately executed a defensive technique. A fatal golden needle stopped before Mbiha's brow. She praised with a smile. To be so sure of a hit with the first strike. A certain kill. A sword intent that extinguishes all life. How terrifying. The mysterious person pointed her slender, beautiful fingers forward. Oomph. Mbiha had an innocent expression. Locked by this thing. I'm dead for sure, but I don't want to die yet. How annoying. The mysterious person's hand formed an orchid shape. So annoying. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'll extend your life a little longer. Let my future self deal with it. The mysterious person withdrew her fair hand. Time turns into armor. A cicada? AI moved forward. A golden spiritual energy rose up. Mbiha's pupils glowed with a golden light. She smiled slyly. Let's just drag it on for a few more 1,000 years, and then we'll talk. The mysterious person rested her chin on one hand. She gathered spiritual energy in the other. Where did you find such a good vessel? Her spiritual energy condensed into a table and chairs where Mbiha stood. You can even run to my place. The people of the Flowing Flower Valley must be going crazy. The moment AI sat down, tea was automatically served. Sweet flower tea. This is how you receive a guest. The mysterious person asked arrogantly, "You came here, surely not just to drink tea?" AI blushed shyly. Hee. It's a little embarrassing to say. I promised someone to find a disciple of the boundless sect to take revenge. The mysterious person also sipped her tea. To come and inform me before you kill someone. When did you become so polite? Mbiha replied while eating a pastry. But the one I want to kill is that soul-bound sword spirit. Even if I'm annoyed, it's useless. You could just find any child and easily revive him. The mysterious person's beautiful fingers stroked the rim of the teacup. Meng Xiaohua. Mbiha smiled brightly. So, I thought of a good idea. One that can solve it once and for all. She stood up. The table and chairs vanished accordingly. The dense spiritual energy diffused. And that is to kill you. And that's that. The mysterious person condensed a sharp ice blade, asking coldly. With just this bit of your nascent soul, Mbiha's spiritual energy transformed into a sea of peach blossoms. She asked back calmly, "Does it matter?" The mysterious person was surrounded by the sea of flowers. After all, your condition is not much better than mine. Your body has been invaded and mutated by an evil entity. The mysterious person's lower body was that of a snake, and it was pinned down by a sword and suppressed by a divine weapon. And Meng, how much of your strength do you have left? Luo Lan roared in a stern voice. In another place, Yong Shan slowly opened his eyes. What is this? He was floating in a strange space. Yong Shan, wake up! Before him was the shadow of the inherited sword technique. That's right. I'm receiving the inheritance. He spoke up, Yong Shan. Your will has been eroded. Yong Shan thought in a daze. Who is this? Is Yong Shan my name? He flew towards the glowing giant sword. No, I don't need a name. I am a sword. The system displayed a notification. Release all spiritual power. Gate form. The space suddenly became chaotic. It shattered into pieces. This time, Yong Shan was submerged in a vast, endless body of water. He struggled to surface. Damn it, is this Meng Xiaohua's ultimate move? Using a massive amount of inherited knowledge to drown people? So despicable. He thought of something extremely terrifying. This is no different from forcing people to do homework to death. Yong Shan stood on the surface of the sea, looking around in a daze. Where is this? Do you know? A voice answered him, coming from a point of light. This is the primordial ocean of this world. the sea of chaos that devours all things. It makes all things go mad. Luo Lan appeared before him, holding a spirit sword. But your appearance here proves that my future self has succeeded. Luo Lan in human form asked brightly. This place must have become a place full of life. A place where people can live and work in peace. Right, the primordial era. An evil entity transformed into the sea of chaos, devouring all things. The living beings of the world, regardless of human or demon, joined forces to resist it. After 1,000 years of great war, they suffered heavy losses. Luo Lan glided past Yong Shan, but the cultivators of the myriad races were almost completely wiped out. When the chaos recovers, all life will be destroyed. Half of her face was hidden by the sword. The remaining people used the path to heaven to forge the boundless divine sword and passed it to me to command heaven and earth, to suppress the evil entity and sever the source of chaos. She raised the long sword high. The tip of the sword shone as brightly as the stars. Therefore, Luo Lan, the sword wielder, imagined herself standing before the ancient enemy of chaos. I pray for the seas to be calm and the skies to be clear. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The golden fur dog was startled. Holy crap, the power level of this world is so high. Yong Shan returned to the Sword Inheritance Valley. Wait, this is the Sword Trial Valley. Could it be that you are the founding ancestor of the Boundless Sect? My withered skeleton, surely it wasn't just for nothing again? Good thing there's no tail. At least this time, I'm in human form. Luo Lan asked him curiously, am I not? You said you traveled through time and space? She sat cross-legged on the ground. No, I'm just a fragment of memory. To avoid any problems, I left this fragment of memory in this sword. Yong Shan immediately said respectfully, the most loyal disciple of the Infinite Sect, Yong Shan, pays his respects to the great ancestor of the Infinite Sect. Damn it, he cursed internally. This is an ancient, legendary figure. Luo Lan rested her chin on her hand, looking at him. I did indeed intend to found a sect. So it was named the Infinite Sect directly, huh? As I thought, I really have no talent for naming things. Yong Shan eagerly flattered Luo Lan. Ancestor, this is the highest praise of a later generation. Please enjoy it. Your power and achievements, ancestor. This disciple has heard tales of them since childhood. To be in your presence today is truly the blessing of 3 lifetimes. A small token of my esteem. I hope you will accept it, ancestor. At this moment, he looked just like a golden retriever wagging its tail, waiting for praise. Could this be the legendary trial for inheriting the divine sword? Isn't this just sucking up to the boss? I'm the best at this. Perfect, perfect. Luo Lan gave an awkward smile. You don't have to be like this. That title, Ancestor of the Infinite Sect, is so embarrassing. You could just call me Luo Lan. She frowned slightly. I founded the Infinite Sect. On one hand, to cultivate a new generation of cultivators and protect this world from the remaining evil demons and strange beasts. But more importantly, it was to ensure the inheritance of the infinite divine sword. This sword is named Infinite. It is without limits, and it is also without end. To wield this sword is to exist within infinite time and endure endless torment. Yong Shan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? Luo Lan explained. The infinite sword has severed the connection between the sealed evil and the outside world, but the sword itself is constantly being contaminated by that evil. To protect the infinite divine sword and prevent the seal from failing, a suitable master is needed to cleanse it of these impurities. She smiled sadly. One who can endure their own cultivation being eroded, their lifespan being devoured, their spirit chi descending into chaos, their mind driven to madness, their body mutating into a monster, and finally becoming chaos itself. Yong Shan's face turned pale as he listened. In other words, whoever holds this sword goes insane. Who the hell would want this sword? Luo Lan gave a thumbs up. Not necessarily. If you can't take it anymore, you could just pass it on to the next person. Besides, this sword is very powerful. One person holding out for a few hundred years is no problem. Yong Shan roared. Then why did you make it sound so terrifying? Luo Lan sheathed the sword, asking one last time. Are you willing? She offered the sword to Yong Shan. Until you find a successor, you must at all costs, within this infinite time, protect this land. Elsewhere, the monstrous Luo Lan angrily unleashed her attacks, and Bishi danced lightly like a little bird, dodging all of her attacks. While dodging, she even had time to feign pity. So scary. Good thing you're just a sealed-away cripple now. Luo Lan's once beautiful hands, now cracked and withered like dry earth, are truly hard to kill. She shouted, "You specter of ages past, do you really want to fight me to the death? Are you insane?" And Bishi's expression turned cold in an instant. "You're the one who's insane, Luo Lan." And Bishi's words struck a nerve with Luo Lan. For a moment, she was speechless, clinging to power, refusing to pass on the infinite sword, twisting the sword's principles, creating the evil art, Tianju, stealing the lifespan and souls of the divine sword successors through the generations, all to extend your own pathetic life. You even disguised it as the sect master's inheritance, exploiting cultivation resources, wreaking havoc in the mortal realm, and hunting down gifted young men and women to refine into spirit stones, just to replenish the sect's spirit chi. And Bishi took out the Jiayin Fenglu. I originally wanted to investigate and confirm these matters. Luo Lan was about to retort in fury, but seeing you suffering the divine sword's backlash, sealed within this grand hall, there's no need to ask any more questions. But Luo Lan asked, "So, you came here mainly for me?" And Bishi's reply was incredibly smug. "Not entirely. I got word while I was on the road. So, I just decided to drop by and have a look." Luo Lan's voice was low. "What right do you have to criticize me? A coward who only knows how to run away." A dense, golden spirit chi emanated from Bishi. She spoke. "That's right." She thought to herself, Man, what comes next might be a little rough on your body. "I'm sorry." Man's gentle voice echoed her mind. "It's okay, little un." With her host's permission, and Bishi's voice turned cold. "In that case, before I run away, allow me to do one last thing." Her entire body erupted in brilliant golden light. "To clean up a monster like you." The barrier gate flickered. "We're finally out." Liang Ming stumbled along behind Chu Fan. "Senior Brother Zhang, we need to report to the elders immediately. That traitor, Meng Xiaohua, must be severely punished." Chu Fan's eyes went wide at the scene before him. He stammered, unable to speak. What in the world is before them? The infinite sword sect was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. What's happening? Yen Wu and Xing Ho led an army of monsters. "All of you, charge with me. Single Horn is willing to live and die with the boss." The sect's disciples stared in terror. "They're demonic beasts. How did they get in here? Has the sect protecting Grand Formation failed?" Lin Jiu angrily demanded. "Celestial Lord Ling Air, what is the meaning of this? Does Flowing Flower Valley wish to declare war on the infinite sect?" Ling Air sat upon a throne of thorny roses. She replied with a blank expression. "My master is very whimsical. There's nothing to be done. You can only indulge her. Just think of it as a routine cultural exchange." Lai Chung rushed forward, roaring, "Yi Tianhu, if you don't give the infinite sect an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." Zhu Hao brandished his weapon, the democratic choice. "How cold, Hu Yao, when the Genie Wei are on official business. Do we need to explain ourselves to common rabble like you?" He brought his sword down on Lai Chung, laughing coldly. "Besides, the one who should be worried about getting out of here alive isn't me." Lai Cheng's brow furrowed. "What?" All the sect disciples looked up at the sky. They saw a rain of arrows falling down on them. "What is this?" They hurriedly cast defensive spells. "Everyone, be careful. These are all spirit-breaking, heavy arrows." The bloodthirsty, demonic soldiers howled. "Azure Wolf's domain." "Oh," Lai Chung shouted. The wolf soldiers of the southern border. After they rebelled against the Jiang, they marched straight to the northern Yang River. Lin Jiu said, "Those are all elite soldiers who have mastered blood chi. If we engage them, I fear our disciples will suffer heavy casualties." The group from Qinghai discussed amongst themselves. To be able to bypass everyone, all of us, and transport such a large number of troops in here so silently. Only they could pull it off. Ronghua of the Pingjiao Immortal Assembly had the demeanor of a crooked merchant. A total of 8,000 men. all disguised as a merchant caravan. Delivered within the agreed-upon time. 10-day delivery confirmation, esteemed customer. Please give us a 5-star review. The soldier stammered, sign here. Is that right? Lai Cheng immediately took charge. Leave this to us. Charging into that battle means too many casualties. Elder Su, go and cover the disciples' retreat. Qinghai took off like a firebird. You all hold them off as long as you can. I'll be right back. Lin Zhou also began her attack on Ling Air. First, it was the demon sect. Now it's the Imperial Court and Flowing Flower Valley. The Pingjiao Immortal Assembly has gone crazy too. And the sect-protecting Grand Formation is failing repeatedly. What in the world has been happening lately? The battle between Qin Shuo and Dao Ping raged in the Scorched Forest. Qin Shuo demanded, when did you start tampering with the sect-protecting Grand Formation? Was the last invasion by the demon sect also part of your plan for this? Is that why you sent Old Li to repair the seal? Dao Ping summoned his spiritual weapon, replying coldly, defeat me, then we'll talk. Qin Shuo said angrily, damn it. Your immortal slaying casket is about to form a true spirit. How am I supposed to fight if I can't win? Forget it. I don't know what you're thinking, and didn't even seem to care. After all, as long as the sect master makes a move, everything will be fine. Dao Ping looked into the distance. That's right. As long as the sect master makes her move, it'll be fine. In a faraway place, a tall tower stood between heaven and earth. Inside the tower, a fierce clash between two streams of blue and red spiritual energy was underway. He said as he fought, forcibly summoning the limitless sword just to recover a bit of true essence. Too bad the seal in your primordial spirit is still there. How long can you keep this up? Oomph. Luo Lan replied with contempt. Long enough for you, this demon, to no longer exist, is not a problem. And Bishi smiled. Don't worry. She's known the prize for a long time. Besides, it probably won't even take that long. After all, I'm not the only one who came. With that, a man appeared in the sky above the limitless sect. Uxin said with an arrogant laugh. I can't believe we actually locked onto her position, and even forced her to forcibly summon the limitless sword, as expected of a demon. From the previous era, much stronger than those other kids. He unleashed a golden light pagoda technique. The entire space lit up. From the center of the churning dark clouds, a pillar of light shot straight down to the ground. Pleasure doing business with you. Inside the Sword Trial Valley, 3 bodies floated in the sea of mist. Lu Qian, Shan, and Yu Ming were all unconscious. Meng Xiaohua, covered in blood, whispered softly, just a bunch of useless ants. The sleeve where his severed arm used to be fluttered in the wind. A fractured soul, grievously wounded, on the verge of death. He stood before the giant divine sword. But in the end, I'm the only one who made it here. Meng Xiaohua glanced back. Even Yong Shan couldn't hold on, and got lost in the inheritance process? What a shame. I guess we were fated to meet, but not to be. He looked up at the sky. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. However, with the sword's spirit missing, and only using a remnant of my soul as a substitute, taking this sword won't lead to a good end either. Meng Xiaohua placed his remaining hand on the body of the divine sword. To be able to let an ant die in peace might just be a form of happiness. He closed his eyes, muttering with a smile, in that case, let me bear the glory of this world. Suddenly, Yong Shan charged forward. A single strike aimed at Meng Xiaohua. Meng Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief. That's the limitless sword. What? Yong Shan swung the sword with abandon. He laughed arrogantly. You're too slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Flashback. Chu Fan's group. Meng Xiaohua returns, and is warmly welcomed by the common folk. Thank you, immortal masters, for vanquishing the demon for the people. The villagers who were killed by the demon can now rest in peace. After that, Meng Xiaohua reported respectfully, Master, the demonic beast Lu Yu, who had infiltrated Wu Mountain and devoured humans, has been eliminated. Luo Lan, wearing a hood, relayed the message. Not bad. A few newly Foundation establishment cultivators were able to join forces to slay a 6th-grade demonic beast. My efforts in selecting them were not in vain. Have the elders take them as direct disciples and cultivate them with all our resources. She chuckled softly. Little Meng, you've also cultivated with them for several years. Who among them do you think is the most outstanding? Who can inherit the limitless sword? Meng Xiaohua heard the hidden meaning in her words. He replied without hesitation. None of them are my equal. Luo Lan softly repeated, You're different. Since ancient times, the hardest thing to do is to defy fate. Even if you risk everything, you might not get even a sliver of hope. Why must you suffer so? These words stunned Meng Xiaohua. From then on, he cultivated desperately, a talent far beyond others. Born to cultivate reality, Meng Xiaohua was suddenly jolted awake. He saw Yong Shan rushing toward him. Yong Shan thought to himself, I slay demons and exorcise evil to protect all living beings. Meng Xiaohua thought, You're telling me this? Everything I've done has been for others. At this thought, Meng Xiaohua grew even more frantic. He ignored his damaged organs, his bleeding wounds. How can I possibly accept that it's not me? Yong Shan gripped the hilt of the limitless sword and slashed down on Meng Xiaohua's shoulder. Meng Xiaohua was sent flying backward. I never thought that in the end, I still couldn't change it. He lay motionless in a pool of his own blood, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Yong Shan asked with a smile. Don't be so serious. Didn't you like the surprise I had for you? Meng Xiaohua trembled, trying to push himself up. He reached out, trying to grab the sword. Oomph. The limitless sword is not a good thing. It's still not too late to give it up. Hurry and give it to me. Yong Shan mercilessly knocked him away with the sword. So you can kill me with it? Get lost. I feel safer holding on to my own little life. He let out a cold, low growl. I have to get in my hands first. As for the side effects, only the living have the right to worry about those. A tragic smile appeared on Meng Xiaohua's face. A strange green spiritual energy suddenly lit up around his body. Only with strength does one have the right to possess strength itself. If that's the case, from now on, I belong to you. The green spiritual energy flew towards Yong Shan and attached itself to him. What? When the divine sword is without a master, the sect will fuse the sword spirit into the soul of a child and let it grow up with them. When the divine sword acknowledges a master, the sword spirit will return to the sword, helping the wielder improve their cultivation and sharing the burden. The life in Meng Xiaohua's eyes gradually faded. And I am the one who was born with the sword spirit inside me. Growing up, cultivating, it was all for this moment. Yong Shan let out a surprised "Oh, so that's how it is. So that's why you wanted to kill the others." Meng Xiaohua said, the outcome couldn't be any worse anyway. So why not take a gamble? The green motes of light gathered more and more densely on Yong Shan, finally glowing as a light of life in his chest. What is this? Meng Xiaohua explained. This is the sword spirit, sword heart, condensed from my entire soul, cultivation, and true essence. It will condense within your body and bring you all sorts of benefits. Even if you cultivated too quickly and your foundation is unstable, or you rush to form a third-grade junk core, I will use everything I am to slowly compensate for it. Yong Shan rubbed his chin. So it can even change the quality of my golden core. Sounds pretty good. Meng Xiaohua's spirit, through the connection of the green energy, appeared before Yong Shan. At least my life's work amounts to something. Yong Shan nudged his empty corpse with his foot. So you're saying, you're completely dead now, right? Everything has been converted into the sword core? Meng Xiaohua's spirit smiled and said, that's right. You seem to hold a lot of animosity towards me. Want to use my corpse to vent your anger, don't you? It's a bit childish, but feel free. And so, Yong Shan unleashed all sorts of techniques on the corpse. Meng Xiaohua smiled with satisfaction. I believe you'll eventually control your emotions. After all, no matter how great the grudge, compared to the benefits I bring, it's nothing. The power of the divine sword, the strength that the limitless divine sword provides, and the authority of the sect master's heir. All these things require my existence. Yong Shan looked down and said, you're not going to suddenly try to possess me or something, are you? You're a tricky bastard. I have to ask. Meng Xiaohua replied softly, if I could, why would I have gone to such lengths to escape the fate of sword spirit? Besides, my current state. You can clearly sense it through the limitless sword. Yong Shan touched the limitless sword. Oh, so it has this function too. Looks like you're not lying. Yong Shan suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. Without this sword core, you have nowhere else to go, right? Meng Xiaohua beamed. Of course. I am a sword spirit. You have inherited the sword. Therefore, I belong to you. Yong Shan also smiled in reply. Then I can rest assured. Meng Xiao advised. In the days to come, let's live together. It'll be a lot of fun. After all, we're both people who live for ourselves. Yong Shan suddenly thrust his hand into his chest. A ferocious smile spread across his face. He forcefully ripped out the golden core in the center of his skin. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. This time, there's no escape for you. Looking at the blood-stained golden core floating before him, Xiaohua's soul was completely stunned. Yong Shan raised his longsword. He laughed grotesquely. Finally, I can treat you like this. Xiaohua's eyes widened. He stared as his golden core was shattered into pieces and completely vanished. In the Sword Trial Valley, everyone here was unconscious. He appeared, calling out to Yong Shan. Yong Shan, wake up. Your consciousness is about to dissipate. She suddenly saw Xiaohua's physical body turn into a wisp of green smoke. As for Yong Shan, he was enveloped by countless sparkling particles of light. He was horrified. His body is dissolving. He's about to disappear. The specks of light evaporated, rising into the sky. When he came to, she found herself back in a virtual space. I was thrown out. System notification. Immortal Lord slain. Mission complete. Received 300 skill points. Spirit plundering technique activated. In the dark space of the boundless sword, Yong Shan stood alone, speaking seriously. The divine weapon is mine. My life-sustaining points have increased. And I've activated a new skill. Plus, I killed the most despicable person. The feeling of emptiness after achieving a goal suddenly washed over him. De Huang jumped for joy. Awesome. There's no one here anyway. How about a victory dance? Suddenly, the boundless sword radiated spiritual energy. It made Yong Shan feel strange. The notification panel was distorted, as if it had glitched. Immortal Lord slain. Mission complete. Received 300 skill points. Spirit plundering technique activated. Yong Shan felt his body melting and being sucked away. Soon, Yong Shan completely dissolved into particles of spiritual energy. He was completely absorbed by the longsword. At the heavily damaged, boundless sect, a brilliant light shone. The serpentine Luo Lan. Her clothes were burned away by the flames. She asked with annoyance, the Taifa of Chongli, you are the current grandmaster of the demon sect? Di-chan leaned on his staff, smiling brightly. The demon sect's Di-chan pays his respects to the senior. Senior brother asked me to come and pay you a visit. Behind him was a giant fire dragon. And while I'm at it, to bring your head back. The fiery golden beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. It lunged towards Luo Lan. Luo Lan held out a slender finger. Sharp ice crystals formed. Annihilation. The corner of Nbiha's mouth curled up. Her pupils glowed with a brilliant golden light. Stop. The scene she saw now was Luo Lan and the fiery golden beast, frozen in ice, and stepped towards the frozen Luo Lan. Luo Lan glanced at her, speaking, Nbiha, do you really want to help this crazed demon sect destroy the world? Do you know the consequences? AI picked up an ice shard, replied with a smile. I'm leaving soon. What do your choices have to do with me? After all, I'm just fulfilling someone else's request. She gently squeezed. The ice shard shattered. Killing people is the right thing to do. Instantaneous memory. Luo Lan sneered. Fulfilling a request? So that's how it is. That vessel you used, how pitiful. AI cheerfully turned to leave. Used? Oh, please. Someone like you would never understand. She snapped her fingers. The spell was broken. The fiery golden beast continued its action. It lunged towards its prey. The entire tall tower that imprisoned Luo Lan was engulfed in a sea of fire. The disciples were stunned. They cried out in alarm. Lord Sect Master, the Sect Master has been ambushed. Dao Ping's expression became unprecedentedly grave. Di-chan also immediately became serious. This aura is... In the midst of the beast's sea of fire, a cold, green light shone. The boundless sword. Di-chan gritted his teeth and denied it. Impossible. You've been severely corrupted by an evil entity. How can you possibly wield the boundless sword? Unless... Yong Shan, holding the boundless sword, stepped out from the sea of fire. You've truly inherited the sword? Man shouted with joy. Young master, little look. The young master is still alive. and Biha stared at Yong Shan. Something's very wrong. How can he wield the boundless sword? This state. I'm afraid he's been controlled by a remnant will. Yong Shan's eyes were lifeless. There was not a trace of life in them. Man said, I see it. The aura on the young master is so terrifying. She said to Nbiha, Littlein, can you save him? I'm begging you. AI had no choice but to say, Man, think carefully. You can feel it yourself. You're almost at your limit. Man smiled as brightly as the sun. It's fine. I've already agreed. You can use me as you please. Nbiha said, You sigh. She then began to summon a rain of peach blossoms. Pink petals danced in the air. They swirled and gathered into a terrifying dark eye. Just a little peek. Should be fine. Yong Shan glanced over emotionlessly. A cold blade tore through the sea of peach blossoms. Drops of fresh, red liquid fell onto the petals. AI's eyes widened. She didn't have time to react to what had happened. Yong Shan coldly swung his sword at her. Young master. AI's vision went dark. She fell limply. She fell hard onto her own carpet of peach blossoms. The gathered prayers of a lifetime of order. One slash to sever all that is extraordinary. Yong Shan waved his hand. He flicked off the few drops of blood on the blade. The boundless divine sword. And Biha lay motionless in a pool of her own blood. I never thought you could control it. The serpentine Luo Lan was naked. Not a scrap of clothing on her. What? Corrupted by an evil entity. Sealed by the divine sword? Her snake tail gradually transformed into a pair of legs. Like the story of a mermaid. My strength has fallen to the heavenly venerate realm. Imprisoned in this tower for 100 years, unable to act. AI transformed back into her golden cicada form. It was all a lie. Hearing Nbiha call her name, Luo Lan. The beautiful and radiant Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan conjured a set of elegant and cold clothes for herself. The seal and the corruption were both brought by the boundless sword. I've transferred it to someone else. Naturally, I can recover. Nbiha didn't believe it, retorting fiercely, Transfer to someone else? What? Even the true essence used to wield the sword was provided by you. Yong Shan stood silently beside Luo Lan. You just found yourself an arm to wield a sword. Yen Wu was puzzled. Why is Yong Shan with the enemy's leader? This doesn't seem to be part of the plan. How about we retreat first? He turned his head. He saw Xing Ho's group running for their lives. Wait for me. Everyone run. The boss said, preserving our own lives is the highest form of loyalty to him. Luo Lan gently caught a peach blossom petal floating in the air. Your nascent soul has been shattered by the boundless sword. Perhaps only a remnant of your soul can hide in the flowing flower valley and live for about another 60 years. She glanced to the side. Di Chan and the fire dragon stood tall. Then there was the demon sect, and also Zuheo, who was commanding his troops, and the army of the fan court. Luo Lan held a book, reading this information. The Qingfeng Pavilion and the Fuyu Tower are also participating. She opened the scroll. She smiled as she read it. But the Blood Kill Small Tavern has made no move. It seems they want to hide in the back and pull the strings. Ronghua watched the burning tower from afar. The other immortal sects are just watching. Or rather, they want to see what happens next. She looked at the small particles of spiritual energy in her hand. If something really were to happen to me, the ones who would finally make a direct move would likely only be these few factions. Luo Lan raised her hand. A stream of blue spirit chi shot straight into the sky. Then this time, I'll just clean them all out in one go. The army gathered outside the city reported in. More than half of the regiments have arrived. The navy is also in position. The general gave the order. We're not waiting any longer. 3 shots per person. Spirit-breaking heavy arrows. The vanguard became focused. Activate the killing formation. Wait for the wolf soldiers' successful breakthrough. And then we will storm the infinite sect. The soldiers acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. A few drops of water fell onto the general's shoulder with a splat. Is it raining? A soldier pointed to the sky in a panic. Up there, look what's in the sky. The sky had turned into rolling waves. The sea is floating in the sky. The sky sea churned with towering waves. Boats struggled beneath the 100-meter-high crests. Zuhao subordinates thrashed about in the water. Help! Damn it! Why can't I swim? My lifeblood is being drained. Zuhao was submerged by the seawater. Silent annihilation mystic water. It drains all the lifeblood and true essence from anything it touches. This, to think she can summon an entire sea of it. The town's residents looked up at the sky. Can you control every drop of rain as if it were your own arm? Is it raining? Zhu Hao watched the storm. His protective barrier began to crack. So this is an immortal. In the brief moment of contact with the seawater, Zhu Hao's spiritual treasure vanished without a trace. Your Majesty, this path is truly a difficult one. In midair, a giant golden lotus bloomed, attempting to push back against the seawater. Yu Qin stood in the center of the pistol. He looked up at the sky. As expected, I can't win. While he was distracted, Yong Shan rushed forward and thrust with his sword. As Yu Qin hastily healed his wound, he gritted his teeth and said, "It seems I'll have to wait for the next opportunity." Luo Long glanced at him with an emotionless expression. There won't be a next time. Yong Shan expressionlessly raised his sword again. Infinite sword. He mercilessly sliced Yu Qin in half. In a safe location, a waterfall roared. Yu Qin had just teleported back. His left shoulder was still gushing blood. His subordinates ran over, asking with concern, "Lord Juzi, are you all right?" Yu Qin pressed down hard on his shoulder to stop the bleeding. He winced in pain. Asterisk cough, cough star. Damn it. This was a heavy loss. Seeing his subordinates begin to wail, he roared, "Shut up. I'm not dead yet." As Ling Lan healed him, Yu Qin asked, "That kid who tried to steal the sword earlier. What was his name? Qing Wan?" Lang Hao scratched his head. "I think it was Wang Xiaoming." Ling Lan snapped, "It's Yong Shan. You can't even remember his name? Just eat your food." He recalled his fight with Yong Shan. Yong Shan, huh? Yu Qin smiled with interest. Impressive swordsmanship. Yangjo City. The sky was clear blue, without a single cloud. The rain has stopped. The courtesans of the brothel chatted happily. It seems like there was thunder and lightning over at the Infinite Immortal Sect. All the customers ran off to watch the excitement. The Immortal Sect is commanding the wind and rain. Let's go watch too. Madame Xia held her pipe. All of you, stay right where you are. Just focus on living your own lives. What do the affairs of the Immortal Sects have to do with you? The courtesans smiled with admiration. Immortals? I'm so jealous of Sister Man. From here, the Infinite Sword Sect seemed like a distant dream. She and young Master Yang must be having a wonderful life at the Immortal Sect, right? Inside the sect, disciples carried corpses while talking amongst themselves. Another one of our fellow disciples has fallen. Our Infinite Sect has faced so many disasters lately. I heard something happened at the Sword Testing Valley, too. They discussed animatedly. Thankfully, the sect master has come out of seclusion. She even appointed a young sect master who can wield the infinite sword. I heard this young sect master killed the demon sect's Juzi and an ancient demonic beast with a single strike. He's that amazing, a true hero. The elders reported in. Reporting to the young sect master, the disciples of the Enforcement Hall have entered the Inheritance Valley. The inheritance has been sealed off. However, no traces of anyone were found. The investigation is still ongoing. Elder Lai Qing has also led a group to search the heretical temples outside the city, to sweep for any remaining soldiers. We will definitely hunt them all down and kill them. Celestial Lord Ling Heir of Flowing Flower Valley was severely injured and escaped using the 100-mile Flying Flower Mirror. Flowing Flower Valley's teleportation arts can cross the world in a single step. We are temporarily unable to pursue them. The Yangjo prefect, Zheng Yong, committed suicide before the mountain gate. Next to him was evidence of him mobilizing the army without authorization. Qin Shuo was cut off mid-report. That's enough. Yong Shan, dressed in new robes, sat with a dignified air. He gave a cold command. These trivial, petty matters, handle them as you see fit. My path to immortality is limitless. My heart holds only the great Tao of cultivation. After speaking, he turned and left. The sect master told you all to assist me in cultivating the infinite sex techniques. Don't waste my time. Qin Shuo was so angry he pointed at him and cursed. Damn it, what kind of attitude is that from this bastard? Isn't it just because he inherited the infinite sword? What's he acting so high and mighty for? Qing Hai tried to calm him down. Well, he is the young sect master, personally appointed by the sect master, and he just performed a great service. His reputation is soaring right now. So what if he killed the demon sex Juzi? Give me the infinite sword. And I could do it too. Yangjo also chimed in. This Yong Shan was clearly dead before. Now he suddenly reappeared, wielding the infinite sword. And his personality is completely different from before. No matter how you look at it, it's suspicious. Qin Shuo said with frustration. I really don't know what the sect master is thinking. Besides, he's a tainted soul who has severed his past. There's no way he'll be loyal to the infinite sect. Dao Ping, however, maintained his expressionless face. The sect master has her own reasons for these matters. It's not for us to worry about. If none of you wish to help Yong Shan with his cultivation, then I shall do it. Dao Ping's indifferent attitude only made Qin Shuo angrier. Every single one of them has that same damn attitude. Inside the quiet scripture pavilion, Dao Ping walked in slowly. He placed a hand on the cold Duanfeng sword, speaking slowly, to grasp how to use the infinite sword so quickly and isolate the inside from the outside. The young sect master is truly a peerless talent. Yong Shan looked at him coldly. Old man, stop the act. According to your intel, I've already obtained the sword. Dao Ping frowned slightly. What state are you in right now? That soul-protecting ability you mentioned before. Did it work? De Huang recounted the events. The infinite sword is more terrifying than I imagined. My soul was pushed out of the body by it. An unknown true essence then flooded my sea of consciousness, creating a new, empty soul. But my failsafe also activated, preventing my soul from dissipating. That new soul is like an idiot. I hacked it directly. Now I can use it to indirectly control the body. Yong Shan recalled the process of controlling the body. It's a little sluggish, but it doesn't affect much. He thought smugly. Plus, because my soul was pushed out of the body, the Dao corruption analysis has paused. I don't have to worry about my points running out, and I no longer need to rely on the illusion art to maintain a human form. Dao Ping saw the key point. So you're saying you've been in control of yourself this whole time? Yong Shan flailed his arms around like a madman. That's right. But occasionally, a command comes through from that dragon soul. It might be from the sect master. If I resist, too, obviously, I'll be discovered. Dao Ping listened coldly. In short, although there were some minor issues, the infinite sword is in our hands as planned. You even managed to become the young sect master directly. Yong Shan placed his hand on the infinite sword. Next, we proceed, as we discussed. I'll do something for you, and you will help me take the sect master seat. Now that I have the status and have performed a great service, didn't that make your mission a whole lot easier? Dao Ping asked. Do you know why I didn't just cooperate with Meng Xiaohua directly? He had the limitless sword for over a decade. Whether it's his strength, cultivation techniques, or his preparations to guard against soul cleansing, he was far superior to you. Yong Shan gave a ridiculous answer. Because I'm handsome? Dao Ping stood up and said. Because he only lives to become an immortal. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. He has no heart, no love, and is even more inhumane. I can't trust him. Yong Shan, to hide his identity, he achieved great merit. And for the position of young sect master, he personally killed Lu Man. Ruthless and decisive, intelligent and discerning. You are indeed someone I can conspire with. The old man finally drew his treasured sword. But the current you, I don't trust either. Flowing Flower Valley. Flowers bloomed like brocade. Spirit Lord Ling Air is awake. Ling Li, with half her head wrapped in bandages, asked as soon as she woke up, Your Holiness. How is her holiness? The rainbow-haired girls said cheerfully she's fine. Her primordial spirit was only slightly damaged. She'll recover after some rest. It looks scary, but it's actually not serious. Ling Air, wrapped up like a mummy, said emotionlessly, That's good to hear. The brown-haired girl suddenly remembered something. But something strange happened. She recounted the scene of seeing the wreath. There was a soul that was clearly swallowed by Her Holiness's primordial spirit into a rift, but ended up being cut out by something. What is this? The disciple stood before a pool of black mud. A disciple thought it was a seed and planted it in the ground. The seedling bloomed and transformed into the shape of the butterfly Man. I can't believe it actually sprouted. The sealed land, a place shrouded in darkness and restrictions. Angie rubbed his neck and shoulders while complaining. Everyone from the limitless sect is finally gone. It took them so long to repair one seal. So inefficient. He poked a talisman-covered rock with a stick. It's been dragged on for so long. I could finally get to work. From the crack in the rock, a gloomy, demonic aura seeped out. This should count as force majeure, right? I hope the boss doesn't dock my pay. Suddenly, a hand covered in gangster tattoos reached out and grabbed Angie by the neck. The hand tried to snap his bones, but Angie's neck was too tough. It wouldn't break. The tattooed man opened his eyes, staring intently at the cultivator. No, it's a cultivator. He lifted Angie by the neck like a chicken, ready to slit his throat. Commendable courage. Angie coughed up blood, but still smiled and held up the item. Cough, cough. Your package. Please sign for it. The tattooed man stared at him for a long time. Finally, he tossed him aside like a piece of trash. The tattooed man bared his sharp teeth, cackling. I've come to destroy you, Limitless. He still clearly remembered the figure of the bright moon from years ago that had trapped him. The figure of Luolan. A loud shout echoed through the Limitless sect. What? I was just a few days later than you all. Li Hong pointed and questioned. How could so much have happened? The sect master has come out of seclusion, and the Limitless sword has acknowledged a master. And it's that Yong Shan fellow. The person he was pointing at was Yong Shan, sitting on a stone bench, even putting aside all his suspicious points. He's just a servant. He's not even considered a disciple of our sect. On what grounds is he the young sect master? Dao Ping reminded him. This was personally appointed by the sect master. Yong Shan possesses the Limitless sword. His succession to the position of sect master is in accordance with our sect's rules. It is both reasonable and proper. If anyone else dares to speak ill of the young sect master, Dao Ping's face darkened. Then don't blame me for enforcing the sect's rules and setting an example. Qin Suo shouted. I'm still here. Do you need to be the one to enforce them? Li Hong asked everyone. Why didn't you all try to persuade Old Wei? As long as Old Wei agrees, we, along with the 6 elders, can persuade her to depose that brat Yong Shan. Qing Hai had no choice but to advise, all right. What's so bad about Yong Shan anyway? Qin Suo said while pulling him along. We did. We took turns trying to persuade him all day. Li Hong asked, stunned. And what was the result? Lai Chung rubbed his bald head, replying helplessly, useless. Wei Daoping quietly came up behind Yong Shan and said, Now that Li Hong has no objections, you can consider this hurdle passed. Your identity as the young sect master now has no legal obstacles. De Huang cursed silently in his heart. Thanks, soul man. Oomph. I didn't realize you had such a high status. Otherwise, I would have had to waste some more time dealing with them. Dao Ping said coldly. Oomph. The 6th Sect Sea Patrol is about to begin. The disciples of the Flowing Flower Valley will also be there this time. Are you lying? I'll know as soon as I ask. Yang Shan said with a straight face. You old geezer, you talk too much. Yang Shan, will lie to you later. That's right. Help me retrieve Man-Man's soul crystal. He remembered Man-Man. If it weren't for the urgency, why would he have struck out with that sword? Man-Man's entire being seemed to have been swallowed by the monster. The image of the adorable and lovely Man-Man appeared in his mind. Yang Shan tore at his hair in frustration. That silly girl is such a handful. Now, I have to help her regenerate her physical body. I wonder if I can buy one from that cat by spending money. Dao Ping looked at Yang Shan, who was frantically tearing at his hair, and thought to himself, seeing the true form of the spirit field across time and space. Could this be an ability gained after inheriting the Limitless sword? He spoke up and asked, What are you writing? Yang Shan replied, Your management of the Limitless sect is too poor. I have to replan it, so that everyone can enjoy the blessings. A KPI management system for the sect. De Huang let out a nasty little chuckle. It's all mine sooner or later anyway. I have to manage it well. Dao Ping was speechless. Finally, he let out a cold, harsh remark. If you want to become the sect master, and you can't pass this trial, you won't live past the first 3 months. Yang Shan looked at him with a deadpan expression, signaling that he understood. He remembered Luo Lan. It was she who threw the sword to me and ordered me to cultivate properly so that I could justifiably come into contact with all the cultivation techniques, and even made me the young sect master. De Huang was annoyed. How could there not be a problem? Dao Ping placed a scroll of documents on the table. But no matter what she wants to do, during the upcoming 6th Sect Sea Patrol, a gathering of all the sects. She will avoid it. Yong Shan looked at the portrait of Luo Lan, calculating his plan. So, this is also our last chance. He drew a line across the beautiful girl's neck. And let me plan this out properly. Yong Shan was waiting for the right moment. How? At a time when all the immortal sects of the world are gathered. On his emotionless face, a flash of ruthless killing intent appeared. To kill that woman who is strong enough to destroy heaven and earth, and become the sect master myself. Since ancient times, the seas have been the domain of evil spirits, thanks to the founding patriarch of the Limitless sect, who united with heroes from all over the world. A single sword strike cut through 10,000 miles of raging waves, and pushed the evil spirits far out to sea. At the same time, he established the Penglai residence overseas, and stationed cultivators to guard it for generations. This is how the Jiangnan paradise, known as the breadbasket of the world, came to be, and the Nanhai shipping route that connects the nations. Every few decades, the 6 great immortal sects will send their elite disciples out to sea, including the Flowing Flower Valley, the Qingcheng Sword Sect, the 13 Gates of Ru, the Wenxin Pavilion, the Pingjiao Immortal Society, and the Limitless Sect. All the sects gather to slay evil spirits, reinforce the defensive lines, and share the pressure for the shipping route in Penglai. This great assembly of immortal sects, which concerns the safety of the world, is the 6 Sects Sea Patrol, on the plaza of the Limitless Sect. Everyone was listening to the speech. The 6 Sects Sea Patrol is also a grand event for the 6 great sects to interact, and for the disciples to gain experience. Each and every one of them was brimming with enthusiasm, to encourage the disciples to fight bravely. Everything obtained during the Sea Patrol can be exchanged for rewards provided by the various sects. Dao Ping announced solemnly, and your performance in slaying evil demons will also determine the distribution of immortal stipends for the South Sea shipping route in the future. He raised his hand and said loudly, "You must give it your all." All the disciples shouted in unison, "As you command." Luo Lan said with a gentle smile, "Elder Wei, you don't need to be so serious. The Sea Patrol is ultimately to eliminate evil demons. The exchange between the immortal sects is secondary. Everyone just needs to do their best." Dao Ping replied respectfully, "Yes." The beautiful Luo Lan appeared before everyone. Recently, our boundless sect has been plagued by great disasters. Many disciples with boundless futures have unfortunately perished. Yong Shan's face was expressionless. As one of the representatives, he followed closely. Behind him were Shi Fan and Liang Ming. But where there's a will, there's a way. There are also young disciples like Yong Shan, Li Li, Zhang Shi Fan, Liang Ming, and Xiao Qian, and Wu Buer, who have condensed their golden course and advanced to the immortal Lord realm. For this Sea Patrol, the disciples will be led by the 6 of you. Your mission is to work with the young disciples of the other sects to deal with the evil demons occupying the islands. After you're done, gather at Penglai Manor and join the frontline combat team. You will be rewarded based on your achievements. The other elders and I will go with the main forces of the other sects to hunt down the sea demon army that you cannot handle. Lai Chen gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, you just need to deal with the small fries and get a little experience. Yangjo also said, the main force for the island patrol is still the immortal lords of the various sections. Luo Lan turned her head to look at Yong Shan, saying with a smile, Yong Shan, you are the young sect master. You must ensure everyone's safety. If there are any problems, you must call for help from the elders in time. Yong Shan placed his hand on his chest and said seriously, the disciples of the Boundless sect are my, Yong Shan's, blood brothers. The safety of my brothers is my, Yong Shan's, top priority. Even if I have to risk my own life, I will absolutely not fail to live up to the sect master's expectations. The elders couldn't help but praise him. Under the radiance of this young man, truly, the younger generation is to be feared. His future is limitless. Now I believe he is still the same Yong Shan as before. Deep in his heart, the great Emperor Yong Shan stroked his chin, thinking, all the details have been arranged. The reinforcements are also going with the other sections. He looked at Luo Lan, who was instructing the disciples. Could it be that, as Old Wei said, this woman, no matter how you look at her, seems like a villainous and cruel sect master. Yet she's out slaying demons and monsters and protecting a peaceful life. This villainous role is not up to standard. Luo Lan smiled as brightly as a flower. You must cooperate well with Yong Shan. As long as the fellow disciples are of one mind, there is nothing to be afraid of. Shifan and the others replied excitedly. Yong Shan thought to himself, but according to custom, no matter how well-arranged things are, a large-scale operation like this is bound to have some accidents in the end. It's impossible for it to be completed smoothly. He imagined a few scenarios he had thought of. For example, an inside agent causing trouble and sabotage, the various sects taking revenge on each other, or the appearance of a monster far beyond the ordinary. Yong Shan thought grimly on this point. I can be sure, because he could imagine his own ruthless appearance when being controlled. All these bad things. I'll do them all this time. At Qian village, an angry voice shouted, "You animal! You have the face to come back." The village chief scolded angrily. I told you to get the spirit stone. Where is the spirit stone? Xingho tried to explain. This can't be blamed on me. Who knew that Yangshan guy would be so dishonorable? He suddenly counterattacked. No matter how strong I am, I can't withstand the siege of an entire immortal sect. Yan Wu's expression was serious. But I feel like there was something wrong with Yangshan when he appeared at the end. The breath of the ancestral spirit on him. Why did it suddenly disappear? The village chief paced back and forth anxiously. So what do we do now? The Sixth Sect Sea Patrol is about to begin. Without a spirit stone for the ceremony, the matter will no longer be hidden. By then, all of us. Suddenly, a white-haired elven girl chimed in, asking, "Excuse me, are you having some trouble?" The village chief and the others looked at the little girl in a daze. The white-haired elven girl placed her hand on her chest. She said with an enthusiastic smile, "If you're in trouble, please leave it to me." Then, a frail, green-haired young man appeared, reminding her, "Holy Lord, you're meddling in the affairs of mortals again." The Holy Lord puffed out her cheeks, saying in dissatisfaction, "Ow, is this meddling? Our 23 Gates founding ancestor, the Holy Lord of the Voidling, once said, life is not divided into high and low, regardless of immortal or mortal." The little girl smiled as brightly as a sunflower. "I cultivate immortality, to wield my sword for all living beings." Night at the Boundless Sect. Two patrolling disciples were chatting as they walked. It's so late. The young sect master is still handling official business with Elder Wei. The sect master really didn't choose the wrong person. He's really been working hard for the sect these past few days. In the spacious room, Dao Ping said, "The Boundless Sect's territory is vast. Besides the main sect's inner sect, there are also 4 outer sects and the guards of Penglai Manor." Yang Shan said, "It seems if I want to kill the sect master and usurp the throne, these can all be obstacles. We must make good use of this sea patrol. The Sixth Sect Sea Patrol. On the surface, it's like eliminating the demon race of the northern wilderness. It's a defensive attack. The purpose is a large-scale hunt of sea demons, to expand the safety zone and reduce conflict. The attack mission is usually completed mainly by experts at the Immortal Lord level and above. I speculate that the battlefront could have several possibilities. We need to build a response plan." The great emperor sneered in his heart. "What a detailed map. You came prepared." Yang Shan pushed a chess piece forward. The mission of the leaders of the Immortal Master Disciples is to work with the majority of the rear echelon personnel, to deal with the evil demons that are already in the defense zone. Luo Lan was a small, exquisite chess piece. As for the sect master, she will definitely be guarding Penglai Manor and coordinating the battles everywhere. Yang Shan said in a low voice, "So, I just need to continuously cause a commotion in the rear to attract the frontline experts to return for reinforcements. And the gap that appears will require the sect master to personally go and fill it. This way, we can use the evil entities to wear her down." The great emperor pouted in his heart. When the sect master's power is exhausted, and the manpower around her is all dispatched, we will have a chance for her to meet an unfortunate end and die in the battle with the evil entities. What a magnificent epic. Dao Ping frowned tightly. That's right. Once your actions are discovered, you can also shift the blame to the sect master. If you lead it well, you can even attract the experts of the other immortal sects to besiege Luo Lan. Yong Shan expressionlessly picked up Luo Lan's chess piece and admired it, continuously seeking death, attracting the various factions to besiege the boundless sect, forcing the sect master to act. This method, Dao Ping felt it was a little strange. He asked, "Is there a problem?" Yong Shan placed Luo Lan's chess piece back on the board. No problem. He thought to himself. Then the evil entities from before, 8 or 9 times out of 10, were also... The great emperor was contemptuous in his heart, betraying your teammates, and even wanting to frame others. Your heart is too wicked to even think of such a devilish scheme. Dao Ping frowned and said bluntly, "My mistake. If we were to fight again, we wouldn't want to be open and above board." Outside the boundless sect, the common people poured out onto the streets to welcome them. Look, it's the immortals. A magnificent immortal boat floated leisurely on the river. Everyone cheered. I heard they're going out to sea to slay demons. There's so many people flying in the sky too. So many immortals. It's thanks to the immortals' protection that the world is as peaceful as it is now. Dao Ping read out on behalf of the others. Evil demons are rampant. The people are suffering, according to the Immortal Mortal Pact. Today, under the order of the 6 great immortal sects, we immortals will go out and speak the incantation together. All immortals gather, upholding justice for the heavens. The Dharma vessel soared through the air. The 6 great sects patrol the seas, exterminating demons and devils. Standing on the vessel, Yong Shan thought to himself, since when did the Infinite Sect have such a magnificent flying ship? He flipped his middle finger at the damn vessel. Last time I went on a training expedition, all I got was a shabby little boat. Bringing this out now? Are they just trying to show off for the other sects? So vain. Luo Lan's illusion appeared. Yong Shan. Yong Shan bowed respectfully. Your disciple is present, Luo Lan said with a smile. This time, the disciples from all sects will be mixed and organized into 6 teams, each heading to their designated zones. She commanded, even though your team members are from different sects, you must act as one. You are the young sect master. You must manage your fellow disciples well. Luo Lan's smile was brighter than a flower. And be mindful of your etiquette in front of the other sections. Yong Shan replied with a stoic expression. This disciple will give his all, and I shall not shy away from death. Disciples in the distance watched Yong Shan, their voices filled with praise. That's our senior brother Yang, all right. Gao Dingba also chimed in with a smile. He inherited the divine sword and became a young sect master. Ling Xiao praised him. So impressive. When I heard the news, I thought I must have been asleep for a very long time. I heard the only reason we woke up is because he defeated that traitor. Sister Yu's voice was filled with worry. But I can't believe Lady Man was controlled by an evil spirit and tried to assassinate the sect master. And senior brother Yang had to. Lu Qian was also troubled. Senior brother Yang had no choice. After all, she turned to her side, seeking comfort and agreement. Right? It had to be that way, didn't it, Kulabai? His expression was weary. He remained silent. The magnificent vessel flew above 3 rickety boats. Chichiga leaned over the railing excitedly, looking down. Whoa, it's the ocean. Look, it's the real ocean. Bai-in reminded her. Quiet down, Chichiga. We're here to exorcise demons. Chichiga pouted. But none of us have ever seen the ocean before. Senior brother is so mean. Bai-in clenched his fist in anger. What did you say? Chichiga yelped in fear, covering her head. I'm sorry. He was a celestial lord of the Qing Chang sword sect, Bai-in. Shi Yuediao approached the 2 of them. It's all right. We're still in the area closest to the mainland. The demons here won't be too powerful. Besides the 2 boats, other cultivators were also traveling by land. Even if a problem does arise, our Wentian Pavilion's heavenly secret arts will give us a warning beforehand. She was a celestial lord of the Wentian Pavilion, Shi Yuediao. She smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be so tense. Yong Shan observed the 3 from behind. Besides me, this team has 2 other celestial lords. Looks like if I want to do anything, I'll have to deal with these 2 first. De Huang was already scheming. Although controlling the body remotely doesn't really hinder my actions, and the facial paralysis problem is offset by my stunning good looks. After all, a handsome guy looks good no matter what he does. De Huang thought with a scowl. But after being kicked out of my body, The Tao analysis was forcibly interrupted. I can't even enter my mindscape to talk to ETI, and if I push the infinite sword too much, I'm afraid Luo Lan will notice. Yong Shan finally decided, facing masters of the same level with unknown backgrounds. I feel like I'm running low on trump cards. Looks like I need to come up with a plan first. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Yong Shan's pupils to shrink. So you're the new young sect master of the infinite sect, Yong Shan? Shi Yuediao asked with a smile. I heard you killed Meng Xiao Hua during the sword inheritance ceremony. Murmurs broke out. Are those people from another immortal sect? They know senior brother Yang? I think they're from the Wintian Pavilion and the Qingchang sword sect. Over here, a disciple recalled with fear. I've heard before that there's always been a secret rivalry among the 6 great immortal sections, with senior brother Yang suddenly becoming the young sect master. Someone is bound to use this sea patrol as a chance to target him. Zheng Jiao sighed. How terrifying. So, it's this complicated between the great immortal sects. Sister Yu asked timidly. So, should we go help him? Lu Qian was conflicted. But if we do that, will it make senior brother Yang angry? Before her voice faded, someone had already stepped forward resolutely. We'll use the skills senior brother Yang taught us. No matter what, he's our senior brother. We can't let him lose face. The scene returns to Shi Yuediao. He responded with a cold expression. That's right. I am Yong Shan. But in his mind, he thought, who the hell are these two? Shi Yuediao stared at him intently. I heard you were a failure in this year's Ascension tournament, and yet you still managed to become the young sect master. It seems the infinite sect is truly on its last legs. Baiyin said contemptuously, Oomph. I thought Meng Xiao Hua was a talent whose strength was second to none, even rivaling my own. Turns out he was all talk and no substance. Yang Shan screamed internally. What the hell? They're mocking me right off the bat? With a talent for trash talk like that? Why are you guys even cultivators? So this is what they mean by the tallest tree catches the most wind. But I don't have time to waste on them. The best thing to do here is to calmly display my power, to avoid any future trouble. But the celestial lords leading the teams are all young powerhouses from their respective sects. I don't have many trump cards right now, and the situation is unclear. Making a move might not achieve the desired effect. Seeing Yong Shan remain silent for a long time, Baiyin asked, the infinite divine sword. Did you really manage to take it? He didn't answer. He was still calculating. First, I'll try to suppress them with my aura. Let's see. Change attitude. Set body posture. Adjust facial muscles. Domineering gaze. Control the infinite sword's true essence and let it radiate outwards. Yong Shan asked in a low voice. It was merely an item, returning to its rightful owner. His entire body radiated a powerful presence. The other two struggled to stand their ground, resisting this flow of true essence. Such terrifying true essence. It's like the ocean itself. So this is the power of the infinite sword? Yong Shan chuckled smugly to himself. This true essence comes from the final boss. That sect master of yours. Go on, be amazed and admire my awesome power. From the looks of them, they've been completely suppressed by me. I can finally get down to business. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He asked, confused, what's going on? Shi Yuediao hesitantly pointed a finger. Pardon me, but those people behind you, are they from the infinite sect? Yong Shan turned his head in confusion. It turned out his disciples were striking a group pose. Young sect master, is there anything we can help you with? Yong Shan was speechless. His facial muscles froze. Internally, he was screaming. The powerful aura I worked so hard to build. Shi Yuediao mocked him. Seeing your grim expression, I thought you were some kind of tough monster to deal with. Baiyin covered his mouth and giggled. But now it seems you're quite popular within your sect, aren't you? Suddenly, Chi-Chiga appeared out of nowhere, pressing her sword against Kulabai's neck. When our senior brother is speaking, you people are not to interfere. He was shocked. Since when? Goei Jinyang quickly subdued 2 infinite sect disciples. People of the infinite sect. Don't move a muscle. Yong Shan narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. A celestial adept. So fast. So this is a great immortal sect. Damn it. If I don't step in to save them, the authority I just established will vanish into thin air. But if I make a move, I risk exposing my own weakness. I'm in checkmate. No choice. I have to go. Before his sword was even out of its sheath, the situation took an abrupt turn. Kulabai's entire body began to glow. Soul-splitting blood. He threw Chi-Chiga off of him. Get the hell off me. Chao Dingbo planned to use the earth as shield art. Shield. He dodged the fatal blow. Then he held his dagger to Jin Yang's throat. You want me to stop? The Zheng brothers attacked in unison. Upper Kin Travel Art Star Step. Gue Jinyang was sent flying. He barely managed to regain his balance. Just then, Chi-Chiga also flew over. The little girl stuck out her tongue sheepishly and said, Hee, sorry. I got thrown out. Yong Shan had a serious expression. Stop. This is the 6-sex martial competition. Our guests have come from afar. You must not be rude. The disciples of the Limitless sect said sheepishly in low voices. Sorry, young sect master. We'll be more careful next time. Yong Shan was already laughing to himself. All right, these idiots really know how to give me face. Also, call me Brother Yong. Don't waste any more time. We're almost there. Get ready. Everyone replied in unison. Yes, Brother Yong. K. Wei Diao and Bai Yin looked at each other. The Limitless sect this time is indeed quite interesting. A vast expanse of water. This is the area we're in charge of. Ji Yu's eyes widened as she looked around. It's all sea and islands. So that's why Elder Wei told us to bring seafaring equipment. Zheng Jiao also looked around. This feels just like when we were on our training expedition. Peng Jingwu made a boxing motion. Of course. The Sea Patrol is our Limitless sect's home turf. Compared to the other immortal sects, we have a natural advantage. Wu Dali glared at him with a dark face. Wait a minute. What's with this outfit of yours? Peng Jingwu struck a standard model pose. Clothing is merely an external object, as long as it's convenient for combat. One shouldn't be overly concerned with formalities. I, Jiao, am a gentleman. Why would I care about external objects? Kelabai, Chi-Chiga said with a giggle. I've never been to sea before. I'm sure I'll get lost. Please take good care of me, brother. Kelabai replied naively. I heard the Qingchang sword sect is located on the border of the northern wilderness. It seems the environment is indeed different from here. Lu Qian peeked out from behind. She clasped Kelabai's hand, declaring her ownership. In that case, you all just need to be responsible for handling things on the island. Leave the underwater matters to us. Chi-Chiga asked innocently. Are we already splitting into teams? Then what do we do if a fight breaks out? A hooded youth interjected with a cold laugh. Splitting up right at the start? That's some guts you have. Gao Dingba glared at the youth. What did you say? Isn't our mission to slay demons? Chi-Chiga chimed in. That's not wrong. The little girl voiced her thoughts without any calculation. But you people from the Limitless sect are so weak. Will you really be okay? One sentence, and the Limitless sect group instantly turned into a gang of thugs. What did you say? Chi-Chiga ignored their anger. Instead, she noticed 3 beams of light. Your senior brother and young sect master have departed. Next, a group of robed immortals went ahead. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Chi-Chiga skipped away happily. She even waved goodbye. Well then, good luck to you all. You have protective talismans on you anyway. No matter how weak you are, you won't lose your life. The attitude of Chi-Chiga and her companions made Gao Dingba and the others so angry their faces turned into the faces of giants. These people are so arrogant. Watch us wipe out all the demonic beasts here in one go. Ji looked around. Wait a minute. Has anyone seen Peng Jingwu? They looked at a hole in the ground. He was just here a moment ago. 3 beams of light landed simultaneously in a dark forest. Yong Shan spoke with a deadpan expression. You two aren't looking after your own disciples. What do you mean by sticking so close to me? De Huang was fuming inwardly. We've already arrived, and you're still sticking this close? Are you trying to stop me from doing bad things? Yuan Diao retorted aggressively. You have the nerve to ask me? What are you doing running around for no reason? We are the spirit lords leading the team. Of course we have to coordinate our actions. Baiyin also said with annoyance. The tainted demonic beasts are far stronger than their level suggests. Some even have intelligence. They are extremely cunning. Even spirit lords must treat them with caution. You people from the Limitless sect grew up in a comfortable environment. You've never encountered tainted beings. That's why you're so careless. De Huang thought to himself. Demonic beasts enhanced by tainted beings. Come to think of it, that does seem to be the case. Yuan Diao and Bai Yin spoke one after the other. If someone gets into a tough spot, We need to provide timely support. Otherwise, their protective talismans will be activated, summoning the frontline spirit lords back for support and affecting the progress of the main forces patrol. De Huang's jaw dropped. What? There's such a good thing? He could imagine the scene. In that case, I don't even need to sabotage them myself. I just need to take out the spirit lords leading the small teams, and then wait for the tainted demonic beasts to attack the sect disciples, and my plan will be complete. Yong Shan looked at the two of them. So I still have to deal with these two first. Bai Yin pressed him. Are you even listening to me? Yuan Jiao urged, let's go. Don't act on your own again. Yong Shan said with a deadpan expression. It's just a bunch of measly demonic beasts. As long as we kill them all, there won't be any more danger. Yuan Jiao frowned. You want to strike first? All the demonic beasts in this hunting ground can threaten a spirit lord. This? Yong Shan walked past them with a deadpan expression. If you can't do it, then don't get in my way. Bai Yin smirked. The limitless sect, huh? Your plan sounds interesting. Yuan Jiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. All right, that seems like one way to do it. She pointed to the sky. An astrology formation appeared. Feng Yao divination. Heavenly guidance, spirit sense. She said, let me see. The place with the strongest demonic chi nearby is... Bai Yin agreed. Once you use your divination art to lock onto the target, we'll surround and kill it together. De Huang grinned smugly in the shadows. I'll just wait for you to fight the demonic beast, and then I'll launch a sneak attack and wipe you all out. Several streams of strange, red aura spread out. Yu Jiao was surprised. How is the demonic chi here so strong? Could it be a fourth-grade demonic beast? She walked towards the fissure, emitting the demonic chi. Wait a minute. This location is... A green thing shot out from the fissure, attacking you. She screamed. Everyone, be careful. She managed to jump up, dodging the writhing thing below. Bai Yin immediately drew his sword and took action. I'm here to help you. He unleashed a beautiful arc of sword light. Horizontal sword slices the mountain, but a huge explosion sent Bai Yin flying. He fell to the ground. His sword flew out and stuck in the ground. Damn it, this power is a seductive tree demon. It's a 5th-grade tainted demon. The charming demoness said, I didn't expect a member of a noble sect to dare to barge into my territory. She stared intently at Yong Shan, who was standing there as if in a daze on the other side. De Huang was terrified inwardly. What the hell? Tainted demonic beasts are this strong? On the beach, countless blood-stained vines sprouted. Blood splattered everywhere. The wet sand exploded everywhere. Lu Qian's hands were covered in blood. She wondered wearily, how did it come to this? Wu Buer's mouth was full of blood. Damn it, a few minutes ago, Kelabai and Gao Dingba were sitting in a pit, casually eating and drinking. The fruit of these ambushing demonic beasts on the beach is delicious. Zheng Jiao and Ji Yu were even in the mood to cook. The meat of the fish that ambushed us underwater is also delicious. Peng Jingwu was holding up an unconscious small tree monster. Is this the demonic beast we need to clean up? It's too weak. Chi Chiga suddenly appeared. She used a cloud slicing technique on Wu Buer, who was eating fruit. Hi, I'm here to help. Wu Buer was hit for no reason. He angrily used the reverse space saber art to counterattack Chi Chiga. He swung his sword furiously. This strike of yours was clearly aimed at me. Chi Chiga then noticed that the surrounding monsters had been unconscious for a long time. Are you guys done fighting? The little girl even naively revealed her plan. I was even planning to sneak attack you while you were fighting the demonic beasts. Gao Dingba and Peng Jingwu couldn't take it anymore. They beat the little girl up. You've already revealed the whole plan. Do you think you can escape? Could it be that you want to support the demons and betray the immortal sex? Chi Chiga had an innocent expression. What are you talking about? Didn't you guys want to split into teams in the first place? The green-haired youth suddenly appeared. He threw a punch at Gao Dingba's people in the 6th Sex Sea Patrol. This is the signal that the cooperation has ended. The pain began. They fought all the way to the outside. This is a declaration of war. Swords and sabers have no eyes. Who knows how many innocent trees were cut down? Bai Yin carried a large saber on his shoulder. He mumbled to himself, don't blame me. I was also forced by that powerful demonic beast. But in his heart, he thought, we clearly agreed to deal with the boundless sect together. Yet you took the opportunity to sneak attack me. This bird demon's heart is truly vicious. The beautiful older sister, you, struck a pose, saying with a smile, "You've let us kill each other again. This demonic beast is truly evil." She thought to herself, "I was originally planning to take the opportunity to kill both of them. It's a pity I acted too hastily. I miscalculated." Yong Shan executed the boundless sword technique. He said with a blank expression, "No need to feel guilty. All sins are caused by the evil demon." Inwardly, he cursed, "These two are playing the pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger trick on me again." As he spoke, the three of them suddenly turned their heads to look at the tree demon. "What do you think? We're not wrong to do this, are we?" The tree demon was so scared its soul almost flew out of its body. It was too late for regrets. Sobi. In the end, due to extreme fear, it foamed at the mouth and fainted. Looking at the unconscious tree demon, Yuan Yao commented, "It fainted from fear." Bain put his hands on his hips and said, "So useless." Yong Shan had a blank expression. He declared in a grand manner, "I never thought that the three of us, working together, could defeat such a powerful enemy. It was not easy." Yuan Yao and Bain forced a smile. That's right. It's all thanks to our teamwork." Yong Shan looked at them coldly. He suggested in a flat tone, "We are now comrades. We've escaped hardship together. We live and die together." Bain and you forced another smile. Right. Live and die together. Our bond is as strong as family." Yang Shan's expression suddenly changed. It scared the other two so much their souls almost left their bodies. "Shouldn't the two of you explain to me what exactly is going on?" Yong Shan said in a long-winded manner. "To be honest, the 6th Sect Sea Patrol will distribute the offerings for the disciples in Nanyang based on the performance of the disciples in the martial arts tournament. The disciples fighting amongst themselves and even eliminating opponents is tacitly allowed. After all, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat between the immortal sections." He maintained a blank expression from beginning to end. "Slaying demons and protecting the seas is a great cause. How could the immortal sects do such a thing? I haven't been cultivating for long. Don't try to fool me." Yuan now hurriedly waved his hands and blurted out, "There haven't been any remnant demons in the South Sea for years. There are a bunch of seals on the inside, and Penglai Immortal Manor on the outside. They patrol every once in a while. The demonic beasts are almost extinct." Bain grabbed the tree demon and added, "At most, it's just a few with insufficient cultivation. During the inheritance, the immortal sects sending immortal masters is just for show. The main reason is to be able to step in when their own disciples are being bullied. One plays the good cop, one plays the bad cop, playing tricks to fool people into a sneak attack. No matter what means you use, to kill people from other sects. This time we all have to do it," Bain said in frustration. "But the great immortal sects also need face. They won't say such blatant things to the disciples. It's all up to the senior brother leading the team to give pointers. I see that you people from the Boundless sect are all newbies who haven't participated before. So I wanted to team up with a bird demon to put on a show and sneak attack you while you were fighting the demonic beast. In the end, it failed. And this woman even wanted to scheme against me." Yuan Yao also chimed in. "The Boundless sect has too many strange techniques. If a sneak attack fails, we'll be at a disadvantage. It's better to deal with you first." "It's a pity," Yong Shan said calmly. "Isn't this the most common trick of the big sisters in the immortal sects? Why don't you people just set up a fighting ring and be done with it?" But in reality, he was screaming inwardly. He stared at them, thinking to himself, "Wait, never mind the others. Why didn't old man Wei say anything to me? We're supposed to be cooperating on something big." He recalled what Dao Ping had once said. "This is not in accordance with the sect's rules and etiquette. Could it be that he's an old stick in the mud who doesn't know how to be flexible? But does he have other plans?" Bain showed off his ability to twist words. "Since we've already fought, if we don't go for the kill, I'm afraid the three of us won't be able to do anything to each other. According to the old rules, let's split the spoils of this area evenly." Yuan Yao acted coy and whined. "That way, each of us won't get much. Never mind what the sect on the other side says. We probably won't get any good rewards ourselves. The medicinal pill I want is also gone." Yong Shan threw out a sentence emotionlessly. "Play for nothing, and you will surely meet with disaster. Return empty-handed. Compared to my own hard work, Inwardly, he thought, no matter what old man Wei is thinking, I have to at least complete my own plan. Bai mumbled, it's not like we have a choice. Yuan Yao then said, after all, there are only so many demonic beasts in this area. But if internal strife is tacitly allowed by the immortal sects and is a part of the disciples' training process, then to attract more people here according to the plan, we have to create an even bigger problem. Yong Shan pointed behind him, saying, your vision is too narrow. Something like a demonic beast. His expression was completely calm, but the golden dog in his heart revealed an extremely despicable expression. In the areas that the other groups are in charge of, aren't there still a lot of them? The vast sea was full of reefs. Buer executed the reverse sky saber technique, foresees no wind. He slayed the sea monster. He stood in the rain of octopus meat, asking coldly, you told me to come and lead the team. And in the end, the so-called demonic beasts are only at this level. Huang peeked out from behind a reef. The area we're guarding is all coral reefs. It's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, it would have been a lot of trouble. Seawater and sunlight are the enemies of the skin. She saw the back of Buder's hand. She exclaimed in surprise, you're injured. Do you need me to treat it for you? She pulled his hand. She said with a gentle smile, my skills are much better than Shan Nai and Donggui's. Hearing this gave Buder goosebumps. He forcefully pulled his hand back, roaring, to hell with treatment. Are you looking down on me? Am I that weak? He shouted. I'm going to go see how those kids are fighting. You be good and stay here. Huang was stunned. Buer slung his saber over his shoulder, instructing with a stern face. Don't forget to take the demon core. That's used to calculate our achievements. So annoying. Huang smiled as brightly as a flower. Just leave it to me. She thought to herself, just like they said, so cute. On Buer's neck, a wiggling needle appeared. If that's the case. Huang put away her needle and thread, chuckling softly. Then I'll spare you this once. She was the immortal lord of the flowing flower valley, Huang. A peerless beauty, Huang was playing with a thread. Suddenly, an object flew towards her at supersonic speed. She immediately stuck out her finger. Slimy vines violently collided with the surge of power emanating from Huang. A golden lotus bloomed in her palm. Countless threads shot out from it. They tightly bound the tree demon. They pulled it out of the water. Huang leaned in close to the tree demon. She stroked its face and praised. So, it's a little demon. Kinda cute, actually. Huang smiled, as radiant as the spring sun. Then I'll just use you to kill some time. The moment she finished speaking, 3 figures zipped past behind her. The battle happened so fast. All that could be seen was a giant column of water shooting up into the sky. Bain praised as he fought. The infinite sect's secret art for concealing one's presence is truly magnificent. Yue Jiao pulled on the brim of her hat and smiled. The Qing Chang sword sex techniques, splitting gold and breaking stone, are truly powerful. After the fight, Yong Shan coolly sheathed his sword. He also commented with a deadpan expression. The fisted intent of Wentian, locking onto the secrets of the heavens, is truly as fast as a shooting star. The 3 of them landed on the sandy beach together. They cupped their hands in a salute to each other. Impressive, impressive. While Zheng Yu was treating the 2 female demons, Si Aishan was busy looting their belongings. Quick, see how many demon cores they have on them. Peng Zhengwu and the others were inspecting the beach. Peng Zhengwu gave the order. Clean up the scene. Check if there are any other demons around. Don't miss anything. Chichiga asked innocently, how are you people from the Infinite Sect so proficient at this? Kulibai happily hugged his prize. Senior brother Yang taught us everything. Bu-Er roared as he continuously unleashed his defiant sky saber technique. I was gone for a little while, and you got ambushed by a demon beast. You woman, you're such an idiot. Suddenly, his defiant sky saber technique was blocked by another move. Seeing De Li, Bu-Er cursed angrily. Diwu De Li, weren't you with Yong Shan's team? What are you doing here? He looked up. He saw the 3 terrifying figures of Yong Shan, Yue Jiao, and Bai Yin staring at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Crap! Bu-Er's soul nearly flew out of his body in fright. He stammered, asking Yong Shan, what do you guys want? Yong Shan summoned a green flame. You guessed right. We're being controlled by a demon beast. Bai Yin drew his bow and smiled. My actions are not of my own free will. Yao also took an attack stance, chiming in, "How shameful!" Buer screamed in terror, "Wait. What kind of terrifying demon beast is this? A king? A general? Or even a—" At that moment, the tree demon finally woke up. "I've been dragged all the way here. Can I go home now?" Seeing it, Buer completely gave up. He lost all hope in life. And so, another terrifying battle of water columns ensued. A long while later, the sea was calm once again. Buer sat beside the unconscious Hua Ying, cursing internally. That bastard Yong Shan, using dirty tricks. The entire area had been swept clean. Even the demon cores they had collected earlier were all stolen. Till he puffed out his chest and said resolutely, "Everything Senior Brother Yang does is for the good of the Infinite Sect. Only in this way can the Infinite Sect gain the greatest benefit." Buer cursed up a storm. "Damn it, the sect benefits. But what the hell do I get out of it?" And so, Dali pulled out an adorable rabbit. "Oh, my foolish little brother. How could Senior Brother Yang not think of us?" Buer gritted his teeth and endured it. A rabbit demon. What good is that? He suddenly had a realization. Wait, could Yong Shan's meaning be? Dali giggled. You're a smart one. Hearing this, Buer gave a wicked and perverted smile. So that's how it is. His expression scared the little rabbit so much it started to tremble and cry. To threaten me here? A group of demons waved their flags, obeying orders in unison. Their expressions looked completely voluntary. The first great assembly. The tree demon gave an enthusiastic speech. Is a competition where captured foreign cultivators fight each other. Ouch! Bit my tongue. In the arena, a battle of enslaved celestial adepts was underway. Contestants can receive demon cores as rewards based on their ranking. A group of bruised and battered demons sat silently in the audience. This is a grand welcome assembly for us, the demon tribe of the South Sea. The tree demon forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He stammered his commentary. Now, we will proceed with the 8th match. A monster threw a giant fish down. The celestial adept of the Pingjiao Immortal Assembly, controlled by the black fish spirit, Jiuqian. Opposite him was a human. Facing the celestial adept of the Infinite Sect, controlled by the raging flame tiger, Wu Dao Li. The monster and Li clashed violently. Golden breaking roar. Defiant sky saber technique. The tree demon commentated the match. This is a crucial battle that will determine who qualifies for the next season. Both contestants will surely give it their all. Seeing his own cultivator gaining the upper hand, the raging flame tiger was so happy he almost fainted. Wait, the fish spirit was also sent flying. Bain watched the match with a blank expression. When did things get like this? We don't know either. Yao replied helplessly. Where did it all go wrong? Yong Shan suggested we pretend to be threatened by demon beasts and go to the other team's areas to steal their spoils. He said it was to avoid excessive conflict. We wouldn't have to fight opponents of equal strength, and we could still get rewards. It sounded like a reliable idea. The teams we robbed then started to imitate us. This was also a normal countermeasure. The people who were robbing each other started to gather together, and it eventually turned into this chaotic mess. Anyway, all the previous unspoken rules have been broken. Finally, Yong Shan stepped forward, raising the banner of righteousness and benevolence, and called for everyone to compete fairly. The strong should have compassion. The weak should have courage and wisdom. He spoke so movingly, even I was touched. Bai Yin and Yao both had no idea who they were, or where they were anymore. It seems like every step made a lot of sense. But the final result, no matter how you look at it, feels wrong. Were we tricked? Yuan Bao smiled with great interest. Actually, this is pretty good right now. Hua Ying commented. Those old geezers, in order to get a piece of the pie, wanted to train their disciples while also saving face. So they secretly messed everything up. It's better this way. One fight and it's over. She was so happy she was about to crush the monster in her hand. Anyway, we people from Flowing Flower Valley can't die. Looking at the tree demon commentating while trembling, Hua Ying said, even if those old geezers investigate later, they can't punish every single one of us. After all, we were all threatened by super powerful demons. Yuan Bao brought up a complex calculation interface. The one truly worth paying attention to is that guy, Yong Shan. In her eyes, Yong Shan was a cold and handsome man. He exploited the shallowness of human hearts, shattered the old order, and created a chaotic situation. Then, in a short amount of time, he re-established a comprehensive system of rules that everyone could accept. His strategy, his cunning, his eloquence, and that ice-cold face and those deep, ocean-like eyes. In the fantasy of a certain young maiden, Yong Shan pinned Yuan Bao against the wall. The flaws in your project. Come to my room tonight for a private review. The arrogant girl said stubbornly, yet shyly, I don't need you to manage me. Afterwards, a certain shy maiden brought a late-night snack to the domineering CEO. Here's a late-night snack for you. For reviewing the accounts so late. It's not like I made it especially for you or anything. Yuan Bao was like an 18-year-old girl in the throes of first love. The young sect master of the infinite sect, huh? He's even more outstanding than Senior Wu Qian said. Yong Shan sat nearby. Though he appeared calm on the outside, he was cursing internally. That celestial lord from the Pingjiao Immortal Assembly keeps staring at me. She's definitely plotting against me. I have to find a way to deal with her. Chu Fan grabbed a small monster. He asked Yong Shan suspiciously, This arrangement of yours, Yong Shan, is this really the sect master's intention? Lily said, while riding an adorable little pig demon. The people from the other sects are all masters. It's very difficult for us to fight like this. Yong Shan said calmly, Don't worry. Everything is within the sect master's far-sighted vision. The competition rules and reward system have maximized our advantage in numbers. Liang Ming said excitedly, With my strength, I'll definitely be able to win a lot of rewards. I wanted that flowing flower azure copper dew for a long time. I support Yong Shan. Yong Shan replied with a straight face, Of course. Everything I do is for the limitless sect. But the yellow dog inside was calculating. In the name of righteousness, the exhilarating feeling of not being bound by the sect, plus the temptation of benefits. These young cultivators simply can't resist. The immortal boat cut through the waves, gliding swiftly across the sea. In that case, the rear is in chaos. It must have caught the attention of the sea patrol team up ahead. Lai Chang suddenly burst through the door to report. A reconnaissance officer suddenly discovered that Wu Buer's entire team has suddenly gone missing. Qing Hai asked anxiously. Lily hasn't contacted me in a long time either. Could they have been attacked by a large army? Qin Suo said impatiently. What on earth is going on? Dao Ping maintained his usual calm demeanor. Calm down. The most important thing now is to contact the spirit lords of the other sects and conduct a search and rescue. We can't let anything happen to these elite disciples. Lin Jiao and the others rushed off. This is the only way. We'll leave this place to you. We're going to find them. A figure sped across the surface of the sea. It was the flying Qinghai. Even if we gather everyone on this small island and set up a formation together to hide our presence, it will only delay our discovery for a short while. Yang Shan said soon. People from the other sects will gather here. I can also consider my task from Old Man Wei complete. He thought of Dao Ping. That old man really didn't say much when he asked me to do this. I want to use the tainted demons to besiege the sect master. He saw Luo Lan playing with the tree demon. The yellow dog exploded. How can that thing possibly fight the sect master? He recalled the taunts of Bai Yin and Yu Jiao. Judging by the attitude of the other sects, 8 out of 10, there are no strong enemies on the front lines. The Sea Patrol is just a joke. The yellow dog let out a strange laugh. He placed his next piece on the board. It seems for our common goal. I could be his pawn for once. But now, the conditions for victory are met. It's time for me to get on the board myself. He sent a message to Dao Ping, who was with Luo Lan. Old man, your trump card is up next. At the Penglai Immortal Residence, a 15-year-old Dao Ping, his adolescent curiosity led him to peek through the crack in the sect master's door. Inside the room was the peerless beauty Luo Lan. Changing. Her beauty was as enchanting as a noble, cold flower. Unapproachable. That beauty burned Dao Ping's eyes. My eyes. Hitting my eyes with a blue spell is going too far. Che Hai was originally the first disciple of the first generation of the Limitless sect. He saw Dao Ping was injured and said helplessly, Your cultivation is that of a spirit lord, let alone concealing heavenly secrets. You don't even know the basic stealth spells. And you dare to dream of peeking at the sect master changing? Junior brother Wei, you're too naive. Dao Ping complained while rubbing his eyes. It was clearly senior brother who told me that the Penglai immortal residence is not as grand as the noble sect's main hall, and is easier to approach than usual. Luo Lan opened the door, looked at Che Hai, and asked, "So, you had a part in this too, Che Hai?" Che Hai and Dao Ping immediately bowed in salute. Sect Master Jia. Dao Ping grinned foolishly and said honestly, "Actually, I just wanted to see if Sect Master Jia would try on the new sea hunting outfit I made." Luo Lan tapped the naughty boy on the head. "Really? We're not the Flowing Flower Valley." Dao Ping pouted and argued. "It's clearly a perfect design that combines both lofty ideals and practicality. When I become an elder, I'll definitely make it the uniform of the Limitless Sect." Luo Lan said softly, "I've already burned incense and prayed to the heavens. I'm done changing. Kiai, are you ready?" Che Hai smiled. "No problem. Rest assured, Sect Master." After that, the two of them walked side by side. The elders and people from the other sects who came for the sea patrol have all set up defenses along the seal. Dao Ping looked around. He suddenly saw something, including the sword master, Jia Ziling Chan, and the representative of the Holy Master, the Fu Yu Ao immortal sect. Most of the experts in the world have gathered. Even if something unexpected happens, we'll have the strength to fight. Dao Ping saw Martial Uncle Wu sitting cross-legged, his spiritual power soaring. Huh, Martial Uncle Wu. Aren't they supposed to be guarding Penglai? After the 6 sects sea patrol, they're here cultivating like this? Luo Lan patted Dao Ping on the head. She smiled gently and said, "Because guarding Penglai isn't about fighting monsters. Their mission is to use their true essence to maintain the Great Penglai sea-severing formation and stop the demons of the sea. They're the source of power for the Penglai immortal residents. The Penglai immortal suppressors." Dao Ping was utterly shocked, turning a spirit lord into a part of a grand formation. To be eternally asleep here while their true essence is drained. That's too terrifying. What kind of evil sect is our Limitless Sect? Luo Lan giggled. How could that be? It's just because it's the 6 sect sea patrol right now that we're running the grand formation at full power. Che Hai held up 3 fingers. Normally, everyone is divided into 3 shifts. 2 days off a week. There's subsidies for holidays. And every 5 years, there's a 6-month leave for family visits. Dao Ping was a little confused, but still replied, "Is that so?" Luo Lan explained gently. "This is also to protect their safety. Penglai protects everything, but it cannot protect itself. The formation pillars that supply true essence to Penglai will gradually be eroded by the demons. Therefore, we will gather all the filth that the entire Penglai encounters, for the Limitless Sect Master to periodically absorb through the Limitless Sword." She handed the long sword to Che Hai. "From now on, this task is yours. In the future, you will be the Sect Master of the Limitless Sect, Che Hai." And so, Che Hai took the sword. He knelt down in joy. Then he looked over at Dao Ping. "Junior brother Wei, watch me closely. If I fail, everything will depend on you, the 15-year-old genius cultivator." "Why, yes." Dao Ping stammered in confusion. Che Hai poked him in the forehead. "Just kidding. It's not your turn yet, you little brat. I am the youngest heavenly venerate, and I have the demon-breaking formation on me. I can't possibly fail." He looked at the sword, which was brimming with spiritual energy. "You two just need to enjoy the coming 1,000 years of peace." Back to the present. Dao Ping stood on the sea, looking at the scene before him. "I'm back at this place again." It was the old hometown of a young Dao Ping, Penglai. When the boat docked, a few people were already waiting at the port. Luo Lan asked as she walked, "I heard the spirit lords of the various sects and the other elders have all gone to the rear. Is there no one on the defensive line?" Dao Ping replied with a straight face. "The disciples in the sweeping area have collectively gone missing. Everyone has gone to the rescue." Luo Lan thought for a moment and said, The disciples are indeed more important. The matter of absorbing the filth. I've been doing it for so long. There's no need to worry too much." Dao Ping asked for her opinion. "The Limitless Sword is in Yong Shan's hands. Do we need to wait for him?" Luo Lan condensed a sword of spiritual power. "It's fine. Yong Shan has my pseudo-soul on him. I can use my sword intent to directly transfer the filth over there. She placed a finger on her lips and smiled. Don't tell anyone. Dao Ping suddenly drew his treasured weapon, using the connection of fate to change causality. Is this the method you found later on? His two treasured weapons radiated a dense spiritual energy. The spirit sword in Luo Lan's hand vanished. She was stunned. Oomph. Dao Ping's entire body erupted with a blue spiritual energy. Then let's see if you still can now. The tree demon enthusiastically announced. This first tournament has finally reached the quarterfinals. The immortal masters are so captivating. It tried to hold back its sobs, while forcing a smile, as they gradually reveal themselves. The final winner's prize is, we will distribute demon cores according to rank. And he couldn't take it anymore. Fu Yao collapsed to the ground, sobbing. So this is the end of this celebration. Wah. Huang burst out laughing. I made him cry. How cute. Shifan held his head and asked. So in the end, can it be fooled? Yuan Bao was only paying attention to one person. Where did Yong Shan go? At this moment, Yong Shan was observing the coastline. The searching techniques on this side are increasing. It seems I can't stall for any more time. The flower fan contemplated. Old man Wei isn't contacting me now either. It seems this damn old man's ace in the hole isn't with me. Does he want to act on his own? Or was there something else? The golden dog's expression was sucked into Yong Shan's head by a great force. Yong Shan suddenly fell to the ground, asking in a daze, I'm back. He immediately checked his whole body. My physical body is normal. My true essence is normal. Yong Shan's modern death space. The mental space is also normal. Where did it go? He then imagined a scene for himself. It packed its bags and left. You're a good person, but we're not a good match. Could it be because I was pushed out of my physical body, so it left on its own? At this thought, the golden dog Yong Shan was so happy his tail wagged furiously. In that case, could it be that the whole shitty system is also... The golden dog's face froze. A system notification appeared. Welcome back, Master. Analyzing and transforming the Dao Ghost. Today's consumption, 310 points. Deducted. Master has 13 points remaining. Also, due to an unknown energy source, the previous transformation cost has been specially waived. Completing the Dao Ghost analysis will require another 24 days. Total, 7,200 points. I hope Master can quickly find a way to pay to continue maintenance. A few comical expressions appeared on Yong Shan's handsome, cold face. No money. You can kill me. A crack suddenly appeared on the boundless sword. Yong Shan looked at the gradually cracking blade. I suddenly recovered. The boundless sword also suddenly cracked. Could it be that old man Wei's side succeeded? Is he that strong? A wicked black shadow carrying a dark red spiritual energy spoke arrogantly, severing Luo Lan's true essence, causing the seal that originally enveloped the sword body to crack, allowing me to discover its existence. Che Hai, covered in black tattoos, laughed ferociously. Junior Brother Wei, you're much more thorough in your work now. Yong Shan placed his hand on the broken blade. So that's how it is. The boundless sword has always been enveloped by a seal. In that case, my previous questions have been answered. He looked at the black-robed man before him. He raised his head resolutely. It seems you're old man Wei's assistant. Che Hai also replied with a chuckle. Assistant. Let's just say that for now. As he spoke, Yong Shan waved his hand. He turned to leave. If that's the case, I'll leave the holding action to you. I'll go over there and help him. Actually, Yong Shan was scared to death by the black-robed man behind him. Damn it. I thought the path I was on was weird enough. I didn't expect this old man to find some other monster. The evil chi on him is about to overflow. I have to run. As expected, Che Hai held out his hand and said, go help. No need to go to such trouble. Yong Shan immediately deployed the Myriad Law's defense. Full defense. Che Hai gently clenched his fist. You just need to die here. That will be the greatest help to us. But the defensive formation was turned to nothingness the moment it was deployed. The spiritual energy has been completely corroded. Yong Shan's pupils contracted. Che Hai had somehow teleported beside him, patting his shoulder. You are this generation's inheritor of the boundless sword. Che Hai sneered contemptuously. I am the first generation's inheritor of the boundless sword. He didn't say much more. He clenched his fist. Farewell. Yong Shan's body exploded. Hai picked up the shattered, boundless sword from the ground. So, the boundless sword is now ownerless. Next, I just need to wait. The sword turned into tiny specks of light. It surprised him. Huh. Summon the sword body. The sword appeared in that person's hand. You appeared and attacked without a word. That's not something a senior should do. Hai was puzzled. Just now, that was a phantom substitute. I clearly touched his real body at the beginning. Yong Shan was reborn with a wisp of black chi on his shoulder. The body I touched was not corroded. In a state where spiritual energy is corroded, you can still use a high-level technique to escape. Hai stared at him. The aura of the laws on him is protecting its master. No, it's like there's a problem with this body itself. It feels a little familiar. He waved his hand, asking with a smile, "Before I kill you, I'll ask a question. What's your name?" Yong Shan deployed the boundless sword technique, saying, "Yong Shan," pays his respects to the senior. At the same time, at Penglai Manor, Luo Lan said calmly, "Who has severed the karma? So your magic treasure has already refined a true soul. Congratulations." She tilted her head. She asked with her bright eyes wide open, "But what's the point of you doing this? When your true essence is exhausted, I can still reconnect the karma. It won't take much time either." A wisp of smoke curled up from Dao Ping's immortal chat. He said, "Completely isolating you and the boundless sword for an hour. It's enough." Luo Lan, however, was surprised. "In that amount of time, you expect Yong Shan to be able to?" "No." "So that's how it is." It's Hai. A wisp of ice-blue spiritual energy condensed at her fingertip again. "You previously colluded with the Dao ghost to sneak into the seal. It was to cover up the fact that you released him. It seems I must quickly seal him again." Luo Lan gently waved her jade hand. Beneath the surging waves, Hai is too dangerous. This matter concerns the corrupting miasma and the safety of Jiangnan. Even if I understand you, this time, I absolutely cannot condone it. Dao Ping easily blocked the torrent. Corrupting miasma? Hai is an elder of our boundless sect. He has always followed the rules. I really don't understand what the sect master is talking about. A wisp of demonic chi flashed on his immortal chat. Besides, I have never relied on others. What I mean is, in this 1 hour, a true soul immortal chat appeared. The ghostly girl representing the immortal chat floated behind Dao Ping. "I can kill you." In another place, Hai sneered. He repeated the name he had just heard. Yong Shan. The sound had not yet faded. When he threw a lightning-fast punch, it was so fast that Yong Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast." The pupils in Yong Shan's eyes dilated. The patterns of the boundless sword technique appeared. His eyes spewed raging flames. Leaf fire burning phoenix. Hai tore through the flames. He grabbed Yong Shan's forearm. He repeated once more, "Yong Shan." He ripped off Yong Shan's arm. He frantically and savagely chanted once more, "Yong Shan." The severed arm turned to dust. Hai clicked his tongue. Another substitution technique. Yong Shan, as fast as lightning, escaped his control. He retreated rapidly. The moment he stood firm, he immediately swung his sword into position. Sword technique, blade seal Dao. Tisk. But Hai had somehow appeared behind Yong Shan again. "Got you." His whole body was like a thick, dark red mass of demonic chi. He chanted frantically, "Yong Shan." Hai stroked his hair, chuckling, "Very good. I'll remember this name." Before him, Yong Shan was deploying a defensive technique. "You who have mastered the laws of spirit techniques, after being touched by me, can still rely on your own true essence to cast a high-level technique." A few spots of black chi appeared on Yong Shan's body, and you can even resist the corrosion. Truly a magnificent body in this world. Hai did not hesitate to give a thumbs up in praise. Luo Lan chose well this time. At least, much better than a piece of trash like me, who was devoured by the corrupting miasma. Yong Shan clicked his tongue, saying in annoyance, "What did you say?" As expected, "It's the corrupting miasma." He asked, "So during the assessment and trial in the immortal sect before, the corrupting miasma that old man Wei set up all came from you?" Hai replied, "It was just a little bit of power that seeped through the seal. I didn't expect us to have crossed paths so long ago." He said while stroking his chin in thought, "But we discovered long ago that there was a problem with junior brother Wei. Yet you still dared to work for him. Were you blinded by desire?" While stalling for time with conversation, Yong Shan secretly deploys several defensive orbs. I have no choice. I have my own problems. But I never thought Old Man Wei would be so ruthless. Che-Hai summons a blood-red demonic sword. So, you want to cry about his betrayal before you die? I wouldn't mind cursing him out right along with you. Yong Shan waves his hand dismissively. How could I? After I'm done with you, I still have to team up with that wicked old man to punish the sect master. Che-Hai looks perplexed. Can't you keep up? Yong Shan shrugs and shakes his head. The hint was perfectly clear, even with other things left unfinished. He still gave me the mission to take your life. He levels the infinity sword. A dangerous gamble like this. If I'm not mistaken, he's already bet his own life on this. Yong Shan suddenly slashes downward. Does he really think that I, Yong Shan, don't even have the guts to put my life on the line? Che-Hai grows more excited. Asterisk, risking your life? Excellent. Asterisk. He transforms into a high-speed spinning drill and hurtles toward Yong Shan. You don't actually think you're getting out of this alive, do you? Yong Shan parries and retorts. The only thing that pisses me off is that the old man didn't tell me the whole truth from the start. It just proves he doesn't trust me enough. As if I'm not just as crazy as he is. Yong Shan bursts into laughter. What kind of ulterior motives could I, Yong Shan, possibly have? Yuan prepares to cast the star-shifting combat art. A bolt of lightning erupts from her star chart, shaking the very heavens and earth. Bai-yin and Chu Fan also unleash their strongest techniques. Zhu Ta is assaulted from all sides. Kiai Glan Sauver. He stomps his foot hard. Malevolent spiritual energy floods the area. A powerful aura explodes from his body, overwhelming everyone present. Yang Shan Shouts. Fellow immortals, we were saving our strength in case a powerful demon showed up. I can't believe one actually did. That Che-Hai warily. This is a tainted fiend. Everyone, steady your core essence. Immortal masters, stay back. Provide support from a distance. Che-Hai looks at them. You're all surrounded by me alone. The 6 great immortal sects, is it? Hua Ming tends to Yong Shan's wounds. Che-Hai continues. So, your plan for survival was to lure these young immortals into throwing their lives away for you. He scoffs. Personally, I don't hate your shamelessness, but to drag this whole crowd here to die with you. Yuan thinks to herself, is this even working? Using the tainted fiend during the sect examination was to attract the attention of the other immortal sects and the imperial court. Using the demonic sect was to probe the sect master's condition. Siding with the ghost Dao was to release Wei Che, and having you kill me is meant to sever my ability to reclaim the infinity sword. Helping me was to separate the infinity sword from the sect master. This is Old Man Wei's grand game of chess. Am I wrong? As he speaks, a blood-colored demonic aura radiates from Che-Hai. He lets out a terrifying laugh. Since you figured it all out, then do what you're supposed to. Be a good boy and let me devour you. Yong Shan smirks coldly. In your dreams, Chu Fan and Liang Ming stand their ground without a trace of fear. The enemy is too powerful. This isn't something we can fight. Then, as if on cue, they all hurl talismans into the air, dispelling the barrier and sending out distress signals. Seeing their actions, Kiai freezes. Asterisk what the? Asterisk. The elders of the Infinity Sect instantly teleport to the scene. We've found the disciples. Asterisk, they're under attack by a tainted fiend. Vermilion devil formation, activate. Asterisk. Yong Shan grins with an incredibly punchable smile. That old man and I were never playing the same game. High in the sky, members of the 6 great immortal sects observe the scene. Such a terrifying demonic aura. A grand elder frowns. Why has a vile demon appeared here? Could something have happened at Penglai Manor? Su Qinghai says with a worried tone, this fiend. He looks like the demon lord our infinity sect sealed away all those years ago. The missing disciples are all here. It appears that demon captured them and brought them here. Asterisk, to dare attack the elite disciples who are the future of our immortal sects. Asterisk, this demon is truly shameless and cunning. Is Yong Shan using the infinity sword to face this demon alone? Asterisk, it seems we're lucky he was here. He must have been the one holding out until now. Asterisk. Che-Hai looks up with a wicked grin. The 6 great immortal sects. That's quite a crowd you've gathered. Are these all the trump cards you had lined up? Yong Shan cheerfully points to himself. I'm just a normal disciple. No money, no influence. How could I possibly pull off something like this? Of course, it was Elder Wei who instructed me to arrange this encirclement to slay a vile demon like you. But inwardly, he's cursing. If I had actually followed that old bastard's orders and stirred up trouble everywhere, scattering the immortals' reinforcements, I doubt there would have been anyone left to even find my corpse. What a vicious old man. Mirks. Asterisk Junior Brother Wei told these people to come kill a vile demon like me? Huh. Don't make me laugh. Asterisk. Yong Shan thinks with some embarrassment. The taunt didn't work. This guy keeps calling him Junior Brother Wei. Again and again. Don't tell me those two have some kind of unspeakable secret relationship. Che Hai analyzes the situation on his own. I see. So you're the type to borrow another's power to strike, just as he says this. Yong Shan charges forward with his sword raised. Everything that acts according to my will is my power. This is what they call leverage. He unleashes a powerful palm strike toward Che Hai. But Che Hai stands his ground, completely unfazed. A single punch shatters Yong Shan's palm strike. The light dissipates. The members of the 6 great immortal sects have arrived. Core, essence become chains. Asterisk condense weapons, subdue demons. Star punishment and demon subjugation formations. Activate. Asterisk. Che Hai is pinned by chains from all directions. He sneers. Asterisk ha. Leverage. Asterisk. For the weak. That is indeed a brilliant tactic. He rips out one of the spikes with his bare hand. But his entire body dissolves into malevolent energy, vanishing into thin air. The crowd is horrified. Asterisk what? Asterisk. Everyone, be careful. It seems I'm being underestimated. As he speaks, he shatters one of the chains with a single kick. Su Qinghai and the others stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Spiritual energy erupts in an instant. Che Hai lands on the ground. Su Qinghai immediately barks an order. Seal him. Myriad swords of light shoot out in a flash. Che Hai raises his blade, a thrill running through him. Let the slaughter begin. A tide of dark red, demonic energy collides with the thousands of sword beams, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The members of the 6 great immortal sects are sent flying. Damn it. Asterisk, we can't hold him. Fall back. Asterisk on the ground. Liang Ming screams in terror. Asterisk, the grand formation created by several immortal lords was broken so easily. Asterisk, is this the kind of tainted fiend the immortal sects truly have to face? Yang Shan's face pales. Asterisk shit. This guy's way too tough. Asterisk. Even that old Xiongqi monster wasn't this strong. Che Hai says with a taunting smile, and yet, you don't seem all that desperate. Yang Shan scratches his head awkwardly. I'm used to getting screwed over. If I didn't always plan several steps ahead and prepare a whole pile of backup plans, the grass on my grave will be 3 feet tall by now. Up above, the members of the 6 great immortal sects scream in agony. Quick, consolidate your core essence. Don't let your golden core get corroded. Yang Shan speaks calmly. You're toying with those immortal lords like they're children. That means you weren't even using your full strength when you were trying to kill me. Che Hai lifts his chin arrogantly. So, maybe I'm just the kind of demon who enjoys tormenting the weak. Yang Shan continues. Therefore, your goal, and the old man's goal, is to take advantage of Elder Wei keeping Luo Lan busy, to completely sever her connection to the Infinity Sword. Che Hai replies, intrigued. Correct. So as long as I kill you, leaving the Infinity Sword without a master, a demon like me can completely corrupt it. Yang Shan suddenly breaks into a bizarre smile. But everything you two did was actually in preparation for a different outcome. The one where I, Yang Shan, gain complete control over the Infinity Sword. Mastering the Infinity Sword will cause the tainted energy accumulated within it to backlash violently, even with a demon like me to guide it. It won't show any mercy. That is a path more perilous than death itself. Yang Shan replies calmly. No problem. I know this tune well. This is the kind of stage where I stand to gain the most. Elsewhere, Lai Chung says anxiously, asterisk, the disciples still aren't out. Faster, asterisk. Let's form a defensive formation again. We must trap him. Yang Shan continued to talk to himself. You see, it's just right to complete the next step of my plan. Lai Chung asked worriedly. What is Yang Shan trying to do? Su Qinghai guessed with horror. Could it be that he wants to fight the evil demon alone? To protect the others? Yang Shan raised his sword. He laughed in an incredibly sinister way. My entire layout is complete. Next, I just need to risk my life. Su Qinghai analyzed with a serious expression. It's not the demonic taint from under the sea invading. It's the demonic taint that has been sealed in the limitless sword for thousands of years. But the people behind her were making funny faces. To control the limitless sword, one must bear this calamity. We should have waited until he ascended to heavenly venerate before trying to unseal it. Yong Shan pointed the limitless sword to the sky. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled around the blade. Limitless seal, release. Chehai laughed maniacally. Is it finally starting? Lai Chung murmured. To deal with the suddenly appearing, powerful, evil demon, Yong Shan has actually come to this. Thunder, sandstorms, dust, demonic chi mixed together, creating a fierce storm. A terrifying purple vortex descended, causing everyone to flee in a panic. Everyone run. It's too close. It's too late. Su Qinghai and Li Hong immediately set up the sea-controlling formation to save the situation. Quick, save them. Fierce waves crashed against the deathly vortex. Su Qinghai placed everyone in a safe bubble. She said with a sigh of relief, "Everyone's here. We made it in time." Chehai stood in the eye of a Category 10 storm. He laughed like a madman. That's right. This is the power. Junior Brother Wei really prepared a great gift for me. He looked at the palm of his hand. With this ownerless, chaotic power, the day I conquer this world is one step closer. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Yong Shan was meditating in the storm, holding his sword. This guy isn't dead yet? To be swept into such a massive storm of chaos. Even a peak golden core cultivator would have long been turned to dust. Qin Suo saw a group of monsters and frowned, asking, but why are there so many monster clans on the island? Chu Fan stood by, trembling, listening to Bai Yin and Yu Jiao's eloquent speeches. The matter of the demons is not worth mentioning. The most important thing now is the demonic taint before us. That's right. The demonic taint from under the sea is invading Jiangnan. It's truly making it so we disciples of the noble sex can't eat or sleep in peace. It seems his physical body comes from an extremely stable secondary world. Perhaps so stable that not even immortal arts can exist. Chehai stood before the frozen statue of Yong Shan. Is this why Luo Lan and Wei Daoping chose him? He sneered. But what a pity. Yong Shan's statue was gradually cracking. It seems his limit is only this much. Chehai grabbed Yong Shan by the neck and lifted him up. A stable physical body also means the inability to cultivate, relying on a bit of stolen true essence, to face the endless chaos. In the end, it's all for naught, let alone trying to control the limitless sword. He squeezed Yong Shan's neck hard. I'll remember you, Yong Shan. This world will eventually have your name. Now, let me end this failed experiment. Suddenly, a flash of light. It severed Chehai's ethereal arm. What? The frozen Yong Shan suddenly smirked. Hey, don't just go touching people while they're in the middle of a quest. Yong Shan's body gradually returned to normal. He laughed provocatively. What haven't I seen? I've even worn women's clothes. But I'm a pure and innocent boy, you know? Chehai angrily reattached his arm. He drew his chaotic sword and threw a mass of chaotic, demonic chi straight at Yong Shan. Yong Shan took out his own item, unleashing his technique. Limitless sword intent. Chehai immediately saw 10 Yong Shans rushing towards him. Yong Shan moved with incredible speed, creating dazzling afterimages. Taking advantage of Chehai's opening, he leaped and slashed horizontally with his sword. Chehai looked at the wound on his abdomen and roared, limitless, infinite. Yong Shan said calmly, in countless trials, find a single strike that can successfully counter the enemy. This sword is finally starting to look like a divine weapon. Chehai didn't believe it. You've completely mastered the limitless sword? Impossible, he retorted. Even with me here, the taint isn't spreading everywhere. But the corrosion you have to resist is not insignificant. And it's clearly not over yet. In Yong Shan's mind, he imagined himself resisting the demonic taint in the sword, then resisting the corrosion, and subduing the sword's body. So that's the normal procedure? And so, Yong Shan replied very nonchalantly, sorry. It was too much trouble, so I skipped that step. His answer left Chehai stunned. What? Yong Shan chuckled. A problematic thing like the limitless sword. Did you think I'd dare to use it without a trump card? Memories of Luo Lan flooded back, taking the path of information to forge the limitless divine sword. Yong Shan was surprised when he saw the system's notification. Wait a minute, the thing you just mentioned. Could it be the path of information? Luo Lan issued a quest. Are you willing to protect this world? Yong Shan was dazzled by the 6,000-point reward. Luo Lan was still asking, what's wrong? Do you agree or not? Just say something. Yong Shan's eyes lit up. I agree. I agree immediately. I agree. It has nothing to do with the quest. I don't even know what 6,000 points are. I just suddenly feel the urge to protect the myriad homes. Yong Shan said with a smug smile. Ever since I got this sword, I've been experimenting with it. I was failing before, so I thought I was doing something wrong. Thank you for letting me know this thing still had a seal. His current appearance was exactly like that of a villain. Now, it's my turn to repay you. The system announced. Path of information has been grasped. Mission complete. Reward, 6,000 points. Beginning analysis. After the analysis is complete, the system will be fully upgraded. He was about to submerge the sea. No, I can't get in. The spiritual energy is too contaminated. I can't determine the situation inside. Su Qinghai said anxiously. The demonic taint backlash was troublesome enough. Now, there's an evil demon causing trouble in there. Lai Qing also worried. This is a huge mess. And that Yong Shan fellow took the limitless sword and went off on his own. Lili presented a book to the elders. The situation we faced before was extremely dangerous. This is a letter Yong Shan left in case of any mishaps. An elder surnamed Qin asked curiously, did he already have the resolve to unseal the limitless sword? And so, the elders all crowded around to look. The monster clan in this place has been unified by a powerful and evil tree demon in order to protect the lives of the disciples. I was forced into a corner by it. Lili quickly snatched the letter back. Wrong one. This is plan 3 for the ingot. She giggled. She took out a new scroll. Given the current situation, this scroll is the right one. The shocking news in the letter made all the elders frown. This is... Inside, Chehai was spitting out streams of chaos. The chaos, after dissipating, began to gather again. Enveloping him, Yong Shan gently stroked the blade of the limitless sword. He closed his eyes. A halo of sword magic lit up at his feet. Then, a light of spiritual energy emanated from his body. Infinite grand deduction. Yong Shan and his spiritual energy clones attacked together. But the countless spiritual energy puppets were all sent flying by the monster. Attacking from multiple angles, 94 different attack methods were tried. All of them failed. Yong Shan continued to try. But defensive spells were also ineffective. A combination of 351 types of spells. All failed. He immediately switched to close combat. 67 breakthrough methods were tried. When he found an opening, Yong Shan's eyes suddenly flew open. Found it. Yong Shan swung his sword and slashed at the weak point. The demonic chi that escaped cut a gash on his face. Yong Shan maintained his sword-sealing posture and moved forward. Chehai made a thud sound. Yong Shan used all his sword techniques to slash at Chehai, but he managed to block it in time. After the exchange, he was sent flying, looking at the holes cut in his body. Chehai praised the devouring sword intent of the Tao of spirit techniques. When unleashed by the boundless sword, its power is truly not bad. He then looked at his enemy. However, the most troublesome one is still that guy. A blue Yong Shan stood in the center of a vortex of evil chi. To be able to, through countless trials, grasp the infinite grand deduction, even if there is only one chance. He assessed with interest. This is already an ability that belongs to the realm of inner contemplation. Yong Shan smiled like a spring breeze. So, now that I've completely mastered the boundless sword, we have no reason to fight anymore, right? Chehai sneered. Of course. After all, my purpose is to prevent the corrupting miasma in the boundless sword from erupting. His answer confused Yong Shan. Then why did you? Chehai chuckled. The killing intent on you is even stronger than when we started. Psychological manipulation. Don't worry. I just saw that the golden core you stole was damaged because you forced the activation of the inner realm. Chehai held up a stone surrounded by evil chi. So, I wanted to confirm something. And while I'm at it, completely eliminate you here. Yong Shan also laughed and retorted sharply. If it's really as easy as you say, Why don't you come over and try? I'm in a great state right now. The vortex of evil chi around them suddenly dissipated like storm. Cheihai was also stunned. I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and all the evil chi has been absorbed by me. Yong Shan suddenly coughed up blood. It startled him. That was a quick change. Didn't you just say you were in a great state? He had no choice but to say, oh, forget it. After all, my purpose has been achieved. Keep your little life for now. I'll take it next time we meet. Yong Shan sneered. Wait, who said he could leave? At this moment, his face was covered in blood. He even had a villainous smile. Hit and run. That's my Yong Shan's prerogative. Cheihai shouted. You clearly didn't have so many injuries just now. To make yourself look so pathetic. What are you bragging about? The evil chi gradually dissipated, revealing the clear blue sky. Both Yong Shan and his sword were stained with fresh blood. Evil demon. I, Yong Shan, am the young sect master of the boundless immortal sect, the inheritor of the boundless sword. Today, even if my body dies and my Tao disappears, I will absolutely not let you continue to bring disaster to the world. Hearing his grand speech, Cheihai was also stunned. Su Qinghai said, as expected of the young sect master. He just entered the golden core stage and is already using his body as bait to slay the evil demon. Li Qing commented, looking at his wounded appearance. He must be fighting on faith alone, brave and unyielding. The other elders also chimed in. If we miss even this opportunity to set up a formation bought with his life, then we are truly unworthy of our cultivation. Cheihai looked up at the sky in a daze. The heavenly punishment grand formation. The elders formed a circle. They set up a thundering formation. Evil demon. D. The immortals were using their ultimate techniques to suppress him. Body of a ruler. Heavenly gathering. A spatial gate immediately opened in the sky. Heavenly illumination imperial. Divine firmament August thunder. Subdue the demon. A majestic black dragon was summoned. Purple lightning transformation. Azure dragon. Universe roaring descend. It charged frantically toward Cheihai. The heavenly punishment grand formation. Divine firmament demon subduing. He was no slouch either. He summoned a phoenix. Grand beginning chaos. The two sides collided. The battle shook the heavens and the earth. Eternal death. Cheihai sneered mockingly. A heavenly punishment grand formation presided over by many monarchs. It consumes a massive amount of time and spiritual energy reserves. It's the ace in the hole for dealing with the corrupting miasma. In the past, I even participated in designing the formation diagram. Wounds began to appear on his body. I never thought that one day it would be my turn to face these thousands of lightning bolts. As expected, he couldn't block it. In that chaotic space, Yong Shan's figure flashed. Infinite grand deduction. He unleashed a sword skill, speaking softly. Boundless. Sword slash. Hey. Don't forget about me, just because there's a new toy. Senor Kiai. Cheihai swung his sword in anger. Damn you. But before his whip could touch Yong Shan, it was blocked by the divine dragon. The divine dragon opened its mouth wide. It bit down hard on Cheihai. He was still calm. But luckily he was agile. He judged in time. He had jumped up just before he was about to die. Damn it. He controlled the phoenix to charge forward. The two divine beasts continued to entangle each other fiercely. In this chaotic situation, the boundless sword can guide karma through countless trials. It's truly hard to deal with. Below, Yong Shan and Cheihai were also fighting endlessly. However, why are you fighting so hard? I've already said that after the corrupting miasma has been absorbed by me, your life is no longer in danger. Cheihai analyzed and assessed coldly. You forced the opening of the infinite grand deduction. Now your golden core has shattered. Your true essence is depleted. The spiritual meridians in your body are in chaos. Your physical body and your bones and tendons have been corroded by the corrupting miasma. Even if your constitution is special, you've already reached your limit. Yong Shan laughed crazily. No choice. I've been fighting for so long. I can't fall at the moment of reaping the rewards. Cheihai sneered. Rewards? You don't really think you can kill me here, do you? Yong Shan also played along. How could I, Yong Shan, have the utmost respect for Senior Cheihai? How could I harm you? My target from beginning to end was not you. Senior, please feel free to express yourself. Use all of your innate acting talent. He was full of question marks, asking in confusion, "What? Act what?" Yong Shan giggled excitedly. Of course, the role of the villain. The other cultivators, who didn't know what was going on, were anxiously urging Yong Shan from the outside. "Come out quick! The power of the heavenly punishment grand formation is getting stronger and stronger. You'll die in there." A cunning smile bloomed in his heart. It seems the critical moment has arrived. On the outside, he still appeared righteous. "No, this evil villain has escaped into the sea. Behind me is Jiangnan. I must pull out the weeds by the roots." He pointed his sword at the sky. Countless ancient characters surrounded the sword body, layer after layer, seeking the Tao in the immortal sex in this life. In my heart, the sword carries the knot of 10,000 laws. All beings, he prepared to unleash his final skill, as if becoming one with the roar of the dragon god. Inherit the boundless sword, to exterminate demons and slay gods and spirits. A slash as fast as lightning. A world-destroying power was unleashed. A moment later, that terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. Heavy raindrops began to fall. The immortals were all stunned. That's Yong Shan. He can actually completely control the boundless sword? Sword commanding heavenly punishment. How is this possible? Yong Shan saw that the situation was proceeding according to his plan. He pursed his lips. It wasn't a waste for me to have been constantly deducing since the heavenly punishment began, although I was almost killed by the heavenly punishment at close range. The visual effects this time were not bad. Very good. Cool enough. Under the sea, a dark red stone was slowly sinking. Che-hai gripped the dark red stone, thinking indignantly. Good thing the corrupting miasma was blocked this time. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. This madman, using techniques and light and shadow to create such a grand formation, and then betting his own life to borrow the power of the heavenly punishment, to go all out and unleash this level-transcending move. He must be trying to curry favor with the people of the immortal sections. At the same time, Yong Shan, above, had fainted from exhaustion. The people of the immortal sects were horrified. The young sect master is injured. Quick, save him. Che-hai gritted his teeth in frustration. Although Yong Shan's strength is so weak that it surprised me, and even made me think I was hallucinating, he immediately popped the red stone into his mouth. His heart was full of anticipation, but now it seems his level of danger is no less than the others. It might even be more terrifying. The patterns on his body glowed. Che-hai smirked with interest. "I didn't expect that you'd cooperate with this kind of monster, which is essentially an outer god." Scene transition. At the same time, in another place, Luo Lan was fighting with Wei Daoping. She frowned. "Junior brother Wei, you really don't care about this world at all." The evil sword summoned sharp ice spikes. "You deserve to die." His thoughts had always been solely on her. In Luo Lan's dreamscape, mist rose from the Qinglan spring. Dao Ping, with a straight face, walked in with his sword, reporting, "Elder of the Hall of Political Deliberation, Wei Daoping, requests an audience with the sect master." Luo Lan sighed. "Little Wei, all these years, you've dedicated yourself to cultivating the soul-slaying saber, just to sever the thread of causality." Her graceful figure was hidden in the hazy mist. Her clear voice carried a hint of doubt. "Was it all just so you could conveniently break the barrier and barge into this Qinglan spring, which is reserved for female cultivators?" He took out a wooden box and replied coldly, "In any case, the sect master is usually in seclusion. She only comes to this Qinglan spring during the Mid-Autumn Festival each year." She blushed and said huffily, "So you deliberately chose a time when I can't cast spells to barge in, so you could see all of me? You're too much." She then pointed to the black scales faintly visible on her back and warned, "Don't you dare tell anyone." Dao Ping swore with a solemn face. "I am now an elder of the Hall of Political Deliberation. I use rites to correct my heart, and rites to correct myself. The sect master can rest assured of my character." Luo Lan stepped out of the water. "So, you deliberately sought this moment when no one would disturb us to ask me something? Was it that you discovered the 6 hall masters in seclusion have all gone missing? Or are you protesting the increasing exploitation of tributes from the common folk? Or are you asking why all the heirs to the limitless sword?" He didn't answer that question. He only stepped forward. He conjured a magnificent silk garment for her. This is the immortal robe I made for you. In the past, mid-autumn festivals. Master, you most enjoyed going down to the mortal world with us disciples to attend the Lantern Festival. Luolan looked at the robe with joy. Is it just for this? He nodded. The lights of Yangjo are particularly prosperous this year. This outfit would suit you best. She frowned and refused. No. You've clearly guessed my situation. I normally have to avoid contact with mortals during the full moon and high tide. Even the sect has to borrow the power of the Qinglan spring to avoid affecting the cultivator disciples. His heart suddenly ached. He replied silently, I know. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery transformed. It turned into a dreamlike lantern festival. So, this lantern festival, I've brought it to you. Luolan picked up a skewer of candied haws from a street vendor and asked curiously, is this an illusion? No, it's real. Mind manifesting a scene. This is your external mindscape. Even in the world within the sea that I created, this is a level only a nascent soul stage cultivator can achieve. You're just a golden core cultivator, and you can do this? Seeing her eyes light up as she happily looked around. Is this Jiangnan now? It's been so long since I've seen this scene of 1,000 homes lit up. It's beautiful. Dao Ping stared blankly. This scene, Luolan smiled brightly at him. Thank you. It's beautiful. At the same time, outside the dreamscape, Dao Ping was secretly unleashing his ultimate move. Soul-slaying saber, severing causality. Luolan was completely enveloped in a protective chi. Her face was expressionless. Fate, true essence. Even the seawater, severing all causal links between me and the outside world. To kill a heavenly venerate who possesses countless tricks. This is indeed a good way. A tiny drop of energy condensed in her hand. But my sword intent is the sea. In an instant, countless such small drops of water appeared before him. Sea's cry, annihilation. His face turned pale with fright. A drop of water hit his cheek, causing his soul body to tremble, dissolving all things. A single drop can destroy an entire mountain. Luolan looked at him and spoke. Elder Wei, I understand the dissatisfaction and anger in your heart. I'll let the sect continuously plunder resources and increase the burden on mortals. I even used the demonic taint to nurture spirit stones. But the disciples we cultivated showed no improvement. And the heir to the limitless sword, so hard to choose, has also gone missing. It's strange. The sect is declining day by day. Her voice was stern. Like mortals, disciples are ultimately just sand and pebbles in the earth. They're the lowly things on the ground, endless, to protect the pearl within. No matter how great the sacrifice, it is not worth mentioning. He lowered his head and murmured. No matter how great the sacrifice, it's fine? Dao Ping frowned. A trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Master, you don't understand. Luolan was suddenly startled. She found herself in that lantern festival again. The two of them were facing each other on a picturesque bridge. External mindscape. 10,000 severances of the mortal world. She looked at her hand, puzzled. No immortals, no demons. The mortal world. Is this the mindscape you cultivated? Dao Ping took advantage of her distraction to attack. In this kind of mindscape, I indeed cannot use the sea of annihilation. But the true soul you painstakingly cultivated cannot exist either. Luolan gently raised her hand. A water sword appeared, blocking the attack. Did you forget I was originally a sword cultivator? Even relying solely on sword intent and momentum. You still can't defeat me, he said coldly. Soul-slaying saber. She was stunned. She still didn't understand his meaning. Another him had already launched a sneak attack from behind. Luolan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This is not a spirit chi that you cultivated. Dao Ping immediately seized the opportunity to launch another attack, entangling the karma of this life, severing the ties to the mortal world. Luolan was hit. Fresh blood gushed out. To coordinate with this immortal-less, demon-less external scene of yours and create a fatal situation, you actually cut away half of your own soul and refined it into a spirit chi. She sighed. So all these years, you've been living in the pain of having your 7 emotions incomplete and your 3 souls torn apart, and you even cultivated to the peak of the golden core stage. She looked at him with a smile. You're willing to do anything to kill me. Has your hatred for me reached this level? Is it because of Che Hai? Or is it for the sake of slaying demons and defending the Tao? He lowered his head. His voice held a deep sorrow. Sectmaster, you really don't understand anything. He looked straight into her eyes and continued. Sacrificing your cultivation to resist, then using spirit stones to set up a great sealing formation, and even devouring the sword's wielder to share the contamination. But your state of corrosion continues to worsen. 100 years ago, you relied on the spirit spring to suppress the mutation. Now, you've pierced yourself with the divine sword and nailed yourself to the formations just to maintain your sanity. The cold blade rested on Luo Lan's neck. Just one more inch, and her soul would be scattered. The lowly pawns, he said, could be sacrificed at will. The mortals, the disciples, the noble and powerful families, the entire limitless sect, and even yourself. He asked his final question. It was also the obsession that had been weighing on his heart. In the end, what is worth sacrificing everything to protect? Luo Lan lowered her head, her voice low. The emotion in her eyes was unclear. The prosperity of Jiangnan. You've seen the noble class in the sect exploit the common folk. You've seen the cruel and heartless nature of the immortal families when refining goo. You've seen countless despicable and contemptible acts. You've seen countless darkness and filth hidden behind so-called stability. But that stability itself is enough to be the meaning of everything. This is the prosperity that countless people have sacrificed for. It is something they could not even ask for. She waved her hand. His entire lantern festival space was instantly erased. The path you disdain is the escape route for others. Dao Ping was horrified. The ultimate immortal art of Peng Lai clearly cannot be used. What on earth is this? Luo Lan touched the wound on her abdomen and murmured. The calamity is not mine. The injury was transferred. An identical wound instantly appeared on Dao Ping's abdomen. The pain made him gasp. He refused to give up. Together with his other self, he unleashed the soul-slaying saber, severing causality. Luo Lan coldly raised her hand. Non-fate immortal realm. Return to normality. A powerful wave of energy shot out, knocking everything around it away. His sword couldn't take it and shattered. Dao Ping was jolted. The heaven-deceiving art. I thought as long as I severed the thread of causality and opened up a mortal world, I could avoid it. I never expected it to be your inner mindscape. He fell to the ground, helpless. I also never expected you to be so strong that you could easily crush my soul, erasing my hundreds of years of hard cultivation. Luo Lan said in surprise. The limitless sword has changed masters. It's Yong Shan. I must retrieve it quickly. Wait until after the sea patrol, and use Yong Shan to maintain the seal. Then everything will go back to the way it was. Dao Ping let out a wicked smile. It's too late. I've already isolated causality for nearly 2 hours. She glanced at him coldly. So, you think that by stalling for time for Yong Shan to obtain the limitless sword, and then joining forces with Che Hai, you can stand against me? Dao Ping gritted his teeth in hatred. How could I place my hopes on others? During that 2-hour period, the one I isolated wasn't just you. Luo Lan suddenly thought of something. Wait, could it be the thing I completely isolated from the causality of heaven and earth? Was the spiritual energy seal, isolating the demonic taint both inside and outside the sea? Was this entire Peng Lai residence? Luo Lan hastily formed a hand seal. A wave of chi surged, commanding the 10,000 zhang of the Azure Sea. Hear my order. 100-meter-tall, giant wave crashed down. Peng Lai residence was shrouded in darkness. Limitless sea-condensing formation. Dao Ping trembled as he tried to stand. It's useless. Back when senior brother Che Hai had his accident, including you at your peak, joining forces with the experts of the six sects, we could only barely push back the demonic taint. This time, even if the grand formation is only temporarily closed, with your strength alone, you can't possibly stop it. She questioned him furiously. Destroying the seal and releasing the demonic taint into the sea. Do you know the consequences? He laughed. The entire Jiangnan will be swallowed by the demonic taint again. Natural disasters will descend. Demons and monsters will run rampant. Although the disciples of the limitless sect are usually pampered and are becoming increasingly arrogant, their will to exterminate evil still remains. They will probably fight to the last moment. But now is the time of the six sect sea patrol. The reaction speed of the other sex will be much faster. If aid arrives in time, it might be possible to re-establish a defensive line near the coast and open up long-term campaigns like in the southern border. Background scene. Luolan fought with all her might. Her internal organs were being crushed to the point of bursting. Even so, the coastal areas will turn into a wasteland. The prosperity will be gone. Many people will die. Dao Ping replied nonchalantly. Then let them die, according to your methods. This was the destined outcome. Because of your protection, the mortal world, the limitless sect, and even the other noble sects have begun to forget this threat. The day you fall, those who have completely let down their guard will be annihilated in an instant. Luolan was furious to the extreme. She once again pushed her energy. She had reached her limit. Veins popped all over her body. Then I will protect them forever. As long as I live, I will absolutely not allow anything to destroy the prosperity of Jiangnan. Dao Ping, taking advantage of her lack of resistance. He once again placed his sword at her neck. Perseverance is a concept of time. Without a deadline, perseverance also loses its meaning. Before the endless passage of time, no one can persevere, including you. His hand trembled, as if an invisible force was preventing him from bringing the sword down. He used all the strength and courage of his life to look at her. So, let everything end. In his eyes, the image of Luolan smiling brightly at him during the lantern festival of years past appeared. He lowered his head. The cold blade grazed her neck. Luolan. Darkness instantly consumed Punlai residence. The light gradually weakened. Luolan fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out. Her vision blurred. She murmured, why? Even if it's a lie, to let the world enjoy another moment of peace, isn't that good? Dao Ping looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Because I want you to be freed from this endless torment. He knelt before her. His back had already been pierced through the heart by sharp thorns. He emotionally spoke his last words to her. Because for me, the pearl worth sacrificing everything to protect is you and you alone. Punlai residence was shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Everywhere was a nauseating filth. Thorns grew everywhere. So dark. Is this the feeling of being swallowed by the demonic taint? The physical body is devoured and dissolved. Compared to the original plan of becoming a monster, for me, this is indeed a much better ending. Luolan said softly. Her body was being swallowed by the darkness. Little Wei, are you still there? He looked at her. I'm here. Sectmaster, she said with regret. This sea patrol. I can't use the limitless sword to absorb the contamination. And the seal has been destroyed by the demonic taint. Blaze finished. He nodded. I know. Sectmaster. She thought of the immortals who were doing their best to protect the Punlai Formation's eye. All these years to maintain the seal. They have exhausted their strength. They can no longer hold back the demonic taint. Dao Ping replied obediently, I know. Sectmaster. The darkness began to corrode her body. I didn't pass the limitless sword to a successor. Because besides me, no one can stop the demonic taint from invading. The great Tao of this life is hopeless. You are all, after all, just a bunch of cultivators who learn magic. He was silent. I know. Sectmaster. The darkness spread quickly. More than half of Luolan had been swallowed. I'm the only cultivator left from the previous life. Reborn after the immortals of Jiangnan opened up the sea. Protecting Jiangnan is my responsibility alone. Dao Ping nodded. I know, Sectmaster. Luolan looked at him. Little Wei, I hate you. This time, Dao Ping did not answer. He placed his hand on his chest. Energy radiated out. Luolan was surprised. This is that lantern festival. It's the lantern being released. That's right. It's your external mindscape. Dao Ping lowered his head. Sectmaster, this might help your mind persevere for a little longer in the demonic taint. She frowned. I've long been infected by the demonic taint. My spiritual roots and heart meridians are destroyed. Don't you know? The situation now, you might as well save some true essence and stay by my side. Dao Ping exhausted the last of his strength. The light was brilliant. His voice was almost pleading. I don't know what his situation is over there, so I can only do my best to help you persevere for a little longer. Let's see if we can let you see it. Luolan asked coldly, see what? It turned out what he was talking about was that lantern festival. This time, it wasn't just one. It was countless lanterns, slowly rising in this dark space. At the same time, Yong Shan outside was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Limitless sword. Dao Ping inside answered her previous question. See hope. The moment he finished speaking, Yong Shan's attack had also arrived. Yong Shan was horrified. What the hell is this damn old man up to? He recalled his own efforts. I used my reputation to bring people here. I even thought of a plan to shift the blame. It was all to guard against this old man scheming against me. There's a demonic taint fainting to the east and attacking to the west, trying to harm the sect master. Luckily, I saw through it. Let's go provide support. In the end, he just watched as the demonic taint directly blew up the old man, making it look like I was played by him. Yong Shan, come and clean this up. He ran off on his own to risk his life and cause trouble, while I bring the limitless sword to clean up his mess. Who does this damn old man think he is? Yong Shan hesitated for a moment. But the situation now, it seems I don't need to deliver the finishing blow anymore. Yong Shan let out a cold snort. Why did it have to come to this? Couldn't you have trusted me a little more? Luo Lan's eyes widened in surprise. The 6 sects are of one mind. The immortals are unleashing their most powerful techniques, helping to attack the corrupting miasma with all their might. Quick, prioritize dealing with the corrupting miasma in Peng Lai. Form a defensive formation. We must hold the seal. The other disciples also charged forward without fear of death. Disciples to the rescue. I, Liang Ming, will single-handedly turn the tide today. Some others quickly rescued the wounded. Quick, take the injured senior immortals away. Yong Shan raised his sword. He prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Sword hold, pacify the seas. Someone, I have broken the corrupting miasma. I've saved the sect master. The immortals joined forces. Qin Shua hurriedly said to Yong Shan, Young sect master, this place is too dangerous. Please take the sect master and leave first. But Luo Lan smiled and thought. So, without realizing it, it has become just like the old days. She subconsciously turned to the young Wei beside her. It's not that I was alone, defending a world without hope, but that I was hindering the birth of hope. Is this what you wanted me to see? He had already closed his eyes. His soul had scattered. Annihilation soared intent. Yong Shan's head was full of question marks. His face was bewildered. This is a lot of information. Did I miss some important plot point? However, in the current situation, there is only one priority. He landed before Luo Lan. He bowed respectfully. Lord Sectmaster, do you have any loyal and outstanding personal disciples to whom you wish to entrust matters? She struggled to sit up. She calculated her final move in her heart. An outsider with an unfathomable heart. I don't know why Little Wei trusts him. But, since things have come to this, let me play one last game of chess. She condensed a strand of sword intent. Yong Shan. That wisp of energy flew straight into the center of his sword. The sword intent condensed. A powerful energy exploded. A dazzling light. Yong Shan was shocked. The blinding light shot straight into the sky. Her voice echoed everywhere. From this day forth, you are the sect master of the boundless sect. Yong Shan looked seriously at the sword in his hand. A system prompt sounded. Host has become the sect master of the boundless sect. Main storyline mission. A small step to success, complete. Main storyline mission. A small step to success. Mission objective. Become the sect master of the boundless sect. Complete. Received 6,000 accumulated points. Unlocked the gacha function. Otherworldly encounter. Delicious enjoyment. Increased probability of receiving food items. Bringing you a unique yet ordinary delicious experience. Guaranteed 4-star item within 10 pulls. Reference image displayed. 1,800 points for 1 pull. 20,000 points for 10 pulls. The corner of his mouth twitched, puzzled. Is this a gacha system? 5-star rate. 0.6%. Yong Shan exploded. He cursed at the system. It seems that to play the role of a system well, you've also put in a lot of effort to learn. But you damn thing, you're a little too proficient at this. The system replied emotionlessly. Congratulations, host, for using a low-cost purchasing method and completing the main storyline mission with no effort at all. If that's the case, this luck-based reward method is also very suitable. He snorted coldly, swinging his sword. Boundless sword. The system immediately warned. System is being attacked by the host. It buzzed angrily. Switching to punishment mode, Yong Shan executed Fei Hua. But before he could finish the incantation, he was sent flying. He gritted his teeth. Boundless grand deduction, sword intent, annihilation. He leaped up. He slashed down hard at the system's main body. It was unharmed. A notification quickly appeared. Warning. The host's act of bringing an external sword intent into the system space is extremely dangerous. If this continues, the system will switch to erasure mode. Yong Shan shrugged. He said with a grin, "Don't be so tense. It's just a few consumable items that the former sect master left for me. Someone as respectful of their teachers as me. Just wanted to test out their effectiveness a little." On the surface, he was like this. But in his heart, he was cursing. I can't believe the shitty system really didn't detect it. Truly worthy of the heaven-deceiving art. Yong Shan shouldered his sword, asking arrogantly, "Well, am I qualified now?" "Host, if you're talking about the qualification to return, then please continue to complete the main storyline mission. As for the qualification to be a person, looking at your willful appearance, it seems you gave that up long ago." Yong Shan checked his accumulated points. "It proves that the power I can wield, including maintaining my human form, analyzing laws, and even strengthening my physical body. Reward points, 12,013. He analyzed sharply. "These functions will be gradually activated as I complete missions. This proves that your abilities are gradually recovering. And this time, this useless gotcha function proves that you already have the ability to reach out to my original world." He pointed at the system. He exposed it directly. "You were once sealed by a minion, and you still have the face to say that this is a world you created for me? Plus this clumsy acting of yours. I probably don't need to say any more, do I? I was originally planning to use this sword as an ace in the hole, and wait until I was fully prepared before kicking you out. But I have to thank Old Way. He made me feel that if I showed my hand earlier, it might not be a bad option." Yong Shan smiled innocently. "After all, you dirty-minded people don't even believe a good person like me. Making a scene in the end won't look good for anyone." The system displayed coldly, still not enough. He frowned. "Intimidation? The sect master of the boundless sect. Holding a divine sword in my hand. Carrying 10,000 laws. Is this strength not even enough to qualify for a conversation?" Yong Shan pouted. "Fine. This can be considered an answer I'm satisfied with." He crossed his legs, saying arrogantly, "What do you want me to do next?" "Host, grasp the path of ascension. Host, please select an item to unlock. The unlock will be announced after the upgrade is complete. Time limit, 3 days." Yong Shan jumped up in excitement. "Is this shitty system for real? I'm not dreaming, am I? I thought you were going to try and gloss over this." The system continued to list. "The main storyline mission will have different branches depending on your choice. Please choose carefully. Unlock physiological functions. Unlock cultivation talent. Unlock scientific knowledge. Unlock geographical concepts." Yong Shan frowned in confusion. "Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is one missing?" He remembered, scolding angrily. "You shitty system. Where's my human form?" The system calmly refused. The golden furred form is a form chosen by the host himself. It was not forced by the system. "Host, please recall for yourself. Control your emotions." In the end, he could only swallow his anger, frustrated. "I understand now. In other words, this shitty form is the foundation of my existence in this world, right? Oh, whatever. I'm used to it anyway. So what do the original locks represent? My bloodline cannot be passed down in this world. I'm not allowed to cultivate the techniques of this world too deeply. I can't bring the technology of my old world here. I can't see this world completely." Yong Shan was puzzled. "So now, after I unlock them, what will I have to face? Is this what I really need to choose?" He looked at the bright red flower in his hand. He was a little dazed. "This is the death of the spirit technique and the Tao disciple. Huh, all right, this item just happens to be to my liking. Consider it repaying the favor of saving my life that time." Yong Shan chose to unlock the cultivation talent. System is operating. Initiating human form transformation. The remodeling will be completed concurrently with the system upgrade. Yong Shan understood. "Remodeling, huh? As I thought. If it takes 3 days, then I'll take this opportunity to deal with this thing." The system was terrified. It hastily warned him. "The host's actions are extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the host immediately move to the mainland. After the system space is released, you must retreat 800 miles inland within 3 days. Yong Shan caressed the blade of his sword, chuckling. Retreat 800 miles inland, huh? So, if I just ignore it, in 3 days forget Yangjo. Even Jiangsu and Zhujiang will be wiped out. I took so many good things from that old guy this time. If I don't help clean up the mess in the end, I'm afraid he'll spit in my face even as a ghost. Head held high, he charged through, wherever the blade pointed. The demonic taint disintegrated. Annihilation. Yong Shan's voice rang like a bell. He said with abandon, in the name of the sect master of the limitless sect, all forces retreat. Within 3 days, re-establish a temporary Great Seal at the coastline. Li Hong was ferocious. 3 days. Although the scale is very large, it's just a temporary seal. It's not impossible. Qinghai chimed in. But the demonic taint at sea spreads very quickly. Forget 3 days. It'll be here in 6 hours. He assured them with conviction, don't worry. The seal of Penglai hasn't completely collapsed yet. The main breach is only here. The immortals were shocked. What? Yong Shan charged into the midst of the demonic taint. He roared defiantly. Spread the word for me. The new sect master of the limitless sect, Yong Shan, recited a poem. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. With sword in hand, I stand alone at Penglai Pass. Why should I fear this body against the demonic taint? He sneered. You guys help me think of a poem. These 3 days, I'll hold them off. A chorus of voices echoed in the cave. Our father, our body. We offer you all living things. The village chief shouted. May the sea shanty never be sung again. May no one ever disturb the sleep of you and the supreme being in the deep sea. Xiao Xiao was smug. As expected, this problem was solved the moment I stepped in. The green-haired youth interrupted helplessly. In the end, wasn't it me who had to run back and get the sect's reserves to supplement them? You, as the Azure Lord's representative, did nothing. You didn't even dare to report to the noble sect about something as major as the Spirit Stone used to suppress the fisherman's bloodline being stolen. Has the reputation of the limitless sect in Jiangnan really fallen this far? But Xiao Xiao jumped around playfully. So it's a silent confirmation. Replacing the limitless sect this time was indeed the right move. In that case, as per our agreement, the little girl leaped into the sea. Then she transformed into a giant dragon. Her voice boomed. Help clean up. However, Chehai appeared leisurely. Judging by the aura emanating from here, the main body of the demonic taint is still being held back at sea. He chuckled to himself. The Azure Dragon Lu Li of the 12 Gates of Ru has arrived. Was this Junior Brotherway's arrangement? With the little girl's help, at least the demonic taint won't spread to the other defensive lines and cause a world-ending catastrophe. Over here, the Imperial Court is evacuating the people. The Imperial Court has prepared so many troops nearby. The leader seems to be the Imperial Blood Guard. After all, the Blood Guard is considered an expert in dealing with demonic taint. Or do they want to take this opportunity to strengthen their control over Jiangnan? But now is not the time to worry about such things. In Jiangnan right now, the manpower that can form a defensive line, the more, the better. He waited with interest. How much land can be saved? Depends on whether Yong Shan is really willing to risk his life to hold out for 3 days. If not, then I can only destroy everything. Yong Shan yawned. He looked bored. This is saving the world? He was riding his sword in the void. Extremely bored. The system reminded him. The host is using the characteristic that demonic taint does not affect ordinary small animals to protect his physical body. He shrugged. The limitless sword is specifically designed to suppress demonic taint. Holding on for a few years is not a problem. The reason it couldn't hold on before was because of the person wielding the sword. So I just need to turn into a dog and control it. The system was agitated. But please note, the soul armor that protects your consciousness has been destroyed. Please retreat quickly. Yong Shan flicked it away in disgust. You can't even hold on for that long, and you want to be a system? He took out a pill from nowhere that exuded a dangerous aura. What? When it comes to protecting my own soul, I have my own special tricks. He popped the glowing pill into his mouth. His spirit soared. It's time to go home. My heart demon. In a dark and hazy space, Yong Shan looked around in a daze. Where is this? Where's my heart demon? Did I overdo it? Suddenly, a blonde-haired girl appeared. He was confused. Who are you? You're not it. Did they switch people? He was excited inside. This heart demon can even take shifts? But why is it another girl? Could it be because I have a delicate maiden's heart? The girl introduced herself softly. I'm not a heart demon. You can call me Mana. You're here to find it? I see. I'll call her for you. Yong Shan asked curiously. You can even contact each other? What's the principle behind that? Mana coldly showed him the door. After that, please leave quickly. Scene change. It was with Mbishi and the others. She pouted and said resentfully, Men. Stinky men. First, they play with you. Then they get tired of you and throw you away. The fat man picked up the black shard that fell from her and reminded her, Mississippi, you're fading. Are you really okay? Molu whispered to the mastermind of the robbery. What on earth is this? How should I know? Anyway, let's just bring it back for the Grandmaster to study. And Bishi finished digging after a while. I'm done on my end. Tian Shwed didn't understand. Why do we have to secretly dig up a buried corpse and then rebury it in such a remote place? They were standing before the grave of Brother Liu Yang. She replied silently. I just didn't want him and the limitless sect to have any more connections. Yu Ming knelt before the grave. She gently placed her hand on the tombstone. Letting his loved ones be comforted is also a part of his passing. He will rest in eternal peace here, undisturbed by anyone. She said shyly, sorry. Because of my stubborn request, I made everyone come with me on this dangerous trip to the limitless sect. The green-haired little girl laughed loudly. It's fine. To be able to dig up a spirit lord for the demon sect is more than worth it. The little girl was secretly excited inside. With such a great contribution, this year's Bayua scholarship is definitely mine. Suddenly, the little girl remembered. But what will we do about this now? The limitless sect planned to bury her. But no matter how you look at it, she still seems alive. An unconscious brown-haired girl was rescued and put on the carriage by them. Yu Ming poked the girl's cheek and guessed. Her soul seems to have been taken elsewhere. But this body seems to have a special constitution. It will constantly regenerate itself. That's why it came back to life. It's soft. It's not a zombie either. What should we call this type? The green-haired little girl pointed at the unconscious girl and suggested, Oh, right. Can any of you contact Yong Shan? How about we return her to him? What if he still has a use for her? It vehemently objected. Don't mention that jerk again. I don't want to see him ever again. Before she could even make a move, she suddenly vanished into thin air. Everyone was shocked.